The protagonist, Liu, unexpectedly finds himself transported to the world of Douluo continent, where he awakens a divine martial spirit. In his quest to locate his parents and unravel the mysteries of his lineage, he inadvertently discovers that this realm appears to be quite different from what he anticipated. Later, when someone inquires why Qian Daoliu has formed a bond with Liu, Qian Daoliu reminisces hostility. I fear he might return to the past and strangle me with my own umbilical cord. Chapter 1. On a stormy night, the arrival at Douluo. In the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, within the province of Fasnuo, a vast expanse unfolds. Two figures race through the wilderness as if pursued by a terrifying force. Both individuals bear numerous wounds, their bodies bleeding profusely, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, the infant cradled in the woman's arms possesses a cherubic face, untouched by the chaos surrounding them, peacefully slumbering in its swaddling. Suddenly, the couple seems to sense something amiss, halting in their tracks as the space around them begins to distort. In an instant, a rift in space tears open, and a shadow exuding an aura of death emerges from it. As the shadow materializes, the flora around it withers instantaneously. Concurrently, the fleeing couple's bodies begin to disintegrate into motes of light, vanishing completely. A tentacle extends from the shadow, poised to reach the infant, when the previously clear night sky suddenly darkens with ominous clouds. A bolt of lightning strikes down, reducing the tentacle to ashes. The shadow recoils in pain, attempting to retract its remaining appendage, but the lightning offers no respite. With a series of thunderous strikes, the shadow is reduced to mere remnants. An elderly figure materializes in the night, cradling the infant, and lets out a resigned sigh. Has it finally come to this? 6 years later, outside the Holy Soul village. As dawn breaks, a mist envelopes the village, imbuing it with an ethereal quality. Though known as Holy Soul Village, the majority of its inhabitants are ordinary folk, the name stemming from the emergence of a soul saint from the village many years prior. A young boy clad in simple garments emerges slowly from the mist, but he possesses a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, and his bright eyes reflect a maturity beyond his years, revealing a disciplined demeanor indicative of rigorous training. The boy halts at the village entrance, observing a child of similar age lounging on a recliner. The boy on the recliner, with silvery hair and a charmingly delicate face, exudes an endearing quality. However, he currently displays a lethargy characteristic of someone in the throes of an indolent disposition. That why you go? You're up so early again today, the boy calls out. Ah, isn't it little Sanner off to train this early? The reclined boy, Liu, replies languidly as he opens his eyes. That why you go? You wake up early every day, neither working nor training. What's the point? And could you please stop calling me little Santa? Tang Sen responds with a resigned smile. The boy languishing on the recliner, known fully as Liu, was discovered by the village chief, Grandpa Jack, abandoned and without parents, and has been fostered by the chief's family ever since. Liu has been remarkably intelligent since childhood, but a year ago, he penned a script titled Dream of the Red Chamber, which garnered the admiration of several dignitaries. Through this work, Liu earned a modest sum over the past year, alleviating some of the burdens on his grandfather, Jack. Additionally, Liu has a penchant for inventing small gadgets. For instance, the folding recliner he created is both retractable and portable. He also revitalized several small workshops in the village, thereby enhancing the villagers' incomes. Consequently, Liu enjoys a commendable reputation within the village. His sole shortcoming, perhaps, is his tendency towards laziness, rising early each day only to recline there, claiming to absorb the essence of the universe. Reflecting on this, Tang San felt a wave of exasperation, inwardly questioning whether his own Xiantian skill could rival such idleness. Not calling you little San, should I then address you as little C or little Wu? Tang San remarked, somewhat at a loss. Brother Yu, take care of yourself. I shall go and train, he declared as he ascended the hillside with a sprightly demeanor. Suddenly, Liu sprang upright from his recliner, an unmistakable glimmer of joy and excitement illuminating his eyes. Just moments ago, a clear, ethereal female voice echoed in his mind. Beep. The host has completed the 365-day check-in task at the village entrance. Task duration, 365 days. Progress, 100. System activated. System binding complete. The novice gift pack has been dispatched to the system warehouse. Please check. System task. Next check-in location, Spirit Soul Hall in Saint Soul Village. Task completion reward, random item. Failure to complete the task incurs no penalties. System panel. Host, Liu. Soul power, not yet awakened. Spirit soul, not yet awakened. Point total, 100. System warehouse, novice gift pack. In an instant, Lu Yu leaped from his chair, exhilarated. The essential golden finger of traversing realms the system had finally arrived. Without hesitation, Lu Yu opened the novice gift pack. Beep. Novice gift pack used successfully. Acquired. Divine level random spirit soul. Innate full soul power technique. Myriad forms meditation, a celestial grade technique from another realm, adapted for the current. World technique description. Absorb the essence of a universe, encompassing all rivers, gathering in one body, breaking myriad laws. Playing card blueprint item can be synthesized into a deck of cards within the system. Dragon blood enhances physical conditioning. External use recommended. System. What is the purpose of the point total? Point totals can be used for lottery draws, shopping in a mall, and other functions. Lottery. Every 300 points allows for a draw. Gathering 10 consecutive draws significantly increases the chance of winning a mysterious grand prize. Shop. Offers techniques, items, materials, etc. Refresh daily at midnight. Unlocks after the host spirit soul awakens to become a soul master. After utilizing his innate, full soul power, Lu Yu exited the system. He sought a tranquil spot in the woods outside the village, seated himself cross-legged, and began to practice the myriad forms meditation he had just acquired. Initially, Lu Yu yearned for a simple life, content to live peacefully. However, with the binding of the system, his perspective shifted. Given the opportunity to grow stronger, how could a man of ambition remain stagnant under heaven and earth? Particularly when contemplating the thrilling scenes of future battles among the divine, the thought alone sent shivers of excitement through him. The meditation of the universe is neither overly complex nor effortlessly simple. After successfully embarking on this journey with a mere 50 points, Lu Yu can confidently declare that he has grasped the fundamentals. Once immersed in the experience, Lu Yu felt the abundant soul force coursing through his body, a secret delight blooming within him. As night fell, Lu Yu ventured once more into the small grove, retrieving a bathtub he had prepared from the system's repository. He filled it with fresh water and then produced a vial containing a vivid crimson liquid. With a twist of the cap, he poured the dragon's blood into the basin, and instantly, the clear water transformed into a boiling red. With abandon, Lu Yu shed his garments and plunged into the tub. The night breeze swept through the trees, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Yet, in that moment, Lu Yu felt as though he were submerged in molten lava, suffocating and seething. The searing heat of the dragon's blood surged and collided within him with each breath. As time passed, he sensed his bones beginning to dissolve. Soon after, consciousness slipped away from him. Not far off, Tang, drawn by the aura of the dragon's blood, observed the scene with astonishment, his eyes wide with wonder. Just as Lu Yu lost his awareness, Tang felt a powerful soul force manifest around him. Above, a dark cloud drifted by, sporadically illuminated by flashes of lightning, an anomaly in the clear night sky. Within the cloud, an ancient voice resonated, declaring, mixing dragon's blood with cool water. What a reckless child. Chapter 2. Contest, Awakening, Part 1. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the forest window, casting a radiant glow upon the face of the silver-haired youth, rendering his delicate features even more ethereal. The boy's eyelids fluttered momentarily, and the long, slightly upward-turned eyelashes accentuated his exquisite visage. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing pure silver irises, untainted by any impurity. Lu Yu shook his drowsy head, only to be met with a foul stench assaulting his senses. The once vibrant red liquid in the bathtub had vanished, replaced by a basin of thick, dark, foul water. With a startled exclamation, Lu Yu nearly retched at the sight. He hurriedly climbed out of the bathtub and leapt into the nearby river. In the water, Lu Yu felt every droplet flow over his body, sensing an undeniable surge of strength coursing through him. After a graceful leap ashore, he donned clean garments and began his journey back, pondering how much he had progressed compared to Tang San. Hey, San, up so early for training? Lu Yu called out to Tang San, who was jogging from the village. Tang San turned to Lu Yu and replied, Yes, brother Yu. Would you like to join me? He couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yu seemed different today. Is it true, brother Yu? You didn't sleep on the lounge chair today? The sun must be rising in the west. Tang San jested. Lu Yu chose to ignore the remark, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. He said mysteriously, San, let me share a secret with you. Hee. I possess innate divine strength. I am a man chosen by the heavens. Tang San, serious in demeanor, raised his hand to feel Lu Yu's forehead. You're not feverish. And it's daytime. So, this lad doesn't believe me. Lu Yu brushed Tang San's hand away. Since you doubt me, how about a contest? The loser must grant the winner one unconditioned favor. Tang San, unable to refuse the confident Lu Yu, agreed. All right. Let us use the village entrance as our starting point and see who reaches the mountaintop first. I'll count down. 3, 2, 1, go. With a simultaneous burst, both boys dashed forward. Tang Xin glanced back at Lu Yu, who agilely navigated the rugged mountain path. Astonished yet pleased that Lu Yu had chosen a route he had painstakingly perfected over the years for efficiency. You're bound to lose, brother Yu. Sometimes, choice outweighs effort, he thought to himself. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Xin's eyes widened in disbelief as Lu Yu's speed intensified, swiftly overtaking him and charging toward the summit. Determined not to fall behind, Tang Xin propelled himself forward in hot pursuit. Moments later, he beheld Lu Yu, whose complexion was rosy and breath steady. And he was taken aback. Though the hill was not high, even an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old child would be breathless after a simple walk, let alone running. Hee. How about it, San? Are you convinced? Convinced. What do you wish for me to do, brother Yu? Well, I haven't quite decided yet. Let's hold on to it for now and discuss it later when the opportunity arises. You mustn't renege on this, understood? Am I the sort of person to do that? Tang Xin replied, rendered speechless. Lu Yu had initially intended to request Tang Xin to teach him the Xiantian Gong. However, he already possessed the Wuxiang meditation and found it unnecessary. Moreover, though Tang Xin appeared to be a frail 6 or 7-year-old, he was, in reality, a genuine reincarnator and time traveler, undoubtedly possessing a sharp intellect. To inquire about the Xiantian Gong too casually would surely raise his suspicions and could significantly alter the trajectory of future events. Furthermore, regarding the Xiantian Gong and the Ziji magic eyes, Tang Xin had kept these matters secret even from his father, Tang Hao. Thus, Lu Yu wisely decided to reserve this opportunity for a later time. Contemplating Tang Xin's attitude towards his teammates in the future, Lu Yu mused. While it may be somewhat difficult to articulate, it was certainly preferable to engage in solitary battles. At least in the short term, it would provide a more stable foundation. With only a month remaining until the awakening of their martial souls, he wondered what exceptional martial soul the system would bestow upon him. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Brother Yu? Brother Yu? What's wrong? Tang Xin observed Lu Yu, who was grinning foolishly, and felt puzzled, thinking to himself that perhaps brother Yu had lost his mind. Snapping back to reality, Lu Yu heartily patted Tang Xin's shoulder and declared, Little San, regardless of the martial soul you awaken, be it a blade of grass or something grand, fear not, for I shall always protect you. Brother Yu, you shouldn't curse like that. Tang Xin protested, but Lu Yu paid no heed to his words, wrapping an arm around Tang Xin's shoulders and leading him down the mountain. Come on, brother Yu will take you home for a meal. But I haven't trained yet today. You've trained long enough. A little break won't hurt. I'm in a good mood today, and I'll personally prepare the meal. Tang Xin intended to decline, but Lu Yu offered him no opportunity to voice his objection. Grandfather, Little San is coming over for dinner, Lu Yu called out as they approached the entrance. Oh, Little San is here. Come inside, came the voice of old Jack from within the house. At the dining table, although the dishes were simple, they were transformed into delectable delights by Lu Yu's culinary expertise. Little San, the awakening of your martial soul is just a month away. You must prepare well. I will come to fetch you on that day. Old Jack advised Tang Xin. Awakening of the martial soul? Indeed. Every child on the continent undergoes a martial soul awakening at the age of 6 or 7. If one awakens a formidable martial soul, they can become a powerful soul master, leading to boundless possibilities in the future. Our village has even produced a soul saint in the past. Grandfather, did our village truly have a soul saint? Of course. I believe both you and Little Yu will awaken exceptional martial souls and bring honor to our village. After the meal, old Jack brought out a parcel and handed it to Tang Xin. Little San, take this home. It will be enough for you and your grandfather for a while. It contains fruits and vegetables from our own garden. Little Yu, accompany Little San back. Old Jack gazed at the two figures walking away, reflecting on what a fine boy Tang Xin was, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance of having such a father. A month later, old Jack and Lu Yu stood outside Tang Xin's home. Little Yu, please go call for Tang Xin. Old Jack, seemingly disapproving of Tang Hao, instructed Lu Yu to knock on the door. Little San, it's time to go. Dad. Tang Xin, hearing this, turned to look at Tang Hao. Yes, go ahead. Tang Hao replied calmly, continuing with his tasks. Soon, old Jack brought Tang Xin and Lu Yu to the spirit hall, which turned out to be merely a slightly larger wooden cabin. Outside the spirit hall stood 7 children, all around the same age as Lu Yu. Lu Yu positioned himself at the end of the line, with Tang Xin just before him. Children, you must heed the words of the spirit master. This is your opportunity to alter your fate. Hurry inside. Inside the spirit hall, a young man had been waiting for quite some time. Lu Yu gazed at the strikingly handsome young man in the spirit hall uniform and instantly recognized him as Su Yuntao, a worker. Spirit master, I must trouble you again this time. I hope you can help these children awaken strong spirits, said old Jack. All right. You've said the same before. How many talented children can there be from the countryside? Su Yuntao waved his hand impatiently and turned to enter the spirit hall. He retrieved a jade stone from a package on the table, arranged it on the ground, and then addressed the line of children. My name is Su Yuntao, and I am responsible for your awakening today. Please step forward in order, and remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid or nervous. Su Yuntao displayed his spirit and infused soul power into the formation, which immediately illuminated. A little girl found herself enveloped in a golden glow. Extend your right hand with your palm facing upwards. The girl complied, and in an instant, specks of light began to gather in her palm, forming the ethereal image of a pair of gloves. Su Yuntao mused to himself, gloves, a tool spirit? However, it likely possesses little combat power. Your spirit is a pair of gloves, a tool spirit. Now we shall test your soul power. Place your hand on the blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao's wolf claw and the girl's hand rested on opposite sides of the crystal ball, which flickered intermittently. Once it stabilized, Su Yuntao, with disappointment, declared, your soul power is only level 1. The likelihood of becoming a spirit master is slim. You may return. Next, the little girl walked back to the line, somewhat disheartened. As the second child stepped forward, following the same procedure, the light gathered, revealing a pair of shoes, another tool spirit. Testing soul power now. Level 2 innate soul power, average. You may return. The third child approached, revealing a poker card as their spirit with level 2 innate soul power. From the fourth to the seventh child, none exhibited any soul power. Su Yuntao maintained an expression of calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Next, Tang stepped forward, having observed the previous demonstrations. He extended his right hand as the golden light enveloped him. The light coalesced, manifesting the ethereal image of a small grass sprout in his palm. Blue silver grass. Yet another useless spirit. As Su Yuntao pronounced this verdict, Lu Yu noticed that Tang Sen's left hand, hidden behind his back, was tightly clenched, as if concealing something. Now, let us test your soul power. As Tang Sen placed his hand on the opposite side of the crystal ball, it erupted with dazzling brilliance. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao exclaimed in astonishment. But regrettably, it is a useless spirit, rendering further cultivation unnecessary. Tang Sen appeared utterly exhausted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. All right, next. Lu Yu stepped forward, meeting Tang Sen's encouraging gaze. As Lu Yu positioned himself in the arena, a golden light enveloped him. He raised his right hand, and in that instant, Lu Yu felt a robust surge of soul power coursing through his meridians, gradually accumulating in his right hand. Su Yuntao observed the intensity of the golden light surrounding Lu Yu far surpassing that of the other children, his eyes brimming with excitement. In the next moment, a spectral staff materialized in Lu Yu's hand. The staff was a deep shade of blackish green, adorned at its crescent tip with 7 dull gemstones, while a lotus flower at its center slowly rotated. Divine-grade weapon spirit has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining the weapon spirit, Star Lotus Staff. A weapon spirit staff? Leaning towards the supportive type? Nevertheless, it is commendable. Before Su Yuntao could finish his thought, a burst of golden light erupted once more. Behind Lu Yu, a silver silhouette emerged, shrouded in mist, its form vaguely revealing a pair of wings. Hey, dual spirit! Su Yuntao exclaimed in astonishment. What is a dual spirit? Uncle? Tang Sen inquired. Typically, soul masters possess only one weapon spirit. However, some exceptionally gifted individuals awaken two, which is known as a dual spirit. The likelihood of dual spirits manifesting is exceedingly low and is a rarity, with those who do being unparalleled talents, Su Yuntao elucidated. Now, let us proceed with testing your soul power. Relax and do not tense up. The moment Lu Yu's hand touched the crystal ball, he felt the universal meditation activate within him, as the crystal ball began to absorb his soul power like an abyss, simultaneously radiating a dazzling brilliance. Innate full soul power. At this moment, Su Yuntao felt as though he were in a dream. As an enforcer of the Spirit Hall, awakening a genius like this and bringing him into the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly secure his promotion and salary increase. Are you interested in joining the Spirit Hall? Joining the Spirit Hall? Indeed, the Spirit Hall is the most powerful and formidable organization on the continent. With your talent, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly nurture you diligently. Your future prospects are boundless, Su Yuntao said, his face filled with anticipation as he gazed at Lu Yu. I need to discuss it with my family first. If that's all right. Of course. If you are interested, you may find Enforcer Su Yuntao at the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. With that, Su Yuntao gathered his belongings and made his way outside. Jack, meeting Su Yuntao with an anxious inquiry, asked, Master, how did it go? Congratulations, Village Chief. Your village has produced a genius. Su Yuntao pointed towards Lu Yu as he exited. Without waiting for old Jack to respond, He hastily proceeded to the next village. At village chief Jack's home, "Little you, may I see what your weapon spirit is?" "Sure." In the next moment, village chief Jack was astonished by the silver silhouette and the staff behind Lu Yu. "Dual weapon spirits. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful." Old Jack, perhaps overwhelmed by his astonishment, exclaimed thrice. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned grave as he cautioned Lu Yu. "Little you, you must not use your silver spirit until you are strong enough. Do you understand?" "Huh? Why, Grandpa?" "Little you, your grandfather wishes to share something significant with you. In the mainland, every individual awakens their martial soul upon reaching a certain age, and the martial soul that each child manifests is invariably influenced by their parents. This explains the enduring strength of certain formidable factions, as they possess their own inherited martial souls. Although there exists a possibility for martial souls to mutate, the likelihood is exceedingly rare, and the chances for an ordinary person to awaken a potent martial soul are minuscule. At this moment, Lu Yu appeared composed outwardly, yet his heart brimmed with astonishment. "Grandfather, are you not an ordinary person? How do you possess such knowledge? Have I stumbled into the wrong narrative?" Suppressing his internal shock, Lu Yu inquired, "If what you say is true, does that mean my parents are formidable soul masters as well? Why have they not sought me out?" "Ah, little you, your current strength is still too feeble. When you become sufficiently powerful, you shall undoubtedly meet them. This is a legacy left to you by your parents." Old Jack produced a silver token and a simple ring. "This ring, which I acquired by chance, is a soul-guiding artifact capable of storing items. With a capacity of 50 cubic meters, it is now yours. Grandfather, Tang also possesses innate full soul power, yet his martial soul is blue-silver grass. Ah, it appears that our village will produce 2 soul masters this year. We still have 1 student worker position available for Little San. Our family owns a bookstore, and I have some savings to cover your tuition. What do you think?" "I have no objections," Lu Yu replied. "Very well, rest early. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Tang Hao," Jack remarked, seemingly recalling something with a hint of disdain. Chapter 4. The Lottery, Golden Legend. Leaning against the headboard, Lu Yu gazed at the ring and token in his hand, lost in thought. The revelations from village chief Jack had profoundly shocked him. In the original narrative, Jack's character only appeared at the beginning and end, providing no evidence of him being a powerful soul master. Yet, it now seemed clear that Jack was concealing something significant. Moreover, only the Spirit Hall possesses the legacy of the angel martial soul on the continent. Could it be that my parents are connected to the Spirit Hall? No connection. Indeed. Who is speaking? The sudden voice startled Lu Yu, but he quickly regained his composure. "The system, of course. Do you know something? You are currently too weak. Revealing information would be futile. Let us change the subject. Congratulations, host, on completing the Soul Hall check-in task at Holy Soul Village. You have earned 200 points and a 10-fold draw. Host soul power has reached level 10. The shop is now unlocked. Host, Lu Yu. Soul power, level 10, soul master. Martial soul, star prayer lotus staff, time and space angel, incomplete. Points, 250. Warehouse, poker blueprint. The shop is now open. Lu Yu opened the shop, glanced at the offerings, and could not help but curse. The cheapest items required 1,000 points. System, why don't you go and rob? The host can obtain generous rewards by completing tasks. Task, defeat any major soul master from any faction. Task duration, for months. Completion grants 600 points. To obtain the first soul ring, the soul ring's age must not be less than 300 years. Complete the task to earn 500 points. Any great soul master from any faction? Lu Yu pondered for a moment and swiftly thought of a suitable candidate. The next step was to devise a means to acquire a soul ring. To obtain a soul ring, one must hunt soul beasts. Given his current strength, hunting soul beasts would be akin to courting death. He needed to find a way to enhance his physical capabilities. Although Lu Yu had undergone dragon blood enhancement, the effect was limited and he lacked martial techniques. Particularly, his first martial soul, the Prayer Star Lotus Staff, had a conspicuous shortcoming in close combat. System. Do I have an opportunity for 10 consecutive draws? Let us use it now. In the next instant, a blue fountain, visible only to Lu Yu, appeared before him. Moments later, the water within the fountain began to stir, and as time passed, the turbulence intensified. With a series of splashes, 10 beams of light shot forth from the fountain, 10 luminous orbs darting about the room, leaving long trails in their wake. Suddenly, Lu Yu caught a glimpse of gold. It's golden. The next moment, the 10 orbs aligned neatly before Lu Yu. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the soul guiding device, the Breaking Sky crossbow, martial arts Tai Chi, and 8 dumplings have been stored in the warehouse. Lu Yu retrieved the Breaking Sky crossbow from the system. The crossbow's body was a deep blue-black, adorned with swirling cloud patterns. Unlike traditional crossbows, the Breaking Sky crossbow lacked arms on either side, featuring only 3 black tubes, similar to wrist crossbows, which could be worn on the forearm. Outside the village, in a small grove, a figure dashed swiftly through the trees, sprinting and leaping. Lu Yu exerted force through his legs to ascend to the branches, transitioning from one tree to another, honing his agility. Then, with a powerful leap, he soared into the air, raising his right arm to unleash 3 arrows in quick succession, each striking the target on the tree with precision. Lu Yu executed a backflip, landing gracefully. After several days of practice, Lu Yu had gained a rough understanding of the Breaking Sky crossbow's capabilities. It could fire 3 arrows in a single shot, either individually or simultaneously, with a 5-second cooldown before it could be reused. He concealed the arm crossbow beneath his sleeve, making it entirely undetectable. Subsequently, Lu Yu hoisted a basket of stones and commenced various training exercises. This basket weighed at least 100 pounds, and the burden of weight training was immense. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yu appeared to handle it with ease. He engaged in jogging, squats, and weighted push-ups, performing every conceivable exercise he could think of. Indeed, as his physical quality improved, the difficulty of assimilating the dragon blood also increased, necessitating a greater intensity of training. Previously, Lu Yu's use of dragon blood had merely converted it into energy, without complete digestion and utilization. At present, the dragon blood was stored within his dantian. With each breakthrough of his physical limits, a portion of the dragon blood would be released to strengthen his body. However, Lu Yu had now reached a bottleneck. After completing his training, he had only worked up a slight sweat and realized he needed to enhance his strength training. Suddenly, he recalled the cloaked hammer technique from the original story. The most remarkable aspect of this hammering technique lies in its utilization of the principle of leveraging strength, where each strike accumulates power. Theoretically, the force of each subsequent blow surpasses that of the previous one, and this can continue indefinitely, provided one can withstand the exertion. Lu Yu recalls that Tang Hao, known as the title Douluo, seemingly could deliver 81 strikes. Or was it a different number? To have Tang Hao impart his knowledge? Such a notion is evidently implausible. In the original narrative, Tang Xin only received instruction from Tang Hao after awakening the Haoyan hammer, a supreme weapon spirit. Furthermore, with his own spirit being a staff, he has no need for such formidable strength. However, leveraging strength. Lu Yu suddenly remembers that he had drawn a book on Tai Chi during a previous lottery. The principle of leveraging strength. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. This is indeed a legacy from our ancestors. With a newfound purpose, Lu Yu abandoned his stone basket and hurried toward Tang Hao's blacksmith shop. Uncle Hao, do you have any larger pieces of iron? Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Lu Yu was surprised to find village chief Jack conversing with Tang Hao, while Tang San was busy at the forge. It appeared that Tang San had already mastered the wind hammer technique and was diligently practicing. Village chief Jack, noticing Lu Yu's presence, felt a tinge of astonishment. It had been days since he last saw the boy, and he wondered what had brought him here. Earlier that morning, Village Chief Jack had sought out Tang Hao to discuss the possibility of sending Tang San to school. He had anticipated a lengthy discussion, yet Tang Hao had readily consented, leaving old Jack nearly doubting his own hearing. You said what? I said I agree to let Tang San attend the Notting City Soul Master Academy and become a Soul Master. Very well. I will come to collect little San in a few days. There happens to be a work-study position available in the village, which I have discussed with little Yu. And we shall allocate this spot to little San. The village will cover the travel expenses, so you need not worry. I have no objections. Satisfied with the response, old Jack turned to leave. Uncle Hao, do you have any larger raw iron? We do have some. What do you need it for? You'll find out soon enough. How much do you require? About 50 pounds, and it would be best to have several pieces. As he departed, Lu Yu discreetly took a hammer, and Tang Hao made no comment upon noticing. Lu Yu contemplated using this iron to forge a set of weighted gear, thus increasing the intensity of his training. Tang San watched Lu Yu leave, pondering that his brother likely aimed to challenge himself, but he wondered what he would do with the iron, given that he could not forge it. Tang Hao, overhearing, expressed his curiosity. Little San, you mentioned that Lu Yu has also awakened a twin spirit, including an angelic one? Yes, but that spirit is shrouded in mist, making it difficult to discern. Tang Hao murmured to himself, contemplating Lu Yu's origins. First, dragon blood. And now this spirit, could it be? Father, is something the matter? Tang Sen inquired, noticing his father's prolonged silence. It's nothing. All right, cease your hammering for now. I will demonstrate the technique once more. Pay close attention to my posture and movements. Chapter 5. The Journey to Notting City. Days later, Tang Sen wiped the sweat from his brow and set down his hammer. The hammering technique taught by his father is truly remarkable. I can manage at most 8 strikes. I wonder what brother Yu has been up to these past few days. Upon completing the task assigned by Tang Hao today, Tang Sen hurried to the village chief's residence seeking Lu Yu. Reflecting on the past few days when Lu Yu had approached his father for iron and a hammer, Tang Xin couldn't help but wonder about Lu Yu's intentions. Was he perhaps aspiring to learn the art of forging? However, the village possessed only his father's bellows and forge. What could merely hammering iron achieve? Upon arriving at the village chief's home, Tang San was informed that Lu Yu was not present. When inquiring about Lu Yu's whereabouts, Village Chief Jack revealed that Lu Yu had been venturing into the small woods before dawn and returning after dark, covered in dirt. Consequently, Tang Sen made his way to the small woods. As he entered the grove and took a few steps, he was suddenly met with the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal. Following the noise, Tang San was astounded by the sight before him. There stood Lu Yu, wielding a hammer to strike an iron block. With each blow, Lu Yu's upper body would twist at an angle, only to return to the swing once more, each strike seemingly more powerful than the last. This technique of leveraging force, akin to the chaotic gale hammer technique, raised a question in Tang San's mind. Had his father taught Lu Yu as well? No, it was impossible. Lu Yu had not been to the blacksmith shop in recent days. Could it be that he had discovered this method on his own? The more Tang San pondered, the more incredulous he became. He had only mastered these skills under his father's guidance, while Lu Yu had arrived at them independently. Furthermore, Tang San counted and realized that Lu Yu had executed a staggering 30 strikes in one go, while his father had only managed 36 in a single demonstration. Lu Yu's innate talent was indeed terrifying. No, he couldn't fall behind. If Lu Yu was putting forth such effort, he too must prioritize his own training in crafting hidden weapons. With that resolve, Tang Sen quietly departed. At that moment, Lu Yu was sprawled on the ground, his body aching immensely. Suddenly, a warm current surged through his dantian, banishing the soreness and fatigue in an instant. The dragon's blood had absorbed a portion of his exhaustion. Lu Yu moved to the side and donned a set of iron armor, including a chest plate, leg guards, and gauntlets, weighing close to 100 kilograms. For an adult, walking even 100 meters in such gear would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, Lu Yu, feeling the pressure in his limbs, bounced a few times in place. For the past month and a half, he had continuously worn this weighted equipment, only removing it during sleep. Even while eating, he kept it on. Through this period of acclimatization, he had long since adapted to the burden. Calculating the time, he realized that the Academy's opening day was approaching, with less than a month remaining until the deadline set by the system for his tasks. Soon, he would reunite with Su Yuntao to undertake their assignments. In Lu Yu's eyes, Su Yuntao had become a living point of accumulation. At that moment, in the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall, achoo! What was happening? Why had he been sneezing so much lately? Had he caught a cold? Su Yuntao murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Tang Sen added firewood to the stove and poured a bit more water into the porridge, ensuring his father would have hot congee upon waking. Old Jack and Lu Yu were already waiting at the door. Perhaps due to their trip into town today, Grandfather Jack had donned a new outfit, appearing considerably more spirited. Let us go, Xiao-san. That lazybones won't be getting up anytime soon. Village Chief Jack beckoned to Tang San. Shoo, Grandpa, please keep your voice down. Father dislikes being disturbed during his sleep. Tang San gestured for silence, shouldering his bundle as he departed. As Tang San walked along the road, he occasionally glanced back. Tang San, are you reluctant to part with Uncle Tang Hao? Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. A little, Tang San admitted. Village Chief Jack smiled gently. What good deeds could that drunken Tang Hao have done in his past life to deserve such a considerate child as you? Grandpa Jack, could you tell me about the Academy? Tang San shifted the topic. Village Chief Jack chuckled. Certainly, the Academy is a place of learning. Since Holy Spirit Village was not far from Nodding City, the trio reached their destination in less than half a day. Nodding City, while not a large city in the Heaven Do Empire, was still bustling with activity. After escorting the two to the Academy gates, Old Jack reminded them. Once you enter the Academy, make sure to attend classes diligently and listen attentively. Strive to become excellent spirit masters upon your departure, understood? Grandpa has some matters to attend to in the city, so you two go in by yourselves. Lu Yu, take good care of Xiao-san, understood? Don't cause any trouble or get into fights. Yes, Grandpa, we will be obedient. You go ahead with your business, Lu Yu replied. Old Jack turned to leave, and Tang San and Lu Yu walked towards the school. Hey, where did these children come from? This is not a place for you to fool around. Hurry up and leave. Just as they approached the school gate, a voice filled with scorn rang out. Lu Yu quickly retrieved a document from his pocket and presented it to the guard. Sir, we are the new students for this year, here to enroll. The guard glanced at the document, smirked disdainfully, and retorted, You? Which village of trash do you come from? Can you even become spirit masters? Innate full spirit power. Blue silvergrass. Huh, you almost made me laugh to death. A worthless martial soul from a broken place. With that, the guard contemptuously tossed the document to the ground. Sneering, even the aristocratic families in the city might not produce one with innate full spirit power, and you think you can produce two from this impoverished village? Where are your parents? TCH, two unwanted bastards. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression changed, and fury surged within him as he prepared to retaliate against the guard. Suddenly, a small hand grasped his arm. It was Tang San, shaking his head, signaling him not to act rashly. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from behind them. I can vouch for them. Lu Yu and Tang San turned to see a familiar figure approaching. Master Su? Both exclaimed in surprise. Su Yuntao nodded in acknowledgement, his expression turning serious as he addressed the guard. I am the spirit master responsible for awakening these two children's martial souls. The document you just discarded was issued by me. Su Yuntao had been sneezing for several days, and his right eyelid was twitching uncontrollably, sensing something was amiss. He had thought of taking a stroll for some fresh air, only to witness this scene. Upon recognizing that the guard was confronting Lu Yu, he was startled, knowing his promotion and salary increase depended on this young man. If this commotion escalated and another steward intervened, his aspirations would be dashed. As the guard noticed the young man approaching, he was about to unleash another insult, but suddenly caught sight of the golden badge pinned to his chest, depicting two crossed swords, a great spirit master. He gasped, realizing the significance of these two children. How could they attract a great spirit master? At this moment, he truly wished to slap himself twice. The guard, having hit a dead end, felt utterly despondent. What was happening? In the distance, a figure approached. Chapter 6. The master appears, seeking apprenticeship? What was going on? A hoarse voice echoed. Lu Yu looked up to see a man of average height and slender build walking towards him. Clad in black, the man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. With a neat crew cut, an unremarkable appearance, and hands clasped behind his back, exuding a certain languidness reminiscent of Tang Hao. This was the master, Yu Xiaojing, the teacher of Tang San in the original narrative, a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, who, due to a mutation in his martial spirit, had become incapacitated, a fragment of the intellect of the Iron Triangle. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled the identity of the man before him. Master, the guard, as if seizing a lifeline, spoke respectfully. He hurriedly picked up the proof of the martial spirit hall from the ground and presented it to Yu Xiaojing. These are two new students sent from the village below. Yu Xiaojing glanced at the proof before shifting his gaze to Lu Yu and Tang San. The moment Lu Yu's eyes met the master's, he felt a flash of wisdom in the man's gaze, a sentiment echoed by Tang San beside him. Sir, I apologize on behalf of the academy for the earlier incident. I will take charge of these two children, Su Yuntao remarked, appraising the man before him, speculating that he must be a teacher at the academy. The ones who need to apologize are not me, but these two children. I hope your school can send someone more sensible to guard the gates next time, rather than just anyone off the street. As he spoke, Su Yuntao cast a glance at the guard. The guard immediately bowed his head, cold sweat trickling down his back, too intimidated to respond. The master lowered his gaze to Lu Yu and Tang San, forcing a smile that was more of a grimace. You two, come with me. After the master departed with them, Su Yuntao turned to leave as well, pulling a handkerchief from his sleeve. Inside were some gold coins and a note. This was something Lu Yu had stealthily slipped into his hand moments prior, executed so swiftly that no one noticed. Upon reading the note, Su Yuntao smiled warmly. This little rascal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, earning 200 points. The black gold staff has been deposited into the system warehouse. Please check it. As Lu Yu stepped through the school gates, the system promptly chimed in. At that moment, Tang San was engaged in conversation with the master. Teacher, I apologize for the trouble earlier, Tang San said. The master waved his hand dismissively. I am not a teacher. I am merely a guest here, living off the school's provisions. You may call me master, as others do. Not a teacher? Then you must be quite an impressive person, Tang San replied. Oh, why do you say that? You may not be a teacher, but those two guards showed you great respect, and you can represent the academy, indicating your elevated status. Tang San quickly articulated his deduction. Lu Yu stood by, marveling at Tang San's astute flattery, which was impeccably smooth. The master laughed heartily. The title of teacher is not one to be given lightly. You two possess innate full soul power. And, he paused, a glint of shrewdness flickering in his eyes, and you both have dual martial spirits. I, as a mere resident here, do not possess the qualifications to be your teacher. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The proof presented by Yu Ge stated that he possessed a twin martial soul. However, the only person he had confided in about his dual martial soul was his father. Even during his awakening, he had kept it well hidden. Lu Yu sighed softly, acknowledging the brilliance of the master. As a time traveler, he had learned of Tang San's twin martial soul from a godlike perspective, while the master had uncovered the secret solely based on his theoretical knowledge. This was truly remarkable. Indeed, you possess extraordinary abilities, master. It seems that no teacher in the entire Soul Master Academy could rival your discernment. As you were able to identify my twin martial soul merely from a piece of documentation, Tang said slowly, would you consider being my mentor? This was a carefully pondered decision by Tang San. He had only disclosed his twin martial soul to his father. Yet the person before him had unveiled it with such ease. How astonishing. The master laughed heartily. Very well, since you have taken the initiative to seek me as your teacher, I shall oblige this once. Tang San, do you know how I deduced that you possess a twin martial soul? Tang San pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The master then turned to Lu Yu, inquiring, does this young friend happen to know? Lu Yu was taken aback. Me? The master smiled and nodded. I surmise it is due to this document. Lu Yu waved the proof he held in his hand. The master remained silent, encouraging him to continue. This proof states that the blue silver grass is a mediocre martial soul, yet it possesses innate full soul power. However, I am uncertain how you inferred the details from it, Lu Yu confessed. Although he enjoyed watching anime and reading novels, he primarily remembered the thrilling battles and extraordinary skills, finding it difficult to retain fragmented theoretical concepts. Regarding deductions, Lu Yu had merely observed the master glance at the document and relied on intuition. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback by this revelation. This child observes with such meticulousness. I had merely glanced at the proof. Yet he could deduce my reasoning for identifying the twin martial soul. These two youngsters are not simple at all. Proof? Tang San was still in a haze. Indeed. It is the proof, the master replied with a smile. This young friend is quite clever. I deduced it from your documents. I have investigated over 670 soul masters with the blue-silver grass martial soul, of which only 1/3 possess soul power, and even then, it was merely at the first level. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial souls I have studied, the quality of a martial soul is directly proportional to its soul power, and the blue-silver grass clearly does not belong to this category. I can anticipate what you are about to say. There are always exceptions. In the last century, only 2 individuals with twin martial souls have emerged from the 2 great empires. Yet there have been 19 with innate full soul power, all of whom were undeniably powerful soul masters. Among them, 2 hailed from humble origins and possessed innate full soul power due to martial soul mutations, while your blue-silver grass evidently has not undergone any mutation. Therefore, I deduce that you must possess another martial soul to support this, the master concluded, gazing at Tang San, who was left in a state of astonishment. In contrast, Lu Yu remained unconvinced. This theory was applicable only to the inhabitants of Douluo continent, and Tang San was not one of them. His twin martial soul was inherited from his parents, while the innate full soul power was a result of his training in the Shantian skill. The master then reiterated the theory of martial soul mutations to Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately knelt and bowed his head in reverence to his master. Lu Yu, standing quietly beside him, showed no intention of doing the same. Brother Yu, are you not going to pay your respects? The master possesses profound knowledge of martial souls, which will undoubtedly aid in your future cultivation. Tang San inquired after being helped to his feet by the master. The master smiled at Lu Yu, genuinely intrigued by the origins of the boy with the silver angel martial soul. The aura surrounding the youth did not resemble that of a commoner nor that of a noble, and the martial souls of the martial soul hall were not silver. Lu Yu slowly shook his head, responding, the master cannot assist me. Tang San furrowed his brow upon hearing this, but the master, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. If you do not wish to pay your respects, then do not. I can personally introduce you to a mentor, especially since you both possess innate full soul power and need to hunt soul beasts to acquire your first soul ring. Of course, if you have any questions regarding soul rings or soul beasts, feel free to come and ask me. He truly admired this child. Had it been anyone else, he would have shown little interest. Chapter 7. Establishing authority in the dormitory. The master led the 2 to complete their enrollment procedures, registering their identities as students and receiving their uniforms before proceeding to allocate dormitories. Since Lu Yu was not a working student, he and Tang San were assigned to different dorms. The working student dormitory was in Block 7, while Lu Yu was assigned to Block 6, reserved for the offspring of nobility. After the teacher in charge of accommodations escorted Lu Yu to Block 6, he departed. Brother Yu, once we finish arranging our dorms, shall we head to the cafeteria together? Tang San suggested. All right, see you shortly, Lu Yu replied. The dormitory building had 3 floors, with Block 7 on the ground floor and Block 6 on the second. As Lu Yu approached the entrance, he overheard several voices within. Boss, I just heard from the dormitory supervisor that we have a new student in our dorm. A new student? What is the matter? This kid seems to be from the countryside. He has a working student companion who was assigned to Block 7. From the countryside, a working student, just a bumpkin. Perfect. We can have him serve us by fetching tea and washing clothes. How delightful. What if he is a troublemaker? What of it? He is just a naive newcomer. How much trouble can he cause? If he dares to show defiance, we'll beat him until he is searching for his teeth. Hee hee, boss, while I was coming up, I saw a girl from Block 7. She is definitely a catch. Let us go have some fun with her tomorrow. Listening to the chattering voices inside, Liu frowned repeatedly. He then raised his foot and kicked the door. Bang! The steel door slammed loudly against the wall behind it. In an instant, the children inside were taken aback. Liu stood at the threshold, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze around the room. The occupants, both boys and girls, ranged from 6 to 11 or 12 years old, all adorned in luxurious robes. At that moment, they all stared at Liu at the entrance. I am the one from the countryside. I hear you plan to beat me to a pulp? Liu sneered. The stunned children inside quickly regained their composure, their expressions shifting to fury. A bumpkin dares to be so arrogant. One exclaimed, "You're the one from the countryside, right?" At the forefront stood a tall boy gazing at Liu, his face etched with derision and disdain. "You, newcomer, do you understand the rules? Do you know who holds sway in this dormitory? Do you know who I am?" Liu regarded the boy before him with a frigid stare. This was the so-called leader. "Boss, don't waste your breath on him. This country bumpkin dares to kick the door. Teach him a lesson, so he knows his place." Another boy stepped forward, his face contorted into a menacing grimace as he fixed his gaze on Liu. "Wang Hu, take it easy, don't incapacitate him. We still need him for the harder chores in our dormitory," the boy cautioned. The one called Wang Hu responded, "Don't worry, boss, I know my limits." The other children in the dormitory erupted into laughter, envisioning Liu on his knees, begging for mercy. "Kid, state your name. I don't fight nameless wretches." With a sudden tremor, Wang Hu summoned his martial spirit, a 2-meter-long staff glowing with a yellow light. "Pathetic," Liu retorted, extending his middle finger. Wang Hu's expression shifted as he swung the staff, leaping lightly to deliver a powerful blow towards Liu. Just as the staff was about to connect, the impact would surely leave Liu bruised. The laughter of the other boys grew louder. However, in the blink of an eye, Liu sprang into action. His right hand transformed into a claw, fingers akin to an eagle's talons seizing its prey. Wang Hu froze, as if immobilized. With a slight pause of his left foot, Liu unleashed his force. A sharp pain surged through Wang Hu's abdomen, his face instantly turning a deep shade of purple, his back arching like a cooked shrimp. At that moment, Liu wielded the staff. With a resounding crash, Wang Hu was sent tumbling to the ground, the entire sequence executed with a clean precision, devoid of any hesitation, all transpiring in the blink of an eye. Before the other boys could comprehend what had occurred, Wang Hu was already airborne. "With such meager strength, you expect me to serve you tea?" Liu flexed his wrist, coldly addressing them. "Today, if I don't leave you all searching for your teeth, I don't bear the surname Liu." Upon hearing this, the faces of the children turned pale. Suddenly, a figure soared from behind the group of boys, resembling a hunting eagle in flight, hands poised like claws, legs slightly bent. Charging towards Liu with lightning speed, swifter than Wang Hu before. "It's Ling Fei. His martial spirit is the Tsang Ying, and he is the strongest among us. Second only to Xiao, our leader," exclaimed the boys in astonishment. Ling Fei's attack was executed with remarkable speed, nearly simultaneous with Liu's words. Liu smirked coldly, slightly turning his body to confront the oncoming threat, using his right shoulder as a shield. As Ling Fei approached, Liu seized him with precision. Following the momentum, Liu pivoted, channeling the force from his right shoulder to his left, unleashing a powerful left punch that struck Ling Fei squarely in the chest. Liu's speed even surpassed that of Ling Fei, who possessed a speed-oriented martial spirit. With a resounding impact, Ling Fei was sent flying backward, mimicking Wang Hu's earlier trajectory. In that instant, the entire 6th dormitory fell silent. Everyone was horrified as they gazed at Liu, utterly astonished that the 3 strongest fighters of the 6th dormitory had been dispatched by him in the blink of an eye, with only one remaining. He had barely moved from his position. Then, Liu finally stirred. He lifted his foot and began to advance slowly. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously, creating a sensation akin to treading upon their very hearts. All but the elder Xiao retreated a few paces in unison. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned toward Xiao, the only soul master among them who possessed a soul ring. Wang Hu and Ling Fei, supporting one another, managed to rise, casting cold glares at Liu, thinking to themselves that offending Xiao meant certain doom for the young man. Xiao Lai regarded Liu with a frigid stare and spoke. "You should know that I am a genuine soul master. It is not too late to apologize. Are you certain you wish to oppose me?" Yet, Liu remained steadfast, repeating his earlier words. "I do not wish to repeat myself, boy." At this, Xiao Lai's fury ignited. He felt utterly disrespected. First, Liu had injured Wang Hu and Ling Fei, and now he displayed such arrogance. A country bumpkin, emboldened by a modicum of strength, dared to act so brazenly. If he were not reprimanded, how could Xiao maintain authority in the future? Xiao Lai, a 6th-level student with the martial spirit of a Gale Wolf, and a 12th-level Battle Soul Master, coldly commanded, "State your martial spirit and level. It is the rule." Lu Yu smiled lightly. "I am Lu Yu, a freshman with a martial spirit of a staff, possessing innate full soul power, yet lacking a soul ring." With a flourish of his hand, a pitch-black staff adorned with mysterious runes materialized, its tip encrusted with 7 gemstones, and a blossoming blue lotus turned gracefully within a crescent moon, radiating a vibrant life force. The crowd was taken aback upon hearing of his innate full soul power, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at Lu Yu. Such a rare talent, encountered once in a century, had graced them today. Chapter 8. Conquest, Boss. Ling Fei observed the staff in Lu Yu's grasp, feeling the warm aura emanating from it, and sensed a sudden alleviation of his injuries. He scoffed. What of innate full soul power? A person without a soul ring dares to be so arrogant? How formidable can a support-type staff martial spirit truly be? Indeed, without a soul ring, what can he possibly do to compete with the boss? The boss is not even fazed by him. Others chimed in, bolstering Xiao Lai's confidence. Though Lu Yu possessed innate full soul power, Xiao was a bona fide soul master. With a sinister grin, Xiao Lai uttered a low growl, and a white soul ring rose beneath him, revealing a green wolf shadow behind him. Martial spirit manifestation. The wolf shadow gradually merged with Xiao Lai, causing his pupils to glow with a vibrant green light. His hands transformed, becoming razor-sharp. Lu Yu glanced at the soul ring. What a pathetic sight, merely white. According to Lu Yu's recollections, the color of a soul ring corresponded to its age: 10 years for white, 100 for yellow, 1,000 for purple, 10,000 for black, and 100,000 for red. This one was merely 10 years old. Lu Yu promptly retracted his martial spirit, deeming it unnecessary to summon it against a mere white ring. However, Xiao Lai misinterpreted Lu Yu's action as a sign of fear, believing that Lu Yu had realized the insignificance of his martial spirit. Now that you know fear, it is too late. You shall pay the price for today's events. Xiao Lai bellowed with fury, channeling his strength into his claws as he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lu Yu. Confident in his might, Xiao Lai believed this strike would be insurmountable for Lu Yu. The bystanders, too, mocked the situation, convinced that the elder Xiao would surely prevail, sealing the fate of the hapless newcomer. Yet, Lu Yu remained steadfast, employing no techniques, his legs slightly bent in a stable stance, seemingly executing a casual punch as if in practice. With a resounding crash, Xiao Lai was sent flying, crashing forcefully into the wall before tumbling to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his chest, he struggled to rise, only to glimpse a pair of feet before him. A soft voice inquired, "Are you waiting for another beating from me, calling me daddy? Or will you obediently call me daddy yourself?" As Xiao Lai grappled with the acute agony in his chest, he recalled that terrifying punch, realizing that he was no match for this newcomer. Lu Yu turned to face the other onlookers, instantly instilling fear among them. Their faces flushed as they retreated several steps. "From now on, I am the new leader of Dormitory 6. Any objections?" "And no objections," the others stammered, visibly intimidated. They pledged allegiance. "You shall be our new leader. If you say to go east, we shall not venture west." Wang Hu and Ling Fei, quick-witted, promptly arranged Lu Yu's bed. "You three, come here." Lu Yu beckoned Xiao Lai, Wang Hu, and Ling Fei, summoning the Qixing lotus staff and infusing it with soul power. Instantly, the lotus at the staff's tip burst forth in a dazzling glow. Wang Hu and Ling Fei felt enveloped by a warm current, their injuries healing in an instant. "So miraculous," they exclaimed. "Thank you, boss." Grateful for the gesture, Lu Yu understood the principle behind such exchanges. "Enough of this frivolity. Hurry and make my bed. I'm starving after all this fuss. Let us head to the cafeteria soon," he instructed with a wave of his hand. As Wang Hu and Ling Fei busied themselves with the bedding, Xiao Lai looked at Lu Yu with earnestness and declared, "From now on, you are my boss, Xiao Lai." Lu Yu felt a sense of awkwardness at this admission, patting Xiao Lai on the shoulder before turning to leave, reflecting that children are indeed children. They listen to whoever is strongest. Meanwhile, the three reconvened, watching Lu Yu's departing figure. "Boss is truly the boss. He can defeat us without even using his martial soul," Ling Fei remarked. Wang Hu questioned, "Is our boss truly a support-type soul master? How can he fight so fiercely?" Xiao Lai pondered. Perhaps this is the innate gift of possessing full soul power from birth. Lu Yu strolled leisurely to the cafeteria, coincidentally encountering Tang San at the entrance, alongside a charming young girl. The little girl's complexion was rosy, dressed in simple yet neat attire. Her long hair intricately braided into a long scorpion braid, cascading down to her waist. They were engaged in conversation, accompanied by several individuals from Dormitory 7. "You go," Tang San called out, waving at Lu Yu. His shout caught the little girl's attention, who turned to look at Lu Yu. This must be Xiao Wu. Lu Yu mused, surprised that Tang San was attracted to such a type. He thought to himself, she is the epitome of a little lowly, far too young. Though the enchanting Xiao Wu possesses a pure and delightful appearance, Lu Yu harbors no improper thoughts. In the original narrative, Xiao Wu is the wife of the third party, and he finds himself as the brother of that very individual. After all, one must not offend a brother's spouse. Moreover, in the vast world of Douluo continent, there are myriad beauties, and opportunities abound. Are you Lu Yu? Xiao Wu inquired, her large, watery eyes fixed upon him. The third party informed me that there is someone named Lu Yu who surpasses him in strength. I just defeated him, and now I aim to defeat you. Tang San's face flushed with embarrassment, though he had perhaps let her win earlier. Being bested by a girl still stung his pride. That would be me. Lu Yu acknowledged with a nod. Then let us spar after our meal, Xiao Wu cheerfully proposed. Not interested, Lu Yu swiftly declined. He was aware that Xiao Wu's true form was that of a soft-boned charm rabbit, known for her early penchant for combat and teasing Tang San. However, Lu Yu genuinely lacked interest. He had just finished a fight and was quite famished, eager only for sustenance. Why not? Xiao Wu paused, huffing in response. Are you afraid of a girl like me? Not at all. Lu Yu shook his head, mainly because you cannot defeat me. In truth, Tang San was also curious about Lu Yu's true strength. Human beings are innately curious, even if Tang San is a transmigrator, possessing the soul of a man in his 30s. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's competitive spirit was ignited by Lu Yu's remarks. How would you know if we haven't fought yet? I don't care. As a girl, I challenge you, Lu Yu, and you must accept. Realizing he could not evade her challenge, Lu Yu relented, saying, all right, I will fight you. He paused before adding, but do you possess a spirit ring? Not yet, why? Then we shall wait until you have a spirit ring before we engage. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. You said it. No takebacks. I possess innate full spirit power. And once I return, let us eat first, Lu Yu interjected, patting his stomach. In the interim, the master sought out Tang San, drawing the attention of other students in the 7th dormitory. The master was a renowned figure within the academy. Tang San, you have taken the master as your mentor? One of the work-study students could not help but comment. Be sure to think this through. The master's spirit power is only at the 29th level, and he is nearing 50 without hope of breaking through to a great soul master, merely lingering in the academy. Enough. Speak again, and I shall truly strike you. Tang San shot him a cold glance before departing. Lu Yu shook his head. These work-study students were merely ordinary individuals, lacking Tang San's foresight. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu gazed after Tang San's retreating figure, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter after their meal. Lu Yu did not return to the dormitory, but instead proceeded to the library, intending to seek out information to enhance his understanding of spirit beasts and spirit rings. He had expected the library to be bustling with students, but to his surprise, only a few scattered scholars occupied the space. Upon reflection, this was the Douluo continent, where, despite the importance of knowledge, the world revered strength above all. Furthermore, the Junior Soul Master Academy was filled with children no older than 11 or 12, along with work-study students, leaving little time for academic pursuits. The library's records may lack the meticulous detail of a master's discourse, yet for Lu Yu, they suffice. He merely needs to familiarize himself with the Soul Beast Encyclopedia and its approximate timelines to prepare for acquiring his first soul ring. Generally, soul beasts under 400 years of age can be found at the periphery of the soul hunting forest, and with a modicum of caution, one should encounter no issues. Lu Yu immersed himself in his studies, evoking memories of his previous life's exam preparations. As the sun slowly descended, it left behind a brilliant tapestry of twilight hues, where the intermingling shadows of dusk bathed the sky and earth in warm colors. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding, daily reading check-in, 100 points. Lu Yu placed the book back on the shelf, only to turn and find a man clad in black attire gazing intently at him, a familiar smile gracing his features. What brings the master here? The library of Notting Academy was modest in size, comprising 2 levels, the first dedicated entirely to the fundamental introductions of soul beasts. Given the master's vast knowledge, it seemed unnecessary for him to seek information here. Could it be that he had come in search of me? As Liu pondered, the master nodded in his direction. Follow me, he said softly before turning to leave, with Lu Yu trailing closely behind. Throughout their journey, the master remained silent. Yet Lu Yu sensed a watchful gaze upon him. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they finally halted before a quaint wooden cabin. Come in, the master beckoned. Opening the door and stepping inside, Lu Yu noticed the interior was adorned with numerous books, all meticulously organized, suggesting a hint of the master's obsessive nature. Master, is there something you wish to discuss? Lu Yu could no longer contain his curiosity. Please, make yourself comfortable, the master replied, settling behind a desk. Lu Yu, I noticed from the Spirit Hall's documentation that you are a natural-born, full soul power wielder with twin martial spirits, correct? Yes, Lu Yu affirmed with a nod. Could you demonstrate your martial spirit? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, the master added quickly, as if to dispel any misgivings. Although puzzled, Lu Yu complied. With a thought, the praying star lotus staff materialized in his hand, and a silver figure emerged behind him. The master's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Lu Yu's silver angelic martial spirit, prompting him to spring to his feet. Incredible. If it is not a mutation, then it is genuine. Lu Yu, intrigued by the master's reaction, inquired, Do you know the origins of my martial spirit? I cannot guarantee it. But I have a strong inclination, the master responded solemnly. The renowned angelic martial spirits of the continent originate from the Spirit Hall, who claim to be descendants of the sun god. However, there is another place that preserves the lineage of the angelic martial spirit. Where is that? Lu Yu retracted his martial spirit, as its immense power had nearly drained half of his soul energy merely by summoning it. Hearing that the master might possess knowledge about the origins of his martial spirit ignited a surge of excitement within Lu Yu. If this were true, it might lead him to his parents in this world. In his previous life, Lu Yu's parents worked away from home, leaving him to be raised by his grandfather in the countryside. After his grandfather's passing, he was finally reunited with his parents, only for tragedy to strike just as he was accepted into university. Thus, Lu Yu longed for the completeness of a family. In my youth, I traversed the continent, and on one occasion, I found myself lost in a most enigmatic village. The master continued, stating that this village was not marked on any map, yet it undeniably existed. The villagers, without any guidance, would awaken to their true selves upon reaching a certain age, and without exception, their awakened souls were of the clockwork variety. What relevance does this have to me? At the heart of the village stood a statue that bore a striking resemblance to your soul. From the villagers, I learned that this was the deity they had venerated through generations. A deity? Indeed, and there is something extraordinarily mystical about it. The locals acquire their spirit rings in a rather unique manner. They never hunt soul beasts. Instead, whenever someone seeks to ascend, they pray to the deity, and the statue manifests, bestowing upon them a spirit ring. Do you recall where this village is? Lu Yu inquired eagerly. Regrettably, the master shook his head. When I sought to retrace my steps after leaving, the village had vanished. Vanished? Yes, as if it had simply dissipated into thin air. What connection does my soul have with this village? Lu Yu pondered, feeling quite bewildered after such revelations. I suspect, the master continued, that the village is linked to a hidden sect, or perhaps the village itself serves as a conduit between the continent and the sect. Your soul is likely their inherited essence, the key to uncovering its whereabouts. After returning from the master, Lu Yu's consciousness lingered in the system space, repeatedly reflecting on the master's words. System, is what the master said true? There is a mixture of truth and falsehood. With your current strength, knowing it serves little purpose. Your immediate priority is to acquire your first spirit ring, enhance your abilities, and complete your tasks. Do not overthink it. The system scoffed dismissively. Lu Yu glanced at the system panel. Host, Lu Yu. Soul Power, Level 10, Soul Master. Points, 550. Warehouse, Blueprint for Poker Cards. Task, defeat any major Soul Master. Points, 600. Acquire the first spirit ring, with an age of no less than 300 years. Points, 500. Having accumulated 550 points, he realized that upon obtaining his first spirit ring, he would be able to engage in a tenfold draw. As for the system shop, Lu Yu merely glanced before exiting, lacking any desire to peruse further. Items such as postpartum care for sows, 100 tips to become wealthy, and a wealthy woman's obsession with me were bafflingly expensive, each costing 2,000 points. System, what is this? Why are the prices escalating? Wasn't it 1,000 points last time? You get what you pay for. The stronger you become, the more it costs. You are robbing me. Indeed, I am robbing you. Any objections? The system raised an eyebrow. What the hell? Is there rationale behind robbing me? Do you dare to believe that I will sever my ties with you? For disobedient little hosts, this system reserves the right to obliterate you. What is this? Lu Yu was utterly perplexed. What kind of operation is this? What an absurd system. Chapter 10, The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 1. In the morning, Lu Yu decided to skip class and head directly to the library for some reading. The courses at the junior college predominantly involve rote memorization, which is exceedingly simple for Lu Yu, who possesses the myriad phenomena meditation. Furthermore, Lu Yu consistently ranks among the top students, leading the teachers to turn a blind eye to his truancy. After lunch, Lu Yu sought out Tang-san, only to find him absent. He surmised that his friend must have gone to the soul-hunting forest with the master. In the afternoon, Lu Yu ventured out as well, though he did not rush to the soul-hunting forest. Instead, he made a stop at the Spirit Hall. The soul hunting forest is where the imperial authorities raise spirit beasts, and entry requires a token from the spirit hall, which Liu did not possess. Thus he needed assistance. The spirit hall in Nodding City was far more grandiose than that of Holy Soul Village, featuring a 3-story structure and a grand entrance adorned with a formidable golden sword. "Child, this is the spirit hall, not a playground," a guard remarked as Liu approached. "Hello, I am here to see Master Su Yuntao. Please inform him that Liu has come to visit," Liu replied. The guard regarded him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, furrowing his brow. "What does a child like you want with him?" Despite his skepticism, the guard complied. Before long, Su Yuntao emerged, gazing intently at Liu. "Ah, young genius. Have you decided to join the spirit hall? Come in, let us converse." "No, I am here to seek your assistance," Liu clarified. "Seek my assistance?" Su Yuntao responded, puzzled. Then recalled that Liu possessed innate full soul power and likely needed a soul ring. "What kind of help do you require? You don't mean to ask me to assist you in hunting soul beasts, do you? However, I am quite busy. If you were to join the spirit hall, I could assist you." Liu, with a thought, retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his spatial ring and placed it upon the table. "I would like to hire you to help me hunt soul beasts. This is a deposit." As Su Yuntao opened the pouch, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Where did you acquire such wealth, young man?" He recalled that Liu was the grandson of the village chief, but how much could a village chief possibly earn? This pouch contained at least 300 gold coins, surpassing his monthly salary. "That is not for you to worry about. Just tell me if you will assist." Liu smiled. The entire sum on the table had been given to him by Grandpa Jack, and to be honest, Liu was also astonished upon seeing such a quantity of gold coins for the first time, reminiscent of the experience of discovering one's family wealth at 18. It suddenly dawned on him that Grandpa Jack was quite extraordinary. How could a village chief amass such wealth? "All right, when shall we depart? Should we gather more people?" Su Yuntao's quick agreement took Liu by surprise. "No need, just the two of us will suffice. Let us set off immediately." To the northeast of Nodding City, Su Yuntao and Liu traveled by horse-drawn carriage to the marketplace at the edge of the soul-hunting forest. What a lively scene, Liu thought, recalling the bustling fairs of his past life. Professional team needed, 1 spot left, recruiting support soul masters. Boarding now, priority for healing type. Agility type battle soul master, level 30. Spirit beast, shadow eagle, seeking a team. Little San and the master must be inside searching for soul beasts now, he mused. "Let us go. The entrance is over there." Su Yuntao's voice broke into Liu's reverie. Su Yuntao strode purposefully towards the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, accompanied by Liu. Upon gazing at the imposing gates, reminiscent of fortifications, Liu could not help but exclaim in awe at their grandeur. Su Yuntao promptly presented the token to the guard, who, after a courteous bow and a thorough inspection, returned it to him. With a resounding rumble, the colossal steel gates, stretching for dozens of meters, began to creak open. An intoxicating scent unique to the forest enveloped them, revealing a panorama of towering ancient trees and exotic flora to Liu's eyes. "Let us proceed," Su Yuntao urged, leading the way. As Liu stepped upon the carpet of fallen leaves, a surge of exhilaration coursed through his veins. "I have arrived for the Millennium Soul Beasts." Indeed, Liu's ambition was to hunt these formidable creatures, which were equivalent to the strength of a level 40 human. Given Liu's current capabilities, such an endeavor seemed insurmountable. Even with Su Yuntao's assistance, even the talented scions of noble families would not dare to provoke Millennium Soul Beasts at level 10. Yet, Liu was determined to give it a try, his only source of confidence stemming from his dragon blood. According to his master's theory, there existed a limit to the age of soul rings that a soul master could absorb at each stage. However, in the original tale, Tang managed to absorb rings beyond this limit, thanks to his exceptional physical prowess. The dragon blood was said to enhance and push the boundaries of physical limitations. Liu yearned to experiment with surpassing these limits through the absorption of soul rings. Meanwhile, at another part of the soul-hunting forest, Tang was accompanied by his master, who expounded on his theory. A level 10 soul master can absorb soul rings with a maximum age of approximately 400 years. "We must seek a soul beast that is as close to this value as possible," the master explained. Tang, listening intently, caressed the jade belt at his waist, a rare spatial soul-guiding artifact gifted to him by his master. "Choosing to become your disciple was indeed a wise decision," he mused, wishing that his brother Yu could join them under the master's tutelage. A flicker of concern crossed Tang's mind. If brother Yu were to hunt soul rings on his own, how many years of soul beasts could he potentially capture? If he were to act independently, 100 years would be commendable. However, if he were to hire a team, it should be around 200 to 300 years, though the cost would be substantial. The master replied solemnly, "It is getting late. Nighttime operations are perilous. We shall rest here for the night, and proceed with our plans tomorrow. At that moment, on the opposite end of the soul-hunting forest, a colossal purple spider crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. A yellow soul ring began to rise slowly. Lu Yu's broken crossbow dimmed in brilliance. A green figure leaped down from a tree, revealing 4 white markings, indicating it was a 400-year-old Mankong spider. "What do you think?" Su Yuntao inquired, reverting from his martial spirit state. However, Lu Yu shook his head in response. "Not sufficient. Let us search elsewhere." Su Yuntao felt exasperated. Having already slain 400- or 500-year-old soul beasts, only to have Lu Yu dismiss them with a mere glance each time. Fortunately, Lu Yu's martial spirit could restore soul power. Otherwise, Su Yuntao would have been utterly drained. "What kind of soul beast are you truly seeking?" Su Yuntao asked. Losing his patience. "Around a millennium," Lu Yu replied. "What?" Su Yuntao doubted his own senses. A millennium. In Su Yuntao's understanding, a typical soul master at the 10th level possesses a white 10-year soul ring, and those with exceptional talent might only attain a yellow 100-year soul ring. Yet, Lu Yu aspired to absorb a millennium soul ring. Are you insane? Not to mention whether you can absorb it. The question remains whether we can survive in the presence of a 1,000-year soul beast. I have a plan. Su Yuntao looked at Lu Yu, who appeared self-assured, feeling overwhelmed. "If you are afraid, you may return, but my joining the spirit hall will become a complicated matter. Do not use this as a threat. Life is more valuable than anything else. For your safety, it would be wise to abandon this thought." Chapter 11, The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 2. "Oh dear, Uncle Tao? I'll give you more money." Lu Yu began to act coy. "It's useless. This is not about money. Regardless, you must return with me today," Su Yuntao said with an unyielding expression. "How about this?" Seeing that coaxing and pressuring had no effect, Lu Yu's eyes darted mischievously as he proposed. "I'll wait here while you go find someone to join us. Once we regroup, we can act together." "No, you must return with me. It is far too dangerous for you to be alone in the forest." Su Yuntao gazed at Lu Yu's seemingly obedient face, internally doubting that he would remain here as promised. "Very well," Lu Yu resignedly acquiesced. Su Yuntao turned around, and suddenly, bang. Su Yuntao's head spun as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Yu quickly retracted his head, sheepishly concealing the black gold rod in his hand. "Uncle Tao, I'm truly sorry. I had no choice. Once we're outside, I will sincerely apologize," Lu Yu muttered as he dragged Su Yuntao toward the forest entrance. After placing Su Yuntao in a safe area, Lu Yu set off again. Millennium Soul Beast. "Here I come." As he ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest, the surrounding trees grew denser, and the number of soul beasts began to increase. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After dispatching a black panther with 3 crossbow bolts, Lu Yu gazed at the slowly rising yellow soul ring, shaking his head. Another 100-year beast. Lu Yu had already slain nearly 10 soul beasts, all of which were 100-year varieties, without even catching a glimpse of a millennium soul beast. I wonder how things are progressing with Shaosan. Lu Yu turned and walked deeper into the forest, not pondering further. As the protagonist of Douluo continent, with the master assisting him, his progress must surely be smoother than mine. After approximately half an hour of walking, the sky began to darken, and the deeper he ventured into the forest, the thicker the foliage became, resulting in dimmer light and diminishing visibility. I must hurry. It's much more perilous in the depths of the forest come nightfall. Roar. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar. The weaker soul beasts in the vicinity immediately cowered to the ground upon hearing the sound. This roar, Lu Yu's body trembled. The sound instilled a sense of dread within him. A 1,000-year soul beast. Undoubtedly, this soul beast is extraordinary. Just as Lu Yu was about to rush over, a howl pierced through, striking his heart. Another 1,000-year soul beast. Judging by the roar, this one was no less formidable than the previous. In an instant, Lu Yu's blood surged with excitement. 2,000-year soul beasts. Regrettably, he could only absorb one of the soul rings. Lu Yu swiftly sought refuge in a secure location, compelling himself to regain his composure. The immediate concern was how to eliminate these 2 soul beasts. He ascended to the treetops, peering through the dense foliage with keen eyes, gazing into the distance. There, he spotted a snow-white fox soul beast, approximately 4 meters in length, its 2 tails swaying gracefully behind it. The star-whispering spirit fox. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. He had previously encountered this soul beast in the library's Soul Beast Compendium. The star-whispering spirit fox is a millennium soul beast, producing a tail every 500 years, with a maximum of 8 tails. Its pristine white fur boasts formidable regenerative capabilities, and at night, it can momentarily enhance its abilities under the starlight. The lotus at the apex of the star prayer staff possesses healing properties that align with the abilities of this soul beast. And given that this spirit fox has only 2 tails and is a millennium old, Lu Yu felt a 60% chance of success. A howl abruptly snapped Lu Yu back to reality as a wolf-like soul beast gradually approached. The creature's 4 eyes were particularly striking, adorned with golden cloud patterns on its chest and back, and it too measured around 4 meters in length. The Holy Light Wolf, another Millennium Soul beast, and Lu Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. The records indicated that the Holy Light Wolf exhibited extreme aggression and possessed regenerative abilities comparable to that of the star-whispering spirit fox. Observing the situation, it seemed that the 2 soul beasts had just emerged from a fierce battle and were now catching their breath. However, the star-whispering spirit fox appeared to be no match for the Holy Light Wolf. The wolf radiated a deep purple soul power, indicating it was at least 5,000 years old, while the fox was merely 1,000 years old. The disparity in combat strength was stark. It was unlikely the fox could defeat the wolf, and even escaping would be a significant achievement. Lu Yu's mind raced. Currently, his only means of attack were the broken azure crossbow and the black gold staff. The power of the broken azure crossbow depended on his soul power, thus resulting in limited damage. As for the black gold staff, its attributes left Lu Yu somewhat exasperated. This long staff, entirely black, could be shortened to the length of an arm and was remarkably resilient. Infusing it with soul power and striking areas other than the head would induce pain and paralysis. While a blow to the head could cause dizziness, the duration of which depended on the amount of soul power infused. However, against targets of significantly higher levels, the effects would be diminished. Yet, this staff inflicted 0 physical damage, meaning Lu Yu could not even shatter glass made by a sand with it. Hence, he affectionately referred to it as the dull stick. The star fox emitted a low growl, its body shimmering with starlight as it gradually healed its wounds. The best strategy was to let the 2 soul beasts contend with each other while he reaped the benefits. Suddenly, a shockwave shattered the treetop he was hiding in. Lu Yu had no time to evade, tumbling to the ground in disarray. He found himself fully exposed between the 2 soul beasts. A wave of cold sweat cascaded down his back, and his mind blanked. In the next moment, another shockwave surged toward him. The Holy Light Wolf launched an attack once more. Although Lu Yu's presence altered the dynamics slightly, to the Holy Light Wolf, this bipedal creature was as feeble as the deceased fox. The speed of the shockwave was so swift that Lu Yu had no chance to evade. He resignedly closed his eyes, yet in the next moment, nothing transpired. When Lu Yu opened his eyes, a snow-white figure caught his gaze. It was the star fox that had shielded him from the attack. According to the texts, the star language spirit fox is perceptive and gentle by nature. It seemed that collaborating with it was the most prudent choice. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yu summoned the prayer star lotus staff, its azure lotus blossom radiating a brilliant light. The star fox sensed its injuries mending, its inner soul power surging, and it cast a benevolent glance at Lu Yu. At that moment, the Holy Light Wolf emanated a blinding glow, concentrating its energy in its maw, and unleashed a luminous projectile towards both the human and the fox. By the heavens, the tailed beast orb, the star fox appeared to have anticipated the attack, leaping high to evade while sweeping its twin tails to knock Lu Yu aside. In an instant, the figure of the Holy Light Wolf vanished, only to reappear with its claws gleaming menacingly in the night. Swiftly, 3 claw marks marred the star fox's abdomen, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu swiftly raised his right arm, infusing it with soul power. Preparing a concentrated strike with the broken sky crossbow, 3 arrows whizzed towards the 4 eyes of the Holy Light Wolf. The massive beast, unable to evade in time, was struck by the arrows, losing its balance. Taking advantage of this moment, the star fox twisted midair, concentrating the starlight at the tips of its tails to form 2-tailed beast orbs, which it then hurled at the Holy Light Wolf's face. With a thunderous explosion, the ground was blasted into a deep crater, the wolf's visage reduced to a bloody mess, leaving only 1 eye intact, while blood gushed from its front half. Struggling to maintain its stance. Chapter 12, The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 3. The star language spirit fox's 2 tails were reduced to mere stubs, its pupils dim and lifeless. Lying on the edge of the crater in a state of utter exhaustion, Lu Yu was not faring well either. He had just been flung by the fox's tail and was still affected by the terrifying explosion. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and upon inspection, his hand came away warm and wet. A wave of intense pain assaulted his mind. His ribs were fractured, but fortunately, the infusion of dragon blood hastened his recovery. Lu Yu struggled to rise, cautiously making his way toward the center of the recent explosion. In the center of the crater lay a colossal wolf-shaped soul beast, barely clinging to life, its face twisted and revealing ghastly bones, evidently gravely injured. What a prime opportunity. The young man lifted his right arm, the broken sky crossbow poised for action. Suddenly, a whimper from nearby captured Lu Yu's attention. It was the star language spirit fox, lying feebly on the ground. Its eyes filled with agony, staring at him as if pleading for an end to its suffering. Lu Yu's gaze shifted, and he was taken aback. The star fox's two tails had vanished, and a gaping wound in its abdomen bled profusely, mingled with fragments of its innards. Witnessing this dire state, Lu Yu hastily summoned the prayer star lotus staff, wishing to save its life, for without the star fox's intervention, he would likely have been a lifeless corpse. Just as Lu Yu called forth his martial spirit and summoned soul power, an unexpected event unfolded. Suddenly, a myriad of starlight appeared around them, growing ever more radiant with the passage of time, gradually enveloping both a person and a fox. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was astonished to find his soul power uncontrollably surging toward the staff in his hand. At that moment, he felt as though the staff was akin to a black hole, voraciously devouring his soul energy. Just as Lu Yu teetered on the brink of collapse, a warm current surged from his dantian, dragon blood. With the infusion of this dragon blood, Lu Yu's condition improved. At this juncture, he yearned to retract his martial soul, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of doing so. Concurrently, a star mark began to coalesce at the brow of the star language spirit fox, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky. In an instant, the star mark and the staff erupted in a dazzling brilliance. "Holy cow!" Lu Yu exclaimed, the blinding light rendering him unable to open his eyes. Fortunately, the intense radiance was but a fleeting moment, quickly dissipating. As Lu Yu gradually opened his eyes, he found the star fox had vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood intermingled with visceral fragments and a slowly rotating purple soul ring. Gone, Lu Yu pondered, only to notice a fluffy white form curled up within the azure lotus of his staff, strikingly similar to the star language spirit fox, albeit slightly diminished in size. Stunned, Lu Yu, still bewildered by the unfolding events, contemplated for a moment before decisively sitting cross-legged, releasing his soul power to gently connect with the soul ring, guiding it slowly. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the soul-hunting forest, Tang San, accompanied by Master, observed a corpse of a mandala snake, at least 500 years old. Master pointed to the lifeless body, stating, "Look at its wounds. The skull has been penetrated, and the 7 inches have fatal scars, indicating a swift strike. Likely delivered by a 30-level Great Soul Master." Tang San nodded as he regarded the corpse. What a pity. This mandala snake holds little value for that Great Soul Master. Yet it would have been a fitting soul beast for your blue silver grass. Alas, the soul ring has already vanished, Master lamented. At that moment, a sudden, ominous roar echoed from ahead. Another mandala snake. Master's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as a green figure rapidly approached from a distance. At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, Su Yuntao was sprinting swiftly into the depths of the forest. He had just awakened to find himself lying at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, and before he could comprehend what had occurred, a violent explosion resonated from afar, followed by an eruption of brilliant light that illuminated the night. Suddenly, Su Yuntao recalled that Lu Yu was in that direction. He must have been the one who knocked him unconscious. This is not good, Su Yuntao thought, quickly summoning his martial soul, racing toward that location. In contrast, Lu Yu experienced no resistance while absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring of the Star Language Spirit Fox. The process was remarkably smooth. At the moment of his successful absorption, his soul power surged dramatically. Level 10, Level 11, Level 13, Level 20. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu's soul power reached its limit, and to progress further, he would need to absorb another soul ring. It was then that Lu Yu recalled the Holy Light Wolf beside him. In the pit, the massive body of the Holy Light Wolf stirred slightly. Sensing the malevolent gaze of the bipedal creature, it attempted to rise and resist. But its broken forelimbs were incapable of supporting its colossal frame. Observing this, Lu Yu raised his arm decisively, piercing azure bow. Fire! With a swift command, a barrage was unleashed. The powerful impact of the enhanced piercing azure bow shattered the wolf's head into fragments. Lu Yu took a deep breath and sat cross-legged, his mind fully focused on the staff spirit within his sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, he channeled his soul power, gently guiding the shimmering purple soul ring to descend upon his head. As the ring approached, an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain enveloped Lu Yu. The weight of the 5,000-year soul ring bore down upon him like a tempest, sweeping through his spirit and body even before he could absorb it. It was essential to understand that a soul beast of this age possessed a modicum of intelligence. The Holy Light Wolf knew Lu Yu was its slayer and harbored a deep-seated hatred towards him. The soul ring was imbued with profound resentment. Lu Yu let out a muffled groan, tasting a sweetness mixed with the metallic tang of blood. He spat out a mouthful of crimson liquid. It was too formidable. A 5,000-year soul ring required at least a level 40 soul master to absorb it safely. This was merely the initial contact, yet it felt overwhelmingly terrifying. Were he to attempt absorption, he would surely face annihilation. Even with his body having been reinforced, absorbing the 5,000-year soul ring would prove exceedingly perilous. Lu Yu murmured to himself, acknowledging that even with dragon blood coursing through his veins, success was not guaranteed. Come forth. He forcefully suppressed the boiling blood within him, releasing the prayer star lotus staff to draw the purple soul ring down from above, slowly integrating it into his being. In an instant, it felt as if a deluge of power surged into his body. At that moment, Lu Yu's physique resembled a diminutive dam, and the torrent of energy crashing into him was akin to an overwhelming flood, ruthlessly assaulting the fragile structure. His skin and flesh first split open with fissures, followed by veins and cellular tissues being swiftly torn apart by the violent force. Even his bones could not withstand the strain, emitting the sharp sound of shattering. Lu Yu appeared as a figure drenched in blood, his consciousness engulfed by excruciating agony. Within his sea of consciousness, a small figure squatted to the side. The star fox's eyes reflected a deeply human-like expression of pity. Though this human was formidable, his judgment seemed lacking, as attempting to forcibly absorb a 5,000-year soul ring with only level 20 soul power was tantamount to courting death. As the overwhelming energy flooded through Lu Yu's body, a portion flowed toward the prayer star lotus staff, where the blue lotus at its tip began to rotate slowly. On the lotus platform, the smallest golden lotus seed gradually unfurled, blossoming into a radiant golden flower. The violent energy seemed to create an opening, forming a purple vortex that surged into the golden lotus. In an instant, the golden lotus shone brilliantly, the previously closed bud fully blossoming, its leaves swelling with vitality. Concurrently, a silver figure materialized at Lu Yu's heart, absorbing the remaining energy entirely. Chapter 13, The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 4. The silver figure raised a hand, and with a delicate grasp, the spatial barrier shattered effortlessly. With a graceful gesture, a dreamlike river slowly materializes, its light and shadows dancing in an ethereal manner. Strands of energy appear to transcend time, emanating from the void, invigorating the dormant forces within Lu Yu, coursing through his entire being. Each damaged area swiftly restores to its original state, yet Lu Yu's form emerges even more formidable. The energy contained within the 5,000-year soul ring of the Holy Light Wolf, though it had nearly obliterated Lu Yu's body, bestowed upon him the chance for rebirth. With the assistance of dragon blood and the silver silhouette, Lu Yu's physique rapidly recuperates, growing ever stronger. His bones are reforged like iron, each inch of muscle intricately defined, brimming with explosive power. His skin, smooth and delicate, resembles the finest white jade. After this transformation, he has even gained a few centimeters in height. Despite being merely 6 years of age, his robust physique rivals that of a 10-year-old child. In his sea of consciousness, the star-language spirit fox gazes upon Lu Yu's newly forged body, sensing the immense energy it harbors, and cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. Is this foolish human truly so powerful? To it, Lu Yu appears enveloped in a radiant cocoon of light, the mysterious force within evoking a sense of reverence akin to worship. At this moment, Lu Yu's awareness gradually returns to his body, and the lingering resentment of the Holy Light Wolf manifests as a wolf-like apparition within his consciousness, roaring furiously at him. Suddenly, Lu Yu's awareness jolts, and an overwhelming surge of silver energy erupts forth, coalescing around him into the form of a pair of illusory silver wings. In the next instant, the silver figure divides into two, transforming into a pair of angelic beings, each possessing a single wing. However, they are shrouded in an endless black mist, exuding a sinister and lifeless energy, rendering these winged angels akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell, phantasmal and malevolent. Upon closer inspection, their visages strikingly resemble Lu Yu's own. The spirit of the Holy Light Wolf, upon witnessing this form, trembles in fear, prostrating itself and daring not to breathe. The twin-winged angels raise their right hands simultaneously, clenching them gently. In that instant, the consciousness of the Holy Light Wolf is ensnared by a powerful force, and in the next moment, akin to a bubble in water, it bursts and vanishes. Simultaneously, Lu Yu's eyes snap open, revealing pupils that shift to an eerie dark red. A terrifying aura erupts from him. A pair of silver wings adorned with eyes unfurl slowly from his back, each eye gleaming with an otherworldly light, unsettling in its strangeness. His once rejuvenated body now bears intertwining dark red and silver patterns. A vertical pupil gradually forms upon his forehead. Instinctively, Lu Yu lets out a low growl, and the vertical pupil abruptly opens wide, resembling a living entity, its eyes spinning restlessly. In that moment, a dreadful momentum surges forth as if it were a tangible force, radiating in all directions. Even the soul beasts within the soul hunting forest, including those engaged in battle, suddenly halt, bowing low in submission, trembling in fear. All the soul masters within the soul hunting forest feel this overwhelming aura bearing down upon them. a chill creeping into their hearts as if they had plunged into a 1,000-year-old ice cavern, their bodies involuntarily quaking. Having just absorbed the soul ring and undergone a breakthrough, Tang Sen felt a sudden chill enveloping him, prompting him to gaze instinctively towards a certain direction. "Master, did you sense that?" he whispered as he turned to the Grandmaster. "This eerie, cold aura, could it be a soul beast?" The Grandmaster furrowed his brow in contemplation but offered no reply, as he too was uncertain of the situation. In the extreme north, beneath an icy lake, lay a pitch-black altar where a crimson flame flickered ominously, casting an eerie red glow across the lake's depths. Strangely, the flame pulsated rhythmically, as if it were breathing. Suddenly, the flame trembled violently, as if sensing something, before quickly settling back into stillness. Meanwhile, in a majestic hall within a distant void, an elderly man sat cross-legged, seemingly engaged in meditation. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, a mysterious silver light flashing within them. Behind him, an angel with silver wings materialized. "The aura of the divine sun," the elder exclaimed in shock. "But why is it intermingled with such a strange energy?" he murmured to himself. The elder retracted his martial spirit, his gaze clouded with an elusive intensity. Then, a commanding voice resonated, echoing throughout the entire sacred domain. "The 12 offerings of the 4 symbols pavilion, heed my command. Proceed immediately to the continent, safeguard the divine sun, and ensure his safe return to the sacred domain." In an instant, the space warped, and 12 figures cloaked in black appeared as if conjured from thin air. "Yes," they responded in unison. The space warped once more, and they vanished into the ether. In the Tiando Empire, within the royal palace, a boy of approximately 15 years, adorned in resplendent robes, appeared to be in deep meditation. A 6-winged angelic mark was emblazoned upon his brow. At the Hall of Martial Spirits, an elderly man suddenly opened his eyes wide, and both he and the boy uttered in unison, "Angel Martial Spirit?" In the soul-hunting forest, Liu remained oblivious to the external happenings. He only witnessed his angelic martial spirit divide into 2 before losing consciousness. The intricate patterns on his body and the wings on his back vanished, and his eyes returned to their natural silver hue. By the time Liu awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. He opened his eyes to find himself in a spacious room, reclining on a soft bed. Beside him sat a woman with cascading black waves of hair, which he noted with a murmur, quite grand. Upon seeing Liu awaken, the woman exclaimed, "You're awake," and hurriedly dashed out. Shortly thereafter, a young man rushed in, approaching the bedside with urgency, grabbing Liu's arm and shaking him while inquiring incessantly, "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything discomforting?" Liu promptly extricated himself from his grasp. "I am fine, feeling quite well." Then, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, he questioned, "Where's this? How did I end up here?" Su Yuntao, relieved to see him well, took a seat on a nearby chair and explained, "This is the recovery center of the Hall of Martial Spirits, responsible for providing medical services to the soul masters affiliated with the hall. When I discovered you in the soul hunting forest, you were already unconscious, so I brought you here." However, he abruptly shifted the conversation, saying, "Boy, you must recount in detail what transpired in the forest." "All right." Liu nodded in agreement, and then narrated his encounter in the soul hunting forest to Su Yuntao. Naturally, he only mentioned witnessing 2 soul beasts engaged in battle, both suffering severe injuries, and how he seized the opportunity to absorb a soul ring. He omitted any mention of his martial soul mutation or his role as the mastermind behind the anomaly. Upon hearing Liu's account, which aligned closely with his own observations, Su Yuntao ceased his inquiries. He then addressed Liu, "Since you are unharmed, let us proceed to register you as a soul master." Liu suddenly recalled that soul masters on the continent must register with the Martial Soul Hall to attain their titles. Having just acquired a soul ring, he was indeed officially a soul master and should complete the registration. Moreover, Su Yuntao had previously invited him to join the Martial Soul Hall. Following Su Yuntao, Liu arrived at the Grand Hall of the Martial Soul Hall, traversing a long corridor that concluded at a pair of towering doors, prominently adorned with the carving of a long sword at its center. As they approached, the doors swung open automatically. Beyond lay an opulent chamber, at the center of which was a magical array, reminiscent of the one Su Yuntao had set up in Holy Soul Village, albeit more magnificent in appearance. Awaiting them was a figure who had been there for some time. This individual was the esteemed Bishop Matthew, the head of the Martial Soul Hall in Nodding City, a 33rd level battle soul elder. Su Yuntao introduced him. "Bishop, this is Liu, whom I mentioned to you. He possesses innate full soul power and dual martial souls." Bishop Matthew appeared remarkably amiable, devoid of any airs of superiority. "All right, I shall dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. Let us commence directly," he stated, gesturing for Liu to step forward. "Stand in the center of the array and summon your martial soul. just as you did when it awakened. Lu Yu concentrated, summoning his martial soul. In the next moment, a staff manifested in his hand, surrounded by a rotating golden lotus. Two silvery figures flashed past him. Bishop Matthew, witnessing the fleeting silver shadows, momentarily thought he was hallucinating. Although it was but a brief glimpse, he had indeed seen the angelic martial soul. And he was perplexed as to why there were two figures. Beside him, Su Yuntao was similarly bewildered. How had Lu Yu's martial soul changed so drastically? In the next instant, a more astonishing event unfolded. Two purple soul rings gradually emerged beneath Lu Yu's feet. 1,000-year soul rings. Bishop Matthew was astounded, a mere 6-year-old child, who had only awakened his martial soul a few months prior, possessed not one, but 2,000-year soul rings. Setting aside the difficulty of absorbing such rings, how had he survived against the 1,000-year soul beasts? Su Yuntao's expression shifted from confusion to sheer astonishment. This boy had truly succeeded. Now, place your hand upon the crystal orb and test your soul power, Matthew urged, suppressing his astonishment and striving to maintain his composure. As a slender hand made contact, the crystal orb flickered with a faint glow. Level 1. As the light dimmed, silence enveloped the room. Matthew was bewildered. The events of the day were utterly preposterous. A 6-year-old soul master with a Millennium Spirit ring possessing merely level 1 soul power. A voice shattered the stillness. I will grant you the medal. Do not sorrow too deeply. Level 1 is not insurmountable. Matthew consoled Lu Yu. Su, please escort him back. At the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Lu Yu sought a secluded spot upon his return, eager to unravel the mystery of his soul power. Having absorbed 2 Millennium Spirit rings, he should possess at least level 21 soul power, yet he felt not a trace of it. Could it be that the reconstruction of his body had depleted it entirely? That seemed unlikely. He had sensed a flicker of soul power moments ago. Wait, my body. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, attuning himself to his physique. Powerful, far stronger than before. He glanced at a nearby tree. With a swift kick, the tree was effortlessly severed in two. Surely, this kick must possess at least 5,000 pounds of force. Lu Yu contemplated the tree, which was large enough to be embraced by 2 people. If Xiao San were to endure such a kick, it would likely render him incapacitated. Though his soul power had vanished, his physical prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lu Yu closed his eyes, listening intently to his surroundings. He could hear the students reciting lessons from afar, the teacher's explanations at the podium, and even the buzzing of bees 1,000 meters away, crystal clear. He realized that his body had truly been reborn, having completely exhausted the dragon blood within his dantian, and after the baptism of 2 Millennium Spirit rings. Combined with the aid of his silver martial spirit and prior training that surpassed his physical limits, he had achieved his current form. Now I can contend with a level 40 soul master using just my physical strength. A smile graced Lu Yu's face. As for his soul power, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. In an instant, the soul power throughout the academy surged, converging towards a single direction. The next moment, a vortex of soul power materialized above the academy, leaving countless teachers and students speechless in awe. Elsewhere in the academy, Tang San, who was raking leaves, was equally astonished by the spectacle. Is a powerful being cultivating? He mused, abandoning his broom and rushing towards the vortex's center. Upon arrival, he discovered a gathering crowd, including the master himself. Master, do you know what is happening? Tang San inquired. The master remained silent, gesturing for him to look ahead. Tang San's gaze shifted to the vortex's center, where he beheld a familiar figure seated in meditation. You go. Upon seeing the 2 purple spirit rings beneath Lu Yu, Tang San's astonishment deepened. At this moment, Lu Yu remained utterly oblivious to the external circumstances. He was fervently absorbing the energy surrounding him. Level 1, Level 2, Level 4, Level 5, Level 10, Level 11, Level 20, Level 21, Level 29. In less than 2 hours, Lu Yu's soul power soared from 0 to an astonishing 29. He surmised that his current level of soul power was approximately 29. However, he suddenly felt an immense suction emanating from his heart, swiftly draining away the soul power he had just absorbed. Gazing at the figure of a winged angel that materialized near his heart, Lu Yu instantly comprehended the fate of his soul power. Yet, he sensed that the silver silhouette showed no signs of abating. The suction intensified further. Within Lu Yu's body, a vortex of soul power began to form. As energy surged incessantly, a familiar sensation of impending rupture accompanied it. Again, just as Lu Yu thought he might explode from the strain, a golden lotus quietly appeared at the center of the vortex. As the golden lotus began to rotate gently, Lu Yu's soul power surged once more, reaching level 19. Just when he believed this tumultuous experience might finally conclude, the golden lotus guided the soul power through. Moments later, the released soul power emerged, refined to an even greater degree. Each extraction imposed varying degrees of stress on his body and soul. Yet it remained well within the limits of what Lu Yu could endure. It was as if he had discovered a new frontier. Chapter 15. The Mutation of MartialSouls, Part 2. If the Golden Lotus could refine soul power, might it also compress it? Lu Yu's primary means of attack was the breaking Tang crossbow. As for the black gold bludgeon, it could serve as a sneak attack tool, but in direct confrontation. It offered little advantage, consuming soul power just like the crossbow. The potency of the breaking Tang crossbow increased alongside soul power, thus demanding significant reserves. Furthermore, his primary martial soul, the Green Lotus, possessed a healing effect that was extraordinarily potent among support-type soul masters, but it too exacted a hefty toll. Previously, the dragon blood could serve as a buffer, but with the excessive strain on his soul power, the physical burden was considerable, and the dragon blood had been entirely depleted in the process of bodily reconstitution. Therefore, Lu Yu contemplated the compression of soul power. The compression of soul power necessitated exceptionally high physical standards from a soul master. Consequently, ordinary soul masters could hardly endure the burdens imposed by soul power compression and would never consider such a notion. This explains why, upon reaching certain thresholds, it became essential to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings to progress further. Lu Yu recalled protagonists from the mystical novels he had read in his past life, who routinely compressed spiritual energy and wielded power with ease, often overcoming formidable opponents through explosive bursts or draining their adversaries with an overwhelming blue gauge. At this moment, Lu Yu's physique perfectly compensated for this deficiency. Determined to act upon his thoughts, the compression of soul power represented a qualitative transformation. While others treated a level of soul power as worth a single unit, he could leverage it for 2 or even 3. In that case, a single soul skill could be utilized multiple times: soul breath, one form, triple strike. The growth of soul power was indeed incremental, with the disparity between levels becoming ever more pronounced as one advanced. The disparity between products of similar caliber can decisively alter the outcome of a contest, with their differences being readily apparent. As a traveler from another world, it would be remiss of me not to leave a subtle yet impactful impression on this realm. The prospect of merely surviving by adhering to conventional methods in the latter stages is indeed bleak. Lu Yu opened his eyes to find that dusk had settled. Wait, what? Goodness, why are there so many people? Lu Yu discovered himself surrounded by a throng of students and faculty from the academy, with the esteemed master also present among them. All gazed at him with the eyes of one beholding a curiosity, sending a shiver down his spine. During this time, several students were dismissed by their teachers under the pretext of hindering their studies, yet a few remained, including Xiao Wu and Tang San. Ah, look, Lu Yu has awakened. A sweet voice shattered the surrounding silence as Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight upon seeing Lu Yu's eyes open. At the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. In Dormitory 6, Lu Yu, upon regaining consciousness and observing the crowd encircling him, felt a wave of acute embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was commendable, allowing him to nonchalantly exit the scene as though nothing were amiss. Moments earlier, he had been summoned by the master, curiously without any inquiries being posed. The master merely requested Lu Yu to display his soul rings before dismissing him. Reflecting on the master's astonishment upon witnessing 2,000-year soul rings, Lu Yu recalled how the master muttered impossible repeatedly, leaving in a state of profound silence. A sense of inward amusement surged within him at the small shock he had delivered as a traveler from another world. It was indeed understandable. The master's innate talent had been hindered by the mutation of his martial soul, leaving little hope for his cultivation. Consequently, he devoted all his energy to the study of martial soul rings. Having recently accepted Tang San as an exemplary disciple, the master was on the brink of realizing his theoretical aspirations when he encountered Lu Yu, a prodigy whose 2,000-year soul rings struck a heavy blow to his theories. Could one not be rattled by such an occurrence? Lu Yu shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. He turned over, tucked himself under the covers, and feigned a serene slumber. In reality, his consciousness delved into the system space. Host, Lu Yu, Soul Power, Level 21, Soul Master. Martial Soul, Praying Star Lotus Staff, Variant. Time Space Angel, Variant. Point total, 2,100. Warehouse, Playing Cards, Blueprint, Black Gold Staff. Tasks, check-in at Rose Hotel, 300 points. Check-in at Flinders Grocery Store, 300 points. Lu Yu pondered, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected accumulation of points. System, why do I have so many points? This occurred when you struck Su Yun Tao with the blunt instrument. Is that even possible? Lu Yu was astonished. If I am to encounter similar tasks in the future, a discreet strike could yield a bountiful harvest of experience points. System, noted, please exercise caution in the future. System, I wish to draw from the lottery. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained oblivious to the system's exasperated expression. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar prize pool materialized. 10 beams of light soared forth, neatly aligning before Lu Yu. Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic elemental magic, fundamentals of magical circles, and 1 bag of construction cement. The system, observing the 2 black leather tomes in Lu Yu's hands, expressed astonishment. How is your luck so exceptional? You consistently draw remarkable items. Remarkable items? Lu Yu, upon hearing this, was perplexed. Just these 2 books? The system responded, indeed. While these tomes may seem inconsequential to others, they hold the potential to unlock the capabilities of your martial soul. Martial soul? Potential? Indeed, your primary martial soul. The star-wishing lotus staff is a genuine magical staff. But isn't it an auxiliary-type martial soul? Lu Yu's confusion deepened. Not at all. The star-wishing lotus staff is one of the supreme staves from another realm, a fusion with the chaotic blue lotus. Another realm? Supreme? Staff? Chaotic blue lotus? Precisely. So, does this mean that even without obtaining soul rings, I can grow stronger solely through the study of magic? Not quite. Your body lacks any elemental attributes. Thus, even if you study, you won't be able to comprehend or utilize it. What should I do then? Hunt soul beasts, acquire soul rings, and gain the corresponding elemental attributes. And what of my martial soul being split in 2? The time-space angel inherently consists of the powers of time and space in your current physical state. You cannot withstand its strength. The present configuration is merely to accommodate your body. As for the star-wishing lotus staff and the chaotic blue lotus, they are indeed 2 distinct entities. To prevent overwhelming your body, the system has compressed and sealed their powers. The chaotic blue lotus, one of the 3 primordial treasures of the primordial world, and you conceal it? What exactly are you, system? Ahahaha, the origins of this system. Just as the system was about to continue, Lu Yu was abruptly engulfed in darkness, and the interface vanished in an instant. Moments later, it returned to normal. What just happened? It seemed the system had been forcibly logged out. Did it say something it shouldn't have? Lu Yu was utterly bewildered. System, are you still there? He inquired cautiously. No response. Exiting the system, his consciousness returned to the real world. Huh. A series of intermittent snoring sounds came from Wang Hu beside him. At this moment, Lu Yu was wide awake. Not merely due to the snoring, but also the earlier behavior of the system. Forget it. Since the system is powerless to resist, it's beyond my current realm of understanding. I should let it go and focus on the matter of soul power compression. With this thought, Lu Yu sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Chapter 16, A Millennium Soul Skill. The next day, early morning, in the soul-hunting forest, thick fog enveloped the woods, draping this verdant realm in a shroud of mystery. The outlines of trees flickered in and out of visibility within the mist, as if stepping into another world. Distant cries of soul beasts echoed through the air. A silver-haired figure nimbly wove through the trees, sprinting forward. With a powerful stomp of his left foot against the ground, he leaped gracefully into the air, twisting his body mid-flight while swiftly raising his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth with remarkable speed. Boom. A soul beast in the rear collapsed, struck by an arrow, and a yellow soul ring slowly materialized above it. The young man performed a backflip in midair, landing softly and silently, akin to a bird in flight. Sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the boy's face. Lu Yu stowed away his broken crossbow and sought out a tranquil spot to sit cross-legged. Early in the morning, he ventured into the hunting soul forest. After entering with his badge, he selected a location near the heart of the forest. Generally, soul masters would not venture too close to this area, and Lu Yu diligently cleared the nearby soul beasts to ensure he would not be disturbed. With his eyes closed, he began to circulate his soul power, directing it towards the golden lotus within his sea of consciousness. The soul power surged into the lotus and, after a brief moment, flowed out again, now even more refined. As the pure soul power continued to emanate, Lu Yu attempted to compress it. Success. With the continuous compression of soul power, a vortex centered around the golden lotus began to form once more. Suddenly, the little fox, which had been dozing within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, jolted awake. What was happening? The next moment, its gaze was captivated by the vortex of soul power before it. Such exquisite soul power. Meanwhile, Lu Yu absorbed the soul power while compressing it, until the morning mist dissipated. By noon, the sun blazed high in the sky. Lu Yu opened his eyes, a flicker of azure light glimmering within them. He spread his palm, and a staff quietly materialized, with a blue lotus blooming delicately atop it. Channeling his martial soul, the lotus seed transformed into a golden lotus. The petals of the golden lotus unfurled gracefully, each petal remarkably plump. The compression was complete, yielding double the soul power. Feeling the significantly smaller, yet exceedingly pure mass of soul power within him, Lu Yu could not help but smile with joy. Though this mass of soul power appeared to be at the 20th level, it could undoubtedly function as if it were at the 40th level, based on current experience. The further he compressed the soul power, the more formidable it would become. When he reached the rank of title Douluo, the potency of each level would be staggering. If he managed to compress it 4 to 5 times, even facing a deity on the Douluo continent, he would have the confidence to confront them. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly sensed that the soul power within him was gradually depleting. What was happening? Not again. He quickly entered his sea of consciousness to find a snow-white little fox climbing and absorbing the overflow of soul power beside the vortex. Its 3 tails swayed gently behind its pristine body. Was this the star-whispering spirit fox? The star-whispering spirit fox had grown a 3rd tail. After a considerable time, the little fox appeared to have had its fill and rested its head on its front paws, falling into a deep slumber. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. First, it was his martial soul, and now the little fox. Was he being used as a soul power purifier? Nevertheless, it mattered little. The little fox could hardly absorb much, and he could simply compress it again. In fact, Lu Yu had another purpose for compressing his soul power, to catalyze the chaotic blue lotus into evolving into other forms. Within the primordial era, the 3 small lotus leaves of the chaotic blue lotus transformed into 3 great treasures: the map of mountains and rivers, the book of river and Luo, and the Qingping sword. The map of mountains and rivers depicted landscapes, cityscapes, and all living beings with vivid detail, as if it were a world unto itself. Moreover, it possessed the power to seal the deities of mountains and seas, making it a precious sealing artifact. The book of river and Luo was a creation of heaven and earth, not forged by mortal hands, inscribed with the paths of countless beings. After being acquired by Emperor Tuo, it was further studied to develop the great array of celestial stars. As for the Qingping sword, it is the companion sword of the celestial teacher. This sword, along with the Tai Whisk and the 3 treasures Rui, constitutes the 3 paramount treasures of the Supreme Lord Laozi, the primordial Venerable One, and the celestial teacher. Just envision the scene. With a sword at my waist and donned in flowing white garments, I roamed the world, seeking out the sword Daoliu to engage in a duel and refine my swordsmanship. The thought alone is exhilarating. However, these are merely the fanciful musings of Lu Yu. At present, it is far more crucial to thoroughly comprehend the soul skills at my disposal. Now, let us examine the soul skills bestowed upon me by these 2 Millennium Soul Rings, Lu Yu murmured, as he activated the freshly compressed soul power. The azure lotus unfurled gently, releasing a lotus seed that transformed into a golden lotus, blooming slowly. 2 violet soul rings gradually emerged from beneath Lu Yu's feet, their 1,000-year radiance shimmering. First soul skill. Immediately, the golden lotus erupted with brilliance, surrounding him with twinkling starlight. In an instant, the celestial glow converged into Lu Yu's being. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy coursed through him. Records indicate that the star language spirit fox possesses the ability to amplify celestial energies. Indeed, the 1,000-year soul ring has inherited this capacity. Under a clear night sky, the amplification effect could potentially double. Moreover, this enhancement is comprehensive and collective. The degree of amplification should be nearly 1-fold. During the night, it could further double, and with the presence of stars, it could amplify yet again. Lu Yu found himself enveloped in a faint layer of starlight, with meteors seemingly streaking across the surroundings. He recalled from the original narrative of a sect known as the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, whose ancestral martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, is also an amplification-type auxiliary martial soul. Each of their soul skills corresponds to a specific enhancement effect. Yet, my single soul skill provides an all-encompassing amplification. Judging by the situation, this enhancement could last for approximately an hour. Such is the power bestowed by a Millennium Soul Ring. What shall I name this first soul skill? Lu Yu pondered aloud, having inherited the celestial amplification effect from the star language spirit fox. How about calling it Celestial Ode? Without delay, Lu Yu summoned his soul power once more. The second soul ring radiated with brilliance. The golden lotus glimmered anew. Whoosh! Golden light instantly converged into beams, launching forth. Whoosh! 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 Laser-like energy shot out in all directions. The surrounding trees were abruptly severed, their trunks crashing to the ground. Goodness! Lu Yu stood in awe at the spectacle before him. The destructive power was akin to the radiance unleashed by the holy light wolf during its assault on him. Wait! Lu Yu seemed to have an epiphany and activated his soul power again. The golden lotus blossomed once more, but this time, it did not concentrate into beams. Instead, it transformed into 3 luminous orbs. Subsequently, the orbs sped towards a towering tree. Just as they were about to collide with the tree, the 3 orbs suddenly veered off, darting in 3 distinct directions. Boom, boom, Boom. The surrounding trees were instantly obliterated. Indeed, I can control the trajectory. However, in terms of directional speed, it seems somewhat sluggish, Luyu mused. The second soul ring has inherited the destructive force of the holy light wolf. In that case, let us name it Light of the Sacred Realm. The only drawback of these two soul skills is their considerable consumption of soul power. Yet Luyu can compress his soul power, thus alleviating any concerns regarding this issue. As Luyu was lost in thought, a figure clad in pure white suddenly appeared beside him. Chapter 17. The Soul Ring Delivered to the Door. The Little Fox? Luyu was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the Xingyu spirit fox, and soon, he noticed an unusual expression on the little fox's face. The Xingyu spirit fox was scanning the surroundings with palpable vigilance, crouching low, poised for combat at any moment. Could there be danger nearby? Before he could finish his thought, a streak of azure light crashed down where Luyu had just been standing. Fortunately, Luyu reacted swiftly and dodged just in time. Not far away, a wolf-like soul beast with a body entirely colored in green was eyeing the duo with predatory intent. A striking emerald wind pattern was prominently visible on its forehead. Luyu vaguely recalled having seen this type of soul beast in his Soul Beast Compendium. This was the wind demon wolf, a creature of pure wind attribute. Presumably around 3,000 years old. The system had indicated that the more singular the attributes of the hunted soul beast, the purer the corresponding power of the soul ring obtained, thus amplifying the potency of the magic unleashed. It was as if fate had conspired to provide him with an opportunity just as he was about to doze off. However, Luyu suddenly noticed that the little fox's gaze towards the wind demon wolf seemed rather troubling. The Xingyu spirit fox stared fiercely at the enemy, visibly wishing to tear it apart at that very moment. If it weren't for this bothersome foul wolf, it would not have lost its territory. And if it hadn't lost its territory, it wouldn't be wandering in the forest, nor would it have encountered that holy light wolf, resulting in the loss of its physical form and its current existence as a mere soul. The wind demon wolf surveyed the pair with a mocking glint in its eyes, its contempt unmistakable, as if to say, "What can a human ally do for you? You are still doomed. Does it bear a grudge against you?" Luyu turned to the little fox. The Xingyu spirit fox nodded knowingly. "Very well, then this beast is as good as dead." As Luyu pondered, a blade of wind shot towards him. The speed was so astonishing that it reached him in the blink of an eye. Damn! Luyu cursed under his breath and hurriedly dodged. Do these wolf-type soul beasts have an obsession with ambushing? Before he could finish his thought, several blades of wind came rushing at him. A purple soul ring began to materialize beneath his feet, pulsating with violet light. First soul skill, Stellar Tribute. Lotus seeds transformed into golden lotuses, which gradually unfurled, radiating brilliant starlight. The air around Luyu and the Xingyu spirit fox shimmered with flickering starlight. To Luyu's astonishment, a phantom of a fourth tail appeared beside the Xingyu spirit fox's third tail. The Xingyu spirit fox let out a low growl, its four tails standing tall, their tips gathering starlight. With a flick of its tails, four precious beads shot forth. Bang, 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 bang. The wind demon wolf transformed into a streak of azure light, its forelegs just touching the ground when multiple beams of light erupted forth, striking its massive form unable to evade. Instantly, several gaping wounds appeared on the wind demon wolf, blood gushing forth. Luyu made his move. Second soul skill, Light of the Holy Domain, Concentrated Ray. The strike hit true, yet Luyu did not dare to ease his efforts. The violet light of the second soul ring shimmered beneath him, and he unleashed his second soul skill, Light of the Holy Domain, Light Sphere. Bang! The ground erupted with a tremendous explosion, leaving behind a vast crater. Suddenly, a claw glimmering with a viscous green light lunged towards Luyu. Yet, in the face of the menacing claw, Luyu remained utterly unperturbed. Little fox, he called out softly. Upon hearing this, the wind demon wolf's pupils dilated, revealing 4 orbs of light. Boom! The 4 beastly orbs struck simultaneously. The wind demon wolf was propelled backward, crashing through several large trees before landing heavily on the ground. Realizing its disadvantage, the wind demon wolf unleashed a few blades of wind in desperation. Instantly, its body was enveloped in a layer of azure light, and a fierce gale whipped up around it as it turned to flee in another direction. This is bad. It intends to escape. Luyu recognized the urgency and summoned the golden lotus once more. With his second soul skill, Light of the Sacred Domain, he launched 4 luminous orbs that zipped towards the wind demon wolf, blocking its path. Bang! The orbs erupted violently. The wind demon wolf, unable to evade in time, suffered a catastrophic explosion that left its visage disfigured. Just then, the star-language spirit fox arrived, carrying Luyu just in time. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Luyu leapt, retrieving a heavy club from his spatial ring. Infusing it with soul power, and delivered a hefty blow to the back of the wind demon wolf's head. Bang! The bewildered wind demon wolf, still reeling from the explosion, could not dodge in time and was knocked down, its head bearing only the marks of the explosion without any further injuries. The force of this strike could have shattered its skull, yet not a single scar has appeared. Lu Yu murmured, gazing at the black gold club in his hand. No wonder it is a divine artifact with such low physical damage. Initially, Lu Yu intended to leave the wind demon wolf to the little fox, but to his surprise, it nudged the creature back towards him. You want me to absorb its soul ring? Lu Yu questioned, perplexed. The star language spirit fox nodded again before turning to stand guard nearby, seemingly intent on protecting Lu Yu during the absorption process. Recognizing the situation, Lu Yu ceased to be polite, first releasing the previously compressed soul power. Boosting himself to level 30, knowing that the wind demon wolf would not awaken anytime soon. He then raised the broken Tang crossbow, aiming for the creature's most vulnerable spot. Charging it. Whoosh. A single lethal strike. Subsequently, a violet soul ring began to materialize slowly. Lu Yu sat cross-legged, summoned the praying star lotus staff, unleashed his soul power, and gradually guided the soul ring above him. As the soul ring was absorbed, Lu Yu sensed that this time it was far easier than before, with no risk of soul power overload threatening to rupture his body. After all, soul ring absorption requirements increase at level 30, and the wind demon wolf's age fell precisely within that range, ensuring a remarkably smooth process. Moments later, Lu Yu opened his eyes, palm upward, the praying star lotus staff shimmering into view, its 7 gemstones, one of which, the azure gem, now radiating light. It appeared that each gem corresponded to a specific attribute, and acquiring a soul ring of that attribute would illuminate it. A thought struck Lu Yu, and 3 soul rings began to slowly rise from beneath his feet. However, as he gazed at the rings, confusion washed over him. Aqua, an azure soul ring? Lu Yu's 3rd soul ring gleamed with a pulsating azure glow. Lu Yu recalled that on the Douluo continent, the colors of soul rings were limited to 5: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Yet, his own was a vibrant green. Could it be attributed to his status as a traveler from another realm? At that moment, the star language spirit fox, who had just approached, gazed curiously at the green soul ring beneath Lu Yu's feet. In all the years it had encountered soul masters, it had never witnessed such a hue, nor had it appeared in the ancestral memories inherited from the previous star language spirit fox. Indeed, this human was extraordinary. It had a discerning eye. Subsequently, Lu Yu looked up to see the small fox bowing its head slightly. Are you inviting me to ride upon you? The star language spirit fox nodded. Lu Yu swiftly mounted, and the fox rose to its feet, surveying the surroundings before choosing a direction and darting away. Whoa. Lu Yu nearly lost his balance, quickly grasping the white fur on the fox's back to lower his center of gravity and stabilize himself. Chapter 18. The strange book. The wind whistled past Lu Yu's ears as the trees rushed by in a blur. Little fox, where are we headed? Lu Yu inquired, having asked this question multiple times along the journey. However, the star language spirit fox seemed oblivious, focused solely on its path without acknowledging him. As dusk descended and the evening glow faded, a radiant moon rose gradually. At last, the star language spirit fox halted before a cave, but instead of entering immediately, it led Lu Yu around in a circle, eventually stopping in front of a patch of weeds. What is this place? Why is the little fox so familiar with it? What purpose does it serve to bring me here? Just as Lu Yu pondered these questions, the star language spirit fox began to paw at the underbrush, lowering its body until half of it vanished from sight. With the bright moonlight illuminating the scene, Lu Yu discerned an opening concealed behind the foliage, slightly smaller than the fox's own frame, hence its need to crouch. Noticing the star language spirit fox peek back at him from within the hole, Lu Yu understood that it beckoned him to follow. The entrance to the cave was damp and uncomfortable, but as they ventured further, the space opened up dramatically. The roots of some luminescent plants clung to the stone walls, casting a faint glow that prevented the tunnel from becoming too dark. Suddenly, the fox stopped, and Lu Yu, caught off guard, bumped into it. What is it? He asked, driven by curiosity as he leaned forward to see. Before him lay a vast chamber, dominated by a colossal stone pedestal at its center. Atop the pedestal rested a crystal, roughly the size of a human head, from which clear droplets oozed, gradually forming a trickle that pooled into a small pond at the low point beneath the pedestal. In front of the pond stood a massive soul beast resembling a gorilla, its arms, chest, and back adorned with obsidian armor that shimmered ominously. Behind it was a smaller gorilla, flanked by 2 wind demons wolves, whose appearance mirrored those Lu Yu had slain during the day, save for the scars that marred the right eyes of both wolves, extending from their foreheads to the corners of their mouths. 2 earth-splitting apes and 2 wind demons wolves were present. The largest earth-splitting ape was at least 8,000 years old, while the others were no less than 6,000 years in age. Lu Yu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The sight before him was utterly beyond his current capacity to confront. At this moment, Lu Yu and his companions found themselves in the upper right corner of a cavern, looking down from a position of relative safety as the four-souled beasts appeared to be in slumber. The little fox that led him here seemed to have an ulterior motive, perhaps urging him to seize that white crystal. Lu Yu turned to the little fox with a gaze full of inquiry. The celestial fox, sensing his confusion, gestured for him to direct his attention towards the crystal at the center of the stone pedestal. Indeed, those four-souled beasts were not something he could contend with at present. A direct confrontation might leave him severely injured, if not worse. Thus, Lu Yu shook his head at the little fox, pointed towards the tunnel behind them, and made a shushing gesture with his right index finger, signaling for silence and retreat. Having returned from the soul-hunting forest late at night, the others were already in deep slumber. Lu Yu quietly pushed open the dormitory door, and was immediately greeted by the familiar sound of snoring. He climbed into bed and entered the system space. System? Lu Yu tentatively inquired. What is it? Came the prompt reply. Relieved to hear the system's normal response, Lu Yu proceeded. Do you recognize the white crystal I saw earlier? No, I haven't encountered it before. A hint of disappointment washed over him, but he quickly asked, how many points do I have left? After hearing the system's answer, he felt a twinge of dismay. But then he inquired further. After deducting the last 10 consecutive draws, you have 100 points remaining. Would you like to draw? Without hesitation, he chose to participate in the lottery, glancing at the familiar prize pool as 10 luminous orbs emerged. Suddenly, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Among the 10 orbs, he spotted 2 shimmering gold ones. What extraordinary luck! Ever since he began drawing, gold prizes had become a regular occurrence. Such fortune would make even the system blush. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have obtained Building Cement 6 and Merlin's magical diary. The items have been placed in the system warehouse. Please check them. Remaining points, 100. Warehouse contains playing card blueprint. Building Cement. This is... Lu Yu gazed at the system warehouse, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. If he could utilize this item to assist the little fox in acquiring the white crystal, it would be a cinch. Returning to reality, Lu Yu found a peculiar book in his hands. The book's cover resembled the hide of some exotic creature, embellished with interwoven runes, and at its center, a metallic carved eye of magic. As he opened the cover, the pages revealed a faint yellow hue, exuding an ancient aura. Oddly, not a single word was inscribed within. Closing the book, he was suddenly startled as the metallic eye on the cover sprang open. What the? Lu Yu's heart raced. The runes on the cover erupted in a burst of light, and he felt something new awaken in his mind. From another world, a soul favored by the divine. In the name of the great magician Merlin, who has awakened me from my slumber. The most magnificent tome in history, MartialSouls. It spoke. Lu Yu was stunned. This book could actually communicate. After a prolonged silence, MartialSouls began to ponder, feeling a bit miffed at the host's lack of response. Clearing its throat awkwardly, it coughed twice. Ahem, young lad. Do you wish to embark on a journey of magical study with me and ascend to the pinnacle of the world as a great sorcerer? A groggy voice interrupted. Huh? Who's talking at this hour? As Wang Hu was about to open his eyes, Lu Yu swiftly murmured, oh no, and deftly brandished the black gold staff, delivering a swift blow to his forehead. Bang! Wang Hu fell back into a deep slumber. Fortunately, he did not witness the scene. Lu Yu quickly tucked the enchanted book into his bosom and stealthily exited the dormitory. In the Academy's grove, MartialSouls was released from Lu Yu's embrace, floating in midair while reflecting on Lu Yu's adept technique. With a graceful leap from the second floor, the movements were fluid and seamless. Is this lad truly a good person? At that moment, Lu Yu's gaze was fixated on the magical tome, which had just claimed it could teach him sorcery. Did you just say you can teach me magic? He inquired. The book regained its composure and cleared its throat. I am MartialSouls of Andahal, crafted by the hands of the greatest sorcerer in history, Merlin. If you are willing to dedicate yourself to my teachings, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force renowned across the continent of Austin. Austin continent? Where is that? Why, it is the very land beneath your feet. This is Douluo continent, not some Austin continent. Upon hearing this, MartialSouls was utterly bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard. What did you say this place is? Douluo continent. Lu Yu replied, maintaining an expression of calm. MartialSouls was left in complete confusion, recalling the words of his previous master before his slumber. When someone awakens him, that individual would become his new master. Yet, there was no mention of traversing realms. Young man, tell me everything about this Douluo continent. Quickly. MartialSouls' wide eyes fixated intensely on Lu Yu. Chapter 19, The Magic Apprentice. My name is MartialSouls of Andahal. I am a sentient book of magic, or more precisely, a magical diary. My creator and former master is the most illustrious sorcerer of the Austin continent, Merlin. Initially, I was but an ordinary diary of Merlin. But as time passed, I gradually gained consciousness and, under my master's guidance, learned various spells. However, as my master approached the end of his life, fearing I might be exploited by those with ill intentions to harm the continent, he placed a seal upon me, allowing only those with a righteous and benevolent heart to awaken me. Thus, I fell into an endless slumber, believing it would be eternal. To my astonishment, I have awakened once more, and in a different world no less. Even more surprising is that the one who roused me is merely a young lad. Reflecting on his adept technique, I cannot help but question whether he truly embodies the virtuous and kind-hearted spirit my master spoke of. After several days of contact, I have gradually come to realize that I find myself in a realm known as Douluo. Through my observations in this world, I have discovered that its inhabitants lack magical attributes and cannot practice sorcery. Instead, they awaken a phenomenon referred to as a martial soul, which allows them to cultivate soul power. This soul power can be enhanced by hunting soul beasts to obtain a substance known as a soul ring. The mightiest among them are designated as titled Daoliuos, akin to the 9th-tier forbidden spellcasters of the Austin continent. The child who awakened my potential possesses a distinctly exceptional soul ring and harbors an affinity for wind magic. Although his magical attribute is singular, his talent and mental acuity are astonishing. Despite being merely 6 years old, he exhibits the prowess of a 3rd-tier mage, with his mental strength surpassing that of a 4th-tier mage, nearing the limits of a 5th-tier mage. In the distance, a figure swiftly glided along the treetops, and suddenly a massive boulder loomed ahead, seemingly destined for collision. However, Luyu remained unperturbed, murmuring, "Gale, slicing blade." Instantly, the azure gemstone atop his staff radiated brilliance as he deftly waved it, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. With a resounding crash, the colossal stone was reduced to rubble. Luyu executed a stylish drift, pausing midair. Through diligent efforts over the past few days, he had mastered wind attribute magic, including the wind blade technique he had just employed, alongside the wind control spell for flight and the gale step for enhanced speed. The incantation of magic requires chanting. The higher the tier of the magic, the longer the chant and the preparatory phase. However, Luyu's mental acuity far exceeded that of an ordinary mage, enabling him to cast lower-tier spells almost without incantation. The system was indeed not misleading. This magical soul ring was genuinely formidable, and the spellbook possessed remarkable value. Luyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yet, in the next moment, a sycophantic smile graced his face. "Hee, esteemed teacher Morholic, as you can see, I have already mastered these spells quite proficiently. When might you teach me a few more powerful spells?" Yearning to learn magic? Very well. However, floating in midair, Morholic regarded Luyu, whose face bore a mix of admiration and flattery, with a sense of pride. "You possess only a wind attribute. You would be incapable of learning magic from other attributes, let alone utilizing them." But Morholic deliberately paused, pretending to glance casually, observing Luyu's face fall in an instant. His satisfaction surged, reveling in his ability to easily manipulate the young boy. "However, I can teach you a few spells that solely utilize mental power, considering you possess a modicum of talent." Otherwise, Luyu looked at the smug Morholic, internally scoffing. If it weren't for the lack of other spellbooks in the system shop and the unintelligible content of the elemental magic foundational text, he would have sought alternatives. For now, he decided to endure, for although this insufferable book had an off-putting personality, it still proved effective in imparting knowledge. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pour chilly water into its eyes. How dare it manipulate my body to enter the women's restroom in the dead of night? Fortunately, the darkness concealed my face. Otherwise, my illustrious reputation would have been utterly tarnished. How could I continue to navigate the social circles of Dormitory 6? Or maintain my commanding presence before the third party? Luyu has already envisioned the scene where Tang mocks him upon discovering this incident. Is it true? What sort of sorcery is this? Is it a particularly formidable one? Despite his inner disdain, Luyu maintained an outward appearance of eager anticipation, showcasing a performance deserving of an Academy Award nomination. Morholic, clearly pleased with such a reaction, found his gaze wandering. "Hee, the spell I am about to teach you is called Mental Piercing." Morholic, relishing Luyu's bewildered yet admiring expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. Although the name may seem unremarkable, it is a potent spell that allows one to challenge opponents beyond their level. Challenge beyond one's level? Indeed. To master this spell requires formidable mental strength as its foundation, with virtually no preparation time needed for its release. Moreover, mental energy is formless and intangible, making it difficult for adversaries to detect. In practical combat, one can catch stronger foes off guard or strike unseen, eliminating them without a trace. Please, esteemed senior, bestow your wisdom upon me. Hee, since you have earnestly requested my guidance, I shall generously impart my knowledge. Listen closely. The lesson on mental piercing commenced. As dusk fell, Lu Yu lay exhausted on the ground, for the consumption of mental energy by this spell was immense. Even with his mastery of the vast meditation technique, he struggled to cope with the drain. Fortunately, after an afternoon of practice, Lu Yu had become proficient in this skill, capable of incapacitating anyone within a 100-meter radius at will, unless their mental strength far exceeded his own, leaving them with no chance of resistance. Just as Lu Yu closed his eyes to rest, a small, snow-white figure suddenly appeared, extending its delicate tongue to incessantly lick his chin. A ticklish sensation coursed through Lu Yu, prompting a burst of laughter. A phantom star fox. Mo Holik, witnessing the ethereal creature, gasped in astonishment. You possess a phantom star fox. Confused by Mo Holik's reaction, Lu Yu inquired, what's wrong? This little fox is my first soul ring. Is there an issue? What? You claim it is your first soul ring? Mo Holik's astonishment deepened. The phantom star fox is a cherished creature of the night, and harming them incurs the wrath of the stars. How is it that you remain unharmed? Lu Yu, equally bewildered, pondered the significance of the little fox. Does it truly hold such power? Why then am I unscathed? Chapter 20. An equal pact? Or an unequal treaty? Listen, young one. The phantom star fox is among the highest echelon of summoned beasts. Forming a contract with it grants you the blessings of the stars, Mo Holik elaborated. I strongly advise you to establish a pact with it now. Once the contract is signed, your fates will be intertwined. It appears this little creature has already acknowledged you, which could save you considerable trouble. Lu Yu cast a glance at the fluffy creature cradled in his arms, and the next moment, his gaze met the glistening eyes of the little fox, filled with anticipation. What should I do? Lu Yu turned to ask Holik. It's simple, just relax your mind. No matter what occurs shortly, do not resist or feel anxious. I will guide you. In an instant, the spell book sprang open, emitting a dazzling white light. While the pages rustled with fervor, two contracts gradually materialized between the human and the fox. You shall each offer a drop of your essence. As Holik finished speaking, a droplet of crimson blood floated from each of their foreheads, merging into the contracts. Now, it is time for you to bestow names upon one another. Lu Yu contemplated. Since you are my contracted beast, why not take my surname? Lu? Star language spirit fox, perhaps? Starry? Lu Xingxing? No, that sounds too kitsch. Star? Moon? Lu 6. A spark of inspiration struck Lu Yu. How about we call you June? The star language spirit fox nodded joyfully, seemingly pleased with the name. All right, now it's your turn to name him. Wait a moment, what did you say? Lu Yu questioned, doubting his own hearing. Could you repeat that? Who names whom? Of course, it is he who names you, Holik replied with an expression of obviousness. Although the illusory star fox is a high-tier summoned beast, the celestial pet is not a mere illusion, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans. Hence, an equitable contract must be established. Moreover, this is a unique contract. Others cannot forge it. Equitable contract? Lu Yu wore a perplexed expression. Indeed, an equitable contract means that both parties hold equal status, with no distinction between master and summoned beast. In times of difficulty, they can summon each other. Mutual summoning? Lu Yu murmured, his eyes lighting up. This is indeed a valuable asset. It could save one's life in a critical moment. How fortunate am I? Hey, are you daft? Holik remarked disdainfully, observing Lu Yu's foolish grin. Nothing at all. Please, continue, Lu Yu stammered. Very well, continue with the naming. Holik instructed the little fox. You may choose any name, even something trivial like Zhang San or Li Si. Enough of your nonsense. Lu Yu pushed Holik aside. Little fox, or rather June. Do not heed his frivolous remarks. I have faith in you. Lu Yu gazed at June with encouragement. The little fox furrowed its brow slightly, its ears twitching adorably. Suddenly, a light sparkled in June's eyes, and a constellation of starlight coalesced before it, forming 3 characters. Lu, see you? Why does that sound so much like a girl's name? Well, I must say, not naming you Zhang San or Li Si is already a feat. Why do you complain? Holik shot a disapproving glance at Lu Yu. The final step is to establish a mental link, and the contract will be complete. As the mental link began to form, Lu Yu felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind, enhancing his mental prowess. Suddenly, the celestial expanse sparkled with a myriad of stars, as a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping both Lu Yu and June. The surrounding starlight swirled around them. In the next moment, Lu Yu felt an exhilarating lightness, and he, along with June, began to float gently in midair. The flowing starlight continuously streamed towards them, ultimately merging within their beings. At that moment, an array of starlight within Lu Yu's consciousness gradually coalesced into a vortex, akin in size to the adjacent soul power vortex. This swirling mass shimmered with an extraordinary radiance, as a luminous orb, reminiscent of a full moon, danced delicately around its center. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. As the beam of light dissipated, Lu Yu and Jun slowly descended to the ground. How wondrous! A gentle and melodious voice unexpectedly echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Is this Jun's voice? How lovely! Wait, I must remain rational. She is merely a little fox, and my heart belongs to the grand lady. Once a connection is established, you can communicate telepathically, grasping each other's meanings effortlessly. Even if there is a language barrier, Merholik interjected. Moreover, congratulations, young lad. You now possess the qualifications to learn night magic. Night magic? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Night magic does not belong to elemental or chaotic magic. It forms its own unique category. The difficulty of its practice is immense. One must either possess an innate stellar sacred body or obtain the blessing of the stars through a contract with a stellar fox. You are fortunate to belong to the latter category. Night magic is further divided into 3 types: star arts, moon magic, and certain black magics. It sounds remarkably powerful. Not only does it sound formidable, but it is indeed quite formidable in practice. However, the difficulty of mastering night magic is the highest among all forms of magic. My master and creator, the legendary mage Merlin, had a third girlfriend who, despite possessing the stellar sacred body and the blessing of the stars, barely managed to master moon magic. Merlin's third girlfriend? Lu Yu expressed his astonishment. Hey, is that the focal point? Could you refrain from digressing? My apologies, please continue. What was her strength like? At that time, she was the youngest 6th-tier mage on the Austin continent. Possessing the strength of a half-step 7th tier at the mere age of 35, under a full moon, she could contend with a slightly weaker title Douluo from your world. So impressive. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to learn. Young man, think carefully. The difficulty of practicing night magic is no trivial matter. Even I only understand it superficially, and once you delve deeper, you will have to navigate the path on your own, Merholik warned gravely. Moreover, it encompasses black magic, which can corrode one's mind and carries the risk of losing oneself. In a fortunate scenario, you might spend your entire life in vain pursuit, wasting precious time. However, Lu Yu waved his hand, interrupting Merholik. No need to continue, my mind is made up. I have more significant reasons to become stronger. The determination in his gaze even caused Merholik to tremble slightly. Merlin, I seem to see your shadow in this child. Chapter 21, the 12th level Spirit Master. Well, since you are so resolute in your stance, I shall offer my guidance. As night fell, Lu Yu walked along the path back to his dormitory, massaging his throbbing head, while Merholik disguised as an ordinary book nestled in his arms. The intricacies of astromancy indeed posed a formidable challenge. Those obscure star charts nearly cost him his life. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, Lu Yu noticed a crowd gathered, encircling the entrance in layers, with a cacophony of voices echoing through the air. Hey, I heard your martial spirit is a rabbit. If you lose, how about becoming our boss's pet? Xiao Lai proclaimed with an air of arrogance. If I win, I don't care if you are Boss Xiao or whoever. From this day forth, I shall be your leader, Xiao Wu retorted. Her face flushed with anger as she glared at Xiao Lai. At this proclamation, a wave of derisive laughter erupted from the senior students led by Xiao Lai, Wang Hu, and Ling Fei. You? A mere girl? Xiao Lai scoffed, a sneer etched across his face. I never imagined a little girl would dare to challenge us seniors so brazenly. You ought to inquire about my reputation. I, Xiao Lai, have the run of this nodding academy, and no one dares to oppose me. Enough of your prattle. Xiao Wu huffed, hands on her hips. You seniors only know how to chatter. If you have the guts, let us settle this with a fight. With that, she stormed forward, only to be halted by Wang Sheng, who grasped her arm. Sister Xiao Wu, you possess great strength. Allow me to step in first and gauge their capabilities. All right, but be cautious, she replied, her concern evident. Upon seeing Wang Sheng emerge, Xiao Lai's expression turned dismissive. Humph, a weakling like you doesn't warrant my attention. With an air of superiority, Wang Hu stepped in front of Xiao Lai. As a defeated foe, let me remind you of your father's might. Today, I shall pummel you into submission. Wang Sheng, with a low growl, summoned his martial spirit and charged toward Wang Hu. Both of their martial spirits were long rods measuring 2 meters in length. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the clash of their rods creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. Though Wang Sheng was endowed with considerable strength, his attacks were chaotic and lacked discipline, relying solely on instinct. Conversely, Wang Hu, though not as powerful, exhibited a well-practiced technique, his rod weaving gracefully through the air, adopting a defensive stance to wear down his opponent. As the battle progressed, Wang Sheng's every strike drained his stamina, while Wang Hu seized the opportunity to shift from defense to a powerful downward strike. Wang Sheng, caught off guard, raised his rod in a panicked defense, but felt no impact. A smirk of disdain curled Wang Hu's lips as he lowered his body and pivoted, the rod reappearing in his grasp. With a powerful push from his legs and a twist of his waist, he thrust the rod toward Wang Sheng's chest. Wang Sheng, unable to evade in time, stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance, when a strong hand steadied him. "Thank you, third brother," he said, clutching his slightly aching chest as he turned to Tang San. Tang San shook his head slightly. "No need to thank me. Little San, why did you arrive only now?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her surprise evident as she glanced in their direction. "How dare you say that you did not wait for me?" Rushing into challenge without any assurance. Tang San remarked, speechless, having just returned from Master S side to witness the unfolding scene. "What are we waiting for? They have already bullied us to this extent, expecting me to become their new leader's pet. Have you heard about this new leader?" Upon hearing this, Tang San felt some confusion. It was said that Xiao Lai had connections with the Lord of Nodding City and was formidable in his own right. Who in Nodding Academy could possibly be his superior? "Hey, are you still going to fight or not? Wang Sheng has already lost. If you wish to continue, change your fighter swiftly." Wang Hu's arrogant voice echoed in the center of the arena. "Of course, we will fight, but..." Xiao Wu pointed at Xiao Lai, glaring fiercely. "But I want to fight you." "Me?" Xiao Lai exclaimed, incredulous as he pointed to himself. "Is that so? Are you afraid?" The senior students erupted into derisive laughter. "Ha ha. Although Brother Xiao was defeated by Big Brother Lu in just a few moves, he is indeed a bona fide spirit master with soul rings." "Exactly. Has this little girl lost her mind, daring to challenge Brother Xiao?" Xiao Lai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What did they mean by defeated in just a few moves? Although it was true, did he not deserve any dignity? Yet, he took solace in the latter remarks. "Very well. I accept your challenge," he declared confidently. "Considering you are a girl, I shall refrain from using my soul skills." "All right, you said it." As she spoke, Xiao Wu launched herself forward, taking advantage of his momentary surprise to land a punch squarely on his face. Xiao Lai quickly raised his hands to defend but felt no pain. Instead, he realized his arms had been seized. Xiao Wu gripped his forearms, her feet tracing an arc in the air before forcefully kicking him in the waist. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "You sneak attacked me," Xiao Lai accused, pointing an accusing finger at Xiao Wu. Beside them, Tang San sighed, exasperated. Xiao Lai growled, "Martial spirit, manifest." A green light enveloped him, his eyes glowing an eerie green as his hands morphed into claws, launching a rapid assault. The sharp claws gleamed with a chilling light. Unyielding, Xiao Wu shouted, gathering her strength for another charge. "Humph, you think I will fall for the same trick twice?" Xiao Lai quickly retracted his claws, halting his advance, and swiftly kicked out with his right foot, aiming for Xiao Wu's abdomen. Just as his foot was about to make contact, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the inner side of his left knee, as if struck by something. He instantly lost his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu executed the same tactic again, grasping his arm and throwing him forcefully away. With a thud, Xiao Lai landed awkwardly in the distance. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Lu Yu sighed inwardly. This little Tang San was truly skilled with hidden weapons, having discreetly thrown a few pebbles that struck Xiao Lai's knee. Yet, with Tang San's adeptness, few could detect his methods. These children, despite receiving a lesson from me, still lack awareness and dare to provoke trouble. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu shook his head and stepped forward. The others, seeing Xiao Lai being thrown out, looked on with grave expressions. Are the current students truly this formidable? At this moment, Xiao Lai had just risen from the ground, his heart filled with profound astonishment. This was the second individual who had defeated him without utilizing soul power. "Well, since you have lost, you must honor our agreement," said Xiao Wu. "Agreement? No, that is unacceptable," Xiao Lai replied, shaking his head vehemently. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. "What? Do you believe I am unworthy of being your leader?" Instantly, a yellow soul ring rose from beneath her feet. Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, was a level 12 one-ring soul master. Simultaneously, her ears began to elongate, gradually rising from the sides of her head, resembling an adorable little rabbit. Chapter 22, The Century-Old Soul Ring, Tang San's Astonishment. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. A century-old soul ring. Tang San gazed at the yellow soul ring, equally astonished. He had only acquired a century-old soul ring with the help of his master. How could Xiao Wu, merely a work-study student, also possess such a ring? "What? Are you displeased to see my century-old soul ring?" Xiao Wu cast a faux angry glance at Tang San. "No, not at all," Tang San replied awkwardly. Suddenly realizing that Xiao Wu also possessed innate full soul power, her talent no less impressive than his own. He had not anticipated that she was so concealing of her abilities. "Even if your talent surpasses mine, it doesn't matter," Xiao Lai declared defiantly. "What? Are you truly unwilling to keep your word? No, it's not that. If you wish to be my leader, you must first defeat our boss, Lu. Xiao Wu insisted urgently. Then let your so-called Lu boss or Neo boss come out and face me in a fair match, Xiao Lai challenged, pointing towards the back. Behold, our Lu boss is right behind. They all turned to look. A figure gradually approached. Boss. You go? Lu boss. They saw Lu Yu leisurely walking forward. At this moment, Tang Xin internally sighed, affirming his earlier conjecture. Recently, the only new student to enter the 6th dormitory was indeed Yu Ge, and having witnessed Yu Ji's skills, he believed it would not be difficult for him to handle Xiao Lai, especially since Lu Yu shared the same surname. Xiao Wu, seeing the newcomer, was somewhat puzzled. Are you the Lu boss they speak of? Before Lu Yu could respond, she exclaimed joyfully, now you can fight me, right? Earlier you said I lacked a soul ring. But now I possess one, and I just defeated your little brother. You have no reason to refuse me now, do you? Lu Yu felt speechless at her words. Oh. It seems this hurdle is insurmountable. It is never-ending. Very well, shall we establish a wager? As before, the victor shall be the leader. Upon hearing Lu Yu's agreement, Xiao Wu was ecstatic, fearing he might retract his words. Lu Yu, finding her childlike eagerness amusing, thought to himself, how truly juvenile. I agree, but what? You're not going to find another excuse to dismiss me, are you? Xiao Wu inquired. Not at all. You just fought a match, so you must be somewhat fatigued. And the night is growing late. Rest well, and let us meet here again in 3 days at the same time. How does that sound? Very well. Let us meet again at the same time in 3 days. You must not back out. Xiao Wu, anxious that Lu Yu might reconsider, quickly agreed. Indeed, it's a pact. Lu Yu affirmed as he dispersed the crowd and returned to his dormitory. Lu, why did you schedule the duel for 3 days from now? Wouldn't it be simpler to defeat that girl right away? Wang Hu inquired as Lu Yu lay upon his bed. Why are you so concerned? Lu has his own plans. Just go to sleep. Tomorrow, the fierce teacher has a quiz for us, Xiao Lai interjected. Alas, it is difficult, my fate is cruel. Wang Hu lamented at the thought of the upcoming quiz, which for someone of his academic standing felt like a death sentence. If only heaven would grant me. No. Half of Lu's intellect, he sighed. Lu Yu, smiling helplessly, adjusted his blanket and prepared for slumber. It was not that he was unwilling to respond. Rather, he simply lacked the energy. Earlier, on the way back to the dormitory, Lu Yu had suddenly declared her intent to enter seclusion for a breakthrough, draining him of the soul power he had previously compressed. He had succumbed to sleep without any response to calls. Even his mental energy had been exhausted, leaving him utterly fatigued. The persona he had displayed earlier was merely a fade. If he had lingered any longer, his true state would have been revealed. Hence, he had proposed the duel for 3 days hence, for in his current condition, even a light slap would render him unconscious. In the first-floor dormitory, a study dormitory, Wang Sheng, having just returned, eagerly approached Tang San. Third brother, judging by your reaction earlier, do you know that Lu Yu? Yes, we hail from the same village. His grandfather is the village chief and has always looked after my family, Tang San replied. Xiao Lai is quite formidable in the academy. If he recognizes Lu Yu as his superior, it is evident that Lu Yu possesses immense strength, Wang Sheng remarked. Indeed. Brother Yu also has full innate soul power and wields dual martial spirits, Tang San added. Then isn't Xiao Wu's challenge in 3 days quite precarious? Hey, you two. What are you whispering about? Are you discussing something unspeakable? Xiao Wu's voice abruptly interrupted, causing Wang Sheng to break into a cold sweat. No, Xiao Wu. I was merely concerned for your safety in the upcoming duel, Wang Sheng stammered. Concerned for my safety? So, you believe I cannot win? Xiao Wu's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. Doubting the morale before battle? I believe you seek a beating. She then raised her iron fist. As her fist descended towards him, Wang Sheng turned and fled. A moment later, a cry of anguish echoed. Tang Xin shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Still just a child, he mused, before becoming lost in thought. Today, Brother Yu's condition seemed off. His steps were unsteady, his eyes devoid of focus. Although his voice had sounded normal when speaking with Xiao Wu, his practiced purple extreme demon eye revealed the truth. Brother Yu was clearly putting up a front, and the duel with Xiao Wu was merely a stalling tactic. What could he be concealing? Tang San was perplexed, as 3 days swiftly passed, and the day of the duel arrived in the blink of an eye. Below the dormitory, the familiar group gathered once more, but this time, all eyes were fixated on the young girl at the center. Hey, where's your leader, Lu? Surely, he isn't too frightened to show up? Xiao Wu, growing impatient, shouted toward Xiao Lai. Impossible. Our leader Lu is known for his integrity. He always keeps his word and will undoubtedly arrive, Xiao Lai responded, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Half an hour had already slipped by, and he wondered where Lu could be. Tang San was equally troubled, pondering why Yu, who was usually punctual, was missing today. What could have transpired in the last 2 days that felt so amiss? Meanwhile, a work-study student remarked. I reckon your leader Lu is just afraid of losing to Sister Xiao Wu, hence his absence. Exactly. Others chimed in. Hey, who asked for your opinion? Xiao Lai retorted angrily. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, a figure gradually approached. Chapter 23. The Millennium Soul Ring and Tang San's Prominent Teeth. In the distance, Tang San observed Lu Yu approaching, his heart filled with curiosity as his purple extreme magic eyes activated. You seems to have grown significantly taller. Although he is merely a few months older than me, at 6 years old, he now stands nearly half a head taller. Having absorbed a century-old soul ring had caused his own transformation. Could it be that you had also absorbed a century-old soul beast? The thought intensified Tang San's astonishment. He had barely managed to hunt the manticore snake with the master's assistance. Could it be that you had independently slain a century-old soul beast? Despite his inner amazement, Tang San maintained a calm demeanor. At that moment, the two combatants in the arena were already engaged in an intense match. Though it was clear that Lu Yu was holding back, Xiao Wu's movements were swift and precise, delivering clean punches and kicks, but they hardly affected Lu Yu, whose true challenge lay in her remarkable agility. In an instant, long rabbit ears sprouted from Xiao Wu's head, and a fluffy, spherical tail emerged from her lower back, signaling her transformation into her martial spirit form. A yellow soul ring materialized beside her, radiating brilliance. Lu Yu, gathering his strength for a punch, found himself unexpectedly grasped by Xiao Wu, who leapt into the air with a powerful thrust from her legs, her body soaring gracefully. Xiao Lai, witnessing this familiar scene, felt an involuntary ache in his ribs, recalling how he had been thrown out by that very technique the day before. Oh no, Lu, he thought, silently worrying for his leader. Meanwhile, Tang San glanced at the unfolding spectacle, reminiscent of his own battle with Xiao Wu days prior, his gaze reflecting a hint of intrigue. This was Xiao Wu's first soul skill, the waist bow, a move that had nearly caught him off guard. He wondered how you would respond. In the next moment, Xiao Lai's eyes widened, thoroughly impressed by Lu Yu's counter, thinking to himself, truly, our leader Lu is exceptional, capable of such feats. In an instant, as Lu Yu was captured, he deftly grasped Xiao Wu's wrist, pivoted his waist, and with a powerful push from his legs, flung her into the air. The petite figure tumbled mid-flight, nearly losing her balance, but was fortunately steadied by a strong hand. Turning back, Xiao Wu found herself face-to-face with a youthful and delicate visage. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and a flush of color spread across their innocent faces. Tang San felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Just as a resigned voice interrupted, Hey, must you two display your affection at this very moment? Lu Yu crossed his arms, gazing at the embracing pair ahead, and thought, good grief, here I am, nearly 30 years old in total across 2 lifetimes, yet I am publicly bombarded with the affection of these 2 children. At this, Tang San immediately turned his head away, retracting his hand from a certain someone's waist, and pretended to cough discreetly, raising his right fist to his mouth. Xiao Wu, having cultivated herself into a soul beast, only grasped human relationships through the gossip she overheard from soul masters hunting in the forest. Moreover, her current interests were solely in fighting and becoming the leader, so she paid little heed to Tang San's unusual demeanor. A bet is a bet. You won. You are the leader, Xiao Wu said somewhat dejectedly. The opponent hadn't even used a soul skill, nor summoned their martial soul, while she had already resorted to her martial soul's abilities to achieve victory. Yet, in the next moment, her sparkling eyes brimmed with determination. Next time, I shall defeat you fair and square. Then, with a hint of curiosity, Xiao Wu asked, Are you really just an auxiliary soul master? Can I see your martial soul? When she first learned from Tang San that Lu Yu was an auxiliary soul master, she found it hard to believe. After all, Tang San was someone who could hold his own against her, and according to Tang San, Lu Yu was equally matched with him. The notion that he was merely an auxiliary soul master seemed utterly implausible. Hearing her words, Lu Yu smiled helplessly. He then focused his thoughts, and a surge of powerful soul energy erupted from within him. In the next moment, a splendid staff adorned with 7 gems materialized in his hand, with a blue lotus swirling around it. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings slowly appeared beneath Lu Yu's feet. Purple, blue. The blue soul ring emitted a faint sound of wind. Everyone present was taken aback by the spectacle before them. What? 2 purple soul rings, one being the first and the second. Is this truly just an auxiliary soul master? 3 soul rings. A 30-level soul master. My heavens. Who is Lu Yu really? Is he truly only 6 years old? Is he even human? The astonishment echoed among the crowd. What is this blue soul ring? Xiao Wu gazed at Lu Yu's peculiar 3rd soul ring, and despite having lived for over 10,000 years, she had never encountered such an unusual soul ring. She even began to question whether Lu Yu had somehow transformed from a million-year-old soul beast into human form. Meanwhile, Tang San was so shocked he could hardly speak. 1,000-year soul ring, and 2 of them. Is brother Yu really this formidable? The term genius scarcely suffices to describe Yu Gu. He is nothing short of a prodigy. An absolute marvel. Lu Yu, feeling somewhat bashful under the astonished gazes of those around him, awkwardly rubbed his nose. Indeed, such occasions, filled with public scrutiny, are ill-suited for me. I thrive in modesty. He promptly retracted his martial spirit and soul rings, addressing Xiao Wu. As you can see, I am merely a support soul master. As for my soul rings, it was sheer luck that I stumbled upon a fortunate find. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, Lu Yu interrupted her, declaring, I emerged victorious in the recent match. So there is no need for you to call me boss anymore. Like San, you may simply refer to me as you go. He then turned to the onlookers and called out, all right, that's enough for today's contest. The sun is setting. Everyone should hurry back to rest. We have classes tomorrow. You lot, instead of constantly seeking trouble, should behave yourselves and refrain from challenging others to fights. It is rather shameful for a group of grown men to bully a newcomer, especially a girl, and to lose at that. Aren't you embarrassed? Lu Yu chastised Wang Hu and the others, before turning on his heel and walking toward the dormitory. Wang Hu and his companions were taken aback by the sudden reprimand. Bewildered, wasn't it Lu Gu who initiated the fight today? Why are we being scolded? I didn't even lose. Enough of this nonsense. Let us just head back and rest. Xiao Lai remarked, completely impressed by Lu Yu, who he now regarded as a lifelong aspiration. As Lu Yu ascended the stairs, he suddenly felt a searing gaze upon him, sending chills down his spine. Yet, having just showcased his prowess before the crowd, the thrill of his first grand display was exhilarating. Could it be that looking back now would diminish his allure? He suppressed his curiosity, refusing to glance back, leaving only a cool silhouette behind him. Wow, Lu Gu is so handsome. Not only is he powerful, but even his silhouette is striking. Several young girls were taken with infatuation. The boys present rolled their eyes, silently contesting, I am the most handsome, mind you. Of course, they only dared to argue this in their minds. Chapter 24. The Temptation of Returning Home for the Holidays. In the work-study dormitory, Tang San lay on his bed, lost in myriad thoughts. My century-old soul ring was obtained with the aid of my teacher. Even so, it was perilous beyond measure. Yuga calls it luck, but absorbing just 1 century-old soul ring almost led to my demise. The extent of Yu Ji's talent is truly terrifying. I cannot fathom how powerful he is now. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice broke through his reverie, Tang San. Why aren't you sleeping? Although Nuoding Academy permits male and female students to share dormitories, the residents implicitly divide the space into male and female sections. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu were an exception, their beds not only positioned closely together, but also sharing a single blanket. The reason lies in the fact that Xiao Wu had no blanket, prompting Tang San to generously share half of his own. However, there remained a burden between them as a boundary. Fortunately, Tang San's blanket was sufficiently large to accommodate both of them comfortably. Just as he responded, he noticed an unexpected silence beside him. Xiao Wu's breathing was steady, indicating that she had fallen asleep. Finally a break. The brief semester had flown by, and the elementary school students, having endured their final examinations, were jubilantly bustling about in their dormitory, packing their belongings. As Tang San exited the dormitory building, he spotted Lu Yu waiting outside. Brother Yu, Tang San called from a distance, only to notice that Lu Yu was empty-handed, which puzzled him. Brother Yu, where's your luggage? In response, Lu Yu raised his left index finger with a smile and said, it's all contained within here. A spatial soul guide? Tang San immediately recognized the ring on Lu Yu's finger. Yes, it was left to me by my grandfather. Let's hurry. He mentioned he would come to pick us up and should be at the entrance by now. Tang San nodded in agreement. As Lu Yu and Tang San walked ahead, they noticed Xiao Wu trailing behind. Lu Yu playfully draped his arm over Tang San's shoulder, squinting his eyes and teasing, not bad, Xiao San. It's only the first semester, and you're already bringing a girl home. Uncle Hao is sure to be thrilled. Tang San, feeling slightly embarrassed, coughed awkwardly. Brother Yu, please don't jump to conclusions. Xiao Wu simply has no one at home during the break. So I invited her to stay in the village for a couple of days. What are you two whispering about? Just as Tang San was about to clarify, a sweet voice chimed in from behind. Nothing. We were just contemplating how to host you in Shenghun village. After all, you are our esteemed guest, Lu Yu explained, turning back with a meaningful smile towards Tang San. At the school gate, the trio searched for quite some time, but could not find village chief Jack. Could it be that Grandpa Chief misremembered our vacation dates? That is possible. Considering his age, it's quite normal for him to forget things, replied Tang San. Xiao San, Xiao Yu. Just then, a robust voice interrupted their exchange. Uncle Zhou. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. Uncle Zhou was the only carpenter in the village, known for his simple and kind-hearted nature. Although he could lead a comfortable life through his craftsmanship, he was burdened by a wayward gambling brother whose misfortunes often led to Uncle Zhou incurring losses to bail him out, leaving his family in dire straits. Despite their financial struggles, they managed to get by. "Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? Where's my grandfather?" Tang San inquired with concern. Zhou Qingping's expression slightly faltered before he replied, "Xiao San, Xiao Yu, you are both good children, but it would be best if you returned home to see for yourselves." "What?" Tang San's heart raced at those words. "Uncle Zhou, has something happened at home? What about my father?" "Xiao San, don't panic. Uncle Hao is in good health. Nothing serious is likely to have happened. Let us return to the village with Uncle Zhou and find out," Lu Yu reassured, placing a comforting hand on Tang San's shoulder. According to the original plot, Tang Hao should be disguised, secretly protecting Tang San. However, as a titled Douluo, he could almost traverse the continent with ease. Yet, from Uncle Zhou's words, it seems that trouble has befallen my family as well. Could it be that the old village chief is also a powerhouse in hiding? My goodness. This speculation had lingered in Lu Yu's mind long ago, particularly when old Jack had bestowed upon him the spatial ring, which Lu Yu had initially thought was a family heirloom of the village chief. It now appears that the situation is far more complex than he had imagined. Furthermore, the old village chief seems to recognize the silver-white token in his possession. Who exactly are his biological parents? Why does this Douluo seem so different from my understanding? Seated in the carriage, Lu Yu furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Just then, as the carriage reached the village entrance, Tang San hurriedly leaped out and dashed towards home, with Xiao Wu closely following behind. Lu Yu dismounted and expressed his gratitude to Zhou Qingping, who promptly returned home. Zhou Qingping watched the retreating figures of the three, shaking his head with a sigh, remarking on how wonderful those two children were. "Go." He then leisurely urged the horse towards the workshop. "Creak." "Grandpa." Lu Yu cautiously pushed open the door and called out. There was no response. The house was unusually quiet. As he stepped inside, a cloud of dust was stirred up, prompting him to stifle a cough and wave his hand before his face. The abundance of dust indicated that his grandfather had been away for quite some time. Lu Yu pondered, surveying his surroundings. The tools within the room were neatly arranged, and apart from the excessive dust, everything remained as it was before he left. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of something on the table. "What is this? A letter?" He approached and picked up the envelope, examining it closely before deftly tearing it open to reveal a piece of yellowed stationery. After reading it attentively, he placed it back on the table and proceeded to fetch water, mop the floor, and wipe the table, just as he always did. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already deep into the night. After settling Imo-holic comfortably, he directly went to bed. The little fox had shown no signs of awakening since it had fallen into a deep sleep. All was quiet. The world seemed to consist solely of Lu Yu. Outside the window, the moon hung high and the stars were sparse, with a gentle breeze brushing against the grass, bringing in a hint of coolness as it slipped through the window. The silver-haired youth on the bed appeared serene, his breathing steady. His sleeping visage resembled a delicate flower, quietly blooming in the night, while the breeze caressed the curtains, softly touching his exquisite features. This scene resembled a pure and beautiful painting. In the tranquil night, the boy's breath was the most enchanting melody. Another gust of wind, akin to a mischievous child, playfully darted around the room, fearing to disturb the slumbering youth. It chased about silently. Unbeknownst to him, a yellowed piece of paper had flipped from the table to the floor. Chapter 25. The Visitor Little Yu. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be here, for Grandpa has important matters to attend to and needs to leave for a while. The money within the ring should suffice for a while. Should you graduate from the junior college and your grandfather has yet to return, make your way to Shrek Academy. There, you shall discover the treasures left for you by him. Remember, the existence of those treasures must remain a secret from all. Furthermore, concerning your heritage, although you have never inquired, I am aware of your deep concern. Everything you seek is inscribed upon that silver token, if you wish to uncover the truth. That token is of utmost importance. Outside the window, a tempest raged, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roars of thunder. Before a wooden table, a stooped figure set down his pen, raising his gaze to the window, swaying precariously in the gale. He pressed down the yellowed letter and rose, hand poised to draw the window closed. Suddenly, a shadow materialized, and with a swift motion, a slick tentacle emerged, piercing the elder's throat. Crash! A flash of silver lightning illuminated the inky darkness of the night. "Grandfather!" Lu Yu exclaimed, tumbling from his bed. Thud! The abrupt pain in his backside caused the young boy to gasp, and he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "What's wrong, little sorcerer?" At that moment, the ethereal Marholic was drawn over by the sudden commotion. "Did you have a nightmare?" Lu Yu, still rubbing his backside, replied, "Yes, I dreamed of my grandfather. It was a rather ominous dream." "Fear not. Thoughts during the day often manifest in dreams at night, Marhalik reassured him. It is evident you care deeply for your grandfather. Besides, dreams often present the opposite of reality, indicating that your grandfather is faring quite well. Do not worry too much. I didn't expect this book to be so comforting, Liu remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, this tome is the personal diary of the greatest wizard of all time, Merlin, the most formidable grimoire in the Austin continent. Where are you off to? As Marhalik proudly introduced himself, he noticed that Liu had already descended the stairs. I'm making breakfast, oh great grimoire. Would you care for a bite? Humph. The cycle of grains is a mere mortal affair. This grimoire finds it beneath contempt. Delightful. I didn't realize you possessed such culinary skills, Liu mused, observing the most powerful grimoire voraciously devouring the food. If this were presented in the Austin continent, it could rival a royal chef. Watching the comically gluttonous figure before him, Liu felt his own image tarnished. Eat slowly. No one is competing for your food. Meanwhile, Tang Sen received a farewell letter from Tang Hao. In these past few days, the usually lively Xiao Wu had been surprisingly quiet, silently assisting Tang San in tidying the disarray of his room. At the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, Master sat quietly in his chamber, engrossed in a book. With Tang San having returned home for the holidays, he felt an inexplicable emptiness within. After a year of companionship, Yu Xiaojing's feelings for this student had only deepened. As for that boy named Liu, although he had not formally become a disciple, Yu Xiaojing regarded him almost as he did Tang San. The astonishment this child brought him was unparalleled. The first soul ring is a millennium soul ring. And to reach the soul master at merely 6 years of age is an astonishing feat that directly contradicts the decades of research by Yu Xiaojing. It is truly remarkable. Master S gaze gradually shifted to a dark token on the table, which bore a striking resemblance to the one he had shown Tang San upon their entrance into the soul-hunting forest. The only difference being that this token featured a total of 6 symbols. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. A flicker of confusion crossed the Master S brow. It seemed that his secluded abode had attracted an unusual number of visitors lately. Please enter, he said, setting aside his belongings with a nonchalant tone. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a slender figure clad in a black robe, beneath which the fabric of a coarse garment was faintly visible. With hands as frail as twigs, the figure slowly removed the hood, revealing an aged face etched with the marks of time, crowned with neatly combed white hair. Greetings, Master. It has been a long time, the old man spoke, his voice raspy. For reasons unknown, the moment the elder stepped into the room, Yu Xiaojing felt his soul power involuntarily surge. Although the old man did not exhibit any overtly threatening behavior, Yu Xiaojing's instincts warned him that this individual's presence was as formidable as Tang Hao's, if not more so. What brings you here, esteemed elder? Yu Xiaojing inquired, rising slowly, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. It has been nearly 50 years. And not a soul remembers this old man, the elder replied, stroking his beard and chuckling in his gravelly voice. Do you recall the peculiar individual we encountered 20 years ago in that strange village? 20 years. Strange village? Peculiar individual? Yu Xiaojing pondered deeply upon hearing this. Lost in thought, suddenly, the weight of long-buried memories struck him, and he vividly recalled who this elder was. You are. The Master's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing as he hurried towards the elder. The old man waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Let bygone matters remain unspoken. I am merely an old man teetering on the brink of the grave. The debt of gratitude I owe you for saving my life remains etched in my heart. I shall never forget it, Yu Xiaojing declared, his demeanor filled with fervor. You must have met my inept grandson, Liu. Liu? He is your grandson? The master was once again taken aback. Found him, but to me, he is as dear as my own flesh and blood. His parents perished before my eyes, and I was powerless to intervene. Now, the very thing that caused his parents' demise has resurfaced, and I must embark on a significant journey. I have witnessed the transformation of Xiaoyu this past year. A 6-year-old soul master is unprecedented in the continent's history. However, with such prominence comes peril, so I, an old man, am here to shamelessly seek your assistance, invoking the favor of my past salvation. The master sensed a glimmer of understanding within him, yet maintained a solemn demeanor, unwilling to treat the matter lightly. Please, speak forth. I shall not dare to neglect your request. I wish to ask you to look after that unworthy grandson of mine, and to ensure his protection to the best of your ability, the elder implored earnestly. His eyes filled with earnestness. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, even if it costs me my life. I shall ensure your grandson's safety. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's face revealed a look of satisfaction as he retrieved an envelope from his bosom and handed it to Yu Xiaojing. Inside lay a token. If one were to encounter an insurmountable dilemma, they could seek the address inscribed on the letter. That old chap still owed me a considerable debt of gratitude and should not refuse assistance. Yu Xiaojiang received the envelope with utmost reverence, vowing not to betray the trust placed in him by his elder. The old man nodded with a smile before turning to exit the room. The master heard a rumble of thunder, hastily made his way to the door, only to find it empty. Returning to the table, he stood in a daze, gazing at the token and envelope before him. Chapter 26. Siblings? The waning rays of the setting sun painted the sky in a brilliant hue of crimson. Before the blacksmith shop in Holy Spirit Village, 3 small figures sat together, watching the sun gradually descend beyond the horizon. Luyu reclined with his hands propped behind him. A strand of blue-silver grass clenched in his mouth, his expression impassive, lost in thought. Xiao Wu sat closely beside Tang San, her hands resting on her head, eager to speak yet unsure of how to begin, casting glances at the two with a look of hesitation. Thank you both for these past few days. Tang San suddenly spoke up. No need to mention it. We're practically family. There's no need for such formality, Luyu replied, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Besides, Uncle Hao is quite robust. It's unlikely anything would happen to him. Even if something did occur, it certainly wouldn't be Uncle Hao who would bear the brunt of it. Are you not at all concerned about Grandpa Jack? Tang San turned to Luyu, who appeared relaxed, his brow furrowing in curiosity. It would be disingenuous to claim I am not worried. However, I have an inkling that the sudden departure of Uncle Hao and my grandfather is not as straightforward as it seems, Luyu remarked, pinching the blue-silver grass between his fingers. Or perhaps, both Uncle Hao and my grandfather are not as simple as they appear. Tang San responded, somewhat bewildered. Xiao San, did Uncle Hao leave you anything before he departed? Perhaps a note or something similar? Yes. My father left a note stating he had to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him, and urged me to become stronger, yet paradoxically advised against it. Such a contradiction. Tang San replied. What of Grandpa Jack? Did he say anything? Well, Luyu pondered. Grandpa urged me to attend Shrek Academy and mentioned the necessity of becoming stronger. Do you think it's possible that Uncle Hao and my grandfather were once formidable forces, perhaps compelled to conceal their true selves for reasons unbeknownst to us? But why would they leave so abruptly now? Perhaps they see hope in you too, reigniting their fighting spirit. Their departure might be a means of safeguarding you, enabling your growth, Xiao Wu comforted. Xiao Wu has a point. Xiao San, we must strive to become stronger. We cannot let them down. Indeed, Tang San replied, gazing down at his toes, tears welling in his eyes, his voice hoarse. Xiao Wu gently patted Tang San on the shoulder, though her strength nearly toppled him. You must believe your father is merely away for a time. You will surely be reunited one day. Besides, you have us, your friends. We can also be your family. If you don't mind, I would be honored to be your sister, she offered. In the school, everyone addresses me this way, except for you. It seems I can't compete with you. You go. Come on, call me Sister Xiao Wu and let me hear it. Luyu chuckled helplessly at the side, bemused by the girl's unwavering desire to be the big sister. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Upon hearing Tang San's questioning tone, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed slightly. No. Tang San hurriedly clarified. Xiao Wu, I seem to recall you are a few months younger than I am. As the elder, you may call me San Go. No, Xiao Wu retorted. If you can't beat me, and should you ever find yourself bullied, calling for Sister Xiao Wu will ensure I can help you retaliate. That may not be the case. Luyu couldn't help but chuckle at this exchange. You go, what do you mean by that? Xiao Wu inquired. Yu Gu is right. You may not necessarily defeat me. Tang San's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well, let us have a contest right now, with Yu Gu as the judge. Whoever wins gets to dictate the terms. Xiao Wu's stubborn nature flared up, unwilling to concede. Tang San sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu excitedly tugged at Tang San's arm. Under the bright night sky, the moon cast a silvery glow. Bang! Xiao Wu threw a punch at Tang San's face, only to have it intercepted by the blue-silver grass he summoned. Hey! Why is your blue-silver grass so peculiar? Xiao Wu rubbed her reddened fist, feeling the tingling sensation in her hand, her brows knitting together. My first spirit ring comes from a 400-year-old mandala snake, which has endowed the blue-silver grass with a toxic mutation. But fear not, it only causes paralysis, essentially harmless. Xiao Wu shook her numb right hand and, with renewed vigor in her legs, lunged forward again, aiming for Tang San's face. The latter leaned back, swiftly retreating close to the ground. Meanwhile, Luyu, silently observing the duel, noticed that as Tang San retreated, his hands were busy with subtle movements, quickly picking up several small stones from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, 3 small pebbles shot forth. Xiao Wu felt pain in her ankle, her momentum diminishing, nearly losing her balance. Before she could react, Tang San's voice rang out. I'll strike your calf. I'll hit your wrist. I'll jab your stomach. Xiao Wu winced with each hit, attempting to close the distance to Tang's San, only to be thwarted each time by his peculiar footwork, leaving her increasingly agitated. At this moment, Lu Yu focused intently, his gaze fixed on Tang San's movements, recognizing that this was undoubtedly the ghost shadow perplexing steps of the Tang clan. Although Tang San's movements were fluid and ethereal, under Lu Yu's heightened mental acuity, it appeared akin to slow motion. The ghost shadow perplexing steps were as enigmatic as a phantom, moving without a trace, and within mere moments, Tang San had eluded and repositioned several times. Truly, a signature technique of the Tang clan, Lu Yu couldn't help but muse inwardly. In the next instant, at the heart of the battle, the two figures exchanged blows, evenly matched for a time. Finally, Xiao Wu seized an opportunity to draw closer to Tang San. In an instant, her yellow spirit ring shimmered, and she swiftly reached out to grab him. First spirit skill, bow of the waist. Victory is assured. Xiao Wu rejoiced internally. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Tang San's lips curled into a subtle smile. Almost the instant Xiao Wu exerted force on his wrist, Tang San twisted his waist, and, with a surge of power, spun Xiao Wu in the air. It turned out that he had deliberately feigned a weakness to draw her closer. At this juncture, he executed the technique, controlling the crane and lifting the dragon. Lu Yu, observing from the side, recognized Tang San's movements, utilizing force against force. They bore a striking resemblance to Tai Chi, yet were distinctly different. As expected, Xiao Wu ultimately succumbed to Tang San's various tactics. Now, Tang San approached Xiao Wu and extended his hand. Rising from the ground, Xiao Wu gazed at him. You won. Surprisingly, Tang San shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on her sparkling orbs. Xiao Wu, I am earnestly asking you now, would you be willing to be my sister? When my father was still alive, he was my only family. Now, I am alone. If you agree, you will become my family. I. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson under Tang San's fervent gaze, appearing utterly flustered. Chapter 27, Tang San, Little San. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the verdant grass in a silvery veil. The argent rays illuminated the boy's clear eyes, reflecting the girl's rosy visage. I will. Her delicate voice resonated. Sangu. Upon hearing this, the youth's face blossomed with a joyful smile. Ah, sister. At this moment, Lu Yu, leaning against a nearby tree trunk, felt an overwhelming rush of emotions. Cough, cough. Unable to suppress his coughs any longer, he exclaimed, Goodness. You're making this feel like a proposal scene just to acknowledge a sister. Truly, the kiss of Douluo's assassin carries an innate charm. It's quite impressive. In his past life, Lu Yu had maintained a distance from the opposite sex, with the closest interaction being merely blocking someone's path or politely informing them of someone's presence. Now, he found himself inundated with such a generous serving of romantic undertones from a mere proximity. Cough, cough, cough. The sudden outburst shattered the intimate atmosphere, yanking the two back to reality. Xiao Wu, startled like a frightened bird, felt her previously rosy cheeks burn a deeper shade of red. Tang San, brimming with delight, turned to Lu Yu. You go. I have a sister now. Lu Yu smiled and replied, All right, I've seen it all. Congratulations to both of you. I shall not intrude upon your moment. Enjoy your world together. He then left with a meaningful smile. My goodness. Who could have anticipated that I would merely come to act as a referee, only to be inundated with romantic gestures? Lu Yu mused as he turned to leave. Sangu, what does a world for two mean? Observing Xiao Wu's bewildered expression, Tang San cleared his throat. Sangu, what's wrong? And nothing. Xiao Wu, let me show you something. What is it? Tang San revealed a small object on his arm. This is called a hidden weapon. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, having just finished his meal, did not return home, but instead took a detour through the small woods behind the village. Rustle, rustle. In an unassuming thicket, a sudden rustle ensued, followed by a head emerging from within. Old Mo, did you really sense suspicious psychic fluctuations here? We've been lying in wait for ages with no sign of anything. Lu Yu grumbled, pulling a leaf from his nostrils. Could it be that you miscalculated? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mo Holik asserted with unwavering conviction. That psychic force is formidable, yet cleverly concealed. Even I nearly failed to detect it. Just then, Mo Holik's words trailed off into silence. Old Mo, Lu Yu sensed something amiss and called out in a hushed tone, but received no response. Turning back, he discovered Mo Holik eerily suspended in the thicket, as still as a mundane book. Old Mo, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yu. Suddenly, a fierce surge of psychic energy erupted. Lu Yu felt as though he were trapped upon a solitary boat in an endless ocean. Torrents of psychic force flooding into his consciousness. A cacophony of howling winds whipped up towering waves, causing the fragile vessel to sway precariously, threatening to capsize at any moment. Abruptly, the overwhelming psychic energy locked onto Lu Yu. He felt his small boat overturned by the monstrous waves, plunging him into the boundless abyss, where he gasped for breath, succumbing to darkness until consciousness slipped away. In reality, the youth merely rose, his legs trembling unsteadily before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the space around the thicket distorted, revealing several figures. "Guanshan, you are too reckless," exclaimed a figure draped in a black cloak. He appeared to be merely 7 years old, yet his voice carried a weighty authority, reminiscent of a seasoned master. Guanshan, the black-cloaked individual, had a coarse voice, and upon closer inspection, he was indeed larger than the others clad in similar attire. I was merely testing the waters. Who knew he was so fragile?" Guanshan sheepishly scratched his head, then flashed a confident grin. "But don't worry, Uncle Foam, I exercised restraint." The figure referred to as Uncle Foam was the source of the earlier aged voice. "You ought to be more cautious. After all, this child is the chosen one. Your recklessness is a disrespect to the ancestors." Feng Huang scolded sternly. "It's just a matter of knocking the chosen one out. How does that equate to disrespecting the ancestors?" Guanshan scratched his head, fully aware that Feng Huang's raised hand was about to descend upon him. All right. Uncle Feng, I understand my mistake. I assure you there won't be a next time." Feng Huang retracted his hand, his tone firm. "Humph. This time I shall let it slide. Should there be a next occurrence, I will duly record it in the task log for the High Priestess judgment." Subsequently, Feng Huang cast a glance at Guanshan's imposing form, remarking, "With such a clumsy physique, it is truly hard to believe you are a practitioner of psychic cultivation." Enough. Uncle Feng, Guanshan, cease your bickering, interjected the black-cloaked figure standing beside Lu Yu's head. "We have just received the latest directive from the Sacred Realm, instructing us to covertly protect the Chosen One, eliminate potential threats, and ensure his safe development. The immediate priority is to investigate the individuals surrounding the Divine Son." Feng Huang stroked his beard, gazing at the speaker in the black robe with admiration. The words of the Azure Dragon deity were indeed reasonable. He inwardly wished that the Feng family members were present. However, the thought of his ineffectual nephew nearby darkened his expression, and he shot a fierce glare at the bewildered Guanshan, letting out a cold snort as if to say, "Look at them." Guanshan, utterly confused, responded, "Huh? What did I do?" A sudden cough drew everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. The Azure Dragon deity spoke again, stating that based on observations over the past few months, the book posed no malice towards the Divine Son. Rather, it seemed to assist him in learning the abilities of another world, thus deemed temporarily safe. Currently, the only potential threat appeared to be the missing Tang Hao. At this moment, Feng Huang added that according to reliable sources, this individual was none other than the Haotian Douluo, who had disappeared years ago and hailed from the Haotian clan. Tang San, who was quite close to the Divine Son, was his only son. The girl named Xiao Wu had an unclear background and carried the aura of a soul beast, yet she had not exhibited any hostility thus far, rendering her temporarily safe. The Azure Dragon nodded in agreement, affirming that, for now, Shenghun Village posed no threat. They decided to split into 2 groups. Uncle Feng would lead 6 individuals to Shrek Academy, while the remaining members would stay behind to secretly protect the Divine Son. Caution was advised. No one was to act independently. Understood. The space twisted once more, and their figures vanished again. In the clearing of the forest, only Lu Yu and Mo Holik remained, as if the previous events had merely been an illusion. The following day, sunlight streamed through the forest canopy, creating a marvelous Tyndall effect. Chapter 28, Arrow in the Sleeve. The morning sun was always so bright, and the air in the forest carried a subtle fragrance of grass. Dew slid down the leaf veins. Lu Yu felt something wet on his nose, prompting him to reach up and touch it. Suddenly, he sat up with a start. "Wait, didn't I faint in the woods last night? How am I back home?" "Oh, you're awake," a voice chimed in. Lu Yu looked up to see another version of himself sitting at the table, smiling back at him. "Old Mo, what is happening? What transpired last night?" His head throbbed painfully. "The strength of the other party far exceeds yours, classified within this world's power spectrum. It must be the so-called tidal Douluo level. And they specialize in spiritual power. You surviving this ordeal is a sign of great fortune following a disaster," the silver-haired youth commented, crossing his arms. Lu Yu struggled to prop himself up at the table and poured himself a bowl of water from the teapot. "Tidal Douluo? When did I provoke such a formidable entity?" The silver-haired youth rolled his eyes. "How would I know?" He continued. "They likely harbor no ill intentions and may even be here to protect you." Lu Yu, taken aback by this revelation, pondered, "Protect me? From what? Could it be that they were arranged by my parents? But why then did they attack me?" Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled something. "They? Old Mo, how did you know it was a group of people? Could it be that you, Mo Holik, had no intention of denying it and simply nodded in acknowledgement?" "I was not dazed at that moment. And you?" It's not that they were numerous and formidable, making it impossible to contend with them. Although that burly man's mental prowess was indeed formidable, it was still somewhat lacking when it came to dealing with me, the greatest mage in history. Since you weren't dazed, you must have overheard something. Do share. Lu Yu did not allow Mo Holik the chance to respond, interrupting his incantation. Well, let me think. They were likely around 12 individuals. From their conversation, they mentioned a place called the Holy Domain, and they specifically came to seek you. Holy Domain? To seek me? Lu Yu could not help but fall into deep contemplation. I have never heard of a place called the Holy Domain on the Douluo continent. The only notably special places I recall from the novels I have read are the City of Slaughter and Sea God Island. The former is the residence of Tang San's grandfather and the place where Tang San acquired the God of Slaughter's domain, while the latter is the site of the Sea God's inheritance. Both locations were integral to Lu Yu's original plans, contingent upon possessing sufficient strength to ensure his survival. Otherwise, it would be akin to courting death, especially in the City of Slaughter, a veritable gathering of lunatics. Hey, what are you thinking about? Mo Holik noticed Lu Yu's stillness. His gaze fixated on a single point and wrapped his fingers on the table. Nothing. Nothing at all. Please continue. Lu Yu snapped back to reality. From my observations, this group possesses formidable strength, Mo Holik remarked, rolling his eyes. They seem to have the ability to traverse through space. Additionally, it appears they have split into two factions. One headed to Shrek Academy, while the other... I didn't quite catch where they went afterward. Shrek Academy? Could it be that they are aware of the treasures left behind by Grandpa Jack? No, that can't be. The letter stated that only Grandpa and I knew the location of those items. Bang, bang, bang. As Lu Yu's thoughts spiraled further, Mo Holik, growing impatient, rapped the table once more. Hey, how much longer are you going to ponder? Hurry up and make breakfast. I'm on the verge of starving. Noticing Lu Yu remained unmoved, Mo Holik took it upon himself to push Lu Yu toward the kitchen. Oh, stop pushing. I can walk by myself. Hurry and prepare breakfast. After eating, you still need to practice magic, and you have to catch up on what you missed yesterday. Lu Yu, with a reluctant expression, was ushered into the kitchen, resembling a sulky child. After Lu Yu had completely departed, Mo Holik discreetly glanced around the corner before leaving as if nothing had occurred. In the corner, after Mo Holik's departure, a faint sigh seemed to emerge. Phew, that was close. I almost got discovered. This task of close protection is quite challenging and exhilarating. A nearly transparent figure complained while patting its chest. In the evening, on a small hillside outside of Holy Soul Village, Lu Yu kept his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, occasionally furrowing his brow in apparent agony. At last, the young man abruptly opened his eyes, and with a sudden gasp, a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. Lu Yu pressed one hand against his chest while the other wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, is it still not sufficient? Is my current physical state limited to merely double the soul force?" It was true. He had been attempting to further compress his soul power. Yet no matter how he guided its flow, the excess energy ultimately spiraled out of control. Although he had once succeeded in consolidating the surplus soul force into a stable form, it erupted violently, just as it transformed into a vortex, nearly tearing Lu Yu apart from within. Suddenly, Lu Yu raised his right hand sharply, and a soul power arrow shot forth, embedding itself into a tree trunk behind him. Who goes there? It's me, Brother Yu. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Yu slowly lowered his broken crossbow. A slender figure emerged from behind the tree trunk. Xiao San, what are you sneaking around for, engaging in some clandestine activity? The scene shifts back to this afternoon. Smoke billowed from the tall chimney of Tang San's blacksmith shop, rising slowly into the overcast sky, accompanied by the rhythmic clanging of metal striking metal, lingering in the air above the forge. Clang. Tang San plunged the glowing iron block into water, instantly vaporizing it and releasing plumes of white steam. What are you doing? Sangu? Asked Xiao Wu curiously. Quenching, he replied, I am crafting a concealed arrow. As he carefully extracted the iron, he scrutinized it closely. Is this the same item you gave me yesterday? Indeed, this is meant for Brother Yu. For Brother Yu? Yes, you are all my family. And I wish to protect you to the best of my ability. Tang San's eyes sparkled with fervor, glowing intensely as if reflecting the dancing flames within the forge. With some spare parts prepared in advance, Tang San only needed to forge the core component, and within a mere afternoon, he completed the creation of the concealed arrow. Chapter 29, The Concealed Arrow. As Tang San emerged from behind the tree, he was taken aback by the signs of destruction on the branches. So, Brother Yu still possesses such capabilities? Xiao San, why are you still outside at this hour? Where is Xiao Wu? Tang San snapped back to reality at the mention of her name. I have come to deliver something to you, Brother Yu. He then presented the finished concealed arrow before Lu Yu. This is the concealed arrow. Lu Yu recognized the item immediately, and took out his broken crossbow for comparison. The concealed arrow was entirely black, glimmering with a chilling light, strikingly similar to his own crossbow, yet adorned with various mechanical gears in place of the runic circuits on his weapon. Tang San, observing the crossbow in Lu Yu's hand, felt a twinge of confusion. That glowing object brother you had at the school gate must have been this. But how does he possess a concealed arrow? Wait. Although this item bears resemblance to the concealed arrow, its construction is far simpler, and those peculiar patterns. Lu Yu seemed to perceive the confusion in Tang San's heart, and thus smiled as he explained, "This is the Patsong Nu. Akin to the jade belt you aspire to wield, both are soul-guided devices. However, the Patsong Nu is an offensive soul-guided apparatus. Nevertheless, Xiao San, you are quite impressive to have crafted such a delicate trinket. Indeed, you possess remarkable skills." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a sense of pride and scratched his head modestly. "Brother Yu, since you possess the crossbow, its operation is quite similar to that of the wrist arrows, and you should quickly become adept at using it. I shall take my leave now." Wait a moment. Just as Tang San was about to turn away, Lu Yu suddenly interjected to halt him. "Xiao San, it seems we haven't sparred in quite some time, so let me witness the prowess of your concealed weapon." Tang San looked at Lu Yu, who wore a mischievous grin, and an uneasy premonition washed over him. "Ah, brother Yu." He hesitated, worried that the concealed weapon might injure Lu Yu, and was reluctant to agree. Little did he know that his apprehensions were entirely unfounded. Seeing Tang San's hesitation, Lu Yu casually draped an arm over his shoulder. "Xiao San, fret not. I can allow you to refrain from using soul skills. However, if you fear a humiliating defeat, you are entirely free to decline. After all, relying on clever tricks and minor tactics is ultimately fleeting." Lu Yu spoke earnestly. "Fine, I accept your challenge, brother Yu. However, there is no need for you to hold back. Let us both give our utmost." Tang San's eagerness to engage in the duel nearly made Lu Yu burst into laughter. "Haha, the Tang sect's concealed weapons are indeed exceptional." With that, Lu Yu summoned the Qixing Lianzhong, his azure soul ring shimmering beneath him as he summoned the winds to create distance. "Xiao San, feel free to attack me. Brother Yu, be cautious," Tang San warned, executing an unusual step as he swiftly approached Lu Yu. The reflection of Tang San's form in Lu Yu's eyes shifted unpredictably, and the azure gem atop his staff glimmered. "Windblade," Lu Yu called out, unleashing several azure wind blades. Yet, Tang San evaded them all, leaving them to strike nothingness. Just as Lu Yu prepared to launch a second wave of attacks, Tang San's figure mysteriously vanished. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yu felt a chill at his back and hastily employed the gale technique to alter his stance, narrowly avoiding 3 cold flashes that grazed his cheeks. That was close. I almost fell for this little rascal's trick. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yu noticed 3 iron needles embedded in a nearby tree trunk. Using concealed weapons right from the start, Xiao San, you are quite remarkable. With a resolute gaze, Lu Yu rotated his staff, sending forth several wind blades. However, instead of targeting Tang San directly, they maneuvered around him. As Tang San saw the wind blades approaching once more, he executed his ghostly steps again, but suddenly realized that these seemingly erratic blades had effectively sealed all his escape routes. In the next instant, 2 wind blades rushed toward him. Yet, Tang San remained composed, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, entirely unperturbed. In the next moment, he grasped the air with both hands, and tendrils of chilly air emanated from his fingertips, causing his hands to solidify like cold jade in an instant. Remarkably, Tang San caught the wind blades with his hands and effortlessly crushed them. This is one of the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, the Qian Yu hand. Seeing Tang San capture the wind blades with his jade-like hands, Lu Yu could not help but exclaim in admiration. The dark jade hand truly deserves its reputation as a supreme skill. It is as solid as cold jade, impervious to 100 poisons, and as unyielding as rock. Today, I have witnessed its prowess. However, this is merely an appetizer before the main course. The true challenge lies ahead. At this moment, Tang San has also become serious. There is no choice but to engage earnestly. The disparity in strength between a 30-level fighter and one barely in their teens is immense. Tang San is destined to lose this battle, but he aims to do so with grace. Closing his eyes for a moment, he opens them again to reveal swirling purple light within. "Ah, I shall not grant you your wish." Lu Yu raises his staff with one hand, chanting incantations under his breath. With each profound spell, the surrounding leaves begin to stir. Before Tang San can comprehend what is transpiring, a fierce wind suddenly sweeps across the small hillside, swirling dust, dead branches, decayed leaves, and gravel, making it difficult for him to open his eyes, let alone utilize the purple extreme magic eye. Second-tier magic, Gale Blast. At this moment, he can only grasp a nearby tree trunk to maintain his balance. Yet as time progresses, the wind intensifies, posing a constant risk of being blown away. In the next moment, Tang San unexpectedly releases his grip, allowing the powerful wind to carry him aloft. Xiao San, do not hide. This wind causes area damage. And amidst the sandstorm, you likely cannot even open your eyes. Your hidden weapons may find no use here. Just as these words are uttered, Tang San's voice echoes from behind. Brother you speak the truth. Even in defeat, I shall make it a splendid one. Re-establishing his form amidst the wind, Tang San cleverly utilizes the debris swirling around him to execute the phantom shadow technique. He then seizes the tree trunk, using the force of the wind to propel himself toward Lu Yu. Twisting his body, he delivers a fierce kick. Just as Tang San believes victory is within reach, he encounters a formidable barrier. Thud! He feels as if he has struck steel, and pain radiates through his lower leg. With a thunderous crash, he is sent hurtling backward. Third-tier magic, Wind Shield. The surrounding winds converge into a singular plane, dissipating the force of his attack, while a counterflow redirects that force back to the attacker. Almost simultaneously, Tang San feels 4 powerful forces binding his limbs. Second-tier magic, Wind Ropes. Lu Yu turns to Tang San with a slight smile. Xiao San, you are still too green. Lacking in training, young man. However, the next moment, Tang San's previously panicked expression transforms entirely. The howling wind disrupts his hair, yet his countenance remains calm. Brother Yu, one must never judge solely by appearances. What? Lu Yu thinks to himself, sensing an ominous premonition. Suddenly, numerous massive blue-silver grass vines erupt from the ground. Not just from the earth, but from all directions, rapidly, growing robustly. In the blink of an eye, they surge toward Lu Yu. Chapter 30, June returns. Several blue-silver grass vines strike at Lu Yu, yet his face reveals no trace of alarm. With his right hand poised, the roaring whirlwind erupts instantaneously, obliterating the blue-silver grass vines in an instant. A sudden whirlwind erupted, catching Tang San off guard and sending him flying. He felt as though his back might break upon impact, hitting the ground with a dull thud that signaled an intimate encounter with the earth. Lu Yu gracefully glided through the air, landing softly before Tang San and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Little San, your hidden weapons are indeed formidable. They can be concealed anywhere. Do teach me when you have the chance, he remarked. Tang San lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yu's cheerful expression. Noticing the 3 iron needles in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though it quickly dissipated. Truly, Brother Yu was adept. Such a trivial trick was far too naive. You, my friend, are quite clever, employing such cunning methods. Lu Yu glanced at the iron needles, a chill running down his spine at the near miss. Had he not sensed the 3 needles in time, he might have faced dire consequences. Those needles had been cleverly hidden among the vines by Tang San, all aimed at striking low. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Lu Yu returned home when, suddenly, a white figure appeared. Instinctively, he stepped back a few paces. Who is it? The ground beneath him shimmered with a subtle glow, causing the surrounding grass to sway gently. Before him stood a fox, its height matching that of a person, its fur as soft and delicate as freshly fallen snow, and its black eyes gleamed like black gems, radiating vitality. A star-shaped mark between its brows shone brightly, and behind it swayed 5 fluffy tails. A little fox, Lu Yu exclaimed, releasing his grip on the wind blade in delight. The June fox, having slept for nearly a year, returned, filling Lu Yu with joy. Marhalik, appearing from nowhere, floated around the little fox, examining it with admiration. Oh my, look at this fur. And this physique, it's becoming more like a divine beast, he remarked. Upon noticing the fox's 5 fluffy tails, he added, Ah, it has grown 5 tails. It is not far from its 6th tail transformation. At that moment, Lu Yu, overwhelmed with excitement, covered the little fox's mouth to prevent it from giving him a free saliva treatment with its tongue. Transformation? Isn't it said that soul beasts require at least 100,000 years to transform? June has only lived for 2,500 years. Isn't it still far from achieving the 6th tail transformation? Moreover, June has only just grown 5 tails. Perhaps that was the case before, but now. Marhalik shook his head, feigning mystery. What do you mean by now? Speak plainly. Half-truths invite calamity, Lu Yu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Marhalik. He had always detested those who spoke in half-measures. Whenever he encountered such individuals, he silently wished them a life devoid of progeny, yet still surrounded by a multitude of descendants. Hold on a moment. I haven't finished speaking, Marhalik replied, rolling his eyes. Do you recall the cave you took me to previously? The one that was June's former lair, now occupied by a gorilla leading a few soul beasts? Lu Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, that cave had a milky white boulder at its center. What of it? Does it relate to June's transformation? Lu Yu expressed his confusion, recalling that he had previously inquired about the system, but regrettably received no answer. Later, when he accompanied Moholik once again, the old man failed to provide any clarity. Lu Yu had initially planned to wait until he reached level 50 before assisting June in reclaiming the nest. After all, the milky white mass was exuding fluid at a sluggish pace, and given the exceptional items he had drawn from the system, defeating those 4 soul beasts should pose no significant challenge. However, now that Mo Holik had proactively mentioned the matter, could it be that? Old Mo, do you have any thoughts on this? Or have you discerned what that substance is? Lu Yu queried, unconsciously loosening his grip, allowing the little fox to escape its bindings. Humph, of course. Just take a look at who I am. I am from the continent of Austin, Mo Holik proclaimed with pride, yet before he could boast further, Lu Yu interrupted him. Stop. Enough already. We are all aware of your prowess. Please get to the point. Although somewhat disgruntled by the interruption, Mo Holik continued. Based on my extensive knowledge over the years, it is highly likely that substance is indeed dragon marrow. Dragon? Marrow? Lu Yu responded, bewildered. Precisely, Mo Holik replied, taking note of Lu Yu's puzzled expression and kindly elaborating. This so-called dragon marrow is not merely the bone marrow of a dragon. The dragon is a treasure in every aspect. Its scales are impervious and can be forged into armor. Its claws are razor-sharp and can be fashioned into blades. And this dragon marrow. Mo Holik intentionally paused, noting Lu Yu's eagerness for information. What about the dragon marrow? Lu Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued. This marrow is a concentration of a dragon's cultivation essence. Its effects rival those of a dragon's pearl. Consuming it can greatly enhance one's strength, or one may refine their body and fortify their physique. It also aids in the enhancement of mental fortitude. The little fox, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, recognizing that its own rapid transformation from a single tail to 3, and now to 5, was largely attributed to that piece of dragon marrow. However, there is a drawback. What drawback? Lu Yu asked. It can be said to be a common flaw of treasures that provide rapid enhancement. Consuming too much at once can lead to catastrophic consequences. Lu Yu pondered this revelation, realizing that the 4 soul beasts had been guarding the dragon marrow, simply waiting for the marrow's fluid to be exuded. Therefore, we must set out promptly, otherwise the dragon marrow will be absorbed by those soul beasts, Mo Holik stated. There's no rush. Let's rest well tonight. June has just awakened. He needs time to adjust. We should prepare our supplies. The entrance to the soul hunting forest is within the city. We shall depart early tomorrow morning and should arrive by noon, Lu Yu contemplated. After all, they were to face 4,000-year soul beasts and 1 5,000-year beast. Given the passage of a year and the essence of the dragon marrow, he was uncertain just how much stronger those soul beasts had become and thus needed to be thoroughly prepared. Caution is the mother of safety. System, open the panel. Lu Yu lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and entered the system space. Host, Lu Yu, Martial Soul, Variant Star Prayer Staff, Time Angel. Space Angel, Spirit Power, Level 31 Spirit Master, Points, 100, System Warehouse, Playing Cards Blueprint, Construction Cement, 1 Punch, Single Use, Incomplete, Silver Guard 1. Check-in tasks, check-in at Flanders Grocery Store, 300 points, check-in at Rose Hotel, 300 points. Ding, System Update complete. The commission task interface is now open. Commissions can be accepted once the unlocking conditions are met. Rich rewards await upon completion, but there are penalties, with a probability of death, so the host should consider carefully. Commission task, Shrek's 7 Monsters, Unlock Condition. Engage with members of Shrek's 7 Monsters to unlock character-related tasks, no time limit. Chapter 31, Soul Hunter. Commission tasks? When did the system update again? This system always upgrades secretly when I'm not around. The system next door has already reached the heavens, and the host is on the verge of divinity, yet here I am, still wandering in the novice village. Lu Yu gazed at the newly added taskbar on the panel. However, it is a good thing. There are now more opportunities to gain points by engaging with Shrek's 7 Monsters to unlock related commission tasks. Does this mean that if I engage with other characters from the original work, I can also unlock tasks? Ding, the host is very clever. You answered correctly. Though flattered, there's an unsettling feeling of being spied upon. You're eavesdropping on my thoughts. Lu Yu expressed his discontent. What do you mean by spying? The matters of the system can hardly be termed as such. Your innermost thoughts are so loud that it's difficult not to hear them. The system crossed its arms and retorted at Lu Yu. If you practiced universal meditation diligently, would I be able to hear your thoughts so easily? Lu Yu was left speechless by the system's retort. System, what's wrong? Is there a quick method to cultivate mental strength? With your current, lethally ineffective training method, there is none. What do you mean, system? Lu Yu looked utterly befuddled. After dedicating nearly all my sleeping hours to meditation over the past year, are you implying that my efforts have been futile? Ahem. The system coughed twice. The so-called universal meditation encompasses countless methods of cultivation, unbound by form. Meditation is also a means of spiritual refinement, Good sleep restores the body, allowing for spiritual cultivation. So, you're saying that merely sleeping can count as cultivation? What about all those countless days and nights I spent in arduous meditation? Let's say you're diligent? You have plenty of time. Damn, why didn't you say this sooner? Lu Yu, you didn't ask earlier. System, is it my fault then? You received the technique and just practiced it without reading the manual. Even with the system, you didn't inquire, so who can you blame? Ah, a manual? There is such a thing? Lu Yu rummaged through a yellowed old book. Flip to the back, it's in the last night's insert. The system prompted. A flurry of pages turning. A blank sheet of paper fell out. System Transformation Method Explanation. The all-encompassing meditation was originally conceived by an immortal mage from a certain magical plane, renowned for enhancing mental fortitude. It refines the soul by absorbing the ambient magical energies of the universe. Following system modifications, it has been adapted for the current plane. With a simplified practice method that balances exertion and rest, allowing for rejuvenation through good sleep. Mastery of this technique can harmonize with the environment, and even alter it. Lu Yu, having read through this, remained silent. System, why didn't you mention such an excellent resource earlier? Be sure to inquire sooner next time. Anything extracted and modified by this system generally comes with an explanation. Just pay closer attention, came the reply from the system. Lu Yu closed his eyes and exited the system interface, returning to the realm of reality. In any case, the items in the shop were far beyond the reach of his meager 100 points. Merely glancing at them felt extravagant. He pulled the covers over his head. Sleep. Rejuvenate the body and calm the mind. The following day, as the sun rose high in the eastern sky, Tang opened his eyes on a small hillside outside of St. Sol village. A fleeting purple glimmer vanished in an instant. He gazed into the distance at a carriage gradually moving away and murmured, "Is that in the direction of Notting City? School hasn't even started yet. Why is brother you heading into town so early?" Inside the carriage, Lu Yu sat upright against the wall, feeling the invigorating surge of mental energy within his consciousness. He could hardly fathom that this was the result of just one night's sleep. What were all those countless nights of meditation and rigorous training worth? What a waste of effort. Who would have thought that a cultivation method could possess such a vibrant approach? What's wrong? You look rather unwell. Did you lose a food contest to a dog at the village head last night? Asked Mo Holik, noticing Lu Yu's unusual demeanor and offering comfort. Get lost. You're the one who is competing with dogs for food, Lu Yu retorted, responding to Mo Holik's concern. How long until we reach Notting City? Lu Yu pulled aside the curtain of the carriage window, and the trees outside swiftly retreated as the carriage advanced. It should be soon, once we pass through this forest. We'll see the city gates, Mo Holik replied. Esteemed Soul Master, please enter. Here is your token. The guard respectfully returned the token to Lu Yu. With a rumble, the massive black gates slowly swung open, and the fragrant air of the forest greeted them. The silver-haired youth strolled through, savoring the essence of nature. All right. Stop pretending to be profound. Mo Holik's voice suddenly broke in. Let us hurry. The longer we linger, the less time we have for dragon marrow, and time is money. Let us go. Disregarding Mo Holik's interruption, Lu Yu elegantly leaped onto the little fox, pointing forward with one arm. Onward. Our goal is the stars and the sea. The little fox let out a spirited howl, then, with powerful strides, transformed into a white blur, darting away swiftly. Woohoo! Hurry up, old Mo. Aren't you in a rush? If we delay, we'll miss everything. Mo Holik shook his head in resignation, chuckling. In the end, they are just two children. With that, a flash of silver light darted from his single eye, and with a whoosh, his figure vanished in an instant. At that moment, the duo of one person and one fox, who were galloping forward, were startled by a rapidly approaching silhouette. A cheerful voice soon reached their ears. Hurry up. You two slowpokes. Whoever arrives first is deemed the strongest. Meanwhile, in a forbidden area of Douluo continent, two figures cloaked in black slowly traversed the desolate swamp, where waves of green smoke occasionally wafted up. Suddenly, a small green bubble burst, and a nearby unfortunate little frog, having merely been splattered, instantly transformed into a pool of putrid liquid, leaving no trace of its remains. One of the cloaked figures glanced over and remarked, I never expected there to be such a malevolent place on the continent. Are you certain, esteemed elder, that the mysterious village will materialize here? The leading figure in black responded, such a place could not have emerged from the environment of Douluo continent, but now it exists. It must be the work of extraterrestrial beings. Furthermore, it is not the mysterious village that appears in such locations, but rather the emergence of a sinister realm that heralds the village's arrival. This area is laden with toxic gas. Even a tidal Douluo might struggle to endure it. We must press on without rest while the sun still shines, for who knows what malevolent entities may emerge under the cover of darkness. Extraterrestrial beings? The cloaked man questioned in confusion. Humph. The front figure scoffed, a pack of lost hounds returning, nothing more. Considering the time, the sacred domain should also be taking action. We must reach the village before they retreat, otherwise, locating them will prove challenging. With that, the elder tapped the silver token in his hand. This antiquated relic offers no reliable utility, he grumbled, shaking it vigorously. Elder. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the two. Chapter 32, The Graveyard Expedition, Part 1, Elder. The cloaked figure abruptly halted. Before them lay a colossal shadow blocking their path. Hiss hiss. A great serpent coiled its body, gazing down at them. Its crimson tongue flicking in and out, accompanied by a foul stench. The serpent's body quivered slightly, and upon closer inspection, two protrusions adorned its head. This is a venomous dragon. In the soul-hunting forest, Lu Yu and his companions arrived at the cave entrance, only to find an unusual silence. This is strange, it's daytime. Why is it so quiet? Could it be that soul beasts have a habit of napping? Lu Yu pondered aloud. No, that's not it, Imoholik suddenly interjected. There is only the scent of one soul beast here. Where are the other three? Let's venture inside to investigate. With that, Lu Yu led the way into the cave. As they entered, their nostrils were immediately assaulted by a pungent smell of blood. What a strong scent of blood, Lu Yu remarked, stroking his chin. We didn't encounter this before. It seems something significant has transpired within, he continued. Enough with the theatrics. Let's see what's inside, Imoholik interrupted, floating to the front to lead the way. Instantly, the group was stunned by the sight before them. The cave floor was strewn with bloodstains, some already dried and blackened, while skeletal remains littered the ground. At the center of the cave, a small tower constructed from bones stood ominously. The air was thick with the stench of decaying corpses. Once, there were 4 soul beasts, 3 of which have long since vanished, leaving only a colossal black ape atop the skeletal tower. At this moment, the giant ape lay on its back, remnants of flesh still clinging to the corners of its mouth. What on earth is happening here? Lu Yu exclaimed, startled. Where are the 3 wind demon wolves? Imoholik was equally taken aback by the scene before him. It appeared that the giant ape had devoured them. Devoured? By the giant ape? Lu Yu questioned incredulously. Indeed, look over there. Following Imoholik's gaze, Lu Yu noticed a disarray of white bones in the corner, with 3 skulls severely damaged, yet vaguely resembling those of wolves. Old Imo, what do you make of this? What should we do? Lu Yu inquired. Do you remember what I told you about the abundant energy contained in dragon marrow? Imoholik replied. I do, but what does that have to do with this? Lu Yu asked, perplexed. While it is true that dragon marrow is rich in energy, without the appropriate method, this energy can be quite volatile. Many have perished from forcibly absorbing it. Moreover, since that giant ape has transformed in this manner, it indicates that it has forcibly absorbed dragon marrow, which is likely damaged. You need to ponder this carefully. Imoholik paused before continuing. This earth-shattering ape is perhaps one of the luckier ones. It has merely lost its sanity due to the overwhelming energy. What should we do now? Lu Yu whispered. Should we sneak over? Imoholik suggested. Yes. While the earth-shattering ape is still asleep, let us seize the dragon marrow. Imoholik turned to little June and asked, can you reduce your size a bit? The little fox nodded slightly, and in a faint glimmer of starlight, its form gradually shrank until it resembled 2 watermelons in size. We'll split up, old Imo. Head to the right, near the stone platform, while I search beneath the skeletal tower. Move out, Lu Yu commanded, and the 3 swiftly set off. After approximately a stick of incense, as Lu Yu rummaged through the pile of bones, he suddenly felt something soft underfoot. A sharp pain surged through his foot. Ah, Ugh. Lu Yu instinctively tried to cry out, but was silenced by a hand firmly covering his mouth. A silver-haired youth stood before him, gesturing for silence with his other hand. Lu Yu nodded slightly, and in a flash of silver light, Imoholik transformed back to his original form. Lu Yu turned quickly and saw a little fox clinging to his foot, with a fluffy white tail beneath him. He lifted his foot, and as little June released her grip, she immediately withdrew. Goodness, this little creature has quite the bite, Lu Yu gasped, staring at the 2 small puncture wounds on his shoe, blood seeping through. It must have bitten right through. Should I get a rabies vaccine? Is there one available in the system shop? As Lu Yu pondered these thoughts, little fox gently stroked her own tail with her tiny paw. All right, have either of you made any discoveries? Imoholik whispered. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu and the little fox simultaneously shook their heads and turned their gaze towards the floating figure of Imoholik. Imoholik also regretfully shook his head, indicating that they were left with no choice but to remain in one place. The 3 of them simultaneously cast their eyes upward towards the shadow atop the skeletal tower. With a gulp, Lu Yu swallowed hard. They had searched everywhere, and it seemed they could only venture into the most perilous territory. In the midst of speaking, Lu Yu was oblivious to the cold sweat that had already drenched his back, and he could scarcely feel the pain in his feet. The reason the trio had resorted to such primitive methods of searching was to avoid alarming the colossal creature. The fisher ape had grown over twice its original size, its strength at least 10,000 years formidable. Mo Holik continued, "There's no other way. You must minimize your movements so as not to provoke it, or we shall all meet our demise." However, Liu felt something amiss at this remark. "Then what will you do?" he inquired. Mo Holik replied with an air of nonchalance, "I am merely a book without hands, and little June's claws are inconvenient. It falls to you. Hurry, do not dawdle. Are you no longer interested in the treasures?" Liu found himself at a loss for words in response to Mo Holik's assertion. Very well, fortune favors the bold. He encouraged himself. Thus, he began to ascend the skeletal tower with utmost caution. The stench of decay and excrement immediately assaulted Liu's nostrils, making it difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly, the massive figure stirred, and with a mere turn, it sent countless bone fragments cascading down. Liu lost his balance, nearly tumbling down, but fortunately, he managed to grasp a protruding bone just in time. He resumed his careful ascent. Along the way, numerous sharp bone shards inflicted deep lacerations upon his skin, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, yet he dared not make a sound. Soon, a white figure emerged before him. "I found it," Liu exclaimed with joy. The white form was unmistakably Dragon Marrow, now pinned beneath the enormous shadow of the fisher ape. However, as the giant ape turned again, the white Dragon Marrow vanished from Liu's sight once more. He swiftly turned to signal the book and the fox. "Old Mo, I found it. It's right below us," he whispered urgently. Roar. Before he could finish, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Bang! Liu barely had time to react before an immense force struck him from behind, sending him hurtling away. Chapter 33, The Graveyard Operation, Part 2. Liu was caught off guard and was instantly propelled backward. Crash! He slammed heavily against the cave wall, then fell with a thud to the ground. Struggling to prop himself up with his arms, he felt his blood surge, his stomach roiling violently. Thankfully, he was not gravely injured. Roar! The fisher ape unleashed another furious roar. "Liu, what have you done to awaken it?" Mo Holik shouted while dodging the flying bones. "How could you have roused it?" "How was I to know?" Liu replied, dodging as he responded. Unbeknownst to all, in a corner that had gone unnoticed, a pitch-black tentacle silently vanished into the shadows, devoid of any sound. Suddenly, the earth-shatter ape leaped from the skeletal tower, and upon landing, the ground trembled violently, causing numerous fissures to appear on the cave ceiling, with countless stones cascading down. There was no time to ponder anything else. The foremost thought was survival, shouted Holik as he evaded the chaos. The earth-shatter ape, drawing forth two enormous bones from an unknown origin, brandished them wildly. Abruptly, as if drawn by an unseen force, it charged directly towards Liu, its bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly upon him. With a thunderous roar, the earth-shatter ape unleashed its fury. In an instant, Liu's vision was consumed by the massive bone clubs. A resounding crash echoed, engulfing the area in dust and debris. Remarkably, the colossal bones, belonging to no known spirit beast, bore not a single crack despite the ferocious impact. As the dust settled, a vast pit was revealed, yet it was utterly empty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 azure beams struck the giant ape's back with astonishing speed. To Liu's astonishment, there wasn't even a scratch left behind. "This creature's hide is remarkably tough," he exclaimed. "Be cautious," Holik shouted from a distance. The azure soul ring beneath Liu shimmered brightly. With the wind manipulation technique coupled with the gale steps, he swiftly created distance. In one fluid motion, Liu hurled a silver sphere with fervor. "Go forth, silver liquid Pikachu." The earth-shatter ape swung its bone clubs once more. Strangely, upon contact with the sphere, it emitted a sound akin to a droplet falling into water. In the next moment, the silver sphere adhered to the bone club as if they were symbiotic. Gradually, the silver liquid extended backward, coalescing into a humanoid form that glimmered with a metallic sheen, while the liquid that clung to the bone club morphed into a powerful hand that firmly grasped the weapon. Suddenly, the silver figure raised its hand with force, and the earth-shatter ape was flung away, along with its club, as if it were a mere toy. A dull thud resonated, leaving the earth-shatter ape disoriented. Holik and the little fox stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the spectacle. Who is this formidable being? Even the frenzied earth-shatter ape seems like a plaything in its grasp. By the heavens, it is indeed the silver liquid guardian from the devouring starry sky. This is simply too magnificent. Liu too was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. The silver liquid guardian, a towering figure crafted from liquid silver metal, was said to require at least a ton of liquid silver to forge, due to the flowing nature of the silver liquid guardian. Every attack from the earth-shatter ape landed as if striking the surface of water. The bone clubs collided with the guardian's form, passing through as if they were striking nothingness, driving the already dim-witted Earth-Shatter ape into a frenzy. With a primal roar, the giant ape crouched slightly before launching itself into the air. With a tremendous impact, its fist struck the ground. Boom! The cave quaked violently, and the ground split open with several enormous cracks. This is bad. Get out of the way. In a moment of haste, Lu Yu failed to notice a massive boulder descending from above. By the time he turned around, it was already too late. Mo Holik and the little fox found their path obstructed by the fallen rocks, helplessly watching as the boulder buried Lu Yu. With a loud crash, dust settled. Lu Yu opened his eyes, brushed his face, and to his astonishment, found himself unscathed except for a bit of dust. Slowly raising his head, he discovered that the flowing silver guardian had appeared beside him, having shielded him from most of the impact with its broad form. With a thunderous sound, the flowing silver guardian unleashed a shockwave, causing the boulder atop it to shatter into fragments. Mo Holik and the little fox heard a muffled thud, followed by the explosive disintegration of the rock pile. A silver figure emerged, effortlessly lifting a person into view. Lu Yu, are you all right? Mo Holik inquired anxiously. I'm fine. It saved me, Lu Yu replied, as the flowing silver guardian gently set him down and gestured towards the cave entrance, indicating they should exit before vanishing once more. The little fox leaped in front of Lu Yu, urgently checking his condition to ensure he was unharmed. What should we do next? Mo Holik floated to Lu Yu, questioning. And what exactly is that silver warrior? Is it one of your trump cards? Let us leave first, then we can discuss, Lu Yu responded. Can your silver warrior handle this? Are you certain you don't want to stay and assist? Lu Yu pondered. You all go ahead, I will follow shortly. With that, he turned back without a glance. The little fox, seeing this, hurried to follow, but Mo Holik lifted it with mental force. Let us go. This is not a battle we can partake in, and our presence would only complicate matters. It's best to exit first. With that, he turned and departed with the little fox, who, after a futile struggle against Mo Holik's hold, resigned to being taken away. Meanwhile, the earth-shattering ape was venting its fury. Wielding a massive club, suddenly, a powerful fist struck its rear, yet the enormous creature nimbly evaded the blow. A silver figure appeared in the ape's line of sight, igniting its fury further. With a resounding roar, the earth-shattering ape pounded its formidable chest, seemingly declaring war. Tension filled the air, thick enough to make it feel as though time had come to a standstill. Suddenly, the dim light of the cave above twinkled with starlight. The starlight coalesced, and the flowing silver guardian's metallic form materialized into a dazzling suit of starlight armor, shimmering in the dark cavern. The guardian turned, and at the cave's entrance, a purple soul ring began to rotate slowly, radiating with brilliant light before retracting. Lu Yu gave the flowing silver guardian a thumbs up, and with a flash of azure soul light, a gust of wind roared beneath him as he soared from the cave. The flowing silver guardian, empowered by the starlit armor, nodded slightly towards the cave entrance. Roar! Bang! The silver guardian turned, its mechanical eyes shimmering with a cold gaze, as if it had already pronounced the death sentence of the earth-rending ape. With a sudden grip of its icy iron fist, a resounding crack echoed as the bone club shattered instantly. Chapter 34, The Graveyard Operation, Part 3. A thunderous roar accompanied the collapse of the pitch-black entrance. The little fox looked anxiously at the crumbling site. Suddenly, a white shadow darted out, only to collide with an invisible barrier, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Stay calm, Morholik reassured, gazing at the entrance. With that silver guardian, Lu Yu should be fine. Besides, our presence now would be of no assistance. Given that boy's temperament, he would not engage in anything without certainty. We must trust him. As Morholik comforted the little fox, a flash of azure light suddenly surged from within the cave. It was none other than Lu Yu, who had just returned. Upon seeing Lu Yu, June rushed forward, inspecting him thoroughly. Only when she confirmed he bore no injuries did she finally feel relieved. At that moment, Morholik floated in front of Lu Yu and inquired, "Are you certain you are unscathed?" Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. The Silver Guardian was there to support me. I merely cast a protective spell and returned. What could possibly happen? Hearing this, Morholik's concerns eased, yet his tone shifted slightly, tinged with disappointment. It seems acquiring the dragon essence is rather unlikely now. Do you think that Silver Guardian can handle the earthrending ape? Although it has lost its reason, it has been enhanced by the dragon essence, and its strength should not be underestimated. Should we not find a way to assist it? Lu Yu pondered. It is not a significant issue. The Silver Guardian's unique physiology means we need not worry. While I recognize this may not be entirely honorable, my assertion holds some truth. The Silver Guardian was forged from liquid silver, capable of altering its form at will. Although these guardians were not specifically designed for combat, they were indeed built for defense. In the cosmic realm, they could confront the golden-horned behemoth. Such a feat should suffice against a frenzied, earth-rending ape. Old Moore, Liu suddenly called out. What is it? Take a look at this. As he spoke, Liu retrieved a milky white orb from his spatial ring. Dragon essence. Morholik exclaimed with delight. You managed to bring it out? Time rewound to when Liu was still atop the mountain. He had just returned to the cave, only to find the Silver Guardian in confrontation with the earth-rending ape, the atmosphere thick with tension. With a thought, Liu summoned his martial spirit, transforming its form. The Azure Lotus martial spirit separated, and the first soul ring glimmered. First soul skill. Starlit Benediction. Amplification target. Silver Guardian. Comprehensive enhancement. Maximum power. The unusual phenomenon in the cave instantly captured the attention of both sides on the battlefield. The earth-rending ape's fury was swiftly drawn towards Liu. With a blink, it swung its bone club. Bang! Instinctively, Liu conjured a powerful wind shield to defend himself, yet he felt no impact, as anticipated. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A silvery figure stood before him, a mighty hand gripping a fierce club. With a resounding crack, the bone staff shattered. Yet the wind shield he had conjured earlier shielded him from the ensuing debris. The earth-shaking ape seemed to regain a semblance of reason, cautiously creating distance. Its eyes still clouded with crimson. Having absorbed the essence of dragon marrow, the earth-shaking ape was nearing the strength of 100,000 years, rendering this battle beyond his capacity to engage. Thus, after signaling to the Silver Stream Guardian, Liu unleashed the speed-enhancing spells he had mastered, fleeing the battlefield with utmost haste. The tumultuous aftermath of the battle reverberated throughout the cavern, rocks raining down like a torrential downpour. Liu could only brace a shield above his head, while desperately accelerating beneath him. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave surged through the cave, and Liu felt as if he had been struck by a truck, his body uncontrollably flung away, plunging him into darkness. Fortunately, he regained consciousness after a brief moment. Struggling to rise, he took a step forward when something on the ground caught his eye, a milky white clump. Dragon marrow. The very essence that had been pinned beneath the earth-shaking ape now lay quietly at his feet. Liu quickly collected his wits, without a hint of hesitation. He bent down to seize the dragon marrow and resumed his sprint towards the cave's exit, employing the Gale step once more. Just as he escaped the impending burial of the cave entrance, he emerged into safety. Liu presented the dragon marrow to Morholik. Old Moore, please examine this dragon marrow. Can it still be used? How much energy remains? A mystical array flickered in Morholik's singular eye as he approached to scrutinize it closely. No, this cannot be right. He murmured. What is it? Is this dragon marrow unusable? A sense of foreboding welled within Liu upon hearing this. No, quite the opposite. The quality of this dragon marrow is exceptional, and the damage is within normal parameters. There are no signs of forced absorption or destruction. This is indeed splendid. Liu suddenly realized a troubling implication. Old Moore, if you say this dragon marrow shows no signs of forced absorption, then it implies that something else drove the earth-shaking ape into madness. Morholik remained silent. The three of them stiffly lifted their heads, slowly gazing towards the collapsing cavern behind them. At that moment, their unease intensified. The battle within the cave raged on. The collisions between the Silver Stream Guardian and the earth-shaking ape sending tremors through the ground, scaring soul beasts within a radius of several miles into frantic flight. Suddenly, the earth-shaking ape hurled its remaining bone staff with great force, seizing the opportunity while the Silver Stream Guardian was preoccupied. It pounded its chest with both fists. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed deafeningly within the narrow confines of the cave. Abruptly, the earth-shaking ape let out a furious roar, and in the next moment, its form visibly expanded at an alarming rate. As Liu and his companions were momentarily taken aback, the ground trembled violently beneath them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the soul-hunting forest, confusion arose. What is happening? Why are these soul beasts in such an uproar? A heavily armored man forcefully plunged a blood-soaked great sword into the ground. My lady, I believe it is prudent for us to retreat for now. Encountering a soul beast riot on your first hunt is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, our numbers are insufficient. It would be wise to return. Behind him stood a knightly order composed of 10 armored warriors, poised in formation, ready to vanquish the rampaging soul beasts. In the center of this formation stood a young girl, clutching a knight's sword, adorned in a silver knight's armor that, unlike her protectors, was exquisitely tailored to fit her form, accentuating her petite figure beautifully. Though merely 6 or 7 years of age, her visage hinted at a future beauty. With a slightly charming oval face and a pair of large, sparkling eyes brimming with vitality. I cannot yield, she declared resolutely. I awakened my martial soul a year later than my peers. I must find a suitable soul ring on this outing, or I shall not return. Chapter 35, The Graveyard Operation, Part 4. The girl's determination left no room for dissent. Despite facing his own lady, The man wielding the greatsword remained steadfast in his stance. My lady, this soul beast riot is far from ordinary. For your safety, withdrawal is the wisest course of action. Furthermore, our family possesses tamed soul beasts. Why must you personally engage in hunting? After a moment of contemplation, the girl responded, Sir Duran makes a valid point. Suddenly, she gasped, What is it, my lady? Duran rushed over. Heighten our vigilance. The girl exclaimed, I just saw a shadow over there. It was terrifying. You must take a few men to investigate immediately. A shiver of fear crossed her face, as if she had glimpsed something dreadful. Very well, follow me, Duran replied, noticing that the rampaging soul beasts were gradually diminishing. Oh, and Sir Duran, please clear a path for our retreat as well. Your words are wise, my lady. The remaining guards shall ensure your safety. The rest will accompany me to forge a route. Duran promptly issued his orders. Once Duran and his party had distanced themselves, the girl cleared her throat and addressed the 5 remaining knights. Ahem, I need to use the restroom. Keep a vigilant watch. Do not let anything go awry. Or else, beware of Sir Duran's wrath. Yes, the knights replied in unison. Pleased with their response, the girl nodded and made her way toward a nearby thicket. Unbeknownst to them, as she stepped into the underbrush, a sly smile crept upon her lips. Hee, what a bunch of simpletons. They are so easily deceived. With that, she ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest without a glance back. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, a headless black bear soul beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Blood erupting from its neck like a fountain. Duran wielded his sword, slicing through the air with fluid grace. The massive blade, towering over him, appeared as light as a feather, dancing like a silver butterfly, each swing marking the end of a life. With merely a colossal sword in hand, Duran carved out a vacuum amidst the relentless onslaught of soul beasts. Knight Commander Duran, the soul beasts in this area have been nearly eradicated, reported a squire who rushed over. Very well, you all remain here to deal with the remnants. I shall rendezvous with the lady. Understood, the knights replied in unison. Meanwhile, outside the soul-hunting forest cave, Lu Yu and his companions stood speechless, utterly astonished by the sight before them. A gigantic shadow loomed over the ruins of the cave. Roar! The great ape pounded its chest, releasing a deafening roar that left Lu Yu momentarily disoriented. This is a mental shock. Lu Yu recognized the sensation all too well. Yet, wasn't the earth-shattering ape a creature of the earth attribute? Why would it possess a mental attack? Moreover, according to old MO, the energy produced by the dragon's essence should not suffice to send the earth-shattering ape into a frenzy. Thus, it surely harbored other treasures. Lu Yu. Look, that gorilla seems different from before, remarked MO Holik, breaking Lu Yu's contemplation. Following his gaze, Lu Yu noticed that the earth-shattering ape had grown scales resembling those of a dragon, particularly covering its chest. 2 horn-like protrusions had emerged from the top of its head. As Lu Yu pondered this transformation, MO Holik suddenly chimed in. Lu Yu, look at the gorilla's head. Lu Yu turned to see a blood-red protrusion at the center of the ape's forehead. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a crystalline material, strikingly out of place atop the earth-shattering ape's head. That must be the source of its aberration, Lu Yu concluded. If my eyes do not deceive me, Lu Yu, we might have stumbled upon a treasure. MO Holik exclaimed with excitement. A treasure? That crystal? Lu Yu inquired. Indeed, MO Holik affirmed. If my assessment is accurate, that should be a dragon pearl, a treasure of even greater value than dragoness essence. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes gleamed momentarily before dimming again. However, our current predicament is quite unfavorable. That gorilla is in a frenzy. Approaching it would be tantamount to seeking death. Boom. Just as Lu Yu finished speaking, another tremendous sound erupted from the ruins. A second colossal figure emerged. Upon the appearance of this towering silhouette, Lu Yu's spirits lifted. It was none other than the Silver Guardian, now significantly larger, towering over 30 meters, even surpassing the enlarged earth-shattering ape. For the Silver Guardian, such height was trivial, as its metallic properties allowed it to expand from 2 meters to 200 with ease. Roar! The moment the Silver Guardian manifested in the sight of the earth-shattering ape, it attracted all of its wrath. Just moments ago, it was this iron behemoth that had been pounding on itself. With a roar, the crystal on its forehead emitted numerous filaments, continuously stimulating the nerves of the earth-shattering ape. The colossal ape furiously pounded its own head, as if it were not its own. Ultimately, blood red consumed the beast's eyes, and at that moment, it had long since perished. What now inhabited this body was merely an existence forgotten by the sands of time. With a thunderous roar that echoed to the heavens, the beast's lantern-like eyes seemed to pierce through the clouds, intent on tearing apart whatever lay hidden behind them. Simultaneously, the form of the earth-splitting ape had undergone a dramatic transformation in the eyes of Lu Yu and his companions. The once sparse scales now cloaked its entire body. The dragon horns atop its head had fully formed, and a long, scaled tail trailed behind it. Its bloodshot eyes had morphed into eerie vertical slits, and hideous fangs protruded from its maw. Its once rough hands were now replaced by deadly claws. At this moment, the beast appeared as a jumbled creation, as if the creator had whimsically pieced together two unrelated entities. In the next instant, the beast turned away, demonstrating no inclination to engage in battle with the Silver Stream Guardians. Witnessing this, Merholik addressed Lu Yu. Lu Yu, this creature is filled with resentment. Should it escape, the consequences would be dire. Lu Yu nodded in agreement and promptly issued an order to the Silver Stream Guardians to intercept it. In truth, even without Merholik's warning, Lu Yu had already intended to eliminate the colossal beast before him. Just moments ago, a cold electronic voice had echoed in his mind. Ding! The system issues an urgent bounty mission. Hunt the frenzied, earth-splitting ape, half-dragon form. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. Completion time, 3 days. Bounty reward, Demon Blade Qianren, a complete set of Black God armor. Mission failure, deduction of half the host's cultivation. Chapter 36, The Graveyard Operation, Part 5. An urgent bounty mission? This must be a new trick devised by the system. Such generous rewards from the system can only suggest it is indeed a 5-star mission. While the rewards are indeed bountiful, this massive gorilla appears formidable. The level of difficulty is rather daunting, Lu Yu murmured. Roaring once more, the earth-splitting ape found the Silver Stream Guardians blocking its path. Noticing their refusal to yield, it tilted its head back to gather strength. Its abdomen rapidly transformed a fiery red. Suddenly, the colossal ape unleashed a searing breath, which surged toward the Silver Stream Guardians with blinding speed. The immense silver figure exhibited no intention of evading. Boom! At last, the scorching ray collided violently with the Silver Stream Guardians. The shockwave generated ignited the surrounding trees, and some soul beasts that failed to escape were reduced to char under the horrifying heat. The air itself distorted under the terrifying temperature. Lu Yu felt as if flames were burning within his nostrils and lungs with each breath he took, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. Abruptly, he sensed a wave of coolness enveloping him. Turning around, he beheld a single eye radiating a soft blue light. Oldemo, Lu Yu exclaimed in delight. 4th-tier defensive magic. Water barrier. The gorilla appears to be rather peculiar, remarked Merholik. Lu Yu responded, a hint of confusion in his tone. You see, the gorilla's current offensive tactics are quite limited. It possesses only a singular long-range attack, which is its fiery breath. Furthermore, observe its limbs. They seem disjointed, as if hastily affixed. Lu Yu followed his gaze. In the distance, 2 colossal figures engaged in a fierce conflict. The Earth-splitter ape's every punch seemed capable of shattering a mountain, although each strike was imbued with tremendous force. The speed and angles of its attacks were strangely rigid and awkward. The Silverflow Guardian effortlessly evaded the incoming punches with simple evasive maneuvers. Now presents an opportune moment for us, Merholik declared. Bang! The Silverflow Guardian sidestepped a blow from the Earth-splitter ape and seized the chance to deliver a powerful strike to its abdomen. Roar! The ape howled in pain, attempting to unleash its scorching breath once more, only to have its mouth firmly grasped by a mighty hand. The Silverflow Guardian deftly seized the ape's horn with its left hand and, with a sudden exertion of strength, slammed the Earth-splitter ape down as if it were a mere toy. Lu Yu, take advantage of this moment, Merholik commanded, and then a brilliant light emanated from his singular eye. Suddenly, arcane magic circles appeared around Lu Yu, enveloping his limbs and torso. As the light swirled, the magic circles transformed into a robe of runes that draped over him. The magical energy pulsated across the robe like shooting stars. Feeling the abundant magical power coursing through the robe, Lu Yu was taken aback. Impressive, old Moor, you possess such capabilities. I have many more tricks up my sleeve. I shall impart them to you in due time. But we must focus on the task at hand. Time is of the essence, Merholik replied with pride. Understood. At that moment, Lu Yu's fighting spirit surged. With a mere thought, the Starfall staff materialized in his hand. The chaotic blue lotus stirred without wind, its petals unfurling gracefully. 3 soul rings began to rise beneath his feet. The first soul ring gleamed brightly. First soul skill, Stellar Tribute. Target enhancement, Self, Star Whispering Spirit Fox, Silverflow Guardian. Comprehensive amplification. The Azure Soul Ring shone. 2nd-tier magic, Gale Step. 2nd-tier magic, Wind Control. 3rd-tier magic, Great Wind Blows. Unlike his previous duel with Tang San, this time the whirlwind's coverage expanded by more than 5-fold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The howling wind surged. Lu Yu soared upward, propelled by the gusts. The staff's azure gem shimmered, unleashing several blades of wind that struck directly at the Earth-splitter ape's face. The ape, pinned to the ground by the Silverflow Guardian, had no chance to evade. Crack! One of the Earth-splitter ape's blood-red eyes exploded in an instant. Roar! It grunted in pain, but with its mouth firmly restrained, it could only emit a muffled groan. At that moment, the Earth-splitter ape's inner turmoil reached its zenith. After a century-long slumber, it had finally found a somewhat suitable body, only to be confronted by a band of lunatics. Without uttering a word, they assaulted it mercilessly. Yet, having just seized this new body, it was still unfamiliar with its capabilities, rendering it utterly incapable of resistance in such a short span of time. Before her stood an imposing figure, towering over her with a physique as unyielding as steel, yet moving with the fluidity of liquid, rendering each of her punches akin to striking against cotton. Just moments ago, an irritating pest had been incessantly tormenting her. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the soul-hunting forest, a young girl gripped her sword with both hands, adopting a battle stance, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The atmosphere was unnervingly eerie, devoid of any soul beasts, judging by the blood-stained armor she donned. It was evident that she had endured a fierce battle, her hands trembling slightly as they clutched her sword. Beads of sweat dotted her fair forehead, a stark contrast to her earlier expectations. She had envisioned that hunting soul beasts would mirror her training sessions within her family, merely requiring an understanding of the beast's characteristics and weaknesses. However, her recent encounter with a wind demon wolf shattered that illusion. Although she had perused volumes about such soul beasts in her family's library and was aware of their vulnerabilities, every swing of her longsword sent her heart racing. Each strike was marred by unforeseen blunders. Despite her swordsmanship being unparalleled among her peers, even earning praise from her usually stern father, she could not comprehend why. Despite her utmost efforts, she found herself at a loss. Had it not been for the sudden tempest that whisked her and the wind demon wolf apart, she might have met her demise. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, utterly devoid of any soul beasts, yet permeated by an unsettling atmosphere. Distant roars echoed intermittently, and it dawned upon her that she was lost. Regret and despair flooded her heart. Why had she disregarded her father's warnings and insisted on venturing forth to hunt soul beasts? Why had she resorted to cunning, diverting the attention of Captain Duran and the others? Why had she been so willful? Why had she felt the need to prove her strength before her father, to demonstrate her superiority over her siblings? Suddenly, a resounding crash from afar startled her. She looked up to see a shadow rapidly enlarging in her vision. With a clatter, her hands went limp, unable to maintain their grip on the longsword, which fell to the ground. In despair, she closed her eyes, her mind a blank slate. Instinct urged her to flee, yet her legs felt as if they were anchored to the earth, immovable. Chapter 37. The graveyard rave despair enveloped her as she shut her eyes, bracing for the approach of death. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain never came. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold a figure draped in a black robe standing before her. A silver-haired youth, with a youthful countenance that seemed to mirror her own age, emanated an aura of maturity that belied his years. "Hey, are you all right?" he inquired, glancing back at her. Noticing her prolonged silence, he began to wonder if she had been rendered speechless by fear. "Are you alone?" he asked. The young girl only just realized what was happening, and as she attempted to respond, she suddenly felt a powerful arm encircling her waist. "Ah!" She couldn't help but exclaim. The girl felt the rush of wind whistling past her ears, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself perched atop a nearby tree branch. Glancing back, she saw that her previous position had transformed into a vast pit. It dawned on her that she seemed to be leaning against someone. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to find herself losing her footing. In an instant, she lost her balance and nearly fell. Fortunately, a strong hand reached out just in time. Liu swiftly pulled her back, and a delicate fragrance unique to her wafted into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and an intimate atmosphere quietly enveloped them. A rosy hue crept onto the youthful faces of both the boy and girl. "Hey!" At that moment, an untimely voice broke the silence. "Liu, what time is it? Are you still in the mood for flirting?" Mo Holik rushed over from a distance. Earlier, after Liu had unleashed several wind blades at the earth-rending ape, he had been sent flying by the debris kicked up during the creature's counterattack, vanishing from sight. In his haste to find Liu, he had neglected his own safety, only to discover that this fellow was busy charming a girl. "Oldemo!" Liu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Mo Holik approach. "Stay here and don't wander off. It's dangerous over there." After issuing a few words of caution to the girl, he summoned a whirlwind beneath his feet and in the blink of an eye, soared towards the heart of the battlefield, entirely oblivious to the fact that the gust had caused the girl behind him to lose her balance. The girl swayed back and forth, desperately trying to maintain her equilibrium, but ultimately landed with a thud on the ground. While rubbing her backside, she struggled to rise, muttering to herself, "Honestly, He has no regard for delicate feelings at all. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, en route to the battlefield, remained blissfully unaware of the events that had just transpired. In the center of the battlefield, two colossal figures were engaged in a fierce struggle. Although the earth-rending ape had initially been pinned down by the Silver Flow Guardian, who seemed to effortlessly evade its punches with its liquid form, the hands that gripped its head were remarkably hard. Seizing the opportunity, the ape managed to tear a fissure in the ground and escape. At that moment, one of its eyes bled profusely while the other appeared on the verge of bursting. Its face was a terrifying sight. Large nostrils expelled a plume of white smoke, and its abdomen glowed with intense heat, signaling another fiery breath was imminent. The Silver Flow Guardian stood firm, showing no inclination to evade. Crossing its arms before it, it braced itself. Boom! In the instant of collision, a wave of terrifying heat surged forth once more. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu inwardly cursed. Damn it, I just got back and this happens. Can we not have a moment of peace? Despite his inner turmoil, the inevitable approached. In a split second, the familiar feelings of searing heat and suffocation returned. Suddenly, the earth-rending ape ceased its fiery breath. A formidable energy began to coalesce in its mouth, gradually forming a sphere that resembled a black hole. In an instant, surrounding trees, flowers, stones, and spirit beasts were drawn uncontrollably towards the orb as if they had lost their gravity. Gradually, the sphere detached itself from the mouth of the Rift Earth ape and began to ascend towards the heavens. As it reached a certain altitude, the sphere abruptly halted. Yet the suction remained, intensifying with each passing moment. In an instant, the once clear sky darkened ominously, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Witnessing the scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this a celestial disturbance? Brother, have you mixed up your signals? This resembles Pain's attack from Naruto that destroyed the village." At that moment, Imoholik suddenly appeared by his side. Our immediate priority is to extract the crystal from the gorilla's head. However, the gravitational pull of that black hole is formidable, making it quite challenging. He inquired. Lu Yu, gripping tightly onto the outer armor of the Silver Guardian, struggled to resist being drawn in. Hearing Imoholik's question, he replied as loudly as he could, "Old Imo, every skill has its vulnerabilities. The black hole in the sky is the singularity of this technique. If we shatter it, we should succeed. Come here, I have a plan." Imoholik floated closer to Lu Yu, who whispered something into his ear. The surprise in Imoholik's singular "I" was palpable. "Are you sure this will work?" Lu Yu solemnly nodded. He then directed the Silver Guardian to prepare to launch him into the fray. After Imoholik conveyed his intentions, both began to gather their energy. Imoholik's surroundings gradually coalesced into several magnificent magical formations, distinct from before, now aligning in a single straight line. The formations radiated an unsettling heat, as if they would incinerate everything in their vicinity at any moment. Simultaneously, June had already reverted to her true form. With all 5 tails unfurled, she shone brightly even in daylight, her body aglow with star-like brilliance. A massive-tailed beast ball began to coalesce in her mouth. "Now is the time," Lu Yu shouted from within the colossal metallic palm. In that instant, a crimson beam of searing light erupted forth. 6th-tier magic, Flame God Pillar. The tailed beast ball was unleashed in an instant. The two forces intertwined in the air, ultimately striking the black hole above. With a deafening explosion, the Silver Guardian thrust forward with all its might. Upon reaching its maximum distance, a figure propelled itself from its palm. That figure was none other than Lu Yu. At the moment Lu Yu launched himself, the immense form of the Silver Guardian vanished, gradually converging upon him to form a striking silver battle armor. The resounding boom from the sky and the sudden cessation of the gravitational pull indicated that Imoholik and June's attack had been effective, confirming the viability of Lu Yu's plan. Only his part remained to subdue the formidable gorilla before him. In flight, Lu Yu positioned his left hand forward and his right hand back, gathering strength. At that moment, his right hand was adorned with a striking red gauntlet. This was Lu Yu's strategy. While Imoholik and June obliterated the black hole, he would use the Silver Guardian to approach the Rift Earth ape, ultimately delivering a decisive blow. "Let us go," Lu Yu silently urged himself, unleashing his right fist with all his might. At this moment, the Earth Splitter ape's legs were slightly bent, instinctively attempting to evade. However, the previous strike had nearly exhausted all of its soul power. Chapter 38, The Graveyard Operation. The ant-like figure gradually became clearer in the eyes of the Earth Splitter ape. Strangely, although the silver-haired ant was not particularly powerful, the red glove it wore emanated a chilling aura of authority. The soul concealed within the massive form of the Earth Splitter ape seemed to tremble. With a mighty roar, the Earth Splitter ape unleashed another furious cry. In the next instant, countless boulders swiftly hurtled towards the colossal beast. Its immense body was suddenly encased in a suit of rocky armor, intricate patterns emerging and intertwining to form complex designs in a heartbeat. In a mere moment, the Earth-splitter ape had established a fortress-like defense. At this juncture, Lu Yu could feel his soul power rapidly draining away. Within his consciousness, two swirling vortices of soul energy were operating at an astonishing velocity, absorbing nearly all of his released soul power with each strike. In a brief span, as torrents of soul energy surged through his limbs and body, he felt caught in a relentless cycle of being drained and replenished. At this moment, he could only curse in frustration. No one had warned him that such a punch would consume this much soul power. Lu Yu's face flushed crimson. Yet, his right hand continued to devour his soul power like an insatiable abyss. All the swirling vortices of soul energy within his consciousness were operating at high speed. Even the surrounding soul power crystals were not spared, being crushed and released anew by the vortices. Perhaps having absorbed sufficient soul power, the fist glove on Lu Yu's right hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling red radiance, his figure appearing to blaze like a meteor streaking through the atmosphere. Boom! At last, the scorching red meteor collided with the heavy barrier. Initially, the sturdy rock wall could barely withstand the impact, but in an instant, it cracked like fragile glass, fissures spreading rapidly across its surface. The next moment, those cracks swiftly expanded until they engulfed the entire barrier. With a crisp sound akin to glass shattering, the thick rock barrier crumbled entirely. Suddenly, an invisible wave radiated outwards from the point of collision. The surrounding environment seemed to freeze, as if everything had been paused. In the next instant, trees within a several-mile radius disintegrated into dust. The gigantic figure of the Earth-splitter ape was not spared either, vanishing into thin air like smoke. All that remained was a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters. In the distance, a young girl stood beneath a tree, gazing at the unfolding events in astonishment. Warchichi was utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle before her. The boy, who appeared to be of similar stature, possessed such formidable strength, while she herself, Miss. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from afar. Knight Duran, panting heavily, rushed towards the young girl. He immediately knelt on one knee and said, "I apologize, Mississippi. It is my failure to protect you, allowing you to fall into such a perilous situation. Please, punish me." He had seen the enormous crater upon his arrival, and with the desolation surrounding it, he surmised that a fierce battle had indeed taken place here. Strangely, he pondered why he had been so oblivious to his surroundings moments ago. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, focusing instead on returning to report to the master. The paramount concern was to escort the young lady safely back. "It's all right, let us return," the girl said calmly. Her pale visage betrayed no emotion. Seemingly unaffected by the recent events, unaware that a seed of disquiet had been quietly sown in her heart. As Duran and his companions departed, the space around them began to distort. 6 figures emerged silently. They gazed at the spot where the group had just vanished, and one of them spoke. "Enough. They have gone far. Let us dismantle the barrier. The spirit hall must have sensed the commotion and will be here shortly." A gentle breeze stirred, causing the black robes to flutter, revealing a familiar face, none other than the Azure Dragon. One of the 12 offerings who had appeared after Lu Yu was rendered unconscious by Feng Guanshan. As he finished speaking, another sweet, melodic voice chimed in. "Oh my. I never anticipated our divine son possessed such capabilities. Though merely a remnant of a soul, it managed to escape from the sacred domain's prison, only to meet its end here. I wonder what expression the old warden will wear upon hearing this." Another female voice echoed her sentiment. Indeed, after all, this demon dragon had once escaped under his watch. At that moment, the Azure Dragon interjected, "Enough of your idle chatter. Let us assess the condition of the divine son." Just then, a cloaked figure approached from a distance, removing his hood to reveal a shock of eerie green hair. He spoke, "I have just examined the divine son. He is unharmed, merely exhausted from depleting his soul energy." He paused for effect before continuing. "Moreover, I discovered this." As he spoke, he produced an ancient book bound in sheepskin and a charred soul beast, barely recognizable as a fox. "Xuanwu, tend to these 2 first. Baihu, you and your companion are tasked with escorting the divine son back. Remember, do not act recklessly." The one referred to as Baihu was the owner of that sweet, melodic voice. "Absolutely, leave it to me," Baihu replied, seemingly oblivious to the latter caution. The Azure Dragon facepalmed, appearing unfazed by the scene unfolding before him. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier dissipated instantaneously. In the distance, several figures could be seen hastening towards their location. "The Spirit Hall's personnel have arrived. We must depart." The space twisted once more, and the 6 figures vanished as if they had never existed. The only difference in the area now was the absence of Lu Yu and his companions. Barely had the 7 departed when a few elegantly clad figures arrived. Among them a familiar silhouette, the city lord and steward of the Spirit Hall in Notting City, Su Yuntao. These two held a position of considerable influence within Notting City. However, at this moment, they respectfully trailed behind another elder, adorned in even more resplendent attire. Upon their arrival, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. The soul-hunting forest lay in close proximity to Notting City, practically beneath their noses, and yet such a significant commotion had occurred without their prior knowledge, only revealed through a message from an envoy dispatched from headquarters. "This is entirely my dereliction of duty," exclaimed the Lord of Notting City. "To have such a fierce battle erupt within my territory without my awareness." He was promptly interrupted. "This matter does not pertain to you. A powerful being has established a barrier here, and it would be more unusual if you had sensed it," the envoy interjected. "I am here for two matters. The first concerning this situation. As for the second." Meanwhile, in a forbidden area of the Douluo continent, Tang Hao was poised to summon his martial spirit to confront the suddenly manifested venomous dragon. To his astonishment, a silver flash surged through the air, and the once mighty venomous dragon was instantaneously reduced to a pile of bones. Chapter 39. The mysterious village. Tang Hao stood in disbelief, gazing at the bones strewn across the ground. Who could have anticipated that mere moments ago, this had been a colossal soul beast? Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to see a group of figures swiftly passing by in the distance. Indeed, they seemed to flicker past, although they walked as ordinary individuals. With each step they took, their figures would inexplicably leap several paces ahead. Within the blink of an eye, the group had arrived before Tang Hao and his companion. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that there were only 4 of them, astonishingly, all children, with the leader appearing to be merely 11 or 12 years of age. "Esteemed guests from afar, my grandfather has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, follow me," the leading child stated respectfully, a silver dial slowly rotating within his left eye. Tang Hao's heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that the earlier flash of light was conjured by this young boy? His curiosity about the village intensified. Beside him, the figure clad in black robes chuckled, revealing himself to be an elderly man. "You bear a striking resemblance to that old rascal. I never imagined that the old thief Mo would have such a remarkable grandson. Child, what is your name?" the elder inquired. Unperturbed by the elder's playful jibe, the boy replied with unwavering respect, "I am called Mo Ran. I presume you are Grandfather Jack, whom I often hear my grandfather speak of." "Ha ha ha, speak of me? Surely, he must have muttered quite a bit about me," Jack laughed heartily. The boy felt a hint of embarrassment and was momentarily at a loss for words. "Enough of that. I won't put you on the spot any longer. Lead the way." "It has been quite a while since I visited the village," Jack continued with a smile. "Come now, prepare yourself. Let us enter the village." He beckoned to Tang Hao, who had been silently observing from the side. Just as Tang Hao was about to step forward, the child named Mo Ran's lips curled into a subtle smile. In an instant, the dial in his left eye erupted with dazzling silver light, blinding those present for a moment. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet felt soft, and their bodies swayed, momentarily losing balance. Once they regained their footing, Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes. Yet, he found himself having departed from the noxious wasteland that had surrounded him moments ago. Before his eyes lay a serene village, its houses neatly arranged and pathways interwoven. Lush moss adorned the steps in verdant hues, while the grass peered through the curtains in shades of blue-green. The villagers, clad in simple attire, bore farming tools upon their shoulders. By the riverbank, women washed clothes and vegetables, embodying an atmosphere of tranquility. At the village entrance, children chased and frolicked, seemingly untouched by the treacherous miasma of the outside world. The arrival of the few seemed to stir not a single ripple in this idyllic sanctuary. Tang Hao turned to survey his surroundings and soon realized the village was shrouded in a protective veil. A mist loomed 100 meters from the village, as if halted by an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. Mo Ran, noticing Tang Hao's fixation on the fog, smiled and explained, "The village is under the protection of our ancestral deity, who bestows upon us the safeguard to remain distant from all perils." As the group reached the village center, Tang Hao noticed a gathering of people and inquired curiously, "What are they doing?" Mo Ran responded with a smile, "That is the village altar, where we pay homage to our ancestors. This year, 3 children have come of age, and they are undergoing their martial soul awakening, praying for their soul rings." Praying for soul rings? Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, children of age on the continent would typically have the martial soul hall dispatch soul masters for their awakening, or, in some secluded families, the awakening could occur internally. However, regardless of whether it was the martial soul hall or hidden clans, the only means to acquire soul rings post-awakening was through the hunting of soul beasts. The notion of praying for soul rings left him perplexed. As he pondered, he looked up at the statue at the altar's center, only to discover its face was blank. "Why does this statue lack a face?" he inquired. "The deity has yet to descend," It shall reveal itself upon the deity's return, came an ancient voice from behind. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, ambled forth. Grandfather, village chief. Emo ran and the others greeted respectfully. The elder nodded kindly. 2 esteemed guests, please follow me. The group then entered a wooden house, where through the window they could see the altar housing the faceless statue, as well as the rituals being performed. I never expected this old fellow to still be alive. Suddenly, old Jack burst into laughter. Old Jack, after all these years, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Cursing me to death upon our first meeting, Emo Qian retorted with a chuckle. And who is this? He asked, gesturing towards Tang Hao, a young man who has lost his way, residing in my village for a few years. I brought him out for a change of scenery. You old rascal. Look at how much your grandson has grown, and what a fine figure he has. Old Jack continued. I've come seeking your assistance with a matter, Emo Qian replied. Brewing tea. I knew you wouldn't come without a purpose. Speak. What do you need? Here, have some tea. He poured a cup and handed it to Tang Hao. The latter accepted it with both hands in gratitude and took a sip. Suddenly, a warm current coursed through his entire being, and he felt his mental prowess becoming significantly more refined. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. This tea possessed such remarkable effects. How wonderful it would be to bring some back for the third party. Nearby, 2 elderly gentlemen with silver hair were engaged in conversation. 2 matters, old Jack remarked, extending 2 fingers. Retrieve the item I left with you earlier. That is quite simple. I shall send Ranner to fetch it for you, came the prompt reply. And the second matter? Emo Qian answered readily. I wish to make a trip to the sacred domain. Upon hearing this, Emo Qian's hand, which was pouring tea, suddenly paused. Then he continued to serve tea to old Jack and Tang Hao without uttering a word. What is the matter? This cannot be. This is the only passage to the sacred domain. They wouldn't have closed it off completely, would they? Old Jack sensed something amiss with his old friend's demeanor and inquired anxiously. Well, I may not be able to assist you with this. The path from our village to the sacred domain has been sealed for a year now. What? It has been closed for a year? Old Jack felt a wave of unease wash over him. Has something happened in the sacred domain? I am uncertain. Old Lu did not mention it to me. The passage has remained shut since the 12 offerings emerged a year ago, and I am in the dark about the current situation inside. Upon hearing this, old Jack exclaimed in astonishment. What? All 12 offerings have been mobilized? It seems we are on the brink of a grave matter. Emo Qian shook his head. Old Lu refuses to divulge anything. The passage was sealed from the inside, and we cannot open it from the outside. I am powerless in this regard. As the 2 conversed, Tang Hao turned his gaze toward the window. Suddenly, the faceless statue at the center of the altar erupted in a burst of silvery light. Subsequently, the 3 children undergoing the ritual vanished, seemingly taken away by that radiant glow. Chapter 40. Seeds of Inheritance. Following Tang Hao's gaze, Emo Qian looked outside. The soul summoning ceremony was nearing its conclusion. In a day's time, the village would gain 3 more soul masters. A day? Tang Hao exclaimed in surprise. One must awaken their martial spirit and hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings before they can officially be considered a soul master. However, generally, individuals lack the experience to confront soul beasts after awakening their martial spirits, necessitating assistance from others. Yet those 3 children do not appear capable of hunting soul beasts alone. How can you be so certain they will become soul masters in a day's time? To his surprise, Emo Qian stroked his beard and chuckled. Young man, do you know the origins of our village? Tang Hao shook his head. Do you know why we worship our ancestral deity? Emo Qian continued to inquire. I do not know. Tang Hao replied again, shaking his head. Emo Qian took a sip of tea and began to speak slowly. Let us first discuss that statue. It would be more fitting to describe it as a door. A door? Tang Hao asked, astonished. Indeed. This door connects 2 realms. One is the sacred domain that old Jack and I just mentioned. What of the other place? Tang Hao pressed further. The other place is where we awaken our martial spirits and obtain soul rings. Any child of age in our village is sent to the land of inheritance to receive the blessings of our ancestral deity. The so-called refers to the act of planting a seed of inheritance within one's body. This process requires a full day. Once a person has sown the seed of inheritance and cultivated their soul power to a certain realm, the seed will take root and sprout, nurturing a soul ring. The notion of planting a seed of inheritance within oneself to foster a soul ring left Tang Hao thoroughly astounded. However, upon the death of the villagers, the seed of inheritance within their bodies would revert to its original state, returning to the land of inheritance. Does this not, to some extent, transform a person into a soul beast? Tang Hao questioned in astonishment. Upon hearing this, exhibited no signs of anger, patiently elucidating. Indeed, this bears a striking resemblance to soul beasts, yet humans are sentient beings of this world, as are soul beasts. The divine created both humanity and soul beasts. and the ideal relationship between the two is one of peaceful coexistence. The Stardow Forest and the Hunting Soul Forest are mere consequences of the rampant hunting of soul beasts. It is likely that in a few hundred years, there will be no soul beasts left to hunt. With that, he extended his right hand, revealing a silver plant in his palm. Tang Hao fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. I am grateful for your esteemed guidance, Senior, he expressed with sincere appreciation. Responded with a benevolent smile, such trivial matters are of no concern. As one recognized by the Guardian Barrier, it is only reasonable for you to be privy to these truths. Recognized by the Guardian Barrier? Tang Hao inquired, surprised once more. Indeed, it is an invisible barrier that protects the village from harm, left by the ancestral deity in years gone by. If one is not acknowledged by it, even if we're to employ soul techniques on you, you would find yourself cast into the poisonous forest outside. By the time Tang Hao and Old Jack departed from, the night had already settled in. The poisonous forest at night proved to be far more perilous than during the day, with countless nocturnal venomous creatures just beginning their hunt. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a pungent gas. After bid farewell to his two esteemed guests, a glimmer of silver flashed in his left eye, and in the blink of an eye, the youth's figure vanished without a trace. Senior, why do we not stay in the village for the night before departing? Tang Hao asked as he readjusted his hood. The holy domain is closed. Let us proceed, Old Jack replied slowly. Senior, what exactly is the holy domain? Tang Hao inquired. Recalling's mention of the ancestral deity, he nodded in affirmation. The so-called ancestral deity could be regarded as a single god, or perhaps two gods. Tang Hao felt perplexed once more. Why did the older generation speak in such convoluted terms? Do you remember the soul technique utilized by? Tang Hao nodded. The youth's left eye merely flashed with silver light, and he instantaneously changed his position, an archetype of space-type soul techniques. Could it be a deity of space? Yes. You are correct, yet that is only half the truth. There exists another deity of time. Dual deities. Tang Hao was even more astounded. The holy domain was thus created by these twin deities, its history tracing back to the dawn of the continent. The holy domain typically exists within a flowing, special space, where the two deities harness divine power to forge several anchors to stabilize the position of the holy domain. These anchors serve as vital thoroughfares for the passage between the holy domain and the continent. Thee is one such anchor, and indeed, the most crucial one. Since the cataclysmic battle 90 years ago, all other anchors have been destroyed, leaving only as the sole remnant. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, could not help but voice a question. Since the sacred domain has existed for such an extensive period, why has there been no record on the continent? Old Jack replied. The sacred domain has always operated discreetly, reluctant to engage in excessive interactions with the continent. It is known that they have continuously monitored the movements on the continent, seemingly wary of something. Their sudden retreat is indeed perplexing. Although they conduct themselves mysteriously, they have traditionally maintained connections with the continent. Senior, where are we headed this time? Tang Hao inquired, catching up with Old Jack. Despite appearing as a frail elder, Old Jack moved swiftly, compelling even a robust man like Tang Hao to quicken his pace to keep up. Upon hearing Tang Hao's question, Old Jack halted, retrieving two yellowed envelopes from his pocket and presenting them to Tang Hao. These contain items I have left for Xiao San and Xiao Yu. Both are good children, and the path of soul masters is arduous. This is a small token from me to them. You must not keep what is meant for Xiao San for yourself. We shall part ways here. Deliver these to the children when you see them again. With that, without allowing Tang Hao a chance to refuse, he pressed the envelopes into his hands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. In the blink of an eye, Old Jack's figure vanished, leaving Tang Hao standing in place, dazed. Clutching the two envelopes, his weathered face bore an expressionless facade, concealing the turmoil within as he pondered. Yet, deep down, he began to surmise Old Jack's true identity. Could it be that village chief Jack was indeed the legendary master who had once astonished the continent decades ago? The very thought startled him. It seemed implausible, back then. Nearly all the major forces had united to eliminate that existence, leaving no chance of survival. However, his hand trembled slightly while holding the envelopes. Then it dawned on him that village chief Jack had yet to disclose how he would leave. He had relied entirely on the silver token in Old Jack's possession to be transported to this poisonous forest, and now, with Old Jack gone, the means of return was unclear. It appeared he was lost. Suddenly, Tang Hao sensed something in his embrace. He reached in and discovered the silver token that village chief Jack had previously used. Promptly, Tang Hao attempted to inject his soul power into the token. With a swift whoosh and a flash of silver light, Tang Hao's figure vanished from the poisonous forest. Chapter 41, Rebirth. In the Heaven Do Empire, at Shenghun Village. Within a modest wooden house, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a dance of light and shadow upon the floor, weaving a unique tapestry that encapsulated the essence of dawn. Instinctively, Lu Yu raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding rays. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged through his body, eliciting a pained groan. Why does it hurt so much? Lu Yu gasped, gritting his teeth. Brother Yu, you're awake. A sweet voice chimed from beside him. Before Lu Yu could respond, Xiao Wu dashed outside, exclaiming, Third brother, Brother Yu is awake. At this moment, Tang San, burdened with a multitude of items, observed a figure hastily approaching. Suddenly, a stone appeared beneath Xiao Wu's feet. Noticing this, Tang San decisively halted, sidestepped, and retreated in one fluid motion to evade the impending mishap. Thud. As anticipated, Xiao Wu stumbled over the stone and collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Tang San, having deftly evaded the situation, still clutched the items in his arms. Fortunately, there was no harm in delivering the medicine to Brother Yu. Xiao Wu, looking aggrieved, rubbed her head as she rose from the ground. Her resentful gaze resembled that of a slighted maiden. Xiao Wu, are you all right? What is the hurry? Tang San inquired. Initially, Xiao Wu felt a surge of frustration at having fallen because someone failed to catch her. However, she suppressed her discontent. Brother Yu has awakened, and I rushed to inform you, she replied. Upon hearing this, Tang San's face lit up with joy. Really? He exclaimed, quickening his pace toward the wooden cabin. Calling back without glancing over his shoulder, Xiao Wu, hurry and fetch a bowl of water. Okay, Xiao Wu responded promptly. Brother Yu, are you all right? Just as Lu Yu attempted to rise, an urgent voice echoed in the air. Xiao San, cough, cough. Lu Yu's voice cracked, causing him immense pain. What has happened to me? Brother Yu, you have been unconscious for nearly 5 days. First, drink some water to soothe your throat, Xiao Wu urged, offering him a bowl of water. As Lu Yu reached to take it, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him. But Tang San was quick to react and caught the bowl in time, sparing him from the embarrassment of a wet mishap. Peering into the water, Lu Yu caught a glimpse of his reflection, a face devoid of color, with pale lips marred by cracks and streaked with traces of blood. Brother Yu, what are you pondering? Tang San asked, noticing Lu Yu's dazed expression. Nothing. I was merely startled by my own appearance. Xiao San, what transpired during the days of my unconsciousness? Just as Lu Yu finished speaking, a rush of warmth filled his throat, and blood surged forth. Brother Yu. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback by the sight of Lu Yu spitting blood. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward, gently patting Lu Yu's back. Brother Yu. After such a prolonged unconsciousness, your vitality is bound to be depleted. You ought to rest and refrain from unnecessary movements. He paused before continuing. 5 days ago, I heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, I found you lying on the ground, covered in blood and unconscious. Indeed, it nearly terrified us to death. Xiao Wu interjected. Beside you was a bundle and a note containing a prescription for recuperation. Tang San indicated toward the nearby assortment of packages. The medicines were prepared according to the prescription. Wait, Lu Yu suddenly interjected. You dared to use an unknown prescription to prepare medicine for me? To be honest, we were hesitant at first. Initially, the medicines were personally verified by Xiao San. Until upon hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but jest. Xiao San, you have quite the knowledge of herbal medicine. Tang San blushed slightly at the unexpected compliment. Last night, you nearly terrified both Tang San and me to death. Fortunately, a mysterious figure in black suddenly appeared and administered a golden elixir, reviving you. Lu Yu was instantly intrigued. Are you suggesting that I suddenly perished last night, only to be resurrected by this enigmatic figure? Were you able to discern any features of this person or any distinguishing characteristics? Upon finishing his question, Lu Yu felt he had asked a rather foolish inquiry. Truth be told, he already harbored some suspicions regarding the identity of the cloaked individual. Xiao Wu shook her head, straining to recall. The person wore a hood pulled low, obscuring their face, but their strength was undeniable. Xiao Wu's final statement was delivered with unwavering certainty. Tang San nodded in agreement. Reverting to last night, Tang San was preparing medicine for Lu Yu when a sudden scream pierced the air. Tang San promptly sprang to his feet, employing his ghostly movements to flash into the room. What happened? Xiao Wu trembled as she pointed towards Lu Yu on the bed. Why you? Brother Yu, he has no breath. While wiping Lu Yu's face, she noticed his pallor was alarming, prompting her to check his pulse. Tang San, upon hearing her, rushed to feel Lu Yu's pulse. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he was not only proficient in hidden weapons and agile movements, but also possessed a rudimentary understanding of medicine, making pulse-taking a trivial task. The moment he touched Lu Yu's wrist, an ominous feeling washed over him. Indeed, as Xiao Wu had asserted, Lu Yu's pulse had ceased. As both of their minds went blank, the surrounding space suddenly warped. A figure cloaked in black materialized within the room. Upon the appearance of the black-clad individual, They swiftly approached and seized Lu Yu's other hand. The abrupt turn of events jolted Xiao Wu and Tang San back to reality. As Tang San instinctively attempted to intervene, the cloaked figure merely raised 2 fingers and waved them gently. Instantly, both were pinned against the wall by an overwhelming force, immobilized. Fortunately, the cloaked figure bore no ill intentions. The pressure was gentle, causing them no harm. After securing Tang San and Xiao Wu against the wall, the figure shifted their focus entirely to Lu Yu. They, like Tang San, checked Lu Yu's pulse before performing a series of precise taps on his body. Witnessing this, Tang San gasped in astonishment. The black-clad individual was clearly employing the technique of acupoint sealing, targeting lethal points. Yet, at that moment, he was held against the wall, unable to move or speak, rendered helpless as he watched the figure manipulate Lu Yu. The cloaked figure produced a pitch-black wooden box from seemingly nowhere. Upon opening it, the distinctive aroma of the elixir filled the room. After placing the golden pill into Lu Yu's mouth, the figure turned to address the 2 pinned against the wall. "Do not worry, I mean no harm. He will awaken by dawn." With that, she directed her gaze at Tang San. Chapter 42, The Vanished Soul Ring. Although the visage of the visitor was obscured, Tang San felt an unsettling chill run down his spine as he was scrutinized by the figure in black. "Youngster, do you possess medical skills?" Tang San turned his head aside and replied coldly, "What concern is that of yours?" "Ah, still as obstinate as ever. In the past, I would have enjoyed playing with you, but alas, I am pressed for time." The cloaked individual rasped, their voice distorted beyond discernment of gender. "If you wish to preserve the life of the little one on the bed, follow the instructions on this note." With that, they thrust a slip of paper into Tang San's embrace. "I will return in 3 days. Who are you?" Tang San shouted. The figure then turned and departed, the space around them warping as they vanished without a trace. Thud. Once the cloaked figure left, the 2 individuals, now unbound, fell heavily to the ground, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Xiao Wu, 100,000-year soul beast, and Tang San, who had lived 2 lives, were both battle-hardened, especially given Tang San's past as a disciple of the Tang sect. Their instinct for danger was almost innate. The force unleashed by the cloaked figure at that moment was far beyond their capacity to withstand. In the presence of such overwhelming power, they could hardly entertain thoughts of escape. Yet, disregarding their trepidation, they quickly forced themselves to regain composure, and Tang San hurriedly checked Lu Yu's pulse. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Tang San's anxious heart finally found relief. Now, returning to the present, Tang San remarked, "By the way, you go? I went to Nadong City to procure medicine the day before yesterday and unexpectedly discovered that the soul-hunting forest has been sealed." "The soul-hunting forest has been sealed?" Lu Yu responded in astonishment, quickly realizing that given the recent commotion, such a measure was indeed to be expected. "Yes. All soul masters within the forest have been cleared out. Only the armies of the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall personnel remain inside," Tang San continued. "You go. This matter wouldn't involve you, would it?" Lu Yu, sitting weakly on the bed, replied, "Xiao San, cough, cough." He had scarcely spoken a few words before succumbing to another fit of coughing. Xiao Wu took a step forward, but Lu Yu gestured for her to retreat. Lu Yu took a moment to steady his breath. "Xiao San, where is the package you mentioned earlier? May I see it?" Sure," Tang San replied, rising and returning shortly with a black package in hand. "All right, you may leave for now. I wish to rest alone," Lu Yu said as he accepted the package. However, Xiao Wu began, yet was silenced by a hand that grasped her. "Yu Gu is gravely injured and requires peace to recuperate. Let us step outside." "Yes. Should anything arise, I will call for you," Lu Yu assured. Once the sound of footsteps faded, he eagerly opened the package before him. Inside were only 2 items, a fist-sized, irregularly shaped dark red crystal and an ancient tome bound in parchment. "Oldemo, Oldemo," Lu Yu called out. But despite his entreaties, the single eye depicted on the cover of the parchment remained tightly shut and unresponsive. After his calls yielded no response, Lu Yu turned his attention to the crystal. The crystal presented a hue reminiscent of dried blood, its irregular surface riddled with countless fissures. Through the sunlight, one could faintly discern a serpentine creature coiled within. Above it, a purple ring floated serenely. This was the Millennium Soul Ring of the earth-shattering ape. Logically, a soul beast's death would manifest a soul ring, yet such a ring would not endure for long. Having been in a state of unconsciousness for several days, Lu Yu assumed this entity had long since vanished. To his astonishment, it now appeared before him. However, he was uncertain how to extract the soul ring. Consequently, Lu Yu began to channel his soul power, attempting to establish a connection with the soul ring within the crystal. Wait, something felt amiss. He tried once more. As he repeatedly harnessed his soul power, Lu Yu was startled to discover that his soul energy had already withered. He hastily plunged his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. only to find it desolate and barren. The once vibrant whirlpool of soul power and the crystalline manifestation had vanished without a trace. Even his mental energy was severely depleted, leaving only a few scattered remnants within the sea of consciousness. Wandering aimlessly within this realm, Lu Yu's awareness suddenly caught sight of a white figure. June. A wave of joy surged through him as he rushed forward. Yet, he found June curled up tightly, her eyes shut, unresponsive to his calls. Eventually, Lu Yu relinquished his efforts and withdrew from the sea of consciousness, summoning the system. Host. Lu Yu, status, abnormal. Martial soul, star-invoking lotus staff. Time-space angel, mutation, soul power, 0 points, 25,000. Inventory, playing card blueprint, construction cement, flowing silver guardian, system bounty task package 1. Technique, myriad forms meditation. Wait a moment. As Lu Yu scrutinized the system panel, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The system still owed him points. But when had he accrued a debt of over 2,000 points? System, what is the meaning of this? Naturally, no response met his inquiries. Only a triangular symbol appeared before him. What is this? Curiously, Lu Yu clicked on it. A virtual, three-dimensional screen materialized instantly before him, accompanied by the sound of electricity. A familiar electronic voice resonated. System log activated. Loading screen. 1, 10, 50, 100. Loading complete. As the numbers reached 100, images gradually emerged on the screen. Lu Yu was taken aback to find that it depicted the moment he had struck the earth-shattering ape with a mighty punch. He lay on a desolate patch of ground, blood streaming from his orifices, his right arm entirely absent, clearly beyond the realm of survival. The colossal form of the earth-shattering ape had long since vanished. Holik and the little fox lay unconscious nearby, affected by the aftermath of the battle. Suddenly, Lu Yu was enveloped in a sphere of blue light. Its glow gentle and soothing. Host's life force detected to be rapidly diminishing. Warning, host has perished. A cacophony of erratic electrical sounds erupted. The familiar electronic sound reverberated once more. Host has lost vital signs. Consciousness is being stripped away, preparing to assume control of the host's body. Body control permissions successfully received. Warning, severe damage detected in the host's body. Points will soon be consumed for repairs. Remaining points, 0. Warning, insufficient points remaining. Activating backup plan. Points consumption completed. Host body is undergoing repair. 1, 2, 50, 65, 100. Body repair complete. Basic functions restored. Martial soul functioning normally. Soul power depleted. Mental energy depleted. Time-space angel martial soul activating. Activation complete. In an instant, a silver angelic martial soul appeared above Lu Yu. Subsequently, the silvery figure simply raised its right hand and gently waved. A rift in space suddenly manifested. Chapter 43, System Points Loan. The rift revealed a profound void beyond it. Gradually, streams of energy traversed the void and began to merge into Lu Yu's body. Body repair complete. This consumption has expended a considerable amount of points. Points, 25,000. System energy depleted. Entering standby mode. Retaining only basic functions. Store refresh function paused. Mission system disabled. Shutdown countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the scene plunged into darkness. Lu Yu now had a clearer understanding of the situation. The system had shut down to save him. June had once again succumbed to slumber. And old Mo remained unresponsive. He was left alone. Tang had mentioned that the man in black would return in 3 days. If his conjecture was accurate, that individual must be one of the 12 offerings who had attacked him that day. What purpose did those who called themselves the Holy Domain have in seeking him? However, the other party had not displayed any hostility, at least for now. Never mind. He decided to set those thoughts aside and open the gift package first. Ding. Bounty task grand gift package successfully used. Congratulations, host has obtained Demon Blade Qianren, random item package, Black God armor. Rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. Please check. What? Lu Yu was bewildered. Was it not enough to open a gift package? Now there was a draw involved, and even with the system offline, it still played this game of chance. Oh well, I'll just store it in the warehouse for now. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly recalled that the system had previously announced an update regarding a commission task. Simply interacting with characters from the original Douluo Dalu would unlock related missions. Having been in contact with Xiao Wu and Tang for quite some time, there should be a relevant task available. Randomly, Lu Yu once again summoned the system panel. To his surprise, in the task section, there was a branch prominently displaying the words commission task. However, it was in a dimmed state. Great, the task couldn't be activated. And he owed the system over 20,000 points. What a predicament. Awakening to such overwhelming debt, Lu Yu felt as though the sky had partially collapsed upon him. Fortunately, the system has yet to specify a concrete repayment deadline, allowing for some flexibility. At present, The most pressing task is to devise a method to restore a portion of my strength expeditiously. Gazing at the panel displaying the phrase Physical Function 1, Lu Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was the side effect of a single punch truly this severe? No one had forewarned me before, and the system lacks any manual or guidelines. Shaking his head, Lu Yu tossed aside the covers, donned his shoes, and strolled outside. At that moment, Tang-san, who was preparing medicine, heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Lu Yu standing at the door, his complexion pale. The morning sunlight cast its glow upon the youth's weary face, and his frail form swayed gently in the breeze, as if he might topple over at any moment. "Brother Yu, what are you doing out here? The wind is strong. You should return indoors," Tang-san exclaimed, hastily placing down his fan and moving to support Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu waved his hand, signaling Tang-san to slow down. "No need. I feel like I'm going to mildew from being cooped up all day. I simply wish to bask in the sunlight." "Then I shall accompany you for a stroll," Tang-san replied, calling out to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, please keep an eye on the stove while I take Brother Yu for a short walk." "Okay," came a sweet voice. And soon a petite figure came running from a distance. The morning woods exuded a refreshing fragrance, and the gentle rain from the previous night added an ethereal quality to the leaves. Occasionally, the melodious chirping of birds could be heard from the treetops. Lu Yu approached a stone and slowly sat down. "Xiao-san, join me for a moment. Let us rest," he said. "All right," Tang-san replied, settling beside Lu Yu. "Brother Yu," Tang-san suddenly spoke, "the events in the spirit hunting forest are connected to you, aren't they?" "Oh, what makes you say that?" Lu Yu inquired, intrigued. "5 days ago, while I was training on the mountain, I happened to see you leaving the village in a carriage. That very night, an incident occurred, and the next day the spirit hunting forest was sealed. Moreover, upon your awakening, you inquired about the significant events of the past few days, which must have been in relation to the spirit hunting forest." Upon hearing Tang-san's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, one who has lived through 2 lifetimes possesses a sharp mind, nearly rivaling his own. "Indeed, the commotion in the spirit hunting forest was instigated by me," Lu Yu admitted candidly, without reservation. "It truly was you. Brother Yu, what on earth transpired in the forest that led to the sealing of the spirit hunting forest?" Though Tang-san had suspected as much, hearing Lu Yu's confession left him somewhat astonished. "Ha ha ha, that is a long tale," Lu Yu replied, tilting his head toward the sky and shutting his eyes. "Do not inquire. The light is simply blinding." He affected an air of a sage detached from the world. "In days of yore, I was a carefree celestial being, yet I found myself ensnared by a petty trickster, forced to relinquish my divine form and descend to the mortal realm, fortunate enough to be reborn as a human." Beside him, Tang-san listened to Lu Yu's fanciful musings, feeling a mix of disbelief and exasperation. "Brother Yu, are you truly not fabricating some tale to deceive children?" "Ha ha." Lu Yu laughed heartily at being called out. However, seeing Tang-san's expression remain stoic, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly resumed a serious demeanor. "In truth, I have not engaged in any significant endeavors. Rather, I possess a friend who inadvertently lost an item within the forest of soul hunters. While assisting him in the search, I unexpectedly encountered a formidable soul beast. By sheer fortune, I crossed paths with a powerful elder, and under the elder's absolute strength coupled with my impeccable support, the soul beast was swiftly vanquished." "Alas, what does that expression of yours imply?" As Lu Yu observed Tang-san's lingering skepticism, he feigned dissatisfaction. "Still not convinced of your brother Yu's capabilities, are you?" Recognizing that he could elicit no further information from Lu Yu, Tang-san refrained from lingering on the subject. "I believe, of course I do, Brother Yu. Xiao Wu must be finishing the medicine soon. We should return quickly, for that potion is quite precious, and if we do not consume it, it will go to waste. Are you more concerned about the cost of the medicine or the well-being of your Brother Yu?" Lu Yu inquired. Tang-san found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Naturally, I am worried about your health, Brother Yu. After all, in terms of talent and wisdom, no one across the continent could possibly rival you. Thus, your health is of utmost importance. Therefore, Brother Yu, for the sake of your swift recovery, let us return and drink the medicine." "Indeed," Tang-san deliberately paused. "If you fear the bitterness and truly cannot bear to drink it, then we need not bother with the costly potion." Lu Yu retorted, Your initial words were commendable, but what is this latter statement? Me, afraid of bitterness? That is simply preposterous. Come, let us return and drink the medicine." With that, Lu Yu rose and began to retrace his steps. Tang-san, witnessing this scene, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Ultimately, he is still a child. Such a simple provocation has effectively worked. "Hey, Xiao-san, why are you still standing there? Hurry up." Lu Yu called back as he walked further away. "Oh, coming, Brother Yu. Do take your time," Tang-san replied. Chapter 44, Moonshadow Ruins as Night Fell. Lu Yu stood and approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently to the sounds from outside. After a moment, he gently pushed the door open, careful not to disturb Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were peacefully asleep. Once assured of their slumber, he cautiously stepped outside, feeling a slight sense of relief as they remained unresponsive. He tiptoed into the night. During Lu Yu's recovery from his injuries, Tang San had taken it upon himself to move in with Xiao Wu to better care for Lu Yu. After all, Tang Hao and village chief Jack had been away for quite some time, with no indication of their return. Since Tang Hao's departure, the blacksmith shop had closed, and the trio relied on their sole master stipends, which were more than sufficient for their daily expenses, rendering work unnecessary for the time being. Moreover, the ring left to Lu Yu by Grandpa Jack contained at least 200,000 gold coins, a preliminary estimate, thus alleviating any financial worries he might have. The forest at night was enveloped in silence. Despite it being summer, the evening breeze stirred a chill against the young man's skin. Achoo! Lu Yu shivered, rubbing his shoulders. Why is it so cold at night? He mumbled to himself while quickening his pace. Before long, Lu Yu arrived at his intended destination, the small grove behind the village. Lu Yu retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from his spatial ring. At that moment, he found himself in a clearing within a small grove. Strangely, despite having visited this place numerous times before, he had no recollection of the scene before him. The towering boulders nestled in the woods behind the village appeared to correspond to the address on the paper. Halting his steps, Lu Yu gazed at a massive rock ahead. The stone was adorned with a thick layer of moss, and one side was remarkably smooth, as if hewn by a knife. The boulder stood nearly 10 meters tall, its surface rendered slick by the moss covering it. This paper was something Lu Yu had discovered within the spatial ring left behind by Grandpa Jack. According to its inscription, this stone was the entrance to a site known as the Moonshadow Ruins. However, the entrance was said to materialize only on a full moon night and required a key for entry. Lu Yu circled the boulder, unable to discern any particularly notable features. Suddenly, he raised his gaze to the top of the rock, realizing he had seemingly overlooked two areas. As for why didn't he consider digging down? The answer was straightforward. Climbing up was simply easier. Though the boulder towered dozens of meters high, this minor challenge posed no difficulty for him. With a flash of light emanating from the ancient ring on his finger, a glove materialized in his hand. The glove was entirely black, interwoven with golden patterns. Curiously designed for only the right hand. Lu Yu examined the glove closely. It was the black divine armor awarded for completing a system quest. Renowned in the original Swallowing Stars as the strongest defensive armor on Earth, discovered within the 9th ruins of the Amazon rainforest. This armor could also adapt into protective attire according to the wearer's will. He proceeded to don the glove on his right hand. Remarkably, the oversized glove flowed like liquid, actively molding to fit his arm. Soon after, Lu Yu felt a sharp pang in his right hand, followed by a tingling sensation, as if countless ants were scurrying across his skin. In the next moment, the black glove melded into Lu Yu's body, revealing his fair arm. With a mere thought, a suit of armor enveloped him entirely. Gold and red patterns twisted and intertwined, imparting a sense of majesty and mystery to the attire. Lu Yu raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, his armored arm elongated like rubber, reaching the pinnacle of the boulder. As he explored the top, he finally located a suitable grip. With determination, Lu Yu exerted force with his right hand, and in an instant, his body was drawn upward along the path his arm extended. Thud! As he ascended, Lu Yu suddenly lost his footing, landing in an awkward position atop the boulder. His attention was abruptly captured by a circular, dark red pattern, which was embedded within a circular indentation, clearly a work of human craftsmanship. He again retrieved the crumpled paper, smoothing it out against the stone surface. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through, parting the clouds to reveal the full moon hidden behind. The moonlight bathed the paper, and in the next moment, the ink upon it began to slowly fade away. Subsequently, a circular pattern resembling the full moon upon the colossal stone sprang to life upon the page. Eureka! A joyful smile illuminated the boy's face. Immediately, Lu Yu retrieved a round jade stone from his spatial ring and pressed it into the indentation. Instantly, a dazzling crimson light surged through the jade, shooting skyward. When Lu Yu opened his eyes once more, he was abruptly aware that he had departed from the giant stone. He found himself standing upon a floating fragment of rock, surrounded by an infinite void, where even a fleeting glance seemed to invite oblivion. As Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings, it appeared he was amidst an asteroid belt. At the center of this belt stood a magnificent palace. The palace was predominantly dark red, featuring a pointed arching roof that ascended vertically, distinctly deviating from the architectural styles found on the mainland. Raising his right hand, Lu Yu utilized the properties of the Black God armor to extend his reach to grasp a slightly larger fragment of rock, pulling himself back. He then extended his other hand to seize a distant stone, alternating between both hands until he approached the palace. Soon, Luyu leaped forward. With a soft thud, he landed solidly before the grand entrance of the palace. As he approached the palace's imposing doors, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the majestic edifice that stood resolutely in the void. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the palace entrance. The noise grew louder as he drew nearer. Who is inside? Luyu called out, but was met only with the echoing sound. Cautiously, he placed his hand upon the dark red door, attempting to push it open, yet despite his efforts, the door remained immovable. Just as Luyu prepared to abandon his attempt, a sudden, immense force emanated from the door, pulling him with a resounding thud against it. No amount of struggling proved effective. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted from behind the door. All transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Luyu no chance to react as he was hurled away, feeling as though his very insides were being shattered. After an indeterminate duration, when Luyu regained his senses, the once majestic palace had been reduced to ruins. A terrifying creature, entirely covered in writhing tentacles, loomed in the void, each appendage adorned with a multitude of eyes. In the next moment, Luyu felt as if he were being scrutinized by thousands of gazes, sending a shiver down his spine. Countless tentacles reached out toward him, and he found himself helpless before these grotesque manifestations. Chapter 45, The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 2. Suddenly, a tooth-filled maw loomed larger and larger in Luyu's vision. Bound tightly by the tentacles, he could only watch in despair as he was engulfed. He could even feel the viscous slime dripping onto his face. Abruptly, the boy jolted awake. Drip, drip. Luyu touched his face with his hand, feeling a chill accompanied by a dampness. Is it raining? Am I still outside? As he looked around, he realized he was still sprawled atop the colossal stone, his clothes thoroughly soaked by the gentle rain. Beads of perspiration densely adorned his forehead, uncertain whether they were droplets of sweat or rain. Luyu raised his right hand, and a flash of light revealed a black glove materializing upon it. The black divine armor had not yet activated, indicating that everything he had just experienced was merely an illusion. However, Luyu slowly rose to his feet and gazed downward. If the black divine armor had not activated, how had he ascended? Suddenly, a shadow darted past Luyu's vision. Who could it be? He swiftly donned the glove, and after a sharp sting, the familiar tingling sensation returned. In an instant, a suit of black and gold battle armor enveloped his entire being. His soul power had yet to recover, leaving him utterly unprepared for any potential danger. The only support he could rely upon was this set of black divine armor. The young man clenched his fists. In a flash, a shadow unexpectedly appeared beside Luyu, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground with a thud. Brother Yu. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Luyu turned to see Tang San rushing over, holding an umbrella. Brother Yu, are you all right? Tang San inquired with concern. Beneath the mask, Luyu's expression was somewhat askew. Xiao San, why have you come out? Where's Xiao Wu? I came out, of course, to find you, Brother Yu. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang San's expression morphed into a sinister grimace. With a swift motion, a hand plunged through Luyu's chest. Blood trickled down along the fingertips, gradually merging with the rainwater beneath the boy's feet, forming a crimson puddle. At that moment, Luyu felt his consciousness fading into a haze, a chilling sensation sweeping through his body. Tang San withdrew his hand, and Luyu's body slumped backward. He beheld Tang San's right hand smeared with bright red blood. Though his lips moved slightly, Luyu could hear nothing. Xiao San. In a jolt, Luyu sprang upright, beads of sweat pouring from his brow. Instinctively, he touched his chest, finding it unscathed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was seated on his own bed. The bright moonlight filtered through the window, casting a layer of frost upon the floor. Suddenly, a chill tingled at his fingertips. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a round piece of jade had inexplicably appeared in his hand. With a mere thought, he plunged his consciousness into the system space. Beep. At the instant his awareness entered the system space, a cold electronic voice resonated. Warning. Warning. Unknown domain detected. Connection between system and host interrupted. Warning. Unknown power intervening. Warning. Host has been drawn into an unknown illusion. System consciousness isolation activated. The system space was now filled with alarm bells, with the system panel overtaken by warning. In the next moment, darkness enveloped Luyu's vision, and his consciousness was forcibly returned to reality by the system. At that moment, he could not afford to panic. Sitting on his bed, he compelled himself to calm down and gather his thoughts. Everything he had encountered seemed to have commenced upon his contact with the so-called Moonshadow Ruins. Moonshadow Ruins? A sudden word sprang to Luyu's mind. He promptly retrieved the note left by Grandpa Jack and placed it alongside the round piece of jade. The note was still creased with numerous folds. Suddenly, Luyu noticed that the writing on the note seemed to have transformed. The original text now resembled a few lines of poetry. In the dark night with a strong wind, this journey leads to the realm of immortals. Accidentally entering the hall of reincarnation, life seeks the path of death. Truth is but an illusion, the distinction between right and wrong inverted. Through the endless long night, the moon goddess enlightens all living beings. The phrases bewildered the young man. A dark night? Immortals? Where would the cranes come from in Saint Soul Village? He was at a loss. Wait, those creases looked oddly familiar. Liu seemed to grasp something. He laid the note flat on the jade and attempted to fold it along the creases. Before long, the note transformed into the shape of 1,000 origami cranes. He placed the crane upon the jade and carefully cradled it in his hands under the moonlight. In the next moment, the crane appeared to come to life, slowly flapping its wings. After circling around Liu, it flew straight towards the door. The wooden door could not impede the crane's passage, for it could glide through walls. Observing this, Liu hastily stowed the jade and closely followed the crane. Upon exiting, he found the crane circling at the entrance before it soared towards the small grove behind the village. No peculiar events transpired along the way. Ultimately, the crane halted before a massive stone, which now bore a dark, hollow shape above it, seemingly awaiting something. As Liu approached, the crane's form enlarged in the moonlight until it could carry an adult. Gradually, it came to a stop before Liu, as if beckoning him to ascend. After climbing aboard, the crane ascended once more, heading straight for the black void above the stone. The moment they entered the void, Liu instinctively closed his eyes. A moment later, he slowly opened them again. Surrounding him were floating fragments of stone. Liu realized he had returned to the void where the Gothic building once stood. Yet, this palace was intact. The 1,000 origami crane was now guiding him towards it. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the crane finally landed before the grand entrance of the palace. Once Liu disembarked, it reverted to its original size. The palace resembled the one Liu had visited previously, with its Gothic architectural style, dark red hues, and grandiose doors. For precaution, Liu once more donned the black divine armor, the familiar sting and numbness returning. Once prepared, he cautiously approached the entrance. At that moment, the paper crane gently floated toward him. Just as Liu was about to push the door open, it swung open with a resounding crash, wide enough for a single person to enter. Liu, alert, turned his head, only to find the crane had mysteriously appeared behind him. However, in the next instant, the crane circled around Liu and flew into the palace on its own accord. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu cautiously entered the palace. Before stepping inside, he delved into the system space, only to be greeted by a plethora of warnings. Realizing he was still ensnared in an illusion, Liu carefully trailed behind the paper crane. Suddenly, as he crossed the threshold of the palace, the grand door behind him slammed shut with a resounding boom. Chapter 46, The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 3. A loud crash echoed, and as Liu turned to glance back, he discovered that the once open door had been firmly closed. It appeared that escape through that entrance was no longer an option. He decided to follow the paper crane and see if there was another route to freedom. Liu hastened his pace to keep up with the paper crane, noting the palace's magnificent exterior, which paled in comparison to the vastness within. Despite the absence of any illuminating fixtures, the interiors radiated a dazzling brilliance that seemed to suspend time itself. Yet, amidst the opulence, a profound stillness prevailed, enveloping everything in a somber silence. As Liu followed the paper crane, he lost track of time until they arrived at a long corridor that stretched endlessly before him. On either side stood a series of neatly closed doors. The paper crane halted before one particular door. As Liu approached, the wooden door creaked open slowly, revealing a brilliantly lit exterior, while the space beyond remained shrouded in darkness, a void that seemed ready to engulf anyone who dared enter. As Liu gazed into the abyss, the paper crane leisurely floated inside. In an astonishing moment, it ignited into flames, casting a flickering light over a small area. Liu was momentarily taken aback by the crane's unexpected action. Was it sacrificing itself to illuminate the path for others? This creature was indeed remarkable, burning itself to provide light. Following the glowing paper crane, Liu wandered through the expansive room for an indeterminate time, astonished by its unexpected size. The material of the paper crane was a mystery, as it had burned for so long without disintegrating into ashes. He couldn't help but murmur to himself as he watched the floating flame ahead. Of course, he fervently hoped the crane would not turn to ash, for that would leave him in utter darkness. At last, the paper crane came to a stop before a mirror. Liu stepped closer. The darkness of the room pierced only by the flickering light of the burning crane. The reflection in the mirror was hazy and indistinct. As he approached, he enveloped himself in his black divine armor, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Strangely, the mirror reflected nothing, not even Liu himself standing before it. Suddenly, the surface of the mirror rippled, akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating a series of concentric waves. In an instant, a cool silhouette emerged within the mirror. As the figure drew nearer, Lu Yu was astonished to find that the person's face was strikingly similar to his own. How long has it been? Finally, someone has come to this cursed place. The figure in the mirror spoke, its voice echoing Lu Yu's own. Who are you? What is this place? Lu Yu inquired cautiously. To his surprise, the mirrored figure chuckled at his words. You possess a guiding fire crane, yet you question my identity. How amusing. Senior, I have inadvertently wandered into this place, and I humbly seek your guidance to illuminate a path for my escape. The guiding fire crane? Lu Yu could not help but glance at the burning paper crane beside him, and he respectfully continued, Young one, are you truly unaware of where this place is? The figure in the mirror expressed surprise upon hearing these words. The key to this palace has always been entrusted to the apostles, and outsiders have had no chance of access, let alone knowledge of the existence of this relic. Those who manage to enter are invariably selected with utmost care by the apostles. How could one possibly remain uninformed about the circumstances here? Lu Yu candidly shook his head in response. I do not know. He genuinely had no idea what this place was. Only a name that had suddenly surfaced in his mind. At this moment, his heart was filled with perplexity. What exactly is this place? And why does my grandfather possess its key? Suddenly, the figure in the mirror formed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that something has befallen this generation of apostles? Or has there been a significant upheaval on the continent? If so, would this not render the millennia-long plan of the Moon God Palace futile? Contemplating this, the expression of the figure in the mirror grew sorrowful. However, he quickly composed himself. Young man, I shall first inform you that this is the Moon God Palace, and the entity beside you is the guiding fire crane. If I am not mistaken, you should possess a round jade stone. Am I correct? The figure in the mirror spoke with an air of feigned calmness. Truly impressive, senior. You're discerning. I can perceive the treasures I harbor without even a glance. Which leaves me in awe, Lu Yu flattered, much to the figure's delight. Ahem, ahem, I am not as remarkable as you might think, the figure in the mirror replied. I am merely a mirror spirit, tasked with selecting apostles to guard the Moon God Palace. Mirror spirit? Apostle? Lu Yu inquired curiously. Indeed. Apostles have traditionally been young individuals chosen from across the continent, primarily tasked with protecting the Moon God Palace from external disturbances. The figure in the mirror paused before continuing. I was created by the Moon God, and am responsible for selecting the apostles in accordance with the will of the palace. The round jade stone you hold is the token of entry into the Moon God Palace, and the fire crane will only guide those who have been chosen. Furthermore, each generation of apostles establishes a contract with the palace to prevent betrayal, and after the previous generation relinquishes their duties, the token will autonomously return to the palace, awaiting the arrival of the next apostle. Therefore, young man, from whom did you acquire the jade stone you possess? It was left to me by my grandfather. Who has been missing? Lu Yu replied. Your grandfather? The figure in the mirror countered. Is your grandfather named Jack? With a martial spirit resembling a thundercloud? As for his strength, let me think. I last encountered him 20 years ago, and even then he possessed the might of a tidal Douluo. I imagine he has not changed much since. Thundercloud? Tidal Douluo. Could it be that my grandfather is indeed a formidable figure? Lu Yu nodded and said, My grandfather is indeed named Jack, but I have never seen him manifest his martial spirit. I always thought he was an ordinary person. Moreover, he has been missing for several months, and I have been searching for him. Indeed, it is evident that he possesses formidable strength, yet prefers to masquerade as an ordinary individual, embodying the age-old adage of a wolf in sheep's clothing. The figure in the mirror continued to speak. Young one, since you have found your way here with the guidance of the fire crane, it signifies that you have garnered the temple's approval. Although your circumstances are unique, given that the previous apostle has yet to formally abdicate, you have arrived bearing the token independently. Nonetheless, these details do not detract from the matter at hand. What say you? Would you consider becoming an apostle? The figure in the mirror paused for a moment before responding. Esteemed elder, there is a matter I wish to inquire about. You mentioned that the next apostle assumes their role only after the previous one has stepped down. My grandfather did not come to relinquish his position. Will my direct ascension have any repercussions for him? Upon hearing this, the figure in the mirror contemplated briefly before replying. You need not be concerned. Apostles typically choose to enjoy their twilight years within the temple after their abdication. Moreover, as you may have observed upon your arrival, each door outside leads to a distinct pocket realm. Chapter 47. The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 4, A Pocket Realm? Lu Yu echoed softly. Indeed. This place is a domain meticulously crafted by the moon god eons ago. Over the passage of time, it has been partitioned into countless sub-realms. The portal you glimpsed outside serves as the gateway into this realm. However, it is crucial to understand that this magnificent moon temple is exquisitely divided into 10 distinct levels. At this very moment, we find ourselves merely on the lowest tier, the first level known as the Hall of Illusory Moon. The figure in the mirror declared with pride. Every individual entering the Hall of Illusory Moon for the first time must undergo a trial of illusion, the nature of which varies from person to person. This environment serves as a preliminary test for the apostles. Yet, the figure in the mirror suddenly paused. In that surreal, dreamlike realm, it is almost unfathomable that you have successfully achieved absolute concealment of your consciousness. This is a feat beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. To maintain clarity of mind in such a world, filled with illusion and ambiguity, is an arduous task, let alone to completely obscure one's most acute and vital consciousness. However, you have accomplished what seems an impossible undertaking in an astonishing manner, as if you wield some mysterious and potent force, effortlessly commanding your mental domain to render it impenetrable and flawless. This ability is truly remarkable, leaving one in awe. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's heart was filled with speculation. This was undoubtedly the effect of the system's consciousness isolation. Well then, are you willing to embark on the path to becoming an apostle? Trust me, this will undoubtedly confer immeasurable benefits to your future cultivation. Just imagine, upon becoming an apostle, you will possess extraordinary abilities and powers, transcending conventional limitations and exploring higher realms of cultivation. Such an opportunity is not one that presents itself lightly. Furthermore, as an apostle, you will gain access to esoteric and potent knowledge and skills, which will become invaluable treasures on your journey of growth. Thus, hesitate no longer. Seize this rare opportunity and become an apostle. It will irrevocably alter your fate and lead you to the pinnacle of glory. The figure in the mirror was convinced that the fervent speech would undoubtedly stir the youth before him. However, when Lu Yu spoke, he nearly caused him to doubt his own conviction. I beg your pardon, senior. He inhaled deeply and declared, please allow me to decline the role of an apostle. Although, as you mentioned, the path of an apostle is laden with boundless prospects and might even bring renown across the continent. I believe this journey does not align with my own aspirations. Lu Yu's tone remained unperturbed, as if he were dismissing a mere trifle. Young man, you must ponder this carefully. You are not just rejecting the identity of an apostle. You are also turning away from a shortcut to cultivation, even a pathway that transcends the constraints of rules and leads to a higher realm. Are you truly resolute in your decision? The figure in the mirror sounded somewhat astonished. To be frank, Lu Yu's ability to flawlessly shield his mental prowess within the illusion had already sparked a sense of admiration for his talent. After spending countless years at the Moon God Palace, the last time he encountered such aptitude was centuries ago, and that individual was considerably older than the present Lu Yu. Senior, Lu Yu suddenly interjected. While I am utterly unqualified to assume the role of an apostle, I dare to propose a candidate. Oh, the figure in the mirror instantly became intrigued. Pray, whom do you wish to recommend? Lu Yu continued, I beg your forgiveness, senior. But the being I recommend is not human. Not human? Could it possibly be a soul beast? The figure in the mirror's interest was piqued. Throughout the annals of the Moon God Palace, there have indeed been instances of soul beasts serving as apostles, and generally, they tend to hold their positions longer than humans. However, the soul beasts capable of becoming apostles in our palace are invariably those aged at least 100,000 years, with some nearing 1,000,000. The figure in the mirror abruptly shifted his tone and inquired, what level is the soul beast you propose, and where might it be found? In response to your question, senior, Lu Yu replied respectfully, it is under 10,000 years of age. Under 10,000 years. The figure in the mirror was both amused and furious at Lu Yu's response. It is indeed under 10,000 years. Yet I fear you will not be able to meet my soul beast friend in the near future. Generally, soul beasts of such youth possess undeveloped intellect. Even if they exhibit a trace of humanity, their inherent instincts for slaughter and hunting prevail. How audacious of you to present a 1,000-year soul beast as a jest. You are exceedingly bold. The figure in the mirror's expression suddenly darkened, and he exclaimed, I recognized your extraordinary talent, and thus felt compelled to encourage you to join me as an apostle of the Moon God Palace. Yet, not only do you refuse this gracious offer, but you also disregard my dignity. While I am not one to impose my will, you dare to deceive me with a non-existent soul beast. In an instant, the previously serene surroundings seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, causing the air to tremble violently. That mysterious and potent soul power erupted unexpectedly like a tumultuous tide, gathering with astonishing speed and intensity. They surged forth like a herd of wild stallions, galloping with unbridled ferocity, bearing down on Lu Yu with an overwhelming sense of might and oppression. This sudden upheaval caught Lu Yu off guard, plunging him into a tempestuous maelstrom where he felt as if he were ensnared within a violent storm, his body trembling uncontrollably. The ferocious spiritual force bore down upon him like a colossal mountain, rendering his breaths labored and each inhalation an arduous endeavor. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his garments. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such trivialities, gritting his teeth and enduring with immense fortitude. Under the suffocating weight akin to Taishan pressing upon an egg, Liu Yu felt as though he were irrevocably pinned beneath a towering peak that pierced the heavens, so heavy that he could scarcely breathe. Clenching his jaw, he summoned every ounce of strength to finally force out a few words through gritted teeth. I recommend the star-whispering spirit fox. Each syllable emerged as if wrested from the depths of his throat, imbued with a resolute determination. Upon uttering this phrase, Liu Yu felt utterly drained, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. In that moment of immense pressure, he managed to stammer out, I recommend the star-whispering spirit fox. Though these words were but a simple few, they seemed to sap Liu Yu of every last vestige of his strength. With a resounding thud, the youth collapsed to the ground. Just as Liu Yu uttered those final words, the visage within the mirror, previously tranquil as a still lake, underwent a profound transformation. An invisible force seemed to pierce through the mirror's surface, causing the entire space to tremble. Following this, the overwhelming, suffocating pressure that had weighed upon him ebbed away like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Liu Yu felt as though every ounce of strength had been extracted from his being, leaving him languidly sprawled on the ground. He gasped for the thin air around him, his chest heaving violently, each breath a strenuous effort. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his thin attire. What was that soul beast? The figure in the mirror, once calm as a still pond, now trembled with barely contained emotion, their voice quivering slightly. It was as if an unseen force surged within them, causing each word to emerge with an undeniable tremor and resonance. This subtle quaking resembled ripples on a lake stirred by a gentle breeze, delicate yet palpable, drawing attention. The star-whispering spirit fox. It is indeed the star-whispering spirit fox. I still recall the bygone days when the master first unveiled his extraordinary powers, creating with meticulous care a being of exquisite charm, a mysterious and enchanting celestial spirit fox. This fox, with its lithe form and fur shimmering like the stars, exuded an intoxicating allure. From that moment on, every time the reflection in the mirror was graced with the master's presence, the celestial spirit fox remained steadfastly by his side. It sparkled like a radiant jewel, complementing the master and together forming a breathtaking tableau. Its lively eyes seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and deep affection, at times gazing intently at the master and at others, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, ever watchful of the master's safety and dignity. This celestial spirit fox was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed extraordinary abilities. It could comprehend the master's thoughts and respond to his calls with a melodious and pleasing voice. Furthermore, it had the capacity to sense subtle changes in the environment, providing timely warnings of potential dangers. Over the long passage of time, the reflection in the mirror bore witness to the profound bond of affection between the master and the celestial spirit fox. They trusted one another, relied on each other, and weathered countless storms together. This remarkable fate became an indelible memory etched in the heart of the mirror's observer. Yet, all of this vanished in the torrent of time following the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons. The past faded into mere memory, preserved within the depths of the observer's mind. After that heart-stopping, earth-shattering conflict, the master exhausted his final reserves of strength and wisdom, ultimately succeeding in creating the breathtaking Moon Goddess Palace, a realm reminiscent of paradise. However, just as this magnificent palace was completed, the master, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, quietly fell, leaving behind a poignant lament. Simultaneously, the celestial spirit fox, always by the master's side and shrouded in mystery, seemed to vanish without a trace following the master's departure, never to be heard from again. This sudden turn of events cast a pall of sorrow over the entire continent. Once, the celestial spirit fox clan stood as the master's most loyal companions and guardians, enduring countless trials together. Yet, with the disappearance of the fox that had accompanied the master, the clan gradually fell into decline. As time passed and the years flew by, many began to doubt whether the celestial spirit fox had truly become extinct from this land. However, fate is often replete with unexpected surprises and miracles. The observer in the mirror never anticipated that remnants of the celestial spirit fox's lineage still existed in this world. And even more astonishing was the fact that it manifested before his very eyes. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, instantly shattering the long-held tranquility within his heart. Where might this celestial spirit fox now be? The observer's tone suddenly grew urgent, as if the fox's whereabouts mattered more to him than his own life. Senior. Liu Yu struggled to rise from the ground, supporting his weary body. His sweat-drenched garments clung tightly to him, rendering him uncomfortable. To be honest, that celestial spirit fox has already forged a pact with me. It sustained an injury while fighting alongside me a few days ago and is currently outside recuperating. I fear that a meeting with my esteemed predecessor cannot occur in the near future, Lu Yu replied cautiously. Yet, within his heart surged a wave of joy, fortuitously. His conjecture had proven correct. June indeed had ties to this place. The reaction of the figure in the mirror suggested that the star language spirit fox likely held a position of considerable esteem within the moon goddess palace. The basis for Lu Yu's audacious speculation lay in the flaming crane that flickered beside him, or more precisely, the folded note from which the crane had emerged. While examining the creases on the note, Lu Yu was unexpectedly struck by the discovery of a fox emblem on its reverse side. This emblem depicted not only 8 long, flowing tails, but also bore a star mark upon its brow. The moment Lu Yu beheld that mark, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled that it was indeed a replica of the star mark situated on June's forehead. Though the design on the note was somewhat indistinct, Lu Yu was certain that the emblem represented June, not merely her, but rather her lineage, the star language spirit fox. Moreover, upon entering the moon goddess palace, he had noticed numerous insignias of the star language spirit fox, even etched upon the grand entrance of the palace itself. This place was named the moon goddess palace, and the ruins were referred to as the moon shadow ruins. Moon and stars, the moon and the stars. Their connections were inescapable. Thus, Lu Yu resolutely mentioned June in front of the mirror figure, proposing that she become an apostle. Now, with the system offline, old Mo lay in a coma, uncertain of when he would awaken, and June remained in a similar state of unconsciousness. Grandpa Jack had also vanished, while Tang Hao, according to the original narrative, would guard Tang San. But that was a matter for the future, and Tang San was the biological son. Presently, Lu Yu could rely solely on himself. At this moment, the moon goddess palace fortuitously appeared, prompting Lu Yu to utilize June as a connection to this sanctuary, thereby providing security for himself and his companions. Chapter 49, Moon Shadow Ruins, Part 6. Young man, do you truly stand by your words? Just as Lu Yu was lost in contemplation, the figure in the mirror suddenly spoke, his tone altered, no longer as frigid as before. If any part of my previous statements is found to be even slightly untrue, then I, as a junior, willingly accept the wrath of heaven, enduring the agony of being struck by lightning and reduced to ashes, finding no peace in death. Observing Lu Yu's unwavering determination and the lack of any unusual expression, the figure in the mirror waved his hand. Before him, the mirror reflected a burning paper crane, identical in appearance to the one beside Lu Yu. Whether it was merely Lu Yu's imagination, the paper crane within the mirror began to move slowly, approaching the surface of the mirror. In the next moment, as the crane touched the mirror, ripples cascaded across the surface, akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating a series of gentle waves. Subsequently, the paper crane actually emerged from the mirror, drifting gracefully before Lu Yu. This crane can reach me at any time. And it is no ordinary paper crane. It bears a special mark that can carry my will. In critical moments, it can summon my presence. You possess the key to the moon goddess palace, allowing you to enter at any time. The first level of the temple is perpetually open to you, allowing for unfettered exploration. You may discover useful artifacts such as soul-guiding devices, which you are free to utilize, albeit limited to the first tier. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu paused briefly, sensing an underlying anomaly. The rewards offered by the figure in the mirror appeared exceedingly generous. Yet the stipulations of being confined to the first level and the notion of useful treasures were rather intriguing. If there exist useful artifacts, then by implication, there must also be those that are deemed useless. Furthermore, the quantity of each is an unknown to him, leaving the determination of value entirely in the hands of the mirror's inhabitant. Moreover, the assertion that the first level is open to him seemingly bestows a privilege. However, the figure in the mirror, as the guardian of the entire temple, has undoubtedly spent countless ages within its confines. The ability to dictate who may enter and who may not is certainly within the purview of the temple's master. Should there exist areas that even this entity cannot access, then his own prospects are rendered moot. Thus, whether he can enter or not is ultimately at the discretion of the figure in the mirror. And the same logic applies to the treasures. Who knows if the mirror's guardian might clandestinely rearrange their positions. Furthermore, regarding the special phoenix bestowed upon him, although he can contact the figure in the mirror at will, even summoning it, one must ponder whether this is, in fact, a form of surveillance. Judging by the mirror guardian's reaction when the June belonged to the star language spirit fox clan was mentioned, it is evident that the star language spirit fox holds considerable esteem in the guardian's mind. Coupled with Lu Yu's observations of the temple's decor, it is clear that the star language spirit fox occupies a significant presence within the temple. Daring to speculate further, Perhaps the enigmatic and alluring star language spirit fox is entangled in a web of intricate and obscure connections with the temple's master, who exists almost as a deity. Such a connection may be as interwoven as the stars in the cosmos, or as tumultuous as the hidden currents of the deep sea. Even more astonishing is the possibility that this spirited and sagacious fox possesses a status that far surpasses that of the formidable guardian trapped within the mirror. Thus, the unintentional assistance he provided in locating the star language spirit fox and delivering a living embodiment of it to the guardian must be regarded as a substantial favor. In light of this, receiving only the privilege of access to the first level and the right to utilize treasures, rather than ownership, feels woefully inadequate. Setting aside these grievances, he must also contend with the fact that he is under the watchful gaze of the guardian. This thought left Lu Yu feeling profoundly unsettled. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure, maintaining an air of utmost respect. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, unable to articulate the fervor and excitement swelling within my heart at this moment. Your timely assistance feels akin to the nourishing spring rain, revitalizing my parched spirit, or a guiding light in the darkness, illuminating my path forward. The profound kindness you have shown me shall never be forgotten." With a deep bow, his eyes glimmered with unwavering determination as he continued to speak. "The kindness bestowed upon me today by my esteemed senior is akin to a seed of hope, deeply rooted within the depths of my heart. In the days to come, regardless of the storms and adversities I may encounter, I shall forever cherish the grace of my senior and strive to grow stronger. When the time is ripe, I will wholeheartedly repay the profound affection of my senior with a torrent of gratitude. Rest assured, I shall never betray your expectations." Having expressed this, I bowed once more in reverence to my senior, demonstrating my resolve and sincerity. The figure in the mirror was greatly pleased with the response of the young lad before him, laughing heartily. "Well done, my boy, you possess a certain discernment," he acknowledged, before shifting his tone. "However, the benefits I offer are not to be taken lightly. If you seek treasures, you must." Daringly, I interrupted, "Might I presume, esteemed senior, that you refer to the star language spirit fox?" Surprisingly, the figure in the mirror, unperturbed by the interruption, regarded the silver-haired youth with genuine interest. "You are quite impressive indeed. It is no small feat to perfectly shield one's mental prowess. Yet, what a pity," he feigned lament. "Such talent shall not serve my moon temple. Very well, since your aspirations lie elsewhere, I shall not press further." He continued, "Simply follow the fire crane to exit the first layer of the moon temple's illusion." "Thank you, esteemed senior," I replied. "I take my leave." As soon as the words left my lips, the flames enveloping the paper crane surged intensely. Instinctively, I closed my eyes, yet felt no pain. Upon reopening them, I was met with two tightly shut doors, adorned with vivid depictions of the star language spirit foxes. Looking around, I noticed floating debris, realizing I had somehow emerged outside the moon temple. However, I found myself at a loss on how to proceed, as there seemed to be no visible exit. Suddenly, I felt a powerful pull from above, and before I could react, I was swiftly consumed by a black vortex. In the small grove behind the Sacred Soul Village, a black spherical portal materialized abruptly. With a thud, a silver-haired figure tumbled forth from within. Instinctively, I rubbed my sore backside as I stood up. Goodness! After serving others like a beast of burden, must I be treated so harshly? Couldn't they allow me a moment to recover? Chapter 50, Prosperity and Wealth. In the small grove behind the Sacred Soul Village, I reached into my pocket and retrieved two slips of paper. At first glance, they appeared identical, but upon closer inspection, I noticed that the slip in my left hand bore more inscriptions than the other. However, the markings were so faint that they were nearly imperceptible. The inscribed slip was the special paper crane given to me by the figure in the mirror within the moon temple. Remarkably, both slips had unfurled to their original forms upon entering the portal. I placed both slips and the circular jade stone into the system space. If the system could shield my mental prowess, it would likely also obscure the figure in the mirror's surveillance. If Lu Yu's conjecture is correct, the figure in the mirror must rely on this specially crafted paper crane as a medium to monitor him. Otherwise, it would not have gone to such lengths to create an identical paper crane. After this realization, Lu Yu concentrated, and a suit of black and gold battle armor enveloped him in an instant. The next moment, a chilling electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of illusion removal. The host is currently in a safe state. Alarm deactivated. Monitoring host's physical condition. Host's bodily functions have recovered by 5. Lu Yu turned to look back, only to find that the massive stone was gradually becoming ethereal, and then it vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. Even the grass on the ground appeared indistinguishable from that in other places. The black divine armor and system were functioning normally. It seemed he had genuinely escaped the illusion of the moon temple and returned to the real world. A cool breeze swept through, and the moment it touched his skin, Lu Yu couldn't help but shiver. The young man adjusted his clothing and quickened his pace toward the village. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, within a mirror in the ethereal moon temple, a figure softly exclaimed, The person in the mirror then raised their head and murmured, Strange. The connection to the eye of the moon has been severed? That face bears an uncanny resemblance to Lu Yu's, as if it were carved from the same mold. What an interesting young man, hiding such peculiar abilities. It seems I have underestimated him. As the moonlight faded, it was uncertain whether it remained in the shadows. Observing all things. As the sun rose, the warmth unique to the morning returned to the earth. Lu Yu opened his eyes, sat up, threw off the covers, and approached the window. Feeling the sun's rays generously warming his body, he felt an immense sense of comfort and couldn't help but stretch his arms wide. Brother Yu. Up so early? A figure with black hair pushed the door open, carrying a basin of water. Lu Yu, eyes closed in bliss beneath the sunlight, replied without turning around. Little San, you're working hard this early. It's no trouble. I'm used to early morning training, Brother Yu. Hurry and wash your face. It's time for breakfast. The Wealth brothers from next door just brought over breakfast, freshly made by Aunt Zhou. At this, Lu Yu turned his head. Zhou Fa Kai and Zhou Fu Gui? Yes. What's wrong with them? Tang Sen responded. I recall they both awakened their martial souls and possessed soul power, right? Indeed, but everyone in the village knows their family's situation. They can hardly afford to send them to school. Tang Sen seemed to anticipate what Lu Yu was about to say. Little San, after breakfast, let us visit Uncle Zhou. Huh? What for? Tang Sen asked curiously. Lu Yu dipped his hands in the basin and, while Tang Sen wasn't paying attention, playfully ruffled his hair with a grin. You'll find out when we get there. Come, let us eat first. Tang Sen was left speechless by Lu Yu's childish antics. Get lost. If you ever gamble again, I'll pretend I don't have a brother like you. After dinner, Tang San and Xiao Wu, under Lu Yu's guidance, arrived at the village carpenter's workshop. As they approached the entrance, they were greeted by a furious shout, and a man stumbled out of the workshop in disarray. A brand new sign hung above the shop, inscribed with the words Carpenter's Workshop, carved by Zhou Qingping himself. As a renowned carpenter in the village, Zhou Qingping's craftsmanship was undoubtedly exceptional, which explained why he was favored by the residents of Notting City. Given Zhou Qingping's skills, it would have been entirely feasible for him to thrive as a prosperous figure in the village. Strangely, after Lu Yu introduced several lucrative ideas to the village a few years ago, nearly every household experienced an improvement in their living conditions. Yet, Zhou Qingping's family continued to live in abject poverty. His brothers, Zhou Fatsai and Zhou Fugui, often wore tattered clothes patched with repairs. The root of this issue lay with Zhou Qingping's younger brother, Zhou Qingyan. Originally a carpenter as well, he had learned the trade alongside his brother under their father's tutelage. However, during an outing to craft furniture, he was lured to a gambling table, plunging into a quagmire of addiction. His obsession with gambling led him to squander the family fortune, abandon his craft, and even cause the untimely death of their elderly father from sheer frustration. He accrued an insurmountable amount of debt. Fortunately, Zhou Qingyan had a benevolent brother. Had Zhou Qingping not continuously supported him, Zhou Qingyan would have long succumbed to starvation. Over the years, Zhou Qingping had tried every method to reform his brother, beating him mercilessly or withholding food. Yet Zhou Qingyan remained unable to break free from his vice. The burden of debt collectors relentlessly pursuing them fell squarely on Zhou Qingping, who bore the weight of his brother's failures. The figure they had just observed rolling out of the workshop was indeed Zhou Qingyan. At that moment, Zhou Qingping spotted the three of them. Xiao Yu and Xiao San have arrived. Come in quickly, sit down. Wealth and prosperity will return shortly. Please enjoy a cup of water while you wait. Upon entering the modest wooden house, Lu Yu took a seat on a bench. Zhou Qingping poured 3 cups of water and placed them in front of the guests. Lu Yu then spoke. Uncle Zhou, I actually came today to discuss matters of wealth and prosperity. Zhou Qingping replied with a smile. I know, they will be back shortly. No, Uncle Zhou, I wish to discuss something with you, Lu Yu clarified, realizing Zhou Qingping misunderstood his intentions. Discuss with me? What would you like to talk about? Zhou Qingping inquired, puzzled. We wish to speak with you about the education of the Fa brothers, Lu Yu explained. Zhou Qingping's hand, which had lifted the teacup, froze momentarily before he set it down with a sigh. Xiao Yu, I'm not ashamed to admit that our family situation is known throughout the village. With such a brother and their mother's poor health, the family's finances rely solely on me and this workshop. Surviving without starvation is a blessing, let alone affording education. Even if they were to attend as working students, we simply cannot manage that. Moreover, the 2 children's martial spirits and talents are far inferior to yours and Xiao San's. It would be wiser for them to learn a trade, like I did, and become carpenters as a viable path forward. Chapter 51, The Return of the Man in Black. Zhou Qingping, having finished speaking, settled at the table and took a hearty sip of tea. Uncle Zhou, What I mean is that I can assist in shouldering the tuition fees for Fa Wei Gui. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingping shook his head with a smile. Uncle Zhou understands that you are a good child with the desire to help, but it is truly unnecessary. Uncle Zhou, I am not jesting with you. Please ask Fa Wei Gui to come see me tomorrow. This bag contains their tuition for the entire academic year. With that, Lu Yu placed a pouch of coins on the table and rose, leading the two others out. As they exited, Lu Yu caught a glimpse of the figure who had just been dismissed by Zhou Qingping, eavesdropping by the window. The person noticed Lu Yu but said nothing, slipping back inside discreetly. On the way, Tang Xin wore a contemplative expression, remaining silent until they returned home. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Lu Yu lifted his gaze to meet Tang San's. Tonight is the night the mysterious figure returns. Aren't you worried, Brother Yu? Hearing this, Lu Yu chuckled softly. Get ready for bed early. You have witnessed the opponent's strength, haven't you? Preparation is of little use. It is better to let things unfold naturally. Tang Xin found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the validity in Brother Yu's reasoning, concluding that they were indeed opting for a nonchalant approach. He glanced upward at the blazing sun, its rays too bright for him to keep his eyes open. However, it was still not yet noon, and it was too early for a nap. The youth walking ahead wore a gentle smile, humming a soft tune, exuding an air of tranquility. Oh, dear sweetheart, do not fret, for this life is solely devoted to you. Time slipped away swiftly, and before long, night descended. At this moment, Lu Yu lay in bed with his eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Tang Xin stood at the doorway, cautiously observing his surroundings. Although Lu Yu had asserted that resisting with their current strength was futile, he could not shake off his unease. However, as time passed, the cloaked figure showed no signs of appearing. Soon, the night was half over, and still, there was no indication of anything amiss. Xiao Wu, thoroughly fatigued, yawned repeatedly and had already succumbed to sleep beside the bed. Meanwhile, Tang San's eyelids began to droop heavily. Before long, he too leaned against the door frame and dozed off. At that moment, the space around them suddenly warped. A figure clad in black robes materialized within the room. Strangely, after appearing, the figure simply stood still, exhibiting no further movement. Well, since you are awake, rise and stop pretending. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, resonated. At this, Lu Yu, who had been soundly asleep, opened his eyes, threw off the covers, and approached the cloaked figure, clasping his hands respectfully. I, Lu Yu, humbly thank you for your life-saving grace, esteemed one. The cloaked figure moved to a nearby chair and sat down, pouring themselves a glass of water. Subsequently, she retrieved a small jade vial and extracted a drop of liquid. Drink this, she instructed, presenting a bowl of green liquid to Lu Yu. Without hesitation, he accepted the bowl and drained its contents in one go. The bowl soon lay empty. He smacked his lips, finding the liquid cool and refreshing, without any peculiar taste. Unexpectedly, the cloaked figure remarked, Boy, are you not afraid that I have offered you poison? Lu Yu responded calmly. If the elders sought the life of the junior, there was no need to go through great lengths to pull me back from the gates of the underworld. Furthermore, with your prowess, there was no necessity to resort to such underhanded and laborious methods as poisoning. The figure clad in black, upon hearing this, suddenly erupted into laughter. Truly, one chosen by the ancestral deity possesses the audacity to confront the aberrant rift ape alone. Indeed, indeed. Subsequently, the black-clad figure produced a jade vial. Just a drop of the elixir each day, mixed with cold water, and within 5 days, your injuries will heal. Your two companions have merely succumbed to a specially concocted fragrant mist. They shall awaken by morning, so there is no need for concern. For the next few days, refrain from stealthily venturing out and focus on your recovery. With that, the figure turned and departed. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what is the nature of the holy domain? At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly interjected. This is not a matter for you to ponder. When the time is ripe, you will come to know. Upon uttering these words, the space around him warped, and the black figure vanished. Lu Yu picked up the jade vial left behind by the figure, and a delightful fragrance immediately filled the air. Just a whiff invigorated him significantly, as if his mental faculties were being rejuvenated. Turning to glance at the two slumbering figures, he shook his head in resignation, gently lifting them onto the bed before sitting cross-legged nearby to practice his soul energy cultivation. Suddenly, a remarkable sensation surged within him, as though a warm flame ignited in his dantian. This warmth spread like a torrent, rapidly enveloping his entire being. What is this? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, filled with confusion and disbelief. Could this be the miraculous effect of the elixir he had just consumed? This thought flitted through his mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. As the warmth coursed through his body, he distinctly felt every cell awakened, his previously fatigued form gradually regaining vitality. This unprecedented experience filled him with both excitement and trepidation. leaving him uncertain of what unforeseen transformations might yet occur. Lu Yu promptly entered a meditative state, beginning to absorb the soul energy from the surrounding cosmos. With a mere thought, he delved into his consciousness sea. Eyes tightly shut, he focused intently, sinking his awareness into the depths of his inner realm. After a thorough exploration, he was elated to discover that at the very center of the vast expanse of his consciousness sea, a soul energy vortex was slowly forming. Although its current size seemed trivial compared to what it might become, for Lu Yu, it was undoubtedly exhilarating news. Since suffering that grievous blow, his path of cultivation had become exceedingly arduous, nearly stagnant. Now, the emergence of this soul energy vortex appeared as a glimmer of hope in the darkness, rekindling his aspirations and courage to cultivate anew. Lu Yu understood that restoring his former glory would not be an easy feat. Yet as long as he could once again embark on the path of cultivation, all was possible. At this moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation and resolve, silently vowing to seize this opportunity and strive to enhance his strength. As time progressed, the vortex of soul force gradually stabilized and began to rotate slowly. Each turn seemed to carry a mysterious power that captured Lu Yu's attention. He observed this vortex intently, as it represented his hope of embarking once more on the path of a soul master. Despite the numerous challenges that lay ahead, Lu Yu remained steadfast in his belief that with perseverance and determination, he would eventually break through the obstacles and reclaim his former glory. Chapter 52, The Open Diary. The sun rose high, and the golden carpet of morning descended once again. The silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes, excitement bubbling within his silvery gaze. After consuming the potion given by the cloaked figure, he was finally able to coalesce the vortex of soul force once more. Following a night of relentless effort, the tiny vortex had finally stabilized, though it was far from its previous magnitude. Nevertheless, Lu Yu believed that in 5 days, he would undoubtedly return to his peak and create new splendor. Rising, Lu Yu sauntered to the window, noting that it was still early. It appeared that Tang San and Xiao Wu would need some time to awaken. Perhaps it was best to prepare breakfast first. After Lu Yu exited the room, a moment later, the boy in bed stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Before him lay a rosy-cheeked face, with a lush, cherry-red mouth slightly ajar, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyelashes quivered, and her sparkling eyes slowly opened. At that moment, both pairs of eyes reflected one another. Sangu? Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes, still appearing drowsy. Wait, where's you go? How did we end up sleeping in the same bed? Tang San rose alongside Xiao Wu, quickly sensing something amiss. It appeared that someone had not been very still during the night, as Xiao Wu's hair was tousled, and her clothes were askew, revealing a glimpse of her fair shoulder. Last night, after Xiao Wu had fallen asleep, he stood guard at the door, vigilant to the surroundings. He distinctly remembered Lu Yu being in bed, but suddenly a wave of sleepiness had overtaken him. Now, awakening to find himself alongside Xiao Wu was bewildering. Where has Yuga gone? Sangu, where's Yuga? Weren't we keeping watch last night? How did we fall asleep? Xiao Wu realized the situation, brushing her disheveled hair aside. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a voice. Xiao Wu, San, you're awake. Hurry and get up for breakfast, or it will be cold and unpleasant to eat. Lu Yu stood at the door, looking at the two, who appeared utterly bewildered. Yugu, where's the cloaked figure? Has he come? Tang San hurriedly approached Lu Yu to assess his condition. Is everything all right? Did he do anything to you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. No need to worry. Lu Yu chuckled at Tang San's anxious demeanor. That person meant no harm. In fact, he helped me recover. Rest assured, your Yugu is doing well. That's good to hear. Tang San finally relaxed upon hearing this. However, in the next moment, Lu Yu beheld the disheveled appearance of Xiao Wu and turned to Tang San with a mischievous grin. You rascal. Not only did you bring this young lady to your home during the holiday, but you also shared a bed with her last night, leaving her in this state. You must take responsibility for her. Upon hearing this, Tang San's face instantly flushed crimson, and he hastily defended himself. No, brother you've misunderstood. Nothing happened between us last night. Huh, what are you two discussing? What do you mean by sharing a bed? I've been sharing a blanket with Sangu at school. Xiao Wu innocently interjected as she approached, listening to their conversation. Hearing her words, Lu Yu cast Tang San a knowing smile. Oh, sharing a blanket, little San? Right. I didn't bring a blanket, and Sanji's blanket is large enough, so we pushed the beds together. Cough. All right, let us head to dinner. Didn't you just say that cold food is unappetizing? Let's not waste any more time here. Eating is important, Tang San interjected, clearing his throat. After breakfast, Tang San and Xiao Wu stayed behind to wash the dishes while Lu Yu ventured alone to a small hillside in front of the village. Sitting cross-legged, the young man felt the gentle breeze caressing his face. Lu Yu retrieved an ancient spellbook from his bosom. Ever since Lu Yu awoke, Holik and the Little Fox. June had remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Recently, however, Luyu had discovered a remarkable phenomenon. Since Holik fell into slumber, the previously blank pages of the book had begun to fill with densely packed text. He recalled that when he first encountered Holik, it had claimed to be the diary of the greatest magician on a certain continent. This piqued Luyu's interest. Of course, as a successor of the new era's socialist ideals, he disapproved of such lowly behavior as invading another's privacy. However, he was not opening the diary out of mere curiosity. Rather, he sought a way to help old Mo awaken. After all, the Grand Magician hadn't objected, so it could be assumed he tacitly consented. Although the text of the book originated from another continent, Holik had employed mental magic to ensure that Luyu mastered all the languages of the Austin continent for better comprehension of magic. Thus, linguistic barriers posed no challenge for him. As he gently turned the pages, characters from another world unfolded before Luyu's eyes. Year 3 of the 3 eras, September 2nd. The weather is as splendid as my mood. Ha ha, I knew it. As the most outstanding genius of my family, I, Merlin Clare, easily gained admission to the continent's most prestigious magic academy. Of course, this is just a small step towards becoming the foremost magician on the continent. Today marks the day of school enrollment, and as the finest academy on the continent, the Klein Magic Academy's admission policy is nothing short of perfect, only accepting the 10 most exceptional talents from each empire. Truly, only such an academy deserves my presence. After reading, Luyu could only exclaim, truly, the greatest mage. Such audacity from a young age made him reflect on his own conservatism. He continued to read on. In the first year of the Third Era, on October 10th, the inaugural outdoor practical class commenced, presenting an engaging lesson at last. The practice of confining students within the classroom and incessantly stuffing theoretical knowledge into their minds was as foolish as attempting to converse with a red-haired baboon. Knowledge that could be acquired through reading did not necessitate instruction. Magic is an enigmatic discipline. Only through personal experience can one grasp its profound mysteries. It baffled him why Lady Crow found solace in clinging to a stack of books, dissecting theories devoid of practical significance. Observing those inept red-haired baboons in the practical class, unable to perform even a simple 4th-level defensive spell, illustrated the shortcomings of pure theoretical education. If they were to find themselves on the battlefield, their chances of survival would be bleak. This educational system required reform. After perusing these 2 entries, Luyu pondered whether such mundane accounts were ubiquitous. Chapter 53, Visitors from the Spirit Hall. Unbeknownst to him, the day swiftly passed. That night, Luyu lay in bed, closed his eyes, and once more entered the system space. Ding. System update complete. This update enhances the system store, optimizing prices and introducing new product categories. Host, Luyu. Spirit, Wish Star Staff, Temporal Angel, Variant. Soul Power, Level 30, Great Soul Master. Points, 25,000. Check-in tasks. Check-in at Fran's General Store, 3,000 points. Check-in at Rose Hotel, 3,000 points. Physical function restored, 30. Luyu grimaced at the negative points displayed on the panel, lamenting the absurdity of a system with a debt feature. System, open the random item gift pack. Random item gift pack opening. Congratulations. The host has acquired the martial technique 8 Gates of Duanjia. Suddenly, Luyu's attention was captivated by a line of small text. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. The ultimate technique of the renowned guy from Naruto, who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion of the series. This was an individual acknowledged even by Uchiha Madara. He never anticipated the system could yield such remarkable treasures. As his consciousness returned to the material realm, Luyu found a scroll in his hand. This contained the training method for the 8 Gates of Duanjia he had just drawn. After storing it in his spatial ring, Luyu promptly fell into slumber, eagerly anticipating a thorough study the next day. At dawn, Luyu sat cross-legged by the stream. After consuming a bowl of green elixir, a warm sensation instantly enveloped his body. With closed eyes, he gradually guided his soul power through his limbs and bones. Observing the soul power vortex gradually taking shape in his sea of consciousness, Luyu smiled in satisfaction. After days of recuperation, his physical capabilities had already returned to 60, and his soul power had restored to level 35. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the boy's tightly shut eyes, as if he had become one with nature. Suddenly, the young boy opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of determination and resolve illuminating his gaze. Gradually, he rose to his feet, his legs slightly bent as he gathered strength. In an instant, he pushed off the ground with vigor, the muscles in his calves tensing like a bowstring filled with tension. With this tremendous burst of energy, the boy soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow. In mid-flight, his body was light and agile, reminiscent of a graceful cheetah. Each leap was imbued with unparalleled speed and power, evoking awe in those who beheld him. He swiftly navigated through the dense forest, his silhouette flickering amidst the foliage. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any clumsiness. At times, he elegantly sidestepped robust trunks, and at others, he delicately vaulted over interlacing branches. His steps were both buoyant and steady, as if the very ground beneath him was imbued with wind, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. In this tranquil woodland, the boy resembled a free-spirited bird, displaying his extraordinary agility and remarkable courage as he bravely ventured into the unknown. As wisps of smoke appeared before him, he leaped lightly, using the branches as leverage, much like a bird spreading its wings to dance in the air. His body traced a flawless arc before landing gracefully. Lu Yu rolled up his pant legs and casually tossed several sandbags to the ground, which, though seemingly insignificant, produced muffled thuds upon impact. A series of crisp applause echoed from behind. 3 figures emerged slowly from the thicket. Truly, a prodigy endowed with innate soul power, such diligent training foretells a boundless future. Lu Yu turned to look, only to discover 2 familiar faces among the trio. The 2 were none other than Su Yuntao and Matthew No, the Lord of Notting City. However, they stood on either side, clearly indicating that the person in the middle was of great significance. Although Notting City was a remote outpost, the presence of the city lord suggested that the visitor bore considerable importance. Both Matthew No and Su Yuntao were affiliated with the Spirit Hall, leading Lu Yu to surmise that the individual was undoubtedly a representative of the Spirit Hall, clad in orange attire. The figure possessed striking dark eye makeup that appeared quite aggressive, though it seemed somewhat incongruous on a man. Long time no see, Su Yuntao, Lord Matthew No. May I ask who this is? Lu Yu inquired. It has been a while. Allow me to introduce. This is the envoy sent by the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Elder Yueguan. Elder Yu has come specifically for you, Su Yuntao explained. Yueguan. Lu Yu had anticipated that the Spirit Hall would dispatch someone following his awakening of dual martial souls, especially since his second soul was an angel martial soul. As a legacy martial soul of the Spirit Hall, it would certainly not be allowed to wander freely. However, Lu Yu had not expected that the Spirit Hall would send an elder of the title Douluo rank. Yueguan extended his palm, and a sudden force emanated from his hand, instantly retrieving the weights that Lu Yu had cast aside. After weighing them in his hands, Yueguan revealed an expression of appreciation. These weights may prove challenging for an adult. However, the sight of Lu Yu weaving through the forest was clearly observed by Jihuaguan. At such a tender age, possessing such awareness, especially with innate full soul power, makes him highly esteemed by the Spirit Hall. Should he join the Spirit Hall, his future would undoubtedly be boundless. You are Lu Yu, are you not? I presume that Steward Su Yuntao has conveyed to you what you need to know. You must have guessed the purpose of my visit, Jihuaguan remarked. At such a young age, with such talent and resilience, if you were to join the Spirit Hall, your future would indeed be limitless. Jihuaguan spoke in a uniquely soft voice. Elder Yueguan, have I not already registered as a soul master at the Notting City branch? How can I not be considered a member of the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Jihuaguan suddenly burst into laughter. You clever little rascal. Being registered as a soul master at the Spirit Hall is quite different from being a member of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has always been responsible for awakening martial souls for the major empires and registering soul masters. It is merely a procedure to ensure these soul masters receive their respective subsidies from the state. If what you say were true, what need would there be for those empires? Jihuaguan paused before continuing. To truly become a soul master of the Spirit Hall, one must make other commitments and participate in tasks to attain the status of an exclusive soul master of the Spirit Hall. Of course, these requirements generally apply to the average individual. For a prodigy like you, the Spirit Hall typically offers exceptional treatment and benefits. You will be sent to an exclusive academy of the Spirit Hall for your studies. So, what say you, little one? Are you willing to accompany me to the Spirit Hall? Jihuaguan slightly bent forward, seemingly awaiting Lu Yu's response. Little Yu. The Spirit Hall is the most powerful and influential force on the continent, continued the narrative. Elder Yueguan is correct. The Spirit Hall is indeed the most formidable and influential organization of soul masters on the continent, and its inherited martial soul is the angel martial soul, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Before Matthew could finish his thought, Jihuaguan raised his hand to silence him. Lu Yu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it again to declare, I am willing to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Jihuaguan revealed a satisfied smile, while Matthew and Su Yuntao sighed in relief. You have made a very wise choice, little one, Jihuaguan affirmed. However, I have one condition, Lu Yu suddenly interjected. Oh, what condition? As long as it falls within my authority, I shall comply, Jihuaguan replied. You mentioned that joining the Spirit Hall would allow me to be sent to an exclusive academy for my studies. Indeed, That is correct. What is it? Zhu Huaguan inquired. I wish to choose the academy I will attend, Lu Yu stated firmly. Are you certain? Zhu Huaguan responded, slightly taken aback. Little one, think carefully. The schools under the Spirit Hall are none other than the Spirit Hall Academy. The teams from the Spirit Hall Academy have consistently ranked among the best in various competitions over the years. With your qualifications, the resources available for cultivation would far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Are you truly unwilling to attend? Lu Yu shook his head resolutely and replied. The resources of the Spirit Hall Academy may surpass those of other institutions, yet I yearn to choose my own path for the future. However, Elder Yu, rest assured. Since I have pledged to join the Spirit Hall, I shall not go back on my word. The reason for Lu Yu's decision to forego the Spirit Hall Academy is rather straightforward. The system's tasks require interaction with characters from the original narrative to be unlocked, and he currently bears a significant debt to the system. Engaging with the original Shrek 7 monsters, Shrek Academy stands as the optimal choice at present, as well as the swiftest method to accrue points. Furthermore, he must also visit Flinder's shop and the Rose Hotel for check-ins. Seeing Lu Yu's resolute attitude, Zhu Huaguan realized that further persuasion would be futile. At least he had accepted the invitation to join the Spirit Hall, allowing him to report back satisfactorily. He produced a golden token and handed it to Lu Yu, stating, "This is the exclusive token for Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may call upon a Soul Master at the local branch." Lu Yu accepted it with reverence, replying, "Thank you, Elder Yu." Zhu Huaguan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. We shall be one family from now on. Given your talents, your standing in the Spirit Hall may indeed surpass mine in the future." With that, he turned and departed. At this moment, Su Yuntao and Maxuno approached, clasping their hands in greeting. "Congratulations, young brother Lu. The Spirit Hall has sent an elder on your behalf, indicating their high regard for you. We will rely on your guidance in the future." Lu Yu responded, "Elder Su, Mayor Maxuno, you jest. My progress today has been greatly aided by both of you, especially you, Elder Su. I must apologize for my earlier impulsiveness that nearly led to my demise and caused you concern. I regret my actions." Elder Su quickly interjected, No. If it weren't for your insistence back then, I would not have witnessed the miracle of the first soul ring being 1,000-year-old. After exchanging farewells, the two parted ways as Lu Yu turned to follow Zhu Huaguan. Bending down, Lu Yu readjusted the weights on the ground, then with slightly bent legs, he exerted force in his calves, launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, within a grand hall, the Spirit Hall, an ancient palace seemingly emerged from the mists of time, stood quietly at the heart of the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. It resembled a slumbering behemoth, exuding a spine-chilling aura, while simultaneously appearing as a resplendent jewel embedded in the center of this vast continent. From a distance, the Spirit Hall towered into the clouds, majestic and awe-inspiring. Its architectural style was unique, fusing various elements, embodying both an archaic elegance and a solemn grandeur. Massive stone pillars upheld the entire hall, akin to towering giants silently guarding this sacred domain. The walls were adorned with exquisite carvings and runes, remnants left by generations of formidable beings, bearing witness to the illustrious history of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the interior of the Spirit Hall, one could feel a strong surge of energy enveloping them. Within this magnificent and imposing hall lay a throne emanating an air of authority, as if it could command the fate of all living beings. At this very moment, seated majestically upon the throne, was a woman adorned in resplendent attire. Her figure was graceful, exuding a noble elegance with every subtle gesture. However, what truly captivated the eye was the scepter she firmly grasped, a symbol of the supreme authority of the Spirit Hall. This scepter emanated a mysterious radiance, encrusted with an array of dazzling gemstones, each encapsulating boundless power and wisdom. Undoubtedly, the woman wielding this scepter was none other than Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Her exquisite visage resembled a masterfully sculpted work of art, evoking admiration. Yet her deep-set eyes, profound as an abyss, revealed an unspoken coldness and majesty that deterred one from gazing too long. At this moment, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Suddenly, the space within the grand hall distorted, and a figure cloaked in black materialized. This individual appeared to be the very person Bibi Dong had been anticipating. "You arrived promptly upon receiving the news. Your intelligence network is quite impressive," Bibi Dong remarked slowly, her voice solemn and devoid of any emotion. "He has already consented to join the Spirit Hall, yet he wishes to refrain from enrolling in the Soul Master Academy." Bibi Dong paused before continuing. "What is the background of this young man? Even if he possesses innate dual martial souls, does he truly warrant such attention from you?" Such matters fall outside our collaborative scope. Your concern should merely be to manage your subordinates, the cloaked figure retorted. Bibi Dong responded with a hint of amusement. How amusing it is that the Holy Domain values this individual, yet expects the Spirit Hall to play the role of a caretaker. This cooperation pertains to the survival of the continent, and this individual is a crucial link, allowing no room for error. The figure in black replied with a cold snort. I trust that your holiness will regard this matter with the seriousness it deserves. On behalf of the Holy Domain, I express my gratitude, he added, slightly bowing. Rest assured, I have already bestowed upon him the Pope's decree. Few across the continent possess the right to hold such a decree, and wherever the Spirit Hall has a branch, none would dare to harm him upon its presentation, Bibi Dong assured him. The black-cloaked figure inclined slightly forward, half bowing. Thank you, your holiness. I take my leave. With that, the space warped once more, and the figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 55. The far north after the departure of the cloaked figure. Bibi Dong remained seated upon her throne, her eyes closed, delicately massaging her temples. The thoughts of this pope, much like her icy exterior, were inscrutable to all. Only 4 individuals were privy to the cooperation between the Spirit Hall and the Holy Domain. She could faintly sense the shadows gradually spreading across the continent. 3 years later, in the far north, a frail figure trudged through the vast, snow-laden expanse, battling against the fierce blizzard. The boy was adorned with snowflakes that clung to his silver hair and brows, resembling a diminutive snowman. This silver-haired figure was none other than Liu, who had been traversing this snowy wasteland for nearly 2 months. Hey, Lao Mo, are you certain that this cursed place harbors ice crystal marrow? A voice emanated from the satchel at Liu's waist. Only in the frigid realms can one find the crystalline essence of ice crystal stone. A rarity elsewhere, but abundant here. My research confirms that the extreme northern territories represent the most frigid region of the Douluo continent. Moreover, as human presence is scarce here, the likelihood of encountering ice crystal stone is significantly heightened. Indeed, it is for this very essence that Liu and Mo Holik have embarked on their arduous journey to the northernmost reaches. A year ago, Mo Holik awakened from his coma, yet his companion, the illusory star fox, June, remained unresponsive. Following extensive investigation, Liu and Mo Holik concluded that June had been poisoned by the mutated blood of the earth-splitting ape during their fierce battle. The urgency of the situation had obscured their awareness of the anomaly, and due to June's lineage as a star-language spirit fox, blessed by the celestial heavens, the venom had been subdued, keeping her in a state of unconsciousness. However, as time progressed, the toxin spread throughout her body, necessitating immediate intervention. Fortunately, Liu retained the crystal that had been embedded in the head of the mutated earth-splitting ape. Once Liu fully recovered, he successfully absorbed the soul ring from the crystal, officially elevating himself to the rank of Soul Master. A 10-year-old Soul Master is an unprecedented phenomenon on the continent, unmatched by any, even outshining the innate full soul power of Tang San. Meanwhile, Mo Holik extracted a substance from the residual blood within the crystal that mirrored the toxin affecting June and successfully synthesized an antidote. The ice crystal stone was the final ingredient required. The ice crystal stone, characterized by its cold nature and gentle efficacy, would perfectly neutralize the fiery poison within June while ensuring her safety. Coupled with several other medicinal herbs, little June would soon awaken. Mo Holik's voice echoed from the satchel, trembling slightly in the biting cold. Ahead lay an ice cavern. Perhaps it would yield fruitful discoveries. With a mere thought, Liu donned his black gold mask, enveloping his entire head. The defensive properties of the Black God armor adapt to numerous extreme environments. Thus he wore it throughout the journey. This served to ward off the chill as well as to guard against the potential emergence of soul beasts. The vast expanse of the snow-covered plain was indeed a magnificent sight upon the continent. However, danger often accompanies beauty, and this snowy expanse harbored many formidable hunters, each capable of thriving in such harsh conditions. The defensive capability of the Black God armor was impeccable, yet it possessed one critical flaw: the armor around the eyes. If the armor were to cover completely, vision would be obstructed. Conversely, to see clearly, the armor could not fully encase, leaving the eyes exposed and vulnerable. Nevertheless, this posed no issue for Liu. As the fierce winds whipped up the swirling snow, it forced its way through the gaps in his armor, irritating his eyes. He thus chose to cover the eye area with armor as well, achieving a true and perfect full coverage. Subsequently, he projected his mental energy outward, compensating for his vision, enabling him to detect hidden fissures beneath the snow and the lurking hunters in the vicinity. The icy cavern lay at the foot of a glacier, conveniently not far from Liu's location, allowing him to arrive in merely half an hour. At that moment, Morholik emerged from the book bag, surveying the surrounding environment. Once assured that no danger lurked nearby, the two, one human and one book, ventured into the cave. The stone walls of the cavern were adorned with a layer of ice crystals. And as they progressed deeper, the passage grew increasingly narrow, transitioning from a space wide enough for 3 to 1 that could barely accommodate a solitary figure sideways. Moreover, the temperature within plummeted the further they traversed. The entrance, perpetually cloaked in snow, rendered the cave dimly lit, and the oppressive, narrow confines nearly suffocated Lu Yu. Yet retreat was not an option, for Jun's safety was at stake. Lu Yu had no choice but to navigate through the inky darkness. Suddenly, he sensed his mental energy colliding with an invisible barrier, halting his advance. Attempting to lift his visor, he soon found his eyes parched and closed them again. Oldemo. It seems there is no path ahead. In reality, a stone wall obstructed their way. A mystical magic circle was swiftly inscribed in the air, its runes intertwining and drifting towards Morholik. In the next moment, the metallic single eye emitted a burst of blue light. Please move back a bit, Morholik suddenly spoke, and reinforced the ceiling above. At that moment, Lu Yu found himself wedged between the stone walls. He had been nearly pressed against them throughout the journey. Were it not for the black divine armor shielding him, he would have likely been gravely injured. As he painstakingly shuffled a few steps back, he was startled to feel a surge of warmth emanating from the opposite side. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see Morholik's singular eye glowing a menacing red, while a magic circle was gradually taking shape before it. Suddenly, that magic circle released a crimson beam as thick as an arm, and to Lu Yu's astonishment, the obstructing stone wall began to melt away. With the rising temperature within the cave, the ice crystals on the walls swiftly liquefied and fell. Lu Yu hastily summoned his martial soul, and a brown soul ring began to rotate beneath his feet, shimmering brightly. Second-tier earth magic, rock pillar. In an instant, several stone pillars emerged to create a safe zone, ensuring that the falling ice crystals would not block their path. This was the ability Lu Yu acquired after absorbing the soul ring of the earth-shattering ape, enabling him to manipulate earth elements. Under Morholik's meticulous guidance, Lu Yu had mastered nearly all Tier 4 wind and earth element magic within a mere year, and his mental prowess had already attained the level of a 5th-tier magician. Under the relentless bombardment of Morholik's intense rays, the stone wall continued to melt away. In the next moment, a wide passage appeared before Lu Yu. Let us proceed, Morholik instructed, retracting the magic circle and leading the way into the corridor. Chapter 56, The Enigmatic Ice Cavern. Morholik entered the passage first, with Lu Yu closely following. Upon entering, Lu Yu discovered that the walls of the cave were adorned with tendrils emitting a faint glow. These were Arctic glimmer vines. This obscure plant, which does not yield soul rings, is scarcely known to many. However, Lu Yu recognized it at first glance. He devoted nearly all his spare time to reading in the library, and with an extraordinary mental acuity, he could be said to possess an exceptional photographic memory. Consequently, he advanced through the academy at an impressive pace, ultimately graduating 2 years ahead of schedule, setting a precedent at the Nodding City Academy. This achievement earned him the admiration of all his instructors and the reputation of being a diligent student among his peers. Indeed, it is no surprise that someone could graduate 2 years early. Even if it is merely a junior academy, that is still commendable, remarked Morholik, casting a look of appreciation in his direction. The Arctic glimmering vine thrives exclusively in the underground ice caverns of the far north. Its surface is adorned with peculiar patterns that emit a glow, allowing it to temporarily store soul energy. The journey from seedling to mature plant takes 3 years, and the decline from maturity to withering also spans 3 years, without providing soul rings. Lu Yu continued, Indeed, you are correct. Morholik responded, However, you have overlooked a crucial aspect. What aspect? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. The environment in which it grows. While it is true that this plant exclusively flourishes in the underground ice caverns of the far north, it is limited to those caverns inhabited by the black ice worm. The secretions of the black ice worm nourish the Arctic glimmering vine, and the vine's ability to temporarily store soul energy aids the larvae of the black ice worm in surviving the frigid environment. Moreover, the black ice worm tends to construct its nests near ice crystal mothers, which can give rise to ice crystal marrow. Lu Yu elaborated eagerly. This means we are not far from the ice crystal marrow. His excitement was palpable, as this heralded a promising sign for him. It indicated that his efforts over the past days had not been in vain. Jun would soon receive aid. However, as they continued deeper into the cavern, Lu Yu began to sense something amiss. The cave was unnaturally silent, although it was a remote location in the far north, where life is scarce. One would expect to find traces of black ice worm activity near the Arctic glimmering vine. Yet, upon inspecting several vines, he found no traces of eggs, let alone mature insects. This dashed Lu Yu's hopes of discovering the ice crystal mother by tracing the black ice worm's presence. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble resonated from behind him. Lu Yu turned to look and was startled to find the narrow entrance they had traversed was now obstructed by fallen debris and ice blocks. Their only option was to venture deeper into the cave. Old Mo, Lu Yu whispered, do you not find the silence of this cavern rather unsettling? Morholik nodded in agreement. Indeed, typically, the presence of ice crystal mothers is associated with extreme cold, yet the deeper we go, the warmer it becomes. This is quite abnormal. Could it be that we have come to the wrong place, and that there is no ice crystal mother here at all? Lu Yu pondered. Let us proceed further. Perhaps we will encounter unexpected discoveries. We should also search for alternative exits. If we do not find what we seek, we can always retrace our steps, Morholik suggested. Lu Yu ceased to speak, loading his broken crossbow with ample preparations for unforeseen circumstances. The dark cave flickered with an ethereal glow. The light refracted by the crystalline stones below, casting a mesmerizing array of colors that were truly captivating. Yet, beneath this beautiful faade often lay undiscovered perils. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. Should he advance further without uncovering anything, he would have no choice but to retrace his steps. The dim cave seemed to obscure one's perception of time. The solitary figure and his book wandered through the cavern for an indeterminate duration until, at last, a glimmer of light broke through the cave's entrance. Following the illumination, a grand stone hall unfolded before Lu Yu. Below, houses were arranged in an orderly fashion. These structures encircled a solemn and majestic altar at the center, resembling a cluster of stars surrounding a moon, arranged in a unique yet systematic manner. Akin to a colossal flower in full bloom, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. Each pathway meandered like a winding brook, deftly weaving between the closely knit houses, sometimes converging with other paths, and at times extending alone into the distance. These paths varied in width and shape, yet collectively they wove together an intricate yet orderly web, tightly interlinking the entire area. Lu Yu felt a sense of familiarity with the arrangement of these houses. Yet he could not recall where he had seen such a layout before. Embedded in the stone walls above the hall were several luminous crystals, providing light to this city. The illumination Lu Yu beheld emanated from them. After exchanging a glance with Morholik, they both leaped down from their elevated position. At that moment, a surge of air enveloped Lu Yu, cushioning his descent. As he drew nearer, Lu Yu realized that these edifices were not houses at all, but rather towering structures. All the windows and doors were intricately carved. Each tower stood nearly 20 meters high, sculpted entirely from an unknown black stone. There were no seams to indicate assembly. Each was hewn from a single massive block of stone. Such an undertaking would undoubtedly require immense human and material resources in the blue star of Lu Yu's previous life. Yet here in the Douluo continent, where soul masters abounded, it merely necessitated gathering a sufficiently large team of soul masters. However, it was no easy feat for ordinary individuals to amass such a formidable group. Thus, the force behind the construction of this place must be extraordinarily powerful, especially considering the ornate patterns carved above that were far beyond the means of ordinary wealthy families. While Lu Yu had encountered records in his studies indicating that the Douluo continent had customs of constructing tombs, these were typically reserved for noble family mausoleums. Generally situated within their familial territories, common folk merely sought a good spot to dig a hole. However, it must be noted that this location lay in the fearsome extreme north. Who could have imagined that someone would establish their family's power upon this desolate, barren land, devoid of life? Moreover, this place had stood unchanged since the dawn of this continent, never altering its form. It is utterly implausible for a once magnificent noble family to have risen in this desolate land, only to be mercilessly engulfed and buried by a fierce blizzard. After all, in such harsh conditions, survival itself becomes a luxury, let alone the establishment of a vast and prosperous familial power. Thus, the very notion is a fanciful tale. Difficult to believe. Who could possibly have constructed anything in this forsaken place? Chapter 57, The Strange Reliefs. With a mind brimming with questions, Lu Yu summoned a whirlwind to elevate himself, reaching the same height as the Black Tower. It was then that he noticed the tops of some towers were hollowed out, each invariably adorned with uninscribed stone tablets. As he continued to soar towards the center of the architectural ensemble, the appearance of these unmarked tablets varied unpredictably. Approaching the heart of the complex, a towering altar base came into Lu Yu's view. This altar, like the Black Tower, was constructed from an unknown black stone. The entire structure displayed a tapering design, reminiscent of the Amazonian pyramids on Blue Planet. Each tier was intricately carved with peculiar patterns, and the pyramid-shaped altar was astonishingly twice the height of the Black Towers. Yet, this elevation was still less than 1/5 of the cavern's total height. Old Mo, do you recognize these patterns? Lu Yu inquired, gazing intently at the carvings on the altar. Holik stepped forward to examine the details closely. The designs were indeed strange, their style diverging from the typical artifacts of Douluo continent. But look here, he remarked. In the past 2 years, while Lu Yu dedicated himself to mastering magic, Holik had also been diligent, spending nearly all his time in the library, fervently absorbing knowledge about Douluo continent. As Holik's singular eye emitted a crimson light, it gradually coalesced upon a part of the stone sculpture that appeared to depict a human figure. The circles floating near this figure resembled soul rings. If my judgment is correct, this individual is likely a soul master, and a highly esteemed one at that. Observe the figures below. Do they not seem to be revering him? Lu Yu regarded the area highlighted by Holik, noticing that the figure's hands appeared to drag 2 flames. Upon inspecting the surrounding soul rings, Lu Yu counted precisely 18. Was this a twin martial soul? A fire attribute soul master? Or could it be that his martial soul consisted of the 2 flames? After pondering for a considerable time, Lu Yu could not recall any soul master on the continent possessing twin martial souls of fire. As his gaze shifted, Lu Yu suddenly realized that there were other figures being venerated in the stone reliefs. To the right of the flame-wielding figure stood another, grasping a colossal hammer, surrounded by 9 soul rings. Further right, a silhouette bore 6 wings, holding a weapon resembling a great sword. Meanwhile, to the left of the flame-bearer, another figure stretched its arms wide, with a tower-like design above it, similarly encircled by 9 soul rings. Above these personages loomed an angelic presence. Lu Yu, quickly look at this. At this moment, MartialSouls also took notice of this place. As the red beam emitted from his single eye gradually shifted towards an area that potentially harbored an angelic presence. This relief appeared strikingly similar to your second martial soul, and its location was quite peculiar. Could it possibly be your ancestral grave? Have you excavated your family's resting place? Lu Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Get lost. You're the one who dug up your ancestral grave. However, MartialSouls replied, I am but a book, devoid of ancestors, only possessing a creator. Thus, the notion of unearthing an ancestral grave is nonsensical. Lu Yu, upon hearing this, chose not to engage further. Nevertheless, MartialSouls was indeed correct. This relief bore an uncanny resemblance to his second martial soul, featuring 2 small boys and identical half-wings. Beside it stood a figure resembling an angel, albeit with only 2 wings, positioned alongside the winged angel at the top of this relief. Moreover, at the very apex of the relief, there existed a scratch, which MartialSouls had stared at for quite some time without deciphering its significance. Enough, old mare. Just as MartialSouls became lost in thought, a voice suddenly emanated from behind. Let us not forget our purpose here. We must expedite our search for the ice crystal essence and return promptly. MartialSouls acknowledged with a sound and gradually distanced himself from the relief. After locating a suitable spot, his single eye quietly released a beam of red light, reminiscent of the scanning devices seen in science fiction films. Subsequently, MartialSouls circled the enormous pyramid-shaped altar and swiftly returned to Lu Yu's side. Old mare, what are you doing? Lu Yu was somewhat perplexed by MartialSouls' actions. I'm using magic to record the images here. We can analyze them thoroughly upon our return. Lu Yu was taken aback by MartialSouls' adept use of magic, realizing it could be employed in such a manner. After completing this task, MartialSouls flew straight in a particular direction. Let us head over there and investigate. It appeared there were traces of black ice insects during our earlier circling. Oh, I'm on it. Hearing this, Lu Yu accelerated, quickly catching up to the ahead MartialSouls. After flying for a while, the duo gradually arrived at a conspicuous corner of the stone hall. Under Lu Yu's curious gaze, MartialSouls led him to the entrance of a small crevice. It would be an understatement to call what lay before them merely a hole. Lu Yu estimated that even MartialSouls, being a book, would struggle to fit through, as it was no more than a slightly larger crack. Yet, blue light flickered continuously from within this crevice. Moreover, the temperature at this fissure was significantly lower than that of the stone hall. Lu Yu approached and scrutinized the crack with his mental energy, discovering a substantial space beyond it. Though it could not compare to the stone hall they occupied, it was ample enough to accommodate 5 or 6 black stone towers. Additionally, Lu Yu detected numerous black ice insects and arctic luminescent vines within, the flickering blue light emanating from the latter. With the presence of arctic luminescent vines and black ice insects, it was highly probable that ice crystal essence resided within. Sure enough, as Lu Yu's mental energy gradually enveloped the inner space, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. The source of the chilling sensation was a fist-sized, exquisitely transparent stone, an ice crystal mother. Lu Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with an uncontrollable excitement, his entire being trembling slightly from overwhelming exhilaration. He silently marveled. Indeed, perseverance is rewarded. Who would have imagined that in this desolate wasteland, a veritable no-man's land where even birds dared not linger, he had managed to endure for over 2 months. During this period, Lu Yu faced countless hardships, braving the ferocity of blizzards and enduring the piercing cold, nearly losing his way on several occasions and finding himself in dire straits. Yet, bolstered by unwavering faith and indomitable will, he never wavered in his quest. Now, the heavens have bestowed their favor upon the diligent. All his efforts and steadfastness have finally borne fruit, and the object of his dreams lies before him. At this moment, Lu Yu felt as though the entire world rejoiced in his triumph, his heart brimming with boundless joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. June was finally within reach. However, a pressing dilemma loomed before Lu Yu: how to extract this ice crystal mother. As previously mentioned, the fissure was so narrow that even Merholik could not squeeze through, let alone Lu Yu himself. Chapter 58. The peril of extracting the stone and slaying the insects. Furthermore, Lu Yu had discovered that the stone wall was over 2 meters thick during his mental probe. Forcing a breach would undoubtedly disturb the swarm of black ice insects within, creatures that even a typical soul emperor would hesitate to provoke. Known as the northern locusts, these black ice insects, while individually insignificant, thrived in swarms capable of overwhelming entire villages in no time. Just moments ago, while inspecting the cavern within the fissure, Lu Yu was unnerved by the sheer density of these insects, fortunate that they were currently in a dormant state. As long as there was no strong external stimulus, they would remain undisturbed. However, should these insects be provoked, both Lu Yu and Merholik would find themselves in grave danger. What to do? The opening was too small for him to enter. Yet, any forceful disruption would surely rouse the insects. Merholik inquired from the side. Lu Yu considered using his spatial ring to directly retrieve the ice crystal mother inside, but the problem was that the range of the spatial ring's storage was limited, and the ice crystal mother was regrettably positioned beyond its grasp. He couldn't simply tie a thread to the ring and toss it inside, as that would certainly alert the black ice insects. A thread? Suddenly, an idea illuminated Lu Yu's mind. He quickly removed the ring from his finger and held it up to the fissure, finding that its size was indeed suitable for insertion. With focused intent, he invoked a third-tier mental magic, Mind Grasp. The ring appeared to be connected by an invisible thread, slowly drifting towards the fissure. Lu Yu cautiously maneuvered the spatial ring, guiding it ever closer to the ice crystal mother. As they delved deeper, the number of black ice worms increased exponentially, their distribution becoming increasingly dense. Although the vast majority of these creatures remained in a dormant state, a few of them sluggishly wriggled, seemingly exhibiting their faint vitality to the outside world. The chilling, incessant sounds produced by the multitude of black ice worms as they crawled were akin to the piercing of sharp blades, relentlessly gnawing at Lu Yu's nerves. This sound seemed to possess an eerie enchantment, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, with beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Nonetheless, Lu Yu successfully delivered the spatial ring to a location that was not only closest to the rift, but also perfectly suited for containing the mother ice crystal. In an instant, the spatial ring emitted a glimmer, and the central mother ice crystal, along with the scattered ice crystal essence surrounding it, vanished, absorbed into the ring. After accomplishing this task, Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief, earning an appreciative glance from Merholik. He then carefully maneuvered the spatial ring back along the same path. Returning it to his hand, Lu Yu donned the spatial ring once more. Let us go, we have what we came for. However, just as they prepared to depart, they suddenly felt the ground shaking, with the intensity escalating rapidly. Merholik sensed that something was amiss. This is bad, run, he exclaimed, swiftly pulling Lu Yu away from the area. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. At the very moment they turned to flee, the mysterious rift unexpectedly spewed forth a dense plume of black smoke. This black mist surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly engulfing the surrounding air in darkness. A surge of unease gripped Lu Yu's heart as he keenly perceived something was amiss with the smoke. He halted, focusing intently. As his vision sharpened, he gasped in astonishment. The so-called black smoke was not smoke in the conventional sense, but an innumerable swarm of black ice worms. These creatures congregated like a menacing storm cloud, their minuscule bodies writhing in unison, forming an impenetrable black barrier in the air. Lu Yu's eyes widened, filled with shock and dread. The simultaneous emergence of so many black ice worms was exceedingly rare. Moreover, the aura they emanated clearly suggested a formidable level of aggression and danger. Faced with such a horrifying spectacle, Lu Yu found himself at a loss for how to react. What did you do while retrieving the mother stone to provoke so many black ice worms? Merholik, now fleeing, glanced back, his scalp crawling at the sight of the dense swarm before them. The only exit from the cavern was the path they had arrived by, now blocked, leaving them unable to find another escape, especially in the face of such a colossal horde. Old Mo, look over there, Lu Yu suddenly shouted, pointing at the towering altar. Upon hearing this, Mehoric looked up. At that moment, the crowd was horrified to witness the eerie black smoke swirling in the air like a colossal black dragon, persistently encircling the altar without a hint of departure. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of the towering black stone towers, which had become thoroughly enshrouded by countless insects. These creatures surged like a relentless tide, inducing an involuntary shiver. In stark contrast, the mysterious altar remained eerily vacant, devoid of any insect presence. This peculiar phenomenon seemed to suggest that an unknown force was safeguarding the altar, instilling a sense of awe and fear in the insect swarm. Lu Yu pondered silently. Could it be that the altar concealed a secret weapon capable of subduing the insects? Or perhaps there existed some formidable restriction. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Old Emo, let us charge towards the altar." As his words echoed, Lu Yu activated the gale step once more. A powerful whirlwind erupted, propelling him towards the altar like an arrow released from a bow. The others, witnessing this, gathered their courage and closely followed, hoping to reach that place that might offer a glimmer of hope. At that instant, the black dragon circling above suddenly took notice of the two, diving down directly towards them. The black stone tower, shrouded in smoke, instantly crumbled into ruins. Seeing this, Lu Yu quickened his pace, while the looming black dragon drew ever closer. He could almost hear the sounds of the insects colliding and their wings flapping. The dragon was closing in, seemingly poised to devour him in the next moment. "Old Emo, can't you think of a way to use some spatial magic to teleport us out?" Lu Yu shouted anxiously. "I wish I could. My strength hasn't fully recovered yet. To perform a spatial teleportation, I would need a teleportation stone to set up a formation." "Then go set it up. I'll buy you some time," Lu Yu exclaimed. "Without a teleportation stone, I can't set anything up. Let's head to the altar first and figure something out." At that moment, the black dragon opened its gaping maw. Just as Lu Yu was on the brink of being consumed, a sudden burst of crimson light erupted from the altar, accompanied by an unbearable heat. The black ice insects emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with the red light. Curiously, Lu Yu, despite passing through the crimson barrier, felt no ill effects. The light seemed to harbor no malice towards him. However, Lu Yu could spare no time for contemplation. He desperately raced towards the altar's pinnacle, driven by an instinct that urged him to seek refuge there. Standing at the edge of the altar, he glanced back to see that the black dragon had disintegrated into a swirl of smoke amidst the terrifying heat, continuously circling the altar. Lu Yu sensed the overwhelming malevolence of the black ice insects, as if they were on the verge of engulfing him. Yet, the swarm of black ice insects remained wary of the altar, merely circling around it without daring to approach. Could it be that they feared this luminous barrier? But what substance was responsible for its emanation? The summit of the altar was not particularly vast. One could easily discern its entirety, estimating it to be no larger than a classroom. "Lu Yu, look over there," came the voice of Merholik from the side. Lu Yu noticed that at the center of the altar's pinnacle stood a stone platform, which seemed to be the source of the brilliant light. "Let us proceed and investigate. Perhaps we may discover a means of escape," Lu Yu replied, hastening towards the stone platform. Upon reaching it, he beheld a fist-sized crimson orb resting quietly atop the obsidian platform, emanating a faint red glow. Radiating from the orb, a series of enigmatic runes adorned the entire altar. Curiously, Lu Yu extended his hand to touch it, and in the next moment, a warm sensation coursed through his fingertips to his mind. At that instant, a chilling electronic voice resonated in Lu Yu's consciousness. "Ding! Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Energy fluctuation of the fire spirit orb detected. Hidden task activated. Eternal flame. Task description: the flame that never withers in a frozen expanse, a seed of hope for millennia. Awaken in the darkness." This task is divided into 4 phases. Completing each phase will yield rewards. Please proceed to the task checkpoint to obtain the token and fulfill the task. Completion reward: Divine level Martial Soul 1, 40,000 points. Task progress: 1-4. Ding. Hidden task: Eternal flame. Phase 1. Fire spirit orb altar checkpoint successfully recorded. Reward: 1 random teleportation scroll, 400 points. Random teleportation scroll: a consumable item that can be obtained by completing hidden system tasks or purchasing from the system store. Effect: can randomly transport designated items or beings to completed checkpoint locations. Note: the destination cannot be chosen. Use with caution. Upon reading the system's introduction, Lu Yu felt a surge of elation. Truly, his thoughts had materialized. The teleportation scroll was precisely the appropriate tool for their current predicament. "Hey, why are you grinning like an idiot? Think of a way out," Merholik exclaimed, noticing Lu Yu's foolish smile. In this dire moment, how could he still find amusement? The glow of the red orb was waning. Who knew how long the barrier would endure? Without a plan to escape, Once the light faded, they would soon be at the mercy of the black ice insects. Old Mo, do not fret. I have a solution, Lu Yu suddenly declared. Have you found the teleportation stone? Merholik inquired with excitement. No. Then what are you grinning about? The joy in Merholik's expression diminished significantly upon hearing Lu Yu's resolute response. However, I possess this. Lu Yu brandished a black scroll before Merholik's eyes. What is that? Wait, is that? Merholik's excitement surged as he observed the item in Lu Yu's hand. A teleportation scroll. You actually have such a thing. Where did you acquire it? To understand the nature of teleportation scrolls, one must acknowledge that they involve advanced spatial magic, coupled with stringent material requirements, rendering them exceedingly rare on the Austin continent. Moreover, these scrolls operate with virtually no delay, making them invaluable in critical moments, thus sparking disputes whenever one surfaces. However, that is of no concern to you. Simply know that we have the means to escape this wretched place. With that thought, Lu Yu approached the stone platform, unfurling a teleportation scroll in one hand while clutching the fire spirit pearl in the other. Even in a state of energy depletion, the fire spirit pearl could generate a formidable defensive barrier. Its full potential would undoubtedly be impressive, and Lu Yu could not afford to overlook such a remarkable artifact. Merholik quickly discerned Lu Yu's intentions, swiftly gliding into the satchel at his waist. The once resplendent glow of the fire spirit pearl began to wane, as if suppressed by an enigmatic force. Simultaneously, the crimson glow of the shield-like barrier appeared to be drained of vitality, its hue growing ever lighter, and the searing heat it radiated diminished steadily. The black ice worms, initially wary of the intense heat, now seemed to sense a shift and no longer feared the looming barrier above. They unfurled their wings, resembling a swirling tempest of darkness as they surged toward the barrier with reckless abandon. Sensing victory within their grasp, they clustered together, forming a torrential wave of black, launching themselves toward their target with unrelenting determination. The cacophony of their shrill cries assaulted Lu Yu's ears, accompanied by the incessant thuds echoing around him as the barrier quivered. Fissures beginning to appear, suggesting the imminent shattering of the shield by the relentless onslaught of the ice worms. In that critical moment, Lu Yu cautiously extended his hand toward the fire spirit pearl, which radiated a mysterious luminescence. Just as he grasped the pearl, the crimson barrier enveloping the space was abruptly torn asunder by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. Almost simultaneously, countless black ice worms surged forth like a tumultuous tide from all directions, a ravenous swarm intent on consuming everything in their path. Stunned by this sudden turn of events, Lu Yu found himself momentarily at a loss. In that pivotal instant, the scroll in his hand erupted with a blinding white light. Chapter 60, The General Store. At that critical juncture, Lu Yu's scroll emitted a dazzling brilliance. In the blink of an eye, the young boy's form vanished from the spot. At the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, the bell signaling the end of class rang, heralding lunchtime. The students surged from the classroom like caged beasts, eagerly racing toward the cafeteria. At this moment, a young boy clad in blue slowly rose from his seat in the classroom, adorned with a jade belt featuring 24 glimmering stones. His unhurried movements stood in stark contrast to the students who had just rushed to the cafeteria in a frenzy. "Sang-gu, aren't you going to eat?" A voice called from the doorway, surprisingly belonging to Wang Hu. Since Xiao Lai's graduation, the students who once followed him had begun to rally around Lu Yu. Although there were dissenters, many were deeply moved by Lu Yu's philosophy of camaraderie and amicable relations, especially after witnessing his ability to win others over through virtue. Go on. Do you think Xiao-san is like you lot, with nothing but thoughts of food swirling in your heads?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice echoed from the back of the classroom. Though Tang-san had acknowledged Xiao Wu as his younger sister, she only called him Sang-gu in private, while in public, she still referred to him as Xiao-san. Officially, Xiao Wu remained the leader of the academy, with Tang-san as her second-in-command. Yet, everyone tacitly understood that Tang-san was the man standing behind the formidable leader. Upon recognizing Xiao Wu, Wang Hu nodded in greeting before discreetly stepping aside to allow the two to converse, quietly departing. Just as Tang-san was about to speak, a sudden burst of radiant light erupted within the classroom. Following that, he heard a loud thud. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed an unfamiliar figure had appeared in the classroom, rising gradually. Upon recognizing that familiar face, Tang-san couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "Yuga?" Hearing a familiar voice from behind, Lu Yu turned in confusion, only to find Tang-san and Xiao Wu staring at him in bewilderment. "Xiao-san, Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? Wait, where am I?" Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings, recognizing the familiar desks and podium. It dawned on him that he had been transported to the academy. Relieved to have escaped danger, Lu Yu slumped onto the ground. Yuga. 2 years later. In the heart of the Central Plains, a city known as Soto, renowned for its balic granaries, belonged to the Balak Kingdom. Its status was only surpassed by the capital, Balak City, both heavily fortified. The Soul Master Hall within Soto was classified as a Level 3 Soul Master Hall. The Balak Kingdom was part of the Tiando Empire. More precisely, one of the 4 kingdoms and one principality that had emerged from the Tiando Empire. Were it not for the Tiando royal family wielding significant military power, the empire might well have faded into the annals of history. The Xinglua Empire, adjacent to the Tiando Empire, faced similar tribulations, highlighting the internal discord within the empire. At this moment, a young man and woman appeared at the gates of Soto City. They appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. The boy was simply dressed in a blue outfit, sporting a jade belt embellished with 24 gemstones, giving him a clean and sharp appearance. Although the boy had a certain handsomeness, he ultimately struck a rather ordinary figure. In contrast, the girl beside him radiated brilliance. Her long scorpion braid cascaded down to her calves, adding to her striking presence. Clad in a snug pink garment that perfectly enveloped her developing figure, she possessed a delicate waist that could barely be grasped, evoking envy in countless onlookers. Her large, luminous eyes, framed by elegantly curved eyelashes, complemented her rosy cheeks, making the term adorable seem tailor-made for her. The young girl raised her hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, expressing her discontent. "It's quite vexing, Master. There are several Soul Master Academies that would unconditionally accept us, yet we find ourselves reporting to that unranked Shrek Academy. Moreover, the journey is so long." The boy, upon hearing this, chuckled. "It's Shrek Academy. The Master only instructed me to report here alone. You insisted on coming along. Fortunately, the distance to Soto City isn't too great. Otherwise, you would have transformed into quite the little nag. Let us move along. You has already departed a week ahead of us and is likely to arrive first. He mentioned we should meet at the Rose Hotel. He may already be waiting for us." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu let out a drawn-out "Oh. You listened to the Master about coming to this Shrek Academy. But I truly don't understand why you, having graduated so long ago, chose to come here as well." These 2 figures were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had, after their graduation, received unconditional offers from several Soul Master Academies. Yet, Tang San resolutely followed the Master's advice and reported to Shrek Academy. To Tang San's surprise, Lu Yu, having graduated early, chose not to directly attend the Spirit Hall Academy, but instead opted to cultivate in the Soul Hunting Forest. Just 2 weeks prior, he unexpectedly sought Tang San, expressing his intention to accompany him to Soto City and Shrek Academy, agreeing to meet at the Rose Hotel. Meanwhile, in front of a dilapidated grocery store in Soto City, a cloaked figure stood before the entrance, gazing up at the faded sign that read Fran's Grocery, a faint smile gracing his lips. The young man slowly removed the hood from his head, revealing a visage as if meticulously crafted, exuding a clean and handsome charm. His silky, silver hair shimmered like distant stars in the galaxy, radiating a soft and enchanting glow. The hair, casually tied into a long ponytail, fell naturally across his broad back. This seemingly simple hairstyle perfectly showcased the youth's carefree and unruly spirit, imparting a unique impression of both cleanliness and captivating allure. The youth standing before the grocery store was indeed Lu Yu. 2 years prior, after he had brought back the ice crystal essence to heal June, he had remained in the Soul Hunting Forest, diligently training in the 8 gates of Duanjia, and was now proficient in opening the first 4 gates. Just a week ago, sensing it was time, he bid farewell to Tang San and Xiao Wu, arriving in Soto City a week early. However, upon his arrival, Fran's Grocery was closed, prompting him to first fulfill his check-in task at the Rose Hotel. Finally, today, the grocery store opened its doors. Lu Yu stepped inside, greeted by a disarray of goods that gave the impression of imminent closure. He waited for a considerable time, yet not a single soul appeared. Indeed, is the money-obsessed Flanders still asleep? Thus, I began to wander aimlessly within the store. Chapter 61, Dai Mu Bai. Lu Yu meandered through the grocery shop without a specific purpose. Suddenly, a crystal encased in a rugged stone caught Lu Yu's eye. If he was not mistaken, this object appeared to be a type of amber, which, in the original narrative, Tang San seemingly used to craft a dragon beard needle, causing Zhao Wuji some trouble. Luo Yu. The voice of Mo Holik abruptly resonated in Lu Yu's mind. What is it? Did you see that chunk of iron in the corner? Yes, I see it. Lu Yu glanced over and indeed spotted a rather dull black iron piece behind the amber. It's a valuable item. Take it down. The unremarkable iron block was covered in dust and tucked away in a corner, making it quite inconspicuous. Also, purchase that bracelet on the nearby shelf. Acquire 1 piece. Mo Holik's voice echoed once more. Old Mo, are you certain there's nothing amiss with these 2 items? They appear to be merely an ordinary bracelet and iron, nothing extraordinary. Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Trust me, you will not regret this purchase, Mo Holik asserted with unwavering confidence. Shopkeeper. Lu Yu called out several times, yet received no response. Flander truly was quite lazy. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed a silver-haired youth with a ponytail standing before the shelf, dressed in simple attire and draped in a tattered cloak. He hardly resembled a person of wealth. "Good sir, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" Flander approached to greet him, though it was an invitation. It felt rather perfunctory. His hoarse, lethargic voice was barely audible in the small shop, almost inaudible to Lu Yu. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu's lips curled upwards slightly, but he quickly suppressed it. Pointing to the amber on the table, he asked, "How much is this?" Flander glanced at the amber with an air of indolence. 100 gold soul coins, no negotiations. Hesitation flickered across Lu Yu's face. "What? Is your money insufficient?" As Lu Yu retrieved a bag of gold coins from his spatial ring, he presented it to Flander. "This bag contains exactly 100 gold coins." Spatial ring? At the sight of Lu Yu possessing such a rare soul tool, Flander was taken aback. Internally, he speculated that this seemingly ordinary youth, who appeared rather handsome, might actually belong to a prominent family. "No, that's still not enough." "Not enough? I have exactly 100 gold coins here. How can it not suffice? While I do not doubt that you possess 100 coins, for this crystal, 100 gold coins is insufficient. It costs 200. Although Lu Yu had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by Flander's audacity. 100 gold coins, Lu Yu countered. 300 gold coins. "Take it or leave it. Do not waste my time." Flander's hoarse voice rang out once more. 200 gold coins. I will take both the crystal and the 2 items. Flander scoffed at this. "Young man, is this how you conduct business? I bring you news, the news of a master." Upon hearing this, Flander instantly perked up, his previously chaotic eyes now glimmering with a hint of vitality. "How can I trust you?" he inquired. "The master's disciple will arrive in Soto City today, adorned with a soul guide device embellished with 24 gemstones," came the reply. "Of course, you may choose not to believe it," Lu Yu said nonchalantly. "The disciple of the master? Very well, I believe you. Take the items, 3 for 100 gold coins." Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly, feeling an odd sense of guilt, as it seemed that in the original story, Tang San had given them away without asking for payment. After leaving the general store, Lu Yu made his way directly to his next destination, the Rose Hotel. Calculating the time, he surmised that Tang San and Xiao Wu should be nearing their meeting with Dai Mubai at the hotel. Sure enough, just as Lu Yu arrived at the entrance, he spotted 2 figures, one clad in blue and the other in pink, stepping into the hotel. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, a refreshing aroma enveloped him, bringing a sense of delight to both body and mind. The hotel's decor was primarily composed of rose red, white, and silver hues, creating a warm and elegant ambience that easily garnered a favorable impression. Tang San approached the counter, saying, "Hello, we are here to find someone." The attendant behind the desk immediately stood up, glanced at Tang San, then at Xiao Wu, revealing an envious expression. However, upon hearing Tang San's words, his demeanor shifted slightly. "Good day, sir. I apologize, but our guest registration information is confidential, so I cannot disclose any guest details. However, if you are waiting for your friend, we do have a room available where you can rest while you wait." The attendant cast a subtly flirtatious look at Tang San. "Is there truly no way to check?" "That person is a very important friend of mine," Tang San pressed. "I'm sorry, sir, but we have regulations that prevent us from disclosing guest information." "I hope you understand," the attendant replied, a trace of regret on his face. "Brother San, we have been traveling for days, and I'm utterly exhausted. Why don't we stay here and wait for Brother Yu? We might just run into him," Xiao Wu suggested, finding some logic in her words. Tang San pondered this for a moment. "Then please arrange for us to have 2 rooms." "I'm very sorry, sir, but the rooms are fully booked, and only 1 room remains. However, rest assured, our rooms are quite spacious, and 2 people can comfortably stay in one," the attendant said, his tone laced with a hint of flirtation. "Very well, let us take 1 room then. I've been sharing a bed for 6 years anyway," Xiao Wu declared boldly. Just as the attendant was preparing the paperwork, a burst of laughter suddenly interrupted his actions. A man, flanked by 2 scantily clad women, approached the counter. The 2 women wore black cheongsams, their high slits nearly reaching their thighs, and as they moved, their bare legs were momentarily exposed. Their upper garments were scanty, revealing a hint of their bosoms. Xiao Wu glanced at them, then at herself, a spark of envy in her eyes. Remarkably, the 2 statuesque women bore identical features, revealing them to be twins. The man between them stood at 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his handsome visage tempered with a touch of ruggedness, and his golden hair cascading casually down his back. Upon closer inspection of his eyes, one notices they are dual-hued. He approached the counter and coldly remarked, "You must be new here, unaware of the rules that govern this place." The attendant, with great caution, inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Summon your manager." The man retorted dismissively. This gentleman, One must adhere to the principle of first come, first served, and it appears we arrived before you. Tang San replied with nonchalance. And what of it? Do you even know who I am? The man turned, mockery dancing in his gaze as he looked at Tang San. Brother, you've brought someone here. You are no saint yourself. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Almost instantaneously, the man's words ignited a fury within Xiao Wu. Chapter 62, Dai Mubai, Part 2. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Dai Mubai's words similarly enraged Xiao Wu, whose temper was far less forgiving. Especially when this insolent individual dared to insult Tang San in her presence. To her surprise, Dai Mubai merely cast a cold glance at Xiao Wu. I can sense the fluctuation of soul power from both of you. How about we settle this with a duel? You two against me. Should I lose, I shall concede this room to you. If I prevail, you will vacate. What say you? Do you dare to accept? At that moment, Xiao Wu clenched her fists. Unable to contain the fury boiling within her, she was determined to teach this scoundrel a lesson, or she would not bear the name Xiao Wu. All right. Before she could finish, a voice from outside interrupted her. All right, I accept your challenge. Everyone turned towards the entrance, where a cloaked figure approached. The newcomer, clad in black attire beneath the cloak, appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, standing approximately 1.70 meters tall. A striking mane of silver hair was casually tied back, cascading behind him. His silver eyes gleamed like a sharp sword, piercing and resolute. His fair skin resembled that of exquisite jade, prompting even the girls to feel envious. You go. Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight upon recognizing the newcomer. It was none other than Lu Yu, who had been waiting outside the hotel for quite some time, finally rushing in just as tensions rose. To his joy, the moment he entered, a familiar electronic voice resonated in his mind. Detected key storyline character, Dai Mubai. Unlocking related tasks. Task 1. First encounter with blade drawn. Defeat Dai Mubai upon first meeting. Completion reward, 2,000 points. Task 2. Defeat Dai Mubai unlocked after completion of Task 1. I accept your challenge. And who might you be? Dai Mubai scoffed. Fine, you two can come at me together. Seeing Dai Mubai's demeanor, even without the system assigning him a task, Lu Yu felt compelled to knock him down. His expression and tone were simply insufferable. No. I meant a one-on-one duel, Lu Yu stated calmly. A one-on-one? With me? Dai Mubai laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you wish to back out, you can still join forces. My previous words stand. Yu swiftly smashed this detestable adversary to pieces, ensuring he can never emerge to wreak havoc again. Xiao Wu exclaimed with fury, yet was abruptly restrained by Tang San. We must have faith in Yu. Are you not aware of his prowess? Dai Mubai cast a cold gaze at Lu Yu. The twins beside him exhibited no trace of concern, instead wearing expressions of admiration as they tactfully withdrew to the side. A glint of sharpness flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. Suddenly, his right fist was raised and propelled forward, aiming directly at Lu Yu's chest. This punch was straightforward, devoid of embellishments. Lu Yu felt the impact coursing through his arm. The force and speed of Dai Mubai's strike were impeccable, a feat unattainable without extensive combat experience. Now this is more like it. Lu Yu pushed off the ground with his calves, launching himself like an arrow released from a bow, raising his own right hand for a simple yet potent punch. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai's forward momentum abruptly halted, and he staggered back 3 or 4 steps before managing to regain his balance. The disdain and indifference in his eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly diminutive youth possessed such formidable strength, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Very well, you have withstood my punch, indicating you are worthy of being my rival, Dai Mubai declared with a cold voice. If you cannot endure my strike, you are far from being my equal. Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. This statement provoked Dai Mubai, prompting a sudden transformation in his demeanor. He ceased his straightforward advance, and instead leaped high into the air like a tiger pouncing on its prey, descending upon Lu Yu in the blink of an eye. This technique was Dai Mubai's signature move. His outstretched limbs appeared to be vulnerabilities, yet every second was filled with subtle movements. With his powerful physical capabilities, he could instantaneously react to any forthcoming actions from his adversary. To this day, few had managed to withstand this maneuver with ease. Faced with the diving opponent, Lu Yu remained entirely composed, solidifying his stance with slightly bent knees, raising his arms shoulder-width apart and pressing downwards. Observing Lu Yu's movements, Dai Mubai sneered dismissively. His technique could transform his limbs into lethal weapons at will, and he had methods to counter any resistance from his foe. However, just as he prepared to launch his assault, he found himself unexpectedly ensnared by an invisible force emanating from below. The strength was not overwhelmingly forceful, yet it was dense and remarkably resilient. In midair, Dai Mubai found no leverage. feeling as if Lu Yu's peculiar movements had skewed his trajectory. What kind of power is this? Even the battle-hardened Dai Mubai was taken aback by the sight before him, drawing upon his extensive combat experience. He twisted his waist and executed a full rotation in midair, landing steadily on the ground. Is this the crane control and dragon seizing technique? Tang San, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished by Lu Yu's maneuver. If it were himself, he would have employed the crane control and dragon seizing technique to counter the aerial assault. No, that's not right. UGE's technique merely bears a resemblance to the crane control and dragon seizing, yet the fundamental principle employed is the art of yielding force to overcome strength. What could this be? Tang San suddenly recalled the scene of Lu Yu practicing his techniques in the small woods of Holy Soul Village. At that time, Lu Yu seemed to be mastering a unique form of boxing, each punch appearing languid and insubstantial. Even the blows from Grandpa Zhou, who sunbathed at the village entrance every day, held more strength. However, beneath the seemingly feeble strikes lay an immense power. The moment Dai Mubai landed, Lu Yu sprang into action. He swiftly engaged his leg muscles, propelling himself forward with a sudden burst of strength, and in but a single step, he found himself before Dai Mubai, subsequently unleashing a powerful palm strike. Taiji Young Hand. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Dai Mubai, barely having touched the ground, was unprepared and bore the full force of Lu Yu's strike. He felt a tremendous impact against his chest, causing his body to fly backward, stumbling 4 or 5 steps before regaining his footing. In the next instant, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes, and his dual pupils seemed to ignite. With a low growl, he clenched his fists, and with explosive force, he charged at Lu Yu like a cannonball. He swung a fist forward, resulting in a series of explosive sounds in the air, illustrating the immense power contained within that strike. Simultaneously, as his fists collided, Dai Mubai's right foot shot up, aiming directly at Lu Yu's chin from such close proximity, indicating remarkable agility. Confident in his counterattack, he believed that the power of both his punch and the kick aimed at Lu Yu would render his opponent defenseless. Yet, the outcome was not as he anticipated. Instead of retreating in the face of Dai Mubai's ferocious assault, Lu Yu advanced, his hands moving with astonishing speed to intercept Dai Mubai's fists and feet. As he swept his hands downward, he redirected the incoming strikes, causing Dai Mubai's fists to veer off course, losing their target. At the same time, as Dai Mubai launched his kick, Lu Yu stepped forward, his body twisting to collide with Dai Mubai's chest, causing the latter's kick to miss entirely. In that moment, Dai Mubai found himself in an awkward position, precariously balanced on one leg, his body losing equilibrium and leaving no room for evasion, his offensive momentum entirely thwarted. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's shoulder crashed into Dai Mubai's chest, sending him flying amidst the gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Yet Dai Mubai, demonstrating remarkable coordination, managed to execute a backflip in midair. In this clash, Lu Yu did not gain a significant advantage. Upon impact, he felt as though he had collided with a wall forged of steel. Brother Yu is impressive. I thought that golden-haired dog had some real strength. But it seems he is nothing extraordinary, he mused. As Dai Mubai was sent reeling from the force of Lu Yu's strike, Xiao Wu immediately applauded in delight. However, Tang San observed a troubling nuance. On the surface, Dai Mubai appeared to be at a disadvantage, yet with a mere flip, he effortlessly dissipated the force. In contrast, Lu Yu's right hand trembled slightly as he clenched it, indicating that the situation was not as favorable as it seemed. Lu Yu gently shifted his numb shoulder. At the moment he collided with Dai Mubai, he felt as though the latter's chest had suddenly transformed into steel. And although outwardly it appeared that he had gained the upper hand by knocking him back, the slight tingling in his shoulder indicated that he was not entirely unscathed. Has he finally summoned his soul power? Lu Yu pondered quietly. Dai Mubai's expression was far from pleasant. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful boy possessed such formidable strength, compelling him to unleash his soul power. In the next moment, Lu Yu raised his right hand, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Is this all the strength you possess? Dai Mubai could hardly contain himself at the blatant provocation. Very well. To force me to use my soul power is no small feat. I may have lost this round. But how could I allow such a worthy opponent to slip away easily? Regardless of how this match unfolds, the room is yours, my friend. The sinister glimmer in Dai Mubai's eyes vanished, replaced by a unique radiance, his gaze reminiscent of a mischievous youth encountering women in a secluded village. Lu Yu's eyes reflected a hint of excitement. At long last, he was eager to put into practice the techniques he had recently mastered, fortuitously finding a living target. White Tiger. Possession. Dai Mubai's body was suddenly enveloped in a pale luminescence as his arms stretched outward, his chest puffed up, and the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout his body. His muscles surged, straining against his clothing. His once golden locks transformed into a striking black and white, a faint royal character appearing on his forehead. His hands had enlarged significantly, now covered in white fur, with sharp claws replacing his nails, glinting ominously as he moved. Dai Mubai leaned slightly forward, his irises shifting to a deep azure, as if the being standing before Lu Yu was no longer human, but rather a ferocious beast. 3 soul rings rose beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. 1,000-year soul ring. Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison. The yellow rings signified a century, while the purple denoted a millennium. The golden-haired youth before them appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years their senior, yet he wielded the power of a soul ancestor, along with a 1,000-year soul ring. However, there was no trace of astonishment in their eyes. Had they been the ones facing him, perhaps there would have been concern. Yet now, standing before the golden-haired boy was Lu Yu, who had acquired his 4th soul ring several years prior. Moreover, Lu Yu's 1st and 2nd soul rings were both of the millennium caliber, rendering Dai Mubai's seemingly prodigious talent rather insignificant in comparison. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger. Level 37 Soul Ancestor, at your service. Dai Mubai proclaimed his title with an air of authority, officially initiating the challenge, a battle between soul masters. Lu Yu regarded the 3 soul rings at Dai Mubai's feet, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. Was this truly the extent of Dai Mubai's strength as a soul ancestor? It seemed the task assigned by the system was merely a boon. He had intended to test a new skill, but it appeared he would need to temper his approach. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, and an exquisite staff materialized before him, the tip adorned with a blooming lotus, while 7 radiant gems sparkled along its shaft. 4 soul rings gently ascended beneath him, 2 purple, 1 azure, and 1 brown. Lu Yu, a soul master of the auxiliary system at level 41, wielding the spirit of the star lotus staff, sought guidance. Dai Mubai gazed in astonishment at the 4 radiant soul rings beneath the youth's feet, feeling a mixture of surprise, confusion, and a touch of bewilderment. 2 purple soul rings indicated that the 1st and 2nd rings were of a millennium level, while the green and brown rings were perplexing anomalies. Was this the norm for a soul master? Despite appearing 3 or 4 years younger than himself, this boy was already a soul ancestor, which further astonished Dai Mubai, especially considering he was merely an auxiliary-type soul master. In the next moment, to the amazement of the onlookers, Lu Yu's soul rings and staff vanished in an instant. To be fair, I shall refrain from using my martial soul abilities, Lu Yu declared, raising his right hand with a beckoning gesture. Consider your position carefully. Although your soul power surpasses mine, you are merely an auxiliary-type soul master, while I am a fierce attack-type soul master, known for my formidable offensive capabilities. Should your 2 companions join the fray, I would stand no chance, but with only you here, I might not necessarily be defeated. Are you truly willing to persist in this contest? Regardless of the outcome, the room belongs to you, so there is no need for such stubbornness. Dai Mubai cast a glance at the spectators, noting that Tang San and Xiao Wu remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to assist. He turned his gaze back to Lu Yu, only to be taken aback when the latter shook his head, displaying an air of indifference. Very well. This is your own choosing, Dai Mubai retorted with a fierce shout. Despite Lu Yu's level 41 soul power, Dai Mubai was no stranger to battles against opponents of higher ranks. Winning against an auxiliary-type soul master wouldn't be a significant achievement. But Lu Yu's nonchalant demeanor incensed him, especially since Lu Yu had declared he would not employ soul skills. It felt like a blatant affront to Dai Mubai's prowess. A slight he could not swallow. Chapter 64, Body Techniques. 8 Doors of Duanjia. Dai Mubai growled, his legs coiling with power as his arms spread wide, launching himself at Lu Yu like a true tiger pouncing upon its prey. His 10 claws, glimmering ominously, seemed to cut through the air, tearing through space, closing in on Lu Yu in an instant. Beside them, Tang San's eyes shimmered with a violet hue as the purple extreme demon eye activated, allowing him to perceive the swift movements of both combatants. Although he trusted that Lu Yu would be unharmed, the ferocity of Dai Mubai's assault compelled him to wipe the sweat from his brow. Truth be told, the strongest individuals Tang San had encountered up to this point were these 2, aside from Matthew Nuo, the Lord of Nodding City. He had only glimpsed the power of the 42-level weapon soul master in a fortunate encounter. Yet, Matthew Nuo was already in his 40s or 50s, while these 2 were barely in their teens. Excluding the exceptionally formidable Lu Yu, Dai Mubai was merely 16 years old. If Tang San were to engage, he certainly would not maintain the same calm demeanor as Lu Yu. In fact, he might not endure for long. Dai Mubai's claws lunged simultaneously towards Lu Yu, who nimbly retreated without hesitation, narrowly evading the onslaught. At that critical moment, Lu Yu harnessed his soul power, channeling it in an extraordinary manner, enveloping himself in a white stream of energy. 8 Doors of Duanjia. First door, open. With a low growl, Lu Yu instantaneously unlocked his body's full potential, feeling as if every pore and cell within him surged with exhilarating energy. Under Dai Mubai's astonished gaze, Lu Yu seized his wrist with an astonishing swiftness. However, this time, the sensation he experienced was not one of resilient stickiness. Rather, it felt as though his hands were ensnared by merciless steel pincers, leaving him utterly devoid of any means of resistance, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind. In the midst of the onlookers' astonished stares, Lu Yu grasped Dai Mubai's arms and, with a sudden, forceful motion, lifted the taller figure effortlessly above his head. Dai Mubai's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a thunderous impact that sent dust swirling and formed a large crater in the earth. As he lay at the bottom of the pit, a look of bewilderment and disbelief clouded his features. He could scarcely fathom that Lu Yu had hurled him as if he were a mere sack of potatoes. The surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded Lu Yu, perceiving him as a monstrous entity. They could hardly reconcile the astonishing reality before them, that the seemingly frail Lu Yu possessed such terrifying strength. Upon hitting the ground, Dai Mubai quickly sprang to the side, his wrists slightly reddened, a tingling sensation coursing through him, prompting him to question whether this was truly the strength one would expect from a support-type soul master. The shift in Lu Yu's demeanor was akin to that of an entirely different individual. It is worth noting that as a powerful assault-type soul master, Dai Mubai was renowned for his strength and speed. Yet, in this encounter with Lu Yu, he felt an unmistakable pressure. The fragile exterior of his opponent concealed an astonishing power capable of not only withstanding his assaults, but also retaliating with vigor. This transformation piqued Dai Mubai's interest in Lu Yu, leading him to realize that this striking young man likely harbored unknown abilities. Could it be that Lu Yu's recent transformation stemmed from his soul power? However, upon closer inspection, he found no evidence of such. Lu Yu's martial soul and soul rings had vanished, showing no signs of soul power's presence. Astonishingly, a powerful surge of soul energy swirled around him, seemingly inexhaustible, exuding an overwhelming pressure that rendered one breathless. Dai Mubai swiftly recalibrated his stance. He had never been a patient individual, and his competitive spirit burned fiercely. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted, his eyes transforming into a brilliant white, as the radiance of his first soul ring enveloped him in a luminous halo, preventing any approach. Following this, his second soul ring blazed forth, and with a mighty roar, he expelled a sphere of white light from his mouth. This was Dai Mubai's first soul skill, the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier, and his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. This was indeed intriguing. Yet, with such a meager display of power, it was still impossible to inflict harm upon Lu Yu. In an instant, Lu Yu vanished, only to reappear some distance away with a resounding crash, the ground where he had stood moments before obliterated by the white energy sphere. To the spectators, it seemed as though Lu Yu had merely taken a single step to the side, then inexplicably vanished, re-emerging several meters away. Under the enhancement of the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San beheld an entirely different spectacle, as Lu Yu stepped aside and swiftly propelled himself forward with his other foot. Alternating between the two, his speed was such that even the purple extreme demon eye could only capture a fleeting shadow. This was, in fact, the result of Lu Yu's arduous journey through the Soul Hunter Forest, where, through relentless exploration and practice, he ultimately discerned an extraordinary set of footwork, ghost steps, thanks to his unique comprehension and creativity in martial arts. This technique, elusive as a specter, rendered it nearly impossible for foes to grasp his movements. Not only did it allow Lu Yu to swiftly traverse the battlefield and evade attacks, but it also enabled him to launch surprise counterattacks. Arguably, ghost steps were the culmination of countless life and death trials Lu Yu endured, serving as a crucial pillar in his enhancement of strength, especially when he activated the 8 gates of Duanjia. Even opponents of equal rank, or those slightly more advanced, found it exceedingly challenging to catch a glimpse of Lu Yu's figure. Having missed his strike, Dai Mubai's muscles tensed, and he propelled himself forward like a cannonball discharged from its barrel. His claws sliced through the air, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds as they aimed at Lu Yu from intricately calculated angles. With a soft thud, Dai Mubai's tiger claw landed fiercely upon Lu Yu, its sharpness piercing through his form. Yet, no blood flowed forth. This startled Dai Mubai. Could it be that he had erred? Such a mistake was inconceivable given his prowess and experience. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Lu Yu's body beginning to dissipate, akin to a mere illusion. It turned out that he had struck only a residual image left by Lu Yu. Dai Mubai widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed upon the unfolding scene. He had never imagined that Lu Yu could move with such alacrity, leaving an afterimage in an instant to evade his attack. He privately rejoiced. Had he not reacted swiftly and sensed the anomaly, he might have fallen victim to a surprise assault from Lu Yu. With this thought, Dai Mubai's expression became increasingly vigilant as he fixated on Lu Yu's figure, bracing himself for the ensuing strike. "Brother Yu!" Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the moment Dai Mubai's claws pierced Lu Yu. Yet, in her astonished gaze, Lu Yu's figure began to vanish into the air. She turned to Tang Sen beside her, only to find his eyes inexplicably transformed into a faint shade of purple. Brother Yu's movements are so peculiar. Akin to an elusive specter, his enigmatic footwork bears some resemblance to the ghost shadow stealth technique, yet is distinctly different. The Tang sect's ghost shadow stealth was an exclusive skill, aptly named for its lightness and fluidity, making it inscrutable to adversaries. Typically, disciples of the Tang sect would employ it in conjunction with hidden weapons, allowing for more cunning angles of attack that could deliver fatal blows. However, the ghost shadow stealth required profound internal cultivation from the Tang sect to fully unleash its potential. While Tang Sen observed that Lu Yu's every movement seemed to rely on formidable physical prowess. Moreover, the trajectory of his steps was marked by an uncanny unpredictability, with angles shifting in ways that were nothing short of extraordinary. Even with the enhancement of the purple extreme magic eyes, Tang Sen could barely catch a glimpse of Lu Yu's figure. At this moment, Dai Mubai's patience had long been exhausted. Despite the immense force behind each of his attacks, he always fell just short of grasping the hem of Lu Yu's garment, as if the latter had been toying with him all along. A fierce glint flickered in his sinister gaze. "Very well, then. Let me show you the power of my third soul ring." The third soul ring beneath his feet suddenly glimmered, and the soul power surrounding Dai Mubai surged violently, distorting the very air itself. His ghostly eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and in an astonishing turn of events, his body underwent a second metamorphosis. Tang San, feeling the tumultuous soul power around him, gasped in shock. Is this the effect of a 1,000-year soul skill? Under Lu Yu's mockery, Dai Mubai finally unleashed his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. In that instant, his appearance altered dramatically in the eyes of the onlookers. His muscles swelled in an exaggerated manner, and his once tightly fitted clothing burst apart, revealing a terrifying muscular silhouette. The surface of his exaggerated muscles was adorned with black stripes, making him resemble a true tiger, albeit with slightly less fur. Dai Mubai was enveloped in a radiant interplay of golden and pale light. His once sharp claws morphed into silver blades, and a bloodthirsty ferocity gleamed in his, as if he were the king of all beasts. Sensing the overwhelming soul power, Xiao Wu instinctively summoned her martial spirit, her adorable rabbit ears standing erect. In an instant, a blue sprout emerged in Tang San's palm. Each delicate blade of grass was intricately patterned with snake-like markings, transforming from flat to cylindrical, and beneath the grass blades, a multitude of barbed spines proliferated. A surge of white light erupted from Tang San, causing several thick blue-silver grasses to sprout from the ground, coiling around both of them like living serpents. This was the transformation resulting from Tang San's absorption of the mandala snake soul ring, as advised by his master. At this moment, Lu Yu finally revealed his form. "What? Are you not planning to continue hiding?" Dai Mubai smirked contemptuously. "Though your soul power far exceeds mine, I am now wielding my third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. To acquire this skill, I paid a heavy price by slaying a 1,000-year-old diamond tiger. In this state, both my strength and defense are significantly enhanced, and I can maintain this form for half an hour. It was with this very move that I achieved my first ever challenge against a superior opponent." Standing in the midst of the ruined hall, Dai Mubai's eyes shimmered with a terrifying ferocity. "I hope you take this competition seriously." Suddenly, he emitted a deep, thunderous roar, a sound reminiscent of the king of beasts within the jungle, brimming with authority and power, leaving listeners in awe. His robust body propelled forward like a cannonball, aiming directly at Lu Yu. In an instant, Dai Mubai unleashed 10 razor-sharp claws, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. 8 gates of Duanjia, second gate, rest gate. Open. On the surface, Lu Yu appeared to make no significant movements, yet the air around him shifted abruptly. He swiftly clenched his right fist, and then launched it forward with remarkable speed. Though this punch seemed unremarkable, it produced a resounding crack in the air. At that moment, Dai Mubai's white tiger claw was nearly upon his chest, yet Lu Yu chose to confront Dai Mubai's lethal talons head-on. With a thunderous impact, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As they collided, a figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Dai Mubai. He now appeared quite disheveled, his upper garments having been shredded by his own might, leaving only tattered remnants clinging to him. His lower attire was equally tattered, and his once bulging muscles rapidly reverted to their original state. A gentle breeze rustled the ragged cloth, making it seem as though it might fall away at any moment. In stark contrast, Yu maintained a composed demeanor, his black attire merely dusted with grime. His silver hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, swaying gracefully with the wind, while he stood with one hand in his pocket, gazing at Dai Mubai with an air of indifference. "We are here to report to Shrek Academy. We shall meet again." "Wait. How do you know I am from Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai struggled to rise from the ground. The earlier clash had appeared intense, yet he understood that his opponent had held back. Otherwise, he would not be standing here conversing. However, bringing two young ladies to a hotel at such a tender age. "I can only surmise that young Master Dai is living rather indulgently. Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Yu refrained from providing a direct answer, playfully teasing him before handing a package wrapped in black cloth to Tang San, and then turning away to depart, leaving Dai Mubai in a state of bewilderment, along with the disheveled hotel front desk staff and the tardy hotel manager. At that moment, the manager felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had just received news of someone attempting to seize a room from young Master Dai at the Rose Hotel, which startled him greatly. After all, Dai Mubai was their hotel's golden goose, a substantial benefactor. Offending him would jeopardize their business prospects. Thus, upon receiving the news, he rushed to the lobby, only to witness the two figures engaged in a fierce skirmish, leaving him with no opportunity to intervene. Consequently, the hotel bore witness to the chaos that ensued. Chapter 66. Shrek Academy. What troubled him even more was the realization that one of the combatants was their esteemed benefactor, Dai Mubai, who now lay in such a state. The implication of the hotel facing repercussions was unavoidable. "Manager Wong," a voice called, jolting him back to reality. "Oh, young Master Dai, are you all right?" Manager Wong, a seasoned veteran at the hotel, quickly regained his composure. "Please, speak your mind, young Master Dai." Despite his disheveled appearance, Dai Mubai waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating a substantial sum of money with an air of reckless elegance, particularly in Manager Wong's eyes. Dai Mubai raised his hand, and the twin sisters, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately understood his intent and stepped forward to support him on either side, showing no reluctance to engage in intimate contact with his arms, despite their snowy white chests. "You two must also be reporting to Shrek Academy, right? We shall meet again soon," he remarked before departing. As she watched him leave, Xiaowu let out a cold snort, finding him utterly perplexing. "After being beaten to a pulp by Yugo, he still dares to threaten us. Cowardly bully. He seems to be only 3 or 4 years older than us, and has the audacity to bring a girl dressed like that to a hotel. He is definitely not a good person. Sangu, we should absolutely avoid any dealings with him at Shrek Academy." Tang Sin smiled faintly, gazing in the direction of Dai Mubai's departure. "I find him rather intriguing. Besides, we are the ones staying at the hotel, and it was us who fought him earlier. You also witnessed his strength. Had it been me instead of Yugo, I would certainly not have been his match. His combat skills and awareness are impeccable among his peers, indicating that he harbors other secrets." "Interesting," Xiaowu retorted, "at such a young age. Bringing a girl to a hotel, he surely has ulterior motives. Even if he possesses great talent, his character is questionable." The black package that Yu had entrusted to Tang San before leaving had already been received by him during the moonlit night at the 24 Bridges. He had opened a corner of the package and was astonished by its contents, never expecting to find such items in this world, let alone that Yugo had obtained them. Observing the chaotic scene in the hall, Tang Sin chuckled wryly. "Yugo really is something. He leaves without caring for the aftermath after a fight. Manager, how much will it cost to restore this place?" Manager Wong quickly shook his head in response. No. Young Master Dai just mentioned that all expenses here would be charged to his account. He is our esteemed guest, and it will be noted on the bill." He continued, "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience you both experienced. This was a mistake on our part, which not only wasted your time, but almost placed you in danger. On behalf of the hotel, I waive your rent for these 4 days, and if you dine with us during your 3-day stay, your meals will be complimentary. You need not pay anything." He then handed a golden key to Tang San and instructed a nearby waiter to escort the distinguished guests to their rooms. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The previous fight had involved Yu and Dai Mubai, and his side had also incurred losses. With Yu gone, he felt he should assist with the aftermath. However, Dai Mubai clearly belonged to the wealthy class, and the waiver of the room fee indicated Manager Wang's apprehension towards Yugo. After all the commotion, Tang San and Xiaowu felt rather fatigued and followed the waiter upstairs to rest. Watching them leave, Manager Wang exhaled with relief, finally feeling that they had departed. He is intimidated by these ancestors. The current youth exhibit excessive temper. A minor disagreement can escalate into a brawl. The elderly gentleman left a profound shadow on him, prompting him to assault the hotel VIP upon his arrival. Notably, Dai Xiao displayed no visible anger and even willingly absorbed all losses, which is quite peculiar. This young couple clearly associates with the silver-haired individual and must be treated with utmost care and hospitality. Upon entering the room, Tang San and Xiao Wu were instantly captivated by the opulent decor. The air was infused with the fragrance of roses, uplifting their spirits. "Welcome. This shall be your room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me," said the attendant as he respectfully departed after guiding them to their quarters. Once inside, Xiao Wu eagerly leaped onto the large bed, rolling about in delight. Tang San couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. After all, she was still a young girl. He closed the door and moved to the living area, eagerly unwrapping the black package, revealing a golden crystal encased in stubborn stone before him. However, he did not hasten to handle the crystal. Instead, he settled into a cross-legged position to cultivate his Xiantian gong. Days later, an important day arrived. Early in the morning, Tang San and Xiao Wu packed their belongings and left the hotel, making their way to a nearby village. This village appeared to comprise only a few hundred households. Smaller than Shrek Village. The perimeter was surrounded by a wooden fence, seemingly to ward off wild beasts, although it served more as decoration, as it offered little resistance against soul beasts. Today, the village was particularly lively, with a considerable crowd gathered at the entrance. "Third brother, look. Are we here? There are so many people ahead," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her mouth occupied with a lollipop, causing saliva to trickle down her chin, which she discreetly slurped back. Tang San, hearing the slurping sound above him, chuckled helplessly. "Xiao Wu, next time, remove whatever is in your mouth before speaking. I can feel your saliva almost dripping on me." "Oh, it's nothing," Xiao Wu dismissed with a wave of her hand, playfully pinching Tang San's leg. "Third brother, let us hurry over and see. Perhaps Shrek Academy is just ahead." Tang San sighed in resignation. She had initially expressed disdain for Shrek Academy, yet on the day of enrollment, she was more eager than he, dragging him from bed early in the morning, insisting they leave promptly. However, halfway there, she began to complain about her feet hurting and how exhausted she was. Reluctantly, Tang San carried her the rest of the way to Shrek Academy. "Do you think Hugo has gone somewhere? I haven't seen him yet. Should we wait for him?" Xiao Wu mumbled, still chewing on her lollipop. "With so many people queuing ahead, it will take some time for us to reach the front. Let us line up. Perhaps Hugo will arrive shortly," Tang San suggested, observing the lengthy queue ahead. Chapter 67, Shrek Academy, Part 2. Tang San gazed at the long line forming in front of him, shaking his head, uncertain of when they would reach the front. He wondered where Hugo might be and if he would miss today's enrollment. Time passes swiftly, yet for those standing in line, it is a true torment. Particularly beneath the scorching sun. Xiao Wu, with a lollipop dangling from her lips, had finished the candy and now leaned despondently against Tang San, burying her face into his robust back. At last, their turn approached. Before them stood a wooden table, at which sat an elderly man. Oddly, Tang San sensed no fluctuations of soul power emanating from this man. Was he an ordinary person? Confusion clouded Tang San's mind. After all, Shrek Academy was a prestigious institution for soul masters, so why would they enlist someone devoid of any soul power? As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the stark simplicity of the setting, with a dilapidated wooden archway adorned by a weathered plaque inscribed with the 5 characters of Shrek Academy, accompanied by the visage of a peculiar green creature. The impoverished environment seemed to boldly proclaim the Academy's financial struggles. Tang San's attention was drawn to a familiar figure seated beside the elder, a golden-haired individual clad in a white outfit. Despite the bandages adorning his face, Tang San instantly recognized him. It was Dai Mubai, who had been recently bested by Lu Yu. At that moment, Dai Mubai reclined on a lounge chair, his feet resting atop the table. Although he appeared to be in a state of feigned slumber, Tang San could sense his soul power vigilantly monitoring the queue. Next, the elder called out in a resonant voice. "Senior, I implore you for another chance. My child's martial soul is as green as the creature on your plaque. He undoubtedly meets the criteria of Shrek Academy." A middle-aged man, supporting a snot-nosed boy with a watermelon-shaped head, pleaded desperately. The elder shook his head. Without uttering a word, Dai Mubai suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly approached the father and son. "Sir, Shrek is the legendary academy of monsters, although similarly green. It is vastly different from a mere frog. Please step aside and do not delay those behind you." Yet, the father attempted to protest, only to be interrupted. "Father, there are numerous soul master academies along the main road. Why must we travel all this way to this dilapidated institution that lacks even a proper entrance? Must one become a soul master to have a future?" "Silence," the father bellowed suddenly. "What do you know? Being a soul master is the most esteemed profession on the continent. If another academy were to accept you, would I have brought you here from so far away? Unworthy child." With that, he stormed off, dragging the boy by the hand. "The registration fee is 10 gold coins, to be placed in the box beside you." The elder's voice resonated. If you do not wish to register, do not hinder those behind you. At this moment, Dai Mubai noticed Tang San and Xiao Wu, offering a smile and nodding in greeting. Tang San reciprocated the gesture respectfully. The next young boy stepped forward, placing the gold coins into the box and revealing his martial soul, a longbow adorned with intricate golden patterns. A faint golden soul power emanated from him as a yellow soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet. Unqualified, you may leave, the elder remarked, casting only a cursory glance with a tone of utter indifference. What did you say? Look, my child possesses a century-old soul ring, and his martial soul is of the highest caliber. How can this be deemed insufficient? The boy's father questioned, bewildered. Indeed, the first soul ring is a century old, yet he remains an ordinary individual. The quality of his martial soul is commendable, but the title of a supreme martial soul is not one he can bear. Ordinary? What do you mean? The boy's father retorted, perplexed. His child's first soul ring, acquired from a 100-year-old azure feather eagle, far surpassed his peers. How could this old man label him as ordinary? Our Shrek Academy only accepts prodigies. Anyone under the age of 12 with a soul power below level 21 must leave immediately. Do not waste any more time here. The boy's father wished to protest further, but was silenced by an overwhelming surge of soul power that compelled him to close his mouth. The elder, displaying impatience, rose from behind the desk. The powerful aura emanating from him was unmistakable. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu, standing behind, could not help but tremble. The elder suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and a long staff, adorned with intricate patterns, materialized in his grip as 6 soul rings slowly ascended beneath his feet. White, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Tang San was taken aback. This elder was indeed a soul emperor. In that instant, not just the boy's father, but everyone else in line was astonished. They believed that visiting Shrek Academy today was worthwhile, as it was not every day one encountered a 6-ring soul emperor overseeing the registration. The strength of the other instructors must be extraordinary, and if their children were admitted, they would undoubtedly become formidable soul masters. However, recalling the elder's earlier words, everyone lowered their heads. They were acutely aware of their children's limitations. Those under 12 with soul power less than level 21 were simply out of luck. Bang! The elder's staff struck the ground with force, causing everyone nearby to stagger. Following the display of his strength, the line dwindled rapidly. Those remaining, after much internal conflict, ultimately chose to withdraw. In the end, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and a girl with long black hair, alongside another girl in a blue elegant dress, remained. Further back, Tang San was startled to spot a familiar figure. You go, he exclaimed, recognizing Lu Yu, who had been missing for several days. However, he appeared somewhat disheveled, drenched, with a few strands of hair plastered to his forehead and dirt smudged across his face. Though Lu Yu had managed to dry himself somewhat, he had hastened his pace to make the registration deadline, resulting in incomplete drying. Tang San intended to speak with Lu Yu, but was interrupted by the elder's voice. Hurry up and register. The fee is 10 gold coins. Reluctantly, Tang San turned back and placed their registration fees into the box. The elder first examined Xiao Wu's wrist, stating, your age meets the requirement. When he moved his hand to Tang San's, he could not help but exclaim, The elder, seemingly incredulous, pressed Tang San's hand and inquired, have you practiced any special soul techniques before? Tang San discerned that the elder's intention behind grasping the wrist was to ascertain the age of the applicants through a method known as bone reading. However, due to his long years of forging and wielding a hammer, alongside his practice of the mystic jade hand, this technique would likely hold little significance for him. Upon the elder's soft exclamation, he instructed Tang San to reveal his calves. The moment the elder's hands made contact, a look of confusion reappeared on his face. Tang San's calf muscles were remarkably developed, surpassing even those of Dai Mubai at this age. Good, the bone age is suitable, the elder nodded approvingly. Reveal your martial souls. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned their soul power. A blue and a pink aura erupted forth, and 4-century-old soul rings illuminated, slowly revolving around them. Long, adorable rabbit ears materialized, their fluffy white fur enveloping Xiao Wu as her martial soul. The soft bone enchanting rabbit manifested. In contrast, Tang San's hand sprouted a humble blue-silver grass. As he poured in his soul power, the grass rapidly burgeoned, its cylindrical leaves adorned with intricate patterns. Is this the blue-silver grass martial soul? The elder marveled, having never encountered such a unique variant capable of such swift growth. You are qualified, proceed inside. The elder spoke gently, signaling for the next applicant. A girl with long black hair stepped forward, depositing 10 gold coins into the box. The bone age is acceptable. Release your martial soul, the elder instructed after the bone age assessment. The girl nodded slightly, indicating her readiness. taking a deep breath to center herself. She activated the soul power within her. In an instant, a formidable force erupted from her, forming a silvery soul power shield that enveloped her, as if she donned impenetrable armor. Simultaneously, a colossal silver figure emerged behind her, resembling a towering mountain. Composed of shimmering silver light, it exuded an awe-inspiring pressure. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the striking resemblance between the figure and the girl. Its visage and stature mirrored hers, yet it bore an air of solemnity. This figure was her martial soul, one of her most formidable weapons. The left hand of the martial soul grasped a massive shield, intricately inscribed with numerous runes that glimmered with brilliant silver light. At the center of the shield lay a translucent gem, emitting a faint glow. The right hand tightly held a razor-sharp spear, its shaft glinting coldly, sending shivers down one's spine. The entire form of the martial soul was encased in a thick layer of silver battle armor, adorned with exquisite engravings that conveyed a sense of nobility and authority. The surface of the armor shimmered with an enigmatic light, enhancing the martial soul's imposing presence. The elder, astonished by the girl's martial soul, found himself at a loss for words, as if he were struck by a foreboding realization. "May I pass?" The girl's voice brought the elder back to reality. His previously languid gaze suddenly sharpened. "You have passed." Next appeared the young girl in a splendid blue dress, her neat bob haircut framing her delicate features. She was slightly shorter than the previous girl, and at that moment, Lu Yu, standing behind her, noticed a peculiar expression on the elder responsible for the registration. An air of astonishment and confusion clouded his demeanor. Observing the elder's hesitation to extend his hand, the girl retracted her own and inquired, "May I proceed with the registration?" Her voice, though lacking the boldness of the previous girl, was enchanting and melodious, soothing to the ears. "Does your family know you have come here?" the elder asked, seemingly reluctant. "Given that I meet your esteemed institution's admission criteria, there should be no reason for my application to be denied," she replied confidently. The elder ultimately nodded, signaling for her to enter. From his vantage point, Lu Yu listened intently to their exchange and, with certainty, recognized the identity of the girl before him. Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There seemed to be some gossip involving Tang San, though Lu Yu could not recall the specifics. Next, the elder's voice rang out, pulling Lu Yu back to the present. He stepped forward, placing 10 gold coins into the box. Upon seeing this familiar face, Dai Mubai's lips twitched involuntarily beneath his bandages. But the others remained oblivious to his expression. Seeing Lu Yu smile amiably and nod in his direction, Dai Mubai could only respond with an awkward nod in return. The elder began to examine Lu Yu's wrist as he had done previously, but he was taken aback to find that this child's hand was even more delicate and tender than that of the boy with the blue-silver grass. "Please reveal your calves," the elder instructed. Following his directive, Lu Yu rolled up his pant legs, exposing smooth, fair calves that resembled ivory in their purity. The muscle lines were fluid and natural, radiating a healthy sheen. These calves not only delighted the eye, but also hinted at boundless strength and agility. They were like flawless works of art, each detail meticulously crafted, showcasing Lu Yu's unique charm and grace. As the elder felt the exquisite texture beneath his fingertips, a wave of surprise washed over him. He had anticipated Lu Yu's legs to be robust and powerful, yet the reality contradicted his expectations. Though seemingly slender, they concealed remarkable strength and resilience. The contours of Lu Yu's legs were smooth and natural, with skin that was taut and elastic. Upon gentle pressure from the elder, the underlying powerful muscle groups became apparent. These muscles were densely arranged, resilient, and remarkably elastic, akin to steel in their hardness. The elder marveled inwardly. Such muscle density was exceedingly rare. Typically, such high muscle density only appeared in specialized battle soul masters who underwent rigorous training over extended periods. Moreover, these soul masters were a rarity across the continent. Considering the youth of Lu Yu, it would not have been easy for someone to attain such a state, even with lifelong training. It was evident that Lu Yu was not one of those soul masters, leaving the elder perplexed about his true identity. Who was this enigmatic young man? What accounted for his extraordinary physical prowess? The elder's mind was filled with questions, and his interest in Lu Yu deepened. Perhaps this young individual harbored secrets waiting to be unveiled. "Very well, now reveal your martial soul," the elder instructed. Beside him, Dai Mubai was taken aback upon hearing the elder's words. It is worth noting that this elder typically presented a demeanor of indifference, rarely acknowledging anyone. Yet today, he astonishingly complimented someone, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu began to channel his soul power, and in an instant, the celestial starlight enveloped him, manifesting a staff inscribed with arcane runes in his hand. The staff was adorned with 7 resplendent gemstones, atop which a green lotus rotated gently, exuding an aura of life. In the next moment, the onlookers were struck with a sense of dread, their mouths agape in astonishment. Chapter 69, Shrek Academy, Part 4, Enrollment Office. The crowd was left in shock by the spectacle before them. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, even Dai Mubai stood wide-eyed. In the center of the arena, 4 soul rings shimmered beneath Lu Yu's feet, gradually ascending. Purple, blue, and brown. 1,000-year soul ring. The crowd gasped. The elder was astonished. Having lived for many years and traversed most of the continent in his youth, he had never encountered such peculiar soul rings. What left him even more astounded was that both Lu Yu's first and second soul rings were purple, indicating that both were 1,000-year soul rings. And he was a mere 4-ring soul master. It was known that even talents like Dai Mubai only possessed the strength of a 3-ring soul sovereign at this stage. Yet the child before him appeared to be no older than 12, perhaps just 3 or 4 years younger than Dai Mubai. Based on the bone age he had just assessed. Senior, I have heard that your esteemed academy only enrolls prodigies. May I inquire if my circumstances qualify me as one? Lu Yu inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, you certainly qualify. You are the very epitome of a prodigy, the elder replied, unusually smiling. To be frank, the elder began to suspect whether this boy might be a gifted scion from a reclusive noble family, sent out to hone his skills. However, even for esteemed clans, nurturing a talent with a first soul ring of a purple 1,000-year soul ring was no small feat. It was not something easily achieved. The age of soul rings that a soul master could absorb was directly correlated with their physical prowess. A newly minted 10th level soul master could only absorb a soul ring of up to a century. Reflecting on the muscular density he had just assessed, the elder shook his head, pondering the formidable nature of this child's physique. Lu Yu approached Tang San, aligning himself with them as they awaited the completion of the admissions process for the remaining candidates. Just behind him stood a girl clad in black, her dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders. With porcelain skin and dressed in an all-black ensemble, she appeared to be of a similar age to Xiao Wu, comparable to the elegantly attired Ning Rongrong, yet she emanated an air of frigid aloofness. In stark contrast to her striking figure was the chilling aura that enveloped her, as if it flowed from her very marrow, cold and piercing. This indifference was not a cultivated demeanor, but rather an innate trait, deeply embedded within her, evoking a visceral sense of chill. Her gaze resembled a still pond, devoid of ripples, offering no hint of warmth or emotional fluctuation. Those profound black eyes seemed to conceal boundless secrets, yet remained inscrutable to any who sought to unveil their mysteries. At this moment, Lu Yu had formed a vague conjecture regarding the identity of the girl. Could she possibly be Zhu Zhuqing? Suddenly, Lu Yu sensed an intense gaze fixed upon him. Instinctively, he followed his intuition to investigate, only to discover that the source of the gaze was the black-haired girl ahead of him. Strangely, he perceived a profound battle intent in her eyes. If his memory served him correctly, this girl was indeed the Valkyrie. When had he seen her before? After a brief mental whirlwind, he found no trace of recollection concerning her. Zhu Zhuqing was the last to complete her report today. Once everything concluded, Lu Yu noticed that the number of those who had passed seemed somewhat excessive. Although it paled in comparison to the long queue from the morning, the number remaining was considerably more than what was typical in the original narrative. Besides Lu Yu, there was an additional girl with the Valkyrie's martial spirit. Judging by the intriguing expression the elder had displayed upon encountering her martial spirit, it was evident that she was not an ordinary individual. Mubai, please lead them inside, the elder said as he rose slowly. Understood, Dai Mubai replied, stepping forward and offering a smile to Tang San. However, upon seeing Lu Yu, his smile became somewhat stiff and awkward. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the village. As they entered, they were greeted by a uniform array of wooden structures, reminiscent of the style found in the Holy Spirit village. A few villagers strolled along the rustic, dirt roads, engaged in conversation, though the houses here appeared somewhat more modest compared to those in the Holy Spirit village. Dai Mubai halted the group in a spacious area, approximately 500 to 600 meters in size, which served as the center of Shrek Academy. Please wait here. A teacher will soon arrive to conduct your second assessment. Just then, a soft, melodic voice resonated from behind them. Get your sausages here. Delicious, fragrant sausages, plump and juicy. If they're not to your liking, you won't pay a dime. Upon hearing this enchanting call, Lu Yu instantly recalled the identity of the vendor and some amusing memories, a smile creeping onto his lips. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Tang San inquired, noticing Lu Yu's peculiar expression. Xiao Wu, would you like some sausages? I'll go buy one for you. Lu Yu replied before turning to head toward the vendor cart. Observing this, Dai Mubai promptly followed suit. As they approached the cart, Tang San was taken aback to find that the vendor was a man with a full beard, a striking contrast to his frail appearance, which belied the soft, inviting tone of his voice. The vendor greeted them enthusiastically. "Young man, would you like a sausage? Oscar's sausages are guaranteed to make you crave a second bite. We're honest, and the taste is exceptional." Tang San smiled politely. "Sir, could I please have 3 sausages?" Upon hearing Tang San's address, Oscar's expression stiffened in disbelief. "What did you just call me?" Tang San, perplexed, replied. "Sir, is something wrong?" Oscar took a deep breath. "Oh, nothing. 3 sausages, right? Just a moment. They'll be ready soon." As he spoke, he swiftly took a bamboo skewer and deftly impaled 3 sausages, offering them to Tang San. Just as Tang San was about to accept them, a hand seized his outstretched right hand. "Oscar, what are you doing? Your actions only tarnish the reputation of the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once against selling sausages on campus." Turning around, Tang San was taken aback to discover that it was Dai Mubai who had grasped his wrist, followed closely by several others who had just passed the preliminary test. With Lu Yu leisurely approaching from behind, "Tang San, you cannot purchase these sausages." As Tang San was engulfed in confusion, Lu Yu ambled to his side and whispered a few words into his ear. Suddenly, Tang San's expression shifted, becoming somewhat unnatural, even tinged with anger. His outstretched hand retreated instantly. "Hey, what are you all doing? Third brother, weren't you here to buy sausages? Why have you changed your mind? Are you short on money?" At that moment, Xiao Wu and a few other girls joined them, noticing Tang San retracting his hand with a hint of puzzlement. "Third brother, weren't you here to buy sausages? Why the sudden change?" Meanwhile, Dai Mubai continued to reprimand Oscar. "Oscar, make a new sausage." Oscar's face paled at the command. "Boss Dai, considering we have been classmates for several years, you wouldn't want me to lose face in front of the younger students, would you?" Younger students? Hearing Oscar's title for him left Tang San momentarily bewildered. If that were the case, then this bearded man before him must indeed be his senior, having presumably spent several years in the academy to have developed such a look. "Indeed, the rather peculiar gentleman before you is your senior, Oscar," Dai Mubai remarked with an odd expression. Yes, I am Oscar, a student of Shrek Academy, just like Boss Dai, your senior. But do not be deceived by my handsome exterior. I am actually only 14 years old." 14. Tang San and the others were astonished. To have such a thick mane of hair at the age of 14 truly affirmed that Shrek Academy was a place for exceptional talents, its students distinctly extraordinary. Xiao Wu even speculated that the admissions officer must have been captivated by Oscar's abundant hair when he was accepted. "Boss Dai, how about I treat you to a sausage? Please, don't let me embarrass myself in front of the younger students." Oscar implored Dai Mubai with a comically desperate expression, yet the latter remained unmoved, coldly insisting, "Hurry up, or I will be forced to discipline you here and now." At this, Oscar immediately wilted, knowing full well he stood no chance against Dai Mubai. Reluctantly, he extended his right hand, calling out in a soft, feeble voice, "I have a big sausage." Simultaneously, 2 yellow soul rings shimmered beneath his feet, gradually rising. In his hand, a sausage identical to the one he had offered Tang San earlier materialized. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's face turned crimson with fury as he glared at Oscar, particularly after hearing that ambiguously phrased declaration. The thought that he had almost purchased the sausage to present to Xiao Wu filled him with an overwhelming urge to swallow Oscar whole. Sensing Tang San's ire, Oscar hastily explained, "This junior, I am a food system support soul master, and to activate my soul power, I must recite a special incantation. Although my incantation may seem peculiar, I assure you that the quality of this sausage is beyond reproach." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, standing nearby, felt utterly bewildered, not comprehending the discourse. Why did Tang San, known for his amiable temperament, become furious upon Oscar's utterance of an incantation? "Third brother, what troubles you? Are there issues with his sausage?" Tang San suppressed his inner fury, turning away from Oscar's lewd visage and leaned closer to Xiao Wu, softly reiterating to her the words Lu Yu had conveyed to him. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a faint blush crept onto Xiao Wu's face. "You boys are truly insufferable, always associating everything with the most bizarre notions." Oscar found himself at the receiving end of Dai Mubai's fierce glare, causing him to retreat behind the counter, unable to meet Dai Mubai's intense gaze. It was no jest. To maintain eye contact with the formidable Dai Mubai was akin to courting death. At that moment, Lu Yu stepped forward. "Hello, senior. Could you please fetch me a sausage?" "Brother Yu." Tang San was taken aback, fully aware of the sausage's dubious origins. Moreover, Oscar had just showcased it himself. What could Brother Yu possibly intend? Dai Mubai attempted to interject, but Lu Yu raised a hand to halt him. Meanwhile, Oscar cautiously emerged from behind the counter. "What did you just say?" He could hardly believe his ears. Previously, upon learning the source of his sausages, everyone, regardless of age or gender, would retch in disgust. Even children in the village, when reluctant to eat, were threatened with the prospect of being served sausages from Shrek Academy. This had rendered Oscar's business utterly untenable in the village. Yet now, someone was daring enough to approach. Oscar timidly stood, casting a furtive glance at Dai Mubai. The latter, still contemplating dissuasion, said, "You witnessed it yourself. Do you truly wish to purchase Oscar's sausage?" Liu Yu waved his hand, signaling Oscar to hand him a sausage, while presenting a gold coin in exchange. In a flash, Oscar, with remarkable speed, handed a prepared sausage to Liu Yu. This junior, you need not pay, consider it a gift." After speaking, Oscar swiftly retreated beneath the counter, leaving only his beady eyes peeking out. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Liu Yu slowly brought the sausage to his lips and took a gentle bite. Instantly, as his teeth met the sausage, juices burst forth. "How is it, brother Yu?" Tang San inquired cautiously. "Quite good, better than the average sausage," Liu Yu replied, his words a bit indistinct as he chewed. The moment the sausage touched his palate, Liu Yu felt his soul power and physical vitality surge, invigorating him significantly. Just then, a cool voice resonated. "May I also have a sausage, please?" Liu Yu turned his head to discover that the source of the voice was none other than the black-haired Valkyrie with a martial spirit. After speaking, she cast a fleeting glance at Liu Yu. What on earth? When did I ever provoke her? This behavior left Liu Yu utterly perplexed. Since he first encountered this girl, she seemed to harbor significant animosity towards him, though not the kind that demanded a life-or-death struggle. Rather, it felt more like a rivalry. Oscar, noticing that Dai Mubai had turned his gaze away and was unwilling to pay him any mind, boldly stood up and offered the girl a sausage without charging her. He then ceased to hide beneath the counter and stood openly, though his sidelong glance remained fixed on Dai Mubai. After taking a bite, the girl found no peculiar taste. The texture was quite agreeable, and she began to eat with a relaxed expression. Observing this, Oscar's demeanor shifted to one of pride as he looked toward Dai Mubai, seemingly flaunting his business acumen. At that moment, the group, led by Dai Mubai, regarded Liu Yu and the girl with a look of incredulity, as if they were the true oddities. Dai Mubai shot Oscar a fierce glare, admonishing him to take his sausage selling elsewhere and not tarnish the school's reputation. He then turned to the others and said, "Let us proceed. I will guide you to the next examination site." Chapter 71, Shrek Academy, Part 6. As they walked, Dai Mubai explained, "Although Oscar's martial spirit is rather peculiar and his appearance somewhat unseemly, he is a decent fellow. Perhaps it is due to his food-type martial spirit. His hair tends to become quite unruly if not groomed for a few days." Dai Mubai led them to a table where a crystal was placed. This was used to test soul power, albeit only for those below level 30, as the crystal would shatter if soul power exceeded that threshold. "This is the soul power crystal. Before entering the next stage, we must first measure your soul power. If your soul power exceeds 25, you may enroll directly. Otherwise, you will need to undergo additional tests. Who will go first?" Dai Mubai glanced at Liu Yu and added, "You need not bother. This device is only effective for soul masters below level 30, as it will explode if one exceeds that level." Oscar, however, seemed to have heard something monumental. What level are you?" He gazed at Liu Yu in astonishment. The boy appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, and yet, despite being only slightly taller than Oscar, he could possess soul power exceeding 30. 41, Dai Mubai interjected. "I have had the fortune of experiencing it firsthand." He certainly could not let Oscar know that he had been soundly defeated by Liu Yu and had left in disgrace. If that information were to leak, how could he ever maintain his standing at the academy? 41. Oscar was instantly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this youth possessed such formidable strength, and it seemed from Dai Mubai's words that he had even been bested by him. The prospect of someone who could best Dai Mubai sparked a glint of excitement in Oscar's small eyes, enhancing his already dubious appearance. "I say, Junior, if you encounter any difficulties after entering the academy, feel free to seek me out, and rest assured, the Sausage Senior will provide you with ample support." Upon hearing Oscar's voice, Dai Mubai's keen intuition informed him that the young man had no good intentions. In response, Oscar, noticing Dai Mubai's indifferent tone, stepped forward with a proud demeanor, positioning himself confidently behind Liu Yu, casting a condescending glance at Dai Mubai. The latter, observing Oscar's smugness, chose to disregard him and redirected his attention to the individuals testing their soul power. Liu Yu found Oscar's behavior somewhat amusing. How unexpectedly silly he was, for reasons unknown. Ever since arriving in this world, he noticed that everything diverged significantly from his understanding of the Douluo continent, the enigmatic village elder, the ruins behind the village, and that group of mysterious cloaked figures. Had his arrival altered this place? Liu Yu pondered to himself. Junior, what are you saying? If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask your senior. Don't be misled by Dai Mubai's usual authoritative demeanor. The real power in this academy rests with me. Liu could no longer tolerate Oscar's attitude. Senior, the soul power test is about to commence over there. Let us go take a look. With that, he walked directly to where Tang San and his group were gathered. Dai Mubai handed the crystal to Tang San, instructing him to infuse it with soul power. Tang San nodded, accepting the crystal, and promptly began to channel his internal energy into it. In an instant, the milky white crystal transformed, shimmering brilliantly like a diamond, its radiance nearly engulfing every facet of the crystal. This was indicative of his soul power approaching the 30th level. He then passed the crystal to Xiao Wu, possessing unwavering confidence in her abilities. As Xiao Wu infused her soul power, an equally dazzling light erupted, revealing her at the 29th level. Onlookers immediately fell silent. At just 12 years old, achieving a soul power of 29 was an astonishing talent, far beyond what they could fathom. Next, Xiao Wu handed the crystal to Ning Rongrong, who received it, and, upon infusing her energy, unleashed a similar glow, albeit not as radiant as that of Tang San or Xiao Wu, indicating her soul power was approximately at the 26th level. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt the crystal lighten in her grasp, as a shadow in black appeared beside her, an alluring young woman. The crystal had somehow found its way into her hands. As she channeled her soul power, a white light burst forth once again. Though not as intense as that of Tang San or Xiao Wu, it was brighter than Ning Rongrong's, suggesting her soul power was around the 27th level. The crowd was once again left speechless, astonished by the emergence of yet another prodigious talent. Who were these individuals, and why was their extraordinary aptitude rendering the ordinary folk like them seemingly insignificant? Soon after, the crystal vanished once more, and the next moment, another girl with long black hair donned in a silver gown appeared beside Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong remarked, "This scene feels strangely familiar." Following the same procedure, as she infused her soul power, the milky white crystal erupted into a brilliant white light, enveloping its surface in a dazzling display, signifying that this young girl had also reached the 30th level of soul power. The onlookers had nearly become numb, wondering if Shrek Academy possessed some unique feng shui that allowed it to summon monsters. Yet, amidst their curiosity, they felt a flicker of relief. If these individuals were to participate in the subsequent tests, particularly in competitive events, encountering one of them could spell disaster. They would have no avenue to express their grievances. "All right, follow me," Demingbai announced, taking the lead. Suddenly, a voice of dissent arose from the crowd. "We accept that those whose soul power exceeds level 25 can directly participate in the subsequent tests. But why should Liu Yu, standing beside Tang San, be allowed to proceed? Indeed, he hasn't even tested his soul power. What if he is merely a charlatan?" The crowd echoed the sentiment, raising their doubts once more. Hearing this, Demingbai could not help but chuckle. "Of all the people to challenge, you choose the strongest? It's as if you're inviting a blow to your own face." "Very well, wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Demingbai shook his head with a resigned smile and dashed toward a wooden cabin. Upon his return, he held a crystal that resembled the white one used by Tang San and his companions, except this one was red. This crystal was designed to test soul power up to level 60, exceeding that would cause it to shatter just like the 30-level crystal. The instigator who had raised the initial challenge felt a sudden wave of dread wash over him upon seeing the crimson crystal, realizing he had committed an egregious folly. Demingbai handed the red crystal to Liu Yu, a hint of regret in his voice. "I apologize, but could you please showcase your abilities so that these ignorant frogs in the well may broaden their horizons?" Liu Yu exchanged a glance with Demingbai, acknowledging his intent. He then activated his soul power vortex, gradually infusing it into the crystal. As the soul power flowed in, the crystal emanated a red glow, less dazzling than what Tang San and his companions had produced, yet it enveloped a significant portion of the crystal. Not a single soul dared to laugh. Instead, they stood with mouths agape. This was no mere crystal limited to level 30. It was one capable of assessing up to level 60. The brilliance that covered most of the crystal signified that the silver-haired youth's soul power had reached at least level 40. The crowd regarded Liu Yu with eyes akin to those observing a monster. Surely he awakened his martial soul from birth. He is simply beyond human comprehension, utterly terrifying. Beside them, Demingbai savored the crowd's astonished expressions, silently mocking them. What does this even signify? A bunch of Na'vi frogs unaware of the world. Liu Yu's dazzling soul rings haven't even been revealed yet. This is merely the beginning. He then pondered how little Ao would react upon discovering that Liu Yu was a support-type battle soul master. Cough, cough. You have all witnessed this. The soul power crystal cannot deceive. Does anyone still have doubts? Or, Demingbai's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the crowd. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge this handsome gentleman's prowess? As they surveyed their surroundings, particularly the individual who had just voiced his doubts, It seemed he wished to hide his face in embarrassment. Noticing the silence, Dai Mubai led Lu Yu and his companions out without delay. Oscar hastily followed, positioning himself beside Lu Yu. Lu Yu recalled that the assessment at Shrek Academy consisted of 4 stages. The first stage was an age test, which they undoubtedly had passed. The second stage measured the quality of one's martial soul. Only those with powerful potential and a proper cultivation direction, or individuals with uniquely extraordinary martial souls like Oscar, could qualify. There was also a third category. Those like Lu Yu, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the girl in the silver dress, who, at merely 13 years of age, possessed a soul power exceeding 25 levels, could bypass the second and third stages and proceed directly to the final assessment. This was a classic case of brute strength overcoming the odds. The third stage examined the soul master's control over their martial soul. Even if one had passed the first 2 tests, inadequate mastery could lead to disqualification, as this stage was designed to eliminate unstable individuals prone to unpredictable outbursts. The fourth stage piqued Lu Yu's interest, for it involved practical combat experience, aimed at weeding out the pampered aristocrats raised in sheltered environments. Those who emerged from this selection process would indeed be remarkable individuals. The rigor of this selection system was astonishing. Suddenly, the girl in the silver dress inquired about the total number of enrolled students at Shrek Academy, her voice infused with both strength and gentleness. Dai Mubai turned back with a smile, stating, "I can confidently inform you that Shrek Academy possesses a unique advantage over other institutions. The number of our teachers exceeds that of our students." The air fell silent momentarily. Was it truly a legitimate academy where the faculty outnumbered the pupils? How could this be considered an advantage? Seeing their reactions, Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile wryly. Unfortunately, the standards set by our principal are exceptionally high, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to qualify. Let me put it this way. This year marks the highest number of students admitted since the Academy's founding, without exception. Over the past 20 years, we have only enrolled around 20 students, and there were 2 years prior to you during which no students were admitted. Welcoming 6 of you this year is unprecedented. Currently, including myself, there are only 3 students on campus. 3 students. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yu was equally taken aback. Although Shrek Academy had few members, its graduation requirements were exceptionally high. How can the Academy survive with so few students? Without funds for sustenance, wouldn't it be on the brink of collapse? Tang San pondered aloud, marveling at how Shrek Academy had managed to endure despite its limited enrollment, a veritable miracle. Dai Mubai sighed, acknowledging, indeed, Tang San raises a valid point. This is precisely why Shrek Academy is situated in a village. It incurs lower expenses. This could also be seen as one of Shrek Academy's defining characteristics, a lack of funds. I can only imagine the questions that arise regarding the persistence of such high admission standards despite the apparent scarcity of students. The crowd nodded in understanding. Dai Mubai continued, stating that he had posed this very question to the dean, who expressed a preference for quality over quantity. The dean affirmed that he would rather not admit a single student than allow mediocre individuals to tarnish the institution's reputation. Furthermore, he declared that he would prefer students to be unable to graduate rather than permit any unworthy individual to graduate and damage the Academy's esteemed name. Consequently, the graduates from the Academy have achieved remarkable success, with one even attaining the position of an elder within the Spirit Hall. This is primarily because those of average capability often fail to graduate. So what are the Academy's graduation standards? Tang San inquired once more. Dai Mubai explained that one must achieve a spirit power level exceeding 40 before the age of 20 and possess the capability to independently hunt spirit beasts for spirit rings. This elucidates why, over the past 2 decades, only a select few students have managed to graduate successfully. The requirement to reach a spirit power level of 40 and independently hunt spirit rings before turning 20 astonished the audience, as the graduation requirements of most esteemed Spirit Master Academies on the continent only necessitate a spirit power level of 30 and the possession of 3 spirit rings. Shrek Academy, however, has elevated these standards significantly. The latter requirement of independently hunting spirit beasts to obtain spirit rings is particularly daunting, given the perilous nature of such endeavors, where a moment's inattention can lead to death. Suddenly, the crowd turned their collective gaze towards Lu Yu, realizing that among them stood an extraordinary prodigy. While Shrek Academy's graduation standard mandates a spirit power level of 40 and the rank of Spirit Master before the age of 20, Lu Yu, at the tender age of 12, has already accomplished this feat. This was indeed a remarkable situation. Lu Yu himself realized that he had seemingly met the graduation criteria of Shrek Academy. Chapter 73, Shrek Academy, Part 8. Lu Yu felt a surge of curiosity within. His circumstances could be deemed uniquely exceptional, akin to enrolling and graduating simultaneously. Shortly thereafter, Dai Mubai led the group to a wooden cabin, where an expanse of open ground lay before them. A middle-aged man was reclining on a deck chair, soundly asleep. "Teacher Zhao, I have brought the new students for assessment," Dai Mubai respectfully announced to the man in the chair. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, displaying a hint of surprise as he remarked, "Oh, it seems we have 6 candidates arriving for the 4th assessment this year. This could break the Academy's record." Dai Mubai added, "Not only that, but these 6 have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd assessments to directly participate in the 4th. Zhao Wujia rose from his chair, despite his modest height. His robust physique imparted an impression akin to that of a mountain. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Wujia's stature, contemplating how much weight he might boast were he to reside in the Blue Star. One of his arms was thicker than Xiao Wu's waist. His muscular form stood like an immovable wall. He regarded the group with a friendly smile, a seemingly ordinary and amiable expression that nevertheless conveyed an unspoken sense of pressure. Having successfully bypassed the 2nd and 3rd trials to arrive here, it appears that this year's little monsters are plentiful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wujia, the instructor responsible for the 4th trial, and I bear the surname Zhao. The initial 3 trials were designed to assess your innate martial soul talents and your potential for cultivation. However, the 4th trial will measure your practical combat experience. I must inform you that many candidates in previous years have struggled at this stage. He cast a gentle gaze over Lu Yu and the others. Since you have come together, you shall face this challenge as a united front. You now possess a brief incense stick's worth of time to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. While individual strength is undoubtedly significant for a soul master, it is often the synergy of the team that proves vital, particularly in moments of critical importance. The criteria for the 4th trial are straightforward. You must collectively withstand my onslaught for the duration of 1 incense stick. Even if only one of you remains standing at the end, you will have succeeded. However, I advise against employing any underhanded tactics in the face of absolute strength. Any schemes will be in vain. Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint and temper my approach, yet if you choose to flee in cowardice, know that Shrek does not welcome the faint-hearted." Dai Mubai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit unfair?" "Fear not, for the dean is absent, and I am the highest authority here." "Heed my words," Zhao Wujia interjected, not allowing Dai Mubai to continue. He then produced an incense stick, ignited it, and deftly planted it firmly into the ground. "The trial commences," Zhao Wujia proclaimed in his resonant voice before reclining comfortably in a nearby chaise lounge. "Whoever devised this contraption truly deserves commendation. It is exceedingly comfortable." At that moment, Dai Mubai approached the group with a resigned expression. "Alas, you have drawn the short straw this time." "What do you mean?" Xiao Wu asked, puzzled by Dai Mubai's apparent distress. "Is Teacher Zhao akin to the old man at the village entrance, a soul emperor?" "Not quite," Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head. "What is there to fear, then?" Xiao Wu inquired, somewhat relieved. "Is Teacher Zhao a soul sage?" Lu Yu speculated, observing Dai Mubai's serious demeanor. He struggled to recall the specifics of this segment from the original story, vaguely remembering how Tang had once made Zhao Wujia suffer with the use of a certain needle technique, followed by a late-night visit from Tang, how that resulted in a reprimand. Dai Mubai nodded gravely. "Originally, you were meant to contend against me in this trial, but today, for reasons unbeknownst to me, Teacher Zhao has decided to take the field himself." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's reaction, the others felt a chill of apprehension. A soul sage at level 70, how were they to proceed? If it came to blows, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, and elimination would be inevitable. "Xiao Dai, I shall remember your disparaging remarks." Zhao Wujia's booming voice echoed from a distance, causing Dai Mubai to grimace and choose to ignore him. "Now, please introduce yourselves along with your martial souls and levels, so we may better understand one another." "Tang-san, you shall begin." Tang-san nodded. "I am Tang-san, and my martial soul is Blue Silvergrass. I am a level 29 control-type soul master." Next was Xiao Wu. "I am Xiao Wu, and my martial soul is the Softbone Rabbit. I am a level 29 assault-type soul master." Then came the girl in the blue dress, introducing herself as Ning Rongrong, a 26th level auxiliary spirit master wielding the 7 treasure glazed tile. Next was Zhu Zhuqing, exuding an aura of indifference, who introduced herself as a 27th level agility attack spirit master with the spirit of the nether spirit cat. Following her was the girl with long black hair, Zhan Qiqi, who identified herself as a 30-level powerful attack spirit master with the spirit of the Valkyrie, albeit possessing only 2 spirit rings. Finally, it was Lu Yu's turn. "I am Lu Yu, a 41st level auxiliary spirit master with the spirit of the Star Prayer Lotus Staff." Upon finishing, all but Tang-san, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu gazed at Lu Yu with expressions of incredulity, as if he were a monster. "What?" Especially Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who for a moment doubted their own hearing. "Could you repeat that?" What are you? Oscar asked incredulously. Lu Yu, Auxiliary Spirit Master with the Star Prayer Lotus Staff. At level 41. What is the matter? Lu Yu replied, somewhat helpless, reiterating his earlier statement. Oscar, upon hearing this, was even more bewildered. Despite being an Auxiliary Spirit Master himself and slightly older, he found it astonishing that Lu Yu had already reached the Spirit Master rank. This was truly a monster among monsters. Ning Rongrong was equally astonished when Lu Yu had revealed his spirit at the village entrance. She had assumed he was at least a powerful attack spirit master. Now, to learn that he identified as an auxiliary spirit master, given her own spirit. The 7-treasure glazed tile was among the finest of auxiliary spirits, left her questioning his training methods. Zhang Qiqi, overhearing this revelation, was equally taken aback by the fact that he was an auxiliary spirit master. Ahem. Dai Mubai noticed the group had fallen into a daze and cleared his throat to draw their attention back to reality. I shall now provide you with an overview of Teacher Zhao's background. You should consider your strategies. He paused to collect his thoughts before continuing. Teacher Zhao is a 76th level powerful attack spirit saint, wielding the beast spirit, the mighty King Kong bear. This spirit is characterized by its formidable defensive capabilities and respectable offensive power, making it exceptionally challenging to contend with. Even spirit masters of the same level find it arduous to breach Teacher Zhao's defenses. Owing to his remarkable resilience, he is often referred to as the Unmovable King. Chapter 74, Confrontation. Zhao Wujia. With his formidable defenses, Teacher Zhao has earned the title of the Unmovable King. In the past, he had a conflict with the Pope of the Spirit Hall and was pursued relentlessly. Yet, he managed to escape, relying solely on his overwhelming defenses amidst the chase by numerous bishops. The Unmovable King? Pursued by the Pope of the Spirit Hall? The listeners felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. If their opponent did not exert full force, perhaps they could withstand the confrontation. As long as one among them reached the end, they could all succeed. However, if Zhao Wujia were to act recklessly. Among them were Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong, the 2 auxiliary spirit masters, Tang San, a control spirit master, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were agile attack spirit masters, and Zhang Qiqi, a powerful attack spirit master. My 7-treasure glazed tile spirit currently provides a 30% enhancement, but I lack any offensive capabilities, Ning Rongrong stated. My first spirit ring offers a 50% enhancement and possesses offensive capabilities, Lu Yu added. Tang Sen had no doubts regarding Lu Yu's combat prowess. He was capable of both enduring and striking, and possessed remarkable group healing abilities. Given this, Ning Rongrong would take on the role of support, while Xiao Wu and Qi Qi would lead the charge. Zhu Zhuqing, we would require your speed to flank and distract, as I focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks to disrupt his rhythm. Brother Yu, you shall initially assist Ning Rongrong from the rear, then act as the situation demands. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu nodded. His unique and versatile abilities made him an asset from the backline, capable of providing timely support to others. Moreover, under the pressing circumstances, no alternative strategies could be devised within such a short span. It was worth noting that they were about to face a genuine soul saint of level 76. In the face of overwhelming strength, any schemes would prove futile. Yet, it was certainly preferable to facing a certain demise by forfeiting. Have you all reached a decision? Zhao Wujing's resonant voice echoed from behind. The group turned to find that the incense had nearly burned out. Dai Mubai nodded at Zhao Wujing, signaling that they were ready to commence. Observing this, Zhao Wujing rose from his reclined position, stretching his arms overhead. His robust physique, embodying the aesthetic of sheer power, seemed to exude boundless strength. This was an uneven confrontation. The disparity in strength between the two sides was stark, even with Lu Yu's exceptional abilities. The odds remained unchanged. Subsequently, Zhao Wujing retrieved another stick of incense, pinched it between his fingers, and ignited it. In the next moment, before Zhao Wujing could make his subsequent move, Ning Rongrong sprang into action. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda emerged, dressed in a flowing blue gown. She twirled gracefully in place, and a dazzling array of colors emanated from her being. As she raised her hands, a magnificent 7 treasures pagoda gradually took shape, rotating gently. 2 yellow soul rings ascended from her feet, slowly rising upward. The 7 treasures are renowned, with the first being strength. The first yellow soul ring instantly radiated light, enveloping the 7 treasures pagoda. Ning Rongrong delicately gestured, and 5 beams of light cascaded down upon Lu Yu and his companions. In an instant, Lu Yu felt a warm surge of power coursing through his limbs, as his soul power surged like boiling water. Truly, this was the pinnacle of auxiliary martial souls on the continent. This was merely 30% of the enhancement from a 2-ring soul master. The amplification from a higher-ranked soul master of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda would be terrifying in comparison. However, such secrets were the domain of their sect. If given the chance, a visit to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school might unveil some fortuitous opportunities. Remarkable, Zhao Wujing exclaimed, surprised to discover that one among the current students hailed from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. He casually planted the incense into the ground. The Seven Treasures are renowned. The second being speed. At that moment, Ning Rongrong parted her lips slightly, and the kaleidoscopic light blossomed once more, enveloping everyone anew. Unlike the previous illumination, Lu Yu felt as though his body had become considerably lighter. Just then, Zhao Wujing moved. He bent his legs slightly, crouching down, and then suddenly slammed his fists into the ground. Not good, Tang exclaimed. Soul Masters of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda were typically prioritized as targets due to their exceptional support capabilities, combined with their negligible combat prowess. Zhao Wujia's move evidently was not directed solely at Ning Rongrong. His aim encompassed everyone, with the intent to disrupt Ning Rongrong's incantation. Alas, the inherent flaw of the Seven Treasures glazed tower martial spirit lies in its reliance on spoken incantations. Should these be interrupted, the casting would consequently falter. In an instant, a black vine lashed out, swiftly ensnaring Ning Rongrong's waist and lifting her into the air. Simultaneously, Lu Yu summoned his martial spirit, a resplendent staff appearing in his grasp, as four soul rings gradually ascended from beneath him. The third azure soul ring erupted with dazzling brilliance. Employing wind magic, wind control, and gale step in unison, the silver-haired figure soared into the air, hovering beside Ning Rongrong. Subsequently, Lu Yu brandished his staff, unleashing another wind-based spell, the Great Gale. A tempest roared to life, enveloping the surroundings. The onlookers suddenly found themselves encircled by an azure ring, their bodies inexplicably lifted into the air by the howling winds. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled violently, and a surge of yellow waves erupted outward. After delivering a powerful punch, Zhao Wujia sensed an unusual shift. Why was the wind rising so abruptly? As he looked up, he was taken aback to see all 6 newcomers suspended in midair. His gaze was drawn to Lu Yu, who was surrounded by 4 peculiar soul rings. 4-ringed soul master. This batch of newcomers harbors such an extraordinary being, and what is the nature of his soul rings? Just as Zhao Wujia found himself bewildered, Lu Yu's soul rings began to shine anew. The first soul ring blazed to life, and the azure lotus petals atop the star-offering staff unfurled gracefully, bathing the 6 in a layer of starlight. The first soul skill of the star-offering staff, Starry Benediction, enveloped them in a warm embrace, causing their soul power to surge forth once more. Simultaneously, their mental acuity seemed to be revitalized, sharpening their awareness of the surroundings. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Wujia was astounded. The silver-haired youth was indeed an auxiliary battle soul master, a 12-year-old 4-ringed soul master. He had already met the graduation standards of the academy. Flander would undoubtedly be elated to have such an extraordinary talent join this year. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were observing from a short distance away, were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Is it a speed-based enhancement? Dai Mubai pondered to himself. Meanwhile, the airborne individuals felt the transformative changes within their bodies, realizing that Lu Yu's enhancements were all-encompassing, whether it be soul power, mental fortitude, or physical capabilities. Each facet received an augmentation of at least 50%. With Ning Rongrong's 30% boost in addition to Lu Yu's 50% increase, their confidence surged. Even if they could not withstand a blow from Zhao Wujia, they could at least rely on Lu Yu's flight ability to evade for a brief moment. The group quickly adapted to their newfound state and promptly adjusted their positions. Xiao Wu, Tang San let out a low shout, prompting his companion to swiftly adjust her stance and find the precise position. Through years of cultivated synergy, Xiao Wu's foot landed accurately on Tang San's hand. Following this, Tang San exerted a forceful push, allowing Xiao Wu to propel herself downwards towards Zhao Wujing like an arrow. At that moment, the group resolutely opted for a proactive assault. Allowing Zhao Wujing to seize the initiative would only place them at a greater disadvantage, thus a preemptive strike might afford them a little more time. Seeing the young ones evade his attack, Zhao Wujing's face broke into a smile. Their reaction speed was acceptable, if barely so. As Xiao Wu charged towards him, he calmly placed his hands behind his back, feigning surrender. Observing this, Xiao Wu quickly adjusted her posture, bending her legs and curling her body before rolling forward. As she neared Zhao Wujing, she summoned her martial spirit, landing both feet on his neck simultaneously. A dull thud resonated, yet Zhao Wujing stood unmoved, grinning as if the feeble assault was nothing more than a harmless tickle. Little girl, have you not eaten? You lack strength, Zhao Wujing taunted. You have more than just me to contend with, Xiao Wu retorted with a cold huff, her feet seemingly adhering to Zhao Wujing's body as she deftly pivoted. Alone, her strength would be insufficient to budge Zhao Wujing's robust frame, but she was not alone. Suddenly, numerous vines erupted from Zhao Wujin's body, each adorned with countless tiny barbs. At that moment, he felt a tightening grip as the ghost vines, under Tang San's command, constricted to their utmost. The dense array of poisoned thorns instantaneously released their venom. To his surprise, these tiny barbs pierced through his defenses, eliciting a flicker of astonishment within him. This batch of students possessed some skill. The next moment, he was startled to find his feet lifting off the ground, ensnared by the ghost vines, resembling a human-shaped dumpling. Under Xiao Wu's guidance, his body began to spin in the air, just as Xiao Wu prepared to unleash a backflip by planting her hands on the ground. She abruptly felt a stiffness overcome her, rendering her immobile. "Little bunny, you seem to enjoy spinning," Zhao Wujin's voice rang out suddenly. And Xiao Wu felt her ankles ensnared by an iron grip. No matter how she struggled, she could not budge an inch. With a resounding crack, Zhao Wujin effortlessly shattered the vines binding him, and then swiftly seized Xiao Wu's feet resting on his shoulder. Xiao Wu felt a wave of dizziness as Zhao Wujin whirled her around. Witnessing this, Lu Yu summoned his soul power, wielding his staff to conjure a tempest, stirring up a whirlwind of sand and stones directed towards Zhao Wujin's face. Taken by surprise, Zhao Wujin had no time to react and ended up with a mouthful of sand. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu exerted all her might to free herself from Zhao Wujin's iron grip and, aided by the wind ring, returned to Tang San's side. With a disdainful spit, Zhao Wujia wiped the dust from his face. Just moments ago, Lu Yu had unleashed a flurry of sand and stones upon him, leaving Zhao Wujia looking quite disheveled. Beside him, Dai Mubai and Oscar stifled their laughter at Zhao's grimy appearance, but a single glance from Zhao silenced their amusement, forcing them to suppress their smiles. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Only Lu Yu seemed capable of bringing such humiliation to teacher Zhao. "Ah, so you can fly and enjoy playing with sand, do you?" Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically, his body swelling like a balloon, muscles nearly doubling in size, and his height increasing by almost a meter. "This is bad," Dai Mubai and Oscar thought simultaneously, realizing that teacher Zhao was about to unleash his martial spirit, and that Tang San and the others were in peril. Oscar's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious gaze directed at the arena. At that moment, 7 dazzling soul rings slowly ascended from Zhao Wujia's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The spectators felt an overwhelming surge of soul power wash over them. The sheer pressure was immense. Tang San crossed his arms over his chest, attempting to withstand the terrifying weight, but it was in vain. "Have you had enough of flying? Come down and face me in a proper battle," Zhao Wujia bellowed. And with a sudden flash, the 3rd purple soul ring ignited. With a thunderous crash, the gravity in the vicinity intensified, and everyone felt as if they were bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds, crashing to the ground under the oppressive force. Dai Mubai and Oscar quickly retreated, not wishing to become victims of Zhao Wujia's soul technique. The sensation was not something the average person could endure. "What? Is this all you can do?" Already down on the ground, Zhao Wujia scoffed, arms crossed, casting a contemptuous gaze at the fallen. This was the effect of his 3rd soul technique, gravity enhancement, capable of simultaneously suppressing multiple foes. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to a silver-haired figure, Lu Yu. At this moment, Lu Yu's feet were firmly planted in the ground, his right hand gripping his staff. The instant Zhao Wujia activated his soul technique, Lu Yu had swiftly opened the first 3 gates of the 8-door Duanjia. Internally, Lu Yu felt a surge of frustration, while it appeared that everyone else was being overwhelmed by Zhao Wujia's technique, as the strongest among the 6. He was receiving special treatment. The gravity enhancement for the others was roughly doubled, while Lu Yu felt as if he were bearing 3 to even 4 times that weight. Lu Yu sensed his soul power was almost paralyzed, making it nearly impossible to utilize his techniques. Yet, with great effort, he managed to swing his staff once more, and his purple soul ring flared to life. Remarkable. This lad can still muster strength to wield his soul power under 4 times the gravity. Zhao Wujia observed with a hint of admiration, having been deeply impressed by Lu Yu since their first encounter, not only due to his striking silver hair, but also the flamboyant soul rings that adorned him. Chapter 76. The Duel. Zhao Wujia. To their astonishment, he was still able to employ his soul skills. At the edge of the arena, Dai Mubai and Oscar watched as Lu Yu once again brandished his staff. They were incredulous. After all, they had previously experienced Zhao Wujia's gravity enhancement, which was nothing short of monstrous. In such circumstances, even moving a single step required immense effort, let alone executing soul skills. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Yu had received special treatment from Zhao Wujia, as the air around him seemed to be distorted by the gravitational forces. As Lu Yu waved his staff, the purple soul ring beneath him suddenly flared to life, unleashing a torrent of soul power. First soul skill, Starry Tribute. This time, Lu Yu fully maximized the amplification, achieving a complete 100% boost. Instantly, those sprawled on the ground felt a wave of relief, and the flow of their soul power began to smoothen. Ning Rongrong, sensing the diminishing pressure on her body and the newfound ease of soul power within her, was astonished. Lu Yu's physical prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary support soul master. A series of rapid sounds erupted behind Zhao Wujia. As Lu Yu helped everyone to their feet, Zhu Zhuqing seized the moment, leveraging her speed to close in on Zhao Wujia. Before he could react, she launched her attack, executing her strike with such stealth that no one even noticed her disappearance. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already entered her martial spirit embodiment state, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, one eye blue and the other green. As she moved, she left behind a flurry of afterimages, dazzling the onlookers and rendering her exact position nearly impossible to discern. Zhu Zhuqing's attack was swift and ferocious, aimed directly at Zhao Wujia's vital points. The angle of her strike, combined with her inherent speed, made it challenging to detect. However, Zhao Wujia was already in his martial spirit state. Her claws felt as if they were raking against steel, merely leaving a few scratches on his garments. Beside her was a silver figure, wielding a spear that traced a perfect arc through the air, gathering strength before driving it down toward Zhao Wujia with tremendous force. Simultaneously, Lu Yu sprang into action. Enveloped in a green aura, with his legs slightly bent to gather momentum, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Upon his departure, a visible crater formed beneath his feet. Clenching his left fist, he launched a powerful strike toward Zhao Wujia's face. Noticing this, Zhao Wujia instinctively raised his hand to counter. Upon the collision of their fists, an explosive shockwave surged outward like a torrential flood. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, witnessing this scene, were momentarily stunned. They recalled Lu Yu's self-introduction as a support soul master. Not only they, but everyone around, including Zhao Wujia standing before Lu Yu, began to question whether this was truly the power expected of a support soul master. Although Zhao Wujia had not exerted his full strength, he believed it should suffice against a level 40 soul master. Yet, this young man had managed to withstand it. Meanwhile, at the edge of the arena, Tang exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu. In an instant, the latter comprehended the situation. Xiao Wu exerted her legs, leaping onto Tang's shoulders. With a deft push-off from his shoulder, she soared once more, this time leading with her foot, aiming a direct kick at Zhao Wujia's head. Simultaneously, Tang summoned a multitude of blue-silver grass vines that surged toward Zhao Wujia. Observing this, Zhao Wujia unleashed a powerful thrust with his right hand, forcing Lu Yu back, then raised his massive palm to strike at Xiao Wu. Yet, at the critical moment, Xiao Wu abruptly altered her form, redirecting her attack, causing Zhao Wujia's hand to swipe through empty air. However, this time, Zhao Wujia truly felt the impact of Xiao Wu's kick. At this moment, he noticed that a strand of blue-silver grass was inexplicably tied around Xiao Wu's waist, realizing that Tang had employed it to manipulate her movements. The principle was akin to that of a meteor hammer, albeit with Xiao Wu substituting the hammer itself. This kick left Zhao Wujia momentarily dazed, reflecting on the absurdity of being bested by a group of young students, while he, as their teacher, found himself in such a disheveled state. If word of this reached the ears of old Flender, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Moreover, if he did not reign in these youngsters now, how could he ever hope to guide his students in the future? After being struck back by Zhao Wujia's punch, Lu Yu tumbled twice before regaining his footing. He shook his numbed left hand, fully aware of the formidable strength behind that blow. Without time for respite, the brown soul ring beneath his feet erupted in brilliant light. Third-tier earth magic, rock-piercing spear. In an instant, the surrounding rubble seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, rapidly coalescing into dozens of sharp, pointed spears. They flew forth like a hail of arrows, propelled by an astonishing momentum toward Zhao Wujia's back. As these spears soared through the air, they emitted a whistling sound, as if they were destined to pierce through any obstacle. Simultaneously, a glimmer of cold light shot toward Zhao Wujia like a bolt of lightning. The source was the battle-ready Qi, now infused with her martial spirit, clad in a form-fitting silver battle armor that accentuated her graceful silhouette. The armor shimmered with mysterious runes and radiance, suggesting boundless power. In her right hand, she firmly grasped a silver spear, its shaft gleaming brilliantly, the tip sharp and glinting with an ominous chill. She exuded an aura of icy authority, resembling a goddess of war descending to the mortal realm. A furious roar echoed, and Zhao Wujia's eyes glinted with cold light as his first soul ring suddenly ignited with blinding luminescence, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body, radiating brilliance that was almost unbearable to behold. This sudden development caught everyone off guard, especially Zhu Zhuqing and Qi, who felt a powerful force rushing toward them, causing their bodies to involuntarily recoil. Yet, in this critical juncture, Lu Yu demonstrated his agility and decisiveness. Activating his Gale Step to its fullest, he moved like a flash of lightning, instantly positioning himself behind Zhu Zhuqing and Qi. He extended his arms, deftly catching them and preventing them from crashing to the ground. Despite Lu Yu's successful intervention to save Zhu Zhuqing and Zhang Qi, the force of the preceding shockwave was overwhelming, leaving both women significantly shaken. Zhu Zhuqing, being relatively weaker, succumbed to the tremendous impact and fainted in Lu Yu's embrace. Her eyes tightly shut and her complexion pale, clearly bearing the brunt of the assault. In contrast, Zhang Qi managed to withstand part of the damage thanks to the defensive abilities granted by her martial spirit. Nevertheless, even she could not suppress a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, indicating that she too had suffered severe repercussions. At this moment, Xiao Wu was also in dire straits, having kicked Zhao Wujia. She was the closest to him among the crowd. Although Tang San's blue silver grass was wrapped around her waist, Zhao Wujia's assault was too swift for anyone to react. The blue silver grass was completely shattered, and Xiao Wu was sent flying into Tang San's arms, blood trickling from her lips, a testament to her serious injuries. Now, only Lu Yu, Tang San, and Zhang Qi remained standing on the field, but Zhang Qi was gravely injured, barely conscious. Ultimately, only Lu Yu and Tang San possessed the capacity to continue fighting, due to the inherent connection between martial spirits and soul masters. The complete destruction of the blue-silver grass left Tang San in a precarious state, especially upon witnessing Xiao Wu's grievous wounds. His heart felt as if it were ablaze with anguish. Lu Yu had just realized that this was merely the first soul skill unleashed by the opponent. Although it was only a century-old soul skill, it was executed by a bona fide soul sage. Zhao Wujia's formidable strength and impeccable timing in releasing the soul skill allowed him to effortlessly break through their encirclement. Lu Yu cast a glance at the burning incense, noting that it had only burned halfway, and 2/3 of the participants had already fallen before the assessment was even halfway through. Ning Rongrong, standing at the sidelines, was growing anxious. As a support-type soul master with negligible offensive capabilities, all she could offer was enhancement, devoid of any healing ability. In the next moment, sparkling starlight suddenly appeared on the field, prompting everyone to look around in wonder, only to discover that Lu Yu stood at the center of the most concentrated radiance. His first purple soul ring glowed brightly, slowly rotating, revealing that the starlight was indeed Lu Yu's first soul skill, Celestial Reverie. Subsequently, the myriad of starlight transformed into tiny meteors, trailing long tails as they surged into the bodies of the onlookers, perfectly avoiding Zhao Wujia's imposing figure. As the starlight continuously flowed into his body, Tang San felt a warm current coursing through his limbs, gradually converging at the site of his injuries, astonishingly beginning to heal. What? Zhao Wujia gasped in astonishment at the sight of the starlight enveloping everyone. He had initially believed Lu Yu to be merely an ordinary assault-type soul master, but it was now evident that his physical prowess was extraordinary enough to withstand such a fierce attack without sustaining harm. Moreover, his first soul skill not only possesses the remarkable ability to heal injuries, but also enhances the strength of others, a comprehensive capability that is truly awe-inspiring. This young man's abilities seem exceedingly multifaceted, Zhao Wujia mused to himself. He realized that this year he had undoubtedly stumbled upon a treasure. It is worth noting that even the inherited martial souls of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect excel primarily in support and amplification. A soul master like Lu Yu, who can both engage in combat and withstand damage while also possessing restorative powers, is an unprecedented existence. What exactly is this fellow's origin? Zhao Wujia began to develop a keen interest in Lu Yu. He resolved to closely observe this youth to uncover any hidden abilities and potential he might possess. After all, such a genius is a rare find. With proper guidance, he is bound to become a pride of the academy in the future. However formidable he may be, the assessment is far from over. Zhao Wujia cast a glance at the incense burning halfway down, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a low shout, the second soul ring burst forth in a dazzling display of light, and Zhao Wujia moved with an astonishing speed that belied his massive stature. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic hand loomed before Tang San, who was cradling Xiao Wu in his arms. The shadows of the ghostly steps were executed instantaneously, and with a loud bang, Tang San, unable to evade the colossal hand, had no choice but to brace himself against it with his back. A spurt of blood erupted from his lips, and Tang San's complexion turned ashen as he struggled to maintain his footing. He glanced down at Xiao Wu in his arms. Fortunately, she was unharmed, but he was undoubtedly rendered incapable of further combat. Zhao Wujie turned to Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong, still wearing a slight smile, and asked, "Do you two still require my assistance?" Ning Rongrong lowered her head, realizing that her 7 treasures glazed pagoda could only provide amplification, rendering her combat capability nearly non-existent, thus unable to withstand even a single strike from Zhao Wujie. "Teacher Zhao, I wish to challenge you one-on-one." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and Ning Rongrong looked at Lu Yu in disbelief. Zhang Qiqi, having awakened after Lu Yu's healing, was also staring at the silver-haired youth with astonishment. Subsequently, a figure approached Ning Rongrong, requesting, "Could you please look after her for a moment?" Tang Xin gently handed Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong. He then stepped to Lu Yu's side and declared, "I'm in as well." Zhao Wujie, witnessing this exchange, could not help but feel incredulous. "You two little ones must think this through. Just a moment ago, the 6 of you together could hardly withstand a single strike from me. Now, relying solely on the 2 of you, do you truly believe you can endure for half the duration of an incense stick?" To be frank, even if these children were unable to last for that time, he would still admit them into Shrek Academy, especially considering Lu Yu, this little prodigy. It would be a grave folly to overlook such remarkable talent. Furthermore, few newcomers in the past had managed to endure for even half an incense stick's time under his scrutiny. The best performer, Dai Mubai, barely managed to last that long, while Oscar fared even worse, having entered purely due to the peculiarity of his martial soul. Any one of these 6 could easily surpass the strength of the 3 academies currently enrolled, particularly Lu Yu, who seemed almost beyond human. "We shall abandon this incense stick," Lu Yu declared, shaking his head. "What? Are you conceding?" Zhao Wujie replied, a hint of disappointment lacing his words. He had anticipated encountering promising talents, only to find a group of timid souls who surrendered so swiftly. "On the contrary, I kindly request that you light another incense stick. We shall engage in battle for the duration of 1 stick," Lu Yu asserted, his tone resolute, exuding a confidence that suggested he was certain of the impending conflict. Tang San, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's initial disappointment evaporated, replaced by a look of astonishment. "Are you certain? Young man, although your innate talent is remarkable, reaching the soul master level at merely 12 years of age, the gap between us cannot be bridged solely by talent. If any unforeseen mishaps occurred during the battle, sustaining hidden injuries could significantly impact your future development. I am certain, but I have a condition. Should we endure for the duration of 1 incense stick, it must be acknowledged that all 6 of us have passed the assessment," Lu Yu stated, glancing back at the 4 individuals standing behind him, seemingly seeking their consensus. Chapter 78, One-on-One. Zhao Wujie, turning his gaze back to the quartet. Lu Yu sought their approval, for while he represented Tang San and Xiao Wu, he was not as familiar with the other 3. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, having recovered under Lu Yu's care, was pale and leaning against Wang Qiuer for support. The 4 of them nodded slightly at Lu Yu. Zhao Wujie, observing the determination in Lu Yu's eyes, acquiesced. "Very well, I accept your terms. If you two can withstand the duration of an incense stick, you shall all gain entry to the academy. Before that, I will grant you some time to recuperate. However, I shall not hold back during the bout." With that, Lu Yu and Tang Xin settled into a meditative posture. Lu Yu unleashed his first soul skill, causing starlight to shimmer forth, while Tang Xin closed his eyes, focusing on regulating his inner energy through his Qian Tian Gong, meticulously refining his meridians. After a brief interval, Tang Xin finally adjusted his state to its peak. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Lu Yu had also stood up, appearing to be fully prepared. Thus, Tang Xin stepped forward towards Lu Yu. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile, but in the next instant, Tang San was plunged into darkness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. This unforeseen twist left everyone stunned. Why did Lu Yu strike Tang San? Dai Mubai was utterly bewildered, while Oscar directly inquired, "What is happening? Aren't Tang San and Lu Yu from the same village? Do they have a grudge?" "How would I know?" Dai Mubai replied, equally perplexed. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Lu Yu calmly retracted his hand, concealing a black short staff within his sleeve, the shortened black gold dragon-patterned staff. The force with which he struck Tang San was sufficient to render him unconscious until the following morning. Just moments ago, a familiar and chilling electronic voice had resonated within Lu Yu's mind. Detecting character Zhao Wujie. Unlocking character-specific mission. Entrance examination. Mission completion criteria. Engage Zhao Wujie in battle and endure for the duration of 1 incense stick. The promised duel had arrived, and Lu Yu calmly regarded Zhao Wujie. "Just me is enough," he declared. "What a bold lad." Indeed, Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. "Let's see what you're truly capable of." As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding boom echoed as Zhao Wujie casually ignited the 3rd incense stick, signaling the commencement of battle. In an instant, dark golden armor enveloped his entire being. At this moment, Lu Yu decided to unveil his true strength. He prepared his broken crossbow, charging it with energy. Zhao Wuji sensed a profound shift in the aura of the silver-haired youth before him. Previously, Lu Yu felt akin to a small, feral spirit beast. Now, he resembled a predator, retracting its fangs, poised to deliver a lethal blow to its prey. Zhao Wuji was bewildered by the drastic transformation of the young boy before him. He activated his first soul ring, unleashing the first soul skill, Unyielding King Body, and strode purposefully towards Lu Yu. Though his speed was not remarkable, each step reverberated like an earthquake beneath Lu Yu's feet. Suddenly, a glimmering flash of cold light sliced through the air like lightning. Startled, Zhao Wuji instinctively recoiled. Just as he regained his footing, he felt a chill on his scalp, noticing a strand of hair gently fall to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a lock of his hair had been severed by that flash of cold light. At that moment, he discovered that Lu Yu had somehow acquired a knife, its blade marred with an array of intricate fissures, as though it might shatter with the slightest touch. What a swift knife, Zhao Wuji muttered instinctively. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the sidelines, wore expressions of astonishment, their mouths slightly agape, eyes brimming with disbelief. However, this astonishment was fleeting, as they soon regained their composure. After all, Lu Yu had bestowed upon them numerous surprises throughout the day, allowing them to gradually acclimate to such extraordinary circumstances. Just moments ago, the crowd's attention had been drawn to Zhao Wuji's grand approach, when suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed, capturing everyone's focus. In an instant, Zhao Wuji retreated swiftly, creating distance between himself and Lu Yu. At the same time, Lu Yu brandished a uniquely shaped knife, its blade glistening with a chilling light, and its hilt adorned with mysterious runes. Its emergence sparked curiosity about what kind of weapon could effortlessly thwart Zhao Wuji's assault, even forcing him to withdraw. Yet, Dai Mubai and Oscar, also spectating, were entirely captivated by the spectacle above Zhao Wuji's head. Their gazes remained fixed, unable to suppress their amusement. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's hair appeared normal on the sides, but the center and front were completely bald, resembling a monk with a tonsured crown, a quintessential Mediterranean hairstyle. This sight elicited stifled laughter from Dai Mubai and Oscar, their faces flushed as they struggled to contain their mirth. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji was wholly engrossed in the battle, oblivious to their amusement, until he felt a cool breeze on the top of his head. He finally realized that something was amiss. Instinctively, he touched his head and then abruptly looked up, meeting the flushed faces of Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were struggling to suppress their laughter. In that instant, he understood everything, and embarrassment and anger washed over his face. Oscar, Dai Mubai has asked me to train with you tomorrow night. I shall personally guide you. Zhao Wuji exclaimed angrily at the two. Upon hearing this, the smiles on their faces vanished instantly. Oscar, with his thick beard, managed to conceal his discomfort. But Dai Mubai's expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed Oscar's sausage, clearly distressed. The two felt like mute individuals suffering in silence. They had no way to voice their grievances. After all, it was Lu Yu who had given him that haircut, not them. So why were they the ones being subjected to extra training? Yet they dared not express their anger. For who knew if Teacher Zhao would impose an additional training regimen upon them if he heard their complaints? Subsequently, Zhao Wuji turned his gaze towards the true instigator of all this mischief, Lu Yu, who was also struggling to suppress his laughter. You little rascal. So this is how you wish to play it? Don't blame me for being merciless thereafter. Lu Yu, upon seeing Zhao Wuji's hairstyle, felt a laugh bubbling within him but restrained himself, remembering that the earlier blow was aimed at Zhao Wuji's neck. He had assumed Zhao Wuji would raise his hand to defend, but who could have foreseen that he would retreat instead? Chapter 79, One-on-One. Zhao Wuji. Part 2. Zhao Wuji let out a low growl, his legs slightly bent as he suddenly gathered strength, leaping into the air. With clenched fists, he struck down towards Lu Yu with tremendous force. The ground erupted beneath him, creating a deep crater, yet Lu Yu was nowhere to be seen within it. Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds cut through the air from behind Zhao Wuji, followed by the swift whistle of 3 arrows shooting towards him. Although agility was Zhao Wuji's weakest attribute among his abilities, the defensive prowess of his powerful King Kong bear martial spirit was formidable enough to withstand such minor tactics. Zhao Wuji bellowed, channeling all his power into his immovable king body, causing golden light to radiate from him. However, despite scanning his surroundings, he could not find Lu Yu. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he tightened his fists and struck the ground with force. His second soul ring illuminated, transforming his punch into the great power King Kong palm. With a resounding crash, the ground could no longer bear the weight of Zhao Wuji's strike. and cracks spiderwebbed outward from his position, shaking the ground violently and causing everyone around to lose their balance. Suddenly, the air swirled with another gust of wind, revealing Lu Yu's form amidst the tempest. His silver hair danced in the breeze, and in his right hand, he wielded a staff, while his left grasped a long blade radiating with a purple glow. The blade was riddled with cracks, appearing as if it would shatter with the slightest impact. In the next moment, Lu Yu began to swing the seemingly fragile blade in the air. The onlookers were bewildered. Lu Yu was clearly several paces away from Zhao Wujia, making his actions seem utterly futile. If at this moment Tang San were still awake, he would undoubtedly utilize the purple extreme demon eye and notice that with each swing of Lu Yu's blade, tiny fragments would break off, swirling into the whirlwind alongside the dust. The next instant, Zhao Wujing suddenly roared, channeling all his soul power to activate the immutable king body. And then the second soul ring blazed to life, unleashing the second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm. Zhao Wujing's legs bent, and with immense force, he surged forward like a colossal cannonball, barreling toward Lu Yu. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Yu inwardly exclaimed a warning, but his reflexes were remarkably swift. He quickly sidestepped, attempting to evade Zhao Wujing's assault. However, at that very moment, something astonishing occurred. Zhao Wujing's seemingly clumsy massive form agilely spun in midair, while his right palm sliced through the air like a tempest, aimed directly at Lu Yu. With no time for further reaction, Lu Yu hastily raised his 1,000 blades, positioning it horizontally before his chest in a desperate attempt to block the strike. With a resounding crash, there was no doubt that the demon blade 1,000 blades shattered into countless pieces beneath the weight of Zhao Wujing's formidable palm, and Lu Yu was sent crashing into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Zhao Wujing's enormous body landed with a thunderous thud, and with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, he remarked, "Kid, your broken blade couldn't withstand even a single strike of mine. Is there any point in continuing this fight? If you persist, it won't just be your little broken blade that shatters. Is that so, Teacher Zhao? Then how come I feel no pain at all? Did you skip your meal?" Lu Yu's voice emerged from the swirling dust, laced with a hint of confusion and mockery. His tone remained calm and composed, as though the recent events were merely a trivial episode. As the dust gradually settled, the onlookers turned their gazes toward the substantial crater created by Lu Yu. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the sight within the pit. Lu Yu stood there, utterly unscathed. His body bore no marks of injury, nor did it even carry a speck of dust. His expression was indifferent, and his gaze exuded an indescribable authority. The surrounding students were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how Lu Yu could so effortlessly withstand Teacher Zhao's attack. Even Zhao Wujing himself was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and delight. He had not anticipated that Lu Yu could endure his full-force strike without injury. This kid is rather intriguing, he mused. Simultaneously, at the edge of the arena, Dai Mubai and Oscar stood frozen, struck by a lightning bolt of disbelief upon hearing Lu Yu's audacious remark, "Teacher Zhao, did you skip your meal?" They stared at Lu Yu with wide eyes, as if beholding a creature from another realm. Throughout their time in the academy, they had personally experienced the terror of Zhao Wujing. The memories of his grueling extra training still haunted them vividly. Now, this yet-to-be-enrolled youth had the audacity to mock Teacher Zhao, an occurrence unprecedented in the history of the academy. They exchanged glances, a wave of admiration surging within them simultaneously. This Lu Yu was truly remarkable. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also possessed unparalleled courage in challenging authority. The audacity of such reckless bravery is something they cannot emulate. Very well, young one. Now let me reveal to you the true extent of my prowess. Zhao Wuji roared, as the first soul ring suddenly illuminated, activating the immovable king body. The second soul ring then flared to life, propelling his colossal figure forward with great strides towards Lu Yu. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lu Yu merely took a step forward, instantly invoking the ghost step, causing his form to vanish in an instant. Has he become invisible? Dai Mubai's eyes widened as he strained to discern Lu Yu's whereabouts, yet he could uncover no flaw. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiqi seemed to sense something. Her eyes sparkled with a golden light, as a yellow 100-year soul ring began to revolve beneath her feet. This was undoubtedly her second soul skill, insight, derived from a 600-year-old celestial eye eagle. This soul beast typically inhabits perilous cliffs and possesses an extraordinarily keen insight, along with formidable dynamic vision that enables it to lock onto prey as small as a green bean from great heights. It is also acutely sensitive to fluctuations in soul power, capable of tracking targets even when visibility is completely obstructed, moving with a swiftness that rivals that of the fast-flying purple-winged thunder eagle. In her state of celestial insight, Zhang Qiqi's pupils transformed into yellow vertical slits. Gradually, She began to unravel the mystery behind Lu Yu's vanishing act. She realized that Lu Yu had not truly disappeared. Rather, he was rapidly shifting positions at an extraordinary speed, one that the average soul master's dynamic vision could not possibly keep up with. Even Zhang Qiqi, fully exerting her insight, could barely discern Lu Yu's movements, and his landing points appeared utterly random, making it impossible to predict his next move during combat. What is this? Zhang Qiqi suddenly perceived something, exclaiming softly. Chapter 80, One-on-One. Zhao Wuji. Part 3. What is this? Zhang Qiqi gasped, as if she had uncovered a revelation. She noticed something glinting near Zhao Wuji, resembling the blade fragments shattered by his earlier strike. However, these shards had not scattered on the ground. Instead, they shifted positions with each of Lu Yu's movements, clearly indicating that someone was deliberately manipulating these fragments. Is he attempting to breach Zhao Wuji's defenses in this manner? Zhang Qiqi speculated, but quickly shook her head. Her second soul skill not only allowed her to perceive details, but also to discern the weaknesses of her adversary. Although Zhao Wuji's movements appeared grand and sweeping, the immovable king body enveloped him in a radiant golden light, rendering him impervious. Not even a needle could penetrate. Coupled with the formidable defensive attributes of his powerful diamond bear martial soul, the most prudent strategy for Lu Yu was to leverage his speed advantage and evade until the time elapsed. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yu's actions defied her expectations. As he deftly maneuvered, the hilt of the blade in his hand danced up and down, while the fragments soared ever closer to Zhao Wuji. At that moment, a cold glimmer suddenly flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, and with a swift motion, the shattered fragments of the sword emitted a dazzling, icy light, hurtling towards Zhao Wuji like a meteor. The latter, upon witnessing this, revealed a disdainful smile, thinking that these tiny shards were no more than a mere tickle, incapable of inflicting any harm. However, as he observed the glimmering cold light emanating from the thousands of fragments, a sense of unease crept into his heart. This feeling compelled him to once again channel the immovable king's body, ensuring his safety. After all, he was a dignified soul saint. How could he be coerced to such an extent by a mere youth? It was truly a desperate measure. This young man's speed was exceedingly rapid, while his own Achilles' heel lay in a lack of swiftness. Damn it, this battle was proving to be exceedingly vexing. At that moment, Lu Yu watched Zhao Wuji's expression grow increasingly solemn, and the golden light around him intensify, causing the corners of his mouth to curl into a faint smile. Clearly, his mental infiltration was beginning to take effect. Given his current prowess, penetrating the mind of a level 70 soul saint without suffering backlash was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. However, if the specialized mental cultivator, Imoholic, were to preemptively cast a mental shield for him, the scenario would be drastically different. Although mental infiltration lacked the formidable offensive power of mental piercing, its advantage lay in its ability to subtly disrupt the opponent's thoughts. At that moment, Zhao Wuji remained oblivious to the predicament he had fallen into. He merely felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. On one hand, Lu Yu darted around like an agile monkey, eluding capture, while on the other, the incessantly annoying shards of the blade buzzed around him, inciting his ire. In that fleeting instant, time seemed to freeze. Lu Yu abruptly halted in his tracks, appearing as if suspended in place. His figure materialized before Zhao Wuji like a specter, without any forewarning or sound. At that moment, the entire world fell silent, leaving only the presence of Lu Yu and Zhao Wuji. They locked eyes, their gazes revealing a complex array of emotions: surprise, vigilance, confusion, and more. The surrounding air grew heavy, as if foreshadowing an impending fierce battle. Startled by Lu Yu's sudden appearance, Zhao Wuji's initial shock quickly transformed into a smile. Little brat, what? No longer planning to hide. No sooner had he spoken than he surged towards Lu Yu like a cannonball, offering no time for the latter to react. In response, Lu Yu swiftly brandished his staff, and in an instant, several stone walls erupted from the ground, forming a formidable barrier to block Zhao Wuji's path. 4th level earth magic, giant rock barrier. Yet to Zhao Wuji, these were merely futile struggles. With a low growl, he unleashed a fierce glow from his palms, and the solid rock wall before him shattered like glass with a resounding crash. However, just as Zhao Wuji's mighty golden palm was about to strike Lu Yu, a burst of intense light suddenly erupted before his eyes. The intense radiance instilled within him a profound sense of unease, yet it was too late to halt his actions. Before him, the staff he wielded floated gracefully to the side, while his hands rested upon his chest, a resplendent golden lotus slowly rotating. As the lotus spun with increasing velocity, beams of golden light emanated from it, illuminating the entire space. These golden rays, akin to the searing heat of the sun, conveyed the emergence of an immense power. At that moment, Lu Yu was enveloped in a shimmering aura of gold and green, the two hues intertwining to create a spectacle both bizarre and beautiful. This was his inaugural experience of invoking the vortex of soul power so intensely while in the state of the 8 gates of Duanjia. A torrent of soul energy surged through his meridians like a raging river, inflicting unbearable agony that caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. Beneath him, the second purple soul ring radiated a dazzling glow. Second soul skill, light of the holy domain. As the soul energy reached its zenith, Lu Yu extended the golden lotus toward Zhao Wujin. Though it appeared to unfold with remarkable slowness, in reality, every action transpired in the blink of an eye, as if time had been decelerated countless times, rendering each movement and detail vividly clear. Yet, in the tangible realm, all transpired with such swiftness that the changes were nearly imperceptible. Zhao Wujin widened his eyes, carefully attuning to the fluctuations of soul power within the lotus. A sense of confusion and astonishment filled him, for he discerned that this seemingly ordinary lotus harbored an astonishingly vast and pure reservoir of soul energy. How is this possible? Zhao Wujin murmured, disbelief lacing his tone. Logically speaking, a rank 41 soul master, while formidable, should not possess such an immense reservoir of soul power. He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Did Lu Yu conceal some secret? Or did his cultivation method or martial soul possess unique qualities? These questions swirled incessantly in Zhao Wujin's mind, leaving him perplexed. He couldn't help but recall their previous encounter. Although he seemed to have sustained significant damage, the battle had barely concluded, and he had immediately employed his soul skill to heal others. It appeared that Lu Yu harbored many undisclosed secrets. Zhao Wujin mused to himself, a glimmer of curiosity and anticipation flickering in his eyes. Perhaps in the days to come, he would have further opportunities to unravel the mysteries of this enigmatic youth. Yet, in that moment, Zhao Wujin had little time for such thoughts, as the shards of the demon blade Thousand Edges had just breached his defenses. Chapter 81, A Night of Dark Winds. As Zhao Wujia sought to evade the golden lotus, he was abruptly struck on his left foot by an unseen force, sending a wave of numbness surging through his leg. In an instant, his entire limb felt as though it were pierced by 1,000 needles, robbing him of sensation and balance. Attempting to escape was futile given his speed, so he activated his first soul skill, the immovable king body. Yet, at that moment, he sensed something amiss. To his astonishment, he discovered several minuscule cracks had appeared in his defense. The culprit behind this calamity was a multitude of glimmering blades. Damn, I've fallen into a trap, was the singular thought racing through Zhao Wujia's mind. With a resounding explosion, the golden lotus, having slipped from Lu Yu's grasp, detonated before Zhao Wujia. A tremendous shockwave engulfed the arena, prompting immediate reactions from the onlookers. Dai Mubai swiftly unleashed the white tiger barrier, pulling Oscar to safety, while Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Qi Qi hastily summoned a colossal shield to shield themselves. Accompanying the shockwave was an unbearable heat, incinerating the grass beneath them into charred earth. Zhao Wujia, situated at the epicenter of the explosion, bore the brunt of the energy, his once healthy complexion now scorched black, with even the last strands of hair at his temples swept away by the wind. The next most unfortunate was Tang San, who had been lulled into slumber by Lu Yu's soothing words and remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. Those nearby, engrossed in the battle, neglected to rouse him. Fortunately, Tang San's resting place was a safe distance from the explosion's core, and he was merely tossed aside by the shockwave, landing precariously on a nearby tree branch. Sengu, Xiao Wu exclaimed, disregarding her own disorientation as she dashed to the tree. With bent knees and a burst of strength, she leapt to rescue Tang San from his arboreal perch. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Lu Yu, executed a ghostly step the moment he released the golden lotus, swiftly retreating to a safe zone. Although he too was affected by the explosion, he had donned the black god armor beforehand, though he suffered no grievous injuries. The force of the blast unsettled his internal organs. Standing in the center of the arena, Zhao Wujia was enveloped in darkness. Well done, that move intrigues me, he proclaimed. However, to think you could defeat me so easily is a miscalculation. As his voice faded, his third soul ring ignited, signaling the activation of gravity enhancement. The violet ring ascended slowly before plunging into the earth. Lu Yu suddenly felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire, the weight of his body seemingly doubled, making even breathing a strenuous endeavor. At this moment, Zhao Wujia surged forward with great strides, a smirk upon his lips. Watch as I shatter your shell. Under the influence of the augmented gravity, Lu Yu's speed diminished significantly, rendering him unable to vanish as he had before, though he managed to leave behind fleeting afterimages. Yet, for Zhao Wujia, this was sufficient to lock onto his target. At this moment, The onlookers at the sidelines observed the distorted air influenced by gravity, a phenomenon that paled in comparison to the gravitational enhancement Zhao Wujia had unleashed during the earlier battle with 6 opponents. He had been holding back, seemingly dismissing them entirely. With a resounding boom, Zhao Wujia's punch created a thunderous sound in the air. Surprisingly, Lu Yu did not evade this time. Instead, he chose to absorb Zhao Wujia's blow head-on. The moment their fists collided, a shock wave erupted, rippling outward like concentric circles on a tranquil pond. Lu Yu felt an overwhelming force emanating from Zhao's fist, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. His arm trembled slightly, as his bones and muscles endured immense pressure. Conversely, Zhao Wujia's fist was as unyielding as a wall of forged steel, no matter how hard Lu Yu exerted himself. He could not breach this formidable barrier. His expression grew grave as he marveled inwardly at the formidable strength of his opponent. After a brief stalemate, Lu Yu resolved to alter his strategy. He suddenly retracted his fist and leaped backward, evading Zhao Wujia's range of attack. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Tier 3 Earth Magic, Rock Spire. With a thunderous roar, sharp rock spears erupted from the ground like lightning, hurtling towards Zhao Wujia with fierce momentum. These rock spears, gleaming with a chilling light, seemed poised to pierce through anything in their path. They approached Zhao Wujia with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. As the rock spears aimed at Zhao Wujia, they produced a series of crisp impact sounds, akin to striking an impenetrable brass wall. The tips of the spears were firmly lodged, unable to advance even a fraction further. What had once seemed so formidable and razor-sharp now appeared feeble and fragile, as if stripped of all its might. Concurrently, the unmoved king body surrounding Zhao Wujia radiated a brilliant golden light, this mysterious glow enveloping him like a steadfast shield, providing him with comprehensive protection. Though the assault of the rock spears was ferocious, it could inflict no substantial harm upon Zhao Wujia, thwarted entirely by the golden barrier. This spectacle was nothing short of astonishing, as Zhao Wujia's extraordinary strength and defensive capabilities were laid bare. He stood like an immovable mountain, impervious to his adversary's relentless assaults, his defenses rendering him nearly invincible in combat. Witnessing such a scene, Lu Yu felt no surprise, for he understood well that the assault of the rock spears could never penetrate Zhao Wujia's defenses. Thus, this maneuver was not intended to vanquish Zhao Wujia, but to ensnare him, rendering him immobile for a brief period. This would afford Lu Yu ample time to execute his next plan. With this thought, a subtle smile of satisfaction graced Lu Yu's lips. Lu Yu, with his hands forming intricate seals, summoned his soul power, causing the azure lotus atop his staff to gradually blossom. From within, a resplendent golden lotus emerged, its petals seemingly imbued with immense soul energy. Lu Yu held his hands aloft in a gesture of reverence. Zhao Wujia, witnessing this familiar scene, nearly dropped his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, not again, he muttered under his breath, astonished by the astonishing reservoir of soul power possessed by this peculiar youth. He had assumed that after casting the golden lotus once, Lu Yu would be nearly depleted, but the sight before him indicated otherwise. Chapter 82. A Dark and Windy Night. Part 2. Zhao Wujia's astonishment only deepened as he pondered the sheer volume of soul energy contained within this new golden lotus, far surpassing the previous one, at least doubling its potency. As he contemplated retreating, a familiar tingling sensation coursed through his legs, this time affecting both rather than just one. A closer inspection revealed a black dragon-patterned staff wedged between his limbs, the culprit behind his paralysis. Though the dark staff could not directly incapacitate someone of Zhao Wujia's caliber, infusing it with soul energy to strike other areas could certainly induce a numbing effect, effectively restraining his movements. Helplessly, Zhao Wujia watched as the golden lotus drew ever closer. This battle had become exceedingly vexing. Lu Yu's cunning tactics left him in a most undignified position, especially considering that his opponent was merely a 12-year-old child. If word of this spread, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Boom. The familiar blinding light, an explosive roar filled the air. Zhao Wujia expertly activated his immovable king's form once more, while Lu Yu executed a ghostly step, swiftly evading the explosion's epicenter. He had no desire to be harmed by his own technique. The thought of perishing before achieving victory was too humiliating to bear. In an instant, the entire area was engulfed in the blinding brilliance and thunderous sound of the explosion, followed by a sudden wave of scorching heat that swept over everyone present. As the explosion subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, revealing a massive crater at its center, where a shadowy figure lay sprawled flat on the ground. Lu Yu, having swiftly navigated to the edge of the pit, inquired, "Teacher Zhao, shall we continue?" Clutching a burnt incense stick, he spoke with a teasing tone that only served to infuriate Zhao Wujia further, who felt utterly drained. Continue? You dare suggest that? Zhao Wujie retorted, propelling himself from the bottom of the pit to stand before Lu Yu in a single bound, his imposing figure creating an illusion of an insurmountable wall, charred by flames. Consider this assessment passed, Zhao Wujie began, his words abruptly halting as he adopted a serious demeanor. Teacher Zhao, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? You promised that as long as I survived a single incense stick duration, all of us would pass. Surely, you wouldn't be so dishonorable as to retract your statement? Lu Yu raised his voice on the final word deliberately. What nonsense is this? I, Zhao Wujie, am a man of my word. I would never stoop to playing mind games with a mere child, he replied, his conviction unwavering. Zhao Wujie, with a grim expression, suddenly felt something slide down his face. He reached out with his large, dark hand to touch it, only to find a sticky sensation on his fingertips. He was bleeding. In that moment, Zhao Wujie realized, to his dismay, that he had been struck by a mere young lad. Dai Mubai, witnessing Zhao Wujie's bloodied visage, struggled to suppress his laughter and shouted to Oscar, quickly come here. Oscar, Teacher Zhao needs your sausages. Oscar, dragging out his words, looked at Dai Mubai with a bemused expression. I'm right behind you, you know. He was truly exasperated by this prankster. However, upon catching a glimpse of Dai Mubai's icy gaze, he quickly plastered a smile on his face and hurried over to Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, I heard you need me. Your most considerate student is here to bring you warmth. The soft tone combined with Oscar's scruffy appearance sent shivers down the spine. If Lu Yu's Golden Lotus inflicted 8 points of emotional damage, Oscar's disheveled look undoubtedly scored a 9 or even a 10 in the eyes of the onlookers. Hurry up and make me 2 sausages. Can't you see Teacher Zhao is injured? Dai Mubai urged. Hearing this, Zhao Wujie felt a bit embarrassed. After all, it was rather humiliating for a genuine soul sage to be bested by a mere soul master. Although he could easily defeat Lu Yu within a short span of time, using his 5th spirit skill, a loss was still a loss. Zhao Wujie held on to his pride. It was somewhat unacceptable to have his face marred by a child, and even a victory would not be particularly glorious. Yet, losing was indeed a grave embarrassment. Excuse me. Good sir, which monastery do you hail from? You look quite familiar. Oscar feigned ignorance while looking at Zhao Wujie. Oscar, are you looking for trouble? Zhao Wujie's eyes widened, his expression dark as coal, and he bellowed, if you dare to cause any more mischief, I will personally make you practice even harder. His piercing gaze seemed to bore into Oscar, as if he could consume him whole. Seeing Zhao Wujie's fury, Oscar silently chuckled but maintained a facade of innocence, saying, Oh, Teacher Zhao, I didn't realize you were here. I thought you had renounced worldly affairs. He couldn't help but flash a sly grin. Oscar, Zhao Wujie suddenly roared. Present. Oscar replied, realizing he should cease his antics, genuinely fearing the prospect of added training. 1 sausage and 1 cured sausage for me. Zhao Wujie managed to suppress his anger. It was quite humiliating to be injured by a future student and then rely on that same student for healing. I have a large sausage, Oscar announced as he recited a rather off-putting incantation, conjuring a steaming sausage into his hand. 5 copper coins, don't forget to give me. After that, he turned his gaze towards Lu Yu, whom he regarded as a potential ally. If he could align himself with Lu Yu, he could stride confidently within the academy, making Dai Mubai think twice before bullying him in the future. Hey there, would you like an Oscar brand special sausage? Exclusively crafted, free of additives, and delivered without charge. Oscar, however, declined politely. No, thank you. Upon seeing Oscar's lewd demeanor, Lu Yu instantly lost his appetite. Little Ao's sausage, enhanced by the first soul skill, possessed the ability to rapidly heal bodily wounds. Discarding Oscar's appearance, it seemed palatable enough to try. As Dai Mubai's words faded, he noticed Oscar gazing at him with a peculiar expression. This was the first time the esteemed leader had spoken on his behalf, and Oscar felt a surge of emotion. Yet, the others observed Zhao Wujie's dark, greasy sausage and Oscar's odd expression, shaking their heads in unison. No, thank you. Chapter 83, A Moonless, Windy Night, Part 3. I have a little sausage. Accompanied by an exceedingly bizarre incantation, a white light flickered in Oscar's hand, revealing a diminutive sausage. He presented it to Zhao Wujie, stating, For both the small and large sausages, I'll charge you 10 copper soul coins. Don't forget to settle the bill. Oscar chuckled mischievously. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wujie's iron fist struck Oscar's head, and he walked away without a backward glance. Dai Mubai, watching sympathetically as a fresh, red bump formed on Oscar's head, shook his head in resignation. Did he not see that Zhao was currently in a foul mood? How could he dare provoke him? Oscar's expression twisted slightly, pondering why Zhao had struck him when it was Lu Yu who had bested him. Before he could voice his thoughts, a chilling glare from Zhao Wujie silenced him, forcing the unspoken words back down his throat. Mubai, you are responsible for accommodating these new students and preparing for the official commencement of classes tomorrow. Ensure that Lu Yu fills in these large holes by himself. It must be identical to its original state by morning, Zhao Wujie declared as he distanced himself, leaving abruptly. Sighing, Oscar remarked, "Do you think Zhao has lost his mind? Why is he constantly at odds with the new students?" "Lost his mind? It seems you are the one who has lost your wits. Are you not afraid of Zhao adding extra training for you? Do you wish to risk your life?" Dai Mubai retorted. "Hurry and assist Tang-san." Oscar sighed heavily, glancing at the girls helping each other and then at Dai Mubai walking alongside Lu Yu. "Why must I be the one to work? Why should I assist a male?" As night fell, Lu Yu sat cross-legged on the bed in a room no larger than a dozen square meters, while Tang-san lay unconscious on another bed, opposite the lewd Uncle Oscar. When will this handsome lad awaken? Oscar finally broke the oppressive silence, unable to contain himself any longer. Lu Yu, this little pervert, had entered and immediately begun meditating. Astonishing Oscar. Was it typical for friends to be so diligent? Classes hadn't even commenced, and here he was already practicing. Nonetheless, it was understandable. The lad had reached the soul ancestor level at the tender age of 12, while he himself was still a mere 30-level soul master. Despite both being support types, why did it feel like Lu Yu's supportive abilities were fundamentally different from his own? After a brief silence, Oscar was the first to break the tranquility of the room. "Let us discuss this tomorrow morning," he suggested. Lu Yu, with his eyes closed, responded in a tone devoid of any emotion. "All right, let's put that aside for now. We will be roommates from now on, so let us introduce ourselves. I shall go first. I am Oscar, a level 29 support spirit master, with a martial spirit of sausage. Others refer to me as the sausage vendor, but you may call me Oscar." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu opened his eyes and smiled slightly. "Aren't you the sausage uncle? How did you transform into the sausage vendor?" "What sausage uncle?" Oscar retorted. "It must be Dai Mubai speaking ill of me behind my back, tarnishing my image. Wait until tomorrow. Once I shave my beard, you will be pleasantly surprised." Oscar jumped off his bed at the mention of the sausage uncle. "By the way, are you not worried about what this handsome fellow on the bed might say about today's events?" Lu Yu replied, "Not at all. Teacher Zhao's strength is formidable. If both of us were to confront him, the casualties would be even more severe. However, if I go alone, Xiao-san can avoid unnecessary losses. But given Xiao-san's temperament, he will insist on participating, so I must resort to some extreme measures." Oscar immediately gave Lu Yu a thumbs up. "It appears you genuinely care for your classmate. I admire your concern." The true reason was rather straightforward. The system mandated a task to confront Zhao Wujie alone, which compelled Lu Yu to propose a one-on-one duel. Yet, according to the original storyline, Tang-san would undoubtedly wish to join, leaving Lu Yu with no choice but to act somewhat selfishly, considering that Tang-san stood in the way of his quest for points. He believed that once Tang-san awoke the following morning, he would be understanding and forgive him. Lu Yu turned his gaze towards the window, where a brilliant full moon hung in the night sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. After nightfall, Shrek Academy fell into a serene silence. Even though it was nestled within a village, the evening was remarkably tranquil. Zhao Wujie walked alone along the path, returning to his quarters, where he poured himself a glass of wine, intending to drink alone. The events of the day had left him feeling both elated and troubled. As the vice dean of Shrek Academy, he had finally welcomed new students after a 2-year hiatus, and this year, there were 6, including Lu Yu, a prodigy with exceptional talent, along with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, both from esteemed families. The harvest this year was indeed plentiful. Yet, his concern stemmed from the fact that this dignified soul sage had nearly fallen at the hands of a mere 12-year-old child. A thought that made him want to find a hole to hide in. It was quite embarrassing to have lost face in front of both new and old students today. Nevertheless, he held a favorable opinion of the young talents, particularly Lu Yu, whom he regarded as an extraordinary genius. Aside from Lu Yu, Tang-san was also an exceptional child. Though his martial spirit was merely an ordinary blue-silver grass, his ability to cultivate it to such an advanced level was truly remarkable. With his current strength and talent, he might one day become a top-tier soul master, perhaps even surpassing Oscar and Dai Mubai. Forget it. There will be ample time to instruct those young rascals. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem. They still have a considerable duration to remain at the academy. A faint smile graced Zhao Wujie's lips, yet in the flickering candlelight, that smile appeared somewhat eerie. Immersed in his own world, Zhao Wujie was abruptly roused by a voice from outside, calling his name. Although he lacked proficiency in the delicate art of soul power sensing, as a level 76 soul sage, he possessed a fundamental awareness of soul energy. However, at this moment, he could not detect any fluctuations of soul power from the person outside, nor could he even catch a whiff of their breathing. This situation could arise from 3 possibilities. Either the individual was an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, hence lacking any soul energy, or they were equipped with a soul guiding device capable of perfectly concealing their soul power, or thirdly, the individual's strength surpassed his own, enabling them to elude his perception. In the latter case, it was likely that the person was a formidable soul Daoliu or even a title Daoliu. The voice outside called out once more. Shouting, shouting, and shouting, it seemed endless. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wujia sprang out of the window, casting aside his earlier analysis of the three possibilities. Fueled by indignation and frustration from the new recruit's antics, he could not tolerate being disturbed at such a late hour. Upon leaping out, he caught sight of a figure in the darkness, who, upon noticing Zhao Wujia's emergence, instantly turned and fled, offering no chance for Zhao Wujia to utter a word. How dare they disturb someone's window in the dead of night? Only to scamper away without a hint of conscience. Zhao Wujia cursed as he pursued, the figure maintaining a pace that allowed Zhao Wujia to chase but kept a tantalizing distance between them. This was an outrageous provocation, and yet Zhao Wujia found himself unable to catch up. Alas, speed was his greatest shortcoming. Today, Zhao Wujia was utterly vexed. Who was he? The illustrious king of unmoving, with the number of lives lost at his hands exceeding the fingers on both hands. Now he was being toyed with by someone who merely knocked on his window. Compounded by the pent-up frustration from earlier in the day, his blood surged with indignation. Unbeknownst to him, he had followed the cloaked figure beyond the confines of Shrek Academy, into a grove outside the village, where the figure suddenly vanished without a trace. The night air in the woods was eerily silent, the breeze whispering through the trees. Yet, Zhao Wujia was oblivious to it all. Come forth, I see you, he bellowed, simultaneously completing his martial soul manifestation, his 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rhythmically pulsating in the darkness, strikingly conspicuous. The soul power of a soul sage surged outward, filling the grove with an overwhelming sense of pressure unique to his rank. At that moment, a figure materialized before Zhao Wujia, cloaked in a black robe, their features entirely obscured. Only their tall, robust stature could be discerned. Who are you? What do you seek from me? Zhao Wujia cautiously inquired, sensing not a hint of soul power emanating from the figure before him. Yet, this very absence instilled in him a profound hesitation, for it suggested that the opponent's strength could vastly surpass his own. Who I am is of little consequence, intoned the man in black, his voice raspy and deep, resonating with a gravitas that commanded attention. I merely ventured out for a stroll on this tranquil night, only to unexpectedly encounter the illustrious, immovable king. I am eager to witness your prowess. The tone of the cloaked figure was dispassionate, and though he spoke of a friendly exchange, his demeanor conveyed an utter disregard for Zhao Wuji's standing. To seek my guidance, Zhao Wujia began, yet before he could finish, the black-clad man slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, a pitch-black weapon spirit materialized, accompanied by a display of 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. The 5th soul ring shimmered with an ominous red hue, oscillating around him, emanating the formidable presence of a title Daoliu. The overwhelming aura rendered the very air of the forest seemingly stagnant, and Zhao Wujia found himself nearly gasping under its weight. Title Daoliu, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets at the sight of the 9 soul rings. As he uttered those words, tremors coursed through his entire being. A title Daoliu epitomized the pinnacle of combat prowess on this continent, each one capable of inciting widespread turmoil simply by their presence. Hastily, Zhao Wujia bowed deeply, his demeanor performing a complete reversal, the former arrogance replaced by profound respect. Might I inquire which esteemed predecessor stands before me? Please do not jest with a junior such as myself. Jest? Is that what you call your bullying of those children during the day? The black-robed figure scoffed coldly. During the day? Those children? Zhao Wujia felt as if he had grasped a thread of understanding, yet no matter how he strained his mind, he could not connect this elder with any known title Daoliu. I observed you seem to enjoy your play with those children quite a bit. How about we share a jest together? The cloaked figure said icily, advancing towards Zhao Wujia while brandishing the enormous hammer in his grasp. You may consider this an exercise of strength over weakness, as your actions earlier were not dissimilar, were they? Zhao Wuji's gaze fixated on the approaching figure, his heartbeat escalating with each step, as if it would leap from his throat. Every footfall of the black-robed man seemed to resonate with the strings of his heart, amplifying his anxiety. As the figure approached, he could almost hear the rush of wind generated by the swinging hammer, the sound reverberating in his ears like distant thunder, intensifying his tension. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's back was drenched in cold sweat, his clothing clinging to him, a sensation both damp and chilling. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, trailing down his cheeks and dripping to the ground. His eyes remained fixated on the man in black and the hammer he wielded, his heart brimming with trepidation and unease. His mind raced, attempting to decipher the identity of the figure before him, yet it was as though his thoughts had been wiped blank at the most critical juncture. Suddenly, the man in black halted a few paces away from Zhao Wujia. sensing that the figure in the black robe had ceased its movements. Zhao Wujia lifted his head in confusion, only to behold the other party placing the enormous hammer upon the ground, seemingly devoid of any intent to strike. Zhao Wujia turned back, puzzled, to see two silhouettes approaching. "Boss," he exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the newcomers, one of whom was none other than the esteemed principal of Shrek Academy. Under the immense pressure exerted by the black-robed figure, even Flinder could not withstand it any longer. Joining Zhao Wujia, he summoned his martial soul, enveloping himself in a layer of feathers, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings swirling vibrantly around him. "I have the honor of meeting your excellency, the Hotian Crown," Flinder said as he respectfully bent in a bow beside Zhao Wujia, discreetly nudging the dazed Zhao Wujia. Upon hearing Flinder utter the title Hotian Crown, Zhao Wujia instantly recalled the identity of the black-robed figure. Only the exceedingly mysterious and powerful sect members on the continent could bear the title of the Hotian Crown's second son. Furthermore, the reputation of the individual before him had already reverberated throughout the continent several years prior, being lauded as the mightiest soul master. How had he found himself entangled with such an existence? "Boss, what is the situation? Why is the Hotian Crown here?" Zhao Wujia whispered urgently to Flinder. "You must help me," he implored. However, to his dismay, Flinder slowly shook his head. "I fear you shall be disappointed this time. Are you not aware of your own actions during the day? You cannot evade the jest of the Hotian Crown." Observing Flinder's expression of helplessness, Zhao Wujia felt a chill run through him. The owl martial soul, one of the golden triangles of flight. "If you are here on behalf of this black egg to plead for mercy, it is unnecessary. I have come today solely to seek trouble." Zhao Wujia is it? "If you can withstand a single incense stick's duration in my presence, I shall depart immediately. But if you cannot," the black-robed figure's tone suddenly faltered, causing Zhao Wujia's heart to leap into his throat. "If you fail to do so, you must perform a task for me. It is as simple as that." The black-robed figure's words, though light, pierced Zhao Wujia's heart like steel, making it evident that escape was not an option today. "Your Excellency, the Hotian Crown. Could you kindly enlighten me as to how I have offended you?" Zhao Wujia, now devoid of hope, merely wished to understand the reason for his impending demise. At this moment, Flinder had wisely retreated to the side, granting space to the Hotian Crown and Zhao Wujia. Yet, to Zhao Wujia, it felt a profound betrayal. Brother is being beaten, and you, as the elder, not only fail to speak up, but also willingly make room. What kind of brotherhood is this? The familiar sound of rushing wind once again filled Zhao Wujia's ears, followed by a resounding thud. The ensuing contact between the hammer and his flesh elicited a soul-wrenching scream born from the depths of human suffering. As all of this unfolded, Flinder chose to avert his gaze, overwhelmed by the scene. The anguished cries of Zhao Wuji echoed incessantly in his ears. Fortunately, Flinder covered his ears with his hands, choosing to shut out the distressing sounds. As long as he could neither see nor hear, he could convince himself that his brother was not being harmed. Bang, bang, bang. Although it was said to last the duration of an incense stick, in reality, Zhao Wuji managed to compel the esteemed Qian to cease his actions in a mere handful of breaths. The black-robed figure's cloak billowed in the wind, appearing remarkably smooth and unwrinkled. His breath remained steady, as if the tumultuous events just witnessed were nothing more than a casual stroll after a meal. The wielding of the massive hammer seemingly exerting no effort upon him. In stark contrast, Zhao Wuji lay sprawled helplessly on the ground, his once dark head, battered by Lu Yu's golden lotus, now swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Blood trickled continuously from the corner of his mouth. Despite being struck by such a colossal hammer, the damage to his face was the only visible injury. His body bore only minor wounds, a testament to the flawless control of his martial spirit. Flinder cast a glance at the prostrate Zhao Wuji, marveling inwardly at the prowess of the Qian. "Zhao Wuji, do you understand now?" Qian's voice was calm, yet authoritative. At the sound of his words, the black man on the ground swiftly regained his feet. "Thank you for your guidance, Qian." The black-robed figure expressed satisfaction, urging Zhao Wuji to pay closer attention to the matter he had entrusted to him before turning to leave. "Farewell, Qian," Flinder and Zhao Wuji said respectfully in unison as the black-robed figure departed. "Lord Immovable King." Just as Zhao Wuji thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, an aged voice called out from behind. Zhao Wuji froze, pondering the strange events of the night. It seemed unending, as if he had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest. Upon hearing the elderly voice, both Zhao Wuji and Flinder immediately turned around to find another black-robed figure standing quietly at a short distance. Much like the previous Qian, this figure was similarly cloaked, obscuring his face completely, leaving only vague features discernible by his silhouette. This individual appeared significantly thinner and almost frail compared to the earlier Qian. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji dared not underestimate him. Today had taught him caution. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. Whatever tricks remained, let them be unleashed. The sooner he faced his fate, the sooner he would find peace. Yet, he still leaned towards Flinder, whispering, "Hey, who is this venerable one? I saw him with you earlier. Can you plead my case? Surely you can assist me in this regard." Zhao Wuji's words were labored, hindered by the earlier blow from the hammer. To his dismay, Flinder shook his head in bewilderment, signaling that he too was unaware of this elder's identity. Flinder's response nearly infuriated Zhao Wuji. "Damn it, you want to help me after I just got pummeled? I saw you walk in with that black-robed figure. What do you mean by shaking your head now? Do you have a brother like this?" Zhao Wujia once again posed a profound question with his clumsy tongue. In truth, Zhao Wujia had wronged Flander this time. He did not know the man at all. The moment he sensed movement in the woods outside the village, he rushed over and found Zhao Wujia conversing with a robust figure cloaked in black. As for the black-clad companion who had come with him, it could be said that he had not perceived the other's presence at all throughout their journey, which was truly terrifying. It is important to note that Flander was a legitimate soul sage at level 70. Although he was not a specialized reconnaissance soul master, he was certainly not a mere muscle-bound fighter like Zhao Wujia. While his combat prowess might be slightly inferior, his awareness of the surrounding environment surpassed that of Zhao Wujia. If the stranger had intended to attack during their journey, Zhao Wujia would have been utterly powerless. The black-robed man, witnessing their subtle movements, erupted into laughter. Though his laughter was warm and gentle, it sent chills down the spines of both Zhao Wujia and Flander. How unsettling it was to encounter such an extraordinary being, laughing heartily in the dead of night, as if to question their very existence. "Lord Immovable King," the black-robed man continued with an air of gentleness, his tone reminiscent of a kindly elder basking in the sun at the village entrance. "You need not blame this esteemed director beside you. My apologies. My old father is quite advanced in age, and his memory is not what it used to be. I hope you can forgive any rudeness." The black-robed man maintained his gentle demeanor, but the more he spoke, the more fear gripped Zhao Wujia. The previous encounter with the Qian crown was similar. What seemed to be a jest on the surface concealed a true ferocity when it came to action. Flander, standing beside him, shared a similar state of mind, albeit with the distinction of not fearing a beating. His mind was racing, desperately attempting to extract any information about this esteemed elder. Even the slightest detail regarding the type of soul master he was and his methods of attack, in order to speculate on the potential consequences for Zhao Wujia. After all, Zhao Wujia was one of the few practical combat instructors at the academy, and if he were severely injured and unable to teach, Flander's workload would increase significantly. Finding a seasoned practical instructor from outside was no trivial expense. "I am a relic of decades past. You need not ponder my identity any longer. I presume you were but toddlers in your open-crotch pants back then," the black-robed man said, stroking his beard slowly. "To be brief, the primary reason for my visit today is to seek a bit of retribution for my grandson. Lord Immovable King, the slap you delivered earlier today was indeed quite resounding." The elder's voice grew colder, particularly in the final words, causing Zhao Wujia to shudder involuntarily. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire as to which of your grandsons is present today?" Zhao Wujia finally heard the content he had dreaded most. Had the moment truly arrived? "Oh heavens, let me be obliterated." Zhao Wujia's heart echoed with a silent cry, filled with uncertainty about his fate this evening. "Which one?" he mused. "I shall trouble you shortly with a task, at which point you will naturally discern the identity of my grandson. However, let us first discuss the matter at hand." After articulating his intent, the demeanor of the figure in the black robe remained cold and devoid of any emotion. To Zhao Wujia, it felt akin to a merciless reaper coldly pronouncing his own death sentence. "I am of an advanced age and cannot emulate the youth who engage in combat without the use of soul power or weapons. Moreover, my frail limbs cannot wield such a massive hammer," he lamented, only for the black-robed figure to suddenly pause. This left Zhao Wujia in a state of distress. "Do not those of your esteemed rank, the title Douluo, enjoy leaving conversations unfinished? Such exchanges can be perilous, my elder." "Very well," the figure replied, slowly extending his right hand, arcs of electricity flickering and intertwining upon it. Witnessing this, Zhao Wujia's eyelids twitched, and the astute Flinder discreetly retreated, leaving Zhao Wujia alone to face the impending confrontation. "Your Excellency, the unmovable king, since you are renowned for your defenses, it should not be too taxing for you to withstand these mere sparks of electricity for a brief moment, should it?" In jest, the black-robed man instantaneously appeared before Zhao Wujia, raising his right hand to deliver a seemingly light strike. The sound of impact was deafening, resonating with a thunderous force. Zhao Wujia, a colossal figure, was sent flying, and an innocent tree nearby met a similar fate, shattered in an instant. Zhao Wujie was left in a daze, while Flender stood astonished. The precision of the strike was impeccable, showcasing a mastery that balanced the force to propel without inflicting harm. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain that coursed through his body, Zhao Wujie struggled to rise, his mind racing with confusion. What was happening today? He wished to conclude this torment swiftly. It was more excruciating than death itself. Suddenly, a bright flash invaded Zhao Wujie's vision, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Looking up, he saw the black-robed figure once again raising his right hand, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips, the source of the light he had just perceived. The gnarled finger moved ever so slightly downward. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, unleashing a colossal energy that swept through the forest, obliterating countless trees into mere dust, leaving no trace behind. Flender, witnessing the spectacle, was rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the lightning that could be summoned without the invocation of a martial soul. Zhao Wujie's prospects appeared grim. This elder had mentioned he had reached the title Douluo level several decades ago and had a 12-year-old grandson. The criteria for such a combination were exceedingly rare, significantly narrowing the search parameters. Decades ago, the Thunder System martial soul, Flender murmured these words repeatedly, and suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him. If what this elder claimed were indeed true. Yet the next moment, he shook his head. The being he had just thought of had been eradicated by the Spirit Hall in collaboration with several powerful factions of the continent decades ago, their remains utterly destroyed. How could such a figure possibly appear here, demanding a venue for their grandson? There were no records of this being having descendants, let alone a grandson. Boom, boom, oh. Amidst Flender's myriad thoughts, Zhao Wujie was currently being struck by lightning with fervor. His once darkened skin, previously blasted by Lu Yu's golden lotus, had become even more resilient after several rounds of thunder strikes, reflecting light as if polished. The heavenly thunder, under the masterful control of the black-robed figure, was just powerful enough to teach Zhao Wujie a lesson without causing him harm. Such strength was utterly terrifying. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed outside, startling the ever-enthusiastic Oscar. What on earth? Everything was fine just a moment ago, and now it's thundering? Puzzled, he approached the window, only to find the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, the heavy air pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Just as Oscar was about to close the window, a figure appeared beside it. Lu Yu furrowed his brow at the oppressive weather outside. Tonight, logically, should be the time when Tang Hao sought Zhao Wujie for a late-night discussion on cultivation techniques. Moreover, Tang Hao possessed only the Qian hammer as his martial soul, and this dense, dark cloud clearly did not appear naturally. After all, such a vast expanse of cloud only covered a small area outside the village, which was highly unreasonable. It was certainly not something Tang Hao could have conjured, unless he had suddenly awakened a second martial soul with a lightning attribute at his age. Lu Yu stared at the distant clouds, feeling an unsettling sensation creeping into his heart. Chapter 87. A moonless night of high winds. Lu Yu? Lu Yu? Oscar, noticing Lu Yu lost in a trance, could not help but call out. What's wrong? Are you thinking of something? Or do you miss home? No, Lu Yu replied, pulled back to reality by Oscar's voice. He turned and walked toward the bed. You should rest early. It has been a tiring day. Oscar paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the fight you had with Teacher Zhao was absolutely spectacular. As he reminisced about the battle, he made his way to the bed. Although he was merely a food-type auxiliary soul master, who among the boys did not secretly yearn for a thrilling clash. Lying on the bed, Lu Yu closed his eyes, yet found himself unable to sleep for a prolonged period. He had arrived a week early in Soto City, tirelessly searching for Shrek Academy, but despite his extensive efforts over this prolonged time, he had yet to find even a trace of the object left behind by his grandfather. According to the letter from his grandfather, it should resemble a pearl, radiating with a thunderous glow. However, Lu Yu had turned over Shrek and even the village itself, yet found nothing that matched the description. Ah, Lu Yu, which of the newly arrived girls do you think is the most beautiful? Oscar suddenly inquired. Lu Yu, taken aback for a moment by the question, soon articulated his thoughts. Thus, on this moonless and tempestuous night, a debate exclusive to the boys' dormitory commenced. The origins of such debates often stem from seemingly casual inquiries, such as commenting on the beauty of a girl encountered that day or noting the peculiar sight of a child clad in split-crotch pants, as someone unwittingly inserted a stick of candied fruit into it. Regardless of how bizarre the initiation of this debate may be, it invariably culminates in discussions of national affairs and historical conflicts, ultimately concluding with a pithy phrase that encapsulates the essence of the nation. Let us now shift our gaze to the small grove beyond the village. At this moment, Zhao Wujie, after enduring the baptism of thunder for the span of an incense stick, had undergone a transformation so profound that he was nearly unrecognizable. His skin had assumed a deep, charred hue, as though it had been seared by fire. This complexion could rival, or perhaps even surpass, the most coveted commodities of the 15th and 16th centuries that thrived in maritime trade. Beneath the terrifying thunder, Zhao Wuji's garments had been reduced to ashes, revealing his scorched skin. His face was marred with wounds, and his eyes were tightly shut, seemingly burdened by immense suffering. Yet, despite the agony, Zhao Wuji remained resolute. His body may have been severely injured, but his spirit grew ever more steadfast. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, striving to maintain consciousness. He understood that perseverance was the only path to witness the dawn of a new day. Even Flander, who had observed the entire ordeal, was left speechless by Zhao Wuji's condition. Had he not been a witness, he might not have recognized the current state of Zhao Wuji. The figure in the black robe approached slowly, rummaging through his garments as if searching for something. Zhao Wuji, weakly lying on the ground, could only watch helplessly as the figure drew nearer, unable to resist, resigned to his current powerlessness. In the gnarled hand of the black-robed man appeared a vial of green liquid and a pitch-black box. "Drink this, and by morning, your injuries should be considerably healed," he instructed, before offering the dark box to Zhao Wuji. "This is the task I require of you." Zhao Wuji's gaze remained fixed upon the box, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The box, entirely black as ink, emanated a sense of depth and mystery. It was evidently crafted from some type of wood, though Zhao Wuji could not discern its specific nature. The surface of the box was intricately engraved with enigmatic patterns, interwoven to form a unique design. These patterns appeared to harbor profound significance, yet Zhao Wuji was unable to grasp their meaning. They resembled ancient symbols or scripts, but he was far from capable of deciphering them. "I implore you, venerable king of the unmoving, to deliver this box and its contents to my ungrateful grandson. However, do not let him know that it is I who have requested your submission." The gentle voice of the elder resonated once more, this time devoid of any trace of indifference. The soul energy radiating from him was retracted, and at that moment, the figure cloaked in black bore an uncanny resemblance to the kind old man at the village entrance. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji and Flander dared not relax their vigilance, for they had just endured a beating and had observed the formidable strength of the elder throughout. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, about your grandson?" Zhao Wuji struggled to rise, cautiously posing his question. Although he had formed a rough estimate in his mind, he felt compelled to voice it. "My grandson is." The black-clad figure leaned down to whisper a few words into Zhao Wuji's ear, after which a look of sudden realization washed over Zhao Wuji's face. "Of course, should you feel aggrieved by the events of this evening, you are entirely free to seek vengeance against that wretched boy. Rest assured, I will not intervene on his behalf," the elder stated before gradually walking away into the distance. Strangely enough, despite the elder's slow pace, reminiscent of a man in his 70s or 80s, Zhao Wuji and Flander blinked only a few times before the elder's figure vanished without a trace. After his departure, the dark clouds that hung in the sky dissipated as if erased, revealing a clear night sky once more. "Boss," Zhao Wuji exclaimed as he uncorked a vial and drained its contents. "Who exactly is this esteemed elder? I've never heard of a lightning-type soul master of such age and prowess on the continent." Lightning-type soul masters are considered a rather unique class among elemental soul masters. Since they belong to the elemental category, they share the inherent flaws of their kind, such as requiring specific environments to unleash their full potential. For instance, the dark clouds the elder summoned when he struck Zhao Wuji were a manifestation of this necessity, which is why they vanished upon his departure. They were merely a domain crafted to better control the power of thunder. Moreover, lightning-type soul masters possess a flaw that is not shared by other elemental masters. Chapter 88. The school year begins. The destructive power of lightning-type soul masters is unparalleled among elemental masters, yet it comes with a significant burden on the body, particularly for those aged masters who have accumulated countless old and hidden injuries over the years. Thus, while powerful lightning-type soul masters are not uncommon on the continent, few manage to retain their strength for such an extended period. Flander harbored his own suspicions regarding the elder's identity, but was hesitant to voice them. "I have a bold hypothesis. Do you remember the assassination order issued 50 years ago by the Spirit Hall in collaboration with various sects against the titled Douluo? The assassination order from 50 years ago?" At this revelation, Zhao Wuji's brow furrowed in concern. He possessed some knowledge of this decree, which told a story that was both shocking and steeped in legend. Back then, that formidable warrior stood alone against a multitude of powerful adversaries from across the continent, fearlessly engaging in a fierce battle. Throughout this brutal conflict, he exhibited unparalleled strength and courage, battling his foes for an entire 3 days and nights. Ultimately, he successfully vanquished the 3 elders of the Spirit Hall, along with numerous formidable individuals from various sections. Despite confronting such powerful adversaries, this venerable figure managed to retreat unscathed, sustaining only minor injuries. Such an extraordinary feat is indeed awe-inspiring, yet it remains largely unknown across the continent, with few ever hearing of this event, and even fewer familiar with the exploits of this elder in later times. Are you referring to that thundercloud Douluo from 50 years ago? Zhao Wujia's dark visage revealed a flicker of astonishment. This was a secret from decades past. Even Zhao Wujia had only heard of it from Flinder. Wasn't that thundercloud Douluo said to have never married? How could he suddenly have a 12-year-old grandson? I am merely conjecturing, lacking absolute certainty, Flinder replied. After all, previous rumors suggested that this elder had long since perished, yet there are remarkably few lightning-type soul masters who live for such an extended period. Shaking his head, Flinder reached for the black box that the cloaked figure had handed to Zhao Wujia. Upon gently opening the box, a fist-sized purple orb came into view. It lay quietly within the confines of the box, emanating a mysterious and alluring glow. Upon closer inspection, one could discern delicate arcs of electricity flickering and intertwining across the orb's surface, as if narrating its extraordinary and formidable nature. This orb seemed to harbor boundless energy, inciting a profound desire to unravel its secrets. What is this? Zhao Wujia gasped, as if confronted with something terrifying upon seeing the orb, his mouth agape in shock. Flinder inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he slowly articulated, "My earlier conjecture was not mistaken. You see, that thundercloud Douluo always carried a mysterious purple orb with him, said to possess incomprehensibly potent power. It was through this orb that he claimed the lives of numerous powerful foes, instilling fear in the hearts of many skilled practitioners. Naturally, such a precious and powerful treasure would incite greed in the hearts of many who would attempt to lay claim to it. However, the fate that befell these individuals was invariably tragic. They all perished at the hands of the thundercloud Douluo, becoming mere souls under his command. Enough of this. You should return and tidy yourself up. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the new school year, and in your current state, you will surely become the subject of ridicule among the students." Flinder took a deep breath, closing the box and handing it back to Zhao Wujia. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia glanced down at his disheveled appearance, cloaked in an unrefined darkness. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and few were around. However, the thought of facing the incoming horde of new students filled him with dread, particularly at the mere mention of Lu Yu and Tang San's faces, which sent a chill down his spine. Do not be so despondent. A title Douluo is a being that ordinary folk can scarcely hope to encounter. Yet you have met two in a single night and received their personal guidance. How many would covet such an experience? Flinder remarked, unable to suppress his amusement at Zhao Wujia's woeful demeanor. He found the sight of Zhao Wujia in such a state utterly comical, a far cry from his former grandeur and imposing presence. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Wuji felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He would rather forego the guidance of these two esteemed predecessors than endure such excruciating trials that nearly cost him his life. In the stillness of the night, under a moonless sky, the newly arrived students of Shrek Academy harbored a flicker of anticipation for the commencement of classes the following day. Yet, apart from Lu Yu, none could fathom the magnitude of the extraordinary events that transpired in the woods that night. Even Lu Yu himself could not fully grasp the absurdity of the situation. As for Zhao Wuji, his appearance, reminiscent of a popular commodity from the 15th or 16th century, could not be restored to its former state in just a day or two. At dawn, Lu Yu awoke, feeling refreshed after a night of restorative sleep. Upon rising, he discovered that Tang San was already awake. It was not surprising, as Tang San had a habit of rising early for training, as depicted in the original narrative. However, at that moment, Tang San seemed disinclined to train and instead was waiting for Lu Yu. Was it due to the incident of him knocking Tang San unconscious the previous day? Lu Yu speculated as he approached Tang San's side. "Xiao San, you're up quite early," Lu Yu casually greeted. "Brother Yu, about yesterday," Tang San began, confirming Lu Yu's suspicions that he had been waiting to discuss the incident. "Xiao San, Lu Yu attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Tang San. "Brother Yu, I understand your concerns for our safety and your desire to protect us. But I hope that next time, you will allow us to stand alongside you in battle. After all, we are like family." Tang San's clear gaze met Lu Yu's, emanating determination and sincerity. He slightly raised his chin and puffed out his chest, as if to convey his resolve to Lu Yu. Tang San's words flowed like a warm current through Lu Yu's heart. He comprehended Tang San's intent and felt the trust and reliance placed upon him. Yet, deeper considerations stirred within him. He did not wish to expose them to danger, nor did he want to witness any harm befall them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu looked at Tang San and said, "Xiao San, I understand your feelings, But sometimes, combat is not the only solution to our problems. I will do my utmost to protect you, but I also hope you will adhere to my guidance and refrain from unnecessary risks. Tang Xin nodded in acknowledgement of Lu Yu's concerns. He was well aware of Lu Yu's formidable strength and trusted in his ability to safeguard everyone. Yet, he equally yearned for growth and sought to hone his skills through battle, firmly believing that only through genuine combat could one become a worthy warrior. Brother Yu, I appreciate your good intentions, but we cannot always hide behind you. We need to confront challenges and push our limits in order to advance. Tang San's voice resonated with resolve and determination. Lu Yu gazed at Tang San, feeling a swell of emotion. He realized that these youngsters had matured, possessing their own aspirations and ambitions. Perhaps it was time to afford them greater opportunities to explore and grow. Very well, Xiao-san. If we encounter danger again, I will allow you to stand by my side in battle. But the condition is that you must ensure your own safety, Lu Yu stated earnestly. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by Tang San's unexpected self-exoneration. He had anticipated that he would need to expend considerable effort to defend himself. Yet Tang San had absolved himself without any prompting. In Chapter 89, New Classmates, Old Acquaintances, Lu Yu gazed at Tang San with unwavering determination and asserted, "You make a valid point. From now on, we shall share both our trials and triumphs." Lu Yu had risen early for a purpose. He swiftly made his way to the small clearing where he had battled Zhao Wujie the previous day. Observing the ravaged ground, Lu Yu summoned his staff, and as the brown soul ring illuminated, the earth began to shift. In an instant, the scarred terrain was restored to its former glory. As he watched the ground gradually heal, the memories of yesterday's battle replayed in Lu Yu's mind. The technique of infusing soul power into the golden lotus and subsequently casting it was a spontaneous inspiration, yielding unexpectedly effective results that had left Zhao Wujie charred. However, the cost of such power was exorbitant. A single release nearly drained an entire vortex of soul power. With Lu Yu's current physical capabilities, he could only generate 4 soul power vortices, limiting him to 4 uses of this technique. Restoring each vortex would take half a day without employing any other soul skills. Meanwhile, Tang Xin observed Lu Yu from a distance, his thoughts swirling. The battle against Zhao Wujie had starkly illuminated the gap between them. He realized that the most effective way to assist Lu Yu was to enhance his own strength. Now at level 29, he stood just a step away from breaking through to level 30. With a single opportunity, he could hunt a soul beast and acquire a 3rd soul ring. Additionally, he relied on the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. However, with his current materials, he could only craft rudimentary projectiles like sleeve arrows. The dragon whisker needles Lu Yu had previously made for him were a minor asset, but he needed to procure some poison, as the combination of Tang sect weaponry and poison would yield the most formidable results. Soon after, Lu Yu completed his cleanup and approached Tang San, saying, "Let us proceed. My friend, I plan to explore the village and find a place for breakfast. Would you care to join me?" Tang Sin nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. I'll also grab something for Xiao Wu. Oscar should still be asleep. He likely knows where to find breakfast. Let us wake him up and have him lead the way." Although Lu Yu found something slightly amiss in Tang San's last remark, he acquiesced to the suggestion. As the sun rose, bathing the earth in golden light, Lu Yu and Tang San returned to their dormitory. As anticipated, Oscar remained deep in slumber, drool still lingering at the corner of his mouth. "Xiao Oscar, wake up," Tang San urged, giving him a gentle nudge. However, Oscar merely rolled over lazily, unwilling to even open his eyes. "Tang San, stop bothering me. I want to sleep. I am so tired," Oscar mumbled, lazily licking his lips. "Get up. We need to find out where breakfast is sold in the village. You should be up and exercising in the morning, so stop sleeping," Tang San insisted, shaking Oscar again. "Brother, I am neither a formidable spirit master nor an extraordinary prodigy like Lu Yu. I am merely an ordinary food spirit master. There is no need for me to exhaust myself in relentless training. Allow me to rest for a while." Oscar, appearing utterly exhausted, left Tang San speechless. It seemed impossible to persuade Oscar to lead them. "Then, could you direct us to the girls' dormitory and where we might find breakfast in the village? Surely we can manage on our own." Tang San ultimately opted to concede. Oscar, begrudgingly surrendering, reluctantly opened his lifeless eyes. "The girls' dormitory is just a left turn from our dorm, and after a few dozen meters, you'll spot it. Our academy has a strict rule prohibiting boys from entering the girls' dormitory. Even siblings are not allowed. If you need to relieve some stress, you can seek out Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun. They have quite a few connections. As for breakfast, there is a stall to the west of the village, though the food is rather mediocre." After imparting this information, Oscar seemed to deplete all his energy, collapsing onto the bed, and moments later, a sizable bubble of mucus emerged from his nose. After a brief walk, the duo arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Indeed, Shrek Academy was lamentably impoverished. They had only managed to rent half the village, and the dormitories were merely a few rudimentary wooden houses. The accommodations where Lu Yu and the others resided had been refurbished by previous graduates, yet they still bore the characteristics of dilapidated quarters. However, this had its advantages. The compact size of the academy alleviated concerns about tardiness, as traversing the diminutive area took only a few strides, making it exceedingly convenient. Before long, the two joined up with Xiao Wu and followed the directions Oscar had provided to procure breakfast. Accompanying them was another individual, the girl bearing the Valkyrie spirit, whom Lu Yu recalled was named Zhang Qiqi. Originally, Xiao Wu shared a dormitory with Ning Rongrong, while Zhang Qiqi roomed with Zhu Zhuqing. However, through the enchanting bonds of female camaraderie, the four quickly grew close, and after the exhausting battle the previous day, they had opted to squeeze into one dormitory for the night. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were still resting, leaving only Xiao Wu and Zhang Qiqi awake. "Brother Yu, it seems Oscar was referring to this area," Tang Sen remarked uncertainly, as they had wandered for quite some time without encountering a breakfast vendor. "There appears to be quite a crowd over there. Let us approach and inquire." Lu Yu, being unfamiliar with the surroundings, noticed a gathering of people seemingly embroiled in a dispute. He intended to investigate the commotion and seek directions simultaneously. The other three concurred, as they too were unaware of the route. Soon enough, the four drew closer, only to discover that the quarrel involved a young couple. The young man was rotund, resembling a plump ball, yet his small eyes sparkled with intelligence, imparting an unexpectedly endearing quality. The girl, although clad in simple attire, could not conceal the vitality of her youth. Her exquisite features and flowing black hair embodied the ideal of many of first love. As they approached, the content of their argument became clearer. The chubby boy exclaimed in a peculiar tone, "So, why do you want to break up with me? Have I treated you poorly?" A pair of small eyes blinked in seeming indignation. Yet, the girl's next response astonished Lu Yu. "No, it's not that. I simply can no longer tolerate you. If you wish to pursue others in the future, please do so. Your frequency is excessive." Lu Yu was taken aback. With that youthful visage and plump figure, combined with a quarrel unbefitting her age, he quickly deduced the identity of this chubby child before him. Wasn't this the mischievous Ma Hongjun, the phoenix of evil fire? Chapter 90, New Classmate, Old Acquaintance, Part 2. Lu Yu was quite familiar with this young master. As in the original tale, he held Ma Hongjun in high regard, admiring him as a man capable of transforming a casual outing into a fierce battle. "Very well, before you leave, indulge me one last time, and from henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing," Ma Hongjun bizarrely declared, reaching out to grasp the girl's wrist. "No, stop." The girl's face instantly contorted in fear as she instinctively took 2 steps back. "Hey, you mustn't bully girls, you little rogue." Just as Ma Hongjun was about to pull Tsuehua into his embrace, a delicate voice rang out, followed by a hand that abruptly interrupted his advance. Turning to see a small girl in pink attire glaring at him, Ma Hongjun was taken aback by her adorable yet fierce demeanor. Instantly releasing Tsuehua's wrist, he turned to the girl and said, "What a pretty little thing. Once I'm done with her, will you be my girlfriend?" A lewd smile spread across Ma Hongjun's pudgy face, resembling a wolf that had fallen into a dye vat. "Bah, little rogue," the girl, Xiao Wu, shouted, delivering a swift kick toward Ma Hongjun. "Take that." To her astonishment, the chubby boy effortlessly caught her foot, his reflexes astonishingly swift for his corpulent frame. Is this chubby boy a soul master? As a level 29 agility-based soul master, Xiao Wu's kick held considerable force that an ordinary person would struggle to withstand. Yet this boy had caught it with ease. He was undoubtedly a soul master. When Xiao Wu attempted to retract her foot, she discovered it firmly clasped by a plump hand. "Little lady, temper such as yours won't do. Let us sit down and have a proper chat. You will surely be charmed by my charismatic personality," he said, his face a mass of flab, which made Xiao Wu feel quite nauseous. "Bah, you wretched fat pig. You've never learned your lesson. Today, I shall deliver justice and put an end to your roguish ways." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's expression shifted. "If you're not here to be my girlfriend, then mind your own business. This is my affair." With a resounding bang, Ma Hongjun's hefty body was sent flying through the air in an instant, leaving Lu Yu momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Tang San appeared before Xiao Wu like a specter. His right hand extended forward in a poised gesture while his left hand rested behind him, his body slightly angled, exuding an aura of elegance. At that moment, Tang San's expression was cold and stern, his handsome features devoid of any emotion. Only a chilling indifference remained. His profound gaze was firmly fixed on Ma Hongjun, who lay on the ground, as if attempting to pierce through him. "Have the audacity to repeat what you just said," Tang San's indifferent voice rang out. Lu Yu, standing nearby, was taken aback, He had never witnessed Tang Sen so furious before. In his memory, Tang Sen always appeared amiable. At this moment, Tang San was immensely enraged. Despite his calm demeanor, he could not tolerate such insults, especially since this rotund fellow dared to tease Xiao Wu. What a day filled with meddlesome fools. Ma Hongjun muttered as he nimbly sprang to his feet, cursing, "Where do you come from, you bastard? Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Say it again, who do you think you are?" Tang San's expression darkened, and with a swift movement, he executed the ghost shadow perplexing step, his calf muscles propelling him as his left foot delivered a powerful kick. As anticipated, a faint aura of soul power radiated from Ma Hongjun, who swiftly crossed his fists before his chest, resulting in a dull thud as he intercepted Tang San's kick. In that instant, he seized Tang San's ankle and yanked it backward while leaning forward, delivering a punch toward Tang San. This series of maneuvers flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Tang San, undeterred, performed a somersault in midair, evading Ma Hongjun's strike, and landed steadily on the ground. Their gazes met in the air, and an unmistakable tension filled the atmosphere. Phoenix possession, Ma Hongjun suddenly shouted, and flames ignited around him, causing the surrounding temperature to surge and the air to shimmer under the scorching heat. 2 yellow soul rings slowly ascended from beneath him. Phoenix fire line. Without allowing Tang San and Xiao Wu a moment to react, Ma Hongjun unleashed his soul skill immediately after activating his martial spirit. The first soul ring blazed to life as soul power surged within him, coalescing into a 5-meter-long line of fire that surged toward the pair. Xiao Wu attempted to dodge, but Ma Hongjun resembled a flamethrower, his searing flames continuously blocking her escape routes. As Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing step, he summoned his blue-silver grass in a desperate attempt to disrupt Ma Hongjun's fiery assault. Yet, despite the mutation of his blue-silver grass, it could not withstand the infernal flames of the evil fire phoenix. After barely holding on for a brief moment, it was reduced to ash under the intense blaze. Suddenly, several stone pillars erupted from the ground, momentarily obstructing the path of the fire line and granting Tang San and Xiao Wu a fleeting respite. Before Ma Hongjun could react, the stone pillars before him shattered abruptly, forcing him to raise his hands to shield himself from the raining debris, thereby interrupting the fiery assault. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed. At that moment, Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming force surge against his chest, as if it sought to rend his very being asunder. His eyes widened in shock as he struggled, only to find himself utterly powerless. Subsequently, his body flew backward like a kite with its strings severed, soaring higher and farther as if cast into the air by an invisible hand. His corpulent form traced a perfect arc through the air, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the sky. Yet, this celestial body brought not hope or beauty, but rather anguish and despair. With a dull thud, Ma Hongjun crashed heavily to the ground. In that instant, he felt as though his bones were on the verge of shattering, every muscle in his body convulsing, the pain rendering him nearly unconscious. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, striving to regain some strength, yet his body refused to obey. At that moment, Lu Yu appeared before Tang San and Xiao Wu like a specter, his right palm extended forward. Standing sideways, his left hand rested against his back. A cascade of silver hair, tied simply into a high ponytail, flowed freely with the breeze. Chapter 91, Ma Hongjun, with a pleasant feel. Lu Yu stood casually, his silver hair dancing in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance. He then slightly raised his withdrawing right palm, a dark short stick stealthily sliding back into his sleeve unnoticed by the onlookers, subsequently concealed within his system space. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun felt a searing pain in his chest, as if each breath was an agonizing torment. Damn it, do you all only know how to ambush? Can't you engage in a fair fight? Cursing under his breath, Ma Hongjun struggled to rise from the ground, his pudgy hands incessantly rubbing his chest. Can't you even fight like a soul master in a dignified manner? All right, little chubby, Lu Yu replied, still standing with one hand behind his back. I will oblige you with a fair fight. But if you lose, you'll have to scurry away with them. Ma Hongjun pointed at the crowd behind Lu Yu. Very well, if I lose, I shall take them away. But if you lose, you must strip naked and run around the village. Lu Yu said with a half-smile. Good. Let the world witness my true strength. Ma Hongjun bellowed, invoking the Phoenix's embodiment. Flames ignited around him once more, transforming him into a comically fierce mohawk. Phoenix fire line. He swiftly unleashed a searing line of fire that instantly ignited the ground behind Lu Yu. Humph, trying to seal my retreat? At the sight before him, a hint of disdain flickered across Lu Yu's lips. He understood that his opponent aimed to cut off his escape, but he would not submit easily. Drawing a deep breath, he felt the power within him surge. 8 gates of Duanjia, 4th gate, open. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, enveloping his form in a green mist. With the amplification of his strength, Lu Yu's speed escalated dramatically. Employing the ghost step, he moved with the swiftness of a phantom, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. His velocity reached its zenith, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the void. As he soared, he left behind a series of afterimages, rendering him elusive to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the colossal flames surged ever closer, yet Lu Yu had already disappeared from sight. The flames, having missed their target, continued their relentless advance, leaving devastation in their wake. Utilizing the powers of Ghost Step and the 8 gates of Duanjia, Lu Yu adeptly evaded his enemy's onslaught and swiftly fled the battlefield, his figure resembling that of a specter, impossible to track. In this tense and exhilarating combat scene, Lu Yu demonstrates formidable strength and cunning. He skillfully employs his abilities, not only defusing the crisis, but also successfully breaching the line of fire set by the enemy. Ma Hongjun disappeared? Just as Ma Hongjun was momentarily dazed, a fist suddenly intruded into his field of vision. With a resounding thud, his plump cheek contorted under Lu Yu's iron fist. Immediately thereafter, his corpulent form was propelled once again, though this time he did not crash heavily to the ground as before. After sending Ma Hongjun flying with a single punch, Lu Yu swiftly executed the ghostly step, maneuvering behind him to deliver a powerful blow to Ma Hongjun's sturdy back. The figure hurtling backward instantaneously altered its trajectory, propelled forward once more, and Lu Yu followed up with a series of ghostly steps, swinging his right arm in a wide arc before striking out fiercely. A crisp sound echoed as Ma Hongjun's rotund figure veered to the side, once more sent flying. Xiao-san. Upon hearing Lu Yu call his name, Tang San immediately understood what was required of him. He swiftly raised his hand and called out, "Blue-silver entanglement." Accompanying his command, thick blue-silver vines erupted from the ground, swiftly coiling around Ma Hongjun like agile serpents. In the blink of an eye, these blue-silver grasses ensnared the fallen Ma Hongjun tightly, resembling a massive dumpling. However, this was not sufficient. To prevent Ma Hongjun from struggling, Tang San deftly released the paralyzing toxin of the blue-silver grass. As the toxin spread, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of numbness envelop his entire body, rendering him incapable of resistance. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered, questioning how this silver-haired individual could move with such incredible speed. Though he appeared only slightly younger, he could not muster any capacity to fight back. Before he even registered what was happening, he had been instantaneously swatted away. Such terrifying strength and swiftness. Furthermore, it seemed as though he had not even summoned his martial soul throughout the encounter. At this moment, Lu Yu clenched his right hand, a hint of lingering satisfaction crossing his face. He had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun's chubby visage would feel so delightful to strike. He found himself thinking that perhaps Ma Hongjun was somewhat endearing. The rebound from the slap had been instantaneous, the tactile sensation utterly satisfying. As Lu Yu slowly approached, wearing an expression that was almost a smirk, Ma Hongjun's corpulent body began to struggle. Yet, the blue-silver grass was not so easily broken, especially since Tang San had deliberately increased the potency of the paralyzing toxin to prevent any resistance. 2 blue-silver vines also blocked Ma Hongjun's mouth, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds. "No, please stop hitting me. I beg you, do not continue." At that moment, a delicate girl suddenly rushed forward, placing herself between Ma Hongjun and Lu Yu, arms outstretched to shield the figure behind her. "Cuihua, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, bewildered by Cuihua's actions. Just moments ago, this rogue had bullied her, and now she was standing protectively beside him, displaying an unexpected concern for his well-being. At this moment, Cuihua found herself behind the bound and struggling Ma Hongjun, who was writhing in a futile attempt to escape his restraints. His rotund figure twisted incessantly, as if desperately seeking freedom. His small eyes, already diminutive, widened to their fullest, fixed intently on Tang San and Xiao Wu, brimming with indignation and defiance. As if to proclaim, "Release me. If you dare, let us engage in battle once more." This comical predicament elicited suppressed laughter from the onlookers. "Lu Yu, be lenient with Tang San." Just then, a figure sprinted from behind. The crowd turned to see a silhouette clad in white approaching briskly. Tang San quickly set him free. "This is our academy, and he is your senior," Dai Mubai urged while running. "Senior? Even seniors cannot be released." Dai Mubai was perplexed by Xiao Wu's resolute demeanor, refusing to entertain any arguments. "What is happening?" Under the bright daylight, he forcibly abducts a maiden and speaks insolently. "He clearly is no good person," he remarked. Chapter 92. Everyone is a good person in Shrek. "You are mistaken. Ma Hongjun is truly not a villain. It was my unwillingness to continue conversing with him that led to our quarrel," Cuihua interjected once more. "Tang San, please release him." At this moment, Dai Mubai joined in. "This rotund fellow is one of our academy's students." "Xiao Wu, you are gravely mistaken about him." Suddenly, a thought struck Dai Mubai, and he wore a bemused expression. Sui Hua nodded vigorously in agreement. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback by Dai Mubai's subsequent remarks. After hearing Dai Mubai's explanation, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily stunned, particularly as a peculiar expression flickered across their faces, realizing that such an odd martial spirit indeed existed in the world. Tang San, having studied under the master for an extended period, believed he had a fair understanding of mutated martial spirits. Yet he had never encountered one as strange as Ma Hongjuan's. Ma Hongjun emitted a muffled sound once again. Dai Mubai turned to Tang San, who in turn cast his gaze towards Lu Yu. After listening to Dai Mubai's clarification, Lu Yu waved his hand, and the bound Ma Hongjun was finally liberated. With a heavy thud, he landed unceremoniously on the ground, rubbing his backside as he scurried behind Dai Mubai, seemingly cautious of Lu Yu, from whom he deliberately distanced himself. Dai Mubai, is there a place to eat in the academy? We've been busy all morning without a morsel. We are famished, Lu Yu inquired. Follow me, and I shall guide you to the dining hall, Dai Mubai responded. The academy has a dining hall. Tang San expressed surprise, as earlier inquiries to Oscar had revealed nothing of the sort. His initial impression of Shrek Academy was one of stark poverty, a notion further solidified upon seeing the school buildings, leading him to believe that no dining hall existed. Though it is called a dining hall, Dai Mubai chuckled while leading the way, it merely involves a few villagers assisting in preparing simple meals. While it may not be extravagant, it is sufficient to satiate our hunger, and the taste is not too shabby, just rather humble. Hey, didn't a batch of new students arrive yesterday? Where are they? It is said that yesterday, a formidable individual caused even teacher Zhao to suffer a setback. Ma Hongjun, trailing behind Dai Mubai, inquired softly. As he asked, he covered his left cheek, seemingly recalling the sharp slap delivered by Lu Yu. That slap was indeed quite severe, leaving him with a lingering sting. Moreover, one side of his face was swollen to at least twice its normal size, resembling a large steamed bun affixed to his visage. At this moment, he presented the striking image of a pig's head, comically adorned with another half, evoking laughter from onlookers. However, out of fear of further inciting Lu Yu's ire, Ma Hongjun could only stifle his pain and swelling, daring not to speak loudly. After all, no one desired to endure another slap. Did you not witness it earlier? Dai Mubai, with his hands cradled behind his head, gazed at Ma Hongjun with keen interest, unabashedly mocking his swollen visage. You must have crossed paths with that formidable character. No. Dai Mubai's curiosity was piqued, as he regarded Ma Hongjuan's newly swollen face with astonishment. Injuries from brawls were commonplace, and having one's face swollen was not a novel experience. Yet Ma Hongjuan's condition was a first for him. The prominently swollen cheek was striking, akin to a meticulously crafted work of art, radiating a vibrant hue. Yet, you are fortunate not to have suffered the same fate as Teacher Zhao yesterday, Dai Mubai remarked. How could that be possible? Teacher Zhao is a veritable 76th rank soul sage. How could he possibly lose to a mere child? That child looks to be about my age. Merely enduring a stick of incense's worth of time under Teacher Zhao's prowess would be impressive, let alone causing him to suffer. Ma Hongjuan's half-face reflected disbelief. Dai Mubai, gesturing towards Lu Yu behind him, continued, I know this sounds absurd, but the truth is as follows. That individual is a genuine 41st rank soul master, and his martial spirit is remarkably unique, unlike any ordinary person. Particularly, his soul rings are almost unbelievable, as if they belong to a force beyond humanity. His voice carried a hint of astonishment and confusion, as if he found Lu Yu's existence hard to fathom. 41st rank soul master, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. How could this be? Although our Shrek Academy is notoriously impoverished, our standards for selecting students have never been low. While he appears well-preserved, surely it would not be easy to evade the Academy's age assessment. Believe it or not, he is merely 12 years old. I was present during his bone age test, Dai Mubai stated matter-of-factly. What? Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Dai Mubai. Are you saying this is true? But how could that be? Even if he is a 41st rank soul master, he should not. He cannot possibly make Teacher Zhao suffer, given the immense disparity in their strengths. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun shook his head in disbelief, as if trying to dislodge this astonishing revelation from his mind. As a soul master progresses in their cultivation, the challenges they face only intensify, particularly when one reaches the esteemed level of title de law, where the endeavor of advancing even a single rank becomes akin to scaling the heavens. The disparity between ranks can be monumental, especially when considering the vast difference between a soul sage of level 76 and a soul scholar of merely 41. Moreover, Zhao Wujie has been a renowned soul sage for many years, while Lu Yu appears to be of similar age. Even if he had commenced his training from infancy, it is implausible that he could rival Zhao Wujie. Ma Hongjun finds it utterly incomprehensible how such a youthful soul scholar could possibly defeat Zhao Wujia. While he can accept his own humiliating defeat at Lu Yu's hands, the notion that Lu Yu could best Zhao Wujia is beyond his belief. Whether you believe it or not, Oscar and I witnessed the entire scene. You weren't there yesterday, and the spectacle, particularly seeing teacher Zhao in such a dire state, was nothing short of astonishing, Dai Mubai remarked. Let me also caution you. The newcomer in pink attire and the girl beside her, named Zhang Qiqi, are not to be trifled with. Their connection to Lu Yu is quite profound. The individual who ensnared you earlier, Tang-san, hails from the same village as Lu Yu. Dai Mubai offered this advice with kindness, leaving it to Ma Hongjun whether to heed it or not. Chapter 93 presents a slight shock to Shrek Academy. Tang-san, being the brother of Xiao Wu and a fellow villager of Lu Yu, is certainly not someone to provoke. Additionally, Zhang Qiqi's gaze towards Lu Yu during the freshman entrance examination signified something more than ordinary. Dai Mubai perceived that her relationship with Lu Yu was intricate, especially considering the elder's reaction upon witnessing her martial soul. Her origins are undoubtedly remarkable. As they would all be living together henceforth, he encouraged a relaxed atmosphere. Now, with your arrival, our academy comprises only 9 individuals. Given my seniority, you may refer to me as Dai Lauda, or simply Mubai. While this rather unsightly fellow, sensing Ma Hongjun's disapproving glare, he quickly amended. This fiery phoenix martial soul wielder is Ma Hongjun. You may call him Fatty. Among the senior students, there is also Oscar, whom you may call Xiao Ao or Sausage Uncle. Shrek Academy resembles the youth classes of Lu Yu's previous life, gathering brilliant young prodigies from across the nation for cultivation, nurturing their potential to extraordinary heights. Yet, such individuals were beyond Lu Yu's reach in his past life. Now, in this context, could he be considered a genius? Lu Yu mused, shaking his head. His situation was clearly a stroke of fortune, far removed from the realm of true genius. Aware of his own capabilities, he felt a wave of solitude wash over him. Rubbing his temples, he resolved to cast aside these tumultuous thoughts. Since he had arrived in this world, he would embrace it and strive to thrive, carving out a splendid existence and creating a realm of his own. Now, let us proceed with formal introductions, Dai Mubai suggested, exuding an innate regal aura that rendered him particularly captivating amidst the crowd. My name is Ning Rongrong, but you may simply call me Rongrong. As soon as Dai Mubai's words faded, Ning Rongrong was the first to speak, her face adorned with a sweet smile that exuded warmth and approachability. The 2 gentle dimples accompanying her delightful grin felt like a breath of spring. Under the influence of Lu Yu, Tang-san was naturally referred to as Little San. However, this appellation bore little significance to Tang-san, as he had grown accustomed to being called Little San for many years. He felt a quiet relief that Lu Yu had refrained from bestowing upon himself any peculiar nicknames. Despite Lu Yu's typically serious demeanor, he often engaged in mischief behind the scenes. During their time at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, Lu Yu frequently experimented with new soul techniques sparked by flashes of inspiration, often resulting in explosive outcomes. The building dedicated to Lu Yu's experimental techniques underwent countless renovations throughout his 2 years at the academy. Eventually, the old academy head relinquished control, allowing Lu Yu to pursue his whims, for he was too old to withstand such turmoil. Upon Lu Yu's graduation with outstanding results, the old headmaster was overwhelmed with joy, and Tang-san still vividly recalls the headmaster's tears of joy at Lu Yu's farewell gathering. I am Zhang Qiqi. You may simply call me Qiqi, as my family and friends do. After Tang-san and Xiao Wu introduced her, Zhang Qiqi took the initiative to speak, her voice clear and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a lark. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, flowing like a waterfall down to her waist, subtly releasing a faint fragrance with each gentle movement. Her face was exquisite and beautiful, with elegantly arched brows and sparkling eyes that radiated intelligence and vitality. Her straight nose and slightly upturned lips bore a confident smile. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as jade, emanating a healthy glow. She possessed a slender, well-proportioned figure with graceful curves. Clad in a simple yet elegant white top adorned with a black bow at the neckline, she exuded a touch of sophistication. She paired this with a blue short skirt that danced in the breeze, revealing her long, shapely legs. Her legs were straight and elongated, their lines flowing seamlessly, resembling a flawless work of art. Though not as voluptuous as Zhu Zhuqing, her long legs lent her an air of remarkable height and charm. Zhu Zhuqing uttered but 3 words before departing coldly. Witnessing this, Lu Yu gained a more visceral understanding of Zhu Zhuqing's aloofness, while Dai Mubai wore a pained expression. Choosing not to comment further, Mubai, would you kindly introduce us to the academy's curriculum? Lu Yu broke the silence that lingered in the air. Dai Mubai swiftly organized his thoughts and remarked that the academy's rules are quite simple. As long as there is no arson, murder, or plunder, all is well. The Academy even encourages combat, primarily because the principal believes that soul masters can only achieve rapid growth through continuous battle, as it is in combat that practical experience is accumulated. Of course, if one believes oneself to be sufficiently strong, one may issue a challenge to a teacher. Allow me to inform you that the instructors at our academy are predominantly soul masters ranging from level 60 to 70. For instance, the teacher responsible for your 4th assessment yesterday, Zhao Wujia, is a formidable soul sage at level 79, and our principal is also a soul sage above level 70. However, with so many soul masters above level 60 serving as educators, one might wonder why the academy is still impoverished. Each month, they receive a substantial stipend from the Spirit Hall, which should amply support a small academy. Xiao Wu, intrigued by Dai Mubai's introduction, inquired further, considering that Lu Yu, currently a level 40 soul practitioner, receives 1,000 gold coins monthly from the Spirit Hall. By that calculation, the stipend for soul masters above level 60 must indeed be astronomical. Dai Mubai shook his head in response. If it were as you say, the academy would not need to rely on tuition fees for sustenance. The stipends for soul masters are actually allocated by the major empires and distributed through the Spirit Hall, with each individual eligible to receive support only up to the soul master level. This means that once one reaches level 40, the Spirit Hall ceases to provide any further assistance. Given the astronomical number of soul masters on the continent, if everyone were to claim their stipends, the economies of the major empires would have collapsed long ago. But brother, you still receives 1,000 soul coins monthly from the Spirit Hall? Xiao Wu questioned again. She vividly recalled that when Lu Yu reached level 40 and underwent his soul power test at the Spirit Hall, both she and Tang Sen witnessed Mayor Masiono personally bestowing 1,000 gold coins upon him, with an expression that seemed to flatter Lu Yu. That is because brother Yu has joined the Spirit Hall, Tang Sen interjected, as if a sudden realization dawned upon him. He recalled how Su Yuntao had consistently encouraged Lu Yu to join the Spirit Hall during the awakening of his martial soul, 6 years prior. When Masiono and Su Yuntao brought an elder from the Spirit Hall, Tang Sen remembered it distinctly. However, Lu Yu had never mentioned it later, so Tang Sen refrained from discussing it. Lu Yu, have you joined the Spirit Hall? Dai Mubai's tone turned inquisitive. Yes. The Spirit Hall allocates a monthly stipend exclusively for its members, fully funded by the Spirit Hall, unrelated to the major empires, Lu Yu affirmed with a nod. To be honest, since joining the Spirit Hall, he rarely visited the local branch, only going for soul power tests or to exchange medals. Typically, he had no interaction with the Spirit Hall, which had not assigned him any tasks, making him feel as though he had been forgotten by the institution since the incident at Juhua Pass. The monthly 1,000 gold coins felt almost like being pampered without effort. After their meal, under Dai Mubai's guidance, the group proceeded to the designated training ground. What is referred to as the playground is merely a somewhat spacious patch of land. Despite its simplicity, not a single weed can be found, clearly indicating it has been meticulously maintained. The aesthetic continues to embody the unique, rustic charm reminiscent of Shrek's humble abode. Upon arrival, Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar were already present. And truthfully, Lu Yu nearly failed to recognize Oscar at first glance. The clean-shaven Oscar appeared as a completely different individual. If yesterday's Oscar could be likened to a dubious character, today's version could easily be described as a dashing young gentleman. A transformation as striking as the artistry of the 4 great sorceries of the Blue Star. Equally surprising to Lu Yu was the apparent lack of recognition between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Neither showed any inclination to acknowledge the other. While it was understandable that Zhu Zhuqing might choose to ignore Dai Mubai, it was perplexing that Dai Mubai seemed to pay no heed to Zhu Zhuqing, a stark contrast to the attentiveness depicted in Lu Yu's original narrative. Beautiful lady, would you care for a piping hot sausage? Suddenly, a sausage appeared from the side, emanating steam. Oscar approached Ning Rongrong, striking what he believed to be his most charming pose, and offered her a grilled sausage. It seemed he had forgotten that Ning Rongrong had witnessed him, under Dai Mubai's coercion, demonstrate the sausage-making process just yesterday. As anticipated, the ensuing scene unfolded as Lu Yu had predicted. The young girl's lips curled slightly, revealing 2 delicate dimples, and in a sweet voice, she uttered a single word, roll. Upon hearing this, Oscar appeared utterly deflated, as if all vitality had been drained from him. In a daze, he shuffled over to Lu Yu, handing him the sausage. Here, for you. Lu Yu casually accepted it and passed it to Tang San, who hesitated to take a bite, contemplating passing it to someone else, but ultimately kept it in hand under the watchful gaze of Xiao Wu. Oscar, is this really how you pursue girls? Lu Yu stifled a laugh as he inquired. Oscar's earlier antics had indeed astonished him. After all, Ning Rongrong was one of those who had observed the sausage-making process. Today's endeavor could be likened to a misguided attempt at charm, quite the eye-opener. Indeed, this method has always been foolproof in the past. Why has it failed today? Oscar's voice carried a hint of confusion. Previously, no one in the village would refuse his enticing grilled sausages, and this tactic had repeatedly proven effective in wooing girls. However, ever since his secret had spread throughout the village, anyone who had tasted his sausages regarded him with resentment. He never expected that his first attempt to revive this strategy would end in failure. Previously, have you had a girlfriend before? Liu asked with curiosity. 3 or 4. Perhaps. Why do you ask? Oscar replied casually. You don't think I'm some sort of deceptive scoundrel, do you? Compared to Dai Mubai's relentless pursuits, I might be considered one of the more innocent souls in our academy. Innocent. Those words seemed entirely at odds with Oscar-S character. While Liu would not dispute Oscar-S status as a handsome young man, indeed, he was striking. Perhaps only marginally less so than himself. He found the notion of innocence amusingly misplaced. However, when it comes to innocence, that remains a subject for debate. If Liu recalls correctly, Oscar is merely 14 years old this year, which means he has already had 3 or 4 previous partners. The thought of this leads Liu to reflect on his own 2 lifetimes, where his most intimate interactions with the opposite sex have been limited to trivialities such as borrowing items. It can only be said that Shrek Academy lives up to its reputation for enrolling extraordinary individuals. Not only are their talents formidable, but their romantic histories are equally captivating. To be frank, I have sensed something amiss with Dai Mubai these past few days. Oscar suddenly raised his head, as if struck by an epiphany, pondering why he, who would previously approach beautiful girls with confidence, now finds himself rendered mute in the presence of so many lovely ladies. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin, which was still adorned with stubble. Oscar, a frigid presence materialized from behind. The owner of that voice fixed his unusual double pupils coldly upon Oscar, who instantly felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he had encountered his impending doom. Oscar, whom are you calling impotent? Dai Mubai had appeared behind Oscar without him noticing, his indifferent gaze seeming ready to devour Oscar whole. Dai Mubai, Oscar stammered, his complexion instantly paling. And the playful banter among the group came to an abrupt halt. Just then, 2 figures approached from afar. The foremost individual had prominent cheekbones and sported a pair of black-framed glasses, appearing to be around 50 years of age. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback before instinctively exclaiming, "Isn't that the unscrupulous merchant from the grocery store? Unscrupulous merchant? Have you also been swindled by him?" Liu was taken aback, recalling that he had revealed to this merchant that Tang San was a disciple of the master. Although he had initially done so to acquire the 2 items coveted by Mo Huo Li Ku, Flanders and the master, as members of the Golden Iron Triangle, should have had a good relationship, leaving no reason for them to plot against Tang San. Indeed, that old trickster deceived us with those worthless stones, swindling Tang San out of 500 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu seethed with indignation at the thought, realizing that cheating Tang San was tantamount to robbing her, especially when she recalled the greedy glint in the merchant's eyes upon seeing the jade belt at Tang San's waist. She couldn't help but mentally categorize Flanders and the unscrupulous merchant as reprehensible individuals. An unscrupulous merchant? Oscar's mouth hung slightly agape upon hearing Xiao Wu's designation of Flanders. He is the head of our Shrek Academy, a bona fide soul sage at level 78, the four-eyed owl Flanders, a rare flying-type soul master. And the fatty is his direct disciple. Yet Xiao Wu continued, dissatisfied. No wonder that fatty, at such a young age, behaves so lewdly. It turns out he has such a master. The old one is an unscrupulous merchant, and the disciple is a rogue. What a perfect match. Oscar found himself at a loss for words, his mouth agape for an extended period. Is there not another Soul Douluo level master in our academy? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think Soul Douluos are as common as cabbages on the street? Each Soul Douluo level master is a pivotal figure capable of influencing wars and even the international standing of an empire. How could they be released so casually? Oscar responded. As the crowd engaged in animated discussion, Flander approached them with a deliberate stride. He raised his right hand to his mouth and cleared his throat gently, causing an immediate hush to descend upon the assembly. With his owl-like, piercing gaze, he scanned the gathering, whether intentional or not. Liu sensed that Flanders' attention lingered for a fleeting moment on both him and Tang San. Then, in his resonant yet gravelly voice, he spoke. It appears that our Shrek Academy is fortunate this year, having welcomed 5 remarkable newcomers. Mubai, please escort these 5 junior students to the finance office to each pay a tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins, and then inform them of the Academy's rules and regulations. Understood, Dean, Dai Mubai replied with a respectful nod, clearly holding a deep regard for the so-called unscrupulous merchant that Xiao Wu had mentioned. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Liu, please follow me, Flander instructed before turning to leave. However, he paused momentarily, Leaving behind a cryptic comment before continuing on his way, his pace deliberately slowed as if to allow the three to catch up. Perplexed, Lu Yu glanced at Ning Rongrong, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. Their eyes then fell upon Oscar, who appeared equally confounded. With no desire to seek clarification further, they hastened to match Flanders' stride, eager to discern the reason behind his summons of the three of them. After all, their only shared characteristic was their identity as support-type soul masters. Soon, Flanders' steps halted in an open area, and he turned to regard the trio with a scrutinizing gaze. Despite Oscar's usual nonchalant demeanor, he maintained a facade of compliance in the presence of the founder and dean of Shrek Academy. This demeanor was mirrored by the other two seasoned students, sparking Lu Yu's curiosity about Flanders' influence. Flander began to speak, his tone measured. In our continent, each individual's martial soul is unique, and everyone possesses their own method of cultivation. As support-type soul masters, your role transcends mere assistance. What the Academy aims to impart is how to effectively wield your martial souls. For you, it is essential to learn how to protect your teammates and comrades with your abilities. While Oscar feigned seriousness, Lu Yu could easily discern the pretense. His expression was reminiscent of a student caught dozing during a meeting, forced to appear attentive. Flander, perceptive yet unfazed, continued, Oscar is a food-type support soul master, while Ning Rongrong specializes in attribute amplification. Due to the unique nature of your martial souls, you possess little offensive or defensive capability. Your survival on the battlefield heavily relies on the support from your allies. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle before adding, thus, the best strategy for you is to remain as far from danger as possible. When faced with threats and your comrades are unable to assist you, be prepared to flee if necessary. At this point, a sense of foreboding washed over Oscar. Thus, physical fitness is of paramount importance to you. A slight enhancement in physical prowess during critical moments may enable you to take an additional step, which could very well be the difference between life and death. Therefore, your participation in the forthcoming physical training is imperative, and I shall assign you specific assessment criteria individually. As Flanders concluded his statement, Oscar appeared as if he were half dead and unburied. It was over. Immediately, Flanders' resonant voice echoed once more. As for Lu Yu, although the records indicate that you belong to the auxiliary spirit master category, your combat prowess and speed were evidently on par with, if not superior to, those of strong attack and agile attack spirit masters of the same rank, even surpassing many of your peers. Moreover, your auxiliary capabilities are exceptional, providing comprehensive amplification and nearly flawless healing abilities. While there are numerous healing auxiliary spirit masters on the continent, none possess the versatility you exhibit. While speaking, Flanders adjusted his glasses with a finger and continued, thus, I hope you will develop comprehensively. Comprehensively develop? Oscar and Ning Rongrong were momentarily taken aback by these words, exchanging glances before turning their attention to the man standing beside them, Lu Yu. Comprehensively develop, Oscar murmured, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty crossing his eyes. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows and inquired, what does comprehensive development mean? I don't quite understand. Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction and bewilderment. Flanders smiled lightly and elucidated. Comprehensive development refers to the necessity of not only focusing on the enhancement of your own martial soul abilities, but also acquiring knowledge and skills in other areas, such as combat techniques, tactical strategies, and teamwork. Only in this manner can one truly become a formidable force. After hearing this, both Oscar and Ning Rongrong fell into deep contemplation. They recognized the validity of Flanders' words. Yet achieving such comprehensive development was no small feat after all. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. To develop holistically requires greater effort and time. However, Flanders did not allow them much time for reflection and continued, of course. Comprehensive development does not imply that you must abandon your specialties. On the contrary, you should maintain your advantages while continuously learning and progressing. Only then can you achieve better outcomes in future battles. Lu Yu nodded in agreement with Flanders' sentiments, recognizing that his primary martial soul comprises elements of both the chaotic Blue Lotus and the Prayer Star Lotus. The Blue Lotus, which he has developed, boasts enhancement and healing capabilities, as well as the explosive potential of the Golden Lotus. The Prayer Star Lotus staff, relying on the magic he has learned over time, offers control and damage, though it remains insufficient. Thus, Flanders' voice resounded once more. Lu Yu, your physical training volume must be doubled. At least twice that of Dai Mubai's training regimen. Twice as much. Oscar was taken aback by Flanders' words. The training regimen previously assigned to Dai Mubai by the dean was already daunting. During the first week, Dai Mubai nearly found himself unable to rise from his bed, utterly exhausted after daily grueling sessions. Now, the requirement for Lu Yu's training volume was set to be double that of theirs. Oscar could hardly fathom the magnitude of such an undertaking. Then, Flanders' voice resonated once more, indicating that this was merely a fraction of your regular training. There exists another component. I require you to select a teacher from the school for practical combat at intervals. I will instruct them to hold nothing back and to exert their full strength. This may seem excessively rigorous for you. Thus, I have devised a means to alleviate some of your burden. Each time you engage in combat, you must select at least one fellow student to serve as your ally. As for the role you assume on the battlefield, that is contingent upon your choice of partner. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu exhibited a hint of peculiar expression. Wasn't this request somewhat odd? If anyone were to pit him against an opponent alone, he could easily rely on his ghostly speed to prolong the encounter. However, Flanders had specific standards for assessment. Finally, the crux of the matter was revealed. Lu Yu understood that Flanders would not casually propose an assessment devoid of requirements. To pass this assessment, you must withstand the onslaught of the teachers for a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick alongside your chosen allies. Furthermore, as the focal point of this practical exercise, it is imperative that you safeguard the well-being of your teammates, Flanders stated in his gravelly yet magnetic voice. It seemed that he would have to assume the role of a supportive healing soul master in this confrontation. I will inform the other students of this matter shortly, and they will have no right to refuse. I will also instruct the participating teachers to give their utmost effort. This assessment will officially commence in a week. Allowing you a week for preparation, Flanders announced. Now, for today's session, we will focus on physical training. From this moment, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you are to run 20 laps around the village. Lu Yu, upon hearing his name called by Flanders, realized that additional training awaited him. Sure enough, Flanders gestured towards a pile of weights behind him and instructed Lu Yu, you are to carry these weights and complete 40 laps around the village. Not a single item should sustain any damage upon completion. Should you fail to finish before lunchtime, you shall go hungry. Of course, you may utilize your soul skills for sustenance. With that final remark, Flanders turned and departed, leaving the three of them exchanging glances in disbelief. My heavens! The dean seems intent on pushing us to our limits. Oscar exclaimed in despair, clutching his head and gazing skyward. Lu Yu, what do you think? Completing 40 laps will surely leave us utterly exhausted. Lu Yu approached the pile of weights left by Flanders, discovering them coated in dust, as if unearthed from some forgotten storeroom. The craftsmanship was rather crude, far inferior to the weights he had previously fashioned from iron blocks. However, as Lu Yu's training in the 8 gates of escape progressed, the utility of those weights diminished, even impeding the angle of his strikes. Moreover, he had yet to find suitable materials, prompting him to remold the weights into a dagger, which he coated with a meticulously concocted poison by Mo Holik for unforeseen circumstances. Casually, Lu Yu lifted the assortment of weights and noted their surprising heft. As he brushed away some of the dust, intricate, arcane patterns emerged. Attempting to channel a modicum of soul power into them, he suddenly felt a weight in his hand. Indeed, this object was a soul guide. Specifically an auxiliary training device for enhancing strength. Lu Yu, can you respond? Are you really going to run? Oscar inquired, observing Lu Yu's foolish grin at the dilapidated items. He wondered if some peculiar mechanism left by the headmaster had stolen Lu Yu's wits. It's fine, let us go, Lu Yu replied, lifting his head. The structure of the weights was simple, a stark contrast to the mysterious patterns. He quickly donned the weights and declared, let us run, the sooner we finish, the sooner we eat. With that, he exerted his strength and began to circle the village. Before Oscar could collect his thoughts, Ning Rongrong dashed out without hesitation. Seeing the fervor in both of them, Oscar felt a pang of frustration, reflecting on their youthful exuberance. They were still unfamiliar with the village's boundaries, though it appeared small. A single lap around it measured 3 kilometers. Typically, he struggled to complete 10 laps, yet today they had ramped up to 20, an entire doubling of the distance. Even a level 20 battle spirit master would find such a feat challenging, let alone himself, an auxiliary spirit master. Lu Yu was astonishingly attempting 40 laps. What had come over the headmaster today to impose such a daunting task at the start of term? Oscar felt little hope for the days to come. As Oscar ruminated, Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong had already vanished from sight. With a resigned sigh, he set off in pursuit, knowing that no meal awaited him until they completed their run. Meanwhile, as the trio embarked on their arduous journey, Flanders summoned Tang San to his office, alongside John Chichi. In the Shrek Academy's office of Flanders, upon entering, Tang San retrieved a letter from the 24 Bridges on a moonlit night, handing it to Flanders. My teacher instructed me to deliver this to you, saying it should be given upon my arrival at Shrek Academy. Flanders smiled. Your teacher must be the master, correct? Tang San nodded in agreement. After accepting the letter and placing it on his desk, Flanders instructed, please wait outside for a moment. Tang San acknowledged this with a nod and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. After Tang San departed, Flinder turned to the ebony-haired maiden before him and inquired, "Might I ask if you are acquainted with someone by the name of Zhan Xin?" The young lady, upon hearing his words, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he was her father. Zhan Qiqi felt a twinge of confusion in her mind, as she could not comprehend why the headmaster of Shrek Academy had summoned her and was aware of her father's name. The Zhan family, being a prominent clan, had chosen to retreat from the public eye centuries ago, rendering their existence virtually unknown to most. Chapter 97. A circuit around the village. Zhan Qiqi was perplexed. Her family had opted for seclusion hundreds of years ago, and there was a long-standing aversion within the clan towards members venturing outside, except for those dispatched on official duties. Others were required to gain the Council of Elders' approval to leave. Thus, the Zhan family's presence would be scarcely acknowledged throughout the continent. She was astonished that Headmaster Flinder possessed knowledge of their lineage. "Are your family members aware of your presence here?" Flinder suddenly asked. Zhan Qiqi nodded. "That's good," Flinder replied. "You may return now and bring Tang San in." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the village, 3 figures, a pair of boys and a girl, were jogging around the village. "Oscar, how much longer until we complete this run?" At that moment, Ning Rongrong was beginning to feel winded. Initially, when Flinder proposed the idea of running 20 laps around the village, she thought it would be a trivial task, given that her father had spoken similarly. And under the supervision of her father and the elders of her sect, she had undergone considerable physical training. However, Flinder's 20 laps around the village proved to be quite taxing. "We're still quite far from finishing, at our current pace, let alone having lunch. It would be a miracle if we returned before dinner," Oscar replied, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. "But the headmaster mentioned that we could enhance ourselves with our martial spirits and soul skills. Are you hungry?" As he spoke, Oscar summoned his martial spirit, and with a flash of yellow light, a steaming sausage appeared in his hand, which he offered to Ning Rongrong. "If you're hungry, this sausage will help replenish your energy. At the very least, you won't have to worry about running on an empty stomach." A steaming sausage was thrust before Ning Rongrong, with wisps of white steam caressing her face, adding a touch of charm to the scene. Yet, upon recalling the rather unappetizing process by which Oscar prepared the sausage the previous day, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she turned her head and quickened her pace to catch up with the ahead figure, Liu. At this moment, Liu was faring considerably better than the 2 trailing behind, as he was a level 41 soul master, coupled with his extensive practice of the 8 gates of Duanjia. His physical condition surpassed theirs by a significant margin. His strides were steady and powerful, leaving deep imprints on the ground with each step. His arms naturally swung in rhythm with his body, and the heavy load he bore seemed to impose little burden upon him. After running for a while, Liu realized he had swiftly adapted to the weights he was donning. Although the load had a notable heft, it was not excessively burdensome. He quickly found a sense of balance and rhythm, allowing his steps to become stable and forceful. After infusing his soul power, Liu initially anticipated feeling a heavy burden. Yet surprisingly, it was not as severe as expected. He began to ponder the underlying principles, speculating that the ingenious design of the weighted gear cleverly employed a mechanism that bound the wearer's muscles and acupoints to enhance the load, thereby achieving a training effect. This method neither inflicted excessive strain on the body nor failed to effectively improve physical fitness. As time progressed, Liu gradually sensed his advancement. His breathing became increasingly steady, and his steps grew lighter, as if the weight had seamlessly integrated into his very being. He realized that this weighted equipment not only aided in his physical conditioning, but also cultivated his endurance and resolve. Throughout this journey, Liu continuously adjusted his breathing and stride, striving to discover the most suitable running posture and rhythm for himself, and over time, he had adapted to the gear. Just then, Ning Rongrong's sweet voice reached him from behind, laced with intermittent gasps, her flushed cheeks evoking boundless imagination. Hearing footsteps approaching, Liu did not halt his pace but turned to glance back. To his astonishment, he found Ning Rongrong had accelerated to catch up with him. Beads of perspiration adorned her forehead, and strands of hair clung to her skin due to the moisture. Her cheeks were rosy, and her breath was somewhat hurried, indicating a significant expenditure of energy. "Are we really going to run so many laps around the village? I was joking earlier when I said at least 3 kilometers for 1 lap. The dean expects you to complete 40 laps before noon," Ning Rongrong spoke, her words punctuated by her uneven breathing, a consequence of her recent burst of speed. She had not anticipated that Liu possessed such extraordinary stamina, capable of running so swiftly even while burdened. While she quickened her pace, it was merely sufficient to keep up with him. "Perhaps we should find a place to rest," she suggested, swiftly adjusting her breathing rhythm. "If you're tired, you can go rest with Oscar. Don't worry about me," Liu replied calmly, his tone steady. For him, this exertion hardly qualified as strenuous, considering they had barely completed 1 lap. Subsequently, Liu surged forward, swift as an arrow, leaving behind only an ephemeral shadow and swirling dust. Ning Rongrong stood there, momentarily dazed, watching his receding figure, her heart swelling with an indescribable shock and disappointment. Her eyes widened, her beautiful face etched with disbelief. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, she had been accustomed to being the center of attention since childhood, basking in endless affection and admiration, whether from elders within the sect or her senior peers. She had always been cherished, and no one had ever dared to treat her with such indifference. Yet now, this unexpectedly appearing stranger had callously left her behind, allowing her to experience, for the first time, the sting of neglect. With a haughty hum, Ning Rongrong summoned a radiant seven-treasure glazed tower into her hands. As the first soul ring beneath her feet began to rise, it enveloped the tower. Second speed. As she intoned her spell, the colorful tower erupted in a dazzling display of light. Enhanced by her speed soul skill, Ning Rongrong's pace surged, propelling her forward with remarkable swiftness. Observing the rapidly accelerating figures of Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong, Oscar, left behind, wore a look of exasperation, wishing they would at least bestow upon him a soul skill as well. Unfortunately, the two had already sprinted far ahead, oblivious to Uncle Sausage's pleas. Meanwhile, at the edge of the village where Shrek Academy was situated, two figures, a robust one and a slender one, stood side by side in a small grove, cloaked in black, their faces obscured. Chapter 98, Hidden in the Shadows. The sturdy and lean figures stood together, their black cloaks fluttering in the wind, while the low hoods concealed their features. The frail figure raised his aged eyes to observe the distant, rapidly moving silhouette, the murky gaze gradually igniting with life. Yet, in the next moment, his attention shifted to the petite figure closely trailing behind, murmuring, "The little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. It seems necessary to pay another visit to the sect." With that, he turned to leave, prompting the robust figure to question, "What business do you have at the Seven Treasures glazed sect, senior?" Chuckling softly, the frail figure replied, his voice raspy yet warm, "It has been quite some time since I last saw that little rascal Ning Fengji. I wish to pay him a visit, and perhaps have a chat with two old friends." As he spoke, the weight of his years became increasingly palpable in his tone. "Some individuals may never be seen again, and certain matters must be attended to while I still draw breath, lest I find unrest and death. Here, with Flander's little owl and Zhao Wujia's small black bear, I can ensure that Xiao San and Xiao Yu are safe." The black-cloaked figure's words seemed directed specifically at Tang Hao. "Accompany me for a while. Our presence is not required here for the time being." "Understood, senior," Tang Hao replied respectfully. Should any moderately powerful soul master have witnessed this scene, they would surely have been left astounded by the reverence displayed by the illustrious Haoyan Daoliu towards a seemingly frail elder. Yet Tang Hao remained unfazed. In his heart and outward demeanor, he regarded the elder as a figure deserving of great respect. Even though the elder's legendary feats had faded from the continent's memory, the image of the thundercloud Douluo, who once stood alone bearing the hopes of many, remained alive in his heart. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the forest, accompanied by a flash of lightning, causing the two cloaked figures to vanish without a trace, leaving behind only a small patch of charred earth. Boom! At that moment, Lu Yu, in the midst of his run, was startled by the distant thunder. He looked up at the clear blue sky, pondering how thunder could strike on such a sunny day. A peculiar sensation washed over Lu Yu, as if he had encountered this feeling before, reminiscent of the aura from the previous night. Yet, who could it be? He pondered internally. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he refocused his mind and channeled his soul power into the weight he bore, instantly feeling an intensified pressure. This was precisely the sensation he sought. Lu Yu accelerated once more, pushing himself forward with renewed vigor, his speed surpassing that of moments prior. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure emerged from the small grove, cautiously approaching the charred grass where lightning had struck. After confirming the area was secure, the figure turned to leave. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated against Flinder's office door. Inside, Flinder stood with a figure clad in blue, the very same Tang San who had been summoned by the battle-hungry Chi moments ago. "Return for now, prepare diligently. Tonight's lesson will not be easy." Flinder's tone bore an edge of agitation, as if he had just endured a tumultuous experience. In his hand, he clutched an open letter, the source of his evident distress. "Understood, Dean." Tang San nodded and then exited. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Flinder called out, "Come in." As the door creaked open, Tang San brushed past the shadowy figure and suddenly felt an unsettling familiarity with the person he had just seen. Hadn't he encountered that individual just recently? Wait a moment. Tang San lifted his head abruptly. Wasn't that person Zhao Wujia? How had he transformed into this state? Just yesterday, Zhao Wujia had appeared entirely normal while overseeing their fourth assessment. What could have transpired to alter him so drastically? Could it have been Lu Yu's doing? Tang San speculated, recalling that Lu Yu was the last to battle Zhao Wujia. Only he could have inflicted such a fate upon him. Lu Yu certainly doesn't hold back. Tang San muttered under his breath, nearly failing to recognize Zhao Wujia at first glance. His face resembled that of coal, evoking memories of a type of slave from his past life, Kongnuan slaves, whom only noble families would keep. They were strong and well-fed, often undergoing castration, making them obedient. The only differences between Zhao Wujia's coal-black visage and that of a Kongnuan slave were his shorter stature and the absence of such a procedure. If Zhao Wujia were to undergo that process, how much would he fetch at the slave market? After all, he was a soul sage. Surely he would command a decent price. Suddenly, Tang San was startled by his own errant thoughts. Even if there were a market, Zhao Wujia's strength as a soul sage meant few could restrain him, let alone proceed with such actions. He shook his head, dispelling these unrealistic notions, and hurriedly made his way to the open area to gather with Xiao Wu and the others. Flinder had shared many strange words with him, but none of that mattered now. After all, he had completed the task entrusted to him by the master. After yesterday's battle, he profoundly recognized the vast chasm between himself and Lu Yu, uncovering numerous shortcomings within himself. At this moment, the paramount task for him is to engage in rigorous training, striving to enhance his physical capabilities and reaction time. Thus, at least during the next encounter with peril, when Lu Yu aims to incapacitate him, he will possess sufficient time to evade the assault. As night fell, the air gradually cooled, and at this juncture, Flander stood in the clearing, gazing at the assembled members of Shrek Academy. All 8 students had gathered, each brimming with vitality. Except for Lu Yu. Flander had completed the 40 laps he assigned in merely one morning. In the afternoon, he added another 20 laps, while bearing a weighted load. By the end of the day, Lu Yu felt as though his limbs belonged to someone else entirely, had he not promptly utilized his soul skill to recover. Standing here would have been a formidable challenge. What astonished Lu Yu most was that Ning Rongrong had persevered as well. He recalled that in the original narrative, she had conspired with Oscar to cheat. Chapter 99. The unconventional Ning Rongrong? To be honest, Lu Yu was genuinely taken aback by Ning Rongrong's performance today. He remembered her persuading Oscar to cheat alongside her in the original tale, yet today she had steadfastly followed Lu Yu throughout the entire course, even dragging Oscar a considerable distance behind her. It appeared that this little princess was not as delicate as she seemed. At this moment, Flander cast an appreciative glance at Ning Rongrong, albeit just a fleeting one. Truth be told, the performance of this princess from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had slightly surprised him, but merely to that extent. Her endurance today merely demonstrated a semblance of willpower. For true prodigies, sheer perseverance is far from sufficient. Ning Rongrong's fair cheeks flushed with a hint of color, her cherry lips slightly parted. At just over 10 years of age, she possessed a touch of allure. The circumference of Shrek Village spanned at least 3 kilometers. After completing 20 laps, Ning Rongrong had run for nearly an entire day. However, as she persevered, she realized how formidable Lu Yu's strength was. While she was gasping for breath after her 20 laps, Lu Yu maintained a remarkably steady breath even after his 40 laps and additional training. Very well. You have all managed to endure today's appetizer, which has somewhat exceeded my expectations, Flander stated nonchalantly, leaving no hint of flattery in his tone. As the senior students, Dai Mubai and others sensed an ominous turn in Flander's voice, understanding that the remainder of the night would likely be arduous. I am pleased that some of you did not sneak away during the task period to wander the city, only to return and have your companions take the blame for fabricating results. Whether intentional or not, Flander emphasized the word some of you, his gaze sweeping over the students as if attempting to peer into their very souls. A hint of sternness and warning emanated from his eyes, inducing a wave of tension. Nevertheless, a barely perceptible smile lingered on Flander's face, suggesting a degree of satisfaction with the student's performance. He continued, however, such a situation has not occurred, which indicates that you comprehend the importance of obedience to orders. This is a crucial point. In combat, the synergy and coordination of the team are paramount. Should anyone act independently, it not only endangers themselves, but also jeopardizes the entire team. Thus, I implore you all to keep this in mind at all times, and refrain from making erroneous decisions driven by momentary impulses. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu could not help but smile subtly. It was evident that Flander's remarks were directed towards Ning Rongrong, the little princess, whose chin was slightly raised, seemingly flaunting her exceptional achievements. However, do not be misled into thinking that such accomplishments suffice. This is Shrek Academy, an institution that admits only the most formidable talents. What awaits you next will be the training befitting true monsters. Flander intoned with his gravelly yet magnetic voice. You have 2 minutes to prepare for your evening training. Unexpectedly, a discordant voice interrupted. Why must we participate in the evening training alongside them? We have already run over 60 kilometers today and are utterly exhausted. Do we not deserve a moment of respite? Ning Rongrong's sweet voice chimed in, her left hand fanning herself dismissively, exuding an air of disregard for Flander. Luyu chuckled inwardly at her words. Indeed, the temperament of this princess from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was unlikely to change. The true nature of this little sovereign was now manifesting. Upon hearing her statement, the expressions of the three senior students darkened, as no one had dared to speak to the esteemed dean in such a manner for years. The onlookers turned their gazes towards Flander, whose previously stern countenance instantly turned frigid. So, do you mean to imply that you have no intention of participating in the subsequent activities? Flander's tone grew somewhat indifferent, making it difficult to discern his current mood. Indeed, we have circled the village 20 times, and Luyu has completed over 40 laps. The training volume has already exceeded that of others, and for an auxiliary soul master, today's training load should suffice, Ning Rongrong asserted confidently, hands on her hips, her gaze unwavering, exuding a blend of self-assurance and pride. As the cherished princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had always been doted upon, enjoying superior living conditions. Yet, this did not imply a lack of diligence or fortitude. In truth, Ning Rongrong engaged in considerable training within her sect, dedicating ample time each day to hone her skills and enhance her power. Thus, when confronted with today as training intensity, she felt little pressure. However, unlike other soul masters, Ning Rongrong recognized the uniqueness of her role as an auxiliary soul master. She understood that her duty was to provide support and enhancements to her teammates rather than to engage directly in combat. Consequently, she believed that for her current stage as an auxiliary soul master, today's training was sufficiently rigorous, and there was no necessity to follow others in additional practice. In her view, excessive training could lead to physical exhaustion and impair future performance. Moreover, as an auxiliary soul master, she required ample time to cultivate and master various skills to better serve her team. Moreover, she aspired to maintain an excellent state, ever prepared to confront unforeseen circumstances. Do you truly believe yourself superior to everyone present? Flander's gaze was imbued with indifference, and he shook his head. You are mistaken. Every individual here surpasses you by a considerable margin. Even Oscar, whom you have consistently looked down upon, is undoubtedly far more accomplished than you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower has always been renowned as the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the continent. How could we possibly be inferior to them? Ning Rongrong retorted passionately, her bright eyes shimmering with unwavering determination and confidence. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she harbored immense pride and faith in her family's martial soul. Furthermore, as the most gifted of the younger generation within the sect, she had been entrusted with high expectations from the elders since her youth. Indeed, I do not doubt the status of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, I implore you to reflect upon whether your recent words and actions truly align with your esteemed sect's reputation across the continent, Flanders remarked coldly. Given the unique nature of auxiliary soul masters, who lack offensive capabilities, the paramount importance lies in the seamless coordination with one's teammates on the battlefield. If you cannot even train alongside your partners, how can they entrust their backs to you? Ning Rongrong, wished to retort, only to find herself at a loss for words. Chapter 100. What defines a genius? As an auxiliary soul master, if you cannot find a partner who can confidently rely on you, what value does your existence hold? Flanders pressed on with relentless precision, his words striking at her heart, rendering Ning Rongrong utterly speechless. Ning Rongrong, found myself unable to respond to Flanders' relentless critique. Your restlessness brings shame not only upon yourself, but upon the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even your father, whose reputation is unparalleled, would not dare presume that he alone could achieve all that has been accomplished today. Flanders paused before continuing, and given your restlessness, can you truly find a trustworthy partner solely based on your temperament? Flanders descended the steps, approaching the crowd, and pointed to Dai Mubai, the leader. Dai Mubai, aged 15, possesses the White Tiger martial soul, and is a level 37 powerful assault soul master, having attained the rank of soul master at the tender age of 13, making him the youngest to reach such a level in the Academy's history. Flanders then directed his finger towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, of similar age, wields the exceptional mutated beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. Although his martial soul bears certain flaws due to its mutation, he has elevated his strength to its current level while overcoming these shortcomings. Can your modest capabilities possibly compare? Next, there is Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, with his innate blue-silver grass martial soul, is 12 years old. Blue-silver grass is widely regarded as a useless martial soul on the continent. Yet he has managed to cultivate it to level 29 at such a young age. Xiao Wu also possesses innate, full soul power as a talent. How can their ranks and abilities be considered inferior to yours? Lastly, there is Oscar. I am aware of your deep-seated disdain for him, but I can unequivocally inform you that he possesses innate, full soul power talent. Ning Rongrong shook her head in disbelief upon hearing this statement. No, it cannot be. How could an auxiliary soul master possess innate, full soul power talent? The auxiliary soul masters on the mainland have always been unrelated to innate full soul power. Even in my own awakening, achieving level 9 was considered the pinnacle for an auxiliary soul master. Even my father, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, awakened with a soul power of only level 9. How could a mere food-based auxiliary soul master like Oscar possess innate, full soul power? If you harbor doubts, you may easily verify his records at the Spirit Hall. Every individual with innate full soul power is duly documented there. Flander remarked casually. Next, there is Lu Yu alongside Zhang Qiqi. Flander pointed towards Lu Yu, whose prowess you have witnessed. He is also an auxiliary soul master. Yet his combat capabilities rival those of strong attack-type soul masters, and his agility matches that of agility-type soul masters. Moreover, as an auxiliary soul master, his comprehensive enhancement, absolute healing, and soul power restoration are unparalleled. Can you accomplish any of these feats? Throughout the continent's history, over centuries, even millennia, there has never been a martial soul as extraordinary as his. His future achievements will undoubtedly eclipse those of your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Zhang Qiqi's divine warrior martial soul possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, complemented by the agility of an agility-type soul master. Even without summoning her martial soul, she can contend with ordinary soul masters. Aside from her lack of healing and enhancement abilities, her versatility is second only to Lu Yu. Both of them share the gift of innate full soul power, and it can be said without reservation that such a talent holds little value at Shrek Academy. Flander stated flatly. Beside him, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun felt a sense of unease at Flander's words. If innate full soul power is deemed valuable here, what does that make them? Are they unworthy of a price tag? I ask you, Miss Ning, what standing does your innate level 9 soul power hold here? I believe you are well aware of this. Flander's voice was deep and resonant, his owl-like sharp eyes fixated intently on Ning Rongrong, as if attempting to see through her very being. Ning Rongrong felt somewhat uncomfortable under Flander's gaze, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, lifting her chin slightly and responding. Teacher, I am aware of what you say. However, before she could finish, Flander interrupted her, his tone grave. There are no buts. Since you have chosen to study here, you must abide by the Academy's rules and discipline. Do not assume that your talent elevates you above others. This is not a place where you can act with impunity. Ning Rongrong stood there, momentarily lost. Having been recognized as a genius within her sect since childhood, her self-esteem had suffered a severe blow since arriving at Shrek Academy. Witnessing Lu Yu's overwhelming strength in his battle against Zhao Wujia had deeply shocked her, leading her to subconsciously overlook the fact that he too was an auxiliary soul master. Flander's words struck her like a sharp sword, ruthlessly piercing into her innermost self, shattering some vital aspects of her identity. These utterances hammered relentlessly at her heart, enveloping her in anguish and despair. She could not escape the hurt inflicted by those words. Her complexion gradually turned pale, and suddenly, she burst into tears before fleeing towards the dormitory without a backward glance. Lu Yu, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of compassion within him. He understood that Ning Rongrong had been excessively pampered since childhood, raised in an environment of indulgence, which had fostered her capricious and willful nature. Yet, at this moment, Dean Flander mercilessly pointed out her flaws and sternly criticized her behavior, ruthlessly trampling upon the fragile self-esteem she had been so carefully shielded by, disregarding it entirely. This situation made Lu Yu feel a deep sense of sympathy. Flander observed the scene before him, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. As one of the esteemed members of the Golden Iron Triangle, he was confident in his ability to handle this little girl with ease. He recognized that although Ning Rongrong could be somewhat spoiled and headstrong, her essence was not malevolent. Rather, her privileged upbringing had shaped her disposition. If he did not intervene now to shatter her distorted self-regard, she would likely encounter greater hardships in society in the future. Thus, he resolved to educate her sternly, hoping for her transformation. Contemplating this, Flander mused to himself. This time, I have indeed rendered a great service to Ning Fengji. After all, educating one's daughter is a parental duty, and his actions undoubtedly assisted Ning Fengji in nurturing a better daughter. Perhaps, Ning Fengji would owe him a favor because of this. However, Flander was not motivated by the desire for reciprocation. He genuinely wished for Ning Rongrong to grow and improve. Chapter 101. Now, this is what you call a genius. Dean, Is it truly all right not to check on Ning Rongrong in her current state? Dai Mubai inquired hesitantly. For the dean's previous remarks had struck hard, directly targeting Ning Rongrong's vulnerabilities. Dai Mubai believed that he might not withstand such a verbal assault from Flander himself. In response, Flander calmly waved his hand. Do not concern yourself with her for now. Let her reflect in solitude for a while. He then turned his attention to the others. All right. This matter ends here. I do not wish to see similar incidents in the future. From now on, focus on your training and adhere strictly to the Academy's rules, completing each task diligently. Otherwise, you will not fare well. Now, follow me to your first class. As soon as the words left his lips, Flander's figure glided away with an effortless grace. The others hurriedly followed suit, and as Flander casually glanced back to ensure they were keeping pace, he paid them no further mind, concentrating on the journey ahead. Right behind Flander was Lu Yu, who could distinctly sense that Flander was deliberately moderating his pace. He moved at a steady rhythm, neither too fast nor too slow, perfectly ensuring that the group could keep up while advancing at the quickest possible speed. After all, given his formidable strength as a level 78 agile attack spirit master, leaving this group of children behind would have been a trivial endeavor. Behind Lu Yu stood Dai Mubai, and surprisingly, behind him was not the agile attack type Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, or Ma Hongjun, but rather the elegantly dressed Zhang Qiqi. Tang San's ghostly shadowing technique heavily relied on entangling the enemy and controlling the battlefield, yet in terms of sheer speed, he was outmatched by the agile soul masters. Soon, under the guidance of Flinder, a majestic city gate appeared before them, illuminated by the radiant moonlight and the lights from the city tower, with the word Soto City boldly displayed above. Ding! The latest check-in task has been released. Check-in location, Soto City, Grand Soul Arena. Check-in reward, 500 points, Weapon Encyclopedia. The Soto City, Grand Soul Arena? Lu Yu initially assumed they would first venture to the school or other places of learning, but to his astonishment, their first lesson was to arrive at the Grand Soul Arena. As they entered Soto City, the group was immediately captivated by the vibrant scene before them. Although it was merely a city within a principality, the bustling market at night rivaled that of the grandest cities in the empires. People thronged the streets. Merchants displayed a myriad of goods, dazzling the eye with their variety. This spectacle showcased Soto City's significant standing and formidable economic power within the nation. Xiao Wu eagerly surveyed the exquisite items presented by the vendors, for every girl possesses an inherent appreciation for beauty. Upon encountering such delightful trinkets, her latent shopping instincts were instantaneously ignited. Zhang Qiqi, too, was deeply enchanted by the sights. As the daughter of a secluded family, she had spent her childhood within the confines of her clan. Apart from learning various disciplines from the elders, her time was largely devoted to honing her combat skills in the family training grounds, particularly after awakening her Valkyrie martial spirit with her innate full soul power. The resources of her family had tilted heavily in her favor. Even her usually stern father harbored great expectations for her, and her sole escapade outside was to hunt soul beasts. Before long, Flinder led the group to a magnificent building, the Grand Soul Arena, an esteemed venue for soul masters to spar and a prime location for enhancing their combat prowess. Since this arena was situated in Soto City, it was also referred to as the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Flinder stood with his back to the arena, facing the group with his hands clasped behind him. This will serve as your classroom for the upcoming lesson. Subsequently, he ushered them into the grand edifice. Such Grand Soul Arenas exist only in major cities across the continent, established with the support of the 7 great families. Once a Soul Master attains the level of Soul Master at the 40th rank, they can no longer receive subsidies from the Spirit Hall. One of the benefits of these Grand Soul Arenas is that if one can distinguish themselves in competition and capture the attention of these esteemed families, their future endeavors will surely ascend to great heights. Moreover, as these arenas are entirely founded by the 7 families, the Spirit Hall and the various empires have no influence over them, allowing for a high degree of inclusivity, with many individuals within being wanted criminals for diverse reasons. They arrived here for various reasons. Some sought refuge from pursuers, while others aimed to enhance their strength and status through combat. The Arena of Souls, however, is indifferent to their identities, welcoming only the promise of exhilarating matches. Naturally, for those with heinous crimes, the arena will impose certain measures. Yet, Flanders suddenly paused, adopting an air of mystery as he spoke. The arenas here do not shy away from bloodshed. Thus, within these walls, one need not fear retaliation for killing. However, once outside the arena, the situation may differ. Given the perilous nature of this place, why have you brought us here? Xiao Wu inquired, her grip tightening on the arm of her companion, Zhang Qiqi, as she listened to Flanders' introduction. Her wide eyes reflected confusion and concern as she gazed at the dean. Zhang Qiqi sensed Xiao Wu's anxiety and gently patted her hand, though worry also flickered across her own face. She had heard elders in her family speak of the grand arena, describing it as a chaotic mlang of individuals, which fostered a deep-seated aversion within her. You need not fret, Mingbai interjected, taking it upon himself to clarify for the group. The grand arena possesses a comprehensive ranking system. In this continent, the levels of spirit rings and soul power serve as the best indicators of a soul master's strength. However, the combat prowess of a 4-ringed attack-type soul master cannot be equated with that of a 4-ringed support-type soul master. Therefore, the arena assesses a soul master's strength based on their efforts, subsequently awarding them soul badges. Each victory in battle earns a certain number of points. The soul badges are categorized from lowest to highest as iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Matches are organized according to the badges held, ensuring that opponents are generally of comparable strength. The group nodded in partial understanding, and Flander regarded Mingbai, the most senior student in the academy, with a satisfied nod. This acknowledgement did not overlook the considerable financial contributions Mingbai had made to the institution since his enrollment. Chapter 102. The True Genius. What purpose do these soul badges serve? Are they merely tokens for the arena? Xiaowu queried once more. Certainly. They are more than mere tokens. These soul badges are recognized across the major cities of the continent, providing extensive benefits. The higher the badge level, the greater the privileges one can enjoy, Mingbai explained patiently with a smile. He then turned to Flander, signaling that he had concluded his explanation. Flander nodded and continued. Indeed, what Mingbai shared was quite comprehensive. To summarize, your first assignment since enrolling is a long-term project, to acquire a silver badge from the Grand Arena before graduation. A silver badge? Isn't that just a third-level badge? What could be difficult about that? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu relaxed her expression and remarked that, according to Mingbai, the silver badge was classified as the third tier. She had initially anticipated that Flander would assign an exceedingly challenging task, yet this seemed rather straightforward. However, in the next moment, Mingbai shook his head with a wry smile and explained that attaining a silver badge was not as effortless as she might assume. As previously mentioned, badges are acquired through the accumulation of points, which can only be earned through victories in competitions. Should one lose a match, a portion of their points would be deducted. If one's points fall below the threshold of their current badge, they would automatically be downgraded to a lower tier. Moreover, the number of points earned is contingent upon the strength of one's opponents. A victory against a significantly stronger adversary could yield double points, whereas triumphing over a weaker foe would result in a meager point gain. Such complicated regulations? Xiaowu thought to herself, retracting her earlier assumptions. It appeared that achieving a silver badge in a short span of time would indeed be quite arduous. Mingbai, you mentioned that winning against weaker opponents yields fewer points. If I were to simultaneously activate multiple identities and solely compete against those weaker than myself, could I then consolidate all my points into a single badge? Tang interjected with a question. Upon hearing this, Liu felt a sense of familiarity. This was reminiscent of his previous life, where he often exploited lower-level accounts in games. Although the specifics differed, the underlying principle was similar, taking advantage of the weaker to fulfill one's own petty intentions. Mingbai, however, shook his head, stating that such a strategy was virtually impossible. The matchmaking system of the Soul Arena is entirely random. Not only is it unfeasible to consistently secure matches against weaker opponents, but one person cannot simultaneously maintain multiple identities. The Grand Soul Arena has instituted strict regulations to uphold order, allowing each individual to possess only one badge. The possibility of accumulating points across multiple badges would not only be impossible, but, if discovered, could lead to expulsion from the Grand Soul Arena or, in severe cases, being pursued by the 7 major families behind it. What is your current rank, then? Tang pressed with renewed curiosity. My record stands at 29 wins and 27 losses. Mingbai replied. Liu was taken aback. Was it truly the case that with Mingbai's prowess, he had only achieved 29 victories? Yet, he quickly reconciled this with the understanding that the rules of the Grand Soul Arena dictate that upon reaching a new level and acquiring a new soul ring, one is assigned to a higher grouping. It seemed that Mingbai had encountered opponents of level 39 when he was at level 31. While Mingbai's White Tiger martial spirit is regarded as one of the elite among beast martial spirits, facing opponents of significantly higher levels would indeed pose a challenge. In light of this, there appeared to be some room for strategy. Mingbai, please take them to register, Flander stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. After uttering this, he turned and departed. Mingbai nodded slightly, then turned to the group and said, "Let us proceed. I will guide you to the registration." On the road, Mingbai elaborated on the additional rules of the Soul Arena. The combat formats within the arena are notably diverse, encompassing individual battles, duos, and group skirmishes. In group battles, The common scale typically ranges from 7 to 10 participants. This not only tests the individual prowess of each contender, but also imposes stringent demands on team collaboration. A breathtaking group skirmish often necessitates seamless coordination among various factions to collectively counter the assaults and challenges posed by their adversaries. The registration process is remarkably straightforward, requiring only the submission of one's name and soul power attributes, after which everyone promptly received their respective Iron Soul badges. Upon arriving at the front desk, Liu was greeted by a receptionist wearing a professional smile. However, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she noticed the information displayed on the screen. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the screen, then glanced back at Liu, her gaze filled with surprise and confusion. "Young man, are you certain you did not make a mistake in your selection?" The receptionist inquired cautiously, her voice betraying a hint of unease. Liu shook his head, responding affirmatively. "Indeed, I am a soul master." The receptionist blinked, attempting to compose herself before swiftly adjusting her demeanor to re-establish her smile. She began to engage Liu with warmth and gentleness. "What is your name, young one?" she asked with curiosity. "My name is Liu," he replied politely. "Wow, little brother Liu is truly adorable," she exclaimed, casting him a playful wink. After all, it was her first encounter with such a gifted 12-year-old soul master. Despite her years of experience at the soul arena, due to the newly registered Iron Badge, they were limited to the division's arena, with Liu undoubtedly entering the Soul Master category, while Tang San and his companions advanced to the Great Soul Master group. Subsequently, they awaited in the designated area for their category under Dai Mubai's guidance. Upon entering the waiting zone, Liu noticed that several individuals were already present. Yet the spacious area spared many from waiting outside. The instant Liu stepped into the waiting area, he captured the attention of everyone inside. As this was the Soul Master Group's holding area, the sight of such a young child, around 10 years of age, elicited expressions of astonishment from the onlookers. Scanning the crowd, Liu observed that the next youngest individual appeared to be in their 20s. A massive wooden sign hung on one wall, indicating it was for betting purposes. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "That is for gambling." Turning around, Liu found a figure standing behind him, smiling amiably. "Little brother, you must be new here today." While Liu was momentarily captivated by the scene, he turned to see a man with an exaggerated green mohawk approaching him with a friendly grin. Although there remained a considerable distance between them, an unusual and pungent odor surged toward Liu's nostrils. The odor emanating from him resembled that of an individual who had not bathed for several days or even months, as if he had just emerged from a pile of salted fish. Fortunately, the waiting area was quite spacious and well ventilated. Otherwise, the potency of such a stench in a confined space might surpass that of a gas bomb. Even so, the surrounding spirit masters instinctively avoided the man, creating a desolate vacuum around him. "I don't believe we've met before," he remarked, seemingly unfazed by his distinctive scent. As he spoke, remnants of what could only be old vegetable leaves danced at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps sensing the discomfort of his teeth, he extended his grimy fingers, plucking the leaves from his mouth and, to the dismay of those nearby, shoved them back inside, swallowing them along with the minute spices lodged beneath his nails. Yet, he remained oblivious to the disdainful glances cast his way, his face adorned with a jovial grin. "Are you interested in the betting matches?" he inquired. "Betting matches?" Liu murmured. "Indeed, this is the most popular form of gambling in the Great Soul Arena, and the only one officially sanctioned," the pungent man replied. His voice bore a sharpness, grating like nails on a chalkboard, evoking discomfort in those who heard it. This unique vocal quality made him particularly conspicuous in the crowd, albeit leaving a less than favorable impression. "The Great Soul Arena permits gambling?" Liu's interest piqued at the mention of betting matches. In his previous life, his exposure to gambling was limited to films, television, and literature. This was his first encounter with it in reality. "Ha ha ha," the man emitted a harsh, penetrating laugh that seemed to resonate within one's very soul, sending shivers down the spine. "It appears you are somewhat misinformed. Although the Great Soul Arena is managed by the 7 noble families, it is a veritable melting pot where all manner of individuals converge. The ranks of gamblers are countless, and it is they who introduced betting matches into the arena. Initially, the arena was rife with clandestine duels, resulting in utter chaos. The gamblers shouted wildly, turning the Great Soul Arena into a veritable den of disorder. As he spoke, he shook his head repeatedly, revealing a profound disdain for the situation. Eventually, the Great Soul Arena could no longer tolerate the chaos and began to regulate the gamblers, gradually confining them to a designated area, which restored some semblance of order. Nevertheless, the spirit of gambling still thrived unabated. He sighed, seemingly resigned and discontent with the prevailing circumstances. Even so, the arena remained a tumultuous place, rife with illicit betting. To eradicate this issue, the 7 noble families imposed a ban on private gambling, consolidating all betting activities under their control. The man's expression shifted to one of scorn as he remarked that their purported aim to rectify the atmosphere of the arena was merely a guise for monopolizing lucrative business. Such inherent decadence among the nobility was unlikely to change until their dying day. Thus, it appears you are quite familiar with this place. Upon hearing the latter remark about the inherent flaws of nobility, Liu felt a flicker of intrigue towards the disheveled man before him, who seemed far more destitute than a mere beggar. He scrutinized the individual closely and discovered that, despite his tattered attire, there was an undeniable depth and resolve reflected in his eyes. Liu pondered silently. Who might this person be? What could account for his familiarity with this locale? Moreover, how could he possess such profound insights into the nature of the aristocracy? Was he once a noble himself? Yet, why had he fallen into such disrepair? A torrent of questions surged in Liu's mind, igniting a profound curiosity about this man. He resolved to probe further, hoping to glean more information about the surroundings from him. Thus, Liu inquired, "You mentioned that the flaws of nobility are all the same. What do you mean by that?" He awaited the man's response, eager to uncover any clues. To Liu's surprise, the man's next utterance did not align with his expectations. "Ah, young brother, what significance do those nobles hold? Since we are here in the Grand Soul Arena, why not engage in a match? At the very least, we could partake in the exhilarating thrill of a wager." He clapped Liu on the shoulder, his eyes glinting with a mischievous spark. As if he could already envision his impending victory, Liu felt a twinge of dismay, yet maintained a facade of composure. "Oh, a wager? What sort of betting are you proposing?" The man chuckled, a glimmer of avarice dancing in his gaze. "It's quite simple. We place our bets on the outcomes, and the victorious party claims the other's wager. What do you say? Shall we test our luck?" Liu inwardly scoffed, recognizing the man's cunning intentions to swindle him. Nevertheless, he did not wish to dismiss this opportunity outright, so he feigned hesitation, replying, "That sounds somewhat intriguing, but I must confess, I do not possess much capital." Upon hearing this, the man quickly retorted, "No worries, young brother. We can start with modest stakes. As long as you follow my lead, I assure you will profit. Furthermore, I have insider information that guarantees your success." As he spoke, he produced a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Liu. Liu accepted the note, casting a glance at its contents, and could not suppress a smirk. This was clearly a ruse. There was no genuine insider knowledge to be found. Yet, he maintained an expression of indifference. Just then, a voice rang out, "Young brother, you must not trust this disheveled scoundrel." Liu looked up to see a middle-aged man calling from a distance, seemingly avoiding the foul odor emanating from the ragged figure. "He has a crew that will initially entice you with small wagers to test the waters, but once you are drawn in, they will lead you to larger bets, ultimately resulting in your ruin. Many have been utterly deceived by them. Young man, heed my warning and steer clear of that filthy rogue to avoid trouble." Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted and dismissed by the disheveled man, who exclaimed, "Begone. This is none of your concern. Do not meddle in matters that do not involve you." He then turned to Liu with a cheerful smile, his eyes brimming with warmth and concern. "Young brother, do not be deceived by such individuals. I have previously mentioned that the Grand Soul Arena is a melting pot of diverse characters, especially those with ulterior motives. They constantly seek to exploit others for their own gain, even resorting to deceit and harm. You must remain vigilant and not easily trust the words of strangers. Should you require any assistance or advice, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, he gave Liu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Liu." At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, and Dai Mubai, accompanied by Tang and Xiao Wu, approached. "Mubai, Tang?" Liu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing them, and then greeted them with a smile. "What brings you here?" "Brother Yu, we finished our match over there, and since Oscar and Ma Hongjun are with the others, we thought we would come to check on your competition," Tang Sen replied with a smile. Although his appearance was not strikingly handsome, his amiable demeanor was quite comforting. "These are your friends? Well then, perhaps we shall meet again under fortunate circumstances. Young brother, remember, if you wish to place a bet, be sure to seek me out." The disheveled man, upon seeing Dai Mubai and the others arrive, suddenly wore an uneasy expression. After uttering a hasty remark, he hurriedly fled, as if pursued by unseen dangers. Right. My opponent seemed quite formidable, but he faltered under my assault in just 2 moves. The points are simply too easy to earn." Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. "If all future opponents are like this, we will complete the tasks assigned by the dean in no time. What are you thinking?" Tang Sen gently flicked Xiao Wu's forehead with his right hand. "Each soul master is only permitted to participate in 1 battle per day, and the points are limited. Moreover, you may encounter opponents who vastly exceed your strength in the future." Liu and Dai Mubai exchanged exasperated glances and shook their heads in unison. The two seemed utterly oblivious to their surroundings as they expressed their affection. Lu Yu then remarked, Tang-san is right. One can never predict the nature of future opponents. So it is wise to remain cautious. By the way, Brother Yu, we just registered for a 2-on-2 soul battle. While each soul master can only fight once a day, we can participate in different types of arenas, Tang-san said excitedly. That sounds promising. It will allow you to amass more combat experience and enhance your strength. Brother Yu acknowledged with a nod of approval. At that moment, Xiao Wu produced an iron plate from her pocket, proudly displaying it, on which the characters 3-5 were inscribed. Look, this is our 3-5 combination. Haha, quite an amusing name, Brother Yu chuckled. Hee of course. Tang-san and I are the best of partners, Xiao Wu declared with confidence, radiating the unique vitality of youth. Brother Yu, would you like to register as well? Having an additional match will surely provide more practical experience than merely one a day. Tang-san suggested. 3rd District, 3rd Soul Arena, Soul Sect. Lu Yu is in the waiting area. The announcement echoed through the waiting hall. Let us discuss this later. It's almost time for my match, Lu Yu said, already hearing the call of his name from the arena. Let us first proceed to the viewing platform. Eagerly anticipating the splendid performance of Brother Yu. As Xiao Wu departed, she waved goodbye with a radiant smile. While the three of them made their way towards the viewing platform, Lu Yu also headed in the direction of the arena. At the center of the fighting stage stood a host clad in a tailcoat, who cleared his throat and announced with a resounding voice. We shall now commence the 3rd match of the Soul Sect group's first 3 battles at the Soul Arena. One cannot help but commend the host for his dedication, despite the audience in the viewing seats being somewhat more numerous than those in the Soul Master group. The crowd was still sparse. Nevertheless, the host remained exuberant, fervently striving to elevate the atmosphere of the event. 2 Soul Masters were about to make their entrance. The newcomer Lu Yu, an auxiliary Soul Master wielding the weapon spirit, the Star Prayer Staff, and his opponent. The formidable Qing Ling, a battle Soul Master with a weapon spirit who had already achieved 4 consecutive victories. Unlike Lu Yu's staff, Qing Ling's weapon spirit was the Purple Thunder Bow. The outcome of this match remains uncertain. Will Qing Ling, with her Purple Thunder Bow, secure her 5th consecutive victory and accumulate 100 points, or will our newcomer Lu Yu emerge triumphant? Let us await the results with bated breath. Now, let us welcome both Soul Masters to the stage. The audience erupted in cheers, predominantly chanting Qing Ling's name. Notably, the male Soul Masters stood up, brandishing flags and banners, fervently shouting, Qing Ling, I love you. Qing Ling is the best. These voices coalesced into a tidal wave, engulfing the entire arena. The female Soul Masters were not to be outdone, equally raising their voices in admiration for Qing Ling, their eyes sparkling with adoration and envy. In that moment, the entire venue was captivated by Qing Ling's charm, as if she were the very center of the world. Mu Bai, do you know the origin of this Qing Ling? How could she possess such immense popularity? Tang-sen remarked, observing the male Soul Masters in the stands, who appeared as if invigorated by some elixir. Not to mention the female Soul Masters, which piqued his curiosity about Qing Ling. Qing Ling has only recently gained notoriety. It is said that she is a prodigy. Dai Mubai replied. Another person chimed in, indeed. I've heard she is merely 18 years old, yet her soul power has already reached level 43. Truly astonishing. Moreover, her weapon spirit, the Purple Thunder Bow, ranks among the finest of weapon spirits. With such talent at such a tender age, her future prospects are undoubtedly limitless. The admiration on the speaker's face was unmistakable, revealing him to be an ardent fan of Qing Ling. At that moment, a graceful figure began to approach the fighting stage. She moved with elegance, lightly stepping into the center of the arena. Sunlight bathed her in a golden hue, illuminating her fair skin and exquisite features. Clad in a flowing azure gown, Qing Ling's slender waist and curvaceous form were perfectly accentuated. Her long boots elongated her legs to perfection, while her flowing hair danced like willow fronds swaying in the gentle spring breeze, exuding an indescribable allure and grace. Draped in a flowing azure gown, the hem swayed gently, reminiscent of a meandering stream in the heart of a deep mountain, both refreshing and ethereal, accentuating her slender waist and curvaceous form, crafting an enchanting tableau that stirred the soul. Upon her feet rested exquisite long boots, their snug silhouette elongating her already statuesque legs to perfection, as if each step transported her upon clouds, light yet brimming with vigor. Her lustrous hair cascaded like a waterfall, smooth and gleaming, dancing softly with her movements, exuding a delicate fragrance that beckoned one to draw near, eager to explore further. The sheen of her tresses shimmered under the sun, adding an air of mystery and allure. Chapter 105, Battle Spirit, Qing, 3. It appeared that this girl was a speed-based soul master, Demubai remarked, fixating on the impressive legs showcased on the battle platform. Speed was indeed Yu's forte, he should face no significant obstacles in this match. Tang Sen recalled the enigmatic footwork exhibited by Lu Yu during his battle with Zhao Wuji. And having witnessed Lu Yu's remarkable speed, even while burdened by peculiar equipment, it seemed evident that Lu Yu's current velocity surpassed that of any comparable speed-based soul master effortlessly. Amidst the fervent cheers of Qing Ling, "I love you," Lu Yu ascended the stage with measured grace. His striking silver hair casually tied into a high ponytail cascading behind him, radiating the youthful exuberance uniquely his. As he stepped onto the platform, the crowd erupted with adoration, his hair shimmering alluringly, while his face beamed with the confidence and vitality of youth. A warm and captivating smile gracing his lips, as if to dispel all shadows in an instant. His stride was steady and powerful, as his gaze swept across the audience. His deep-set eyes sparkled like distant stars, compelling admiration from all who beheld him. In the viewing area, fervent fans of Qing Ling could not contain their skepticism upon seeing Lu Yu take the stage. Who is this young whippersnapper? Has he even grown up enough to be a soul master? Right? How old does he look? What did the host just say? That he is an auxiliary soul master? An auxiliary soul master? What a joke. What gives him the audacity to step onto the stage? Exactly. What business does a boy who isn't even matured yet have up there, playing the fool? Ha. Little brat, wise up and concede. Get off the stage. Our goddess Qing Ling might show some mercy and spare you. They jeered. The chorus of mockery and doubt echoed through the stands, as it was a widely held belief that auxiliary soul masters lacked combat prowess. To the spectators, Lu Yu was merely a naive young bull, blissfully unaware of the formidable opponent he was about to confront. The woman known as Qing Ling parted her crimson lips, her voice soft as a gentle breeze. "Little brother, this is not a place for you to tread." Her tone resembled a delicate wind chime, producing a crisp and penetrating melody that seemed capable of reaching into the depths of one's soul. Each note resonates with a melodious charm akin to pearls cascading upon a jade platter. Lu Yu maintained a warm smile, addressing Qing Ling. "Perhaps in your eyes, support spirit masters are often perceived as lacking combat prowess, mere entities lurking in the shadows of their teams." As he spoke, Lu Yu raised his hand, channeling his soul power, and a staff adorned with enigmatic runes materialized before him. Subsequently, four soul rings began to ascend from beneath his feet, a pair of purple, one blue, and one brown, gracefully undulating around him. What? Am I seeing things? What is that? A blue soul ring? A brown soul ring? The soul rings of the contestant Lu Yu are indeed extraordinary. The moment Lu Yu revealed his soul rings, the host was instantly captivated by their uniqueness. In his years of experience, he had never encountered such peculiar soul rings. It was not just the host. Everyone in the viewing area, save for Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Lu Yu's unusual soul rings. What in the world is this color configuration? Look, the first and second soul rings of that lad. Suddenly, a voice cried out, drawing everyone's attention to the fact that both Lu Yu's first and second soul rings were purple thousand-year rings. Who exactly is this young man? Is he even human? The spectators were astonished by this seemingly out-of-nowhere youth. With the bizarre colors of his soul rings and the formidable nature of his first and second rings leading them to question his very humanity. Could he possibly be a soul beast that had emerged from the depths of a secluded forest? See, I told you. Brother Yu's soul rings are always the center of attention. Xiao Wu, with her arms crossed and a playful expression, surveyed the astonished crowd, a bunch of inexperienced fellows. "Oh dear," Tang San remarked, withdrawing his hand, disregarding Xiao Wu who was cradling her head. "When we first encountered Brother Yu's soul rings, our situation wasn't much different from theirs. Focus on the match, you might learn something." Xiao Wu pouted, feigning grievance. What an intriguing little brother. Just then, Qing Ling's bell-like voice rang out. As she mobilized her soul power, she was enveloped in purple lightning, and a bow imbued with mysterious energy manifested in her hands. The bow, crafted from an unknown metal, emitted a faint glow of lightning, while the bowstring was entirely composed of condensed electricity. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's soul rings, Qing Ling was momentarily taken aback but swiftly regained her composure. Her prior combat experience reminded her that this was not the time to be distracted. Four soul rings emerged beneath her feet, ascending slowly, one bright yellow and two purple, a configuration indicative of a typical soul master. "Let me see your strength," she declared. As soon as her words fell, the third soul ring beneath her flared to life, the purple ring spiraling upwards. As she channeled her soul power into the purple lightning bow, radiant arcs of lightning enveloped her, and as she drew back the bowstring, a purple arrow began to coalesce. Third soul skill, illusory lightning arrow, the young girl exclaimed, and the arrow in her hand shot forth with sudden velocity. In an instant, the purple arrow transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Lu Yu. The arrow, astonishingly, transformed into 3 luminous projectiles mid-air, each darting towards the target with blinding speed. Bang! In a climactic moment, the 3 arrows detonated violently. Brother Yu! The instant the explosion erupted, Xiao Wu instinctively cried out. The arrow shot by Qing Ling flew with such velocity that none could discern its form. They merely beheld a streak of radiant light emanating from a bow crackling with purple lightning, followed by the resounding blast. Truly, my goddess Qing Ling. That wretch has most likely been obliterated to ashes. In the wake of the fierce explosion, all believed that Lu Yu could not possibly endure, let alone evade the onslaught. The arrow's speed was beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Even if that fool could perceive it, there would be no time to react, much less dodge. Wait. At that moment, Tang San interjected suddenly. Something is amiss. Those 3 arrows did not harm Brother Yu. A mysterious, faint purple glow flickered in Tang San's eyes. Chapter 106, Spirit Battle, White. Those 3 arrows did not harm Brother Yu, Tang San asserted again. How is that possible? My goddess Qing Ling's arrows are so swift they evade the naked eye. Your friend is merely a support spirit master. How could he possibly evade? Don't jest. This match is already concluded, one individual remarked. No, it is not over yet, Tang San replied, his tone calm and resolute. A careful observer would notice the enigmatic purple gleam in Tang San's eyes. Indeed, in the next moment, as the smoke cleared, someone exclaimed, "Look!" The crowd directed their gaze, and as the dust settled, the spot where Lu Yu once stood was utterly vacant. That lad hasn't he been reduced to ashes, has he? The earlier speaker's eyes widened, scanning for Lu Yu's figure. Behind you, Tang San suddenly announced. The individual paused for a moment, then quickly turned to look behind Qing Ling. Sure enough, a silver-haired silhouette had appeared behind her unbidden. At the moment when Tang San's mystic purple vision perceived the arrow splitting into 3, Lu Yu had already made his move. However, to Tang San's astonishment, Lu Yu did not utilize his soul power to defend. Instead, he swiftly extended his hand, catching one of the arrows and crushing it, then employing that peculiar gait to depart the original location. In the instant of the explosion, Lu Yu had already reached Qing Ling's rear. The arrow strike and the sight witnessed by the others were merely phantoms left by his rapid movement. Brother Yu's speed is indeed fearsome. That scene granted Tang San a fresh understanding of Lu Yu's velocity. At the moment Lu Yu grasped the arrow, a sharp pain surged through his fingertips, followed by a numbing sensation. He was inadvertently shocked by the lightning coursing through the arrow, leaving him inwardly astonished. This is not good. As the smoke dissipated, Qing Ling sensed with trepidation that her shot had missed. She had not anticipated that her opponent, as a support spirit master, would possess such terrifying speed. But by the time she realized it, it was already too late. At this moment, Lu Yu had already arrived beside Qing Ling, and the 3rd azure soul ring suddenly illuminated, accompanied by a frenzied influx of soul power. In an instant, a vortex of pure soul energy materialized in Lu Yu's left hand. With a resounding bang, he flung the vortex outward. Qing Ling attempted to activate her first soul skill, but it was all too late. Lu Yu's speed in condensing the vortex was astonishingly swift, leaving her no time to react. She could only instinctively leap aside. Yet her speed paled in comparison to Lu Yu's extraordinary agility. The vortex collided fiercely with her abdomen, sending the young girl crashing to the ground. This vortex was primarily composed of rapidly spinning winds, yet Lu Yu refrained from infusing it with excessive soul power. Instead, the high-velocity vortex, upon contact, tore through the fabric around her abdomen, reducing it to shreds. When Qing Ling finally managed to rise, a sudden coolness grazed her midsection, and she realized with shock that her clothing had been utterly destroyed by Lu Yu's strike, leaving her smooth, flat, and pristine abdomen exposed, with hints of white visible above. At that moment, the male spectators in the stands, upon witnessing this sight, were enraptured, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Some who had come with female companions regretted not attending alone, wishing to relish the moment without restraint. "How dare you treat my goddess this way? You are doomed," shouted a loyal fan of Qing Ling, enraged at the humiliation she had suffered at Lu Yu's hands, even though such fantasies were only ever entertained in dreams. The 2 young men, Dai Mubai and Tang San, were no exception. Though still youthful, both were in the prime of their vigor. Tang San, momentarily stunned by the alluring scene, felt his focus waver under the piercing gaze of Xiao Wu, which radiated an intent to kill. Gradually, the purple glow in his eyes dimmed as he shifted his attention to Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Qing Ling, acutely aware of the peculiar gazes surrounding her, felt her delicate cheeks flush crimson. She hastily shielded her modesty with her hands, her eyes ablaze with a palpable fury directed at Lu Yu. Never before had she endured such humiliation, especially at the hands of a stranger. "You scoundrel! I will kill you," she shouted, her voice laced with wrath. As her body crackled with electricity, the third purple soul ring flared once more. However, this time, it manifested not as a single arrow, but as three. As the energy coalesced, 3 streaks of light surged forth, her third soul skill, Phantom Thunder Arrows. Luyu could not help but exclaim in astonishment as he beheld the 9 radiant arrows speeding toward him like lightning, their velocity far beyond his imagination. In stark contrast to Zhao Wujia's leisurely movements, this astonishing speed left Luyu with no opportunity to devise an effective countermeasure. In that critical moment, without a hint of hesitation, Luyu swiftly summoned his inner strength, employing his most adept technique, the ghostly step. In an instant, his figure became as elusive as a specter, darting back and forth with remarkable speed. Yet, despite this, the 9 streams of light relentlessly pursued him, as if they had locked onto Luyu, granting him no respite whatsoever. Gritting his teeth, Luyu exerted himself to the utmost, employing the ghost step technique, constantly altering his direction and position in a desperate attempt to evade these lethal assaults. Each evasive maneuver was perilously close, as a moment's carelessness could result in being struck by the beams of light. With a resounding crash, bolstered by the ghost step, Luyu managed to once again evade the illusory thunder arrows. Qingling, after launching 3 arrows, swiftly mobilized her soul power once more. In an instant, the golden glow of her first soul ring intensified, and as it ascended in a whirl, it enveloped not the purple thunder bow in her hand, but rather floated above it, radiating brilliance. The first soul skill, Acceleration. This was Qingling's first soul skill, an enhancement type ability aptly named to amplify speed. It not only augmented the speed of the soul master, but also expedited the arrows released from the purple thunder bow. With her soul power surpassing the 40th level and acquiring her 4th soul ring, her first soul skill also began to enhance the mobilization of her soul power. However, this technique merely quickened the release of her soul skills without altering the amount of soul power consumed. Thus, in encounters with adversaries, she typically opted for swift resolutions to avoid protracted battles. Yet now, fueled by anger, Qingling was undeterred by the prospect of a drawn-out confrontation. All she desired was to eliminate the rogue before her with a single arrow. Suddenly, her third soul ring flickered, and the slender arms of the girl drew the bowstring taut to a crescent. 3 arrows transformed into streams of light and soared forth, followed by the activation of her second soul ring beneath her feet, which spun rapidly above the purple thunder bow. With a swift infusion of soul power, Qingling drew the bowstring once more, and 3 arrows rapidly took shape. Whoosh! As the 3 arrows dissolved into 9 streams of light, another trio of luminous arrows surged forth, totaling 12 arrows hurtling towards Luyu. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Luyu's heart involuntarily quivered, and a chill surged up his spine. He had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he reverted to his previous technique, preparing to utilize his extraordinary speed to shake off the relentless threat pursuing him. However, to his utter astonishment, no matter how desperately he surged ahead, the 3 deadly arrows clung to him like a persistent shadow, unwilling to relent. Was it possible that these arrows possessed tracking capabilities? As Luyu sprinted, he couldn't help but glance back, disbelief etched across his face. He had always been confident in his speed, and in the past, similar attacks could be easily evaded with full exertion. Yet today, these seemingly ordinary arrows appeared to possess a life and intelligence of their own. Regardless of how he darted and weaved, they accurately locked onto his position, gradually closing the distance with an unhurried persistence. With a determined bite of his lip, Luyu abruptly shifted the direction of his ghost step, executing a sharp drift and turn. Utterly futile. My second soul technique unleashes 3 arrows imbued with a tracking function, capable of locking onto the enemy's direction in real time, making it impossible to evade, no matter how cunning the angle may be. Upon witnessing Luyu's attempt to make a sharp turn, Qingling discerned his intention and wore a disdainful expression. Today, she would ensure that this rogue, who had brought her embarrassment, would meet a gruesome end. However, after Luyu executed that astonishing drift, to everyone's astonishment, he did not accelerate as anticipated, but rather intentionally slowed his pace. This unexpected maneuver brought the arrows, which had been closely pursuing him, alarmingly close. Observing from a distance, Qingling's beautiful visage betrayed a hint of confusion. She found it difficult to comprehend why Luyu would make such a seemingly self-destructive choice. Yet, in the next instant, when she saw Luyu suddenly channeling power into his legs, propelling himself forward like a wild stallion breaking free, her confusion was swiftly replaced by shock. Even more astounding was that as Luyu surged forward at breakneck speed, the 3 arrows, which had been trailing him, appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, closely following in his wake and hurtling towards her with astonishing velocity. Realizing the peril, Qingling swiftly activated her 4th soul ring, which burst forth with a dazzling purple light. The purple thunder bow in her hands rapidly coalesced into a silver arrow, which zipped through the air. Strangely, this arrow did not target Lu Yu, but instead veered towards the edge of the battlefield. Just as Lu Yu was about to close the distance to Qing Ling, he suddenly concentrated his power into his feet and unleashed it with thunderous force. Simultaneously, the immense soul power within him surged forth like a tumultuous flood, violently impacting every meridian within his body. In an instant, a mysterious and potent energy erupted from Lu Yu, enveloping him in a green whirlwind. This verdant mist spread outwards, shrouding him completely, rendering him akin to a war god from ancient times. As this green aura manifested, Lu Yu's aura ascended to an unprecedented height. All present were left in awe, their eyes wide and expressions filled with disbelief. Yet, the most unexpected developments were still to come. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Yu's figure moved like a specter, his speed accelerating once more. Particularly for Tang San, who possessed exceptionally keen observational skills and reflexes. Even with the activation of his purple extreme magic eye, he struggled to capture Lu Yu's lightning-fast movements. Witnessing Lu Yu's astounding performance, Tang San felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. It was known that during Lu Yu's battle with Zhao Wuji, his speed had already captivated the audience. Yet now he had evidently surpassed that threshold, revealing a terrifying enhancement in his prowess. In the next moment, just as Lu Yu was about to collide with Qing Ling, her figure unexpectedly vanished before his eyes. Indeed, she disappeared without a trace. Yet, in the following instant, Qing Ling reappeared at the location where the arrow had previously landed. This was her fourth soul skill, Arrow Shadow Form. Derived from a 4,000-year-old jade shadow deer, this soul beast possesses the ability of short-distance teleportation. With this ability, capturing her becomes significantly more challenging, yet her soul ring bestows upon her the same instantaneous movement capability. The arrows conjured by her fourth soul ring possess the power to transport her to the designated location, enabling her to arrive in an instant at any spot within her range of fire. However, the consumption of soul power increases with distance. Fortunately, at that critical juncture, the distance between Qing Ling and the edge of the battle arena was manageable, allowing her to exert her capabilities without exceeding her limits. In such an intense combat environment, every fragment of soul power is crucial, as a moment's carelessness could lead to a reversal of fortunes. At this moment, Qing Ling successfully maintained her distance from danger, and under the enhancement of her first soul skill, the speed at which she unleashed her abilities was proportional to her soul power consumption, placing a considerable burden on her body. As Qing Ling vanished from sight, Lu Yu momentarily froze. This signified the collapse of his strategy. But wait, in the anime he had watched in his past life, such tactics, using the enemy's tracking missiles against them, had always proven effective. Why had it failed him now? Subsequently, Lu Yu came to a halt. What did we just witness? Lu Yu, the contestant, has stopped. Is he conceding? The host exclaimed, swiftly drawing attention to this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 108, Battle Soul, Qing V. Observing Lu Yu's halted figure, Tang San couldn't help but furrow his brow. What was Yugo planning? He was completely baffled. Although the arrows fired by Qing Ling possessed tracking capabilities, Lu Yu's speed should have enabled him to evade them easily. Why had he suddenly stopped? The host's voice echoed once more. Has contestant Lu Yu decided to give up? All eyes in the arena were now fixated on Lu Yu. Initially, his remarkable speed had allowed him to evade Qing Ling's deadly arrows, leaving a profound impression on the spectators. Look, contestant Lu Yu is moving. The host proclaimed again. What was he doing? Not only the host, but the crowd was also perplexed as they observed Lu Yu adopting a peculiar stance. Even Daimou Bai wore a puzzled expression. What was Lu Yu up to? Was this some special soul skill? He could not help but voice his curiosity. Wait. Isn't this the very tactic Lu Yu employed against me when we first met at the Rose Hotel? In the arena, Lu Yu stood resolutely, his expression devoid of any semblance of panic. As the three deadly arrows approached his body, he slightly shifted his stance, elegantly waved his left hand, and simultaneously, the azure soul ring beneath his feet erupted into a brilliant glow. Instantly, a fierce whirlwind swept through the battle arena. In what seemed like a mere casual gesture, the arrows altered their trajectories dramatically, exemplifying the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds from Tai Chi to Qing Ling's astonishment. The arrows appeared to be magnetically drawn to Lu Yu's palm. As he moved, the arrows obediently followed, dancing in the air like well-trained pets. At that moment, the second soul ring beneath Qing Ling, radiating a faint azure light, suddenly blazed with brilliance. A thought crossed her mind as she attempted to remotely command the 3 arrows to explode midair. However, to her utter shock, she discovered that the mental connection she had with the arrows had been severed. It was not merely a disconnection. It was as if an immensely powerful and tyrannical soul force had forcibly obstructed her control. How could this be? Qingling's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart tumultuous with shock. This youth, Lu Yu, appeared to be no more than a teenager, his features still youthful and tender. Moreover, based on her previous understanding, he was merely an auxiliary soul master. Yet now, the intensity of his soul power was astonishing, surpassing all expectations. Doubts began to cloud Qingling's initial judgment of Lu Yu. Had he been concealing his true abilities all along? Or did he possess some undisclosed secret or fortunate encounter that endowed him with such formidable soul power? A torrent of questions surged within her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. However, in that moment of distraction, Lu Yu's attack had already reached her. With a resounding crash, a violent explosion jolted her thoughts back to reality. She snapped back to attention, only to find a fist poised directly in front of her. Nearby, 2 craters marked the aftermath of the explosions. Had the opponent allowed those 3 arrows to strike her, the consequences would have been dire. Sister, shall we continue fighting? Lu Yu's clear voice, laced with a hint of curiosity, suddenly resonated in her ear. Qingling froze, as if awakening from a dream, finally regaining her composure amidst the fierce battle. Yet, before she could fully gather her wits, an unusual sensation emanated from her abdomen, a chilling coolness. Instinctively, she glanced down, only to see that her already torn garments had been lifted by the whirlwind, revealing her snow-white skin, with glimpses of her delicate form above. In an instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to the vibrant hues of a ripe apple, resembling the splendid glow of sunset clouds. In a mix of embarrassment and fury, a sudden sharp sound echoed through the air. Without warning, a resounding slap landed squarely on Lu Yu's handsome, albeit slightly innocent, face, leaving a vivid red imprint. He swiftly descended from the soul-fighting platform, not once glancing back as he departed. Upon the platform, a fierce wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust, leaving Lu Yu standing there in solitary desolation, his figure a portrait of melancholy and disarray. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the silhouette that had long since vanished, his heart heavy with helplessness. Not long ago, an intense duel had unfolded on this very platform. What had begun as a routine sparring session took an unexpected turn when, in a moment of carelessness, Lu Yu accidentally tore the opponent's attire. At that instant, he was completely taken aback, eager to offer an explanation, yet before he could utter a single word, he was met with the woman's furious gaze. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful whirlwind, sending dust swirling and obscuring the sky. Lu Yu found himself at a loss amidst this sudden upheaval. What he did not foresee was that, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the woman ruthlessly struck him across the face with her palm. The resounding crack echoed throughout the soul-fighting platform, striking Lu Yu's heart with equal force. He felt a searing pain on his cheek, his mind buzzing with disbelief. What was even more astonishing was that, after delivering that blow, the woman did not spare him a single glance. She simply leapt off the platform and departed without a backward glance. Lu Yu stood there dazed. As the wind and dust battered his form, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He could scarcely fathom how events had spiraled to such a degree. He had no intention of causing harm, yet why had she denied him even the chance to explain? Watching the direction in which she had vanished, Lu Yu sighed deeply, pondering how he might salvage this situation. The host and the audience were equally bewildered. They had not anticipated that the victor of this one-on-one duel would be Lu Yu, especially considering that his opponent was merely a support-type soul master, thus shattering their long-held stereotype regarding the lack of offensive capabilities of support-type practitioners. The winner of the third soul-fighting platform of the Soul Sect group is Lu Yu. At this moment, the host regained his composure and swiftly ascended the platform to announce loudly, "Record, 1 victory, 0 defeats. Qingling's record stands at 4 victories, 1 defeat. Lord Lu Yu, please proceed to the backstage for your score registration." Chapter 109, Soul Fighting, Red. "Young man, do you dare to battle against me?" Just as Lu Yu prepared to leave the platform, a voice suddenly rang out from the spectator stands. He looked up to see a woman clad in red rising to shout. The red-clad woman then turned to the host and inquired, "Is it possible to arrange a duel at your soul-fighting venue?" "Well, of course," the host replied with a professional smile. "But it requires our venue's badge and prior reservation of time and place." Tang glanced questioningly at Daoliu by beside him, wondering if the soul-fighting venue allowed for such challenges. The latter chuckled upon hearing this. The soul arena can be broadly categorized into 3 types of battles. The first type is a contest of skill among soul masters, where lethal force is prohibited. The second type is a life-and-death duel, employed to resolve irreconcilable disputes between soul masters, permitting both sides to engage with deadly intent. In this scenario, the victors receive some protection from the soul arena. Yet once outside its confines, such safeguards no longer apply, provided that no disturbances occur outside its bounds. The third type is a wager match, where both parties establish a bet prior to entering the arena, with the victor claiming all stipulated stakes. Similarly, the defeated party is forbidden from causing trouble within the arena. Given the formidable influence of the 7 great families behind the Soul Arena, these rules have never been flouted, as most altercations occur outside its walls. Thus, dueling within the arena is permissible, as long as one is legally registered and has made prior arrangements for time and place. Beside her, a slender figure tugged at her arm, saying, "Sister, we were instructed by the family head not to create unnecessary trouble. Our purpose in this outing is merely to train. If Uncle San discovers we have sneaked out, the consequences." Upon hearing these words, the woman in red visibly shuddered, momentarily taken aback. Her elegantly arched eyebrows knitted slightly, and a flicker of surprise and displeasure crossed her autumn water-like, clear eyes. At that moment, an indescribable wave of frustration surged within her, as if a storm cloud enveloped her. It is worth noting that she, being well-versed and experienced, seldom encounters individuals who garner her interest. Today, however, she found herself in the presence of a competitor whose appearance was not only pleasing, but also piqued her curiosity. This should have been a cause for celebration. Yet, as the convoluted and tedious family rules involuntarily surfaced in her mind, her previously relaxed brow furrowed once more, resembling deep crevices etched across her fair forehead. Fine, fine, the woman in red ultimately conceded. Although she typically disregarded the rigid rules of her family, this particular outing with Uncle San was for a significant task. Moreover, she had stealthily brought along young Xianger. If Uncle San were to discover this, her own punishment would be manageable, perhaps just a few days of confinement in the family ancestral hall, a place that had nearly become her second bedroom. However, she could not bear the thought of implicating young Xianger in her troubles. "Boy, I will remember your face. When we meet again, we shall have a proper duel," she called out to Lu Yu before hastily leading the slender figure away from the Soul Arena. At that moment, Lu Yu stood rooted in confusion, utterly bewildered. Yet, having completed his match, he shook off the errant thoughts and made his way to the waiting area to reunite with Tang San and the others. Oscar, with his striking red hair, along with the rest, had been waiting for some time. Although Lu Yu's match concluded swiftly, the peculiar occurrences earlier had been numerous. And since the others encountered opponents of little substance, they had also finished their matches early, coinciding perfectly with Lu Yu's return. Currently, only Tang San remains without a match. It is worth noting that Lu Yu recalls from the original narrative that Tang San's first opponent in the battle arena should have been Zhu Zhuqing. However, this time, they have been assigned to different adversaries. Zhu Zhuqing's opponent is a level 23 agility type soul master wielding the wind deer spirit. Yet he could not endure even 3 rounds against her. What has happened to Lu Yu? Has he lost? His complexion appears rather peculiar. Ma Hongjun, observing Lu Yu's distressed expression, could not help but inquire, "Are you jesting?" A formidable opponent who can spar with teacher Zhao would struggle against a soul master of the same rank? I suspect he merely approached some beautiful female soul master for conversation and was rebuffed. Oscar displayed a lewd grin. What transpired? Was there a misstep? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately recalled the events on the battle platform and the earlier red-clad woman who suppressed her laughter while whispering to Oscar, who, upon hearing her words, brightened with admiration and gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, my brother." However, Ma Hongjun and the others were left bewildered by this scene, and the plump one was about to voice his confusion. Seeing this, Lu Yu helplessly shook his head, then diverted the conversation, stating, "Now, only Xiao Sen has yet to take the stage." Indeed, Tang San was the only one remaining, and his match venue had been designated in the second sub-area of the Grandmaster Group. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the second sub-area. "Attention, please. Master Tang San of the Grandmaster Group, please proceed to the entrance area to await your match." As soon as they arrived in the second sub-area, the announcement echoed through the waiting area, calling Tang San to enter. Lu Yu approached Tang San with a smile, gently patting his solid shoulder. His gaze imbued with trust and encouragement as he said, "Xiao San, do your best." He then cast a firm yet warm look at Tang San. Beside them, Xiao Wu chimed in cheerfully, "Go, third brother. Brother Lu Yu and I will always be here to cheer for you." Her bright, lively eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence in Tang San. Following this, Xiao Wu gracefully stepped forward, resembling a butterfly in flight, closely trailing behind Lu Yu towards the spectator platform. The audience section for the Grandmaster Group was notably less crowded than that of the Soul Master Group. Nevertheless, the host remained fervently engaged, introducing the participants on stage, showcasing the commendable professionalism of the Grand Battle Arena's staff. Dear audience, let us now welcome the contestants for the 4th match of the Grandmaster Group in the second sub-area. They are the newcomer Grandmaster Tang San, whose spirit is the blue silver grass. Upon hearing the words blue silvergrass, the spectators in the viewing area shook their heads in disapproval, revealing expressions of disdain. What could be intriguing about a match featuring a grandmaster of blue silvergrass? The audience's interest waned significantly upon hearing the name, with some already rising to depart, though a few remained. Additionally, there was the grandmaster Zhao Zhongxian, who had already secured 2 consecutive victories, wielding a pair of pumpkin copper hammers. Tang San, with a gentle burst of energy in his calves, leaped gracefully onto the stage, where a burly man clad in black awaited him, having been there for quite some time. "Oi, kid, I don't mean to bully you. You should just jump down and end this match before it gets painful," the black-clad giant said. Scratching his head with a buzz, Tang San found this amusing, recalling how both Yu and Xiao Wu had encountered similar situations when they took to the stage. Was this a rite of passage for newcomers in the Soul Arena? He murmured softly, and with a flicker of thought, a blue silver grass began to coalesce and grow in his palm, while 2 yellow soul rings gradually ascended beneath his feet. "Though I don't quite understand what you're saying. It seems you have no intention of jumping down, so I suppose I must take matters into my own hands and send you down myself." The black-clad man's demeanor shifted dramatically, shedding his previous innocent guise to reveal an imposing presence. Zhao Zhongxian let out a low growl, and 2 massive copper hammers appeared in his hands, their 2 yellow soul rings glowing ominously as they began to spin slowly. With a focused gaze, Tang San uttered a sharp command, "Blue silver, entwine." Instantly, the yellow soul ring beneath him flared to life, shining with a brilliance akin to flames. As the radiance exploded forth, numerous blue vines erupted from the ground, spreading forth with astonishing speed. These vines appeared almost sentient, writhing and intertwining with remarkable agility. They slithered forward like serpents, imbued with fierce momentum and boundless power, charging toward Zhao Zhongxian. Confronted with the onslaught of the blue-silver vines, Zhao Zhongxian shouted and swung his colossal hammer, channeling his strength, and then brought it crashing down. Boom! The foremost blue-silver vine was instantly reduced to dust under the force of the impact. Boom! Even the arena beneath him cracked under the might of the hammer. And this was without the activation of any soul skills. From the stands, Lu Yu observed the cracks forming beneath Zhao Zhongxian's feet, astonished. It was evident that his opponent followed a path akin to Zhao Wujia's, being a power-type soul master. The distinction lay in the fact that Zhao Wujia possessed a beast martial soul, whereas Zhao Zhongxian wielded a weapon martial soul. Unlike beast martial souls, weapon martial souls lacked the inherent enhancements provided by a beast, but possessed unique abilities of their own. Zhao Zhongxian's copper hammers, wielded in their ordinary state, carved a vacuum before him, as the blue-silver vines disintegrated the moment they approached the hammers. Lu Yu surmised that his opponent's special ability was likely akin to that of a shockwave. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Tang San exerted every ounce of strength to manifest his blue-silver vine skill. Yet, these resilient vines met an invisible barrier. Unable to inch closer to Zhao Zhongxian at all, not only was the critical entanglement impossible, but even to draw nearer felt like a distant dream. However, Tang San remained undeterred. Gritting his teeth, he continuously summoned his soul power, sending forth an unrelenting tide of blue-silver vines toward his adversary. The shimmering blue vines surged forth like a powerful wave, launching successive assaults against the enemy. Soon, through Tang San's relentless efforts, the entire soul arena was instantaneously enveloped by a dense and intricate network of blue-silver grass. As one gazed across the expanse, the once vast arena seemed to transform into a vibrant blue ocean, teeming with life and vigor. However, amidst this almost complete submersion in blue-silver grass, there remained a pristine area around Zhao Zhongxian, approximately 3 meters in radius. This small enclave appeared as an isolated island, impervious to the encroaching flora, which, despite its fervent growth and spread, could not breach this seemingly fragile yet indomitable barrier. What is Tang San attempting to achieve? Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, observing the azure sea on the arena. He could not comprehend why Tang San would expend soul power on a futile endeavor, knowing he could not penetrate the opponent's defenses. The surging waves of blue-silver grass continued to rise, soon engulfing Zhao Zhongxian's towering figure, to the extent that even the host had to rely on a moving soul guide platform to elevate himself. Before long, overwhelmed by the substantial consumption of soul power, Tang San could no longer sustain his efforts. He ceased his motions as the blue-silver vines had reached a considerable scale, completely submerging Zhao Zhongxian. Seizing the moment, Tang San began to circulate his Xiantian skill to restore his soul power while simultaneously reaching toward his waist. His eyes glimmered with a purple light as he discreetly activated his purple extreme demon eyes, aware that this tactic would only momentarily ensnare his adversary. He merely aimed to buy some time. Zhao Zhongxian, akin to Zhao Wujia's approach, was a power-type soul master. although his physical strength did not rival that of Zhao Wujia. The shockwaves from his twin copper hammers rendered Tang Sen helpless. Neither hidden weapons nor the blue-silver vines could penetrate that vacuum zone even slightly. Thus, he had to devise a means to coax Zhao Zhongxian into abandoning his defense, enticing him to launch an attack. At that moment, submerged beneath the cerulean waves, Zhao Zhongxian continued to wield his massive copper hammers in the darkness, his formidable physique seemingly imbued with inexhaustible strength. The hammers danced gracefully in the air, akin to two iron butterflies in flight. In the next instant, the yellow soul ring beneath his feet flared brightly. With a low roar, he infused his soul power, causing his muscles to swell dramatically, akin to a balloon inflating. First soul skill, body forging, Zhao Zhongxian shouted, lifting his copper hammers high before bringing them crashing down. With a resounding boom, a more terrifying shockwave erupted from the blue ocean, instantly reducing countless blue-silver vines to dust. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Zhao Zhongxian surged forward like a cannonball aimed at Tang Sen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Sen inwardly lamented. The toxins concealed within the vines had proven ineffective, and Zhao Zhongxian's speed was alarmingly rapid. Tang Sen could only rely on his ghost shadow perplexing track to evade the oncoming assault while frantically waving his hands at his waist. Concurrently, a series of metallic clinks resonated from Zhao Zhongxian's body. Tang Sen was utterly taken aback. The opponent's skin exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities, and despite being a power-type soul master, Zhao Zhongxian's speed was remarkably swift. Chapter 111, Theoretical Master, Part 2, The Transaction. Ghost Vine Parasitism. As Tang Sen activated his second soul ring, a myriad of vines erupted around him. To his astonishment, Zhao Zhongxian displayed no reaction whatsoever. Just moments ago, he had clearly sown the ghostly vine seeds amidst the blue-silver vines. How could there be no effect at all? Even with the rapid swings of his twin hammers, there should have been some interval. Unbeknownst to him, this was the capability of Zhao Zhongxian's first soul skill, the body forging effect. This technique possessed two layers of functionality. Enhancing physical capabilities was merely one aspect, while the other was the eradication of certain negative effects inflicted upon oneself. As a result, the ghostly vine seeds sown by Tang Sen were completely nullified. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zhongxian charged towards Tang Sen with an astonishing speed. How could this be possible? Tang Sen was taken aback. Zhao Zhongxian's velocity was extraordinary, seemingly surpassing that of an attack-type soul master of equal rank, even rivaling agile soul masters. Tang Sen found himself cornered at the edge of the arena, with no retreat left. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Sen felt as if he were struck by a rampaging bull, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, it felt as though his very organs had been displaced. Oh no, this is bad. My master warned me against striking too heavily. On the stage, Zhao Zhongxian, wielding his massive hammers, gazed at the fallen Tang Sen with a bewildered expression. As the effects of his first soul skill faded, the previously overwhelming aura dissipated, and he seemed to revert to the simple country boy he once was. Third brother. Xiao Wu, watching from the stands, gasped as she saw Tang Sen tumble off the stage, her feet instinctively propelling her to leap down. Dai Mubai and Lu Yu followed suit, jumping down as well. Lu Yu approached Tang Sen to assess his condition, frowning slightly. What's wrong, brother Yu? Is Tang Sen going to be all right? Xiao Wu asked anxiously, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she looked at Tang Sen's pallid face. Lu Yu shook his head. The situation is not good. 3 ribs are broken, and he has suffered significant head trauma, with fractures in his hand. Having perused numerous medical texts and frequently sustained injuries in the wild, Lu Yu could make a rough assessment of Tang Sen's injuries, albeit only a preliminary one. Is this young brother all right? A low voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Xiao Wu turned to see the culprit of Tang Sen's injuries approaching, and she snapped. What business is it of yours? Xiao Wu, please don't be angry. Dai Mubai, noticing the tension, exchanged a glance with Qi, who promptly stepped in to pull Xiao Wu aside. Over the past few days, everyone had discerned the nature of Tang Sen and Xiao Wu's relationship, understanding how significant Tang Sen was to her. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai led Zhao Zhongxian aside, concerned about the repercussions of his presence near Xiao Wu after having injured Tang Sen. Here, this is the healing medicine my master gave me. It's effective for internal injuries. Please take it. I was careless in my actions, and this is my apology. Zhao Zhongxian recognized that he was ill-suited to remain in the current situation. With a sweeping gesture, he produced a jade vial from an unknown source and placed it into Dai Mubai's hands. Then, without waiting for a response, he departed, leaving only the silhouette of his broad back. Dai Mubai glanced at the retreating figure and then at the vial in his hands before turning back to Lu Yu. Everyone, please step back. Lu Yu exclaimed, suddenly rising to his feet, his expression grave. He raised his left hand high, intoning incantations as a brilliant light flashed, revealing an exquisitely ornate star prayer lotus staff in his grasp. Simultaneously, the purple soul ring beneath him burst into a radiant glow, blazing like a fiery flame. Witnessing this, the crowd instinctively retreated, granting Lu Yu ample space to unleash his power. Meanwhile, Tang lay on the ground, his injuries profoundly distressing. Despite his relentless training in the Xiantian skill and the robust physique he had cultivated, he found himself nearly overwhelmed by the severity of his wounds. Fully aware of the urgency of the situation, Lu Yu dared not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately summoned his soul power, channeling it continuously into the star prayer lotus staff. As the soul power surged forth, the yellow soul ring encircling the staff began to ascend slowly, ultimately enveloping the staff in a steady embrace. Then, under the impetus of the formidable soul power, the lotus blossom atop the staff unfurled its petals as if called forth by some mysterious force, radiating a dazzling light. This luminescence enveloped Tang, who lay on the ground, like a warm veil. In that instant, Tang felt as if he were immersed in a boundless starry expanse, surrounded by countless twinkling stars emitting a gentle and healing energy. Bathed in this starlight, the unconscious Tang sensed a comforting warmth flowing from the crown of his head, coursing through his meridians to his limbs and bones. His once pale visage began to regain some color, alleviating the previous concerns about his condition. Let us proceed. We must swiftly carry Tang back for proper recuperation, Lu Yu declared, his gaze fixed intently on Tang gradually rejuvenating face, which was no longer as pallid as before. The tension in his heart eased slightly. He stowed the staff, which seemed to have borne an immense weight of life-saving power and hope. The first soul technique of the Star Prayer Lotus staff had two modes. Typically, he employed the first, rudimentary healing mode, and this was his inaugural use of the second mode. At that moment, the robust Ma Hongjun stepped forward without hesitation, his broad shoulders appearing capable of bearing the weight of the world. He bent down carefully, extending his hands to lift Tang body. Simultaneously, the agile Oscar approached swiftly, and the two moved in perfect harmony, one supporting Tang head while the other cradled his legs, their motions gentle and cautious, fearful of causing him even the slightest discomfort. As the crowd departed from the backstage, the host suddenly remembered to announce the results of the competition, only to find that the defeated had already been carried away by their companions, and the victor had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of their departure. At this moment, the winner of the fourth match in the second division of the Grand Soul Master competition did not return home, but instead meandered through winding alleyways, eventually arriving at a dimly lit passageway. Zhao Zhongxian hurriedly exited the arena, first turning left, then sharply veering right, repeating this sequence several times. After a few steps, he would pause, nervously glancing over his shoulder as if a ferocious beast were relentlessly pursuing him. What further aroused suspicion was that he had produced a tattered black cloak from seemingly nowhere, wrapping it tightly around himself. This cloak, though worn and frayed at the edges, became his most effective disguise. He pulled the hood low over his face, obscuring his features save for a pair of flickering eyes. With his furtive demeanor and restless glances, one could easily mistake him for a thief hastily fleeing after a heist. Eventually, he halted before the dark alley, shivering as he remarked on the chilling atmosphere of the night. With a determined step, he ventured inside, his robust figure gradually receding into the shadows until he was entirely swallowed by darkness. Within that profound and pitch-black alley, it felt as though the very air was steeped in ink, with no light able to penetrate its depths. Zhao Zhongxian stood silently, his silhouette barely discernible in the gloom. He subtly moved his fingers, the motion as gentle as a breeze brushing across a still lake, causing only the slightest ripple. At that moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. A faint, almost imperceptible glimmer suddenly flickered on his index finger. This light shone briefly, reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the night sky, dazzling yet ephemeral. Almost instantaneously, an ancient lantern materialized in his hand. The lantern emitted a soft, yellow glow, its flickering flame resembling a candle struggling against the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, this meager light provided the only illumination in the oppressive darkness, barely casting a glow a few steps ahead of Zhao Zhongxian, intensifying the surrounding shadows into a more profound and terrifying abyss. The sound of footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the alley, growing closer with each passing moment, while Zhao Zhongxian stood still, as if awaiting someone. Meanwhile, with the assistance of others, Tang was finally brought back to Shrek Academy. After receiving treatment from Lu Yu, Tang was no longer in critical condition, and with the aid of the potion gifted by Zhao Zhongxian, his internal injuries showed signs of improvement. According to Lu Yu's experience, as long as Tang rested for a day or two, he should awaken soon. At that moment, Oscar quietly approached Tang San's bedside, carefully straightening the disheveled blankets. He meticulously tucked in the corners of the blanket, ensuring that every inch was securely fastened, leaving no opportunity for the cold wind to breach. Then, Oscar quietly stood by, gazing at Tang San's tranquil and serene sleeping face, his heart brimming with concern and warmth. After a while, witnessing Tang San's steady breathing as he slipped into a sweet slumber, Oscar finally felt at ease and turned to leave, making his way to his own bed. Upon reaching his bed, he collapsed onto it like a deflated balloon, sprawling out in a carefree manner that resembled a large character. At that moment, he sensed all his fatigue finding an escape, swiftly dissipating from his body, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort and relaxation. Oh dear, my friend, what could Liu possibly be doing out at this hour, claiming he went to buy medicine? The village is not devoid of pharmacies, so why venture into the city for it? Oscar pondered. How should I know? Perhaps he intends to procure some rare and precious medicinal herbs. After all, Tang San and Liu hail from the same village. Their bond is quite profound, and it is only natural for him to show concern, came the reply. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, much like Oscar, lay sprawled out on his bed in a similar fashion. It was they who had tirelessly carried Tang San back. Oh, how infuriating. Just at this critical juncture, our esteemed Dean has vanished without a trace. Finally, when he does appear, he presents himself as a miserly Scrooge, unwilling to even rent a modest carriage, leaving me utterly exhausted. I feel as though my bones are about to crumble. Despite having his eyes tightly shut, Ma Hongjun incessantly grumbled. In my opinion, Xiao Wu is absolutely right. Our dean is nothing less than a complete opportunist. Each year, he collects such exorbitant tuition and registration fees, all pocketed for himself. Money is allowed to flow into his coffers, but he refuses to part with even a single coin. Akin to a stingy old hen. Just then, the wooden door of the room creaked open, and a figure silently stood in the doorway. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Oscar leapt from his bed, continuously signaling to Ma Hongjun, who, with his eyes closed, remained oblivious to Oscar's gestures, still rambling on. Do you think our dean secretly indulges in unsavory escapades, having amassed so much wealth each year? He gestured animatedly, completely unaware of the impending presence. Oscar glanced at Flinder's emotionless countenance, which even seemed somewhat grim, and ultimately surrendered, allowing Ma Hongjun to continue his tirade. Dean, what brings you here? Oscar finally couldn't suppress his conscience any longer and inquired. Nothing of consequence. I merely came to check on Tang San's injuries. Flinder replied in a tone so flat that it betrayed no hint of emotion. Dean? At this moment, upon hearing Oscar's words and that familiar voice, Ma Hongjun instantaneously regained his senses. To his astonishment, his corpulent form sprang from the bed with an astonishing swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, he stood nimbly before Flander. The latter raised his foot and stepped forward. Both men, in unspoken understanding, turned aside to clear a path. Flander approached Tang San's bedside, meticulously examined him, and upon finding no serious harm, turned to leave. As he passed by Ma Hongjun, Flander's raspy, deep voice unexpectedly resonated, instructing, "Come to my office tomorrow." He then departed the dormitory without a backward glance. Chapter 113. The Theoretical Master. 4. The Transaction. Oscar cast a sympathetic glance at Ma Hongjun, shook his head in resignation, and patted his shoulder with a sigh. Ah, he murmured, moving to the bedside to lie down, cover himself with the blanket, and close his eyes. He had done all he could. If the chubby fellow chose to court disaster, it was not his fault. In a dim alley in Soto City, an ancient lantern flickered weakly, casting a wavering light that illuminated the silhouettes of two figures. "Did you bring the items?" inquired one voice, sharp and grating, reminiscent of nails scraping across a chalkboard, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. "Where's what I requested?" The burly man holding the lantern spoke, his deep, resonant voice seemingly capable of piercing the night and reaching into the hearts of listeners. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew tense, a chill creeping up the spine. One man presented a box to the burly figure, supporting it with one hand while deftly opening it with the other. Inside lay a spherical object wrapped in black cloth. Just as the burly man reached to unveil it, the other swiftly clapped the box shut with a resounding snap. The burly man waved his hand, and a coin pouch materialized as if by magic. Nonchalantly, he tossed the pouch aside, as though it contained nothing of significance. Seeing the pouch fly towards him like a shooting star, the other man gasped in alarm, hastily throwing the heavy box aside while his hands darted to seize the pouch. In that split second, the seemingly motionless burly man sprang into action like a long-hidden cheetah. A shadow flashed, and he extended a powerful leg with incredible speed. With a delicate flick of his toe, he redirected the box that was plummeting towards the ground, as if an invisible force guided it. gently catching it in his broad embrace. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, a fluidity that left onlookers astounded. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated from the heavens. A figure materialized in the alley, startling the two men with this unforeseen occurrence. At that moment, the enigmatic figure in the black robe leisurely raised his right hand, as if performing the most ordinary of gestures. However, with a slight wave of his arm, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, reverberating like a stampede of 1,000 horses, causing the very earth to tremble. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, resembling a silver dragon, bearing immeasurable pressure and energy. The brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, transforming the previously dim environment into a brightness akin to midday. The burly man nearby was momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance, instinctively raising his hands to shield his eyes. In that moment, the cacophony of thunder, wind, and gasps intertwined, creating a scene of utter chaos. After a considerable time, as tranquility gradually returned, the man cautiously lowered his hands from his face, his gaze wandering in bewilderment. Still reeling from the breathtaking spectacle, Master, Zhao Zhongxian stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Upon hearing the thunder, he instantly recognized the identity of the figure cloaked in black. Only his master possessed the power to conjure such phenomena. The black-clad figure, though not particularly tall, perhaps even shorter than Zhao Zhongxian, stood there like an immovable mountain. He gently lowered his hand, moving with deliberate slowness, as if each subtle motion was imbued with profound significance. Accompanied by this gesture, he spoke with a voice that resonated like echoes from a deep valley, gravelly and low, reminiscent of an elder who has weathered the trials of time, carrying an indescribable weight and authority. This voice reverberated through the air, seemingly capable of penetrating the very souls of those who heard it, evoking a profound sense of reverence. Zhao Zhongxian was suddenly startled by the elder's voice, trembling involuntarily. His lips parted slightly as he stammered, I have met my junior disciple. As he spoke, he slowly removed the hood from his head, revealing a youthful face adorned with an expression of deep respect. It is noteworthy that Zhao Zhongxian was merely 13 years old, yet he stood an impressive height of 6 feet. He appeared strikingly prominent, akin to a crane among chickens. In stark contrast, the elderly figure clad in black seemed particularly frail against Zhao's towering stature. Nevertheless, despite the elder's lack of imposing physical presence, he emanated a formidable aura that commanded respect, as if the very air around him would solidify with even the slightest movement. The elder nodded in satisfaction, then spoke slowly. In the future, be perceptive. Do not believe everything you hear. You should seek out Tang Hao. The elder's tone carried a hint of exasperation. This disciple had come to him almost by chance. Before discovering Lu Yu, he had encountered Zhao Zhongxian. Prior to that, he had kept him in the Mo family village, and during a previous visit with Tang Hao, he had brought him along. Zhao Zhongxian initially awakened his martial soul through his own efforts. Although his martial soul, the giant copper hammer, is rather commonplace among weapon-type martial souls, it is complemented by a shockwave ability that is also quite ordinary. However, he possesses the rare distinction of being a dual martial soul wielder, with his second martial soul's quality comparable to those of the inherited martial souls from the Spirit Hall. Yet, what troubles him most is a significant issue concerning his disciple. Zhao Zhongxian's character is excessively straightforward, with a heart that is exceptionally soft and kind. During their recent outings, the master had permitted him to explore the outside world alone. Little did they anticipate that within such a brief period, he would fall victim to a scam, losing nearly everything, even coming perilously close to losing his very undergarments. It is truly perplexing whether to deem him innocent or foolish for so easily succumbing to the traps laid by others. To make matters worse, his Navi disciple possesses a combative spirit, which only adds to the master's woes. Chapter 114, Theoretical Master, Part 5. The elder turned around, gazing at the figure sprawled on the ground, the cloaked man. With a subtle motion of his left hand, he directed his sword-like finger upwards. Instantly, an invisible force lifted the brim of the black-clad man's hood. Had Lu Yu been present, he would have instantly recognized this disheveled man as the one he encountered earlier at the battle arena, sporting a mohawk hairstyle. The elder extended his hand to reclaim the pouch of money that Zhao Zhongxian had previously handed over, then opened it to reveal its contents. A look of confusion crossing his face. Master, Zhao Zhongxian interjected, seemingly aware of the elder's puzzlement. With a slight flick of his finger, a silver token materialized in his hand. The token I brought from the Mo family village has been kept with me all along. The one inside is counterfeit. Oh. The elder responded with a smile and a nod of approval. It is gratifying that you could discern this. However, have you considered what you would do if they discovered the token was false and decided to retaliate? Of course, I would fight them, Zhao Zhongxian replied almost without hesitation, a spark of combativeness gleaming in his eyes. Ah, the elder sighed, perhaps at a loss for words. What if their strength far exceeds yours? How would you contend? Surely not. Zhao Zhongxian scratched his head. I observed him earlier with my martial soul. He possesses only 2 white soul rings and 2 yellow ones, all within my capacity to forcibly commandeer. The elder paused, a look of resignation and bitterness crossing his face. He spoke slowly, my child. You must remember that the world is intricate and complex. Not every issue can be resolved through sheer brute force. While one's fists may be powerful, the world is vast. Sometimes, employing gentleness to overcome rigidity, leveraging strength against strength, can prove more effective than relying solely on violence. In certain situations, setting aside prejudices and engaging in dialogue may become the key to resolving conflicts. Therefore, you must learn to be adaptable and flexible. Do not stubbornly believe that violence is the only means to achieve your goals. After imparting these words, the elder gazed deeply at the young man before him. His eyes filled with both hope and concern. I understand, master. Zhao Zhongxian bore an expression of sudden enlightenment. The world is vast, and few matters can be resolved solely with one's fists. Thus, it is wise to gather more allies, for the more fists one has, the more challenges one can surmount. This, I presume, is the reason you have sent me to seek my nephew. You should first find Tang Hao, have a meal, and retire early. The elder waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Indeed, master, I shall take my leave now, Zhao Zhongxian replied respectfully, bowing deeply in front of the venerable elder, performing a customary gesture of a disciple. In his heart, he mused, my master is genuinely concerned for me. Surely, it is because my earlier words resonated with him. Henceforth, I shall strive to cultivate relationships with various friends, for strength lies in numbers, and in times of trouble, I shall have more hands to aid me. United, we shall be invincible. With this thought, a proud smile crept across Zhao Zhongxian's face, as if he could already envision himself commanding the winds and storms. Exuding an aura of formidable authority, he straightened, once more clasped his fists in respect to his master, then turned and departed with resolute and powerful strides. After watching Zhao Zhongxian leave, the elder's gaze returned to the figure in black robes, his fingers idly toying with a silver token. Are the 7 families becoming restless? He mused, his tone devoid of warmth. It seems I have been in seclusion for too long, and the world has forgotten this old bone. Meanwhile, the inky blackness of night enveloped the earth, serene yet enigmatic. Lu Yu moved with the swiftness of a phantom, employing his unique skill, ghost steps, gliding through the streets and alleys like an ethereal shadow. His keen eyes sparkled with vigilance, occasionally scanning the bustling throngs around him. Every silhouette, every rustle of the wind, was captured by his discerning gaze, as if he were in pursuit of a long-lost treasure or tracking a crucial target. Oldemo, are you certain that person is in this vicinity? Lu Yu gracefully leapt onto the windowsill of an inn, standing poised atop the ledge. From this vantage point, he surveyed the bustling crowd below, his heart brimming with uncertainty and anxiety. At that moment, Lu Yu closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and gradually summoned the formidable mental power within him. This invisible force surged through his eyes like a tidal wave, greatly enhancing his vision. Simultaneously, he meticulously controlled the flow of his mental energy, striving to extend its exploratory range while maintaining precision. As his mental power spread, Lu Yu could distinctly sense the breaths and emotional fluctuations of those around him. Yet, the figure he desperately sought remained elusive. It must be here. The signal lost from the marker you placed on him was right around this area. Suddenly, the silver eye of the mercurial book tucked in his waist bag blinked open, emitting a glimmer of light. Found it. A familiar silhouette suddenly captured Lu Yu's attention, and he exclaimed with delight. A robust figure strode confidently down the street, his face radiating joy as if he had just encountered a stroke of good fortune. This figure was none other than Zhao Zhongxian, the one who had previously injured Tang San. Indeed, he had experienced a fortunate event. His master had praised him and expressed genuine concern for his well-being. For Zhao Zhongxian, this was nothing short of a tremendous blessing. To understand why Lu Yu was tracking Zhao Zhongxian, one must recall an incident at the Great Soul Arena. At that time, Tang San lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. When Zhao Zhongxian approached to deliver medicine, a silver token at his waist caught Lu Yu's eye. Instantly, his attention was captivated by that token, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one given to him by Grandpa Jack. However, with the pressing matter of tending to Tang San's injuries, Lu Yu had to set this observation aside for the moment. Now that Tang San was out of immediate danger, Lu Yu resolved to follow Zhao Zhongxian, determined to inquire about the origins of that token. As Lu Yu took a deep breath, preparing to leap down, a powerful hand suddenly emerged from behind him, covering his mouth and pulling him back into a small inn. At that moment, Zhao Zhongxian, walking down the street, looked up in confusion, as if he had heard some strange sound, only to find it had vanished. Was it merely his imagination? He scratched the back of his head. In the dimly lit room, Luyu was forcefully thrown into a chair, the speed and strength of the motion leaving him momentarily stunned. A towering figure stood by the window, the moonlight casting a long shadow. "How, Uncle, how?" Luyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he rubbed them vigorously. When he looked again at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure by the window, his mouth fell agape, rendering him speechless. The figure was indeed the long-missing Tang Hao. This revelation was utterly unexpected for Luyu. Previously, Luyu had speculated that Tang Hao might appear in Soto City, yet he could never have imagined their reunion would occur in such a jarring and astonishing manner. As he grappled with the shock of this sudden encounter, a thought struck him like lightning. If Tang Hao was here, could he possibly know the whereabouts of his grandfather? This notion ignited within him, spreading like wildfire and consuming all his thoughts. "Uncle Hao," Luyu began to inquire, but was interrupted by Tang Hao, who said, "I know what you wish to ask. Village Chief Jack is indeed in Soto City." Leaning against the window, Tang Hao spoke with a calm demeanor. "Is that true?" Luyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling with urgency. "What have you all been doing during this time? Why have you treated me and Xiaoxin this way? We have been waiting here for your return." His fists clenched tightly, veins protruding from his forehead, filled with confusion and anger. In this unfamiliar world, it was Grandpa Jack who had painstakingly raised him, showering him with boundless love and care. Yet now, those once closest to him have inexplicably vanished, leaving behind a myriad of enigmas for him to confront alone. "Since you have arrived, why do you choose to skulk in the shadows? Is it not possible for you to appear before me openly and provide a reasonable explanation?" As Luyu spoke with increasing fervor, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "This question is beyond my ability to answer, my child," came the reply. "It encompasses far too many intricate and perilous matters, which you, with your current experiences and capabilities, are ill-equipped to comprehend and address. In due course, as time unfolds and you mature, acquiring the requisite strength and wisdom, opportunities to engage with these matters will naturally arise. However, at this juncture, your paramount task is to diligently enhance your own abilities. Only by becoming formidable can you adequately confront the myriad challenges that the future may hold." At this point, Tang Hao's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the horizon, as if peering through the present scenery into a distant future. "And what of Tang-san? Are you truly content to let him wander alone in the world?" Luyu inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Tang Hao's eyes. Yet, upon the mention of Tang-san, Tang Hao's voice faltered momentarily. A flicker of guilt and helplessness shone in his eyes as he inwardly lamented. As a father, he felt woefully inadequate. He had failed to provide the necessary companionship and affection during Tang-san's formative years, often opting for absence during crucial moments. Reflecting on those missed opportunities now filled him with an irreparable regret that lingered in his heart. Yet, with the situation as it stands, no amount of remorse could amend the past. He could only hope to compensate for his son in the future, protecting him from further harm. Moreover, he bore an even more critical mission that awaited fulfillment. Over the past years, each night as Tang Hao gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber, hauntingly vivid scenes would resurface in his mind like specters. These images were so clear and lifelike, as though they had transpired only yesterday, shadowing him relentlessly. Regardless of how fervently he tried to expel them, they remained entrenched in the recesses of his memory, akin to thorns that could never be fully extracted. Just as Luyu opened his mouth to pose a few more inquiries to Tang Hao, a faint creak emanated from the previously closed door. Following this sound, the door was slowly pushed open from the outside. A robust figure appeared in the doorway, holding two bulging packages in his right hand, striding confidently into the room. "Tang Hao, I've brought us some late-night snacks. Would you care to join me?" came a somewhat endearing voice, emanating from none other than Zhao Zhongxian. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Luyu felt as if a jolt of electricity surged through him, instantly propelling him from his chair. His eyes widened, fixed like arrows upon the figure stepping through the threshold. Zhao Zhongxian entered with a steady gait, suddenly sensing an unusual atmosphere in the room. He lifted his gaze and discovered an unfamiliar figure had appeared, prompting him to exclaim in delight, "Nephew, what brings you here? Are you searching for your master?" The terms nephew and master left Luyu bewildered, causing him to glance questioningly at Tang Hao, seeking clarification, but the latter merely shook his head slowly, leaving Luyu somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flickered through the room. As the brilliance faded, another figure materialized in the already cramped space. Lowering his arm that shielded his eyes, Luyu beheld a shadowy figure draped in a black robe. The robed figure turned slightly, as if time itself had paused for that languid motion. At last, he faced Luyu directly. With a gentle yet profoundly heavy movement, he raised his gnarled hands. reminiscent of withered branches, revealing a face weathered by the passage of time. What a visage it was! Deep-set eyes, shrouded in weariness and age, emitted an aura of life as trials and tribulations, while the myriad of wrinkles etched upon his skin resembled an ancient map, narrating stories of storms weathered and obstacles overcome. His parched lips trembled slightly, as if yearning to convey something, yet hesitated. "Grandfather." Luyu could no longer contain his overwhelming excitement and called out joyfully. His voice echoed in the air, imbued with the elation and longing of reuniting with a beloved family member after a long separation. Zhao Zhongxian, standing nearby, immediately bowed respectfully, uttering "Master," his tone filled with reverence. Indeed, the mysterious figure in black was none other than Jack, Luyu's grandfather, who had been missing for 6 long years. Throughout this extensive period, Luyu had been consumed with concern and yearning for him. Now, the unexpected appearance of Jack left Luyu in a state of disbelief, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. "Grandfather," Luyu's voice quivered slightly with excitement, overwhelmed by the sight of his dearly missed relative. "Xiaoyu, you have truly endured much hardship over the years." Jack's voice, seasoned by time, carried a slight rasp, as though the trials of life had left their mark upon it. His murky, yet still bright eyes gazed affectionately at the child he had raised, brimming with boundless love and compassion. This gaze was akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunlight caressing newly sprouted buds, or the roaring fire in winter, banishing all coldness and solitude. It embodied the purest and deepest emotions that only kin could share, untainted and unreserved. "Grandfather, where have you been all these years? Why did you leave me alone? What have you been doing?" The questions that had festered within Luyu for 6 long years surged forth in a torrent of longing. "Xiaoyu." Old Jack slowly extended his hands, which were weathered and slightly rough, gently resting them on Luyu's slightly trembling shoulders. It seemed that through this simple yet tender gesture, he sought to convey a measure of warmth and strength to alleviate the overwhelming tide of anxiety that surged within Luyu's heart at that moment. "Grandfather understands your feelings. Shall we sit down and speak slowly?" Old Jack said kindly. The night was bright, and the longing from their prolonged separation transformed into a heartfelt conversation between the grandfather and grandson, while Tang Hao and Zhao Zhongxian discreetly stepped aside to grant them privacy. "Grandfather, what have you been busy with all this time? Why have you disappeared without a word for so many years?" Luyu asked, his face a portrait of urgency and confusion, tinged with a hint of reproach and inquiry. His bright, eager eyes were fixed intently on his grandfather, as if trying to penetrate the weathered facade of old Jack to uncover the secrets hidden deep within. "Little you, your progress over the years has not gone unnoticed by your grandfather. At 12 years old, your soul talent is unparalleled across the continent," old Jack replied, his eyes brimming with warmth and satisfaction. Grandfather slowly lifted his gaze, his expression becoming grave and profound as he regarded Luyu's bewildered face. "My child, the matters I am currently engaged in may be too premature for you to comprehend. Do not be anxious. When the time comes for you to stand firm on this vast continent, and even in the expansive world beyond, you will naturally understand the reasons and truths behind it all. However, today, I can share a small piece of information with you." At this point, old Jack paused, seemingly weighing his words carefully before continuing. "The ruthless murderer who took your parents from you, or the dark forces lurking in the shadows, are beginning to stir once again. They are like venomous snakes hidden in the darkness, poised to strike and inflict harm. Therefore, my child, you must grow swiftly and acquire sufficient strength to face the unknown dangers ahead." "The one who killed my parents? Grandfather, do you know the mystery of my origins?" Luyu exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at old Jack. His previously calm eyes widened in disbelief, as if seeking a hint of truth from old Jack's face. Clenching his fists tightly, his body trembled slightly, and his voice involuntarily rose a notch. Old Jack's weathered visage displayed a complex expression, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his murky eyes, but ultimately, he nodded slowly. This gesture struck Luyu like a thunderclap, causing his heart to plummet. Luyu stood there, momentarily at a loss for how to react. The enigma that had plagued him for so long seemed poised to be unveiled at that very moment. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult of excitement and anxiety within him, and with a trembling voice, he implored, "Grandfather, please tell me the truth. I have lived in confusion for so many years, unaware of who I truly am and why I lost my parents." Old Jack gazed at Luyu's anxious expression and let out a gentle sigh before slowly beginning to speak. "My child, this matter is rather intricate. Your lineage is intertwined with a mysterious force that exists independent of the mainland, a force whose origins can be traced back to the very dawn of the continent. These events are too distant to elaborate on, so I shall refrain from delving further. However, it is destined that you will set foot upon that land, for your parents hail from there. Your roots and your martial spirit originate from that place, which is known as the sacred domain. As he spoke, old Jack's eyes drifted towards the window, filled with the marks of time's passage. The sacred domain? Lu Yu murmured repeatedly, as if this term stirred something long buried within him. He furrowed his brow, striving to unearth memories associated with these two characters. But the recollections were shrouded in a veil of obscurity, rendered indistinct by the passage of time. Could it be that this token you left behind is connected to the place called the sacred domain? A sudden spark of realization illuminated Lu Yu's mind, as if he had grasped a crucial clue. Following this revelation, he swiftly reached into his spatial ring, as if recalling something of great significance. Moments later, he carefully extracted a silver token. At that moment, the radiant moonlight cascaded onto the ground, illuminating the token in his hand. Instantly, the surface of the token shimmered with a faint, silvery glow, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, beautiful and enigmatic. Indeed, this token was left behind by your parents and serves as the key to finding the sacred domain. Old Jack's murky eyes fixed upon the token in Lu Yu's hand, and his thoughts drifted back to the first time he had encountered Lu Yu, when he was but an infant in swaddling clothes, and now he had grown so much. A key? Lu Yu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed, old Jack seemed to perceive Lu Yu's puzzlement and began to elucidate. The token you hold is crafted from a rare mineral that can only be found in the sacred domain. After undergoing a divine ritual, it acquired the ability to locate and grant access to the sacred domain. However, there is a prerequisite. What prerequisite? Lu Yu asked curiously. The prerequisite is that the gateway from the mainland to the sacred domain must not be closed, old Jack replied slowly. However, I recently learned that the passages to the sacred domain have been sealed from within. Sealed from within? Lu Yu repeated, bewildered once more. Indeed, I deduced that some turmoil must have arisen within the sacred domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible for all passages to close so suddenly. Of course, this is not a matter you should concern yourself with at present. Old Jack stroked his beard thoughtfully. The token can lead you to a village known as Mo Family Village, which is one of the entrances from the sacred domain to the mainland. However, with the passages currently sealed, it has temporarily become merely a secluded village. I hope you can visit there in the future. Perhaps your bloodline from the sacred domain will yield some discoveries. Old Jack, after slowly finishing his sentence, gently tilted his head back, casting his profound yet slightly weathered gaze once more upon the enigmatic and vast night sky. The stars sparkled above, resplendent like jewels set in black satin. Yet old Jack found himself devoid of the inclination to revel in this beautiful nocturne. His expression gradually grew grave, as if he could pierce through the endless darkness and unveil the clandestine secrets hidden behind the veil of night. It seemed he sensed that in that distant and profound realm, countless pairs of greedy and desirous eyes were silently observing this tranquil earth. These eyes, akin to famished beasts, emanated a chilling glow, hungrily fixated on their surroundings, awaiting the opportune moment to pounce and devour the land entirely. Grandfather, is Zhao Zhongxian also from the sacred domain? Why does he possess a token identical to mine? Lu Yu inquired, feeling that the only answer he could extract from old Jack pertained to Zhao Zhongxian's origins. You are indeed correct. Zhongxian hails from the sacred domain, and he is your kin. By lineage, he ought to be your uncle, old Jack replied, stroking his beard with deliberation. Though you are of the same bloodline, his fate is far more tragic than yours. More tragic than mine? Lu Yu questioned in confusion, struggling to grasp the meaning behind old Jack's words. Could it be that he, too, had lost his parents and suffered the annihilation of his entire clan? Yet, if he were indeed his uncle, did that not place him within the bounds of the same clan? You and he are both orphans of that cataclysmic war from years past. The war? Lu Yu murmured to himself, his face a canvas of bewilderment, as he felt increasingly lost and perplexed. It was as though a shroud of mist had formed an invisible barrier between him and the answers he sought, rendering his efforts to penetrate this obscurity futile. The moonlight, soft as water, gently cascaded upon the winding stone path outside the village, as if draping it in a veil of silver. Under the moon's embrace, the path appeared exceptionally clear, each stone interlocking seamlessly, resembling a slumbering dragon stretching its form. Moonlight filtered through the branches and leaves of trees lining the roadside, casting dappled shadows that resembled a naturally crafted ink wash painting. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing the shadows to sway, infusing the quiet stone path with an aura of mystery. Lu Yu walked alone down the stone path paved with azure stones. The night had reached its zenith, and gusts of cold wind howled as they swept through, mercilessly striking his fair complexion. This frigid evening breeze seemed to carry a piercing chill, penetrating his skin and reaching his very bones, yet Lu Yu appeared oblivious. Resolutely continuing forward with steady and determined steps, he slightly tilted his head back, allowing the cold wind to whip across his face. Closing his eyes as if savoring the tranquility and solitude of the moment. As the wind tousled his hair, lifting it gently before letting it fall. It resembled a poetic tableau. As Lu Yu approached the academy along the stone path, he unexpectedly spotted Ning Rongrong sitting on a rock, idly swinging her legs in boredom. "Isn't your good brother injured? Why aren't you back to look after him? How come you returned so late?" Ning Rongrong inquired. Observing Lu Yu with a curious gaze, Lu Yu, with an impassive expression, coldly replied, "Do I need to report every single task I undertake to you? This seems to be of no concern to you." His eyes glimmered with a hint of frost, suggesting his displeasure at her inquiry. He then shifted his gaze to the surrounding stillness, slightly furrowing his brow before continuing. "And what about you? Why are you sitting here alone at this late hour? Do you not fear encountering any danger? Perhaps from those with nefarious intentions? It appears you have no intention of leaving." With that, he crossed his arms and awaited her response. Noticing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Lu Yu speculated she had chosen to remain. Indeed, with such intrigue surrounding them, why would one wish to depart? Ning Rongrong lounged lazily upon a stone, a delicate hand idly playing with her silken hair, while the other supported her chin. Her gaze reflecting a tinge of ennui. Pouting slightly, she playfully chided, "Yet it is your dear brother. He is injured, and instead of staying to care for him, you return at such a late hour. Look at your gloomy expression. Could it be that you've experienced a heartbreak?" Following her teasing, a melodious laugh escaped her lips, resonating through the air and lifting the mood around them. However, the subject of her jest remained stoic, seemingly unaffected by her laughter. "That is none of your concern," Lu Yu replied coldly. "Surely, you did not wait here merely to exchange these few words?" Ning Rongrong nimbly leapt from the stone and approached him, her unique fragrance enveloping him. "Of course not. I am here to request your assistance with a matter," she stated, her hands clasped behind her back as she took deliberate steps toward Lu Yu. "What matter could possibly compel the illustrious princess of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, to seek my help?" he asked, still maintaining a stance of indifference, his arms crossed. "You must have heard about Zhao Wujie's encounter in the small grove that night," Ning Rongrong remarked, tilting her head slightly, her watery eyes locked onto Lu Yu's. Her alabaster fingers delicately traced his sturdy chest, carrying an air of subtle allure. "I am not entirely sure what you mean," Lu Yu replied, furrowing his brow, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet hers. Noticing his reaction, Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, "Stop pretending," setting aside the formidable presence that appeared earlier. "The mysterious figure that intervened later must have significant ties to you, I presume." Although Ning Rongrong had not been present at the scene that night, and even if she had been, her current strength would have rendered her unable to approach the small grove enveloped by the waves of powerful soul energy. Yet, through her keen intuition and observations of Lu Yu's behavior, she was convinced that this incident was intricately connected to him. Chapter 118, An Encounter with Ning Rongrong, Part 2. Lu Yu was somewhat taken aback. Prior to this evening, when Grandpa Jack divulged these matters, he had merely speculated that the thunderous sounds that night were the result of a collaboration between Grandpa Jack and Tang how to deal with Zhao Wujie. However, how did Ning Rongrong come to know this? She certainly did not appear to be guessing, and given her strength, it was no trivial matter to approach, much less witness. "How do you know?" Lu Yu inquired. "Would you like to know?" A sly smile graced Ning Rongrong's face. Not interested, Lu Yu coldly averted his gaze. "Oh, why are you so humorless? I'll tell you anyway." Ning Rongrong, perceiving Lu Yu's indifferent demeanor, felt a pang of disinterest. "This was told to me by my father, who remains the head of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School. A mysterious powerhouse behind you sent my father a letter. All I know comes from that letter." As she spoke, her fingers danced across Lu Yu's chest. "What does this have to do with the conditions you wish to discuss?" Lu Yu's expression grew stern, his gaze as frigid as a cold star, as he uttered these words. Simultaneously, a profound sense of doubt surged within him. Why would Grandpa suddenly send a letter to the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School? Could there be concealed secrets or significant events lurking within? Once this thought emerged, it proliferated in his mind like wild grass, making it difficult for him to restrain his thoughts. The information he had learned tonight was overwhelmingly intricate, to the point where he felt his mind was on the verge of bursting with it. Various questions, speculations, and possibilities intertwined, resembling countless threads entangled together, rendering him utterly unable to untangle them. At that moment, a tempest raged in his mind, chaotic and tumultuous. "If you have nothing further, I shall take my leave. I am quite fatigued and wish to rest," Lu Yu stated. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry. Actually, my request of you is quite simple. Have your mysterious powerhouse eliminate Flinder, and in return, all your cultivation resources will be provided by the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School. I can even grant you the title of Elder within our school, ensuring a life of unparalleled riches and glory. How does that sound? Quite simple, isn't it?" Ning Rongrong retracted her fingers from Lu Yu's chest as she spoke. I cannot comply. Farewell. Lu Yu coldly uttered those 5 words and turned away, bypassing Ning Rongrong. Lu Yu, Ning Rongrong suddenly called out. Do you realize the gravity of your decision? You truly intend to refuse. Countless soul masters across this continent yearn to enter the gates of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. They dream day and night, longing to become a part of our esteemed institution and to bask in its unparalleled glory and resources. Yet, such a rare opportunity lies before you, and you choose to reject it without hesitation. Do you not feel it as a pity? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu pivoted and approached Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, not everything in this world can be exchanged for money and power. Did your father not teach you the importance of respecting your elders? Even if Dean Flinder scolded you today, your actions just now were truly excessive. If you find it difficult to adapt to this environment, I advise you to leave at once. With those words, Lu Yu departed without a backward glance. Ning Rongrong stood there, bewildered by Lu Yu's actions. Yet, in the next moment, a peculiar smile graced her lips. Lu Yu, you truly are intriguing. Just moments ago, the conditions she had proposed were coveted by countless soul masters across the continent, imbued with an almost limitless allure that could entice anyone to step into their embrace. However, to her astonishment, Lu Yu had chosen to reject such an enticing offer without a moment's hesitation. As the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had been accustomed to a life of ease, where all her desires had been met without fail. Typically, those who encountered her endeavored to curry her favor. Yet this Lu Yu had dared to refuse her. This marked her first genuine affection for a boy, but Lu Yu's rejection was unyielding, awakening a hidden facet within this young lady. Lu Yu, you cannot escape my grasp. Ning Rongrong's fingers curled into a fist, her gaze fixed intently on the direction Lu Yu had taken. Achoo! Just then, Lu Yu, walking along, suddenly sneezed. He felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively turned around, but saw nothing amiss. It seemed his nerves had been too taut that night. As dawn broke, the sun rose gently in the east, casting soft rays of light through the window into the room. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were still sound asleep beside him. He carefully lifted the blanket and gingerly got out of bed, wary of disturbing them. After putting on his shoes, he stealthily approached the door. As he gently turned the doorknob, a faint sound emerged, but fortunately, it did not rouse either of his companions. Once he successfully opened the door, he quietly shut it behind him and stepped lightly out of the room. The fresh air enveloped him the moment he stepped outside, invigorating his spirit. However, just as he was about to stretch, he caught sight of a figure atop a nearby roof. Upon closer inspection, it was Tang San, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, deeply focused as if engaged in a form of meditation. Lu Yu was taken aback, surprised that Tang San had risen so early to practice. He noticed a flicker of purple light occasionally flashing from Tang San's eyes, leading Lu Yu to speculate that he was honing the mysterious and powerful purple extreme magic eye. After a full night of restful slumber, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though every pore in his body had been gently caressed by the morning breeze, leaving him in a state of sheer bliss. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air filling his lungs, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of refreshment and joy. At that moment, a singular, unwavering thought resonated within Lu Yu: to grow stronger. And he was determined to achieve this at any cost, employing any means necessary to elevate himself to greatness. Whether it is to unravel the enigma of his own lineage concealed within layers of mist, or to safeguard those he cherishes as treasures, for whom he wishes to devote his life to protect, he is acutely aware that his current strength is far from sufficient. In this world teeming with uncertainty and peril, particularly following the peculiar transformations that have occurred in the Douluo continent since his arrival, he understands that only by acquiring formidable power can he seize control of his destiny and genuinely defend that which is of paramount importance to him. Chapter 119, Theoretical Master, Part 6. Lu Yu steadied himself, inhaling deeply before commencing a series of warm-up exercises. His body gradually warmed, and his muscles tightened. Upon completing his warm-up, Lu Yu retrieved the weighted gear that Flinder had deliberately set aside for him. The equipment appeared notably hefty, radiating the distinctive gleam of metal. Lu Yu meticulously donned each piece, adjusting their positions and tightness with care. Once the final component was secured, a wave of oppressive weight descended upon him. Yet Lu Yu displayed no inclination to retreat. Subsequently, he focused his mind, channeling his inner soul power and gradually infusing it into the weights. As the soul power flowed in, the already immense burden felt as though it had multiplied several times over, and the familiar sensation of pressure surged throughout his being like a tidal wave. Nevertheless, Lu Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming strain. With a light push of his foot, he executed his unique skill, the ghost step, vanishing in an instant. his figure blurred, leaving behind a series of ephemeral afterimages. As he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, Tang San, perched atop the roof, awoke to the commotion below. Slowly opening his eyes, observing the fading afterimages, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Brother Yu's speed has increased yet again." Having merely engaged in a brief exercise amidst the forest, Lu Yu restructured the weights before employing his ghost step once more. In mere moments, he found himself at the entrance of the Shrek Academy cafeteria. He gradually removed the cumbersome weighted gear, which could only be described as extravagant in appearance. Its heavy metallic composition emitted a stark sheen, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes, making it quite eye-catching. However, this overtly conspicuous exterior was not Lu Yu's primary concern. Rather, he was troubled by the cumbersome nature of the gear, which rendered movement exceedingly inconvenient, especially during meals, leaving him feeling constrained. Typically, Lu Yu wore only a few small, lightweight weight plates crafted by Mo himself. Though seemingly unremarkable, these plates bore exquisite patterns akin to those on the massive weighted ensemble. It was revealed that Mo, after extensive research into gravitational runes and in conjunction with the design of the weight suit, had meticulously forged these unique plates. Despite the fact that the binding effect provided by these small armor plates is far less formidable than that of a complete weight-bearing suit, their defensive capabilities and flexibility in combat are remarkably exceptional. When Lu Yu dons these armor plates, he is able to respond more adeptly to various unforeseen circumstances without being hindered in his speed and agility by excessive burden. Consequently, even during mundane activities such as dining or resting, he refrains from removing the weight-bearing armor plates. Moreover, given his habitual acclimatization to carrying weight, these plates do not disrupt his daily life in the slightest. Suddenly, with a creaking sound, Lu Yu sat down on the chair, only to emit a cry of distress, as if he were on the verge of being shattered into pieces. The previously boisterous atmosphere of the cafeteria fell into an immediate hush, and all eyes, as if drawn by some mysterious force, turned in unison towards the source of the disturbance. What is happening? Confused glances exchanged among the crowd, their faces etched with puzzlement. At this moment, the center of attention was undoubtedly Ma Hongjun. With half a steamed bun still lodged in his mouth, his cheeks bulged like a hamster's, and his small eyes, already not very large, widened to their fullest, sparkling with curiosity and astonishment as they fixated on Lu Yu. Lu Yu, I never expected this. Truly, I am astonished to discover your hidden depths. Ma Hongjun mumbled indistinctly, wiping his mouth with his grease-stained hand before casually draping a robust arm over Lu Yu's shoulder. Heh, who would have thought you, like me, are also a heavyweight contender? Ma Hongjun grinned, revealing several large white teeth, producing a somewhat comical appearance. Recalling how Dai Mubai and Oscar often jested about his physique, deriding his perfectly rounded form as that of a dead fat man, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of indignation. Humph. What do they know? This is called prosperity. This is called good fortune. Now, observing Lu Yu with a similar experience, he felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie blossom within him. However, upon hearing that delightful creaking sound, it seemed as though Ma Hongjun had discovered a kindred spirit. Lu Yu, please tell me how you managed to appear so slender, he exclaimed, gesturing with his hands to depict a slender figure, yet still so robust. Before Ma Hongjun could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a powerful and overwhelming force strike him. This force surged like a tidal wave, rendering him utterly defenseless. In an instant, he was propelled like an arrow shot from a bow, soaring at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a thunderous crash. Ma Hongjun collided forcefully against the wall of the cafeteria, the impact so intense that the entire room seemed to tremble slightly. At that moment, Dai Mubai slowly retracted his right foot, a hint of disdain manifesting on his face as he mercilessly mocked. Humph, you overweight fool. Do you think everyone is as flabby as you? Look at Lu Yu. His physique is nothing short of impeccable, far superior to yours. Furthermore, he trains daily while clad in weight-bearing gear. Weight-bearing? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's explanation, the crowd once again cast looks of astonishment akin to that directed at a peculiar creature. Brother Yu, do you usually carry such burdens even while eating, drinking, sleeping, and bathing? Xiao couldn't help but inquire, as the others witnessed Lu Yu nodding. Their astonishment surged to new heights. Observing Lu Yu's relaxed demeanor, it was evident that he had grown accustomed to bearing such weights daily. No wonder he had cultivated to the soul sect at such a tender age. Oscar recalled how Lu Yu would rise early each day for training. Possessing such talent while being so industrious was truly overwhelming, making it no surprise he had reached the soul sect. At that moment, seated at the table, Zhang Qiqi's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. Beyond shock, there was a sense of competitiveness and even a spark of fighting spirit. Had he truly been working so hard all along? Zhang Qiqi couldn't help but reflect on his own efforts over the years, which paled in comparison. Clenching a fair hand into a fist beneath the table, he silently resolved to strive harder. Merely maintaining the status quo would never allow him to keep pace with Lu Yu. Chapter 120. The arrival of the theoretical master. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained oblivious to the gazes of those around him, engrossed in his breakfast. He reasoned that soon enough, the crowd would disperse, and rather than waste his time, he might as well enjoy a few more bites. After all, he needed energy for the grueling training exercises that Flinder would undoubtedly impose later. Suddenly, a chill swept across Lu Yu's back. A sense of danger? Alarmed, he maintained a calm exterior while projecting his mental energy outward. Strangely, he sensed no immediate threat. The discomfort on his back was simply unsettling. Curiously, he lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with caution. Wait a moment, something felt off. Before long, Lu Yu, relying on his keen intuition and insight, successfully pinpointed the source of the enigmatic gaze. As he focused, he discerned a graceful figure approaching from the entrance, none other than Ning Rongrong. Her charming visage was adorned with a gentle smile, reminiscent of a flower blooming in spring or the first rays of morning sunlight, warm and inviting. Most captivating were the faint dimples at the corners of her mouth, twinkling like stars in the night sky, adding a touch of playfulness to her already enchanting beauty. When that smile graced his view, it seemed to possess an intangible magic, dispelling any gloom from the hearts of those who beheld it, enveloping them in an indescribable comfort akin to basking in the soft breeze of early spring. As a waft of the girl's unique fragrance brushed against Lu Yu's face, he snapped back to reality, astonished to find Ning Rongrong seated directly before him. Good morning, she chimed sweetly. Lu Yu returned the greeting with a casual morning before resuming his meal. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had glimpsed a peculiar glint in Ning Rongrong's eyes, a look akin to a shepherd gazing upon his lamb, imbued with a hint of possessiveness that felt foreign to him. A wave of perplexity washed over Lu Yu. What was amiss with this little enchantress today? That particular gaze evoked in Lu Yu memories of a certain anime character he had encountered in a previous life, a delicate yet deranged individual, presenting herself as a demure young lady in public while lurking with a sinister disposition behind the scenes. How curious, this young lady. Lu Yu dared not delve further into such thoughts, for being the object of a Yandora's fixation was hardly a favorable circumstance. In response to Lu Yu's frigid demeanor, Ning Rongrong surprisingly exhibited no sign of discomfort. Instead, she quietly settled before him and began to partake of her breakfast. To onlookers, this scene was subject to a different interpretation. Ma Hongjun, employing his robust physique, detached himself from the wall, rubbing his ample waist as he ambled over. Fortunately, his ample defenses rendered the earlier kick from Dai Mubai inconsequential. Yet, upon witnessing this tableau, he could not help but gape in astonishment. What was happening between these two? Ma Hongjun nudged the nearby Dai Mubai, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. This morning's occurrence was indeed peculiar. The usual nonchalant pair of a young man and woman were now seated together for breakfast. In any other setting, such a situation might not raise eyebrows. But given that the cafeteria of Shrek Academy was notably limited in size, it was surprising. Even when all teachers and students convened, the space never felt crowded. Moreover, there were ample vacant seats near Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhang Qiqi. Why, then, would Ning Rongrong choose to occupy the seat directly opposite Lu Yu? Dai Mubai, carrying his tray, made his way to a corner, casting an intentional yet casual glance at Lu Yu, as if to convey an encouraging, "You've got this." He then pulled Ma Hongjun to another table. Oscar, upon entering the cafeteria and perceiving this unusual scenario, was swiftly whisked aside by Ma Hongjun before he could fully process it. Soon, the sound of a resounding bell echoed across the playground, prompting everyone to hastily conclude their breakfasts and line up in an orderly fashion, ready for class. Shortly thereafter, Flinder arrived, surveying the assembly with habitual scrutiny, his gaze lingering momentarily on Ning Rongrong before he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Today marks your second class at Shrek Academy, and you all appear remarkably invigorated. It seems you rested well. Especially commendable is Oscar, who refrained from indulging in his usual morning slumber, thus sparing the junior students any unfavorable impressions. Well done. Oscar felt a rush of bashfulness wash over him at this praise, particularly as Xiao Wu struggled to suppress a smile. However, the next moment, Oscar met Flinder's gaze and declared, "Director, I wish to convey that my excellence extends beyond this. Through my unwavering dedication and persistent effort, just last night." Ma Hongjun nearly burst into laughter at the phrase unwavering dedication, for he, having shared a dorm with Oscar for the longest time, was well aware that his mornings were typically consumed by sleep. Most of his physical training was a result of punitive laps undertaken at the director's behest. Yet, what followed next left him utterly astounded. Last night, I achieved a breakthrough to level 30. Oscar's face radiated with joy, as if he had just sold 1,000 sausages. What? Not only Ma Hongjun, but even everyone else, including Flinder, was taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment as they regarded Oscar. Unlike the revelation of Lu Yu achieving the title of Auxiliary Soul Master at the tender age of 12, Oscar's accomplishment belonged to the realm of ordinary individuals. In the minds of the onlookers, Lu Yu had already transcended the boundaries of humanity. What left them utterly astounded was the realization that Oscar was a genuine, bona fide food system soul master. This stood in stark contrast to Lu Yu. Lu Yu's martial spirit possessed formidable and comprehensive auxiliary abilities, capable of providing crucial support and enhancements to his teammates in battle, while also demonstrating remarkable offensive capabilities that could inflict significant damage on adversaries at critical moments. In contrast, Oscar's sausage martial spirit, in the eyes of most ordinary people, bore no distinction from those deemed worthless and ineffective. Had it not been for Flinder's insistence on accepting him back then, Oscar might still be oblivious to his potential. Oscar's rapid advancement to the 30th level genuinely surprised Flinder. Chapter 121, Theoretical Master on the Way. Flinder had previously predicted the timeline for Oscar's breakthrough to level 30, reasoning that Oscar would follow in Ma Hongjuan's footsteps. However, he never anticipated that Oscar would surpass Ma Hongjun in progress. It is worth noting that Ma Hongjuan's evil Fire Phoenix martial spirit was among the elite of beast martial spirits in the continent, despite its considerable side effects. Nevertheless, Oscar's unexpected little surprise today was indeed quite significant. Very well, Oscar, your progress has taken me by surprise. Coincidentally, today's task revolves around you, Flinder remarked, a rare smile gracing his face. Yet, to Lu Yu, that smile appeared rather lecherous and sinister. Dean, Oscar said, his alluring peach blossom eyes gazing intently at Flinder, who felt a wave of discomfort under the scrutiny. He cleared his throat awkwardly and continued, today, you will engage in what is termed adaptive training, requiring each of you to consume at least 2 of the 2 types of sausages crafted by Oscar. What? Flinder's words fell like a heavy iron lump into a pot of hot oil, causing a splatter that doused everyone, eliciting cries of anguish, particularly from several girls whose faces were contorted in despair, looking even more forlorn than bitter melon. Oscar, standing aside, had not expected the dean to place such importance on him today. Could it be that his spring as a food system soul master was finally arriving? What kind of adaptive training is this? Zhang Qiqi raised a voice of dissent. In the dire circumstances of battle, consuming something could mean survival, while abstaining could lead to death. In such a moment, will you prioritize your pride or your life? Flinder replied, narrowing his eyes, his tone laced with undeniable authority. Though Oscar's incantations may be a bit unsavory and distasteful, he is a rare innate, full soul power food system soul master, offering enhancements that others can only dream of experiencing. Flinder continued. Oscar, begin. With a command from Flinder, Oscar immediately summoned his soul power, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath his feet, slowly revolving. Behold, a magnificent sausage, and a delightful small sausage. Oscar's eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight as he held the 2 sausages, 1 in each hand. Come on, who will start first? He stepped forward, presenting the steaming sausages to everyone. Little Dance, upon witnessing this, turned pale, nearly retching her breakfast. I'll go, a faint voice interjected. To the astonishment of the crowd, Lu Yu stepped forward, accepting the sausages from Oscar. He devoured the large sausage in a few bites, quickly followed by the small one. Quite delicious, Lu Yu mumbled, his mouth stuffed with sausage, cheeks bulging like a gluttonous hamster, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from those around him. Seeing this, Little Dance felt her stomach churn violently, the urge to vomit intensifying. She tightly covered her mouth, terrified that she might inadvertently lose her breakfast. Meanwhile, the onlookers focused their admiration on Lu Yu, filled with awe. They marveled at his hearty appetite, secretly thinking, this guy can truly eat, and with such relish, as if nothing in the world could surpass these sausages. Amidst the envious and admiring gazes, Lu Yu, feeling satisfied, patted his belly and wiped his mouth, turning back to rejoin the group. His steps were light and vigorous, as if the delectable meal had bestowed upon him boundless energy and satisfaction. After consuming the 2 sausages, a warm sensation coursed through his body, his meridians feeling remarkably unblocked. Though the effect paled in comparison to his starry tribute, considering Oscar was merely a level 30 food-type soul master, such an enhancement was indeed impressive. Ma Hongjun discreetly gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, marveling inwardly at the prodigy who had reached the soul master rank at such a tender age. His appetite was truly extraordinary. He thought to himself that he couldn't even bear to look at Oscar's sausages without feeling nauseated. Bring me 2. Suddenly, a composed voice broke the air, revealing Zhang Qiqi stepping forward. Her demeanor was calm. The earlier defiance towards Flander entirely vanished, replaced by a resolute expression. Little Dance, surprised by Zhang Qiqi's actions, instinctively tugged at her sleeve, only to be gently brushed off by Zhang Qiqi. "Here are your large and small sausages," Oscar said, offering them to Zhang Qiqi. The wafting steam seemed to tousle her hair, and although she appeared tranquil on the surface, her mind was racing with self-encouragement. "It's fine, Zhang Qiqi. If he can eat without flinching, so can you. You're no less than him. If you can't take even a small step forward, catching up to him will be impossible." Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of Xiao Wu and the others, and the excited eyes of Oscar, Zhang Qiqi accepted 2 steaming sausages, placing them into her mouth and beginning to chew. In the next moment, a warm current enveloped her body, causing her eyes to brighten instantly. Although she still found the entire experience quite repulsive, the enhancement provided by Oscar's martial spirit left her profoundly shaken. She felt an overwhelming surge of strength, albeit not quite matching the intensity of Lu Yu's augmentation. On the sidelines, Flinder observed Lu Yu with admiration, unable to conceal his satisfaction with this student. Not only did Lu Yu possess remarkable talent, but his character was also exceptional, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Flinder had assigned this so-called adaptive training with the intention of tempering the mental fortitude of these young ones. The continent was home to many gifted soul masters. However, there were equally numerous formidable evil soul masters. Flinder would rather see his students never graduate than allow any evil soul master to emerge from the doors of Shrek Academy. Today's adaptive training was merely an appetizer. The true rigorous training lay ahead. He was merely awaiting the arrival of an old friend, for only then would the children's true nightmare commence. Yet, he pondered how long it had been since he sent that letter. Surely his old friend should have received it by now. Why was there still no response? As Zhang Qiqi returned to the group, the next participant hesitated to step forward, with Flinder standing resolutely to prevent any chance of cheating. Chapter 122. The theoretical master has not yet arrived? I shall take my turn. Just as the remaining individuals engaged in mental preparation, a soft voice emerged, revealing a slender figure adorned in black gracefully stepping forward. Zhu Zhuqing, with an air of indifference, accepted the sausage from Oscar's hand, consuming it expressionlessly before returning to her position within the group. Lu Yu watched this intriguing woman with keen interest, her inherent aloofness creating an impression of distance that was palpable. What is this? Only one boy has dared to step forward after all this time? Are the remaining ones so timid as to be outdone by a girl? Flinder, sensing the lack of participation, couldn't he resist the professional urge to mock in a critical moment. Finally, under Flinder's verbal onslaught, the remaining participants gradually completed this psychological and gustatory torment known as adaptive training. Now, only one remained, the perpetually silent Ning Rongrong, whose countenance had darkened since Flinder announced the day's training content. Simultaneously, within the office of the principal at the Nodding City Junior Soulmaster Academy, 2 figures sat facing each other. "Old friend, have you truly resolved to depart?" The academy's principal inquired, lifting a hand to pour tea for the figure before him. "Indeed. Old principal, I have come in haste to bid you farewell. My 2 years of residing at the academy, enjoying your hospitality, have surely caused you considerable inconvenience." Yuxiagang raised his teacup with both hands, his face adorned with an expression of profound respect. To speak candidly, after receiving the letter from Flander and confirming Tang San's safe arrival, the anxiety that had lingered in his heart was finally alleviated. Tang San was, at present, the sole individual with the potential to transform the theories he had diligently researched over the years into reality. Initially, he had intended to depart early this morning, but after much contemplation, he deemed it more fitting to bid farewell to the old dean, having spent several years enjoying the hospitality of this esteemed institution. "Since you have found your own path, I shall not linger on the matter. I wish you smooth travels. Today, let tea replace wine, as a gesture of farewell," the old dean proclaimed, lifting his teacup. "Thank you, Dean," Yuxiagang responded. After parting ways with the old dean, he gathered his belongings, which consisted of but a modest bundle, his years of research and all his worldly possessions contained within, with the bundle slung over his shoulder. Yuxiagang exited the academy and hired a carriage at the city gate, setting forth under the rising sun. "Are you headed to Suatoa City to visit family?" the driver inquired, turning his head to engage in conversation. "Yes, to seek refuge with a friend," Yuxiagang replied, quietly perusing a notebook from his bundle, engaging in casual conversation with the driver. In a moment of distraction, he glanced at the driver, noting his simple linen attire and sun-kissed skin, a testament to long hours spent in the sun. He appeared to be an ordinary driver. Unbeknownst to the driver, Yuxiagang subtly loosened his grip on a small metal mechanism concealed beneath his bundle. It was a hidden weapon left by Tang San, capable of inflicting minimal harm but filled with chili powder, sufficient to buy him a moment to escape. Strangely, it was not a special day, nor were any trade caravans departing the city, yet, to his astonishment, only a solitary carriage remained at the rental station. From the moment he stepped into the carriage, an unsettling feeling began to stir within Yuxiagang, as if invisible eyes lurked in the shadows, observing his every move. This sensation persisted, shadowing him like a specter, leaving him unable to relax, perpetually on high alert. However, he mused, who would take an interest in a mere soul master incapable of surpassing the 30th level? He hardly appeared affluent. Yuxiagang shook his head slightly, allowing himself to relax a fraction, attributing his heightened vigilance to his prolonged absence from the outside world. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he found himself collapsing within the carriage. Just as consciousness began to slip away, he caught sight of the driver suddenly rising, brandishing an object that gleamed under the sunlight. It appeared to be a knife. As the driver approached, Yuxiagang faintly heard him mutter, "What terrible luck, after waiting for days. I encounter such a pauper. Damn it, couldn't you bring a bit more money to let your Uncle Jiao make a decent profit?" The driver set down the short knife, snatched Yuxiagang's bundle, and rummaged through it, cursing as he discovered only tattered books within. However, observing his complexion, he appeared quite normal, with a hint of soul power indicative of a soul master. Perhaps he could be sent to the esteemed master for alchemy, potentially earning a handsome reward. As he spoke, the bandit Jia exhibited a greedy grin. This marked the third day of his vigil, during which all brothers capable of cultivating soul power had been dispatched by the master for alchemical purposes, leaving only those without soul power to seek out the elixir. It was absurd to send an ordinary person to rob a soul master. It was tantamount to courting death. Yet, with no alternative, Bandit Jia reluctantly retrieved his ancestral mesmerizing incense. Although this ancestral incense was ineffective against most soul masters, it could still bewilder a low-level soul master below level 30. Just as he gleefully prepared to bind Yu Xiaojing with ropes, an intense pain suddenly surged through the back of his head, and he promptly lost consciousness, collapsing beside Yu Xiaojing. In his final moments of awareness, he caught sight of a cloaked figure that had seemingly appeared in the carriage without notice. At Shrek Academy, everyone gathered on the playground. Oscar held a sausage in his left hand and a cured sausage in his right. Flinders stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze occasionally glinting behind his black-rimmed glasses. At that moment, only one person remained who had yet to complete the so-called adaptive training. Ning Rongrong stood quietly, her face contorted in struggle. It was impossible. No matter what, she could never consume that revolting food, not in this lifetime. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong shouted, despite her attempts to change. She could not overcome the mental barrier instilled by witnessing Oscar's sausage-making process. Upon witnessing this scene, Oscar turned to Flinder, who remained calm and collected, seemingly enjoying the spectacle with his hands behind his back. Chapter 123, The Theoretical Master is Still on the Way. Oscar, perplexed by Flinder's demeanor, wondered what the dean was truly thinking. At that moment, Lu Yu stepped forward, taking the sausage from Oscar's hand and approaching Ning Rongrong. He took a step closer to her, gazing intently into her eyes. "You know, to me, you look exceptionally beautiful today." His eyes, deep as the stars, seemed to possess an enchanting power that ensnared her heart. Ning Rongrong found herself utterly captivated, her mind momentarily blank. Huh. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by Lu Yu's nonsensical remark, staring at him in confusion, her mouth slightly agape. Before anyone could react, Lu Yu abruptly raised the sausage and, with astonishing speed, thrust it into Ning Rongrong's mouth. Ning Rongrong's face turned crimson as she struggled to articulate her protests, a series of muffled sounds escaping her lips. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by Lu Yu's audacity. Even Dai Mubai, who prided himself on his extensive experience with women, had never encountered such boldness. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's expression morphed into one of shock, while Oscar remained frozen, his hands still poised, as if offering the sausage. Zhang Qiqi widened her eyes, her gaze firmly fixed on Lu Yu's astonishing display of skill, leaving her deeply shaken. After a considerable moment, she gradually regained her composure and slowly turned her head to cast her eyes upon Xiao Wu, who stood nearby. In that moment, Zhang Qiqi's expression was infused with confusion and curiosity, as if silently inquiring of Xiao Wu, was he always this formidable? It is important to note that in Zhang Qiqi's memory, Lu Yu had always been a spirited youth, bold and unyielding. Particularly, the incident in the soul-hunting forest, where Lu Yu daringly faced the formidable earth-shattering ape alone, remained indelibly etched in her mind, a testament to his valiant courage. However, today's remarkable display completely shattered her previous perception of Lu Yu. Yet, the next moment, a spark of intrigue ignited in her gaze as she regarded Lu Yu. Her curiosity about this boy she had encountered 6 years prior growing ever more profound. Xiao Wu and Tang exchanged glances. Their expressions a mix of disbelief as they covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Lu Yu's recent antics mirrored his notorious style from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, recalling the chaos he had unleashed upon the teaching building. The countless cycles of plant restoration and the desolate playground. With a sigh, Tang San and Xiao Wu shared an understanding look. Indeed, this was still the formidable Lu Yu they had come to know, unchanged after all these years. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing observed the scene, slightly covering her slightly parted lips. As Lu Yu's antics somewhat diminished the air of mystery he had maintained over the past few days. For the first time, she found the silver-haired youth to be somewhat amusing. Suddenly, a surge of anger and disgust flooded Ning Rongrong's mind. Lu Yu, she nearly screamed in fury. Perceiving him now as nothing less than a complete scoundrel, the most detestable of individuals. In that moment, she completely forgot her own actions from the previous night. How could this rogue dare to take such liberties while she was momentarily distracted? Ning Rongrong felt as though her mouth had been sullied. What was the difference? No one had ever dared to treat her this way. Even Flandra, witnessing the scene, was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head, bemused by the antics of today's youth. Brother Yu, your actions this time have truly crossed the line. Tang Sin whispered quietly as Lu Yu returned to his place in the group. To this, Lu Yu merely smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed, knowing that Ning Rongrong would surely expel the contents soon enough. However, in the next moment, the sound of chewing reached Lu Yu's ears, prompting him to turn in surprise. He found Ning Rongrong, with an air of genteel poise, delicately chewing on the sausage in her mouth. To his astonishment, a look of enjoyment flickered across the face of the little witch. This peculiar food, upon entering her mouth, revealed an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Ning Rongrong savored each bite, filled with novelty and surprise. As she lingered over the taste, the unique flavor seemed to dance upon her tongue, exuding an enchanting allure. For the moment, let us cast aside the image of that lewd and peculiar sausage uncle. One cannot deny that the delectable essence contained within this sausage is indeed irresistible. As the palate awakens, Ning Rongrong finds herself acutely aware of a warm force gradually spreading within her being. It is akin to the gentle sunlight of spring enveloping her, allowing every cell to bask in comfort and joy. Even more astonishing is that this warmth does not merely linger on the surface. It seems to delve deep within, intertwining with her own soul power. The soul power that once coursed through her meridians now flows with newfound ease, as if bolstered by some unseen force. Oscar's martial spirit has indeed reshaped Ning Rongrong's previous stereotypes of food-type soul masters. However, a sudden thought strikes Ning Rongrong, and her lively eyes narrow into a furious glare directed at Lu Yu. This scoundrel has just committed an atrocious act against her, and she is determined that he shall not escape unscathed. He must pay for his transgression. Despite perceiving the murderous intent in Ning Rongrong's gaze, Lu Yu remains unperturbed. After all, he is already in her sights, and this incident is but a minor inconvenience. Moreover, the thrill of forcibly feeding her the sausage was undeniably pleasurable. Frankly, it was somewhat unexpected that Ning Rongrong could consume the sausage in its entirety. It appears that this young lady has begun to change in ways unseen. Excellent. Flander's voice resounds, drawing everyone's attention once more. Congratulations to all of you for successfully completing today's adaptive training. From now on, Oscar will join you as your logistical support soul master. This concludes today's lesson. Tomorrow, you will have a day of rest, and the day after, you shall depart for the Stardew Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring. For your safety, this expedition will be led by teacher Zhao Wujia. This outing serves not only to help Oscar obtain his third soul ring, but also as your first experience of teamwork. For your training, teacher Zhao will refrain from intervening with soul beasts below the millennium level. Everything will rely solely on your own capabilities. Chapter 124. Let us venture to the Stardew Forest. Director, where is teacher Zhao Wujia? I haven't seen him around these past few days. Isn't our academy confined to this area? As soon as Flander finishes speaking, Xiao Wu raises her hand with a question. Beside her, Oscar also looks at Flander with curiosity. To be honest, Zhao Wujia has always been the most leisurely of teachers, often seen lounging in a chair at the village entrance, soaking up the sun. Yet, he has been conspicuously absent these last few days. Dai Mubai furrows his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, realization dawns upon him as he exclaims, indeed. It seems we haven't seen teacher Zhao for quite some time. Didn't he mention wanting to give Fatty extra training? Ma Hongju nods in agreement, a contemplative expression on his face. Yes. It does seem like we haven't spotted teacher Zhao for a long while. Previously, he was always the one leading us on trips to the Great Soul Arena or other tasks outside the academy. Yet this time, the director himself is taking charge. Could there be a special reason behind this? The two exchange glances, each reflecting a hint of perplexity. Cough, cough, cough. A hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Flandra's face as he feigned a few dry coughs. Teacher Zhao Wujia has been assigned an external task and will not return until tomorrow, just in time to set off with you all after a brief respite. Now, everyone, disperse for the time being and prepare well. After delivering this remark, Flandra hurriedly departed. Don't you find the dean's behavior a bit peculiar just now? Ma Hongjun inquired, gazing at the direction in which Flandra had hurried away. It was indeed strange, yet it was hard to pinpoint exactly what was odd. Oscar, standing beside Ma Hongjun, stroked his beard while observing Flandra's retreating figure and commented, "Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. We should focus on adequately preparing for the journey the day after tomorrow. The Stardow Forest is not a domesticated environment like the Soul Hunting Forest." At that moment, Dai Mubai approached the group and addressed them. "Mubai, you must have visited the Stardow Forest before. Please enlighten us about its conditions." Liu Yu interjected, agreeing with Dai Mubai's sentiments. Although the Soul Hunting Forest is teeming with soul beasts, its controlled nature renders it less perilous than the untamed wilderness of the Stardow Forest. It is far better to be well-informed and prepared than to face the battlefield unarmed. The expanse of the Stardow Forest is so vast that it can rival the entire Balak Kingdom. It is one of the most renowned gathering places for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. Furthermore, its geographical significance is remarkable, as it straddles the two great empires of Tiandou and Xinglao. After a brief pause, Dai Mubai continued, "However, what truly lends the Stardow Forest its fearsome reputation is its exceptionally high level of danger. It is said that within this boundless forest, even 10,000-year-old soul beasts roam. The terrain here is complex, replete with swamps, wetlands, and dense forests. Every year, countless soul masters meet with unfortunate ends due to reckless ventures into its depths. Those seemingly tranquil marshlands conceal numerous deadly traps, while the muddy wetlands make every step a trial. Within the forest, towering trees abound, and one could easily lose their way if not cautious. Thus, without sufficient strength and experience, recklessly entering the Stardow Forest is akin to courting death." Meanwhile, after leaving, Flandra did not return directly to his office, but instead made his way to the faculty dormitory. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of a mummy, entirely wrapped in bandages, reclining on a chaise longue. "Boss, are you sure this remedy you sought is effective?" The mummy spoke upon seeing Flandra, and it was unmistakable that its voice was strikingly identical to that of Zhao Wujia. "This is an old remedy provided by Liu, so it should be effective. Honestly, why are you, a burly man, so concerned about your appearance?" Flandra thought he would laugh upon seeing the bandaged figure, but found it difficult to do so. Indeed, the mummy swathed in bandages was none other than Zhao Wujia, who had the fortune of receiving guidance from two titled Douluos. At that moment, Zhao Wujia wore an expression of despair, yet his bandaged state concealed any change in his facial expression. If a few bruises were to leave some scars, it might be tolerable. However, who could have anticipated the sudden reappearance of the legendary elder, who had long been presumed missing? Ironically, Liu happened to be his grandson, and the elder seemed to possess an affinity for thunderous arts. Zhao Wujia had tried various methods over the past few days, yet he could not wash away the faint, dark hue enveloping his entire body. This was not merely a sun-kissed tan, but rather the authentic deep ebony of a person of African descent. In his deep frustration, Zhao Wujia resorted to unorthodox remedies, praying that by tomorrow he might regain his former self. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to lead the team in the guise of a new teacher. A day passed swiftly, and the group, after a full day of recuperation, adjusted their spirits to an optimal state. In the familiar open space, Flanders stood before them, his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the side before quickly returning to the assembly before him. In that fleeting instant, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others directed their attention to the figure standing next to Flander. Dai Mubai wore an odd expression, seemingly struggling to suppress an overwhelming urge to laugh. He tightly pressed his lips together, gritting his teeth, his cheeks slightly puffed, as if any momentary lapse would unleash a torrent of laughter akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Nonetheless, he found it difficult to entirely conceal his comically strained expression, causing his shoulders to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, the crowd's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the figure beside Flander, a remarkably robust middle-aged man, standing there like a towering mountain. His face was a deep, charred black, reminiscent of a pot bottom scorched by fierce flames, glimmering with an astonishing sheen. Despite this darkness, the onlookers could effortlessly discern Zhao Wujia's scarred visage. His face bore a tapestry of bruises, a chaotic blend of colors, some areas slightly swollen, clearly remnants of a recent fierce battle. Zhao Wujia's appearance was far from that of a teacher. He resembled a laborer who had just escaped from a dark brick kiln, only to be recaptured by a ruthless employer. Chapter 125, Departure, Starry Dots. Curse it, laugh if you must. Don't all look like a bunch of pig livers. I still have some dignity left. Have you never seen a wounded warrior before? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, his dark visage contorted in indignation. While many had indeed seen battle wounds, Oscar had never encountered anyone as blackened as Zhao Wujie. He could not believe a single word of Zhao Wujie's claims. Yet, out of respect for his teacher, he dared not show his disbelief, although a smile still danced upon his lips. At that moment, Lu Yu truly understood the struggle of holding back laughter, simultaneously feeling a twinge of surprise. Old Jack's mastery of the thunderous arts was remarkable. It was both crisp on the outside and tender within. Zhao Wujie's entire being radiated a deep, glossy black, clearly illustrating the wielder's precise control over the power of thunder. Unbeknownst to many, beneath Zhao Wujie's dark exterior lies a secret that remains either unknown or too delicate to voice. Certain parts of his physique have taken on an unexpectedly feminine shade of pink. At the mere thought of this, Zhao Wujie instinctively touched his own posterior, pondering the folly of his superior, Flander. Were it not for that dubious remedy Flander procured from an unknown source, he would not have found himself in this peculiar predicament. Instead of proving beneficial, it has only added an extraordinary hue to his appearance. Fortunately, it is concealed beneath his garments. Otherwise, the situation would be far more embarrassing. Flander sensed the bitterness and the murderous intent emanating from Zhao Wujie's gaze, which conveyed a mix of resentment and a desire for vengeance. Truth be told, this morning, when Flander removed Zhao Wujie's bandages, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of that pink posterior, nearly losing his breakfast in the process. Yet, faced with Zhao Wujie's forlorn expression, Flander coughed nervously and waved his hand. Everyone, let us depart. After a night of gentle rain, the road outside the city, already uneven, had become a muddy quagmire, nearly impassable. As the carriage rolled forward, it left behind a chaotic array of hoofprints, resembling the lines of an abstract painting, intertwined without any semblance of order. The deep ruts carved by the wheels appeared like gaping wounds in the earth, starkly visible across the pathway. Little Dance was somewhat taken aback by this scene, for the notoriously miserly Dean Flander had unexpectedly displayed an unusual generosity. He had actually gone so far as to rent 2 entire carriages for everyone. Moreover, he had thoughtfully arranged for the boys to occupy one carriage while the girls took the other. In the rear carriage, 4 vibrant young ladies sat together. Some gazed quietly out the window at the passing scenery, while others whispered their secrets to one another, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter that sounded like silver bells. Sunlight streamed through the carriage windows, illuminating their flower-like faces and suffusing the cabin with a warm and joyful atmosphere. The girls chatted merrily. Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing contributed a word or two, bolstered by the enchanting camaraderie among them. In stark contrast, the mood within the boys' carriage was far less harmonious. The muscular Zhao Wujie, combined with the self-proclaimed plump figure of Ma Hongjun, rendered the already cramped space exceedingly tight, barely accommodating 6 individuals. Dai Mubai Ma Hongjun and Oscar quickly revealed their lecherous natures, engaging in raucous banter filled with ribald humor. Particularly, Ma Hongjun, while recounting his encounter with a top-notch lady at a small brothel, animatedly gestured with his chubby hands, his face betraying an indulgent reminiscence. Zhao Wujie sat silently in a corner of the carriage, arms crossed, an expression dark like a statue, intentionally positioning Tang San between himself and Flander. Flander could only shake his head in resignation, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Yet, this predicament left Tang San in quite a bind, as few would wish to find themselves caught in the middle of 2 elderly gentlemen. However, constrained by the authoritative positions of one as a principal and the other as a teacher, Tang San quietly reassured himself that enduring this situation would be tolerable. In a state of profound ennui, his gaze wandered through the carriage until it settled upon Lu Yu, who was reclining against the compartment wall in a peculiar yet comfortable manner, eyes serenely closed, as if oblivious to the surrounding clamor. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the youthful beauty of his face, and for a fleeting moment, Tang San was struck by the illusion that this young man, like himself, did not truly belong to this realm. Subconsciously, Tang San's eyes drifted to Lu Yu's legs, where a uniquely designed book lay quietly. The cover of this tome exhibited an eerie yet mysterious hue, as though concealing countless secrets yet to be unveiled. In the depths of Tang San's memory, he distinctly recalled this enigmatic book had been Lu Yu's steadfast companion for years. Whether traversing the bustling streets of a vibrant city or wandering through the tranquil depths of wooded paths, Lu Yu always carefully secured it in his satchel, never allowing it to stray from his side. At this moment, Lu Yu's hands rested naturally on either side of the book, as if cradling a rare treasure, signifying its extraordinary significance to him. Perhaps this tome was a legacy from village chief Jack, which would account for its cherished status. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu was entirely absorbed in his own consciousness since boarding the carriage. At this juncture, 3 swirling vortexes of spiritual energy revolved around his awareness, akin to mysterious and powerful celestial bodies. Each vortex emanated a heart-stirring energy wave, brimming with boundless strength and secrets yearning to be uncovered. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that from time to time, crystalline entities, radiant and pure as white light, would erupt from within these spirals. These crystals contained exceptionally refined spiritual energy, akin to treasures birthed from the depths of the soul, radiating a captivating luminescence. Yet, no sooner had these precious crystals appeared than they were ruthlessly drawn back into the vast vortex, where they were violently shattered by the tumultuous forces, reverting to wisps of subtle spiritual energy. In this seemingly brutal process, a significant phenomenon was occurring, with each cycle of crystallization, absorption, fragmentation, and impurity separation. The impurities within the spiritual energy were gradually extricated, akin to dross being sifted away, slowly drifting to the periphery of the vortex. Thus, through the repetitive cycles of crystallization, absorption, fragmentation, and impurity extraction, the spiritual energy encapsulated within the 3 massive vortexes became increasingly pure at a visible rate. Originally somewhat turbid, the spiritual energy, after undergoing this rigorous refining process, emerged as pristine as crystal-clear spring water, with its emanating energy waves growing ever more potent and stable. Chapter 126, Entering the Star Dough. As the purity of his soul power intensified, Lu Yu began to channel this energy through his limbs and meridians. With a continuous flow of soul power coursing through his body, he found himself brimming with this vibrant force. Suddenly, he directed this surging energy back towards his consciousness, propelling it fiercely towards 3 colossal vortices of soul power. Under the immense pressure of this energy, a substantial quantity of pure soul power surged forth, accompanying Lu Yu's ascent through the ranks, level 41, level 42, level 43, level 45. Ultimately, his soul power stabilized at level 45. Gradually, his consciousness returned from the ethereal realm to the tangible world. Within the tranquil confines of the carriage, Lu Yu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His gaze appeared somewhat dim, and a barely perceptible flicker of profound regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just moments ago, he had exerted every ounce of his formidable soul power in an attempt to break through the shackles of his limitations, successfully opening a 4th vortex of soul power. Yet, the harsh reality ruthlessly informed him that, given his current strength, this was merely an unattainable aspiration. Despite his reluctance to accept this truth, Lu Yu quickly regained his composure. After arduous efforts and attempts, the extracted soul power failed to converge as he had initially envisioned, thus forming a new vortex. Reluctantly, he guided the precious soul energy to flow gently along his meridians, allowing his body to gradually absorb it. During this process, Lu Yu unexpectedly discerned an astonishing phenomenon. The reserve of soul power within him was 3 times that of an ordinary person. This revelation should have elicited unbridled joy. Yet another concern soon followed, due to his vast reservoir of soul power. The amount required for him to achieve a breakthrough and ascend to a higher level would proportionately increase to several times that of an ordinary individual. The soul power released from the 3 vortices would have sufficed for an average soul master to breach level 50, yet it barely enabled Lu Yu to reach level 45, leaving him frustrated at the prospect of further advancement. Suddenly, he felt the carriage jolt and come to a halt. Lu Yu exchanged a glance with Tang San before drawing back the curtain to reveal that they had arrived in a desolate wilderness, still some distance from the Stardow forest. As Lu Yu pondered this unexpected delay, the 4 girls from the rear of the carriage approached. What is going on? We haven't arrived yet. Why have we stopped? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing inquired, perplexed. Get out, we'll walk the rest of the way, came the sudden voice of Flinder from inside the carriage as he stood up and exited. Though curious, the others had no choice but to follow suit. Hey, why did our carriage leave? We haven't arrived yet, Xiao Wu exclaimed in a flurry as she watched the carriage turn around and depart. Why? Because your esteemed principal only provided enough funds to bring you this far. After Zhao Wujia alighted from the vehicle, he stood aside and coldly remarked that after years of interaction, he had come to understand the frugal nature of Flanders, who was as miserly as a chicken guarding its coins. Clearing his throat, Flanders once again clenched his left fist, feigning a cough to capture the attention of the group. We are not far from the Stardow forest. The remaining journey requires you all to adjust your states, he said slowly, looking at everyone. As for why the more powerful Lu Yu was not tasked with the arrangements, the reason was simple. Although Lu Yu possessed great strength, his knowledge of the Stardow forest paled in comparison to that of Dai Mubai, who had ventured within. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement and stepped forward, stating that the environment within the Star Doe forest was intricate, populated by numerous soul beasts known for their formidable aggression and lack of goodwill towards humans. Thus, he urged everyone to remain vigilant. Dai Mubai then organized the formation based on their prior experiences in the Star Doe forest and the specific conditions of the group. The control-type Tang San and the combat-ready Zhu Zhuqing led the front of the formation, with Tang San's reflexes adeptly handling any unforeseen circumstances. Following them were the support-type Soul Masters Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who lacked offensive and defensive capabilities, positioned in the center. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu flanked the sides to provide lateral support, while Dai Mubai himself remained centrally located. The rear was entrusted to Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, with Lu Yu possessing the strongest overall capabilities, and Zhu Zhuqing, whose speed was second only to Lu Yu and Tang San, securing the vital position. Zhao Wujia and Flanders chose to observe from the side, and Flanders was not at all surprised by Dai Mubai's arrangements. He would have done the same. Before Lu Yu, Dai Mubai was Flanders' most promising student. Though his innate talent was slightly inferior to Lu Yu's, he excelled in experience. Before long, the group maintained their formation and swiftly reached the Star Doe Forest, one of the 3 great soul beast gathering places on the continent. Throughout the journey, Oscar's sausages made an indelible contribution to sustaining everyone's energy. As they were still some distance from the forest, the group consumed a sausage provided by Oscar nearly every hour to replenish their stamina, simultaneously gaining a vivid appreciation for the terrifying extent of Lu Yu's soul power reserves. Throughout the journey, Lu Yu not only continuously supplied soul power to Oscar to ensure he could produce enough sausages in a timely manner, but he also enhanced Ning Rongrong, who had slightly inferior physical capabilities, while assisting Oscar in restoring everyone's stamina. Remarkably, he bore the additional burden of weight, and despite such an astonishing expenditure of physical and soul power, Lu Yu had only consumed Oscar's sausage once since their departure. Even more astonishing was that he maintained a calm and steady breath, as if nothing were amiss. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed by now. Under the full-speed progress of the group, they reached their destination, the Star Doe Forest, within a day, albeit arriving in the evening. The perils of the Star Doe Forest at night are no less formidable than those during the day, perhaps even more so. Thus, we shall rest in that nearby town for the night and venture into the forest tomorrow, Zhao Wujia remarked, gesturing towards a brightly lit town not far away. In his words, this desolate area was devoid of life for miles, with this solitary town serving as the last bastion for rest and resupply. Beyond this village, there would be no more establishments. Flander had already returned at the point where they disembarked from the carriage, leaving Zhao Wujia as the sole leader of the group. Under Zhao Wujia's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the town. Despite the late hour, the streets were bustling with people, primarily soul masters flocking to hunt soul beasts in the Star Doe Forest. Most traveled in groups of 3 to 5, while a few ventured alone. The streets were lined with vendors selling weapons and armor. After inquiring about prices, Lu Yu discovered a wide range of costs, yet most items were of subpar quality. The wares on display were mostly deceptive scraps. Zhao Wujia, walking ahead with his arms crossed, casually remarked, "If you encounter a formidable soul beast, praying for your mother to grant you extra legs would be far more beneficial than these iron trinkets." In his eyes, these armors held far less value than a chicken leg, as the latter could at least satisfy one's hunger. Exhausted, the group meandered through the unfamiliar town, their eyes scanning for a suitable place to rest. At last, they stumbled upon a seemingly decent inn, situated in the heart of the town amidst the lively crowd. They entered to find it modest yet clean and inviting. The proprietor warmly welcomed them, and with Lu Yu's financial prowess, they secured 4 rooms. This town appeared to have been purposefully established as a way station, positioned along a major thoroughfare with a continuous flow of passers-by. Surprisingly, even at such a late hour, there was no curfew enforced, and the inn continued its operations. In contrast, had this been a nodding city, patrols would have long since arrived to enforce a closure. Perhaps it was the town's unique geographical position and function that allowed for such lenient governance. "Is teacher Zhao not joining us for dinner?" Tang San suddenly noted that Zhao Wujia seemed to remain in his room, not descending with the others. Perhaps that was why he harbored concerns about getting lost at night. Lu Yu casually picked up the menu, glancing over it before passing it to Tang San beside him. Although the menu appeared to offer a diverse array of dishes at first glance, upon closer inspection, it revealed only a few options repeated throughout. It was worth noting that the culinary style of Douluo continent stood in stark contrast to that of the Dragon Kingdom from Lu Yu's previous life, resembling more closely the cuisine of the neighboring state. The dishes here are either roasted or stewed, rendering the cooking methods remarkably monotonous. As for the flavors, they are equally uninspiring, lacking any semblance of novelty. After years of persistent tasting, Lu Yu has come to feel that his once keen sense of taste seems to be gradually deteriorating, rendering his perception of culinary delights increasingly dull. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the others couldn't help but recall Zhao Wuji's comical expression, nearly bursting into laughter. Tang-san, shaking his head in resignation, remarked that Lu Ji's remarks remained as consistently entertaining as ever. When Tang-san took the menu, he did not immediately place an order, but instead inquired of Xiao Wu about her preferences. The group turned their gaze toward the two, and in that instant, their expressions underwent a noticeable transformation. Particularly Oscar, whose already lively peach blossom eyes sparkled with an unusual gleam, as if the flames of gossip were about to erupt and blaze forth. "Hey, why don't you ask us what we'd like to eat? Why only inquire about Xiao Wu?" Oscar teased with an exaggerated flourish of his fingers, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Tang-san was momentarily taken aback, while Xiao Wu quickly sensed the peculiar glances directed at her from Tang-san and felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson. "Oh, we're just ordinary siblings," she stammered. "Oh," Oscar replied, his voice elongated with disbelief, his eyes reflecting skepticism. From his extensive experience, he was certain that their relationship was far from merely sibling-like. "Since you all seem hesitant to order, I shall take it upon myself to make some choices for you," declared the rotund Ma Hongjun, reaching out with his chubby hand to snatch the menu away. Without a glance, he shouted to the proprietor, "Boss, prepare a feast according to this menu. Today, a wealthy patron is treating us." Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle at this scene, acknowledging that Ma Hongjun's appetite certainly matched his physique. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a hefty fist came crashing down on Ma Hongjun's head, and a substantial bump began to rise, steaming in its aftermath. "You glutton. Can't you exercise some restraint when you're out? We're able to enjoy such a fine room today, thanks to Lu Yu. You should be grateful." Damu Bai scolded, his expression one of disdain. He then turned to Lu Yu, apologizing, "I'm sorry for the spectacle. This glutton's mind is solely occupied with food and women. I should have treated you today, but thank you for your generosity. No worries, we are all classmates now. It's the same regardless of who pays," Lu Yu replied with a smile, noting that he received a substantial allowance from the spirit hall each month, making this small expense manageable. Though they sat together, the atmosphere remained somewhat subdued. Zhu Zhuqing, with an air of aloofness, quietly consumed her meal, while Zhu Qiqi and Xiao Wu engaged in cheerful conversation. Tang-san sought details from Damu Bai and Oscar regarding their entry into the Stardow Forest and what precautions to take, while Ma Hongjun transformed into a glutton, swiftly devouring the food on his plate. Ning Rongrong, embodying an air of grace, consumed her meal, starkly contrasting with the ravenous demeanor of Ma Hongjun, who appeared as though he hadn't feasted in a decade. Yet, Lu Yu could not shake the unsettling feeling that this young lady's gaze lingered on him. Almost imperceptibly, he wondered if she harbored any resentment from the incident a few days prior when he had forcefully fed her a sausage. However, the Ning Rongrong before him seemed markedly different from the one depicted in the original narrative. Although she had undergone some transformation, the direction of this change appeared somewhat askew. As Lu Yu's thoughts meandered, the restaurant's door was abruptly pulled open from the outside, revealing a group of individuals who resembled students from an academy, clad in matching uniforms. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a pristine white Soul Master attire. Lu Yu instinctively found himself comparing him to Zhao Wuji, who exuded an overwhelming aura of masculinity, a stark contrast to the somewhat effeminate presence of the man before him. At that moment, a cool electronic voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. "System?" Lu Yu pondered, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. He hoped the system was not up to any mischief again. Limited time mission, Songhui Academy. Mission requirements: defeat any Soul Master from Songhui Academy. Time limit: tonight. Mission reward: 500 points, no penalty for failure. Upon reading the mission details, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. When had the system become so generous? This was essentially a gift of points. Although the amount was paltry, defeating a few Soul Masters from Songhui Academy was within his grasp, especially with Zhao Wuji upstairs. He doubted the man would ignore the commotion should it arise. Given Zhao Wuji's protective nature, he certainly wouldn't allow his students to be harmed, and besides, the system hadn't stipulated that only he could engage in the task. While Lu Yu was lost in contemplation, the 8 individuals from Songhui Academy leisurely selected a table near them and settled down. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been thoroughly engrossed in his meal, suddenly found his gaze magnetically drawn away from his plate the instant the students from Songhui Academy entered. His small, bead-like eyes were captivated, and thereafter, they remained fixated on the female students from that academy, as if they were firmly anchored in place. No matter where those girls moved, Ma Hongjun's gaze followed them like a shadow. However, he was still mindful of his companions from their own academy, such as Xiao Wu. knowing he needed to maintain a respectful distance. Furthermore, the young women from Tsanghui Academy, in contrast to Xiao Wu and her companions, were evidently older, their physical development more mature and refined. This natural allure rendered them more capable of capturing the attention of a youth like Ma Hongjun, who was in the throes of adolescence, with hormones surging through his veins. At that moment, a tall young man from Tsanghui Academy, his face contorted with rage, was embroiled in an intense altercation with a petite waitress. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck her face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed as his palm landed forcefully on the delicate visage of the waitress. She was merely an ordinary mortal. How could she withstand such a brutal blow from a young soul master? In an instant, she felt the world spin around her, her body losing balance and toppling like a small tree uprooted by a tempest. The tray she had been holding slipped from her grasp, flying out of control as she fell. In the nick of time, a figure appeared behind the waitress like a bolt of lightning. This figure moved with astonishing speed, seemingly materializing from thin air, leaving onlookers scarcely able to comprehend his approach. The crowd could only witness the waitress, on the verge of collapse, being steadied by an unseen force, gradually regaining her upright position. Do not waste food. Lu Yu spoke with a demeanor as calm as a still lake, gently yet firmly supporting the panicked waitress. Simultaneously, his other hand darted out like a flash, flawlessly catching the tray that was about to hit the ground. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Yu exerted a subtle force, seemingly effortless yet imbued with the profound essence of Tai Chi. This invisible energy possessed an extraordinary quality, allowing the precariously tilting tray to be drawn towards a nearby table as if held by an unseen power. Ultimately, the tray descended like a feather, landing softly on the table without a sound, not even a drop of soup spilling. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The young man from Tsanghui Academy had not even caught a glimpse of Lu Yu's movements. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Noticing Lu Yu's attire did not suggest he hailed from a wealthy family, nor did he appear to be a student from a prestigious Soul Master Academy. The young man's companions, lacking any semblance of influence, or expressions of cold amusement. In Tsanghui Academy, one either faced bullying or engaged in it. Having spent considerable time there, this young man had merely honed his ability to judge others by appearances, a skill that proved utterly futile. He completely underestimated the strength of the silver-haired youth before him. A flicker of malice crossed his previously disdainful features, and in the blink of an eye, he lifted his right foot and kicked fiercely towards Lu Yu. The swift kick generated a fierce gust of wind, as if intent on propelling the person before him into the air in an instant. However, in the very next moment, the triumphant smile that had just graced his face abruptly froze. For at the instant his foot made contact with Lu Yu, a powerful recoil surged forth, making him feel as though his leg had violently collided with an indestructible wall of steel. The sensation of that hardness and coldness penetrated through his foot and struck deep within his heart, causing him to involuntarily gasp in shock. A resounding bang erupted, akin to thunder cracking in a clear sky. The onlookers had scarcely grasped what Lu Yu had done, when they witnessed that individual soaring backwards like a kite severed from its string, propelled at an astonishing speed. As that figure traced an arc in midair, a subsequent thunderous crash echoed as he plummeted heavily onto the ground. The impact was no trivial matter. The immense force not only left him disoriented but also shattered a nearby table into countless splinters, sending wood chips flying in all directions. The restaurant erupted into chaos, with patrons hastily abandoning their meals to retreat, wary of becoming collateral damage in the impending brawl. The students of Tsanghui Academy, witnessing this spectacle, could no longer contain themselves. Chapter 129, The Fall of the Fool. For heaven's sake, what is all this racket? Can't anyone get a moment's peace? At that moment, a languid yet robust voice resonated from above, followed by a figure descending the stairs with deliberate slowness. In unison, all eyes turned towards the staircase, fixated on the imposing silhouette making its way down. This individual was extraordinarily large and robust, enveloped in layers of clothing as though to shield his true identity from prying eyes. Most striking was the black cloth tightly wound around his head, leaving no crevice visible. Only 3 rough holes had been hastily cut out for his eyes and nose, their jagged edges revealing the urgency of their creation. Through those small apertures, one could faintly discern the glint of dark skin. Upon hearing that familiar voice and catching a glimpse of the sturdy, exposed arms, Lu Yu couldn't help but call out, "Teacher Zhao?" Yet the newcomer offered no immediate reply, instead striding directly before the crowd, positioning himself opposite Tsanghui Academy. "Teacher Zhao, what act are you putting on this time? Are you planning to give those dimwits from Tsanghui Academy a sound thrashing and then rob them blind?" Recognizing the identity of the visitor from Lu Yu's exclamation, Oscar moved closer to Zhao Wujia. his eyes sparkling with mischief at the mention of robbery, while the others looked on with eager anticipation, ready for action. Rob you, you big fool. Day in and day out, you learn nothing but these ridiculous, pointless antics, constantly bringing trouble my way. Under the black cloth, Zhao Wuji's concealed countenance twitched with agitation. In a fit of fury, he delivered a resounding punch to Oscar's head, bestowing upon him a vivid and throbbing bruise. Stealing again? Have the rules and regulations of the school been cast aside? Zhao's admonition rang out, though it was clear that the bullying originated from the students of the Grey Academy. Oscar, cradling his throbbing injury with both hands, winced at the slightest touch. You didn't see it, but that lad who was being supported kicked Lu Yu and then suddenly found himself sprawled on the ground, leaving a mess at the hotel's table. Look at Lu Yu. He was so frightened that his face and hair turned pale. He even has a heart condition. One might think they were trying to extort him. Enough of this nonsense. The students from the opposite side, the Grey Academy, were nearly choked by Oscar's embellishments. It was one thing to be pale, but to claim that someone's hair turned white was absurd. Clearly, the lad was simply prematurely gray. Moreover, how could someone with a heart condition kick another person 5 meters away? On the side of Shrek Academy, the audience listened to Oscar's vividly exaggerated yet somewhat truthful recounting. Their faces flushed as they struggled to contain their laughter. Among them, Liu stood out, appearing composed while secretly pressing down the corners of his mouth that threatened to rise in amusement. He mused to himself, who would have thought that Oscar, usually so carefree and unserious, could spin such a tale with such finesse? How about you repeat that, if you have the guts? The temper of the Grey Academy students flared at Oscar's slander. In response, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were unyielding, representing Shrek with fervor, hurling verbal barbs that directly insulted their adversaries' kin. Enough. Silence. Just as the two factions became embroiled in a heated exchange, a commanding voice cut through the chaos, bringing an abrupt hush. A middle-aged man from the Grey Academy, seemingly refined, rose and gestured for his peers to cease their verbal onslaught. With deliberate care, he adjusted his attire, smoothing out the minor wrinkles of his white garment, and approached the crowd with an air of elegance, positioning himself directly opposite Zhao Wuji. I presume you are the supervising teacher of this group of students? The man slowly extended his finger towards Lu Yu and his companions, his expression serene and his tone measured, as if each word had been meticulously contemplated before being spoken. Yet, to the onlookers, his demeanor evoked an inexplicable revulsion. If one were to encapsulate this sentiment in a single word, it would undoubtedly be affected. His demeanor exuded an air of deliberate pretension and insincerity, provoking an involuntary sense of aversion among onlookers. It is utterly outrageous that a student from your esteemed academy so brazenly assaulted one of our students from Tsanghue Academy. As an educator, can you truly stand by and allow such an incident to transpire without providing a reasonable explanation? The middle-aged man raised his chin slightly, a smirk playing on his lips, as he continued to speak in a manner he deemed to be exceedingly graceful. Yet, the flicker of cold light in his eyes betrayed the anger and dissatisfaction brewing within him. With arms crossed and body leaning slightly forward, he seemed to employ this posture to amplify the oppressive nature of his words. The atmosphere around them grew heavy, as if an invisible pressure was gradually enveloping the space. Yi Zhiqiu, having attained the position of Foreign Affairs Director at Tsanghue Academy, possessed a keen insight. However, judging by the attire of those opposite him, they bore no resemblance to esteemed sect members. Thus, he concluded that the Shrek group were mere soft targets, easily manipulated. Little did he know that his actions rendered him a fool in the eyes of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. The greasy man was practically in Teacher Zhao's face. Yet there was no sign of a response from Zhao. Behind, Xiao Wu observed the aggressive demeanor of the opposing party, perplexed by Zhao Wuji's utter lack of reaction. Although their interactions had been limited, she had formed the impression that a power-type soul master like Zhao Wujia would be more inclined to act than to stand idly by. Sir, since you are unwilling to provide an explanation, and your students are so utterly lacking in awareness, might I suggest you hand over these ignorant youths to us for proper handling? Yi Zhiqiu adjusted his glasses with a flourish, and Zhao Wujia's inaction only solidified his earlier assumptions that these students from an obscure academy, along with their peculiarly dressed teacher, were nothing but country bumpkins. Humph, absurd, foolish. At that moment, Zhao Wujia let out a cold snort and uttered 3 words. What did you say? Yi Zhiqiu found himself questioning his own hearing. The smile that had graced his face froze in disbelief. I said, your mother essay, you're just a big fool. Zhao Wujia leaned forward slightly, nearly invading Yi Zhiqiu's personal space, so close that the latter could feel the spittle from Zhao Wujia's words. The thunderous voice resonated in his ears, causing a ringing sensation. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to an eerie tension, the air seemingly solidified as if enchanted, with not even a whisper of wind able to penetrate the oppressive weight. Zhao Wujie's seemingly mundane statement struck like a boulder cast into a calm lake, shattering the tranquility and plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. "This rag is quite effective," he remarked nonchalantly, even with a hint of disdain in his tone. However, such a seemingly casual remark pierced the heart of the teacher, who had always prided herself on her elegance, like a sharp sword. The teacher's originally poised and graceful visage contorted with rage, her eyes behind the black-rimmed glasses ablaze with fury, almost incinerating Zhao Wujie to ashes. He clenched his teeth, his hands instinctively forming fists, his body trembling slightly, clearly on the verge of losing his composure. Behind Zhao Wujie, Lu Yu and the others were nearly doubled over with laughter at his antics. Despite their best efforts to suppress it, laughter escaping uncontrollably. Indeed, Zhao Wujie conformed perfectly to the image of a brawny, intelligent battle spirit master in Xiao Wu's mind. Even a single additional word from him was undoubtedly a prelude to a potential confrontation. The effects of Zhao Wujie's conduct were vividly observable in Yi Zhiqiu, whose shoulders quivered with barely contained fury and whose cheeks flushed with indignation. "A group of ungrateful country bumpkins, courting death." Yi Zhiqiu nearly spat these words through gritted teeth. "Qian Gui embody," he shouted. In that instant, a series of pitch-black ripples, akin to surging tides, erupted with astonishing speed from within Yi Zhiqiu's body. At this moment, he was utterly consumed by wrath, standing at the pinnacle of his fury. The once courteous, poised, and graceful individual had cast aside all semblance of decorum. Zhao Wujie's actions were an intolerable insult and provocation to Yi Zhiqiu, akin to someone ruthlessly trampling upon the dignity of the Tsanghui Academy and his personal honor, grinding it underfoot in a humiliating manner. This egregious affront was unbearable for Yi Zhiqiu. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Zhao Wujie must pay a severe price for this transgression. As he summoned his martial soul, his limbs retracted, and a massive, dark turtle shell ominously emerged from his back. He was enveloped in a surge of black light, and 5 soul rings slowly ascended beneath him, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The leading teacher from Tsanghui Academy was, in fact, a soul king of level 50. "Country bumpkins, I shall grant you one last opportunity to kneel and apologize, otherwise." Yi Zhiqiu scoffed. "Don't blame me for being unmerciful. The words kneel and apologize do not exist in my vocabulary." Zhao Wujie replied, arms crossed, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze through the black fabric. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie shouted, and 7 soul rings blazed to life beneath him. The overwhelming presence of a level 76 battle spirit sank crashing toward Yi Zhiqiu like a tidal wave, instantly diminishing the latter's aura. A soul saint. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Such an individual was truly present here. In the mainland, a soul sage is regarded as a formidable entity, second only to an 80-level soul Daoliu and a 90-level title Daoliu. To encounter such a being in a modest hotel of this small town was utterly unexpected. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu gazed at Zhao Wujie's 7 rotating soul rings, his mind momentarily blank. He never anticipated that this enigmatic figure, shrouded in mystery, was a soul sage. In his understanding, those who attain the rank of soul sage typically align themselves with a faction as a guest elder. Could it be that this masked individual preferred to conceal his identity? Or perhaps this group hailed from a significant power, capable of dispatching a soul sage as an escort? The backing of such a force surely must be formidable. "May I inquire from whence you hail?" Yi Zhiqiu's mind gradually regained composure, restoring a fragment of rationality. Are you afraid?" Although Zhao Wujie concealed his face, Yi Zhiqiu could surmise the bemused expression hidden beneath the cloth. "It's too late now. But fear not. I shall not exploit my strength against you, to ensure fairness. I shall refrain from utilizing my martial soul and soul skills." Remarkably, Zhao Wujie indeed retracted his soul rings. "Senior," Yi Zhiqiu intended to articulate further. Yet Zhao Wujie offered him no opportunity. Almost instantaneously, as he withdrew his soul rings, he unleashed a powerful punch. Given the proximity between them, Zhao Wujie's heavy strike reached Yi Zhiqiu in an instant. The latter had no time to react. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a table. Zhao Wujie rubbed his fist, a smirk escaping his lips. By heavens! The sensation of striking without relying on one's martial soul is indeed exhilarating. Just then, a voice pierced the air as the hotel owner hurriedly approached the gathering. "I implore all esteemed soul masters to spare this humble establishment. Our modest business cannot withstand such turmoil. If a confrontation is necessary, I kindly request you to take it outside." Chapter 131, The Fall of the Tortoise, Part 3, Hey! Suddenly, a voice rang out, none other than the youth who had been kicked away by Liu. He shrugged off the 2 students who had been assisting him. his face a mask of defiance as he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Wujie. If you're capable, come outside for a duel. The crowd was instantly taken aback. Who was this foolhardy child daring to challenge Zhao Wujie? Even if he had directed his ire toward Lu Yu, it would have seemed more reasonable. Yet this student from Tonghui Academy appeared so young. Was his mind truly so unhinged? Especially Zhao Wujie, who cast a disbelieving glance at those around him. Before hesitantly pointing to himself, "Are you certain you are speaking to me?" He had traversed the world for many years, facing the onslaught of numerous formidable opponents from the Spirit Hall without a flicker of concern. Yet now, he found himself being challenged by a mere child, one who had yet to fully mature. The last individual to propose a duel with him was Lu Yu. But that is a tale for another time. Zhao Wujie couldn't help but find amusement in this Tonghui Academy student's audacity. At this moment, he was at a loss for words. "Little one, are you truly aware of what you are saying?" The youth's complexion appeared slightly pale. As a mere soul master of a mere 30 levels, he found himself trembling before a soul sage of 76 levels. Nevertheless, the earlier humiliation inflicted upon him by Lu Yu had ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Yuzhe had always believed in repaying enmities promptly, and the source of his newfound courage stemmed from his grandfather, Qian, also a soul sage, and one on the verge of reaching the illustrious rank of 80. According to the latest news from his father, Qian had indeed attained the level of 80 and was presently in the Star Do forest in search of a suitable soul ring, having been there for several days. The anticipation of his grandfather's imminent arrival bolstered Yuzhe's confidence considerably, causing an air of arrogance to adorn his countenance. He had just sent a message to his grandfather using the family token and received a clear response, indicating that Qian was nearby. His plan was to stall for time, keeping this group occupied until his grandfather arrived to exact revenge. His gaze fixated on the silver-haired youth, Lu Yu, with a malevolence that seemed to wish him a fate worse than death. "Yuzhe, are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend the absurdity of your words?" At that moment, the other members of Tonghui Academy, upon hearing Yuzhe's proclamation, were rendered utterly speechless, as if struck by lightning. Chaos erupted as they began to voice their concerns, urging him to reconsider. "Oh dear, Yuzhe, what on earth are you thinking? Have you taken leave of your senses? How dare you utter such reckless words?" One member exclaimed in desperation. "Exactly. Just look at the situation. Even Teacher Yi, such a formidable figure, could not withstand a single attack from that mysterious masked soul sage. And he hasn't even unleashed his martial soul yet. For us mere mortals to step forward would be akin to courting death." Another echoed in agreement. "Yuzhe, don't be foolish. If you seek to throw your life away, please don't drag us down with you. We have no desire to join you in your grave," cried out another in sheer panic, their voices intermingling with confusion and alarm regarding Yuzhe's reckless behavior. "Silence. You are all traitors, bolstering others' strengths while diminishing our own. My grandfather is near and will arrive shortly. Then, it will be your turn to face doom." Yuzhe bellowed fiercely at Lu Yu and the others. In that tense moment, a sudden, muffled thud resonated from behind, as if a heavy object had been violently cast to the ground. Startled, the group instinctively turned to investigate the source of the sound. To their astonishment, from beneath a heap of shattered wooden planks, two pale, trembling hands emerged. The hands struggled to push aside the surrounding debris, and soon a figure began to laboriously climb upward. As they focused their gaze, they collectively gasped. It was none other than Yi Zhiqiu, who had just been sent flying by Zhao Wujie's punch. He now appeared utterly disheveled and in a state of utter disarray. Once a pristine soul master garment, as white as snow, now lay in tatters, resembling a haphazard assemblage of worn fabric, encrusted with layers of dust and grime. The black-framed glasses, once perched upon his nose, which symbolized scholarly elegance, had vanished without a trace. His hair, once meticulously groomed, had devolved into a chaotic state, interspersed with tiny wood shavings that occasionally fell away with his movements, in stark contrast to the poised and graceful demeanor he had exhibited upon entering. Yi Zhiqiu now appeared as a shadow of his former self. Previously, he stood tall and dignified, each step resonating with assured strength. Now, he trembled, his gait unsteady, as though he might collapse again at any moment. This profound transformation stirred deep emotions among all present, revealing the terrifying power encapsulated in Zhao Wujie's recent strike. Yet, in his disheveled state, Yi Zhiqiu paid no heed to his appearance as he staggered toward Yuzhe. "Yuzhe, this is not the Tonghui Academy, nor is it a place where your family can act with impunity," he nearly shouted, his voice brimming with fury. The mention of the Yu family left Lu Yu puzzled. Could this Yuzhe be a scion of a prominent clan? "Mubai, do you know anything about the Yu family?" Lu Yu inquired softly of Dai Mubai, sensing that if this were the case, the situation could indeed become intriguing. "The Yu family?" Dai Mubai mused for a moment before responding. "I have heard of this family before. Centuries ago, they were considered a moderately powerful clan, at their zenith with at least 2 titled Douluos among their ranks. However, as time passed, their strength waned, and their lineage suffered a significant decline, leaving them with no talent capable of reviving the family. Nowadays, they barely maintain their status as a noble family through the remnants of their ancestors' legacy. Does the Yu family still possess any formidable figures? And who might that person's grandfather be? Lu Yu pondered aloud, realizing that it was best to inquire directly with Dai Mubai. The student from Tsanghui Academy, named Yuze, likely had a powerful grandfather. Chapter 132, Master Yu Qian. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yu asked, "What do you know about this supposed grandfather?" "To be honest, my knowledge is somewhat limited," Dai Mubai replied, furrowing his brow as he gently stroked his well-defined jawline. Contemplating his words. "However, based on the scan information I have, the most formidable individual within the Yu family appears to be an elder known as Master Yu Qian. Now in his 80s, his prowess is not to be underestimated. It is said that his martial soul is the ancestral martial soul of the Yu family, the Rain Dragon Spear. This is an exceedingly powerful and rare martial soul, ranking among the finest in weapon martial souls. Moreover, it is worth noting that Master Yu Qian is a formidable assault-type soul sage at level 79. From an age perspective, he aligns quite well with that individual's grandfather. In my humble opinion, it is highly likely that he is indeed the culprit." At this moment, the members of Shrek Academy were completely engrossed in the detailed and vivid narration of Dai Mubai. Each pair of eyes was focused intently on him, their expressions a blend of concentration and curiosity, as if they were utterly captivated by the tale he wove. In stark contrast, the scene at Tsanghui Academy was one of turmoil. Yi Zhiqiu's face was flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes widened to the size of copper bells, seemingly ready to ignite with fury. His anger had reached its zenith, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. The source of his ire was none other than the student named Yuza, who stood before him. Yuza was notorious within Tsanghui Academy, not for any commendable achievements, but rather for his perplexing personality and erratic behavior. Speaking of Yuza's martial soul, it was indeed remarkable, identical to that of his grandfather, a powerful ancestral martial soul known as the Rain Dragon Spear. With such a martial soul, Yuza's innate talent was undeniably exceptional, placing him among the elite of the ordinary populace. Alas, it seemed that fate enjoyed its cruel jest. Despite his outstanding gifts, Yuza possessed a rather dim-witted intellect. His thought processes often left others bewildered, and his actions were bizarre and completely devoid of reason. To describe him as foolish would be a rather charitable assessment. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu was enduring the torment inflicted by this eccentric student, his heart ablaze with anger, yet feeling utterly helpless. When Zhao Wujie revealed his strength as a rank 7 soul sage, Yi Zhiqiu had already relinquished any hope of regaining his dignity, especially since it was Yuza who had instigated the trouble by bullying the waiter. Ironically, this same Yuza seemed eager to court disaster. However, this peculiar individual was not someone he could afford to offend. As the director of the Foreign Affairs Department, any mishap involving his students would surely lead to repercussions from the Academy's principal. Furthermore, Yuza's grandfather, Master Yu Qian, was a formidable ranked 79 soul sage, not to be trifled with. Zhao Wujie before him was also a soul sage, and now Yi Zhiqiu regretted his decision to assist Yuza. Though Yuza was ostensibly a scion of a prestigious family, could he not resort to subtle tactics for revenge rather than face defeat publicly? At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu felt a sense of exasperation, wishing that even if Master Yu Qian were present, he would likely avoid conflict with Zhao Wujie. For the revival of the Rain family's former glory held far greater importance than the well-being of his grandson. Out of sheer necessity, Yi Zhiqiu prepared to swallow his pride once more, addressing Yuza. However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, followed by the unmistakable noise of a colossal object crashing to the ground outside. With a resounding bang, the door of the small hotel shattered, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air, choking those nearby. As the smoke began to clear, a massive beast's head suddenly loomed before the crowd. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their mouths slightly agape, as if they had encountered an utterly unbelievable spectacle, rendered speechless by the overwhelming scene before them. Their eyes fixated on the bizarre tableau, their bodies instinctively recoiling, fearful of the dreadful events that might befall them. Just as the crowd was in a state of shock, a thunderous and rugged roar erupted from above. "Everyone, stand back." The shout resonated like a clap of thunder, leaving the ears of all present ringing. Following this, a shadow leaped from above like a bolt of lightning, descending with an unmatched ferocity towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the small hotel trembled violently. The figure landed heavily on the wooden floor, which, unable to withstand such immense force, splintered into countless shards, sending dust swirling into the air, transforming into a flurry of wooden debris. Yet the figure stood resolutely amidst the chaos, akin to an immovable mountain. As the dust gradually settled, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, finally discerning the identity of the newcomer. Before them stood a tall and imposing figure, reminiscent of a majestic peak. Clad in a black training outfit of exquisite quality and impeccable tailoring, it seemed to meld seamlessly with his physique. Rather than appearing oppressive, the dark attire enhanced his air of mystery and authority. In his grasp, he held a 2-meter-long iron spear, its hue as dark as ink, resembling a streak of lightning in the night, daring anyone to meet its gaze. Intricate engravings adorned the spear, hinting at some ancient power, while the silvery blade glimmered with a chilling gleam, stained with the blood of an unknown formidable soul beast. The blood, now dried to a dark crimson, still emitted a pungent, metallic scent, invoking a sense of dread and trepidation. Gazing upon the man's visage, despite his snow-white hair, he bore no signs of aging. A fearsome scar ran from above his left eye down to his chin, adding to his formidable presence. "Grandfather!" Yuzhe exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the figure, who was none other than Yu Qian, the sole remaining powerhouse of the Yu family, as mentioned earlier by Daimubai. Chapter 133, Yu Qian, Part 3. Yuzhe, unable to contain his excitement at the sight of his grandfather, rushed towards him. The elder retracted the spear and slowly raised his right hand, delivering a sharp, resounding slap that echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Yuzhe, now standing with disbelief, clutched his swollen, reddened cheek, stammering, "Grandfather, I am your grandson." His half-swollen face made his speech falter, his voice trembling with incredulity. "Apologize," the elder uttered coldly. "Grandfather, what did you say?" Yuzhe pressed his feverish cheek, incredulously repeating his question. "I asked you to apologize to that waiter." Master Yushuan, with a stern expression, addressed Zhao Wujia, saying, "My apologies, sir. My inept grandson has been quite offensive. I hope you can forgive him." Zhao Wujia's face turned pale, and he quickly waved his hands. His countenance filled with humility and reverence as he respectfully replied, "Not at all, esteemed elder. You flatter me. How could I possibly be worthy of such regard from you?" At that moment, the elderly figure standing before Zhao Wujia emanated a formidable aura, akin to surging ocean waves, instantly enveloping him. A chill ran through Zhao Wujia's heart. With years of experience and keen perception, he could almost ascertain that this mysterious elder possessed terrifying power, at least at the soul Douluo level. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for Zhao Wujia to breathe, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. He had heard of Master Yushuan's exploits before. He had awakened the Rain clan's inherited martial spirit, the Rain Dragon Halberd, and had attempted to break through the soul Daw threshold 5 years ago. Rumor had it that he was a combat enthusiast, often seeking sparring partners. Having been entrenched at level 79 for many years, his recent breakthrough indicated an even greater prowess. If a confrontation were to ensue, Zhao Wujia believed his only option would be to flee. However, to his surprise, this reputed combat fanatic had chosen to humble himself and apologize, which was quite unexpected. Meanwhile, the group standing behind Zhao Wujia wore expressions of confusion, utterly bewildered by the situation. Logically, upon arriving at the scene, Master Yushuan should have supported and encouraged his grandson. Yet, the current circumstances greatly defied their expectations, as Master Yushuan had delivered a resounding slap to his own grandson without hesitation. "Hey, everyone. Do you think it's possible that Yuzhe isn't actually the biological son of Master Yushuan?" Ma Hongjun mused, stroking his rounded chin, his eyes blinking thoughtfully. Just then a low, slightly hoarse cough resonated through the air. Ma Hongjun shuddered, a chill creeping up his spine as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping his throat. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to find himself frozen in place. Not far away, Master Yushuan stood silently, his presence palpable, though not too close. Ma Hongjun could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from him, a weighty, formless pressure that rendered breathing nearly impossible. Beside him, Oscar's complexion turned ashen. Not daring to delay, he quickly grasped Ma Hongjun's shoulder and whispered urgently, "You fool, be quiet." Ma Hongjun gradually regained his senses and slowly lifted his gaze. However, the moment his eyes met the elder's aged ones, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The pair of eyes appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet the profound pressure and depth they exuded left Ma Hongjun with an unsettling sensation of being thoroughly scrutinized. Although Yu Xianshi merely cast a fleeting glance his way, an inadvertent glance at that, the mere brevity of the moment made Ma Hongjun feel as if he were being targeted by a ferocious and powerful soul beast. A spine-chilling fear surged through him, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, Yu Xianshi soon withdrew his gaze and nonchalantly shifted his attention elsewhere. It was only then that Ma Hongjun finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, allowing his taut nerves to unwind. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, silently grateful that the other party harbored no grudges against him. Subsequently, Yu Xianshi turned his gaze towards Yi Zhiqiu and remarked, "Little son has always been unruly and has caused trouble for the academy over the years." As soon as Yu Xianshi finished speaking, Yi Zhiqiu promptly responded with the same respect as Zhao Wujia had earlier. "Senior, you flatter him. Son's exceptional talents make him an outstanding student of our Tsanghui Academy. How could one deem him a troublemaker?" The actions of this Soul Daluo left all present in a state of bewilderment, especially Yu Zhe, who wore a confused expression as he was taken away. What was happening? He had been bullied. Yet his grandfather not only failed to assist him, but instead apologized to those who had wronged him. Was this truly the same grandfather he knew? "Enough, enough. Let us disperse," declared Yu Xianshi. After the pair departed, the onlookers, seeing that the remaining groups showed no intention of engaging in conflict, began to disperse. The once lively tavern soon became a scene of silence, with only the owner and a few waitstaff exchanging bewildered glances at the chaos strewn about. The owner, gazing at the enormous beast head by the entrance with a furrowed brow, murmured, "Senior, you left your belongings here." Time swiftly advanced to the following day. The small town was enveloped in morning mist, just as dawn began to break. The townsfolk were roused from slumber by Zhao Wujia's resounding voice. Aside from Lu Yu and Tang San, who rose at the crack of dawn for their morning exercises, the rest were still waking up. It did not take long to reach the Stardo forest from the town, and the group pressed on at full speed in the formation established the previous day. Their spirits high despite the absence of breakfast. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, Lu Yu was still deeply awed by the sight that greeted him upon entering the vast, sun-blocking primordial forest. The moment he stepped into the woods, a timeless fragrance unique to the primeval forest wafted through the air. And Lu Yu could sense that the concentration of soul power in the atmosphere was markedly superior to that of the outside world. As the three swirling vortexes of soul power within him came into contact with this pure essence, they instinctively began to operate, and in the next instant, an invisible warmth coursed through his limbs and body, making Lu Yu feel as though his soul power had become significantly denser. Chapter 134, Level 50. Ding. At that moment, a familiar electronic voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Check-in task location detected, Stardo Forest. Stardo Forest check-in task completed. Task completion reward, 3,000 points. The task completion reward has been issued. Please verify, host. Lu Yu's consciousness instantly entered the system space, where a familiar virtual panel appeared before him. In the section labeled Soul Power, it distinctly displayed, Soul Power, Level 46, Soul Master. Indeed, the moment he re-entered the Stardo Forest, his soul power had ascended by one level. The Stardo Forest, known as one of the three major gathering places for soul beasts on the continent, was truly remarkable. The concentration of soul power here was several degrees denser than that of the outside world. If he were to cultivate here for a few months, reaching level 60 would be a mere formality. Suddenly, Zhao Wujin halted and gestured for everyone to stop, turning to face them. The Stardo Great Forest was not merely a habitat for domesticated soul beasts. It was home to soul beasts that could be over 10,000 years old. Therefore, once they entered, they were to proceed with utmost caution. After helping Oscar find a suitable soul ring, they were to retreat immediately. Understood? The group responded in unison. Acknowledging their comprehension, Zhao Wujin nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. "You two must stay close to me. Do not wander off. Oscar, prepare a few sausages to replenish your energy." As a chant of incantation resonated, two beams of yellow light enveloped Oscar's feet. Thanks to the adaptive training course meticulously prepared by Flender, the group was now accustomed to consuming Oscar's martial soul sausages without any burden. Upon consuming the two sausages, the fatigue from their prior 100-mile march vanished instantaneously. As the saying goes, there was initially no path in the world. It is only when many tread that a path is formed. However, Lu Yu and his companions found themselves creating their own path as they advanced through the forest, naturally slowing their pace. The four flying daggers at the forefront swiftly whirled, incessantly slicing through the encroaching vines. These daggers had been purchased by Lu Yu during a stop in the town, and with his precise mental control, they seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, continuously clearing the obstructive vegetation. The smallest impediment they encountered was vines as thick as an adult's thigh, merely at the forest's periphery. Tang San, watching intently from ahead, felt a swell of emotions as he observed the four daggers, agile as serpents. He was aware that he too had attempted to control objects with mental power on several occasions, but compared to Lu Yu's display, his efforts seemed trivial. Moreover, it was astonishing that Lu Yu was positioned at the rear of the group while maintaining control. This indicated that he not only needed a clear and accurate understanding of the situation ahead, but also had to overcome the disturbances caused by distance. Yet, it appeared that these challenges posed no issue for Lu Yu. As they journeyed, Tang kept his purple extreme magic eye activated, enabling him to capture every subtle movement of the 4 daggers. He was utterly astounded to see that each time the daggers danced and cut, they targeted the most vulnerable and easily severed parts of the vines. Such precision and control was truly breathtaking. Instinctively, Tang turned back to glance at Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu's complexion was flushed, his eyes bright and spirited, radiating an aura of vitality, showing no signs of fatigue despite the prolonged exertion of control. What is truly terrifying is that even under such intense conditions, Lu Yu maintains an astonishing level of precision, as if everything lies firmly within his grasp. The sheer mental fortitude and endurance of Brother Yu are indeed formidable. Tang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. At this moment, Zhao Wujin joined the team, and Zhu Zhuqing was repositioned to the front line, while Zhao Wujin personally took up the rear alongside Lu Yu. Observing Lu Yu's adept manipulation of flying daggers, Zhao Wujin couldn't help but be intrigued. He pondered how many more skills this young man possessed, further solidifying his belief that Lu Yu was a promising talent. To conserve their precious stamina for the potential challenges ahead, the task of clearing the path was entrusted to Lu Yu and Dai Mubai, who took turns. Dai Mubai unsheathed his exceptionally sharp claws, each swing executed with lightning speed, rendering the dense foliage in his path virtually powerless. It must be said that his keen claws proved extraordinarily effective in navigating the intricate plant obstacles before them. However, when it comes to the efficiency of path clearing, Lu Yu's 4 flying blades surpassed all. They whirled rapidly through the air, severing everything in their wake, be it sturdy tree trunks or resilient vines, creating a broad and straight passage. Although Dai Mubai's speed was slightly inferior to Lu Yu's, his performance was sufficient to ensure the entire team maintained a steady and uniform pace. After all, the primary objective of this expedition was not to hastily traverse the area, but rather to assist Oscar in locating a soul ring that best matched his attributes and enhancement needs. Should they proceed too quickly, they might inadvertently miss some opportunities. Once Lu Yu retrieved his flying daggers, he did not rest on his laurels. Instead, he remained on high alert, extending his mental probing range to its maximum. With a radius of 500 meters, meticulously monitoring every rustle in the surroundings. "Teacher Zhao, there is a gathering of soul beasts ahead," Lu Yu suddenly whispered beside Zhao Wujing. All eyes turned towards Lu Yu, and Zhao Wujing paused momentarily before signaling Dai Mubai to investigate further. A moment later, Dai Mubai returned to Zhao Wujing's side, nodding as he reported, "Indeed, there is a group of soul beasts ahead, but it consists of a pack of golden mice, which pose no threat." The group looked at Lu Yu with renewed astonishment. They had felt nothing, not even Zhao Wujing. Yet Lu Yu had sensed the presence of soul beasts ahead. Such perceptive ability was nothing short of remarkable. Let us find a way to circumvent them. Individually, they are not very aggressive, but their teeth can pierce steel, and in numbers, they are formidable. Lu Yu, lead the way while Mubai takes a moment to rest. "Let us move," Zhao Wujing instructed after a brief contemplation. Lu Yu nodded and advanced to the front of the team. The vegetation in the Star Doe forest was exceedingly dense. Towering trunks and thick canopies obscured the sunlight, and the deeper they ventured, the more restricted their visibility became. In such a setting, Lu Yu's formidable mental prowess truly manifested itself. Why do we have to circumvent that group of rodent gold mice? Aren't their offensive capabilities rather feeble? Suddenly inquired Zhuanqi, positioned at the center of the group. But do they pose any threat to us? Why resort to lethal force? If all soul masters were to eliminate every soul beast they encountered, it is conceivable that in a few centuries or millennia, there would no longer be any soul beasts available to provide soul rings for soul masters. Furthermore, as Teacher Zhao mentioned earlier, the Star Doe forest is fraught with peril. If the scent of blood from our earlier skirmish were to attract other formidable soul beasts, it could spell disaster, replied Lu Yu, who was leading the procession with a smile. The group paused momentarily at his words, and upon further contemplation, they found Lu Yu's reasoning quite compelling. Tang wholeheartedly agreed. Recalling similar insights shared by the master, Zhao Wujing nodded in affirmation, acknowledging the wisdom imparted by the esteemed elder who had guided them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Earlier, he had ventured to the open section of the library at the Wuhuan Temple branch in Nodding City, where he had perused numerous records of soul beasts that now exist solely in ancient texts. The tragic fate of these creatures had been precipitated by humanity's relentless hunting. Driven by greed for power and precious resources, each soul beast possessed its own unique ecology and habits. However, insatiable human avarice led to their unceasing extermination. Over time, Those once abundant and diverse soul beasts dwindled, ultimately leaving only traces of their existence in antiquated tomes. This was undoubtedly a heart-rending tragedy and a stark punishment from nature for humanity's ignorance and greed. As the group continued their journey for approximately half an hour, they encountered several century-old and millennium-old soul beasts. However, their primary objective was to assist Oscar in locating a Millennium Soul Ring. And these beasts evidently did not meet the criteria. Aside from those with strong territorial instincts that launched attacks, the group largely spared the century and decade-old beasts. Not only due to the soundness of Lu Yu's earlier remarks, but also to avoid provoking any powerful soul beasts. After traversing nearly half an hour, Zhao Wujing commanded a respite, emphasizing the importance of maintaining optimal condition in this haven of soul beasts. Lu Yu couldn't shake the feeling that since entering this forest, he had been subtly observed by a pair of unseen eyes. This unsettling sensation of being followed clung to him, keeping his nerves taut. I hope this is merely a figment of my imagination, he silently reassured himself, attempting to quell his anxiety. Yet, this inexplicable intuition only intensified. At that moment, Lu Yu leaned against a sturdy tree and gradually settled into a meditative position. His hands rested naturally on his knees, palms facing upward. Eyes gently closed as he regulated his breathing, striving to attain tranquility within. Despite the surrounding stillness, he remained acutely aware of that elusive presence observing him. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering secrets of its own. Lu Yu took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and scanned the surroundings with caution. Yet, apart from the dense woods and the occasional passing birds, he detected no anomalies. Nevertheless, the sensation of being followed lingered, haunting his thoughts. Brother Yu, what troubles you? Is there something amiss? Tang noticed Lu Yu's cautious demeanor, which heightened his own sense of alertness. Something is approaching rapidly, Lu Yu murmured, his gaze fixed ahead. In his mental perception, a spirit beast was swiftly advancing toward them. Although they had only spent a few days together, they quickly assumed their positions. Lu Yu Daimubai and Tang stood in front of the auxiliary spirit masters Oscar and Ning Rongrong, while the combatants Qiqi, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun positioned themselves on the flanks. Zhao Wujia's stature loomed at the rear of the formation. In unison, they released their martial spirits, and a dazzling array of spirit rings illuminated the clearing. Soon, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket ahead, accompanied by the swaying of foliage. Lu Yu gripped his staff with his right hand and brandished the magic blade, Qianren in his left, his senses sharpening as the target drew closer. It is a serpent, Lu Yu declared, his eyes closing as he meticulously described what he perceived. A flying snake, gliding 3 meters above the ground at great speed, adorned with a comb-like crest on its head and a fan-shaped tail. It is the phoenix-tail combed snake, Lu Yu and Zhao Wujia exclaimed in unison. Upon recognizing the creature's appearance, Lu Yu recalled its name from the records. The red crest on its head possessed unique properties, and this spirit beast, being non-venomous, constricted its prey to suffocate it, capable of astonishing bursts of speed in a short span. Lu Yu, can you pinpoint its location? The red crest of the phoenix-tail combed snake serves as a reservoir for nutrients, enabling it to accelerate instantaneously. If you can absorb its essence, it may help compensate for your speed deficiency. Oscar, it seems fortune smiles upon you this time, Zhao Wujia remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Can you discern its age? He inquired. It measures 7 to 8 meters in length, its wings a dark crimson, likely a millennial spirit beast. Lu Yu calculated briefly before adding, wait, something seems amiss. This snake bears wounds. It appears to be fleeing from pursuers. In his mental perception, the phoenix-tail combed snake swayed, and bloodstains were evident on the leaves behind it. Goodness, is there anything you do not know? The others gasped, taken aback by Lu Yu's extensive knowledge. The world of spirit beasts is filled with wonders. And while the records may induce drowsiness, Lu Yu's detailed account showcased his profound understanding. Tang reflected on his own abilities, acknowledging that even he could not match Lu Yu's swift and precise assessment of the spirit beast's age. The only other person he could think of capable of such insight was his own teacher. Yet, Lu Yu had no mentor. He had relied solely on his own efforts to arrive at this moment. Everyone, remain vigilant. Just a moment ago, Lu Yu informed us that this snake is injured and currently being hunted, thus it is in a weakened state. This presents an opportune moment for capture. Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with excitement. If Lu Yu's recollections serve him well, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is presently being pursued by the Dragon Lord and Dragon Matriarch. And they are still some distance away, affording us ample time to hunt this bloodied serpent. Lu Yu, since you are so familiar with this creature, I shall entrust the forthcoming battle to your command, Zhao Wuji declared from the rear. A serpent of approximately 1,000 years in age is perfect for these young ones to hone their skills, especially with Lu Yu, a formidable four-ring soul master, providing support. I can merely observe their performance from behind. Lu Yu, upon hearing this, refrained from responding, his mental focus heightened. His eyes fixed intently on the direction of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Suddenly, it appeared. With a low exclamation from Lu Yu, everyone immediately sharpened their senses. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gripped a short dagger tightly in his left hand. The thought of acquiring a 1,000-year third soul ring thrilled him greatly. At the very moment Lu Yu spoke, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly ascended a tree, leveraging her martial spirit's agility. Leaning forward slightly, her claws glinted with a sharp, cold light. In the next instant, from the dense foliage emerged a massive serpent, its appearance matching Lu Yu's description closely, its body nearly 7 meters long, crowned with a vivid red crest. As the colossal creature burst forth, Zhu Zhuqing leapt from the tree, activating her soul skill, the nether puncture, aimed fiercely at the crest atop the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's head. Yet, even in its injured state, the beast exhibited remarkable reflexes, twisting its massive body to evade the impending strike at the last moment. Zhu Zhuqing was propelled backward by the force of the great serpent, which then turned its head and opened its enormous jaws, releasing a cloud of colorful mist. In that critical moment, Zhu Zhuqing found herself suspended in midair, unable to evade in time. As the dense mist loomed closer, the hearts of those around her raced, their eyes wide with terror. Be careful. In this dire moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly heard an urgent, resonant shout near her ear. The voice seemed to carry a powerful force, instantly cutting through her tension. Almost immediately, she felt an incredibly strong arm swiftly reach out and gently encircle her slender waist. Before she could comprehend what was happening, her body was whisked away by an overwhelming force, spinning gracefully like a leaf caught in the wind. In the next instant, as she finally regained her balance, an exquisitely flawless profile unexpectedly entered her line of sight. Are you all right? Lu Yu's voice broke through her thoughts, pulling her back to reality. I'm fine. Zhu Zhuqing replied, slightly embarrassed, turning her head away. In the heart of the battlefield, Dai Mubai resolutely unleashed his Millennium Soul skill, the White Tiger transformation, causing his body to swell dramatically as he charged to the forefront. Lu Yu seemed oblivious to the peculiar display of his opponent, drawing upon his soul power to activate the Gale Step and rejoin the fray. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out, her petite frame suddenly radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors. This brilliance resembled a resplendent rainbow, illuminating the surrounding space with an ethereal glow. As the onlookers were captivated by this extraordinary spectacle, they abruptly felt as though their bodies had shed their weight, becoming remarkably buoyant. In the next instant, the previously tranquil air was showered with countless twinkling stars, cascading like meteors towards the earth. Not far away, Lu Yu raised his staff, emanating an aura of formidable strength. His stature was as imposing as a towering mountain. Beneath him, a purple soul ring shimmered with a brilliant light, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. As Lu Yu intoned an incantation, he summoned his first soul skill, the Starry Tribute. The fallen starlight seemed to be guided by an unseen force, swiftly converging upon the gathered individuals. Upon contact with their skin, a warm and potent energy surged through their bodies, replenishing their depleted soul power and stamina in an instant, filling every cell with a vibrant vigor. Their eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, and even their mental fortitude was significantly bolstered. Tang San, bind its wings with blue-silver grass. As Lu Yu spoke, a green soul ring flickered to life, and with the flow of his soul power, a multitude of wind blades shot forth towards the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. The dense barrage of wind blades, combined with Dai Mubai's relentless assault, caused the serpent's massive form to lose its balance. Blue-silver, entangle. With Tang San's deep and resolute command, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted from him. A glint of fierce determination flashed in his deep, ocean-like eyes as the faintly golden first soul ring beneath his feet shone brightly, akin to a brilliant star illuminating the night sky. At that moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Thick, robust blue-silver vines erupted from the earth with astonishing speed, roaring skyward like dragons emerging from the sea. Each vine was as thick as a human arm, shimmering with a translucent blue luminescence, seemingly animated with life. In the blink of an eye, these blue-silver vines ensnared the wings of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent, forming a colossal web that tightened its grip with each passing moment, resembling sturdy ropes that rendered the serpent utterly incapable of escape. The ensnared wings quivered and struggled against the binding force of the blue-silver vines. Ma Hongjun, Lu Yu shouted once more. In an instant, Ma Hongjun, situated at the rear, comprehended the intent, and his soul ring radiated brilliantly. He expelled a searing line of fire from his mouth, significantly enhanced in distance and power due to Lu Yu's soul skill. feeling the intense flames that seemed capable of igniting the very air around him. The serpent, known as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, trapped beneath the blue-silver net, began to writhe violently as if it had been struck at its most sensitive spot. Its enormous, elongated body twisted and rolled, each forceful movement causing the ground to tremble beneath it. The colossal serpent suddenly lifted its head, opening its gaping maw towards the heavens and unleashing an ear-splitting roar. The sound was akin to a thunderous clap, deafening and seemingly intent on tearing the very world asunder. Accompanying this roar, a formidable aura erupted from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, forming a visible shockwave that surged outward. This is bad. It is attempting to break free. Chapter 137, Level 50, Part 4. As Tang San's warning echoed, the blue-silver vines entwined around the massive serpent emitted a sharp cracking sound under its immense movements. Trying to flee would not be so simple. With a single hand gripping his staff, Lu Yu's brown staff suddenly radiated a dazzling light, followed by a series of thunderous booms as several stone pillars erupted from the ground. This was a third-tier earth magic, the giant rock formation. As the massive stone pillars intertwined, the serpent's colossal body was once again ensnared, its smooth form unable to escape the barbed projections of the stone columns, which clung to it fiercely, leaving its body bloodied in an instant. Tang San promptly released the toxins contained within the blue-silver vines. In the very next moment, the imprisoned phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake opened its terrifying maw once more, releasing a pungent, acrid breath accompanied by a piercing, thunderous explosion. As if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality, the serpent clearly refused to surrender easily, attempting one last desperate effort to break its bonds and regain its freedom. Yet, Lu Yu would not grant it such an opportunity. As the massive serpent opened its mouth, Lu Yu decisively swung his staff imbued with mysterious radiance. With his motion, a series of deafening booms resonated, causing the ground to quake violently. Following this, 3 enormous and sturdy stone pillars shot up from the earth like bamboo after a rain, intertwining with immense force and might. 2 pillars pressing down on top, while another thrust directly into the foul, gaping maw, firmly sealing it shut. In the next heartbeat, Lu Yu executed a ghostly step, vanishing from his position. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could discern what had transpired, a dull thud resonated, and Lu Yu's figure reappeared at his original spot. This all occurred in an instant, and the once rumbling serpent now lay in eerie silence, as if it had succumbed to slumber. Unnoticed by the onlookers, Lu Yu discreetly retrieved a short rod into his spatial ring. Subsequently, Lu Yu turned his gaze towards Oscar, who was concealed in the background, offering him a reassuring look. Oscar, clutching a short dagger, advanced with measured steps, his heart undoubtedly aflame with excitement. To prevent any prolonged complications, he aimed to strike from beneath the creature's comb. As he passed by, Lu Yu cautioned him, and Oscar solemnly nodded, tightening his grip on the dagger. Just as he prepared to make his move, a hoarse shout echoed from a distance, "Stop!" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu turned to the side, spotting 2 figures emerging from the direction where the phoenix-tailed crowned snake had fled. Recognizing the 2 women wielding snake-headed staffs, Lu Yu instantly identified them as Snake Matriarch and Chao Tianxiang, with the girl beside her undoubtedly being Meng Yiran. If memory served him right, one of Meng Yiran's 2 reserved soul rings had been taken by Oscar, while the other had been claimed by Tang San. "What is it?" Zhao Wujia inquired coolly, his thoughts drifting to someone as he noted the distinctive snake-headed staff. The Snake Matriarch, observing the masked figure before her who had yet to reveal their soul ring, remained uncertain of their true strength. However, having displayed her own 6-ring prowess, she sensed that her opponent might surpass her. Thus, she opted for a more tempered tone. "I am Chao Tianxiang. We were the first to discover this phoenix-tailed crowned snake, and I have already injured it. Might I inquire if it could be returned?" Nearby, Dai Mubai, upon hearing the name Chao Tianxiang, was taken aback. "What is it? Is this old woman formidable?" Tang San, noticing Dai Mubai's reaction, asked out of curiosity. Dai Mubai explained, "The snake matriarch Chao Tianxiang, along with the dragon lord Meng Shu, are renowned as the legendary dragon and serpent of the continent. Their powers are well known, and their soul abilities complement one another. Few can gain the upper hand against them, especially with their formidable soul fusion techniques. They are rarely apart. And if the snake matriarch is here, the dragon lord is likely nearby." "Ah, it is the snake matriarch. I have long admired your reputation. However, the soul beasts within this forest are unclaimed entities, and my students have exerted considerable effort to confront this serpent. To claim it based solely on your words seems rather inappropriate," Zhao Wujia asserted firmly. "What is inappropriate? I see this black fellow as simply being stubborn and greedy. Were it not for our prior injury to this phoenix-tailed crowned snake, do you truly believe your students could handle it so effortlessly?" Meng Yiran interjected, unable to contain herself. The masked figure before her emitted no signs of soul power, suggesting they had not engaged in battle. And she doubted that this group of mere adolescents could possibly contend with a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed crowned snake. Iran, do not be rude, Chao Tianxiang admonished gently, her gaze devoid of reproach. She then continued, may I inquire your name, esteemed one? Observing the figure's heavily armed appearance and their lack of revealed soul powers, she sought to ascertain their identity for safety's sake. I am Zhao Wujia, came the response. Zhao Wuji, somewhat reluctant, announced his name. Given his current appearance, he felt quite unpresentable. However, he hoped that the other party would grant him a modicum of respect. With the mighty dragon lord absent, it was best to resolve matters swiftly. It is indeed an honor to have the esteemed presence of the immovable king. Your illustrious reputation resounds like thunder. Regrettably, your unique attire has rendered you unrecognizable to me, and for that, I sincerely apologize. I hope you will not take offense, Chao Tianxiang said, her face adorned with a smile as she clasped her fists in a gesture of respect. Before her stood Zhao Wuji, a formidable soul master of the 70th rank, a figure she could never hope to contend with alone. At this moment, she silently calculated that her only course of action was to delay time, awaiting her husband's arrival for support. At that juncture, united, they could face an adversary as powerful as the immovable king, compelling him to yield. I am hardly deserving of such accolades. I am merely a humble schoolteacher, guiding my students in the hunt for soul beasts. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent aligns perfectly with my students' martial spirits, and I beseech you to show leniency, Zhao Wuji replied. Chapter 138, Level 50, Part 5. I implore you to show mercy, Zhao Wuji added courteously, wishing to avoid entanglement and expedite the resolution, for should the Dragon Lord arrive, matters would become increasingly complicated. Are you suggesting that some of your students have surpassed level 30? Chao Tianxiang inquired, skepticism evident in her tone, astonished that these seemingly 15 or 16-year-old children might possess greater talent than her granddaughter. If you doubt my words, then let everyone reveal their soul rings, Zhao Wuji commanded. And the members of Shrek Academy simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. They merely displayed their soul rings. Their martial spirits, particularly those of the beast variety, were deliberately concealed. What? Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the soul rings of the Shrek students. The soul power fluctuations they emitted hovered around the 20th level, with some even nearing the 30th. Four-ringed soul masters. Yet, when they beheld the four vibrant soul rings of Lu Yu, their astonishment deepened, mouths agape. Chao Tianxiang was utterly astounded. The silver-haired youth appeared no older than 11 or 12 yet possessed the strength of a four-ringed soul master. Moreover, his first and second soul rings were of the 1,000-year variety, and the staff he wielded indicated his martial spirit was indeed an equipment type. Meng Yiran gazed at Lu Yu with wide eyes, her heart racing with disbelief. Was this young man truly human? What was the significance of the azure and brown soul rings beneath his feet? Was his martial spirit undergoing a mutation? Chao Tianxiang pondered, contemplating the peculiar soul rings of Lu Yu. In that fleeting moment, a bold and exhilarating thought surged within Chao Tianxiang. How splendid it would be if this extraordinarily gifted and powerful youth could become her granddaughter's husband. It is noteworthy that at the tender age of merely 11 or 12, Lu Yu has successfully cultivated to the realm of a four-ring soul master, a testament to his extraordinary and rare talent. The unparalleled genius he exhibits undoubtedly proves to the world that he is not a mere commoner. Moreover, it is of paramount importance that both Lu Yu and his granddaughter possess the unique and potent martial soul of the weapon type. It is well known that the compatibility of martial souls significantly influences the quality of the martial souls in future generations. Should these two young individuals unite in matrimony, it is highly probable that their offspring will inherit the superior martial soul genes from both sides, potentially giving rise to a top-tier weapon martial soul. Contemplating this, Chao Tianxiang looked at her granddaughter with a fond gaze. In terms of appearance and stature, her granddaughter remains exceptionally outstanding. Although Lu Yu is slightly younger, it is often said that a woman 3 years older than a man brings fortune. Besides, many young people today prefer those who are a tad older. Grandma? Meng Yiran, noticing Chao Tianxiang's peculiar gaze, inquired with curiosity. Ahem, Chao Tianxiang returned to reality in an instant. I wonder if my students will catch your esteemed eye? Zhao Wujia observed Chao Tianxiang's demeanor, feeling a surge of delight within, his face, wrapped tightly, breaking into a radiant smile, though no one could see it. Since you have no further comments, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake shall belong to us, Zhao Wujia stated, seizing the moment of silence from his counterpart. Chao Tianxiang tightened her grip on the serpent-headed staff, acknowledging the prowess of the students brought forth by the esteemed king of unmoving, particularly the silver-haired youth who, at such a young age, has already attained the soul master realm. indeed a sight to behold. However, she pivoted her statement, declaring, as we are all soul masters, let us determine the ownership of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake based on our respective strengths. Very well, yet my student cannot engage in combat with you. Zhao Wujia acquiesced to the request of the snake lady. Oh, and why is that? Zhao Tianxiang inquired, puzzled. Because my student is a food-type auxiliary soul master. Zhao Wujia pointed towards Oscar. Excellent. In that case, let us have another participant step forward. Zhao Tianxiang narrowed her eyes, her gaze landing on Oscar. Upon discovering that this young boy was indeed a food-type auxiliary soul master, her heart momentarily jolted. However, this surprise lasted but a fleeting moment, as she soon regained her composure. After all, compared to Lu Yu, whose formidable strength as a four-ring soul master was evident, it was not particularly astonishing that a mere child could reach the 30th level as a food-type soul master. Teacher Zhao, allow me to take a turn, Tang Sen volunteered. Stepping forward. Not possible. You are only at the 29th level, and I will not fight with you. Before Zhao Wujia could respond, Meng Yiran directly interjected. I wish to challenge him. To the astonishment of all present, Meng Yiran pointed decisively at Lu Yu, her resolve unwavering. That 30-level individual is a food-type auxiliary soul master. The rest of you do not even reach that level. I do not wish to bully you, hence I will fight him. Meng Yiran held a serpent-headed staff with one hand, her form-fitting attire accentuating her remarkably developed physique, while her bright eyes were fixed intently upon Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu, standing nearby and ready to spectate, wore a bewildered expression. He inwardly speculated whether this girl had lost her senses or if her young age rendered her vision inadequate. After all, had she not seen Zhao Wujia's soul rings when he commanded their display? Surely, she must recognize the two glaring purple thousand-year soul rings that adorned him. Iran, you must think carefully. That lad is a four-ringed soul master, and the disparity between you two is not so easily bridged. Zhao Tianxiang, having heard her granddaughter's words, was similarly taken aback, concern filling her gaze, while she felt a sense of pride at her granddaughter's willingness to challenge someone stronger. She also understood that the opponent's strength vastly exceeded Iran's, placing them in entirely different realms of competition. Grandma, do not worry, I possess the discretion, Meng Yiran reassured, gently patting Zhao Tianxiang's hand. Are you certain you wish to engage in combat with me? Lu Yu asked, disbelief evident as he gestured between himself and Meng Yiran. Indeed. But there are rules, Meng Yiran replied calmly. Oh, pray tell what rules? Lu Yu inquired, his interest piqued. We shall not summon our martial spirits, nor shall we utilize soul power or techniques. We will only compare our fundamental physical strength. What say you, do you dare? As she spoke, Meng Yiran retracted her serpent-headed staff and focused her gaze upon Lu Yu. Chapter 139, Level 50. 6. The moment those words reached Zhao Wujia and the others, laughter erupted among them. In their eyes, Meng Yiran had essentially delivered the phoenix-tailed rooster snake directly into their hands. They regarded her with bemusement, pondering whether this young girl, in her youth, had indeed lost her mind by choosing to challenge Lu Yu, a veritable monster, to a contest of physical prowess, a decision that seemed tantamount to courting disaster. Young lady, are you truly certain you wish to compare physical strength with me? Lu Yu observed her with skepticism, feeling an unfamiliar pang of pity for this stranger. After all, he had been the primary force in subduing that snake earlier. He had merely assisted from the sidelines. At that moment, Lu Yu found little desire to engage in combat with Meng Yiran. Aside from his curiosity about how the scenes from the original narrative would unfold, he had no inclination to strike. I am certain. You are not afraid of a seemingly weak girl like me, are you? Meng Yiran crossed her arms over her chest, the action causing her already ample bosom to appear even more pronounced, straining against her fitted attire, as if it might burst at any moment. Her martial spirit. The serpent-headed staff, being an offensive weapon, required a certain level of physical prowess from its user, thus she had maintained a regimen of physical training since childhood. She had noted that despite Lu Yu's staff appearing similar, the 7 gemstones embedded within were indicative of a ranged output soul master, a category whose close-quarters combat skills were often their Achilles heel. Observing Lu Yu's hesitant demeanor, Xiaowu could not help but murmur to herself, what is going on? Yu Gu is known for his fierce demeanor, often causing chaos in the teaching building at will. Just a few days ago, he ruthlessly tore apart a female spirit master on the soul fighting platform. Today, however, he seems to suddenly exhibit a sense of compassion. Lu Yu, go for it. Zhao Wuji whispered to him, giving a knowing glance. Remember to hold back a little. After all, someone has come to present a soul ring. We must secure it. The serpent matriarch watched Lu Yu with a hint of confusion, then cast a worried glance at Meng Yiran. The boy's physique appeared no different from that of an ordinary person. Despite being a 4-ring spirit master, his youth suggested an unstable foundation. They were to compete based on their fundamental physical qualities. In the continent's spirit master training, only those with power-oriented spirits emphasize strength training. However, in the serpent matriarch's eyes, Lu Yu clearly did not belong to this category. She had distinctly seen his martial spirit was a staff, indicating his close combat abilities would likely be lacking. Moreover, her granddaughter possessed a formidable throwing knife skill, giving Lu Yu slim chances of victory. To ensure fairness, the soul power of both participants was suppressed by the two strongest individuals present, preventing any possibility of cheating. Once Zhao Wuji had effectively subdued Meng Yiran's soul power, Lu Yu extended his hand. However, as the serpent matriarch redirected her soul power to make contact with Lu Yu, she shot a puzzled look at the young boy before her. Something was amiss. The soul power contained within Lu Yu was undeniably below what one would expect from a four-ring spirit master. In the serpent matriarch's perception, the soul power flowing within Lu Yu resembled a stream on the verge of drying up, even weaker than that of a level 30 spirit master. Furthermore, his mental strength appeared to be around level 30 as well. The serpent matriarch silently speculated that Lu Yu's four-ring status had been achieved in haste. It was well known that forcing a breakthrough could severely harm a spirit master's body, leading to an unstable foundation. Otherwise, his soul power reserves would not be inferior even to that of a level 30 spirit master. She was now certain that victory in this match was a foregone conclusion. Nevertheless, she maintained an outwardly calm demeanor as she subdued Lu Yu's soul power. Lu Yu approached the center of the arena with an expression of tranquility. He had clearly observed the subtle changes in the serpent matriarch's expression. She merely perceived his soul power as faint and fragile, believing victory was assured. However, Lu Yu could only say that this was a mere illusion. At the moment of awakening his martial spirit, Lu Yu's body was akin to that of an ordinary person, with soul power flowing through his limbs and dantian. Yet, after absorbing his first soul ring and reshaping his physique, a transformation occurred. Indeed, it was a transformation. His soul power became concentrated within 3 colossal whirlpools in his sea of consciousness, with only a minuscule amount circulating through his meridians. Even more astonishingly, he possessed 2 distinct seas of consciousness, with the whirlpools residing in the second sea. His first sea contained only the mental strength of a level 30 spirit master, which was what the serpent matriarch had encountered. Meng Yiran, wielding the martial spirit of a serpent staff, stood as a level 32-ring battle spirit master. Her short hair danced gently in the breeze, while her shapely form was enveloped in a fitted outfit. With a weary expression, Lu Yu stretched lazily and then let out a half-hearted yawn. Faced with this utterly unchallenging battle, whose outcome was glaringly obvious, he found it exceedingly difficult to muster any enthusiasm. According to the original plot, it was Tang San who should have engaged Meng Yiran. Yet, inexplicably, this task had fallen upon his shoulders. Reflecting on this, Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh internally, pondering, alas. It seems I shall be deprived of witnessing that classic scene in the original work where Meng Yiran's beauty is unveiled. The thought of such an evocative moment slipping past him filled Lu Yu with a sense of regret and disappointment. Lu Yu, a level 45, 4-ring support soul master, wielded the soul of the praying star lotus staff. A support-type soul master? Upon hearing these words, Snake Woman was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this young man, who had achieved the 4-ring soul master rank at such a tender age, was a support-type soul master. Did this imply that the silver-haired youth's talent far surpassed that of the 30-level food-type soul master? Alas, what a pity it was to squander such a promising gift through impatience. A trace of regret appeared on the weathered visage of Snake Woman. However, in the center of the arena, Meng Yiran's smile widened as she learned that the young man was indeed a support-type soul master. In that case, she thought, I shall not hold back. In the next instant, her figure vanished from sight, and she actively launched an attack towards Lu Yu, her hands shimmering with an eerie cold light. In that fleeting moment, the spectators beheld Meng Yiran's delicate hands sweeping through the air, as if an invisible force erupted forth from her palms. Almost immediately, several beams of chilling light surged towards Lu Yu's face with the swiftness of lightning. Surprisingly, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Lu Yu stood like a statue, anchored firmly in place, showing no signs of retreat. His deep-set eyes remained calm as still waters, seemingly indifferent to the incoming deadly glimmers. Furthermore, his body appeared as though it had been frozen in time. Not even a slight twitch to betray his composure. Yet, in the next moment, a shocking turn of events unfolded. 6 flying daggers, propelled by Meng Yiran's unwavering confidence, pierced through Lu Yu's form, but astonishingly, not a single drop of blood was shed. Moments later, a series of dull thuds echoed as 3 of the daggers embedded themselves in the trees behind him, while Lu Yu's body began to dissipate into the air like dust. Meng Yiran's eyes widened in astonishment, but before she could react, a series of whooshing sounds approached. She had no time to respond, as her shoulder, legs, and arms were suddenly slashed, revealing faint trails of blood on her skin. The next instant, a figure appeared before her. Lu Yu, casually holding a leaf, pointed it at her throat, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he declared, "You have lost." Lu Yu, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket and silver hair flowing in the wind, did not wait for Meng Yiran to respond. Instead, she discarded the leaf in her hand, stretched lazily, and turned to walk back. Meng Yiran stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the few leaves stuck on the tree before her. Indeed, they were leaves, and they were even arranged in a rudimentary shape resembling the character for feather. The air around them seemed to freeze in silence, punctuated only by the faint sounds of the giant serpent struggling against the stone pillar and the rustling of fallen leaves stirred by the wind. Everyone was stunned, particularly Tang-san. If he was not mistaken, the technique Lu Yu had just employed to toss the leaves was unmistakably a secret weapon technique from the Tang sect, albeit executed with some clumsiness. Nonetheless, the posture left no room for doubt. It was at this moment that Meng Yiran came to her senses, observing Lu Yu's departing figure, and touched the bloodstain on her cheek left by the leaves. Enraged, she shouted, "Soul Egg, I shall slay you." Instinctively, Meng Yiran attempted to summon her martial spirit, but suddenly remembered that her soul power was sealed. With determination, she reached for her waist and drew 3 throwing knives, hurling them with force. Yet, Lu Yu evaded them effortlessly without even turning his head. "Enough, Yiran," the serpent matriarch interjected, appearing before Meng Yiran to block her way. "Matriarch, why are you stopping me?" Meng Yiran retorted angrily. "Look at my face, it's marred." Lu Yu's earlier throw had perfectly sliced her thigh, waist, and cheek. And as a girl, bearing scars on such visible areas was nothing short of catastrophic. "Yiran," the serpent matriarch admonished, her mind replaying the recent performance. More accurately, Lu Yu's unilateral display, her gaze fixed coldly on him. "This time, we concede. The serpent is yours." "But," Meng Yiran faltered, wanting to argue further but was silenced by the matriarch. "Yiran, regardless of whether those leaves could easily sever your throat, could you even perceive his movements at that speed?" The serpent matriarch's eyes remained locked on the feather shape embedded in the tree. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's face drained of color. In her fury, she had overlooked the fact that at the beginning of the contest, her throwing knives had merely pierced through Lu Yu's afterimage. More alarmingly, his proficiency with the throwing knives surpassed her own, as evidenced by the feather shape. Had Lu Yu not thrown the leaves from behind her, but rather in front, the outcome would have been dire. The more she contemplated, the paler her complexion became. Had he not shown mercy, she might well have become a lifeless corpse by now. Serpent matriarch, would you kindly release the seal on my soul power? Allow me to treat your granddaughter's wounds." Lu Yu's voice resonated once more. Though he was reluctant to participate in this contest, he felt compelled to atone for the injury he had inflicted upon her, especially since she was a girl. After all, one must uphold appearances. "Very well, thank you for your assistance." After a moment of contemplation, the snake matriarch released the soul power binding Lu Yu. In truth, the scar on Meng Yiran's face was quite superficial, merely oozing a trace of blood, with a bit of medicine applied over time. It would gradually scab and fade as she grew. At this moment, Meng Yiran stood obediently before Lu Yu, her mind devoid of other thoughts, allowing him to employ his soul technique on her, for a girl's visage is of utmost importance. The next instant, as Lu Yu felt the fine tendrils of soul power circulating smoothly within him, he summoned the Star Prayer Staff, and 4 soul rings of varying colors began to slowly rotate and rise at his feet, accompanied by the radiant glow of the first purple soul ring. Meng Yiran experienced a warm sensation on her face, and when the light dissipated, Lu Yu casually produced a mirror from his spatial ring. Meng Yiran leaned in closely to examine her face post-treatment, her astonishment mounting as she observed not only the disappearance of the bloodstains, but also a notable increase in the suppleness of her skin, which appeared more hydrated and elastic than before. Ahem. The snake matriarch, witnessing her granddaughter's reaction, could not suppress a few coughs and shot her a knowing glance. "Thank you. Thank you," Meng Yiran murmured almost inaudibly, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. "What did you say?" Lu Yu inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion as he leaned in slightly, for her voice had been too soft for him to catch. Instinctively, Meng Yiran darted behind the snake matriarch like a startled rabbit, leaving Lu Yu bewildered. After all, he had merely treated a minor scar. "Ahem, we appreciate your assistance, young sir. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is yours to keep," the snake matriarch said, trying to ease the situation with a chuckle. "In that case, we shall not impose further. Farewell. Safe travels," Zhao Wujia interjected as he approached, clasping his hands together. "Teacher Zhao, you have a remarkable student. May our paths cross again amidst the eternal green hills and flowing waters," the snake matriarch remarked to Zhao Wujia before taking her leave with Meng Yiran, who, as they departed, cast a lingering glance at Lu Yu that seemed both intentional and inadvertent. Zhao Wujia, catching this moment, shot Lu Yu a peculiar look, but through the fabric. Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware. Wow, Lu Yu, what was that leaf-throwing technique you just performed? I want to learn it too. As soon as they left, the tranquil atmosphere among the Shrek members was shattered, particularly by Oscar, who rushed excitedly to Lu Yu's side, his eyes sparkling with admiration. While Lu Yu's inhuman speed was beyond Oscar's reach, the casual manner in which he had tossed the leaves had been incredibly impressive, igniting Oscar's long-dormant dreams of becoming a master. Chapter 141, Level 50. 8. You want to learn? Lu Yu asked with an enigmatic smile directed at the eager Oscar, who nodded vigorously, eager to acquire the skill. Then come closer, and I shall teach you, Lu Yu replied, the corners of his mouth curling upward in a mysterious grin. Immediately, Oscar, like a little dog drawn to delectable treats, excitedly pressed his ears closer. At that moment, Lu Yu deliberately assumed a mysterious demeanor, half covering his mouth with his hand, lowering his voice to whisper into Oscar's ear. As Lu Yu's words flowed forth, Oscar's previously uplifted corners of his mouth, brimming with anticipation and excitement, drooped at an astonishing speed. The radiant smile gracing his face seemed to be frozen in place as if under a spell. His once lively and enchanting eyes, reminiscent of delicate peach blossoms, were now filled with a dazed astonishment. He discreetly cast a glance at Tang San, his expression morphing into one of utter peculiarity. After Lu Yu departed, Oscar stood rooted to the spot like a statue. Upon Lu Yu's return, Tang San could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, Brother Yu, what did you just say to Oscar? Why does he? Shoo, it's a secret. Lu Yu merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation, and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. However, observing Lu Yu's enigmatic smile and Oscar's reaction, Tang San speculated that there was undoubtedly more to this than met the eye. Hey, little Oscar, what did Lu Yu say to you? Was it some kind of impressive martial arts secret? Ma Hongjun casually draped an arm over Oscar's shoulder. I'm going to absorb a soul ring, Oscar replied, picking up a dagger and striding towards the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, leaving Ma Hongjun scratching his head in confusion. What on earth just happened? Zhao Wujia shot Oscar a knowing glance, and the latter's face lit up with excitement, his hand gripping the dagger trembling slightly. He had waited too long for this moment. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, under the pressure of Lu Yu's massive rock formation, was utterly immobilized. The runes inscribed upon the stone pillars seemed to possess the ability to suppress soul power. Oscar tightened his grip on the dagger and, with a swift motion, plunged it into the snake's vital point, watching as the creature's life force ebbed away, succumbing to a complete cessation of all vital signs. Feeling the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had finally lost all traces of life, Lu Yu waved his hand, and with a thunderous sound, the boulder returned to the earth. Observing this, Oscar promptly sat cross-legged, summoned his sausage martial soul, and cautiously drew forth the pink soul power towards the purple-tinged soul ring, guiding it gently towards himself. At this moment, Lu Yu remained in a state of heightened vigilance, his mental energy extending outward to probe the surroundings. He could distinctly sense two individuals nearby observing this scene. He glanced at Zhao Wujia, who clearly also recognized that they were being watched. Upon meeting Lu Yu's gaze, Zhao Wujia shook his head, signaling him not to panic. Not far away, Qian watched Oscar as he absorbed the soul ring. Suddenly, she felt an invisible force scrutinizing their direction. Startled, she realized that the mental energy from earlier had detected her presence. The murky eyes of the serpent matriarch turned towards Lu Yu, who stood across from Zhao Wujia. Recognizing that the source of that mental energy unmistakably pointed to the silver-haired youth, the snake lady couldn't help but reminisce about how, moments ago, when she was suppressing his soul power, her opponent's mental strength had been astonishingly feeble. It was evident that he possessed some means of concealing his true abilities, even managing to deceive her. Departing, she leaned on her towering serpent-headed staff and turned to leave. Meng Iran was jolted back to reality by the snake lady's call, oblivious to the fact that both she and the snake lady had overlooked Meng Iran's peculiar demeanor following her healing by Lu Yu. Zhao Wujia and Lu Yu exchanged a sigh of relief upon sensing the departure of the two women. Had the snake lady employed any tactics to summon formidable soul beasts, Zhao Wujia would have found himself at a loss, but fortunately, she bore no such intent. Moments later, Oscar slowly opened his eyes after absorbing the spirit ring, and in an instant, a profound transformation occurred within him, enveloping him in a resplendent pink glow. He summoned his martial spirit, and from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings gracefully ascended. The excitement in his eyes was palpable. From this moment forth, he was the 31st level food system soul master, Oscar. However, as he turned with unbridled joy to share his elation with those around him, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Aside from Zhao Wujia, Lu Yu, and Tang San, who stood beside him, the remainder of the group was gathered on the opposite side, each craning their necks and fixated on the character feather inscribed on the tree trunk by Lu Yu, occasionally gasping in awe. Goodness, it penetrated so deeply, and the leaf remains intact without even a crack. What a terrifying mastery of power control that must require, Dai Mubai exclaimed, admiring the leaf embedded in the trunk. Congratulations, Oscar. Lu Yu approached and patted Oscar's shoulder. At this moment, the others noticed that Oscar had completed the absorption of the spirit ring and rushed over, encircling him and his companions. So, Oscar, do you feel any changes in your body? Dai Mubai was the first to inquire. Yes. Oscar, what is your third soul skill? Show us. Ma Hongjun looked eagerly at Oscar. Ahem. Oscar feigned an air of profundity, since you are all so eager. I shall indulge your curiosity. Open your eyes wide and behold. I, Oscar, present my third soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. With a flourish of a spell and a flash of light, a mushroom sausage appeared in his hand. Yet at that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and then, laughter erupted from the crowd. I must say, Oscar, your martial spirit remains as reliably amusing as ever. Ma Hongjun, recalling Oscar's familiar yet novel incantation, burst into hearty laughter. Oscar, however, disregarded the mirth of Ma Hongjun and the others, declaring, laugh all you want. In the future, aside from Lu Yu and Tang San, none of you shall partake of my mushroom sausage. Chapter 142, Level 50. 9. Enough with the laughter, Zhao Wujin urged, suppressing the chuckles of the crowd. Oscar, please elaborate on the effects of your third soul skill. A proud smile instantly illuminated Oscar's face as he replied. The effect of my third soul skill is flight. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening at the revelation. Roar. Just as the astonishment settled, a ferocious beast's roar echoed from the distance, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Look over there, Lu Yu exclaimed, pointing towards the depths of the forest. A cloud of dust rose amidst the trees, growing increasingly ominous as the vibrations intensified. This is bad. Zhao Wujin was the first to react, his heart sinking as he observed the approaching dust. Run. A cold, electronic voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind. Ding. Large-scale unrest of soul beasts detected in the Star Do Forest, suspected beast tide. Issuing time-limited survival mission, Soul Beast Uprising. Mission requirement, survive the beast tide. Optional task, investigate the cause of the beast tide. Completion rewards, 9,000 points, 1 random magical item. Optional task completion reward, 6,000 points. As the term beast tide reached Ning Rongrong's delicate ears, her once rosy complexion drained, leaving her pale as a sheet, devoid of any vitality. These two chilling words had always resided in the ancient tomes of the sect, akin to tales from a distant and terrifying legend. The reactions of the others mirrored hers. The concept of a beast tide had only been encountered in books, and this was their first real experience, filling their hearts with dread and confusion. Oscar, how many mushroom sausages can you produce at most, and what is your maximum flight speed and duration? Zhao Wujin, as the teacher and the strongest among them, was the first to regain his composure. I can produce up to 10, each capable of flying at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken snake for 1 minute. Oscar answered, his face pale and slightly trembling. Upon hearing Oscar's response, Zhao Wujin's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled, akin to a beacon lighting up the darkness. There was still a brief moment before the terrifying beast tide would arrive, a critical buffer period for them. As the student's teacher, Zhao Wujin understood the immense responsibility he bore to ensure that each student could safely navigate this crisis. At this life-and-death juncture, any lapse in attention could lead to irrevocable consequences. The mushroom sausages Oscar provided were a timely boon. In the face of the impending beast tide, speed and agility often dictated survival. With the aid of these extraordinary mushroom sausages, the students would gain temporary flight capabilities, significantly enhancing their chances of evading attacks and escaping. Upon this realization, Zhao Waoqi could not help but feel a sense of gratitude for the presence of Oscar, a student endowed with unique skills within their ranks. Quickly prepare some mushroom sausages. 1 for each of us. We must depart from this place with utmost haste. Ning Rongrong, Lu Yu, be ready to unleash your amplification soul skills. Zhao Waoqi instructed with urgency. I possess mushroom sausages. The 7 treasures are renowned, and I declare, speed, starry blessing. With the emergence of 3 radiant beams of light, the group consumed Oscar's mushroom sausages, and wings sprouted from their backs. Under the enhancement of Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong's soul skills, they swiftly soared towards the forest's edge. In these critical times, there was no opportunity for them to acclimatize to the experience of flight at a leisurely pace. They had to adapt on the fly. Fortunately, The group quickly adjusted to the capabilities bestowed by the flying mushroom sausages, maintaining low-altitude flight beneath the canopy. Most flying soul beasts possessed a keen territorial awareness. And given the current beast tide, it was uncertain when a formidable soul beast might emerge. Flying beneath the treetops offered a means of concealment while minimizing the risk of ambush from terrestrial soul beasts. However, the dense foliage of the Daoliu forest posed a significant threat. One misstep could result in a collision. In the next moment, the very ground upon which they stood was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming tide of soul beasts, akin to a surging wave. The sheer number of these creatures was astonishing, their roars resonating like thunder, as if they sought to rend the very heavens asunder. With their powerful hooves pounding against the earth, they stirred clouds of dust that obscured visibility, rendering the scene nearly indistinguishable. Even more terrifying was the relentless advance of this cacophony of soul beasts, which surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, reminiscent of a colossal war chariot mercilessly crushing any obstacle in its path. Empowered by the mushroom sausages, Liu navigated the forest with remarkable agility, experiencing a novel thrill unlike that of using wind manipulation. He turned with great difficulty. Terror etched across his face as he beheld the approaching tide of beasts. His heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Although he had read countless descriptions of beast tides in literature, only now, facing this overwhelming and terrifying spectacle, did he truly grasp the profound impact it bore. Suddenly, Liu's gaze was drawn to a black soul beast amidst the tumultuous swarm. There, within the tumult of beasts, a snow-white two-tailed fox raced desperately. That was the dual nightmare fox. Liu recalled the information about this soul beast, which typically dwelled in the outer regions of the Daoliu forest, close to its center. Yet, here it was, amidst the chaos, alongside many other soul beasts usually found at mid-levels. Additionally, Liu observed a common trait among these creatures. Fear was evident in their eyes, as if something menacing pursued them from behind. Teacher Zhao, something seems amiss with these soul beasts. It appears they are being pursued by something, Liu exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia turned to look toward the rear. Indeed, the condition of the soul beasts was quite unusual. Not only were there some that typically resided in the mid-levels among this wave of beasts, but their expressions were also quite peculiar. Could it be that some unforeseen event had transpired deep within the forest? However, with the myriad of potential causes for the beast tide, he found it difficult to ascertain the reason at that moment. Chapter 143, Level 50. 10. With the assistance of the flying mushroom tendrils, the group hastened towards the forest's edge. Along the way, Liu continuously employed his primary soul skill to replenish the soul power of his companions. Although each of Oscar's flying mushroom tendrils had a mere minute of duration, the enhancement of Starlight Praise extended it to nearly 2 minutes. With Liu serving as an inexhaustible source of soul power, Oscar could nearly restore his consumed energy every 2 minutes. The wind howled past their ears, while the dark tide of beasts lagged slightly behind them. At last, a bright light appeared ahead of the group. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing explosion echoed from the rear. Not good. Quick, take cover. Zhao Wujia's expression changed dramatically as he turned to look back, shouting hoarsely. Yet, as his words fell, an unexpected event unfolded. A powerful whirlwind erupted from behind, surging forth like a frenzied dragon, claws bared and ready to engulf them. In an instant, the howling wind swept in with devastating force, causing the group to lose their balance, and they were whisked into the sky like withered leaves caught in a tempest. Out of nowhere, a dark shadow darted into Liu's line of sight. The object moved with astonishing speed, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, heading straight for Liu. Before he could comprehend what was happening, an overwhelming force struck him squarely in the face, akin to a mountain crashing down. The impact caused Liu to lose his equilibrium. Subsequently, his body was like a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably swept away by the fierce winds. The wind howled past, emitting a shrill, piercing sound, as if it sought to tear everything asunder. Amidst this tempest, Liu was tossed and turned helplessly. In a reflexive action, he grasped the dark shadow hurtling towards him, feeling a soft sensation travel through his fingertips, yet he had no time to ponder. In that moment, Liu resembled a fragile leaf, powerless as he danced through the air with the raging winds. A shrill cry pierced the heavens once more, akin to a sharp sword plunging into the eardrums of those present. Simultaneously, the wind roared with renewed ferocity, more intense than before. This formidable gust was like an invisible giant hand, mercilessly flinging the group, who were akin to broken kites, high into the air, only to crash down heavily onto the ground. In the forest below, some individuals were even swept up by the fierce winds, tumbling through the air, utterly devoid of control over their own bodies. The scene was one of utter chaos, as people screamed in terror and fled in every direction, yet could not escape the onslaught of the tempest. Time seemed to stretch into eternity. At last, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. However, what greeted him was an entirely unfamiliar sight. He blinked in bewilderment, attempting to regain his senses. Gradually, Lu Yu supported himself and stood up. Feeling the ground beneath him was damp and cool. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he found himself in a tranquil place, devoid of any signs of human activity. Only the occasional melodious chirping of birds pierced the stillness, adding a touch of vitality to this strange land. Shaking his somewhat dazed head, Lu Yu recalled the explosive sounds that accompanied the gale. They were undoubtedly spiritual attacks from some formidable soul beast, striking him unawares. He scanned the area, deducing that he was still within the Daoliu forest, though the exact location eluded him. Suddenly, a dark figure in the distance caught his attention. Approaching, he discovered a strikingly beautiful woman lying on the ground, none other than Zhu Zhuqing. "Wake up!" Lu Yu gently shook her, calling softly. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, the hazy figure before her gradually coming into focus. "Lu Yu?" she queried in confusion. "Where are we?" She could only recall being caught in the whirlwind, colliding with something, and then losing consciousness, only to awaken in this unfamiliar grove. "How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable or injured anywhere?" Lu Yu extended his hand with concern. "No," Zhu Zhuqing replied, grasping Lu Yu's hand for support as she stood up, shaking her head. "What about the others?" she asked, rubbing her wrist. "I don't know. We must have been scattered by the wind," Lu Yu replied slowly, shaking his head. "When I regained consciousness, I only saw you. The others must have been blown to different locations." He then retrieved a black robe from his spatial ring. Zhu Zhuqing initially looked puzzled, but the next moment, a refreshing coolness enveloped her. She glanced down and realized her clothes had been torn, exposing her porcelain skin, particularly the two prominent peaks. Her face quickly flushed crimson with embarrassment as she hastily accepted the black robe from Lu Yu and donned it. Lu Yu looked up at the sky, which remained shrouded in dense, ominous clouds. Meanwhile, in a small town outside the Daoliu forest, Tang sat at the entrance, lost in thought. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. Still worried about Lu Yu and Xiao Wu, Oscar settled beside Tang San, offering him a box. "You must eat, even if you're concerned. Only a full stomach can provide the strength to continue worrying. In any case, eating is paramount." Tang San sat silently, allowing Oscar to carefully place the food box on his lap. Yet, he remained as motionless as a statue, showing no signs of movement. Time swiftly passes, and it has been a full 2 days since the populace encountered the harrowing beast tide. The dreadful scene remains vividly etched in memory, instilling a lingering sense of dread. However, Tang San and his companions are undoubtedly among the fortunate few. When the ferocious tempest swept through, they were astonishingly hurled away by its formidable force, ultimately landing near a quaint town on the periphery of the Daoliu forest. By happenstance, a few kind-hearted local residents chanced upon their unconscious forms and brought them back to the town. After receiving tender care and ample rest, they gradually emerged from the shadows of that calamity, regaining some semblance of vitality. This beast tide occurred solely within the depths of the Daoliu forest, sparing even the closest town from its wrath. Presently, the Daoliu forest has been comprehensively sealed off by the various empires and the Spirit Hall, prohibiting soul masters below the 70th rank from entering and restricting the time allowed for those who do. The precise cause of the beast tide's eruption remains under investigation. In pursuit of the 3 missing individuals, Zhao Wujing has decided to remain in the town, promptly notifying Flander, who is now en route with great haste. For the past 2 days, Zhao Wujing has been scouring the outskirts in search of Lu Yu and the others, yet he has encountered no leads. Should he fail to find them today, he must venture deeper into the forest. However, since the onset of the beast tide, the periphery of the Daoliu forest has transformed drastically, where one can now observe soul beasts that are millennia old, a stark contrast to the former state of affairs. This is precisely why he has remained on the outskirts for 2 days, as approaching the central region is utterly impossible. Boom. After vanquishing the last of the soul beasts, Zhao Wujing casually discarded the carcass to the side, revealing a cluster of soul beast corpses strewn about the area, indicative of a recent encounter with a soul beast group. Breathing heavily, Zhao Wujing collapsed onto the ground, his body marred with wounds, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. He had just faced a horde of 10,000-year-old black demon scorpions, creatures that typically dwell only in the heart of the Daoliu forest. Yet, here he was, in the outer regions, having encountered such formidable beasts, and in numbers no less. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from nearby. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged toward Zhao Wujing. Still reeling from his recent battle, he barely had time to react when several energy blades shot forth from behind, striking the shadow and sending it crashing to the ground. In the aftermath, a figure descended from the sky, landing beside Zhao Wujing. "Boss," Zhao Wujing exclaimed with delight. Flander, adjusting his black-framed glasses with a rather flamboyant gesture, remarked, My. How has His Excellency, the unmoved king, become so disheveled after just a few days apart?" At this moment, Zhao Wujing's face flushed crimson, his lips quivering slightly, the excitement within him surging like a tidal wave, rendering him momentarily speechless, incapable of forming a complete sentence. After a while, he managed to steady his emotions. Though his voice still trembled with evident emotion. "I have finally seen you again." Zhao Wujing gazed intently at the figure before him, his eyes brimming with fervor and joy. However, upon realizing that Flander was the sole individual who had arrived, a frown creased his brow, and a look of confusion crossed his face. "What? You came alone? Where are the others?" He spoke while unconsciously glancing behind him at Flandra. "Didn't I ask you to bring more assistants? Where are they?" A subtle smile graced Flandra's lips as he shook his head. "Those two seniors have already proceeded to the central area. That lad, Lu Yu, possesses a soul guide left by the elders. He should be able to locate them. However, the whereabouts of the two young ladies remain uncertain." Zhao Wujia rose to his feet and lamented, "This time, it is entirely my fault. As the leading instructor, I failed to protect my students." His robust, dark physique appeared oddly akin to that of a wronged young bride, rendering the scene somewhat comical. "It is not solely your fault," Flandra consoled. "After all, the incident occurred abruptly. Surviving the beast tide is already commendable." He continued, "I have gathered some information on my way here. This beast tide seems less like an accident and more like a calculated scheme orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Have you uncovered any clues in the past few days?" Shaking his head, Zhao Wujia replied, "The situation was too chaotic at that time. I could only grasp a few individuals nearby. Moreover, the two piercing cries emitted that day carried a potent mental attack. In the end, I only saw Lu Yu flying in this direction." Flandra nodded and said, "Then let us first investigate in this direction. Perhaps we might discover some clues." With a shared understanding, the two commenced their actions. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardow forest, a flock of pink soul beasts encircled two individuals. Suddenly, the once tranquil and harmonious pink beast group erupted like a powder keg, unleashing a deafening and shrill explosion. The overwhelming roar seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space, sending shivers down one's spine. In the wake of this chaos, the frenzied beasts surged forward like a raging tide, their claws and fangs bared, as if intent on utterly shredding their adversaries. However, at this critical juncture, the elderly man, who had remained silent and appeared exceedingly ancient, calmly raised his withered, branch-like arm. His movements were gentle and unhurried, as if merely waving his sleeve with ease. Yet, with a subtle gesture, he pointed forward. Boom! Multiple bolts of lightning descended instantaneously, incinerating the pink beast horde into charred remains. Old Jack retracted his withered palm, observing the black mist rising from the carcasses. "These soul beasts are not quite right," he remarked lightly, akin to a grandfather out for a leisurely stroll, as if the creatures that had just perished at his hands were not ancient soul beasts, but rather insignificant ants. Indeed, these soul beasts seemed to be deliberately driving soul masters away from the central area. Could it be that they are planning something significant? Qinglong remarked, his eyelids twitching at the sight of the soul beast's demise. Old Jack produced a silver token from his pocket, declaring, "I care not for their commotion. Should these brutes dare to harm Xiaoyu, I shall level this forest to provide him a grave, even at the cost of my old bones." Upon hearing this, Qinglong's eyelids flickered, and he could not help but shake his head, inwardly sighing at the unchanging temperament of this old gentleman, reflecting that it remained as steadfast as ever. The token belonging to the divine child had once fallen into the river of time, yet its approximate location remained discernible, likely within the vicinity. Qinglong produced a nearly identical token, gazing at the flickering small red dot upon it. To speak frankly, the recent disappearance of the divine child coincided with a sudden new decree from the holy domain a few days prior, dispatching others deep into the Stardow forest, leaving only himself to discreetly protect the divine child. However, on the day the beast tide erupted, he encountered 3 200,000-year-old purple-winged thunder eagles. Their piercing cries were unmistakably their own, for these spirit beasts thrived solely within the confines of the Stardow forest, possessing attributes of spirit, lightning, and wind, rendering them particularly troublesome. In his endeavor to safeguard Lu Yu, he managed to slay one, prompting the other two to flee. Yet, upon searching for Lu Yu, he discovered the individual had vanished, and the 11 others who had entered the Stardow forest had also lost all contact. Fortunately, he still possessed a token from the holy domain, and coincidentally, old Jack was nearby. Thus, the two united their efforts to seek out Lu Yu and the others. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardow forest, a figure resembling a dreamlike pink apparition raced through the thickets with remarkable swiftness. This figure, akin to a nimble sprite, gracefully leaped and darted between the treetops, each landing executed with unparalleled precision, as if she were one with her surroundings. Her form was lithe and elegant, her movements fluid and natural, while her pink attire danced with the wind. Chapter 145, Level 50. 12. Xiao Wu's silhouette continued to flit through the forest. Yet her trajectory pointed deeper into the Star Doe forest, her face betraying a look of concern. As a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, her extraordinary perceptive abilities allowed her to swiftly detect the peculiarities lurking behind the outbreak of the beast tide. Along her journey, she witnessed the grim sight of many thousand-year spirit beasts lying lifeless across the ground. These fallen creatures bore no apparent external injuries, but upon closer inspection, she discovered that their insides had begun to rot. In just a brief span of time, a nauseating stench permeated the air, filling the entire space. This bizarre phenomenon instilled a sense of vigilance within her. Her instincts warned that this was no mere natural death. What force could possibly inflict such a horrifying outcome? She resolved to delve deeper, determined to uncover the truth behind this enigma. Daming, Erming, what has transpired at home during this time? Where are you now? A wave of anxiety surged within Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the Star Doe forest, a towering spirit beast watched intently, fixated on a man and a woman before it. Its bell-like eyes gleamed with a greedy ferocity, and its upper body hunched slightly, sharp claws gouging deep marks into the ground. The dark demon, evil god tiger. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in horror as she stared at the enormous spirit beast radiating a terrifying aura, a profound despair welling up within her. The dark demon, evil god tiger loomed like a mountain, its massive form cloaked in black scales that shimmered with a chilling light. Her blood-red eyes burned like flames, exuding an endless aura of malevolence and murderous intent. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware that this dark demon, evil god tiger possessed the formidable power of over 10,000 years. At this moment, only Lu Yu stood by her side. Although both were formidable soul masters, facing such a ferocious soul beast left them with little hope of victory. Over the past 2 days, Zhu Zhuqing and Lu Yu had endured countless harrowing encounters. The soul beasts they battled against, the weakest among them boasting a millennium of cultivation, were relentless. What compounded their dire situation was the frequent encounters with packs of soul beasts. Once these creatures detected their presence, they would attack without hesitation and pursue them with alarming speed. In those moments, Zhu Zhuqing and Lu Yu could only exert every ounce of their strength to flee, desperately attempting to evade their fierce pursuers. However, the prolonged evasion and combat had left them utterly exhausted, and now confronted with this 10,000-year dark demon, evil god tiger, Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss on how to navigate this life-and-death crisis. Having narrowly escaped from the clutches of the merciless wind demon wolves with their razor-sharp fangs, Zhu Zhuqing's once elegant black robe was now tattered and marred with deep, intersecting gashes, as if ravaged by countless blades. Through the torn fabric, her snow-white skin was starkly visible, marred by alarming traces of blood, some wounds still oozing crimson, staining her surroundings. Were it not for Lu Yu's unwavering support and his relentless application of his soul skills to tend to her wounds, Zhu Zhuqing might have succumbed to the perils of this treacherous forest on the very first day. Yet after enduring such an extended period of intense battle and flight, Zhu Zhuqing was now utterly spent, lacking even the slightest strength. She lay limply across Lu Yu's broad, sturdy back, her eyes shut tight, her complexion pale as parchment, her breathing faint. Lu Yu, leave me here. You must escape alone. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was barely a whisper, as fragile as a wisp of air. Lu Yu fixed his gaze on the monstrous beast before him, clutching the demon blade Qian tightly, while the praying star lotus staff floated nearby, emanating a warm glow. What nonsense are you speaking? We are comrades who have faced life and death together. I, Lu Yu, could never abandon a companion to survive alone. Comrades. Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a faint smile at his words, though Lu Yu was oblivious to it. After 2 days of fierce combat, one of the 3 whirlpools of soul power within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness had been completely depleted, yet 2 remained, continuously supplying him with energy. Following a fierce battle the previous night, Lu Yu's soul power had ascended to level 49, merely a step away from level 50. However, the harsh environment did not permit him the luxury of a stable breakthrough, especially as he must also tend to the injured and poisoned Zhu Zhuqing. Now, Lu Yu has essentially confirmed that the two are situated at the very edge of the core region of the Starry Forest. Fortunately, in the past few days, aside from the looming dark divine demon tiger before them, they have not encountered any formidable soul beasts. Suddenly, without warning, the enormous creature, astonishing in its size, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deafening, primal roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, sending shivers down their spines. In the next instant, the dark divine demon tiger, akin to a moving mountain, charged towards them with astonishing speed. Its massive and weighty body moved with the swiftness of lightning, creating an intense gust of wind that swept through the air. The very ground trembled violently beneath its sprint, as if the earth itself threatened to be torn apart by this force. Lu Yu quietly cursed under his breath, and at that moment, the Qi Xinglian staff beside him erupted with dazzling brilliance, its azure soul ring shimmering as he simultaneously activated the Gale Step and wind control technique, narrowly avoiding the colossal beast. Carrying the severely injured Zhu Zhuqing on his back, he was wary of using the Ghost Step, as its near-instantaneous speed could further aggravate her wounds. In the blink of an eye, as he evaded the dark divine demon tiger's onslaught, Lu Yu swiftly channeled his soul power, causing the azure soul ring to shine brightly as several wind blades rapidly surged towards the beast's massive back. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sounds rang out, and to Lu Yu's surprise, the wind blades only left shallow scratches on its back. However, he did not display an ounce of panic. Instead, he quickly summoned more soul power, and while the brown soul ring at his feet glimmered, a second purple soul ring radiated a blinding light. Third-tier earth magic, rock formation. Several stone pillars erupted from the ground, bracing against the immense body of the dark divine demon tiger, their intricate patterns activating as they began to absorb its soul power. Yet, these measures, while not inflicting significant damage, had already begun to provoke the beast. It twisted its colossal body and let out a furious roar, shattering the interlocking stone pillars in an instant. Simultaneously, it gathered energy in its mouth, releasing a ray imbued with lethal power. However, Lu Yu, leveraging his speed advantage, swiftly distanced himself from the creature. Beside him, a golden lotus flower, hovering on the Qi Xinglian staff, rotated gracefully. Lu Yu raised his enchanted dagger, Qian, and the golden lotus slowly drifted to the tip of the blade, as he fervently infused his soul power into it, depleting the energy of the vortex in an instant. Then, with a grave expression, Lu Yu consolidated all his strength into his left hand and swung it fiercely. The dagger, radiating a mysterious glow, shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, the thousands of shards that split from the dagger cascaded like a meteor shower, accompanied by a fierce momentum and brilliant light, hurtling towards the terrifying ray unleashed by the dark divine demon tiger. In an instant, these two formidable forces collided with tremendous impact, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the entire space, as if it were on the verge of being torn apart by this violent energy. With their fierce confrontation, a wave of colossal energy surged forth like turbulent ocean waves, sweeping across the surroundings. This energy fluctuation was so overwhelming that it distorted the very light around, rendering it unclear and blurry, akin to being kneaded by an invisible hand. The once bright sky dimmed at that moment, shrouded by a heavy layer of dark clouds, evoking an unprecedented sense of oppression and dread. Simultaneously, two figures rapidly advancing in the starry forest suddenly halted, turning to gaze in this direction. What could this force be? The azure dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixated on the distant area where the light was severely distorted. His brow furrowed, seemingly trying to penetrate the peculiar phenomenon to unveil the secrets hidden behind it. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "That, astonishingly, is the direction of the divine sun." Upon hearing this, old Jack, standing nearby, swiftly lowered his head to glance at the silver token in his hand. At that moment, a conspicuous red dot was flashing brightly on the token. Almost simultaneously, dazzling bolts of lightning erupted around old Jack, intertwining like serpentine silver, crackling with sound. Soon after, a thunderous roar resonated as old Jack's figure transformed into a streak of purple lightning, racing at an astonishing speed towards the direction of the divine sun. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a lingering shimmer of electricity. At this moment, the azure dragon had no time for further contemplation. He felt scales sprout across his body, antlers sprout from his forehead, and a long dragon tail unfurl behind him. Then, he exerted his legs, stomping down with such force that a deep crater formed beneath him, and his figure surged towards the source of the energy explosion. At the epicenter of the energy eruption, Lu Yu was enveloped in a shroud of green steam, having entered the state of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Simultaneously, the vortex of soul power within him spun wildly, fervently outputting soul energy. He gripped the hilt of the demon blade, Qian tightly, channeling an unending flow of soul power into the golden lotus through the extending shards of the blade. Meanwhile, the resplendent golden lotus slowly approached the dark divine demon tiger. As the distance closed, The dark divine demon tiger keenly sensed the terrifying fluctuations of soul power concealed within the golden lotus. This overwhelming force involuntarily instilled a twinge of fear within it. However, how could the dark divine demon tiger easily submit to a seemingly insignificant human? In the next heartbeat, it abruptly summoned the vast and immense soul power within, continuously infusing it into the already formidable beam of energy. Instantly, the power of the beam surged dramatically, akin to a volcanic eruption, its brilliance blinding and seemingly intent on tearing the very fabric of space asunder. Faced with such a fierce offensive, the human warrior on the opposing side exhibited no signs of weakness. He exerted himself to the fullest, unleashing his ultimate technique to engage in a fierce confrontation with the enhanced ray. In that moment, two immensely powerful forces collided and intertwined, erupting into a myriad of dazzling sparks and ripples of energy. The entire battlefield trembled under the weight of this colossal impact, and the surrounding air became unbearably hot due to the violent friction. Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, unable to gain a decisive advantage in a short span of time. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, an intense explosion erupted at the point of collision between the ray and the golden lotus, sending both parties hurtling away. The dark, godly demon tiger had half of its face reduced to a bloody pulp, exposing its stark white bones, even as the scales covering its body were similarly rendered chaotic with flesh and blood. Simultaneously, the situation where Liu Yu stood was equally grim. Despite being the first to don the indestructible black divine armor, the tremendous force from the explosion inflicted heavy injuries upon him. At that moment, Liu Yu felt as if his internal organs were on a wild roller coaster, tumbling and swirling uncontrollably. Just as the explosion occurred, Zhu Zhuqing was unprepared and was violently thrown away by the immense force. In a split second, Liu Yu reacted swiftly, summoning the Silver Guardians without hesitation. These guardians shot forth like bolts of silver lightning, instantly forming an incredibly sturdy layer of silver armor that enveloped Zhu Zhuqing's body. Thanks to this timely protective measure, although Zhu Zhuqing was subjected to the fierce impact of the shockwave, she ultimately sustained only minor injuries. However, due to the overwhelming power of the shockwave, she unfortunately succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, a despairing growl echoed, and Liu Yu struggled to rise, his left hand slightly outstretched as the demon blade, Qian, swiftly reformed into a complete sword. The fourth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia opened, and Liu Yu tasted blood mixed with fragments, forcibly redirecting his soul power to activate the 8 gates shield once more. With a fierce roar, the dark, godly demon tiger crouched low and lunged at Liu Yu, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at his face. Observing this, Liu Yu hurriedly raised his demon blade to defend himself. With a series of crisp metallic clashes, the blade met the claws, creating sparks. Chapter 147, Level 50. 14. How heavy? The immense weight of the force surged from his arm to his brain, causing Liu Yu to sense danger. He leveraged the momentum to retreat, then executed a ghostly step, his figure instantly appearing behind the dark, godly demon tiger, and he struck with the Qian fiercely. In an instant, the enormous dark, godly demon tiger, exuding an aura of endless darkness, let out a pained roar. Its powerful hind leg jerked as if struck by an invisible force. Following closely, a cold glimmer flashed, revealing a razor-sharp blade that traced a precise arc in the air, landing perfectly on the hind leg of the dark, godly demon tiger. In an instant, flesh was torn asunder, revealing a deep gash that appeared before the eyes, blood gushing forth like a spring, cascading down the leg and pooling on the ground, forming ghastly blooms of crimson. The dark demonic tiger let out a furious roar, its cavernous maw wide open, as if to consume the very heavens. This deafening cry reverberated through the air, echoing as if it sought to devour the entire cosmos. Simultaneously, its eyes, already imbued with malice and ferocity, now burned with an even more intense fury, akin to flames raging uncontrollably. The massive form of the dark demon tiger leaned forward slightly, its robust tail raised high, and the surrounding environment plunged into darkness. From behind its towering figure, an even more imposing phantom materialized, perfectly mirroring the dark demon tiger. The apparition emitted a fierce roar, and in that fleeting moment, a beam of darkness shot forth towards Liu Yu. A sudden tightening gripped Liu Yu's heart. He acutely sensed the terrifying aura of death emanating from the black beam, a chilling presence reminiscent of the depths of hell. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yu decisively summoned his profound soul power. Clutching the star prayer lotus staff tightly, he fervently channeled his soul force into it. As the energy surged, the staff began to radiate a blinding light, trembling in his grasp. With a powerful shout, Liu Yu swung his arms forcefully, striking the staff's end against the ground with tremendous impact. In that instant, a resounding roar echoed from the earth, as if the very ground had been shaken by the blow. Accompanied by this thunderous noise, numerous colossal stone walls erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Towering several dozen feet, each wall was unyielding, as if forged from steel. They interlinked closely, forming an impregnable barrier that shielded Lu Yu. This was the fourth-tier Earth-type defensive magic he conjured, the 10,000 rock barrier. Boom! A terrifying beam of darkness, as black as ink and seemingly capable of swallowing all light, surged towards the 10,000 rock barrier with immense force. At the moment of contact, a profoundly thunderous sound erupted, akin to the very heavens cracking asunder, deafening in its intensity. Yet, even in the face of such a cataclysmic onslaught, the seemingly indestructible 10,000 rock barrier did not crumble immediately. It stood resolutely, a tenacious fortress that staunchly resisted the initial assault of the dark beam. However, the black beam was clearly no ordinary force. Its contained power was cataclysmic. After a brief stalemate, the beam unleashed an even more astonishing might. Accompanied by a disquieting surge of energy, it overwhelmed the 10,000 rock barrier with an unstoppable momentum, shattering its layers of defense with ease. In an instant, countless massive rocks splintered and flew apart, a cloud of dust swirling around. The once towering and sturdy 10,000 rock barrier was reduced to fragments, rendered utterly vulnerable under the relentless onslaught of the black beam. The black beam surged forward unimpeded, leaving devastation in its wake. Boom! Just as the dark god demon tiger believed Lu Yu to be doomed, the black beam collided with what appeared to be an indomitable barrier, causing the very fabric of space to resonate with a heavy thud. Lu Yu grasped the Qixing lotus staff tightly in both hands, as a cerulean lotus at its tip, accompanied by a violet soul ring, began to rotate gracefully, enveloping both Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing in a shimmering blue light adorned with twinkling starlight. First soul skill, Starry Tribute. Second form, Celestial Guardianship. With gritted teeth, Lu Yu let out a fierce roar as the final vortex of soul power within his consciousness spun furiously, flooding his entire being with a torrent of soul energy. The 8 gates of Duanjia, the 5th gate, open. With a resounding crash, Lu Yu's form erupted like a boiling cauldron, emitting scorching steam. In this state of the 5th gate, the power of his soul surged exponentially, filling him with a tempestuous force. Beasts, face your demise. Lu Yu bellowed. The cerulean lotus at the staff's tip spun rapidly, and a golden lotus materialized. Infused with a violent surge of soul power, its rotation steady. Lu Yu raised his hands in a lifting gesture, then hurled the golden lotus forth. As it encountered the black beam, the golden lotus surged against the flow, momentarily neutralizing the black energy. Though the golden lotus appeared to move slowly, the dark god demon tiger remained vigilant, gathering strength for another strike. Just as it prepared to unleash another beam, the golden lotus seemed to transcend space, instantaneously appearing before the dark demon god tiger. The next moment, boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, as if the very world had been torn asunder. A cataclysmic blast followed, its terrifying shockwaves sweeping outward like a raging tsunami, wreaking havoc in all directions. Under this violent force, the once towering trees crumbled like brittle wood, shattering into a cloud of fine dust. These remnants ignited in the searing heat, transforming into a raging inferno. The horrifying temperature spread with astonishing rapidity, igniting everything in its path, as even the air seemed to catch fire. The rolling heat waves surged forth like a ferocious beast, mercilessly consuming all that surrounded it. At this moment, the attention of soul masters within the Star Dove forest was drawn to the violent explosion. Chapter 148, Level 50. At this instant, 2 figures rushing toward the scene abruptly halted. Not good, we must flee. Old Jack glanced briefly at the dark passage and urged, hurry. He quickened his pace, racing towards the epicenter of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the epicenter of the explosion, where the once lush forest lay in utter disarray. A vast crater marred the ground, and on one side, a soul beast resembling a tiger lay in a state of distress, while on the other side, 2 figures were entangled. Old Jack hurried forward, his heart sinking as he recognized the upper figure to be Lu Yu, beneath whom lay a strikingly beautiful woman, in stark contrast to Lu Yu's battered and bruised appearance. The woman was clad in a layer of silver armor, her pallor the only indication of her condition, which appeared to be far less dire than Lu Yu's. Xiao Yu, Old Jack called out anxiously, lifting Lu Yu and laying him flat. Despite his fervent entreaties, Lu Yu remained unresponsive, eyes firmly shut. With a furrowed brow, he gently placed his withered right hand on Lu Yu's wrist. In the next moment, he retrieved a fragrant medicinal pill from his spatial ring and placed it in Lu Yu's mouth, then proceeded to guide his internal energy through the wrist. Meanwhile, A blue dragon was drawn to a faint sound of breathing nearby, where the black tiger-shaped soul beast lay gasping for breath. Is this the dark demon, evil god tiger? The blue dragon recognized the creature before him, astonished that Lu Yu had encountered such a formidable foe. Although he did not often traverse the continent, he was well-versed in the basic knowledge of soul beasts. He knew that such creatures were rare, immensely intelligent, and possessed extraordinary strength, capable of challenging opponents even a rank above themselves. Judging by the size of the dark demon, evil god tiger before him, it must have at least 10,000 years of cultivation. This meant that Lu Yu had just battled and severely injured a soul beast of such caliber. The incredulity was palpable in the blue dragon's eyes. At that moment, old Jack had completed the preliminary treatment for Lu Yu. Given Lu Yu's physical constitution, a few days of proper rest would suffice for his recovery. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, old Jack's gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing. A hint of uncertainty reflected in his aged eyes. Senior, if my estimation is correct, the Divine Son must have encountered this dark demon evil god tiger, otherwise he would not be so gravely injured. The blue dragon, noticing old Jack approaching, shared his findings. The dark demon evil god tiger. Old Jack exclaimed, taken aback. He was acutely aware of the peril posed by such a soul beast, as his sixth spirit ring was derived from one. He had nearly lost his life to it years ago. His gaze turned to Lu Yu, filled with a sense of appreciation. He could hardly believe that Xiao Yu had now acquired the strength to confront a dark demon, evil god tiger alone. Senior, could you enlighten me on the condition of the Divine Son? The blue dragon, unable to contain himself any longer, interrupted. His foremost duty was to ensure the safety of the Divine Son, while the task of investigating the core area of the Stardow Forest had been entrusted to other guardians. However, lacking medical knowledge, he could only rely on the expertise of old Jack. Old Jack slowly shook his head and remarked, Little Yu is not gravely harmed. He merely suffered significant injuries from being too close to the explosion. However, I have administered a potent elixir to him, and as long as he is returned for a few days of proper recuperation, he will be fine. Yet, the situation of this young lady is rather dire. Qinglong, following old Jack's gaze, turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing and inquired with confusion, Isn't she a classmate of the Sun at Shrek Academy? What has happened to her? She has been poisoned, and the venom is quite severe, old Jack slowly responded. Isn't the Sun's first soul skill renowned for its exceptional healing properties? Furthermore, these two should have been together all this time. How could this happen? Qinglong questioned in bewilderment, recalling the healing capabilities of Lu Yu's Qixing Lianzhong's first soul skill, which he had witnessed multiple times. The healing effect from a Millennium Soul Ring could rival that of a level 60 healing soul master. Old Jack shook his head gently, stating, Little Yu's first soul skill possesses remarkable, even impeccable, healing abilities for external and some internal injuries. However, when it comes to such potent toxins, it is largely ineffective, serving only to postpone the inevitable. Otherwise, this young lady would not have endured until now. Then, does that mean we should take her back as well? Qinglong inquired. Indeed. Although this young lady's family has many rules, it is still acceptable to consider her as a potential granddaughter-in-law. Old Jack's words left Qinglong momentarily speechless. After all the effort, this elder still had the leisure to contemplate a granddaughter-in-law. Qinglong found himself at a loss for words. Elder, what should we do about that dark demon evil god tiger? It appears it is not entirely dead yet, he asked. Suddenly, a flicker of lightning flashed in old Jack's aged eyes, and the sky visibly darkened, with ominous clouds gathering. In the next moment, several bolts of lightning struck down upon the fallen dark demon, evil god tiger. At that moment, the beleaguered creature faced the final moments of its life. Moments later, the sky cleared, and the massive form of the dark demon, evil god tiger had vanished, leaving behind a patch of scorched earth. Old Jack slowly stowed away the Thunder Spirit Pearl, then with a single wave of his hand, the two individuals lying on the ground began to levitate without any external assistance. Let us proceed. We must escort these two young ones out, and then venture into the core area, old Jack said leisurely. Meanwhile, outside the Stardow Forest, in a nearby town, everyone was drawn to the thunderous explosion. Tang leaped onto a rooftop, activating his purple extreme magic eyes in an attempt to discern what had transpired in the distance. Tang-san. A moment later, Oscar's voice called from below. Teacher Zhao and Dean Flander have returned. In the next instant, Tang leaped down from the rooftop, urgently asking, where are they now? As he grasped Oscar's shoulders tightly. They're at the hotel. They brought Lu Yu back, Oscar began, but before he could finish, Tang had already released him and sped back toward the hotel. Little Wu, brother Yu. Upon entering, Tang could not contain his eagerness to call out. Yet, silence was his only reply. Everyone in the room stood together, and Flander stepped forward to pat Tang on the shoulder, his face etched with guilt. I am sorry. We were unable to find little Wu this time. We only discovered Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Along with this, Flander handed a piece of metal to Tang San, which turned out to be a hidden crossbow. The moment Tang San laid eyes on it, his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 149, Level 50. 16. Oscar, how many mushroom sausages do you have left? Outside the hotel, Tang San inquired, standing before Oscar. If you want, I can prepare some fresh ones for you. Are you hungry? Oscar responded, somewhat perplexed, and then his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Tang San, you're not thinking of entering the Star Do Forest alone, are you? No. You've experienced the beast tide just a couple of days ago, and you've seen the conditions of Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. I can't let you take such a risk. He vehemently shook his head. Moreover, we are unaware of the current situation inside. The prohibition on soul masters below level 70 indicates that it must be exceedingly perilous. But now, Xiao Wu is inside, her fate uncertain. She is my sister, my most cherished family member. As her brother, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing while I know she is in danger. Xiao Ao, Tang San pressed. Noticing Oscar's stubborn demeanor, if it were your family member in there, I believe you would not sit idly by, would you? He gazed intensely at Oscar, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Oscar hesitated, swayed by Tang San's earnestness. Fine, he finally relented, but I will only circle the perimeter. If I don't find anything, I will return immediately. Tang San's tense expression eased at Oscar's acquiescence. Bring Xiao Wu back safely. She is part of our Shrek Academy, Oscar stated, and then 3 soul rings suddenly shimmered beneath his feet. I have a large sausage. I have a small sausage. I have a mushroom sausage. With the incantation, 3 soul spirit sausages appeared before Tang San. Oscar sighed as he watched Tang San's figure disappear into the distance, feeling helpless. Tang San's earlier gaze had been profoundly stirring. Suddenly, he struck his fist against the wall in frustration. Why are you so soft-hearted, Oscar? Knowing how dangerous it is inside, you still give him sausages. If Tang San dies in there, you would be a murderer. Then, Oscar suddenly had a thought, and swiftly dashed back to the small hotel. Xiaoyao, where's Tang San? Dai Mubai, descending the stairs, observed Oscar's frantic demeanor with curiosity. The dean is looking for him. Upon seeing Dai Mubai halt, Oscar gasped for breath and urged, quick, we need to find the dean. Tang San went into the forest alone. What? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately raced back to his room to find Flander. Mubai, what is the rush? Zhao Wujing inquired, noticing Dai Mubai's unusually agitated state. Typically, Dai Mubai was known for his composure, regardless of the circumstances. Dean, it's bad. Tang San has gone into the forest alone, Zhao Wujia exclaimed in astonishment, his voice rising in pitch. Upon hearing Dai Mubai mention that Tang San had ventured into the forest alone, Zhao Wujia was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. The students of Shrek Academy had indeed proven themselves remarkably adept at attracting trouble, losing 3, returning 2, and now, 1 more, Tang San, had entered. Just moments ago, Dai Mubai reiterated his previous statement. Flander exchanged a concerned glance with Zhao Wujia, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. What could Tang San possibly be doing in the forest? Was he unaware of the dangers lurking within the Star Do Forest? Enough. It's Tang San who has gone in. Why are you directing your anger at Mubai? Flander chided gently, noticing Zhao Wujia's growing agitation. When did he even enter? He then turned to Dai Mubai and inquired. Not long ago. He asked Oscar for 3 sausages. It seems he intends to find Xiao Wu, came the response. Zhao Wujia, upon hearing this, felt a surge of panic. Everyone stay put in this hotel. No one is allowed to leave without permission. With the antics of these young prodigies, Zhao Wujia sensed a threat to his own safety, even to his very life. At this moment, Tang San was already nearing the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. Following the outbreak of the Beast Tide 2 days prior, the major empires and the Spirit Hall had jointly sealed off the area. Now, any Soul Master wishing to enter must present their Spirit Badge. However, apart from the Soul Masters sent in for investigation, few would dare to venture into such perilous territory. The previous dangers of the Star Do Great Forest were already well known. Now, with the Beast Tide having erupted, the situation within was uncertain and undoubtedly more treacherous. Moreover, numerous Soul Masters had gone missing inside, and they were unwilling to gamble their lives and fortunes. The value of a soul ring versus a head was not lost on them. Before long, Tang San arrived at the designated temporary outpost with the swiftness of an arrow. The scene before him appeared somewhat desolate, with only a handful of Soul Masters scattered about. These individuals had come in response to the relevant investigative commissions. Some conversing in hushed tones while others stood quietly to the side, their gazes frequently darting towards the entrance of the outpost, seemingly anxious to be granted entry. Besides these commissioned Soul Masters, several others from the Spirit Hall and various major nations were also waiting. Clad in uniform attire, They stood in orderly ranks, their discipline sharply contrasting with the scattered soul masters. Though the crowd was not large, the diverse backgrounds of the gathered soul masters created a complex and varied atmosphere. Observing this scene, Tang San furrowed his brow. Too few were passing through the outpost, and lacking a level 70 soul master badge, he knew slipping by was impossible. If only you could be here, he mused silently. Perhaps he could forge a path directly through. Each checkpoint is manned by at least one soul sage of level 70, tasked with probing the spiritual and soul power levels of every individual. They are even equipped with specialized soul power crystals, making it utterly impossible to surreptitiously obtain a badge and pass through. Alternative methods must be sought. Suddenly, Tang San's attention was drawn to a peculiar group approaching from a distance. Clad in uniform white attire, they were transporting something outward. These were the military medics from the Star Luo Empire. Recognizing the distinctive insignia on their garments, Tang San discerned their identity. They were the only individuals present who could traverse the checkpoints without undergoing soul power scrutiny. Upon witnessing this cadre of medical personnel, hope flickered within Tang San. Back in the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, an instructor of notably poor reputation had deliberately made things difficult for Xiao Wu, only to attract the ire of the trio. Although this educator possessed little talent and taught a lackluster subject, he had managed to enter the academy through connections, being a noble from the city with considerable guards around his residence. Thus, under Lu Yu's guidance, the three disguised themselves as newly hired servants and brazenly infiltrated his domain, seizing the opportunity under the cover of night to shave the scoundrel's head clean. In his past life, Tang San often needed to don disguises while executing missions for the Tang sect, infiltrating enemy territories to eliminate targets. Among the medical staff, several individuals bore a resemblance to his own stature, and with their faces masked, a slight alteration in silhouette would suffice. With this thought in mind, he commenced his plan. Swiftly retreating to a secluded corner where he spotted a medical personnel clad in white attending to a private matter. Seizing the moment, he stealthily approached from behind and rendered the individual unconscious. Fortuitously, their physique was nearly identical, and as long as he remained silent, there would be no discernible difference. The faint scent lingering on the uniform further aided his disguise. He then blended into the ranks of the medical team, and as anticipated, the soldiers merely glanced at him before granting passage through the checkpoint. Tang San successfully entered the secured zone and, taking advantage of the surrounding distraction, hastened to a secluded corner. He discarded the white garments nonchalantly and retrieved the flying mushroom sausage bestowed upon him by Oscar from the 24 Bridges on a moonlit night. After consuming it, wings akin to those of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake sprouted from his back. Xiao Wu, wait for me. I shall come to your rescue shortly. With that, Tang San's figure soared swiftly into the depths of the forest. Not long after Tang San had departed, two figures emerged at the spot where he had discarded his clothing. Zhao Wujing bent down to pick up the abandoned garments, scrutinizing them closely. Confirming them to belong to the military medical soul master, he muttered, "Goodness! What cunning children these days possess, even resorting to disguises." He cursed under his breath, tossing the attire back to the ground. The fabric still held warmth, indicating that the wearer had not strayed far. "Let us thoroughly search this area first. If we find nothing, we shall delve deeper," he ordered. Flander stepped forward, briefly examining the clothing before discarding it again, adjusting his black-framed glasses. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from his eyes, and the soul's saint-level spiritual power was instantaneously released, beginning to scan the surroundings incessantly. In this tranquil and harmonious little town, within an ostensibly ordinary hotel room, Lu Yu lay quietly on a slightly worn large bed. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled patterns on his face. After a considerable time, Lu Yu's tightly shut eyes began to flutter slightly, and he gradually opened them. However, just as he attempted to discern his surroundings, an excruciating pain enveloped him like an explosion, mercilessly assaulting his mind. This sudden agony rendered Lu Yu nearly incapable of thought. Instinctively, he endeavored to lift his hand to rub his seemingly about-to-burst head. Yet, as he merely attempted to move his arm, a heart-wrenching pain swiftly radiated from his arm throughout his entire body, each muscle, every nerve feeling as if it were being ruthlessly torn apart, leaving him in unbearable torment. The intensity of the pain was so overwhelming that even a mere groan escaped him with great difficulty. With a sharp intake of breath, Lu Yu could not help but gasp in agony. Nearby, Oscar, who had been leaning on the table, was instantly drawn to the sound, his demeanor transforming in an instant. "Lu Yu, you are awake. Teacher Zhao, Lu Yu has awakened," Oscar exclaimed excitedly, shouting towards the door. "Oscar, here, cough cough." Lu Yu managed to utter a couple of words, only to be met with a searing pain in his throat, rendering his voice hoarse. "Ah, don't move just yet. I will fetch you a glass of water," Oscar replied, dashing outside, struggling on the bed for a while. Lu Yu finally bore the intense pain and managed to sit up with great effort, leaning his back against the wall. As his eyes adjusted to the surrounding light, he finally discerned the simplicity of the room he was in. Beside him lay another bed, occupied by a person entirely swathed in bandages. Xiao-san, Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the mummy-like figure beside him. Could it be that Tang Sen had also been swept into the depths of the Douluo forest by the whirlwind and encountered a fierce battle? A moment later, he sensed something was amiss and quickly looked down at himself, abruptly realizing that his own condition was not much better than Tang San's. His body was also entangled in bandages, with only his face left exposed. Just then, he heard a creaking sound as the door was pushed open from the outside, and two figures entered. "Teacher Zhao, what is happening? How is Tang San injured as well? And you too?" At this moment, Lu Yu's gaze fixated on Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie's once pitch-black visage, akin to the bottom of a pot, had somewhat softened compared to before, no longer as impenetrably dark as an unyielding piece of black iron. Yet, remnants of those dark stains were still visible, as though he had been stained by ink and had yet to be thoroughly cleansed. More striking, however, was Zhao Wujie's physical condition. His once pristine attire was now tattered and in shambles, riddled with crisscrossing tears and scratches, resembling the aftermath of a fierce assault by numerous ferocious beasts. Moreover, one of his arms hung limply over his neck, seemingly burdened by excruciating pain from severe injuries, rendering it incapable of normal movement. The stark white bandage wrapped tightly around his waist was particularly alarming, as it was soaked with streaks of blood seeping through. This all began when we were scattered by the whirlwind. Zhao Wujie slowly approached the bed, pulled up a chair, and began speaking in a measured tone. At that moment, we were thrown a short distance from the town by the whirlwind and were brought back by passing residents. However, you, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were inexplicably cast away to an unknown location. Shortly after the outbreak of the Beast Tide, the great empires allied with the Spirit Hall to seal off this area of the Douluo forest. After searching fruitlessly for 2 days with Dean Flander, we discovered that you and Zhu Zhuqing had been returned by your grandfather. At that time, you were severely wounded and unconscious, so we had no choice but to bring you here. Wait, did you say my grandfather came? As Zhao Wujie spoke, Lu Yu could not suppress his interruption upon hearing the word grandfather. Indeed, that person claimed to be your grandfather and, along with another man in black, brought you and Zhu Zhuqing back. After taking a sip of water from Oscar, Zhao Wujie continued. Recalling the scene of meeting old Jack and the Azure Dragon with a sense of dread, they were both covered in blood that day, and had they delayed any longer, they might not have survived. Another man in black? Is that Tang San's father? Lu Yu inquired, slightly puzzled. Zhao Wujie shook his head slightly. It is not the Lord Haoyan. Not Tang Hao. Lu Yu felt a flicker of confusion. If Tang Hao was not with old Jack, he should have been preparing to resurrect Tang San's mother, Qian. What about the others? Where is Zhu Zhuqing? How did you and Tang San end up in such a state? Lu Yu asked, noticing the scars on Zhao Wujie's body. Zhu Zhuqing is currently lying next door. She has been poisoned and remains unconscious, Zhao Wujie sighed. Fortunately, the Thundercloud Daoliu left an antidote, and she is now out of danger. Thundercloud Daoliu? The unfamiliar title momentarily stunned Lu Yu. Is that old Jack's title? If so, does that mean he is at the level of a title Daoliu? Yes. Thundercloud Daoliu was a renowned powerhouse on the continent decades ago. Aren't you his grandson? Why are you so surprised? Zhao Wujie took another sip of water. To be honest, I only just learned this, Lu Yu responded with a wry smile. The revelation that old Jack was a title Daoliu and had been a celebrated figure on the continent decades ago truly took him aback. However, recalling the solemn expression on old Jack's face when he mentioned his mysterious lineage, Lu Yu felt an unsettling sense that his future would be fraught with challenges. Strangely, the presence of old Jack instilled an inexplicable sense of security within him. By the way, Teacher Zhao, didn't you say that Tang San was rescued alongside you by the residents? How could he be so severely injured? Lu Yu redirected his thoughts back to the earlier topic. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing glanced at the unconscious Tang San beside him, sighed deeply, and shook his head in resignation. He placed the cup of water on his lap and began. This tale must commence 3 days ago. At that time, only you and Zhu Zhuqing were saved. Tang San secretly sought out Oscar for 2 flying mushroom sausages and ventured into the Douluo forest to find Xiao Wu. In his reckless pursuit, he stumbled upon the edge of the core area and encountered Yuze, who left him in a pitiable state. Yuze? The very Yuze from Songqiong Academy that we encountered earlier? Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening upon learning that the one responsible for Tang San's condition was indeed Yuze. Although Yuze possessed notable talent among ordinary individuals, and Lu Yu had even sparred with him, it was unfathomable that he could inflict such harm upon Tang San. Zhao Wujing sighed again. Let us return to 3 days prior, deep within the Star Doe forest. There, Tang San was resting against a great tree, drinking heartily from the waters of the 24 Bridges moonlit night, oblivious to the dampness of his clothes. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you must wait for me. Tang San sat cross-legged, gradually calming his breath. Without Lu Yu's replenishment of soul power, the consumption had been too great due to his high-speed flight using the mushroom sausage. Yet, he dared not cultivate further. Who knew what dangers lurked in the next moment? Once he felt his strength had returned sufficiently, Tang San stood up, but in that instant, an unusual sound reached his ears. Cautiously, he turned towards the thicket from which the sound emanated. Suddenly, a shadow, akin to a phantom, shot forth from the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be an enormous, pitch-black spider. Its 8 legs, sharp and elongated like spears, plunged deeply into the ground, as if intent on piercing the very earth itself. The spider's carapace shimmered with a profound and mysterious ebony hue, glinting ominously in the dim light. Its colossal body moved slowly, rustling the surrounding leaves, unmistakably the source of the previous eerie noise. Tang San seemed to be its destined prey as the sharp legs swiftly lifted, slicing through the air towards his face. In that fleeting moment, he discerned a peculiar human face pattern on the creature's abdomen. Human-faced demon spider. Tang San's mind raced to recall the details of this soul beast. But there was no time for contemplation. The deadly spears were already upon him. He hastily leapt aside, narrowly evading the attack from the human-faced demon spider, inhaling sharply in disbelief at encountering such a creature in this desolate place. This soul beast was notoriously troublesome. Its webs were laced with potent venom, and even the slightest contact could prove fatal. Furthermore, its formidable carapace could withstand all of Tang San's current offensive measures, including hidden weapons. If only brother you were here. But at that moment, Tang San had no time to dwell on such thoughts. Xiao Wu was waiting for him, and he absolutely could not fall here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Flanders and Zhao Waoqi were flitting about the dense forest like headless flies. At present, they could only roughly ascertain the direction in which Tang San might be, yet after searching for a considerable time, not a single trace of him had been found. Boss, if we venture further in, we will be nearing the core area. Just consider, this Star Doe forest has recently experienced an exceptionally ferocious beast tide. The longer we linger here, the greater the danger becomes. Who knows what unexpected circumstances this lad might encounter? Zhao Waoqi remarked, his brow furrowed, and his rugged visage now bore an expression of profound concern, as if a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. His eyes were filled with apprehension and unease, seemingly foreseeing a multitude of dire possibilities. Let us search a bit more. Tang San is not yet at level 30, so he shouldn't have strayed too far. He must be somewhere nearby. Suddenly, Flanders' gaze was drawn to a piece of blue fabric caught on a branch ahead, likely belonging to Tang San. He must be in the vicinity. Just then, Flanders' keen ears detected a faint sound, and with the sharpness of an owl, his gaze locked onto the source of the commotion. There's movement over there. Quickly. Let us investigate, he exclaimed, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a blur as he sped toward the sound. Chapter 152. Encountering Yuze again. With a resounding thud, Tang San was abruptly hurled against a tree, a searing pain radiating from his back, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Yet, rather than displaying any signs of discouragement, his face shone with exhilaration. In the recent skirmish, he had discerned the weakness of this human-faced demon spider. There was a gruesome, bloodied area on its abdomen indicating prior injury. With a powerful leap, the human-faced demon spider descended, its spear-like legs lunging toward Tang San. However, with a deft roll, he evaded the attack, though the tree was cleaved in two by the force. Seizing the moment, Tang San's hands transformed, emanating an aura akin to cold jade. As he unleashed a flurry of icy projectiles, the demon spider, valuing its vital spots, prioritized evasion over offense, swiftly darting aside as the projectiles flew. At this moment, Tang San produced a black mechanism, deftly manipulating it with both hands, accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of gears. He rapidly adjusted the concealed weapon to its activation state. Simultaneously, he grasped a pitch-black hammer in his left hand, his second martial soul, the Qian hammer. Realizing that a swift resolution was imperative, he had no choice but to employ his second martial soul. Moreover, given that only he and the human-faced demon spider occupied the area, there was no third party to witness the confrontation, and he had but a single opportunity. Suddenly, Tang San made his move. This time he opted for an offensive approach. Remaining in passive defense would spell disaster for him, leading to his eventual exhaustion. Rather than waiting to perish, he resolved to fight with all his might. With a powerful swing of his left hand, Tang San propelled the Qian hammer towards the most resilient part of the human-faced demon spider's exoskeleton. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, the creature showed no intention of defense, for in its perception, this human was weak beyond measure. Moreover, its chest armor was the most fortified area of its body. How could a mere small hammer penetrate it? Thus, the human-faced demon spider abandoned any thought of defense and raised its sharp forelegs to thrust at Tang San. Yet, in the next moment, Tang San deftly redirected the black hammer, which suddenly soared towards the spider's most vulnerable point, its abdomen. A dull thud echoed as the demon spider failed to react in time. Before it could comprehend the situation, Tang San raised his machine casing, unleashing 16 beams of white light that pierced directly at the face on the spider's abdomen. With a resounding crash, the imposing form of the demon spider collapsed, its abdomen utterly shattered, unmistakably lifeless. Simultaneously, Tang San fell weakly to the ground, gasping for breath. The black machine casing discarded beside him. His earlier maneuver to redirect the Qian hammer had been inspired by his observation of Lu Yu manipulating flying daggers. Although he had sought Lu Yu's guidance before, he quickly realized that such techniques demanded a high level of mental acuity, far beyond his current capabilities. Merely altering the hammer's trajectory had nearly drained him, yet Tang San's foundational skills and hidden weaponry allowed him to achieve the recent feat through their combination. Regaining his strength, Tang San rose and approached the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. A purple soul ring began to hover above its remains, and he thought to himself that absorbing this ring should restore him considerably. "Little Wu, you must wait for me," he silently vowed, then sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power to draw the violet ring towards himself. However, unbeknownst to Tang San, a pair of eyes was fixated on him, regarding him as a dying prey. "Go on, absorb it. Once you do, you shall become my sustenance," the unseen presence mused. Moments later, Tang San awakened, a glimmer igniting in his eyes as he stood, gazing at the 3 soul rings at his feet. He had now ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards him. Having nearly regained his strength, Tang San swiftly sidestepped. A pitch-black spear embedded itself in the ground, its other end quivering slightly in a particular direction. "Who goes there?" Tang San called out. His senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to possess some skill, evading so effortlessly. Don't bother searching. I'm right here." A strange, chilling laughter echoed from nearby, followed by a figure leaping onto a tree, looking down on Tang San from above. "You are Yuzhe?" Tang San questioned, staring at the figure perched on the tree, perplexed. Wasn't he the troublemaker from Sanqiong Academy? What was he doing here? "You still remember me, huh? Impressive, kid. It seems I made the right choice in letting you live a bit longer," Yuzhe replied, a playful expression dancing across his face. "I care not for your endeavors here. I am presently occupied and have no time to attend to you. If you seek a duel, wait until we are outside and find a moment to engage at the Grand Soul Arena." Tang San spoke coldly, his primary objective being the search for Xiao Wu, disregarding all else. "Ah, little brat, do you truly believe that this young master is toying with you? Today shall be your demise. Prepare to pay with your life." Yuzhe's lips curled into a frosty smile as he raised his voice in a fierce shout. Accompanied by this roar, he dashed forth like a bolt of lightning, leaping from the towering tree. At the moment of his landing, he swept his right hand with a graceful flourish. The Buyulongji, which had been firmly planted in the ground and glimmering with a cold light, seemed to respond to some mysterious force, soaring back into Yuzhe's grasp. Now wielding the dragon spear, Yuzhe hesitated not for a moment. He lifted it and struck fiercely towards Tang San's position. In that instant, the very air seemed to rend apart, emitting a cacophony of piercing whistles. Tang San executed the ghost shadowly dance, swiftly evading Yuzhe's strike. Yet, before he could regain his composure, a shadowy figure lunged at him, forcing him to dodge once more. With a resounding crash, Yuzhe altered his attack, transforming the thrust into a sweeping blow, the long spear arcing towards Tang San. Pain surged through Tang San's chest as he was sent flying backward. With a cough of blood, Tang San felt his insides roiling in turmoil, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Yuzhe was merely a 3-ringed soul master like himself. How could he possess such formidable strength and speed? Nevertheless, Yuzhe showed no signs of relenting in his assault. 3 soul rings emerged beneath his feet, the third, a purple ring, flashing with sudden brilliance. Third soul skill, Dragon King breaks the array. The black long spear radiated a dark glow as Yuzhe leapt high into the air, gripping the spear above his head before crashing it down upon Tang San. The might emanating from the spear caused Tang San's heart to race. He had no time to ponder as he swiftly evaded just before the spear struck, creating a massive crater in the once even ground. Failing to land a hit, Yuzhe swung the spear once more, cleaving through the air with a series of thunderous sounds, launching a relentless offensive against Tang San. As a control-type soul master, Tang San's close combat abilities paled in comparison to Yuze's assault-type prowess, especially given the overwhelming strength and speed that seemed far beyond that of a newly ascended 30-level assault-type Soul Master. Fully concentrated on the formidable adversary before him, Tang San contemplated how to break free from this seemingly insurmountable predicament. He moved with agility, continually attempting to employ the wondrous ghost Shadowly dance to create distance from Yuze and seek an opportunity for counterattack. However, the great spear in Yuze's grasp moved like a roaring dragon, generating fierce winds and forming an impenetrable barrage that left Tang San with no respite. Each time Tang San attempted to sidestep, Yuze's halberd followed him relentlessly, akin to a malignant shadow, with its sharp edge glittering ominously, as if it could rend Tang San apart at any moment. Furthermore, Yuze's assaults were not only executed with remarkable speed, but also with astonishing force. Each strike contained the weight of 1,000 pounds, cascading upon Tang San like a tempestuous storm. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Tang San dared not let his guard down. He concentrated fiercely, employing the control techniques he had mastered, attempting to disrupt Yuze's rhythm of attack. With a flurry of movements, invisible forces surged from his palms, manifesting as ethereal ropes aimed at ensnaring the halberd in Yuze's grasp. Yet, it was evident that Yuze was no novice in battle. He was well prepared for Tang San's maneuvers. With deft precision, he maneuvered the halberd, effortlessly dispelling Tang San's binding force. Moreover, with each thrust and retreat of the black halberd, Tang San inevitably bore the brunt of its wrath, and within mere exchanges, his limbs and torso were marred with crimson streaks. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through Tang San's arm. No, it was not merely his arm. The agony coursed through his legs and enveloped his entire being, eliciting a desperate cry from his lips. "Ha ha, how does it feel?" Yuze taunted, standing triumphantly before Tang San, his foot cruelly pressing down upon Tang San's head, a visage of a conqueror. His hands caressed the dark halberd, which, astonishingly, oozed a black liquid from its chilling blade. "How does the taste of my bone-corroding poison feel?" Ha ha. In that moment, Tang San seemed ensnared by an invisible, overwhelming force. Involuntarily curling up in agony, his body trembled incessantly, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, utterly helpless. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, emerged from his forehead, clustering densely like morning dew on a lotus leaf, crystalline, yet offering no respite from his torment. His once handsome visage contorted into a grimace of extreme pain. His features seemingly misaligned. Veins bulged around his tightly shut eyes, and his lips, bitten and bloodless, appeared pale and wan. From his throat came low, guttural growls, reminiscent of a wounded beast struggling in despair. Ha ha ha. Yuze's arrogant laughter echoed around them, but in that instant, time appeared to freeze. Yuze's maniacal cackle was abruptly silenced as if gripped by an invisible hand. Without warning, a cataclysmic force struck Yuze's abdomen with tremendous impact. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if a mountain had collided with him, the excruciating pain surging through him like tidal waves, swiftly drowning all his consciousness. Yuze's body seemed to lose control, bending involuntarily into a shape reminiscent of a startled shrimp, twisted and grotesque. Accompanied by a dull thud, he was propelled backwards like a cannonball, hurtling away at an astonishing velocity. As he flew backwards, the wind howled past his ears, the scenery whirled rapidly behind him, everything becoming a blur. He struggled to steady himself, yet the overwhelming force rendered him utterly powerless. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and appearing utterly disheveled. A dark-skinned giant had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Zhao Wujia immediately retracted his left fist, the burning sensation in his knuckles causing him a twinge of pain. At that critical moment, Flander darted towards Tang San like a flash of lightning. However, upon closer inspection, his heart sank, for Tang San's condition was tragically dire. Tang San's formerly rosy lips had turned a ghastly shade of dark purple, as if shrouded in an ominous shadow that sent a chill down one's spine. Furthermore, his body was marred with a multitude of intersecting scars, which, though not deep enough to reach the bone, emitted a nauseating stench of decay, as if countless minuscule maggots were writhing within. More horrifying still, the excruciating pain had contorted Tang San's facial expression beyond recognition. His eyes were tightly shut, brows furrowed deeply, forming two profound creases. His mouth hung open, seemingly attempting to scream his inner torment, yet only feeble, hoarse groans escaped his lips. His nose twitched in pain, rendering his face a grotesque mask, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Zhao Wujia cast a glance at Tang San, his heart tightening. After all, Tang San was one of his students. Witnessing his pupil in such a state of distress stirred an indignant fury within him. He could no longer concern himself with the title of the unmoved king. Meanwhile, Yuza, who had been sent flying, clutched his abdomen with one hand and propped himself up with his spear, struggling to rise. Who would have thought that the legendary unmoved king would resort to ambushing a junior? What a farce indeed. Fueled by rage, Zhao Wujia bellowed. I will not tolerate such despicable scum who dares to harm my Shrek Academy members. You shall remain here today. In the next moment, 7 soul rings materialized beneath Zhao Wujia's feet, and a mighty silhouette of a great strength King Kong bear roared towards the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming sense of pressure that surged forth. Chapter 154, Bone-Corroding Poison. Yuza felt an oppressive force, suffocating and relentless, crashing upon him like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, an immense surge of soul power descended upon him, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Faced with such terrifying pressure and fluctuations of soul energy, Yuza's countenance turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He understood that any hesitation might cost him his chance to escape. Thus, without a moment's pause, Yuza decisively withdrew his martial spirit, seizing the opportunity before Zhao Wujia unleashed his soul skill. He turned and sprinted away with the swiftness of the wind, desperately fleeing into the distance. Yet, even in this life and death moment, Yuza did not forget to salvage a bit of his dignity. He was seen sprinting forward, occasionally glancing back to hurl a fierce remark at Zhao Wujin. Humph. Just you wait. Go back and tell that foul little brat with the white hair that the young master, will inevitably pay him a visit and take his lofty head. After uttering these words, Yuze continued his flight, not daring to look back, and soon vanished into the vast expanse of the forest. Just as Zhao Wujin was about to pursue him, he was halted by Flander's call, urging him to return first and attend to Tang San. Zhao Wujin gazed in the direction Yuze had departed, and within moments, his figure had completely faded from view. Teacher Zhao, are you saying that you and the dean found Tang San already gravely injured? Was it Yuze who harmed him? Liu expressed his disbelief. Though he had never clashed directly with Yuze, recalling the night he arrived in the town when Yuze had kicked him without causing any pain, it was hard to fathom that even after absorbing the third soul ring to become a soul master, he could pose a threat to Tang San. Even if he were outmatched, surely he could have escaped. Zhao Wujin shook his head in resignation. I also fought him that day, and he felt entirely different from when I first arrived in the town. It was as if he were a completely different being. With this, Zhao Wujin slowly raised his arm, which had been wrapped in bandages, and began to unravel them. As Liu focused intently, a sudden dark arm intruded upon his field of vision without warning. The arm exuded a chilling black hue, starkly contrasting with the darkened tone that Zhao Wujin had sustained from a lightning strike. It appeared as if it had been tainted by a lethal poison, a deep violet-black shade that seemed capable of devouring all light. Instinctively, Liu leaned closer for a better look. As he did, an overwhelming stench surged forth, mercilessly invading his nostrils. The odor was so potent it nearly induced nausea, as if the arm had long languished in the depths of decay and death. What is the meaning of this? Did Yuze do this? Liu pondered, pinching his nose. Indeed, Zhao Wujin confirmed with a nod. I struck him with a single punch, not initially noticing. By the time I returned, my entire arm had lost sensation. Zhao Wujin glanced at Tang San, who had endured the longest battle with Yuze, bearing numerous scratches from his martial spirit. Though the wounds were shallow, the toxins had already permeated his skin and even infiltrated his bones. I recall that the Yu family's inherited martial spirit possesses no poison attribute. Could it be that his martial spirit has mutated? Liu wondered aloud. Zhao Wujin shook his head. Perhaps, but that is beyond my expertise. Teacher Zhao, I would like to rest alone for a while, Liu suddenly stated. Very well, take your time to recuperate. I shall step outside for now, Zhao Wujin replied, nodding before rising and exiting the room with Oscar. As soon as they stepped outside, Liu immediately opened his eyes. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that he was the only one awake in the room, he closed his eyes once more. However, he was not truly resting. Instead, his consciousness entered the system space. System, retrieve the scanning results you just obtained, Liu instructed, accompanied by a faint buzzing of electrical currents. A virtual panel materialized before him. Scanning results, celestial demon bone corrosion poison. Source unknown, highly toxic, capable of dissolving the bones of the poisoned individual. Symptoms include abnormal purplish-black skin. A small amount of the toxin induces numbness, while a larger quantity results in excruciating pain. After a period of incubation within the human body, the toxin contaminates the bone marrow, transforming it into celestial demon bone corrosion poison. The manifestation of symptoms varies according to individual constitution. Is there an antidote? Liu inquired. Since the system could provide such a detailed account of the toxin, it should possess a solution or at least a clue. Currently, there is no known antidote for this toxin on the continent. A cold electronic voice shattered Lu Yu's hopes in an instant. The absence of an antidote meant that should he encounter Yu Zhe and inadvertently fall victim to the poison, he would have no safety net. After all, Zhao Wuji had just mentioned that Yu Zhe aimed to take his life, and both Tang San and Zhao Wuji were currently afflicted by the toxin. It appeared that the system was once again proving to be unexpectedly unhelpful. However, what? Can you please complete your thoughts in one go? Lu Yu was exasperated with the system's tendency to interrupt. Host, please do not be angry. The system store does offer an antidote for celestial demon bone corrosion poison. And moreover what? Speak quickly, Lu Yu said coldly. In light of the host's recent exemplary task completion and various uncontrollable external factors, the points previously owed by the host have been nullified. Current host points, 5,000. Is this truly a stroke of good fortune? Lu Yu stared in astonishment at the refreshed system points panel. Did this seemingly unyielding system actually possess such a humane design? When did it become so considerate? Nevertheless, he decided to set those thoughts aside. With 5,000 points at his disposal, Lu Yu opened the system store, scrolled through the offerings, but found no trace of the antidote for celestial demon bone corrosion poison previously mentioned. Without hesitation, he spent 1,000 points to refresh the items. Finally, his investment bore fruit. A new page revealed the antidote prominently labeled beneath a pill-like item, priced at a mere 500 points each. Lu Yu promptly decided to purchase 4 doses, 2 for Tang San and Zhao Wuji, and the remaining for his own survival. After all, hadn't Zhao Wuji, a soul sage at level 70, also fallen victim to this poison? Thus, Lu Yu resolved to proceed with utmost caution to avoid a disastrous misstep. Just as he exited the system space, the door suddenly swung open from the outside. Chapter 155, The Sudden Attack. At that moment, as Lu Yu had just left the system space, the door was abruptly opened by someone from outside. A figure clad in a blue dress swiftly approached the bed, and Lu Yu felt a gentle breeze brush against him, soon followed by an intoxicating fragrance that filled his nostrils. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden pressure gripped his abdomen as a delicate hand lifted his chin. Having been unconscious for so many days, it seemed that Ning Rongrong, pondering thoughtfully, remarked, "You've sustained quite a severe injury. Tell me, if I were to do something to you right now, would you resist, or would you scream like a girl? I am truly curious." At that moment, Ning Rongrong's petite form, particularly her alluringly curved figure, was perched atop Lu Yu's abdomen, their bodies nearly touching. She even leaned closer to his ear, deliberately exhaling softly, creating a teasing breeze against his skin. Suddenly, Lu Yu felt a faint tickling sensation at his ear, akin to a playful kitten gently pawing at him. This unexpected touch sent a slight tremor through Lu Yu's heart, but almost immediately, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. In that very instant, Lu Yu, who was initially seated beneath the girl, summoned his strength, causing her to lose her balance. Clearly unprepared for such an occurrence, she found herself momentarily flustered, unable to react in time. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yu sprang to his feet with remarkable agility, his movements decisive and fluid as if everything unfolded according to his premeditated plan. Without hesitation, he reached out, grasping the still-dazed girl and forcefully flipping her over, pinning her down beneath him in one seamless motion. "You are playing with fire." Lu Yu mimicked Ning Rongrong's earlier demeanor, leaning close to her ear and lowering his voice. "Let me go, you scoundrel." Ning Rongrong's face turned crimson, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, the peculiar sensations lingering by her ear stirred a restlessness within her. "Let go? Very well," Lu Yu replied with a mischievous grin. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong let out a startled cry. "Ah? Scoundrel, remove your hand." Initially intending to tease Lu Yu during his vulnerable state to avenge the prior incident where he had playfully stuffed a sausage into her mouth, she had not anticipated that he would muster the strength to resist despite his injuries. She attempted to push him away with all her might, but his weight held her firmly in place. No matter how hard she tried, Lu Yu remained immovable, especially as he began to explore her body. "Scoundrel, quickly remove your hand there," she exclaimed, flustered. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt an unusual warmth and firmness pressing against her abdomen, as if something was prodding her. In that fleeting moment, she perceived something remarkably astonishing, letting out a sharp, brief gasp. However, before her cry could fully escape, Lu Yu swiftly covered her mouth with his hand, stifling her voice. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in terror and astonishment, her lips only managing to produce indistinct murmurs. In that moment, she resembled a frightened bird, helpless and unable to break free from its bindings. Meanwhile, Lu Yu swiftly turned his head, cautiously stealing a glance at Tang San, who was peacefully resting nearby. A wave of anxiety washed over him, fearing that Ning Rongrong's sudden, piercing scream might have disturbed Tang San's tranquility. At that moment, Lu Yu also became acutely aware of an unusual sensation below. He had reacted, But it was not entirely his fault, for he was, after all, a young man brimming with vitality. Although Ning Rongrong was merely 18, her figure had developed, and while it could not compare to Zhu Zhuqing's striking attributes, her modest bosom had begun to swell slightly, her skin smooth and fragrant, emanating a subtle allure. The close proximity they had shared moments ago made it hardly surprising that he would respond. Noticing the odd expression on Ning Rongrong's face, Luyu realized he might have overstepped his bounds. He gazed into her eyes and said, "I shall release you now. But you must promise not to cause any further trouble, understood?" Tears glimmered in her gem-like, crystalline eyes, resembling faint stars twinkling in the night sky. She appeared as an innocent fawn, vulnerable and deserving of compassion. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple or the vivid blossoms of spring, as if a gentle squeeze would cause it to weep. Seeing Ning Rongrong nod slightly, Luyu suppressed his restless thoughts and gradually withdrew his hand from her mouth, sitting up slowly. However, in the next instant, the once tranquil Ning Rongrong sprang up as if electrified by sheer terror, her petite form darting from the bed with the agility of a startled deer. Seizing the moment while Luyu was still in a daze, she lunged into his embrace, clinging to him tightly, as if seeking refuge in his very being. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Luyu's hand. The bite was filled with determination, as if she were trying to expel her inner fears and anxieties through this act. Once she had bitten him, she erupted from his grasp like a firecracker, frantically bolting towards the door without a backward glance. Her figure flashed like lightning, vanishing from the room in the blink of an eye, leaving Luyu standing in stunned silence. Still feeling the sting of her bite and the lingering fragrance she left behind. "Ack!" Luyu instinctively exclaimed as he felt the pain in his hand, but by then, Ning Rongrong had already fled the room, and he had no inclination to pursue her. "Is this girl part dog? Why does her bite hurt so much?" he thought, staring at the fresh, neat row of teeth marks on his hand, unable to suppress a gasp as he wiped away the residual saliva with a look of disdain. In the following moment, a reflective expression crossed his face as he contemplated the pleasant sensation of Ning Rongrong's touch. He thought to himself, "Just wait. I shall repay this debt in due time." Chapter 156. Discussion. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed Lu Yu's entire being. His earlier entanglement with Ning Rongrong had been too vigorous, aggravating his wounds, causing a few spots to ooze with blood. Gasping, Lu Yu inhaled sharply and reclined once more on the bed, his consciousness delving back into the system's marketplace. He recalled that the marketplace contained items akin to the Great Healing Pill. After a hurried search, his gaze was drawn to a green elixir. Imu Dan, Healing Elixir, specifically designed for internal injuries and assists with external wounds. Price, 1,000 points. Lu Yu glanced at the description of the Imu Dan and swiftly clicked the purchase option. Resolving his internal injuries would allow his external wounds to heal naturally over time. Compared to other elixirs, often priced at 3,000 points or more, this Imu Dan was remarkably cost-effective. Most importantly, it was within his means. Holding the softly glowing elixir, the fragrance of the young woman was replaced by the refreshing scent of medicine. Without hesitation, Lu Yu opened his mouth and swiftly consumed the elixir that radiated a mysterious light. As the elixir entered his mouth, it melted almost instantly as if meeting a high temperature. Immediately, a wondrous force began to spread throughout Lu Yu's body. A warm and comforting sensation enveloped him, akin to basking in the gentle yet intense sunlight on a summer beach. Every inch of his skin and every cell seemed to revel in this nurturing warmth, entrancing him to the point of losing himself in its embrace. He could distinctly perceive each minute cell in his body joyously celebrating, dancing with exuberance. It felt as though a grand carnival was unfolding within him. In that fleeting moment, the relentless pain and unbearable fatigue that had surged like a tidal wave were suddenly dispersed by a tempest, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even the faintest mark. At that instant, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength and vitality coursing through him. Subsequently, Lu Yu's consciousness entered his sea of consciousness, where the environment had undergone a remarkable transformation. Most notably, beside the three swirling vortices of soul energy, a small vortex was slowly taking shape. This was the fourth vortex of soul energy. Lu Yu was overjoyed as he gazed upon the small vortex before him. Remarkably, the vortex that he had struggled to coalesce for such a long time had formed while he was in a state of unconsciousness. However, his body was now infused with only a meager amount of soul power, most of which had already been absorbed by the first three vortices. The soul power allocated to the fourth vortex was pitifully scant, naturally limiting its scale. Yet, this was more than sufficient for Lu Yu, as he could gradually cultivate and compress his soul power over time. What truly exhilarated him was the emergence of the fourth vortex. Signifying that his soul power could be compressed to 4 times its previous capacity, thus enhancing his reserves significantly. Filled with joy, Luyu returned to the realm of reality and noticed Tang Sen lying on the bed beside him. He smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. Without delay, Luyu leaped off the bed. His body had nearly fully recovered, and with just a few days of rest, he would be back to normal. In fact, he felt even better than before his injury. Approaching Tang Sen's bedside, Luyu gently parted the young man's dark lips and placed a medicinal pill inside. As the pill was swallowed, Tang Sen's complexion began to improve at a visible pace. His once dark lips grew pale, and the previously contorted expression on his face began to relax. It appeared that the antidote provided by the system was indeed effective. Next, he intended to deliver aid to Teacher Zhao and then check on Zhu Zhuqing next door, as Teacher Zhao had mentioned that she seemed to be poisoned as well. With this in mind, Luyu retrieved a spare set of clothing from his spatial ring to change into, for he could not possibly present himself to others entirely bandaged up. He grumbled as he removed the bindings, lamenting the overly tight wrapping, even on uninjured areas. As if he had been treated by a clumsy physician. Particularly around his chest, the bindings were so constrictive that they nearly hindered his breathing. At that moment, Zhang Qiqi, who was quietly meditating in the room, unexpectedly let out a loud sneeze, shattering the tranquility that had enveloped the space. She felt a wave of confusion wash over her. How peculiar. I am not ill. Why would I suddenly sneeze? She pondered. Could it be that she had inadvertently caught a chill? As she mulled this over, she instinctively touched her forehead, confirming there were no signs of fever. Her gaze then shifted to the bed, where Zhu Zhuqing lay in a comatose state, her complexion as pale as parchment. A surge of worry welled up within Zhang Qiqi upon witnessing this scene. After a brief moment of contemplation, she slowly rose to her feet and gracefully made her way to the window. Upon reaching it, she discovered that it was ajar, with a chill breeze seeping into the room. Promptly, she extended her hand to close the window firmly, blocking out the cold air. Meanwhile, Luyu knocked on the door across the way. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Oscar, who first expressed confusion before his face lit up with delight. Luyu? You're up? Is your injury healed? Luyu smiled and nodded, stating, It's nearly done. Is Teacher Zhao around? I have come to deliver the antidote. Antidote? Oh. Yes, inside. Please, come in. Everyone is gathered here, Oscar replied, stepping aside to make way for Luyu. Luyu has arrived. Please take a seat. Given your injuries, there's no need to stand, Flander remarked upon seeing Luyu enter. Luyu noticed that the Shrek Academy's dean appeared to be in a rather poor state, looking haggard. First, there was the incident with the students encountering a beast tide during their training, and now one of the pupils was missing in the forest. Flander had not enjoyed a decent night's sleep for several days, especially since Tang San rashly ventured into the Star Do forest alone. Zhao Wujie could see that his leader seemed to have aged considerably, with more gray hairs appearing at his temples. Creaking, the door swung open behind them, and Luyu turned to see two figures enter, Zhang Qiqi and Ning Rongrong. Luyu noticed that Ning Rongrong's cheeks bore a blush, though she appeared much better than earlier in the room. Chapter 157. Return. Ning Rongrong also noticed Luyu seated on the sofa, but upon recalling the earlier incident, she quickly turned her flushed face away and distanced herself from him, moving to Zhang Qiqi's left. Luyu sensed the intense, murderous glare directed at him and simply smiled, unfazed. However, Ning Rongrong's anger only intensified at his nonchalant demeanor. If glares could kill, Luyu would have perished countless times by now. Cough, cough. Flander cleared his throat a few times. Is everyone here? He scanned the room, confirming that those who were healthy and had just regained their mobility were present, and continued. As you all have seen, the situation in the Star Do forest is dire, and with Xiao Wu currently missing, I have decided that Dai Mubai should lead a group back to the academy. I object, a voice of dissent interrupted Flander before he could finish his sentence. Everyone turned in unison to see a pale figure, wrapped in bandages, struggling to support himself against the doorframe. Tang San. Xiao San, you're awake? Luyu remarked. Observing Tang San's pallid complexion, which had improved from the earlier dark hue, though he still appeared quite weak. Tang San, your injuries. Oscar stepped forward to assist Tang San, only to be pushed away. Staggering, Tang San approached Flander, his reddened eyes fixed resolutely on the dean. Dean, Xiao Wu is my sister. I must stay. Xiao San, calm down. Seeing Tang San on the verge of losing control, Luyu, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. He quickly stepped forward, extending his hands to support Tang San's wavering form, carefully guiding him to a nearby sofa to sit down. At that moment, Tang San seemed enveloped by an invisible, immense pressure, his chest heaving violently, akin to a bellows, clearly on the brink of an emotional explosion. Not only that, but due to the lingering injuries sustained in previous battles, his physical condition was currently dire. At times, he would emit a strained and painful cough, each sound striking the hearts of those around him like a heavy hammer. Tang San's meticulous care for Xiao Wu was evident to all present. When he gazed at her, the tenderness and concern in his eyes seemed capable of melting everything around them. Their unspoken, tacit understanding, a silent connection that required no words, was unmistakable to onlookers. Although everyone was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of their relationship, there was a collective, unspoken agreement to remain silent, avoiding any attempt to shatter the delicate faade. Yet, in that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly vanished. The news struck Tang San's heart like a bolt from the blue. Undoubtedly, at this very moment, he was the most anxious and worried individual. "Yugu," he implored, casting a pleading look toward Lu Yu, as if beseeching him to utter a few words of comfort. Lu Yu, witnessing Tang San's distressed demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy but was acutely aware that he could not gamble with anyone's life. He would not remain unless he had absolute certainty, not just for himself. "Tang San, please calm down. Allow the dean to finish speaking. Even if we can find a way to stay, you are still grievously injured. If Xiao Wu returns to see you in such a state, it would surely sadden her." Lu Yu gently reassured him while resting a hand on his shoulder. Tang San opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. After Tang San quieted down, Flinder continued, "Dai Mubai, take the others back. Teacher Zhao Wujie and I will stay. All major empires have issued bounty notices, summoning soul masters of level 70 and above into the forest. Teacher Zhao Wujie and I have accepted the bounty, and we will seize this opportunity to search for Xiao Wu." Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Tang San. Xiao Wu is a member of our Shrek. As her teachers, we will do everything in our power to ensure her safety. Mubai, prepare the others to pack up and prepare to set off tomorrow." Flinder instructed Dai Mubai. "Yes, Dean," Dai Mubai responded, then turned to assist Tang San as they followed the others out. Just as they reached the doorway, Lu Yu seemed to recall something and turned back into the room. "Lu Yu, do you need something?" Zhao Wujie inquired upon noticing Lu Yu's return. Lu Yu retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and offered it to Zhao Wujie. "Teacher Zhao, this is the antidote for the poison in your arm. Where did you acquire this?" Zhao Wujie asked, eyeing the pill in Lu Yu's hand, able to detect its unique fragrance. Though somewhat skeptical, he accepted it. "Rest assured, this antidote is undoubtedly effective. You witnessed Tang San's condition earlier. Without this pill, he might not have even been able to rise from his bed," Lu Yu said, recognizing Zhao Wujie's doubts and continuing to reassure him. As Zhao Wujie reminisced about the moment he first brought Tang San back, he recalled how deeply poisoned Tang San had been, and whether he could awaken was a matter of great concern. However, just moments ago, he had indeed witnessed Tang San approaching them on his own. Ultimately, Zhao chose to trust Lu Yu. After all, Tang San was his student, and he could not possibly wish him harm. The instant he swallowed the elixir, Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment as the pill dissolved almost instantly, slipping down his throat without him even registering its presence. Soon, a warm current surged through his body, and in the next moment, to Zhao Wujie's amazement, the visibly dark purple affliction on his arm lightened and ultimately vanished. Zhao's recovery was notably more pronounced than Tang San's, suggesting his poison was less severe. Lu Yu observed Zhao Wujie's arm gradually returning to normal, contemplating the implications. Beside them, Flander was equally astonished by the efficacy of Lu Yu's elixir. Although he was not well versed in matters of poison, it was evident that the toxins affecting Zhao Wujie and Tang San were no trivial adversaries. "Lu Yu," Flander suddenly inquired, "where did you procure this antidote, and how much do you have left?" "This was left to me by my grandfather before his departure, and my current stock is rather limited." Lu Yu anticipated such a question, and rather than divulging details about the system, he referenced his grandfather, Jack. Flander nodded in understanding. It was a response he had expected. "As long as you have a supply." Previously, Yuza made a harsh statement about potentially targeting you. Although his power does not match yours, even a level 70 soul sage has fallen victim to his poison, so you must exercise caution, Flander advised earnestly. "Understood, Dean," Lu Yu replied, and then continued, "Speaking of my grandfather, do you know his current whereabouts?" Flander shook his head. "The actions of the Thundercloud Douluo are perpetually shrouded in mystery. If even you, his grandson, are unaware of his location, then we are even less likely to know. However, I suspect he is most likely in the Stardew Forest." Lu Yu nodded. "Thank you, Dean. I understand." He then rose to leave the room. Chapter 158, The Journey Back to Shrek. "Boss, didn't the Thundercloud Douluo say not to disclose his whereabouts? Why did you just say that?" Zhao Wujie questioned, perplexed by Flander's earlier remarks. He could not fathom why Flander would so readily divulge information that could lead Lu Yu to the Stardew Forest, where he might encounter unforeseen dangers, potentially jeopardizing his life. In his view, it was safest for Lu Yu to return with Dai Mubai and the others. To Zhao's surprise, Flander chuckled and shook his head. "Even if I hadn't mentioned it, he would have ventured into the forest regardless. Why is that? Zhao Wuji asked, bewildered by Flander's certainty. Although Lu Yu did not express it outwardly, both Xiao Wu and Tang Xin held significant places in his heart. He regarded them as siblings. Flander paused before continuing. Lu Yu has already taken a step into the realm of level 50. Even if Xiao Wu were not missing, he would still enter the forest to hunt for soul rings. What? Have you heard that Lu Yu has already reached level 50? Zhao Wuji exclaimed, leaping from his chair in astonishment. How old is this kid? Only 12. 50 levels. These two seemingly unrelated terms now lay before him. The graduation standard at Shrek Academy is merely 40 for a soul master, yet Lu Yu has astonishingly achieved 50. Wait a moment, Zhao Wuji suddenly recalled. Lu Yu reached the graduation standard upon his entrance to the academy. Flander chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. I was initially skeptical as well. But this was directly stated by the esteemed Lei Yundola. Moreover, he has already mentioned that he is covertly safeguarding Lu Yu. Our task is merely to convey a message on his behalf. Now that Lu Yu is aware, the rest is beyond our concern. Flander approached and gently patted Zhao Wuji's shoulder. Take a good rest. Time waits for no one. Absorb the effects of the medicinal pills well. For tomorrow we shall venture into the forest to search for Xiao Wu. Rest early tonight. With that, Flander exited the room, leaving Zhao Wuji alone on the sofa. What kind of message is this? Zhao Wuji mused with a hint of amusement. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following morning. The group had packed their belongings and stood awaiting the carriage. Orders had been issued, and the town had begun to clear out tourists. In just a few days, this once bustling town had become eerily empty. Some locals, fearing the impending beast tide, opted to temporarily vacate their homes, seeking refuge elsewhere for a few days before returning. With the sun barely risen, several carriages laden with luggage were already parked by the roadside. Lu Yu cradled the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing and carefully placed her onto the carriage before turning to the driver. This carriage carries an injured person. Please take it slow. Suddenly, a package was unexpectedly tossed into Lu Yu's hands. Before he could react, Ning Rongrong had already leapt onto the carriage, supporting herself on his shoulder, and swiftly reclaimed the package, drawing the curtain closed. Lu Yu stood momentarily dumbfounded before shaking his head and boarding the rear carriage. Zhao Wujia and Flander observed the departing convoy with a hint of confusion. Strange. Zhao Wujia inquired. Didn't you say Lu Yu chose to enter the Stardew Forest? Why is he returning with us instead? If you ask me, who should I ask? Flander lightly chastised Zhao Wujia. Instead of pondering this, we should focus on planning our exploration range to avoid running around aimlessly later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Lu Yu called as he shook Dai Mubai's shoulder. The latter jolted awake. What's wrong? What happened? Nothing much, just a reminder that we've arrived. It's time to disembark. Oscar, observing Dai Mubai's peculiar behavior, couldn't help but express his concern. Boss Dai, what has been going on with you these past few days? You seem lost in thought. Are you perhaps frightened by the beast tide? It's nothing. I'm fine, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his groggy head. So we're getting off? I'll help with the luggage. However, just as he was about to exit, Oscar hesitated and spoke up. Boss Dai, have you forgotten? This time, we embarked on our journey with minimal baggage. As Dai Mubai prepared to bend down and exit the vehicle, his body stiffened, and in the next instant, he lost his balance, nearly tumbling from the carriage. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to extend his feet swiftly, averting a fall. Oh, allow me to assist Tang San in disembarking, he quickly remarked, proceeding towards the rear of the carriage. Hey Lu Yu, have you noticed something amiss with Dai Laodao these past few days? Oscar inquired, leaning closer to Lu Yu to speak quietly. What seems to be the issue? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. Perhaps he simply hasn't rested well. Let us disembark. We haven't settled the carriage fare yet. With that, he stood up and jumped down from the carriage. Huh, what do you mean we haven't settled the fare? Oscar responded, perplexed. Wasn't it the dean who called for the carriage? It seems Xiao Wu was right. The dean is rather miserly. They had paid for the carriage themselves on 2 occasions. While Flanders steadfastly adhered to the principle of hiring a carriage without ever parting with a single copper coin. Meanwhile, in the Stardew Forest, by the shore of a natural lake, a figure clad in pink sat pensively, gazing at the reflection in the water. Xiao Wu had lingered around this lake for nearly 10 days without venturing out. It wasn't that she had no intention of leaving, but a tall figure in the distance had persistently barred her from stepping beyond the confines of the lake. At last, unable to endure any longer, Xiao Wu stood up. However, just as she turned to take a single step, the ground began to tremble ominously, and before her loomed a towering wall. Ming, I beseech you, please clear the way. Xiao Wu called out to the wall before her. Suddenly, the wall shifted, revealing a massive form that slowly approached her. No. Ming has decreed that you cannot leave until the situation outside stabilizes. It is far too perilous, the Titan Great Ape, Ming stated. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. Why? You must provide me with a reason. Days prior, after being scattered by a tempest, she had encountered Ming in the forest, who brought her here and said nothing, insisting she remain, forbidding her from going anywhere. Moreover, whenever she inquired about the whereabouts of Ming, he merely stared at the lake in silence. Observing Xiao Wu's anger, Ming patiently replied, "There exists a malevolent aura outside that does not belong here. Ming was injured in battle. It is dangerous for you to venture out now." Ming has been injured? Xiao Wu was taken aback. Ming, the formidable blue sky bull, was arguably the strongest spirit beast in the forest, yet he had been harmed. What about the beast tide? She questioned, looking toward Ming with uncertainty. Ming's gaze returned to the serene surface of the water. "Since Ming was injured, I have remained here to protect it. This beast tide was also instigated by that entity. What on earth is this entity that could injure Ming and incite such chaos?" Xiao Wu pressed. Ming shook his head, replying, "I do not know. It seemed to have appeared suddenly, but it too was gravely wounded by Ming. It appears that the beast tide was a deliberate act to conceal something. In summary, the outside world is currently perilous. It would be prudent for you to remain here and refrain from wandering about." "No, I must go out to find you Go and San Go," Xiao Wu declared as she rose once more. "You cannot." Ming's formidable form once again obstructed her path. In the next moment, Xiao Wu felt herself ensnared by a colossal hand. "I promised Ming that I would protect you. Thus I must keep a vigilant watch over you, ensuring you remain beneath my gaze." Ming intoned with a low rumble, leaving Xiao Wu, trapped in his grip, with no recourse, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, within the infirmary, Zhu Zhuqing lay upon the bed. Though termed an infirmary, it was merely a slightly larger wooden cabin. Ever since old Jack had rescued her and Lu Yu from the forest, Zhu Zhuqing had remained in a deep slumber. Lu Yu, with his eyes closed, rested a hand upon Zhu Zhuqing's wrist, while Zhang Qiqi stood silently beside them, fearful of making any noise that might disturb Lu Yu. At that moment, the wooden door was abruptly pushed open from the outside, and two figures tumbled in, laden with an assortment of items. "Shu, lower your voices," Ning Rongrong admonished, casting a stern glance at Oscar and Ma Hongjun while gesturing towards Lu Yu, indicating the need for silence. "Ah, my apologies," Oscar exclaimed, lowering his voice and slowing his pace as he approached the bedside, carefully placing down the items he carried. He and Ma Hongjun then joined Zhang Qiqi at her side. Lu Yu, sitting at the edge of the bed, opened his eyes. Ning Rongrong immediately stepped forward and inquired, "How is Zhuqing? Is she any better?" Lu Yu nodded, saying, "There are no major issues now. I have administered the antidote, and she is no longer in critical danger." He then turned his gaze towards Oscar, asking, "What about the items I requested?" Oscar, though weary, wore a gleam of excitement and pride in his eyes. Without hesitation, he gave a push to Ma Hongjun, who had dozed off, nearly toppling to the floor. Oscar swiftly bent down, grasping tightly the disorganized collection of items, and laboriously dragged them to Lu Yu's side. "They're all here," Oscar exclaimed, panting heavily, his voice brimming with pride. "Ma Hongjun and I have been toiling all night. We scoured every nook and cranny for these necessities. Come, Lu Yu, take a look and see if they will suffice." Straightening up, Oscar wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, eagerly awaiting Lu Yu's approval. Not bad. Though this tub is somewhat small," Lu Yu remarked as he unearthed an old wooden tub from the chaotic heap, which seemed to serve as a makeshift bath, its surface adorned with numerous nailed planks. "Lu Yu, aren't you supposed to be treating Zhu Zhuqing? What do you need a bathtub for?" Ning Rongrong questioned, puzzled by the tub in Lu Yu's hands. "Of course, it is for healing her. What else could it be for?" Lu Yu lowered his head, meticulously inspecting the wooden barrel to ensure it would not leak. He explained that the poison in Zhu Zhuqing was no ordinary toxin, and the delay had allowed it to spread throughout her body. Although the detoxification pill could eliminate a majority of the poison, a portion had infiltrated her very marrow and could only be extracted with external assistance. Extracted with external assistance? How is that done? Ning Rongrong inquired, perplexed, having never encountered such an innovative method of treatment. "Oscar, where's the hot water I requested?" Lu Yu asked, lifting his gaze to Oscar. "It's being heated outside. It should be ready soon," Oscar replied. "Bring it in, and clear out everything else in the room as well." Oscar's mouth fell agape at this command. "What are you surprised about? I'll help you. Let us move together," Lu Yu said nonchalantly. The infirmary was quite rudimentary, so there wasn't much to move. The group only needed to make 2 trips to clear the space, leaving behind only a bed and the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing. "Lu Yu, the hot water is ready. What are you planning to do?" At that moment, Dai Mubai rushed in, covered in soot from the smoke while boiling the water. "Mubai, you arrived just in time. Bring the hot water and pot inside. Oscar, could you and Ma Hongjun make a trip to gather some firewood?" Lu Yu instructed while contemplating the necessary elements: hot water, medicinal catalyst, and the medium to absorb the toxins. Everything was nearly prepared, with only the final step remaining. Wait, what did you just say? Ning Rongrong, having unwittingly approached closer, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the last part of his murmurs. The mention of firewood and moving a large pot into the infirmary startled Zhang Qiqi, who immediately exclaimed, Lu Yu, you can't be serious about killing Zhu Qing. Onlookers, including Dai Mubai and the others, ceased their activities, turning their gaze towards Lu Yu. Sighing at the unfolding scene, Lu Yu realized he could no longer keep his intentions concealed. Cough, cough. Rest assured, I harbor no malicious intent and do not wish to harm Zhu Qing. These items are solely to assist in drawing out the remaining toxins from her body. Lu Yu clarified, directing his explanation towards Zhang Qiqi. What kind of treatment is this? Zhang Qiqi questioned, still skeptical. If you doubt me, take a look at this. It was left for me by the dean. Lu Yu retrieved a note from his pocket, densely scribbled with text. Ning Rongrong took it and examined it closely. Indeed, it bore the handwriting of Flender. However, as she read, her expression shifted to one of unease. She then passed the note to Oscar, whose reaction mirrored her own, intrigue filling his features. Dai Mubai, observing their expressions, took the note, and, after reading it, his eyes revealed a flicker of unusual understanding, yet he chose to remain silent, returning the note to Lu Yu while resuming his task. Now, you must believe me. Lu Yu watched as Ning Rongrong folded the note and tucked it away. In truth, he possessed two identical notes. One had mysteriously appeared in his pocket upon regaining consciousness, and he instantly recognized the handwriting as belonging to Grandpa Jack. The second note, which he had just displayed to the others, was penned by Flander, handed to him personally the day before their return. Initially, Lu Yu had found it peculiar that both Grandpa Jack and Flander would give him notes containing the same message, but now he began to grasp the significance. Chapter 160, The Iron Pot Stews 2. The remaining tasks were few. After the group moved the large pot into the infirmary, they exited, leaving the room empty save for Lu Yu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing, who lay on the bed. Are you so worried about me? Concerned that I might harm Zhu Qing while treating her? Lu Yu remarked, gazing at Ning Rongrong. No, I merely intend to stay here to assist you and keep an eye on you, Ning Rongrong retorted, shooting him a glare. However, Lu Yu merely smiled in response, and said, then please help me lift Zhu Qing into the pot. Thank you. Despite Ning Rongrong's evident reluctance, she complied and assisted in moving Zhu Qing into the pot. This large vessel had been custom-made by a blacksmith, spacious enough to accommodate a bathtub, with even some extra room. Lu Yu removed several patches from the bathtub to ensure the circulation of hot water between the pot and the tub. Afterward, he retrieved several herbs from his spatial ring, processed them briefly, and tossed them into the pot. Ning Rongrong observed Lu Yu's actions, finding it akin to preparing a dish, with Zhu Qing as the main ingredient. Once everything was prepared, Lu Yu shed his outer garment and stepped into the bathtub within the pot, sitting cross-legged opposite Zhu Qing. What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather some firewood, he instructed Ning Rongrong, who stood frozen in disbelief. Irritated, she pointed at Lu Yu. But upon seeing Zhu Qing's pallid complexion, she huffed and reluctantly moved aside to fetch a stick to add to the fire. This time, I'll let you off for Zhu Qing's sake, but next time, you will pay for this insolence. How dare you make me gather firewood? Ning Rongrong's face was flushed. Whether from anger or the heat, it was hard to tell. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, he remained oblivious to the unusual demeanor of the young lady. At that moment, as the flames roared beneath the pot, the water temperature began to rise steadily. The already boiling water surged back to a vigorous boil, bubbling and churning restlessly. A continuous stream of steam ascended from the pot, enveloping the entire space in a hazy mist. Through this ethereal fog, Lu Yu could faintly discern that Zhu Qing's porcelain-like skin was gradually undergoing a transformation. It first darkened gradually, then shifted from black to a deep purple, presenting an eerie and unsettling sight. Effective. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yu could not help but exclaim with delight. To be candid, he initially harbored doubts regarding the unconventional remedy left behind by Grandpa Jack, yet now it had become an indispensable solution. The detoxification pills Lu Yu exchanged from the system's store merely eliminated a fraction of the toxins within Zhu Qing's body, leaving him powerless against the deeply entrenched poison. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the special Mandarin duck bath for detoxification. This method involved utilizing any one of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, as a conduit to connect the two individuals, and then employing medicinal herbs such as celestial stargrass and clear jade grass to extract the toxins from the patient's body and transfer them into the user, namely Lu Yu. When Lu Yu first encountered this method, he was astonished. Among the 5 conduits, Water was the only feasible option, and it had to be boiling hot. The other 4 mediums were either molten metal solutions or lava, which were not remedies but instruments of destruction, leaving no chance for survival. Given Lu Yu's current capabilities, water was the only medium he could utilize, while the other 4 might find application in the future. As the water temperature gradually rose, Lu Yu began to mobilize his soul power to catalyze the medicinal properties within the large pot. Over time, the water in the bathtub transitioned to a vibrant emerald green, exuding a refreshing herbal aroma. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, seated below, felt her nostrils twitch as a delightful fragrance wafted into her senses, dispelling the oppressive heat of the flames, leaving her with an indescribable lightness. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, who was undergoing treatment, appeared to be in a dire state, at least on the surface. Her once fair skin had turned an ominous black, tinged with purple, and her sensuous, plump lips had assumed a dark hue. This was the manifestation of the toxins that had infiltrated her very marrow. Observing this, Lu Yu activated the vortex of soul power in his consciousness, continuously channeling his refined soul energy towards Zhu Zhuqing. Under his meticulous control, a significant amount of soul power gently entered her body, gradually approaching the lingering toxins. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu concentrated intently, beginning to guide the deeply embedded toxins out of Zhu Zhuqing's body. His hands seemed to possess a magical quality, delicately and precisely caressing her skin, each movement executed with utmost care and attention to detail. Lu Yu remained entirely focused on regulating the pressure and rhythm of his hands, wary of any lapse in diligence. He understood all too well that a moment's inattention or excessive force could inflict irreparable harm on the already injured Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he maintained a heightened state of vigilance and caution, treating the woman before him as if she were a priceless treasure. As time progressed, beads of perspiration began to form on Lu Yu's forehead. Whether they were the result of his anxiety or condensation from the steam remained uncertain, but his gaze never wavered from Zhu Zhuqing. Finally, after a prolonged and tense wait, the stubborn toxins were gradually coaxed out from Zhu Zhuqing's body, little by little. At the instant the toxins departed from Zhu Zhuqing's body, the once crystal-clear water in the bathtub underwent a remarkable transformation, swiftly turning into an inky black hue. As the toxins emerged, Lu Yu immediately guided them into his own body. The essence of this therapeutic method lies in 2 pivotal aspects. The first is to extract the toxins, and the second is to completely absorb them into a vessel, with the practitioner, Lu Yu, being the most suitable container. Zhu Zhuqing's skin visibly returned to its normal state, a faint flush gracing her cheeks as her consciousness gradually began to awaken with the expulsion of the toxins. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling as though she had traversed through a long, drawn-out dream. In this dream, she encountered Lu Yu, and together they faced a formidable soul beast. Lu Yu fought valiantly to protect her, but ultimately fell, and just as her awareness sank into darkness, a wave of warmth enveloped her. How warm have I died? Is this the afterlife shrouded in such fog? Lu Yu, have you also perished? It makes sense. You fought the soul beast for my sake and succumbed before me. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was faint and fragmented, reflecting her frailty. Chapter 161. Ice and Fire. Fool, what nonsensical words are you uttering? We are not dead. We are alive and well. Remain still while I channel the toxins from your body, and you shall recover, Lu Yu said, steadying her swaying form with one hand, as she leaned into his embrace. At that moment, their clothes were thoroughly soaked, clinging to their bodies and accentuating Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure and perfect curves. Lu Yu could distinctly feel the softness resting against him, as the air was infused with the fragrance of herbs and the unique scent of a woman. However, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The toxins within Zhu Zhuqing had been entirely expelled, and the water in the bathtub had transformed into a deep black. Lu Yu needed to concentrate on drawing these toxins into himself to prevent them from retreating back into Zhu Zhuqing's body. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, Lu Yu took a deep breath, channeling his soul power to guide the surrounding medicinal liquid towards Zhu Zhuqing, forming a protective membrane over her body. The toxins, now without a host, visibly began to boil, perceiving Lu Yu as their prey and launching a fierce assault upon him. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed, welcoming this outcome. A subtle smile graced his lips. Rather than resisting the potent toxins, he opened himself to them. As the toxins surged into his body, Lu Yu let out a muffled groan. Upon entering, the toxins rampaged as if discovering a new realm, but Lu Yu would not stand idly by. He focused his energy, directing his soul power to traverse through his meridians, where the toxins were swiftly devoured in their wake. Before long, the toxins had been entirely eradicated, and the water in the pot returned to its original verdant green, filling the room once more with the refreshing scent of herbs. Just as Lu Yu was about to lift Zhu Zhuqing out, he suddenly felt enveloped by a wave of warmth. In the next moment, the medicinal liquid in the bathtub began to bubble vigorously, surging into Lu Yu's body like a tidal wave. Instantly, he sensed his dantian brimming with energy, filled with the potency of the medicine. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, nestled in Lu Yu's embrace, experienced a similar sensation. A flush of color quickly rose to her cheeks, and the long-lost warmth enveloping her entire being elicited a soft, comfortable sigh from her lips. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, squatting on the ground and fully engrossed in tending to the fire, suddenly sensed something unusual. Her drooping ears perked up as an indescribable feeling surged within her, akin to a mysterious and unfamiliar sound softly resonating in the air. Curiosity and bewilderment flooded her mind, prompting her to call out, "Hey, Lu Yu, you're not doing anything strange, are you?" Without hesitation, she sprang to her feet, eager to discern what was transpiring in the bathtub. However, the entire room was shrouded in thick steam, a white haze resembling a heavy veil that obscured her view. Undeterred, Ning Rongrong strained her eyes, attempting to peer through the nebulous mist. In the next moment, a couple embraced appeared before her. The two were tightly entwined, but strikingly. Lu Yu's lips were tinged with purple, his body trembling as if he were enduring a frigid winter, while Zhu Zhuqing appeared flushed, instinctively tugging at her collar, revealing a significant portion of her fair skin, as if being scorched by intense heat. Lu Yu heard Ning Rongrong's voice, but the ferocious medicinal power offered him no opportunity to respond. The warmth he had felt transformed into an icy chill the moment the liquid entered his body. He sensed that what coursed through his veins was not soul power, but a bone-chilling cold, a frost from the farthest north capable of freezing everything. Desperately, he attempted to summon the vortex of soul power within his sea of consciousness, striving to suppress this penetrating cold with a surge of energy. Outside the infirmary, Oscar leaned against the railing, casting a glance at the meditative Zhang Qiqi seated at the entrance, before shifting his gaze to a solitary white figure in the distance. He nudged Ma Hongjun beside him and remarked, "Hey, fatty, don't you think Daoliu has been acting a bit strange these past few days?" Ma Hongjun wiped the grease from his mouth and took a hearty bite of a chicken leg from Oscar's food box, mumbling indistinctly, "Strange? Indeed. He has been acting a bit off. He has only had one meal since returning, which is quite unusual." Oscar delivered a sharp jab to Ma Hongjun's head, exclaiming, "You glutton, that's not what I meant. Have you noticed the way Daoliu looks at Zhu Zhuqing? It's different. Hey, why did you hit me?" It's only natural for Daoliu to light up when he sees a beautiful woman. Isn't it normal for him to gaze at Zhu Zhuqing a little longer? Besides, with her figure, can you honestly say you haven't entertained any improper thoughts as a man? Ma Hongjun gently massaged his head with one hand, while the other was occupied with stuffing a chicken leg into his mouth. "Sigh. I truly do not know how to express this to you. Look at Oscar, who is savoring the chicken leg with such delight. It's evident that Daoliu has feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. Can't you see that?" Ma Hongjun remarked. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing clearly shows no interest in Daoliu, especially since Lu Yu's arrival. So, according to your inference, Daoliu pursued Zhu Zhuqing in the past, but she ignored him. And now he wishes to reignite their old flame. Yet Zhu Zhuqing has feelings for Lu Yu. Is that right? Ma Hongjun continued while chewing on the chicken. "Indeed. That is approximately the situation," Oscar concurred. "Sigh, my chubby friend, who do you believe will ultimately triumph in this romantic contest, Daoliu or Lu Yu?" Oscar squatted down, gazing at Ma Hongjun with a curious expression. "If you ask me, you seem to have overlooked one individual," Ma Hongjun responded unexpectedly. "Who could that be?" Oscar inquired, puzzled. "Ning Rongrong." "Ning Rongrong?" Oscar echoed, equally baffled. Just as the two were deep in conversation, the wooden door of the infirmary creaked open, revealing a figure emerging from within. The group quickly stood up and gathered at the entrance. A wisp of white smoke billowed out, and at that moment, Ning Rongrong was seen supporting Zhu Zhuqing, who was draped in an oversized black cloak that concealed her ample figure. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing approached and assisted, guiding her towards the girls' dormitory. "This is wonderful," Oscar remarked, astonished to see Zhu Zhuqing able to walk. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes flashing with an unusual expression that vanished almost instantly. "Where's Lu Yu?" he inquired as he approached. "I am right here, Chu." A silver-haired figure emerged from the white mist of the infirmary. As he stepped out, Lu Yu instinctively wrapped his blanket tighter around himself. "Chu, goodness, what kind of medicine did old Jack leave behind? Why is it so cold?" Lu Yu grumbled inwardly. Chapter 162. Lu Yu. Restless as night fell, Lu Yu sat cross-legged by the bridge, diligently attempting to exhaust the medicinal power within his dantian. Indeed, he had not fully absorbed the potency from the bath earlier that day. In fact, he hadn't even moved, allowing the medicinal force to unobtrusively infiltrate his dantian. Thus far, The only side effect of this force appeared to be the cold it induced. Yet, no matter how much Lu Yu endeavored to guide his soul power, the medicinal force remained unresponsive, indifferent to his efforts. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the silence. Lu Yu looked up to see a figure approaching. Mubai? What brings you here? Lu Yu asked, surprised to find Dai Mubai out at this hour. Lu Yu, can't you sleep either? Dai Mubai questioned, taken aback by the serendipitous encounter, pondering whether to share the recent events with him. Well, I've been lying in bed quite a bit these days, unable to sleep. So I thought I might stretch my legs a little. Lu Yu smiled as he observed Dai Mubai's hesitance, sensing that something was amiss with him in recent days. Lu Yu, would you care to hear a story? Dai Mubai inquired. A story? Lu Yu pondered, immediately suspecting that something was troubling Dai Mubai. This was a phrase that seemed utterly out of character for him, particularly given his current solemn demeanor. On this continent, there existed two ancient families. Dai Mubai began to narrate slowly. Hey, don't just ramble on while I'm distracted. At least show some respect for others' opinions, Lu Yu thought to himself. A boy and a girl hailed from these two esteemed families, and due to the peculiarities of their martial spirits, a tradition of unions had long been established, leading to their betrothal even at birth. As Lu Yu listened, he gradually discerned the unsettling familiarity of the tale. Was this not the story of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire and the Zhu clan? Wait, wasn't Dai Mubai the third prince of the Star Luo Empire? However, these two families adhered to a cruel survival code, one that spanned generations. The offspring were subjected to a brutal cycle of internecine strife, where only the victor could hope to survive. As he concluded, Dai Mubai turned his gaze toward Lu Yu. The boy, seeking to evade such grim realities, had fled, yet he discovered that the family curse relentlessly pursued him. There was no escape, Dai Mubai stated, suddenly falling silent. Lu Yu, engrossed in the narrative, was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt silence. Why had he stopped? Although he was aware of the events being recounted, hearing them from the protagonist himself lent them a unique flavor. Lu Yu, what do you think of Zhu Zhuqing? Dai Mubai suddenly asked, his question seemingly unconnected to the previous tale. She's quite impressive, a very strong-willed girl, Lu Yu replied after a moment's reflection. Indeed, you are right. She is indeed a person of great determination, Dai Mubai echoed, affirming Lu Yu's words. However, I believe that within the hearts of the strong-willed, there lies a tender spot. For some, their strength is forged by the pressures of their surroundings, and deep down, they may yearn for someone to lean on. Lu Yu remarked, rising to lean against the railing of the wooden bridge, gazing at the shimmering water below. Unbeknownst to him, during this exchange with Dai Mubai, a graceful figure lurking in the shadows nearby seemed to have overheard something and turned to depart. After a long silence, Dai Mubai stared vacantly at the water's surface, absorbing Lu Yu's words. Well, it's getting late. Let us head back and rest. Be careful not to catch a chill outside, Lu Yu said, patting Dai Mubai's shoulder with a smile before turning to walk toward the dormitory. After a brief moment of hesitation, Dai Mubai followed in Lu Yu's footsteps. The night swiftly passed. As was his custom, Lu Yu rose early for his morning exercises, donning weighted armor. Activating the runes upon it, he maximized his soul power output, feeling the familiar pressure envelop his entire being. After traversing the Star Doe forest, Lu Yu's physical capabilities had improved once more, albeit only by a small margin. As Lu Yu donned his heavy armor and concluded his morning exercises, he stumbled upon a figure standing ahead, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Zhu Zhuqing? Upon recognizing her, Lu Yu felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. What was she doing here? Zhu Zhuqing? What brings you here? Have your injuries improved? Lu Yu inquired. I am waiting for you, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a detached tone, her demeanor as cold as ever. Waiting for me? For what purpose? Lu Yu asked, as he began to remove his burdens. Aren't you returning to the Stardow forest? I wish to accompany you, she stated, taken aback by her words. Lu Yu straightened up and looked at her. How did you know I was going back? I guessed. In any case, just say yes, she insisted. You must provide me with a reason, Lu Yu countered. Zhu Zhuqing, with her hands clasped behind her back, replied. You need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings upon reaching level 50, and so do I. Furthermore, I owe you and that esteemed figure behind you my gratitude. Had you not carried me back from the Stardow forest, I would not have survived to attain level 30. Lu Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. Then composed himself to clarify. There is no esteemed figure behind me. I am merely an ordinary rural lad. I noticed, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, not allowing Lu Yu to finish. That day in the forest, you defeated the dark demon tiger and encountered two men in black, an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man. They were the ones who brought us to the tavern, and I overheard the conversation between that old man and Dean Flander. Weren't you poisoned and unconscious? Lu Yu questioned, perplexed. He recalled Zhu Zhuqing had been in a coma until just yesterday. How could she have heard the dialogue so clearly? At times, I was conscious but unable to awaken, Zhu Zhuqing explained. Therefore, I must accompany you to the Stardo Forest. She gazed into Lu Yu's eyes with unwavering determination. Absolutely not. It is far too perilous there, and have I ever mentioned my intention to return? Lu Yu firmly rejected her, turning to leave. However, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward to block his path. If you refuse, that esteemed figure will follow you until you agree. Lu Yu, momentarily at a loss for words, reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, if you wish to go, then go. But if anything goes awry, I shall not be held accountable. Not an issue. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing replied. A rare smile gracing her features as she expressed her gratitude before turning to depart. Chapter 163. The treasure hunt. Lu Yu shook his head as he watched Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure. Once again embarking on the journey to the Stardo Forest. The two opted to travel part of the way by carriage, given that both had only recently recovered from serious injuries. Along the journey, Lu Yu noticed a peculiar phenomenon. There were significantly more travelers on the road than before. This route was the most direct from Soto City to the Stardo Forest, suggesting that many were likely heading there. Yet, considering the recent outbreak of beast tides and the subsequent closure of the forest, why were so many individuals relentlessly making their way toward that destination? Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, both clearly noting the peculiar phenomenon. Sir, why are there suddenly so many people on this road? Has something happened? Lu Yu inquired of the coachman. Oh, it's merely that treasures have emerged from the Stardo Forest. Otherwise, after the recent beast tide, why would there be so many people heading there? It's all for the treasures, the coachman replied, puffing on his pipe and speaking in a fluent dialect. Treasures? Lu Yu murmured. Indeed, I've heard that many have ventured inside. And some are even offering rewards for clues about the treasures, hundreds or even thousands of gold coins for a single clue. If it weren't for my old age, I would have liked to explore as well. Perhaps I could earn enough to pay for my grandson's schooling. Far more lucrative than driving a carriage, the old man said, exhaling a smoke ring leisurely. Such a crowd. Lu Yu was astonished by the scene before him. Was this truly the Stardo Forest? Just a few days prior, there had been only a handful of people here. Now, the throngs could be described as a sea of humanity. This spectacle struck Lu Yu as eerily familiar. It reminded him of his first venture into the soul-hunting forest, where stalls had also sprung up to sell various goods. Come take a look. Confidential information about the Stardo treasures, negotiable prices, no charge unless genuine. Hey, gentlemen, fresh and authentic treasure clues. Take a look. Don't listen to his nonsense. Everything he has is fake. Check mine out. I offer tenfold refunds for any fakes. A burly merchant suddenly interjected. Curse you. You've already sold 100 sets this morning. How dare you come and steal my business? I'll show you just how hard my fist is. Bring it on, you old fraud. Let us see who is afraid of whom. As they bickered, Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing decided to move away, heading deeper into the forest. Upon entering, the familiar fragrance of the plants enveloped them once more. Two figures swiftly darted through the thicket. Lu Yu, don't you feel that something is off? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly remarked. At her words, Lu Yu halted, surveying his surroundings before responding. Indeed, it is rather strange. It's too quiet here. The two had been advancing slowly in search of suitable soul beasts, with Lu Yu consistently unleashing his spiritual energy to probe the area. Yet, throughout their journey, they had seen not a single soul beast, only a few teams of soul masters venturing in for treasure. We haven't seen a shadow of a soul beast. And despite the influx of so many people outside, it's as if they vanished into thin air upon entering the forest, Zhu Zhuqing noted, the situation within the woods feeling exceedingly uncanny. Since there are no soul beasts on the outskirts, perhaps deeper within we might find some. Teacher Zhao and Dean Flender should still be in the forest. Perhaps we'll be fortunate enough to encounter them, Lu Yu suggested. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. With no suitable soul beasts in sight, they resolved to venture further into the depths. Detected that the host is within the task range. The system has automatically activated task localization. Please proceed to the following location for investigation. Suddenly, the cold electronic voice of the system echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Task location? He silently recited the phrase. In the next moment, a three-dimensional map unexpectedly materialized in Lu Yu's mind, intricately detailing the complex terrain and vegetation within the forest. Notably, it marked the presence of individuals and animals within a radius of 500 meters with remarkable clarity. Two green dots represented Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, while three blue dots on the periphery were moving rapidly, indicating the presence of others who had entered the Stardo Forest. Please proceed to the marked location for investigation. A small red dot on the edge of the map flickered incessantly, presumably indicating the task point designated by the system. There seemed to be some commotion in that direction. Let us investigate, Lu Yu remarked, turning to Zhu Zhuqing. All right. She nodded in agreement, placing her trust in him, as his perception of the surrounding environment far surpassed her own. Soon, They arrived near the red dot. Suddenly, Lu Yu shouted, "Get down." Before Zhu Zhuqing could comprehend the situation, he had already pulled her aside. In the next instant, their previous position erupted in a violent explosion, sending shards of earth flying toward them. It was the fire lizard beast. Not far away, a soul beast adorned with crimson scales stared menacingly at them. The fire lizard beast? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, somewhat puzzled, as she had never heard of such a creature. It's a fire attribute soul beast, notoriously temperamental and exceedingly irritable, exhibiting a potent territorial instinct. Do you see the golden patterns on its tail? One line signifies a 10-year age, 2 lines signify 100 years, and 3 lines indicate it has reached the millennium level, Lu Yu explained thoughtfully. Unfortunately, the fire lizard beast is of the fire attribute, which does not synergize well with your martial spirit. Lu Yu observed the flaming lizard before him, judging by the patterns on its tail. It was indeed of a suitable age, but its singular fire attribute was of little benefit to Zhu Zhuqing and insufficient for his own needs. Lu Yu, I feel like it's fixated on us, Zhu Zhuqing said, sensing the beast's malevolent gaze. Although her understanding of soul beasts was not as profound as Lu Yu's, she could still perceive the intense killing intent emanating from the fire lizard beast. Investigation task of the beast tied in the starred Do Great Forest. Side quest, Mutated Soul Beasts. Please eliminate all mutated soul beasts at the designated location. Current target, fire lizard beast. Mutated soul beasts? Lu Yu grinned. Since we've caught its attention, let us take it down. No sooner had he spoken than a searing fireball hurtled toward them. With a resounding boom, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, only to find a figure standing before her. Lu Yu, having effortlessly shattered the fireball with one hand, reassured her. You're safe with me. In the next moment, his body transformed into a blur as he lunged toward the blazing lizard. Chapter 164, The Eerie Soul Beast. The fire lizard beast's crimson eyes reflected the figure of a human, unleashing a furious roar. A searing line of fire abruptly shot towards Lu Yu. In response, Lu Yu merely smiled faintly, swiftly altering his trajectory. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, Lu Yu reappeared at the side of the blazed beast, delivering a powerful kick that reverberated with a dull thud as the beast's massive form was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Roaring with fury, the blazed beast instantly entered a state of rage, its scales igniting in fierce flames. It began to gather soul energy in its mouth, a blazing fireball slowly taking shape. The 4th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, open. Lu Yu would not afford it another chance to strike. The 8 gates of Duanjia activated instantly. With a decisive step, he unleashed another kick aimed at the beast's jaw. Boom. The partially formed fireball detonated with violent force under Lu Yu's strike. Without hesitation, Lu Yu advanced with his ghostly steps, drawing the magic blade, 1,000 edges, and executing his lethal strike with flawless precision. Before the blazed beast could comprehend its demise, it lay lifeless and dismembered. Yet, just as Lu Yu prepared to sheath his blade, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing tremblingly raising her hand, pointing behind him. Lu Yu, behind you. In that fleeting moment, as Lu Yu turned, a vast and ominous shadow lunged at him like a ferocious beast, enveloping him in an instant. A bone-chilling cold seemed to surge forth from the depths of the abyss, piercing through Lu Yu's body like an ice spear, striking directly at his crown. The coldness arrived with such swiftness and ferocity that Lu Yu barely had time to think or react. Instinct took over, and he executed his most adept ghostly steps. In a flash, he grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and retreated with uncanny speed, distancing themselves from the mysterious shadow. What is that? The two exclaimed simultaneously, their breaths caught in their throats. As they focused their gaze, they gasped in horror. The blazed beast, whose head Lu Yu had just severed, was still writhing in defiance. Its body convulsed, as if imbued with an inexhaustible vitality. Blood, a dark green hue, gushed from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering onto the ground and emitting a hissing sound, accompanied by acrid wisps of smoke. This bizarre spectacle sent chills down the spines of both individuals, leaving them to ponder in dread. What peculiar trait does this beast possess, allowing it to persist even after decapitation? Lu Yu mused inwardly. Is this the mutated soul beast the system mentioned? Even decapitated, it refuses to die. This is rather grotesque. However, it's a relief that without its head, it can no longer spew fire, making it less troublesome. With a calm demeanor, Lu Yu brandished the magic blade, 1,000 edges, stepping forward with purpose. If severing your head does not kill you, then I shall cleave you into 10 segments, 100 segments, 1,000 segments, a myriad of segments, until you can no longer rise. Responding to Lu Yu's call, the magic blade, 1,000 edges, emanated a sharp gleam of cold light. With a swift motion, Lu Yu approached with ghostly speed, his blade unsheathed. The headless flaming beast writhed in a grotesque manner. Yet, in the next instant, several glimmers of cold light flashed through the air, cleaving the writhing corpse into countless fragments, utterly lifeless. However, just as Lu Yu intended to sheath his blade, the enchanted dagger in his hand inexplicably flew above the remains, from which wisps of black smoke emerged. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the smoke was devoured by the infernal blade. Observing the dagger return to his grasp, Lu Yu was engulfed in confusion. Side quest: Hunt the mutated flaming beast completed. Reward: 300 points, now issued. Current points: 300. Was that it? Lu Yu gazed at the enchanted dagger in bewilderment. Please proceed to the next location promptly. Are you alright? Just as Lu Yu stood there, lost in thought, Zhu Zhuqing jogged over to inquire. There's nothing of exploratory value here. Let us search elsewhere. Perhaps we might encounter a suitable spirit beast for you. Lu Yu secured the dagger at his waist. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing concurred. Typically, spirit beasts possess strong territorial instincts. Since this was the domain of the flaming beast, there should be little value in further exploration. Moreover, the bizarre scene of the flaming beast's resurrection had left her feeling unsettled, as the atmosphere felt chillingly oppressive. Lu Yu opened the map in his mind. Though its range was limited, it updated in real time to reflect his position. The red, it that had previously lingered at the edge, was now firmly within the map's interior. The nearest exploration task location lay directly ahead, to the south. With a swift motion, Lu Yu drew the enchanted dagger, cleanly slicing a 1,000-year-old armored scorpion in half. Gazing at the purple spirit ring hovering above the corpse, Lu Yu felt a pang of disappointment. It was merely a normal spirit beast, devoid of mutation. Suddenly, Lu Yu raised his head, directing his gaze towards a specific location. A purple dot on the map was rapidly approaching them. Apart from 100,000-year-old and mutated spirit beasts, all others were represented by the color of their spirit ring's age, indicating that a 1,000-year spirit beast was swiftly nearing their position. Given its current speed, it was now close at hand. As anticipated, the surrounding brush rustled, and in the next moment, a shadow lunged forth. Roar! A beastly roar echoed in their ears. Before them stood a pitch-black tiger-shaped spirit beast, adorned with dark purple patterns on its fur. This was the shadow demon tiger. Lu Yu immediately recalled the information regarding this spirit beast. He estimated its length to exceed 5 meters, indicating it was a 1,000-year level shadow demon tiger, its attributes aligning perfectly with Zhu Zhuqing's. Lu Yu met Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. He could discern her intent reflected in her eyes. He merely hoped it was not a mutated specimen, lest their efforts be in vain. Lu Yu sheathed the enchanted blade and summoned the Star Prayer staff. From their recent exchange of glances, Lu Yu discerned that Zhu Zhuqing desired to personally claim her third soul ring. Thus, it was Zhu Zhuqing who would take center stage in this confrontation. His role was merely to ensure her safety and render the shadow demon tiger incapable of resistance. Chapter 165, Hunt, Third Soul Ring. A celebration of stars. As starlight cascaded down, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her body, as if every cell within her was rejoicing. The yellow soul ring shimmered, and with a swift movement, she executed the netherworld piercing strike. Under Lu Yu's comprehensive enhancement, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing towards the shadow demon tiger. With a sickening sound, a gash was torn into the beast's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Roaring in fury, the shadow demon tiger raised its lethal claws towards Zhu Zhuqing. But Lu Yu would not grant it the opportunity. His second purple soul ring began to rotate slowly, emanating a brilliant radiance. Second soul skill, Light of the Holy Domain. The azure lotus at the tip of the Star Prayer staff began to spin, giving birth to a golden lotus as the purple soul ring ascended, enveloping the golden flower. Suddenly, the golden lotus erupted into bloom, radiating a dazzling light that pierced through the darkness. Following this, an extraordinarily bright golden beam shot forth with breathtaking speed, hurtling directly towards the shadow demon tiger. With an earth-shattering boom, the entire space seemed to tremble. The once majestic shadow demon tiger, suspended in midair, found itself unable to react or evade in time. It could only watch in horror as the golden beam, akin to a meteor, struck it with immense force. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted upon contact with the shadow demon tiger, sending its massive body hurtling backward like a cannonball, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Rock barrier. As the shadow demon tiger landed, Lu Yu's brown soul ring gleamed, and columns of stones surged from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, intertwining to ensnare the beleaguered creature firmly. Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Yu called out, and she instantly understood. The yellow soul ring blazed with light as she approached with her first soul skill, netherworld piercing strike, ready to deliver the final blow. However, just as she prepared to strike, a glint of cold light hurtled towards her. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly adjusted her position, executing several acrobatic flips to evade the attack. Once she regained her footing, she looked up to see an arrow deeply embedded in the ground, its fletching quivering. "Get out of my way." A furious shout suddenly drew their attention. Emerging from the thicket were three figures, one a burly man wielding a massive axe, casting a menacing glare at Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Surely not, Lu Yu thought, sensing an ominous premonition at the sight of their hostile approach. Is this yet another attempt to seize the soul ring? "Hey, kid, we discovered this shadow demon tiger first," the burly man declared, slamming his axe down onto the ground with a resounding thud. "Damn it, just as I feared. These fools are mindless and only know how to cause trouble." Lu Yu pursed his lips and weakly remarked, "Hey, are you too deaf? Didn't you hear my leader speaking to you? This shadow magic tiger belongs to us. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. Do you even know who our leader is?" At this moment, a slender green-haired figure beside the burly man spoke up. "Oh, may I inquire about your esteemed names?" Lu Yu responded with a faint smile, stepping forward with cupped fists. Observing his demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing tactfully stepped back, quietly watching Lu Yu's performance. "Humph, kid, daring to snatch our soul beast without knowing the names of the three brothers is quite audacious. But since it's your first offense, I'll enlighten you. Listen well, we are the renowned Qian Rin trio, feared in Sotoa City," the green-haired small man declared proudly. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Go Ren." He pounded his chest, brimming with confidence. "This here is Knife Master." He gestured towards a short-haired youth behind him. Then, he rushed to the burly man's side and grandly introduced, "And this esteemed gentleman is our leader, the illustrious Kaishan Axe, Wei Zhentian." Wei Zhentian. Lu Yu glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing, who shook her head in confusion, evidently unfamiliar with this so-called Qian Rin trio. "Kid, now that you know our names, you should smartly step aside. Otherwise, our boss Wei Zhentian's axe shows no mercy," Go Ren boasted. The two youngsters before him appeared quite young, their strength likely negligible, especially when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, whose figure was captivating. He mused that not only could he obtain a soul ring today, but perhaps also this enchanting young lady, leading to dreams of joy. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. His arms, which had been casually resting by his sides, slowly lifted and crossed over his chest. At the same time, his long, agile fingers began to gently stroke his sharply defined jawline, as if contemplating something of great significance. After a considerable pause, Lu Yu finally spoke again, his pace significantly slowing. "Everything in this Stardow forest is unclaimed. You merely utter words claiming this soul beast belongs to you. Yet what concrete evidence do you possess to substantiate such a claim?" At this juncture, Lu Yu paused momentarily, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the individuals before him. "What do you mean, kid? Are you tired of living? Let me tell you, this soul beast will be yours whether you like it or not, or else you'll regret it." The green-haired man suddenly pointed at Zhu Zhuqing behind Lu Yu with a lewd grin. "Oh, you want to make me regret it? I find myself quite handsome. Don't you think, Zhuqing?" Lu Yu smirked disdainfully, even turning to glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who was amused by his shamelessness and struggled to suppress a laugh. Turning her head aside, "Damn it, kid, you're asking for trouble, and today will mark your demise." The green-haired individual was evidently incensed by Lu Yu's remarks. "Boss, let me chop this little brat down." The burly man swiftly tightened his grip on the axe handle, uttering a low growl as three yellow soul rings and a purple soul ring began to revolve beneath his feet. A smile crept onto Lu Yu's lips. It turned out he was a soul sect member. "Ah, so you're afraid now, huh? It's too late. Having offended us three brothers, prepare to descend into hell." The burly man growled, and as the purple soul ring suddenly illuminated, his muscular arms bulged as he hoisted the colossal axe high above his head, ready to bring it down heavily upon Lu Yu. "Die, kid." The burly man sneered, but as the axe descended, he felt no sensation of cleaving flesh. Suddenly, it seemed as if the axe was stuck. No matter how hard he exerted himself, it would not budge an inch. "What?" The green-haired man and the blade master beside him were astonished by the unfolding scene. Beneath the giant axe, Lu Yu calmly extended a hand, grasping the sharp blade, rendering the burly man utterly powerless. "Is this still a human?" The green-haired man muttered in disbelief. Lu Yu slowly lifted his gaze towards Wei Zhentian and remarked, "Did you just say you wanted me to go to hell?" He then relaxed his grip slightly. Before Wei Zhentian could react, a surge of intense pain shot through his abdomen, causing his body to curl up like a cooked shrimp before he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. The green-haired man watched in shock, only for a figure to suddenly appear before him. "You want me to look good?" Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, which, in Go Ren's eyes, resembled a grin from a demon of the abyss. With a loud thud, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Don't Don't come any closer. Seeing that he was next, the Blade Master was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, his body trembling. Lu Yu, however, refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead knocking him unconscious with a single punch before retrieving a rope to bind all three to a tree. After completing this task, Lu Yu approached Zhu Zhuqing. All right, the trouble is dealt with. Hurry and absorb the soul ring. I will protect you. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a few words before turning towards the ensnared shadow demon tiger. The yellow soul ring shimmered, and with her second soul skill, the ethereal 100 claws, she swiftly ended its life, after which a purple soul ring gradually materialized. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, channeling her soul power to guide the purple soul ring above her. A torrent of soul power surged into her body, and Zhu Zhuqing dared not allow herself a moment's laxity, gritting her teeth against the pressure as she continuously directed the flow of soul power. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and stood up, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rising beneath her. Congratulations, you have officially become a soul sovereign. Lu Yu said with concern as he approached. How do you feel? Any unusual sensations? None. I feel my soul power has become more robust, Zhu Zhuqing responded, shaking her head slowly. Now, try out your new soul skill. This shadow demon tiger should resonate strongly with your martial spirit, leading to a significant enhancement, Lu Yu speculated. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, channeling her soul power to summon her martial spirit. The third purple soul ring at her feet began to rotate slowly, suddenly radiating a brilliant purple light. Third soul skill, Phantom 100 Slashes. Her slender fingers transformed into blade-like shadows, and as Zhu Zhuqing swung her hands, the stone pillar that ensnared the shadow demon tiger was effortlessly cleaved into numerous fragments. What sharp claws! Lu Yu exclaimed in admiration as he gazed at the scattered stones. After retracting her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing approached Lu Yu, standing before him with a gentle smile. She softly uttered 3 words, "Thank you." Lu Yu was taken aback by her sudden smile. It was the first time he had witnessed Zhu Zhuqing display such heartfelt joy. Her sweet smile, contrasting with her usually aloof demeanor, possessed a unique charm. No need to thank me. Let us go. Now that you've found your third soul ring, we should head out and get you settled, Lu Yu replied. No, you helped me find my third soul ring. Although my strength is not particularly formidable, I can at least remain by your side to help keep an eye on our surroundings and lend a hand. Moreover, I need to practice my soul skills. Zhu Zhuqing resolutely declined Lu Yu's suggestion, her tone leaving no room for argument. Well, all right then. Lu Yu acquiesced without further thought, promptly opening the task map in his mind and setting off towards the nearest investigation site. Before they left, he untied the ropes binding the 3 brothers. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a figure suddenly appeared before the unconscious trio. Daoliu, the least injured, awoke first. Shaking her head, she looked up to find a young man standing before them, towering over them. A terrified scream pierced the air as her face turned as pale as a sheet, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. She attempted to speak, but her throat felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, producing only fragmented, indistinct whimpers. In that moment, the mysterious figure moved with lightning speed, not allowing Daoliu any chance to react. Suddenly, he raised his arm, his long fingers curling slightly, as if wielding a terrifying power. In an instant, a dense, almost unyielding black light erupted from his fingertips, resembling a ferocious black dragon that lunged menacingly towards Daoliu. The black light advanced with incredible speed, closing in on Daoliu in the blink of an eye. She stood frozen, watching in despair as the scene unfolded, feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, her legs turned to jelly. It felt as though all strength had been drained from her body. The thought of fleeing was a distant luxury. Even moving a single step felt impossible. The newcomer observed as the black dragon gradually merged with Daoliu's body, bent down, and spoke slowly. Go after the pair we just saw. Remember, do not alert them. Simply follow. With that, he turned and departed. As the knife master abruptly lifted her head moments after departing, her crimson gaze dominated her eyes. She slowly rose and summoned her martial spirit, manifesting 2 short blades, which she raised menacingly toward the other 2 individuals. At that instant, the green-haired Gorin suddenly regained consciousness, and, witnessing the knife master's alarming actions, exclaimed, "Little knife, what are you doing? Put down the blades." However, before he could complete his sentence, the sharp edges fell with swiftness, slicing across his throat and leaving merely a faint scar of crimson. Gorin gradually collapsed to the ground, confusion reflecting in his eyes. Subsequently, the knife master deftly executed the other individual as well. In the next moment, the 2 short blades in her hands emitted several strands of black silk, intertwining and enveloping the lifeless bodies. Astonishingly, The corpses were consumed by the dark threads. From a distance, Yuze observed the scene with satisfaction, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly, the Shadow Lord was formidable. With just a minor display of skill, he could trace Lu Yu's whereabouts. Ah, Lu Yu, this time, I shall ensure your demise. Unbeknownst to the knife master, who had just devoured the two, another figure lurked behind a tree. Suddenly, an aura of black soul power surged from her, and with powerful strides, she sprinted in the direction Lu Yu had just departed. Chapter 167, A Sudden Calamity? With a sharp clang, the sound of a blade echoed as Lu Yu gradually sheathed his sword, having cleaved the black-armored scorpion behind him into 6 segments, which then fell to the ground with a thud. A plume of black smoke began to rise from the remains, revealing that this was indeed a mutated soul beast. The 10th, Lu Yu silently counted in his mind, then turned his gaze towards the south. According to the system map, that was the location of the final investigation point. As Lu Yu regained his composure, he suddenly felt a searing gaze fixated upon him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Zhu Zhuqing was intensely scrutinizing him, her eyes sweeping over him as if seeking some hidden insight. Is something wrong? Do I have something on my face? Lu Yu inquired, feeling an uncomfortable stir within him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze burned with intensity, akin to a blazing torch, as if she intended to dissect him completely. This fervent and focused attention caused Lu Yu to feel a wave of unease, a chill creeping into his heart. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his cheek, attempting to ascertain if, as Zhu Zhuqing appeared to suggest, there was something peculiar or attention-grabbing about his visage. However, he found nothing amiss. Yet, the sensation of being scrutinized so closely and unabashedly lingered, amplifying his discomfort. No, it's merely the impression that there is something amiss with your mind. Zhu Zhuqing replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? Lu Yu was left bewildered by her words. Ah, I did not intend any offense. I merely meant it in the literal sense, Zhu Zhuqing began to explain. Throughout our journey, you have consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to discern which soul beasts are mutated and which are not. This has piqued my curiosity about whether you harbor an ancient sage within you, one who has lived for countless years. Each time Lu Yu encounters a soul beast, he can instantly determine its nature, and after vanquishing a mutated soul beast, he can unfailingly locate the next one. What perplexes me further is that, although Lu Yu claims our primary objective in this forest is to seek a suitable 5th spirit ring, every action he has taken thus far has been directed towards hunting mutated soul beasts. It is noteworthy that every mutated soul beast we have encountered has dissipated into black smoke upon death, yielding no spirit rings. Moreover, Lu Yu reached level 50 at the tender age of 12, leading me to speculate that a wise old man with a white beard dwells within him, guiding him from the shadows. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's words. Initially, he feared that the existence of his system had been exposed, but he was astonished by Zhu Zhuqing's vivid imagination. It appeared she had indulged in her fair share of novels. Think what you will. Let us assume that an old sage resides within me. Just now, he issued a new directive for us to investigate the cause of the anomalies in the beast tide of the Stardew Forest. Lu Yu chuckled, sheathing his magic blade as he set off towards the final investigation site. By the way, the old man instructed me to remind you to read fewer novels, as it hinders your development. You are the one whose brain is not developing properly, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, rolling her eyes, and she quickly fell into step beside Lu Yu. As Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing leaped through the forest, the distance between the 2 green dots and the red dot on their map gradually diminished, indicating their approach to the final investigation site. However, Lu Yu keenly observed that the red, signifying the location of the last task, was significantly larger and darker than the previous ones. Moreover, as they drew nearer, Lu Yu was astonished to find his mental perception range steadily contracting and becoming increasingly indistinct. Furrowing his brow, a hint of concern flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "It seems this final location may herald a fierce battle. Perhaps a formidable adversary awaits us." Unaccountably, a sense of foreboding began to rise within him, reminiscent of experiences from his past life in gaming where, after traversing through numerous trials, he would find himself on the brink of success only to be ambushed by a powerful boss monster lurking in the shadows, striking with tremendous force and sending him back to the starting point. Just as a torrent of thoughts surged through Lu Yu's mind, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly shattered the air, akin to an arrow slicing through the sky. The sound arrived so abruptly that Lu Yu was instantly engulfed in astonishment. "Be careful." Almost simultaneously, the crisp and anxious cry of Zhu Zhuqing resonated, echoing in Lu Yu's ears like thunder. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yu remained in a state of shock, his body instinctively yearning to react, but everything felt somewhat sluggish. Just as the moment passed, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered, darting towards Lu Yu like a specter. Her movements were agile and decisive, devoid of hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she reached Lu Yu's side and forcefully pushed him aside. Lu Yu sensed a tremendous force surging towards him, causing his body to involuntarily topple to one side. The next instant, a chilling gleam whizzed past his eyelids. It was then that Lu Yu discerned the source of the cold light, a dagger that had embedded itself deep within a tree trunk. Suddenly, the blade began to tremble violently, launching itself back from the tree. Following the trajectory of the dagger, Lu Yu noticed a petite figure standing atop the treetops, gazing intently in their direction, more specifically, at him. "Are you all right?" Zhu Zhuqing approached with genuine concern, evidently having noticed the figure in the tree as well. Standing beside Lu Yu. "Who is that?" she inquired. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. The figure had been watching them since retrieving the dagger, seemingly with no intention to attack. "Wait, that seems to be..." Before Lu Yu could finish his thought, an exceedingly arrogant laughter erupted. Haraha. Chapter 168. The Unknown Domain. Warning. You have entered an unknown domain. Warning. You have entered an unknown domain. Warning. You have entered an unknown domain. Suddenly, 3 consecutive electronic tones reverberated in Lu Yu's mind, simultaneously saturating the map in his consciousness with a crimson hue, resembling flowing blood. In the next moment, Lu Yu's figure abruptly vanished from its original spot. Darkness enveloped Lu Yu's vision as if a heavy curtain had swiftly descended, completely obscuring his sight. In an instant, he found himself immersed in an infinite abyss of darkness, the eerie silence sending chills down his spine. This darkness felt akin to an unfathomable black hole, seemingly intent on consuming him whole. At that juncture, Lu Yu sensed an irresistible force tugging at his body, compelling him to plummet downward. His heart raced, an unprecedented fear surging within him. He attempted to struggle, but the force was overpowering, rendering him powerless. As he continued to descend, the air around him grew oppressively heavy, nearly suffocating him. From within the darkness came intermittent howling, as if countless invisible specters were screaming in his ears. In that fleeting moment, without any forewarning, a dazzling brilliance erupted like an extraordinarily sharp sword, abruptly cleaving the previously impenetrable darkness of the space, tearing open a narrow and profound fissure. This unforeseen alteration caught Lu Yu off guard, prompting him to instinctively raise his right hand. The radiant beam surged towards him with the force of tumultuous waves, yet, upon encountering his palm, it was thwarted by an invisible barrier, struggling to permeate through the narrow crevices between his fingers. These fragmented rays, akin to golden threads, intertwined and cascaded upon Lu Yu's face and body, crafting a peculiar and enigmatic tapestry of light and shadow. What kind of place is this? Lu Yu furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, the surrounding light began to distort bizarrely, as if manipulated by an unseen hand. Subsequently, he felt a tangible sensation beneath his feet, as though a mysterious force gently set him down upon the ground. Hesitantly, he slowly opened his eyes, cautiously surveying his surroundings. However, what he beheld made him gasp in astonishment. He found himself amidst an expansive and boundless forest. This woodland was extraordinarily dense, with towering ancient trees and interwoven branches, nearly obscuring the sun. Sunlight filtered through the leaf gaps, creating patches of mottled illumination. A humid mist enveloped the forest, imparting a chilling yet mystical ambience. "Where is Zhu Zhuqing?" Lu Yu scanned his surroundings, realizing he was utterly alone. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. He looked up to discover that dark clouds loomed above the forest, accompanied by flashes of lightning and crashing thunder, as bolts struck down with ferocity. It seemed as though a battle was underway. Observing the distant lightning, Lu Yu noted that each strike appeared to be deliberately controlled. The system map in his mind remained intact, indicating that the last investigation site was ahead. He needed to devise a way to reunite with Zhu Zhuqing promptly, he mused. With a ghostly step, Lu Yu transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastening toward the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, in the external world of the starry forest, Zhu Zhuqing remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings while calling out Lu Yu's name. Just moments before hearing that eerie laughter, she felt as if her head had been pierced by countless sharp steel needles, the intense pain rendering her consciousness hazy. She clutched her head in anguish, her body trembling slightly as she endeavored to remain alert. Yet, the agonizing waves crashed over her relentlessly, threatening to engulf her entirely. After what felt like an eternity, as Zhu Zhuqing finally emerged from the throes of that dreadful pain, she realized that Lu Yu's figure had vanished without a trace. The surroundings were eerily silent, leaving her standing alone. A sudden surge of inexplicable fear and helplessness washed over her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Who is there? Suddenly, a chilling glimmer flashed by, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to swiftly sidestep, the short blade narrowly grazing past her. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings. There was no need to search further. That young man had already plunged into the domain of the Dark Shadow Lord, and there was no chance of emerging alive. Unexpectedly, a figure materialized before her. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the man, an inkling of familiarity tugging at her memory, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him before. "Who are you?" she inquired. "Who am I? That question has become irrelevant to you. After all, you are but a soon-to-be dead person," he replied nonchalantly. His gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing unmistakably that of one regarding a corpse. "Kill her," he commanded coldly to the girl beside him, and in an instant, his form dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. The girl, wielding a short knife, moved with a rigidity that seemed almost mechanical. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, yet her eyes were devoid of life, as if her soul had been stripped away. Resembling a marionette under someone else's control, she slowly advanced. Simultaneously, the yellow soul ring beneath her feet suddenly blazed with a radiant light, and in the next moment, the girl shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Zhu Zhuqing with astonishing speed. Her velocity was such that she left behind a blurred afterimage, making it nearly impossible to catch sight of her. At that critical moment, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes fixated on the girl rushing towards her like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the first yellow soul ring encircling her burst forth in brilliant radiance, akin to a scorching sun. Following this, Zhu Zhuqing's form flickered, her speed rivaling that of lightning as she unleashed her first soul skill, Phantom Thrust. Like a wraith, she advanced rather than retreating, swiftly closing the gap between herself and the girl. Concurrently, the second yellow soul ring began to shine, its dazzling light illuminating the surrounding space. Accompanied by this brilliance, Zhu Zhuqing's hands transformed rapidly into razor-sharp claws. Without hesitation, she activated her second soul skill, Phantom Claws. In an instant, her hands glimmered with a ghostly cold light as they reached out towards the girl. Yet, in the next moment, the girl's figure vanished before her eyes, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to stabilize her form upon landing. The following instant, the girl reappeared at the spot where the short blade had previously fallen. Chapter 169, The Eerie Soul Ring. As the girl landed, another short knife was swiftly launched, producing a crisp sound of metal colliding. Zhu Zhuqing's hands, akin to the sharp edge of a blade, glimmered with a dark sheen. Third soul skill, Phantom Slash, she declared. The clang of metal resonated repeatedly as the two figures clashed, sparks flying amidst their back-and-forth exchanges. As the skirmish persisted, shock gradually etched itself upon Zhu Zhuqing's face. This girl seemed to possess inexhaustible energy. After several encounters, her hands felt numb, and her opponent appeared like an unrelenting killing machine, though initially somewhat stiff. The girl's speed and precision of attack increased with each confrontation, becoming increasingly intricate and unpredictable. Suddenly, just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to seize her opponent, a dagger struck from an exceedingly cunning angle. Zhu Zhuqing hastily withdrew her outstretched hands, retreating to evade this lethal blow. Yet, her adversary showed no inclination to grant her a moment of respite. The third purple soul ring beneath the girl's feet materialized. A dark purple soul ring. Upon witnessing the soul ring emanating ominous black smoke, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. She could sense that the peculiar soul ring exuded an aura of malevolence reminiscent of the mutated soul beasts that Lu Yu had previously slain. In that fleeting instant, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The girl's third soul ring erupted in a dazzling brilliance, and her form astonishingly split into three identical apparitions, resembling phantoms. These three figures lunged toward Zhu Zhuqing with astonishing speed, each wielding a razor-sharp, double-edged blade that glinted with a chilling light. In the blink of an eye, 6 blades swept toward Zhu Zhuqing like a tempest, their velocity rendering the scene almost incomprehensible. Confronted with such a swift onslaught, Zhu Zhuqing had no alternative but to retreat rapidly, nimbly dodging left and right. However, the 6 blades appeared almost sentient, relentlessly pursuing her, inching closer without affording her a moment's breath. In her evasions, the blades left several gashes upon Zhu Zhuqing's form. Suddenly, the 6 blades struck anew, with the 3 phantoms advancing in unison. The yellow soul ring beneath Zhu Zhuqing's feet shimmered brightly. Rather than remaining on the defensive, she opted for an aggressive approach. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Zhu Zhuqing's figure vanished abruptly, only to reappear behind the girl. The purple soul ring glimmered as she unhesitatingly unleashed the Netherworld Slash upon the central apparition. With a piercing sound, blood gushed forth. Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of joy. She had discerned correctly. Although the 3 phantoms appeared indistinguishable to the naked eye, their movements were evidently more rigid than that of the true body. Moreover, the phantom's eyes bore only black pupils. After enduring a heavy blow from Zhu Zhuqing, the opponent's movements noticeably faltered, revealing a vulnerability. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing lunged forward once more. As the true body sustained damage, the two phantoms were likewise affected. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly executed the Netherworld 100 Claws, dispatching the two phantoms in an instant. As the two phantoms dissipated, Zhu Zhuqing immediately targeted the true body. Netherworld Slash. With a resounding cry, the girl had just turned around, unable to react in time, when a cold gleam sliced through the air like lightning. In that moment, a slender line of blood appeared like a crimson thread upon the girl's fair neck. Shortly thereafter, a muffled thud echoed as the girl's body, bereft of support, toppled forward and crashed heavily onto the unforgiving ground. Her lifeless eyes flickered briefly with a spark, soon replaced by an expression of release. Thank you. The essence of life was swiftly ebbing from her. Experiencing this all firsthand, Zhu Zhuqing was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable wave of nausea. It felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped her stomach, churning it violently. The overwhelming sensation surged through her, rendering her unable to endure any longer. With a gasp, she opened her mouth and expelled all the food she had consumed earlier. This marked Zhu Zhuqing's first experience of taking a life with her own hands. Although she understood that her actions were driven by the instinct to survive, the brutal and bloody scene before her invoked an insurmountable wave of fear and discomfort deep within her soul. Simultaneously, in an uncharted realm, Lu Yu executed the ghost step, arriving at the epicenter of the battle in an instant. The closer he approached the heart of the conflict, the more profound the shock of the descending thunder became. Upon nearing, he beheld at least 10 figures engaged in a fierce life and death struggle against a soul beast. These 10 silhouettes stood majestically in the air, akin to celestial beings. Each figure was enveloped in a unique and resplendent radiance. Some glowed with the fervor of a blazing fire, others shone with the purity of moonlight, and yet others radiated a deep, serene blue reminiscent of the boundless depths of the ocean. However, what captivated attention even more was the harmonious display of 9 soul rings floating uniformly around each of these formidable beings. These soul rings exuded a powerful and enigmatic aura, seemingly embodying an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Their hues varied dramatically, from the dazzling brilliance of gold to the vivid crimson and the profound depth of black. Countless soul rings intertwined, shimmering across the sky and weaving a tapestry of vibrant colors. This brilliant luminosity illuminated the entire firmament, transforming the previously dim world into a realm of brightness. Who were these 10 extraordinary individuals, and what brought them to this place? Lu Yu was particularly intrigued by the soul beast engaged in combat with the 10 titled Douluos, which seemed to match them in prowess. Holding his breath and honing his focus, Lu Yu moved stealthily, each step as light as a feather, careful not to make the slightest sound that might draw attention. His agile form melded seamlessly with the surroundings, skillfully utilizing trees, rocks, and other natural cover to conceal his presence. At that moment, Lu Yu gathered all of his mental energy, suppressing any hint of leakage. After all, hovering above were a full 10 titled Douluos. More alarmingly, there was also a soul beast of unfathomable strength soaring through the air. Judging by the oppressive aura it emanated, this soul beast possessed at least a century of cultivation. In such a perilous situation, any inadvertent revelation of his existence could lead to catastrophic consequences, tantamount to courting death. Thus, he had to maintain absolute vigilance and caution, ensuring he did not become a target. Lu Yu held his breath, remaining ever watchful as he concentrated on the unfolding battle. Suddenly, he noticed the black smoke, an astonishing discovery. The soul beast emitted the same black mist he had encountered with the mutated soul beasts outside, and its concentration was even greater, shrouding the creature's form, far surpassing that of the beasts he had previously encountered. Could it be that the age of the soul beast correlates with the density of the black mist? Or were these mutated soul beasts and the black mist somehow a creation of this particular soul beast? Lu Yu pondered these possibilities. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of lightning descended once more, causing the earth to tremble as if shaken by the thunder. In that moment, the colossal being enveloped in thunder let out a furious roar, and the dark energy surrounding it surged violently, resembling a boiling torrent that shot toward the sky. Its form became visible. A figure clad in black robes spoke from above the heavens. Quickly, the black energy that the residual spirit can manipulate is limited. Seize this opportunity to detach it from that massive serpent. Feng Guanshan spoke swiftly, and the soul rings floating beside him erupted into a dazzling radiance. In the next instant, his figure transformed into a flaming vermilion bird, which opened its beak to unleash a searing line of fire. Witnessing the powerful being manifest its true martial spirit, the crowd did not dare to be complacent. They hastily summoned their inner soul power, each invoking their own martial spirit to confront the impending crisis. In an instant, a breathtaking tapestry of light intertwined, dazzling to behold. At that moment, 3 young men with green hair simultaneously shouted, their bodies undergoing a tremendous transformation, morphing in the blink of an eye into 3 serpentine azure dragons. These 2 azure dragons were immensely large, their bodies shimmering with azure light, exuding waves of formidable energy. Upon closer inspection, one of the azure dragons bore an unexpected vertical eye at its forehead. This eye glowed a blood-red hue, akin to a blazing inferno, emanating an aura of chilling terror. When it opened, it seemed as if the very heavens and earth trembled in response. On another side, 3 youthful women transformed into 3 white tigers adorned with sacred wings. In the next moment, the 3 white tigers gradually became ethereal before slowly merging into one, coalescing into a larger white tiger. Its 4 limbs and wings gently flapped, golden patterns covering its body, radiating a divine essence. The Trinity Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Liu exclaimed in astonishment at this scene. The martial soul fusion technique exhibited by 3 titled Douluos, especially with the white tiger, a pinnacle beast martial soul, was beyond his imagination in terms of strength. Beside the colossal white tiger, 3 robust men shouted, their forms suddenly shifting into 3 giant tortoises. However, one bore a bull's head in place of a tortoise's, another proudly displayed a rhinoceros head, and the last astonishingly possessed a crocodilian visage, yet all their tails were replaced by a serpent coiling around the vast shell of the tortoise. Among the remaining 2, one transformed into a griffin-like creature with an eagle's head and lion's body, complete with wings, while the other morphed into a pitch-black crow with an additional foot protruding from its chest. Above this 3rd foot, a cluster of golden feathers emanated a faint glow, the golden crow exuding a scorching and sacred aura. The very space seemed to warp as 12 titled Douluos simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. Martial Soul Joint Technique. The 12 figures proclaimed in unison, causing the space to distort once more, visibly to the naked eye. The holy domain descends. Purification and detachment. As the final words echoed, the entire space began to tremble violently, as if an invisible force were forcibly tearing apart the fabric of this realm. Immediately thereafter, a resounding crack reverberated through the air, and the once tranquil sky was abruptly torn apart as if by a colossal hand, revealing a profound and dark fissure before the astonished crowd. This rift expanded relentlessly, as though it sought to devour the entirety of the heavens. At that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. From the abyss emerged magnificent pavilions and towers, resplendent in gold and adorned with exquisite beauty. These edifices resembled celestial palaces, radiating a blinding brilliance that rendered them nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. They were arranged in harmonious disarray, some soaring into the clouds while others exhibited intricate craftsmanship. Each structure was elaborately sculpted, featuring flying eaves and painted beams, all showcasing extraordinary artistry and opulent grandeur. As this magnificent architectural ensemble descended towards the earth, a time-worn bronze bell atop the tallest building began to sway gently. Suddenly, with a thunderous resonance akin to a mighty storm, the bell tolled, its deafening sound echoing throughout the expanse. This chime seemed imbued with boundless power and majesty, stirring the surrounding air into visible ripples that spread outward like concentric waves. Moments later, the solemn tolling rang out once more, even more resounding and awe-inspiring than before. Concurrently, a colossal spirit beast charged forth from the distance, emanating a chilling aura. Each of its steps caused the ground to tremble slightly. The beast raised its head and unleashed a final, earth-shattering roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the world. At that instant, the ancient bronze bell, which had stood silently until now, resonated with a deep and melodious toll. With the sound, the grand architectural complex ignited in a dazzling explosion of light. These radiant beams surged forth like golden torrents, flowing freely through the air and intertwining, illuminating the entire area as if it were midday. The light surged toward the spirit beast with a devastating force, prompting the beast to unleash a beam of annihilating energy. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Liu felt the world around him dissolve into a void of color and sound, leaving only silence and white. The next instant, a tremendous roar filled his ears, and he sensed his very bones vibrating as if on the verge of shattering. The immense shockwave from the clash swept outward in an instant. Caught off guard, Liu instinctively raised his hands in defense, only to be flung backward. In the next heartbeat, he felt a powerful force behind him, a sturdy hand steadying him. After an indeterminate period, the world around him fell silent, and the hand behind him gently withdrew. Lowering his arms, he gazed ahead, only to find chaos reigning. The forest lay in ruin, and the magnificent structures were slowly vanishing into the ether, while the 12 martial souls reverted to their human forms. In the epicenter of the explosion, a massive body lay prone on the ground, its surrounding darkness long since dissipated. As Lu Yu beheld the true visage of the soul beast, astonishment washed over his face. "Let us depart. This space is on the verge of collapse," a frail voice resonated behind him. Chapter 171. Retreat, come now. This space is about to crumble, the familiar, aged voice urged once more. "Grandfather," Lu Yu exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the familiar figure. "First, let us leave this place. We shall discuss everything once we are outside," Jack stated, placing a hand upon Lu Yu's shoulder, while the other produced a string of silvery beads. In the next moment, the beads erupted in a dazzling white light. Lu Yu felt his legs weaken instantaneously, and he instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had vacated that space and returned to the starry forest. "Grandfather," just as Lu Yu began to speak, a rustle emanated from the nearby thicket, and a figure staggered forth, collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Zhu Zhuqing?" Lu Yu approached and recognized the face, only to be taken aback by the multitude of wounds adorning her body. Zhu Zhuqing's pallor was stark, her skin marred by cuts that appeared to have been inflicted by sharp weapons, the wounds darkening ominously, with traces of black mist lingering around them. "The black mist has yet to invade her body. If we act swiftly, this young lady may yet be saved," old Jack remarked, casting a glance. "Extract it." "Right." "The 1,000 blades," Lu Yu recalled, observing the black mist enveloping Zhu Zhuqing. He promptly drew the magical blade, 1,000 blades, and with a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed, its tip aimed at her wound. In the next instant, the inscriptions upon the blade radiated a violet luminescence, and within moments, the black mist dissipated entirely. As Lu Yu prepared to retract the blade, old Jack interjected, "Little Yu, may I inspect the sword you wield?" He gestured towards the magical blade in Lu Yu's hand. Without hesitation, Lu Yu offered the blade to old Jack. "What a peculiar sword," old Jack remarked as he gingerly cradled the enigmatic weapon, as though it were a rare treasure. His eyes widened as he scrutinized it closely. The shattered blade gleamed under the brilliant sunlight, casting an extraordinary shimmer, akin to fragments of torn stars, exuding a chilling aura. The hilt was particularly captivating, adorned with intricate and detailed engravings that seemed to harbor an ancient and formidable power. When the sunlight graced the hilt, the engravings emitted a faint purple glow, resembling wisps of violet smoke that gracefully ascended and entwined. However, old Jack returned the blade to Lu Yu after merely a brief observation, stating, "Secure the sword. We must exit first." He refrained from inquiring further about its origins. Before long, the trio found themselves once again at the quaint town bordering the starry forest. The town had regained its bustling vitality, reminiscent of the throngs that filled it days prior when Lu Yu had departed. Vendors along the street vociferously advertised the treasures of the starry forest and various maps. Old Jack sat by the window, sipping tea and gazing indifferently at the bustling crowd below. At that moment, Lu Yu approached him. The young girl was not severely affected by the dark energy and would soon awaken. Old Jack glanced at Lu Yu before shifting his gaze to the window. "Grandfather, is the treasure of the Star Do Forest real?" Lu Yu inquired as he settled into a seat opposite old Jack. "Have you not already surmised? Your reckless venture into the forest could hardly be for such trivial matters," old Jack replied with a smile. "Grandfather, is the beast tied in the Star Do Forest related to that dark energy? And that so-called treasure is merely a ruse to lure people into the forest to their demise, isn't it?" Lu Yu unleashed a torrent of questions, revealing his accumulated curiosity. "You are quite perceptive. The treasure is indeed a mere pretext to ensnare them," old Jack confirmed. "Then who is the mastermind behind all this? And what is their purpose?" Lu Yu pressed. "Hold on. You're asking too much at once. Do you not fear that I might become befuddled?" Old Jack chuckled, taking a sip of tea. "Let us start with the mastermind. I can unequivocally tell you that the orchestrator of this event is not from this continent, nor is it even human. Not from our continent." Lu Yu echoed, perplexed. "Indeed, the space you inadvertently entered was created to separate it from the azure sky bull python. In a certain sense, you have already encountered it. Your parents fell victim to those extraterrestrial demons when you were a child." "My parents were killed by extraterrestrial demons?" Lu Yu murmured in disbelief. "Yes, when those demons invaded your homeland, your parents risked their lives to escape with you. By the time I discovered what had transpired, it was already too late. The creature that was eliminated today was merely a fragment of that entity. Its true form remains hidden. And the treasure is a lure to attract soul masters into the forest to provide it with sustenance," old Jack articulated slowly. "However, it is certain that there are others aiding that entity. Otherwise, it could not have disseminated information so swiftly or grown so rapidly." The azure sky bull python. Lu Yu gasped at the mention of those words. As far as he knew, The two dominant beings in the Stardow Forest were the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Sky Bull Python. The mysterious dark energy could actually control the Azure Sky Bull Python, and this was merely a fragment of it. Do you know who is assisting it? Old Jack shook his head slowly. That need not trouble you. Your focus should be on your training while my old bones can still endure for a while longer. But grandfather, Lu Yu attempted to say more, only to be interrupted by old Jack raising a hand. If you wish to learn more, seek it out yourself. The token your parents left you is the finest clue. It will guide you back to the Holy Realm, where you will uncover all the answers you seek. Your classmate is about to awaken. Soon, I will take you to the forest to search for your fifth soul ring. Old Jack rose slowly and stepped outside, leaving Lu Yu alone at the window, staring blankly at the bustling crowd below. The Holy Realm? Lu Yu mused, a renewed curiosity about his lineage blossoming within him. This was a place he had never heard of before, and it seemed the road ahead would be long indeed. He sighed in contemplation. How did you become so sentimental? A voice echoed nearby. From the book bag on the sofa, a tome adorned with a single eye floated gently toward them. Merholik, observing the dazed Lu Yu, could not resist teasing him. Are you worried about that stunning beauty in bed? Or perhaps you're concerned about your own inadequacies? You are the one lacking. Lu Yu retorted sharply. Men abhor being told they are insufficient. Old Mo, do you possess any exceptionally effective healing magic? Lu Yu inquired. Chapter 172, An Unexpected Transformation. Healing magic? Merholik pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, there are quite a few. Why do you ask? Isn't your first spirit ability imbued with healing properties? Just curious. Lu Yu pressed. Does the practice of healing magic require any special prerequisites, such as unique elemental attributes? Not particularly. Your first spirit ability is already on par with most healing magics. After all, most healing spells, apart from those specialized, merely address symptoms rather than root causes. Given your current situation, I suggest you experiment with alchemy, Merholik advised. Alchemy? Lu Yu queried, perplexed. What connection does alchemy have with healing arts? Indeed, on the continent of Austin, many magical potion recipes originate from alchemists, including those for healing potions. They often inadvertently create items that diverge from their intended experiments. Consequently, the professions of potion maker and apothecary also necessitate a foundation in alchemical principles. Merholik explained, his single eye fixed on Lu Yu. The path you choose ultimately lies in your hands. However, to speak frankly, how far you can go after making that choice depends on your resolve. I've encountered too many talented individuals who faltered along the way. If you lack that determination, I suggest you settle for being an elemental mage, which is quite commendable in its own right. Then I shall become an alchemist, Lu Yu replied calmly. Are you certain? You heard what I just said. The difficulty and cost of practicing alchemy are not something the average person can bear. I am certain, Lu Yu declared resolutely. Very well. Once you acquire your fifth spirit ring, I will teach you. After all, that discipline demands significant mental acuity and physical prowess. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the forest. Old Jack gazed at Lu Yu's silhouette in the distance, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although he was ostensibly assisting Lu Yu in obtaining the fifth spirit ring, Old Jack had merely been observing from the sidelines. The spirit beasts they encountered were mostly dealt with by Lu Yu himself, and when faced with insurmountable challenges, he could swiftly retreat with Zhu Zhuqing, rendering Old Jack's intervention unnecessary. Lu Yu, be cautious behind you, Zhu Zhuqing shouted. Just as her words fell, Lu Yu had already pivoted swiftly, twisting his waist to unleash the enchanted blade, Thousand Slices. The demonic armored scorpion was instantly cleaved in two, crashing to the ground and spilling a pool of green blood, filling the air with a foul stench. A purple spirit ring gradually ascended. Lu Yu had no intention of absorption. Rather, he sought a soul beast of a singular element, which would allow him to maximize the efficacy of the Qixing Lianzhang. Ideally, he desired a soul beast around 12,000 years old, although he would not dismiss the possibility of absorbing one of an even greater age. Lu Yu speculated that, given his current physical condition, he could endure a soul ring of approximately 15,000 years. Thus he resolved to venture deeper into the forest. Shall we proceed deeper? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, stepping forward. After a day of rest and Lu Yu's healing, her injuries had completely healed, and she distinctly felt that the medicinal energy in her dantian had been partially absorbed, elevating her soul power to level 32. Indeed, the vicinity is populated by soul beasts around 1,000 years old. I require a 10,000-year soul ring. Perhaps you should return to the inn and wait for us. The soul beasts deeper within are considerably more formidable, and in the event of an unforeseen incident. Lu Yu suggested. No. Dean Flander has stated that 1 + 1 can be greater than 2. Sometimes, weaker soul masters can even defeat stronger ones through cooperation. I can stay and assist you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her gaze unwavering as she met Lu Yu's eyes. Very well, Let us set off now, Lu Yu said with a wry smile. Contemplating that with Grandpa Jack accompanying them, they should encounter no issues. As the trio journeyed, they encountered several soul beasts. Following the restoration of the Star Do Great Forest to normalcy, the distribution of soul beasts was gradually returning to its original state, although the number of soul beasts had noticeably decreased after the recent beast tide. Additionally, Lu Yu had another purpose for entering the forest, to locate Xiao Wu, a task entrusted to him by Tang Sen prior to their departure. According to the original narrative, Xiao Wu should currently be deep within the Star Do Great Forest, under the protection of De Ming and Air Ming. However, after witnessing the controlled Qingtian Yo Mang within the secret realm, Lu Yu was uncertain of Xiao Wu's current location. Nonetheless, the absence of the Titan giant ape suggested that it must be hiding with Xiao Wu. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from afar, causing the trio to look up in shock towards the source of the sound, which emanated from the core region. That roar is quite close, yet so clear. Could something have happened to Xiao Wu? Lu Yu speculated anxiously. In an instant, a figure shot forth from behind Lu Yu. Stay here and do not wander. I shall investigate, Old Jack declared before transforming into a streak of lightning, racing toward the core region. I will follow, Lu Yu responded, summoning the Qixing Lianzhang. The azure soul ring shimmered brilliantly, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a gust of wind surge as Lu Yu swiftly propelled himself into the distance, leaving only an afterimage and a stationary Zhu Zhuqing behind. Indeed, no man was to be trusted. In the midst of his vision, the towering trees lining the path, reaching up to the heavens, appeared to retreat at an astonishing speed, as if playing a fast-forwarded slideshow. At that moment, Lu Yu had pushed his speed to its limit, racing like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a howling wind. However, despite his efforts, he could not catch even a glimpse of Old Jack's shadow. Suddenly, a shadow rushed towards Lu Yu with such swiftness that he barely had time to react. With a dull thud, he was unexpectedly hurled against a nearby tree. Gasping, Lu Yu quickly regained his footing and inhaled sharply, for before him stood an enormous black serpent, its massive form reminiscent of a small mountain. Its lantern-like eyes fixated upon Lu Yu, and its crimson tongue flickered menacingly, filling the air with a foul stench. It was the Black Qian serpent. Lu Yu immediately recognized this soul beast, which typically resided at the periphery of the core area of the Star Do Forest. Though its venom was not particularly potent, this soul beast, being solely of the lightning attribute, excelled in unleashing formidable lightning-based soul techniques, estimating its length to exceed 100 meters. Lu Yu surmised it possessed at least 20,000 years of cultivation. The serpent regarded him with the unmistakable gaze of a predator sizing up its prey. Chapter 173, The Black Qian Serpent. Lu Yu surveyed the imposing serpent before him, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. The creature's attributes perfectly aligned with the requirements for his fifth soul ring, and the lightning attribute was particularly appealing. Just as he contemplated a moment of respite, fortune smiled upon him. Fixating intently on the colossal serpent, he thought to himself, Old Mo, it's time to awaken, let us get to work. He swiftly unfastened the satchel at his waist and summoned the Qixing Lian staff. In the next instant, the jet-black serpent, exuding an icy aura, opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a deafening roar. The sound resonated as if capable of penetrating one's very soul, sending chills down his spine. Almost immediately, its colossal form, akin to a small hill, lunged toward Lu Yu with lightning speed, stirring a fierce wind that bent the surrounding flora. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Lu Yu remained remarkably composed. He stood firmly, his gaze locked onto the charging Black Qian serpent. At that moment, his previously dim third blue soul ring erupted with a brilliant radiance. Employing the gale step and wind control technique, Lu Yu deftly evaded the serpent's assault. The serpent, realizing its missed opportunity, opened its maw wide again, forming a pitch-black lightning sphere within. In the next heartbeat, that sphere hurtled towards Lu Yu. A violent explosion erupted, reducing the stout tree trunk behind him to mere splinters, yet Lu Yu had vanished from sight. In an instant, the Black Qian serpent sensed an ominous chill. As a predator that had thrived for 20,000 years in the Star Do Forest, it instinctively twisted its massive body to evade Lu Yu's lethal strike. With a missed blow, Lu Yu swiftly adjusted his stance, and his second purple soul ring ignited brilliantly. Second soul technique, Light of the Holy Realm. As all eyes fixed upon him, the staff in Lu Yu's grasp erupted into a resplendent golden lotus that blossomed instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the golden lotus radiated an unbearable brilliance, as scorching and luminous as the sun itself. Immediately, a surging and intensely radiant beam of light erupted from the center of the golden lotus, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the heavens, directly aimed at the colossal head of the black serpent. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire space trembled in response. However, The black serpent was not without its defenses against such a fierce and rapid assault. In a moment of dire urgency, it hastily conjured a thick barrier of protection, striving to withstand the formidable beam of light. The collision of the two forces unleashed a shockwave that sent both Lu Yu and the black serpent hurtling through the air. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu landed heavily on the ground. Aside from feeling slightly dizzy from the unexpected explosion, he was largely unscathed. Shaking his head, he raised his staff, and the first soul ring beneath his feet suddenly shimmered. First soul skill, Starry Tribute. 8 gates of Duanjia. 5th gate, open. Lu Yu intoned, as the blade at his waist unsheathed with a swift motion. With a ghostly step, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. In contrast, the black serpent appeared to be incensed by Lu Yu's audacity, wounded by the bipedal creature it regarded as prey. It raised its enormous head and unleashed a fearsome roar. In the next instant, countless black arcs of electricity crackled across its massive form. Roar! To the astonishment of onlookers, the already formidable black serpent began to coalesce a gargantuan phantom behind it in an instant. This apparition seemed to emerge slowly from the endless abyss of darkness, exuding a heart-stopping pressure and a terrifying aura. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the phantom was entirely composed of intertwining black lightning. These arcs of dark electricity slithered through the air like agile dragons, flashing with blinding brilliance. Most astonishingly, the phantom formed by the black lightning bore an uncanny resemblance to the black serpent before it. Every detail, from the grotesquely twisted body to the sharp, menacing fangs, and the pair of icy, glinting eyes, was replicated with flawless precision. From a distance, it appeared as though two black serpents existed simultaneously within that space, one tangible, the other ethereal and enigmatic, their contrasting natures amplifying their majesty and dominance. In an instant, the phantom opened its mouth to unleash a bolt of thunderous energy directed at Lu Yu. However, at that very moment, an unusual sound erupted from another direction. Whoosh! A fierce arc of light surged forth as Lu Yu wielded the enchanted blade with swift intent towards the massive creature. The phantom above the black serpent reacted, opening its gaping maw, akin to a black hole, and immediately released a pitch-black pillar of lightning. Boom! Lu Yu swiftly executed a ghostly step, evading the phantom's attack. With a flick of his wrist, the blade of his enchanted sword shattered into countless fragments, which he then reassembled into a towering blade that soared skyward. With a fierce cry, Lu Yu brandished the 40-meter-long blade in an instant. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the violet light of the sword sliced through the black serpent and its colossal phantom as if they were mere vegetables. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu gradually retracted the enchanted sword back towards him. As he moved, the once formidable and terrifying colossal phantom began to gradually blur, as if it had lost its foundation, slowly dissipating into the air. At the very moment the immense shadow vanished completely, a minute fissure unexpectedly appeared at the 7-inch mark of the previously imposing black serpent, which had exuded an air of invincibility. Although this crack seemed trivial, it acted like a fuse, triggering a series of astonishing transformations. With a crisp snap, the fissure swiftly widened, and in an instant, the entire massive body of the black serpent was cleaved in two as if struck by an invisible axe, splitting perfectly at the 7-inch mark. In that fleeting moment, an unbearable stench assaulted the senses, as the once concealed crimson blood within the serpent surged forth like a flood breaching its banks, spraying everywhere and creating a scene reminiscent of a blood-soaked tempest. At that moment, Lu Yu slowly approached, and, in the next instant, his figure began to dissolve, gradually transforming into a floating book. "Kid, you owe me a feast when we return. I just withstood a full strike from that great serpent to assist you, Merholik," the one-eyed figure remarked, gazing at Lu Yu. "All right, the choice of hotel in Soto City is yours," Lu Yu replied with a slight smile. Upon witnessing a black soul ring materialize, he hastened to sit cross-legged before the enormous carcass of the black serpent, releasing his soul power to envelop the dark ring, drawing it above him. Chapter 174. A Chance Encounter with Xiao Wu. Sensing the abundant soul power contained within the soul ring, Lu Yu dared not exhibit any negligence. Although absorbing a 20,000 soul ring was not a considerable challenge given his current physical condition, he could distinctly sense a brutal aura lurking within. "Still not giving up?" Lu Yu murmured, realizing that this savage aura was a remnant of the black serpent's lingering soul embedded within the soul ring. The complete entity had been unable to overcome Lu Yu, let alone this fragment of spirit. In that instant, the soul ring, radiating a mysterious luminescence, began its slow descent, eventually settling securely above Lu Yu's head. Following this, the formidable soul power contained within the ring erupted forth, as if a long-caged beast had suddenly broken free, surging towards Lu Yu's body like an overwhelming tidal wave. This torrent of soul power rushed in with reckless abandon, inundating Lu Yu's being, causing his meridians and bones to emit faint tremors, as if struggling to withstand such immense energy. However, this intensity was mere trifling for Lu Yu, whose focus remained fixated on that fragment of spirit. Simultaneously, a fleeting remnant of the soul stealthily mingled within this deluge. This apparition flickered with a dim light, appearing somewhat ethereal and fragile, yet it moved with remarkable swiftness, swiftly merging with the soul power and invading Lu Yu's sea of consciousness. Faced with this uninvited fragment, Lu Yu felt a flicker of surprise in his heart, yet he chose not to obstruct its entry. Instead, he opened the gates of his sea of consciousness, allowing it to enter freely. Indeed, the moment he entered the sea of consciousness, the remnant soul of the black mysterious serpent immediately unveiled its true nature and launched a fierce assault on Lu Yu's awareness. Lu Yu had long been prepared for this. Otherwise, he would not have dared to allow such an entity to so effortlessly invade his inner sanctum. As the fragment of the black mysterious serpent surged towards the consciousness of the carp, it suddenly halted, sensing an overwhelming force of suction emanating from behind. Turning to investigate, it discovered the unexpected emergence of 4 colossal whirlpools within the sea of consciousness, from which the terrifying pull originated. Although the black mysterious serpent was not a soul beast adept in spiritual power, it prided itself on its 2 decades of cultivation, believing its mental prowess to surpass that of this bipedal creature. Yet, the current predicament was far beyond its expectations. The presence of such peculiar phenomena in the young man's consciousness left it utterly powerless to resist, being merely a remnant soul. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu summoned all his strength, urging the 4 vortexes of soul power, and in an instant, the remnant soul of the black mysterious serpent was drawn into them, becoming a part of Lu Yu's own power. Moments later, Lu Yu opened his eyes, slowly rising and invoking his martial soul to channel his soul power. Beneath his feet, 5 soul rings materialized, 2 purple, 1 blue, 1 brown, and 1 black, each radiating distinct colors that intermingled to weave a tapestry of brilliant hues. Why has the color of the 5th soul ring returned to normal? Lu Yu gazed down at the soul ring, momentarily taken aback. Could it be influenced by the black mysterious serpent? He vaguely speculated that the lightning used by the serpent during their previous battle seemed to be black in hue. Never mind, let me first test the capabilities of this new soul ring. In the next moment, Lu Yu slowly raised the staff in his hand, and the 5th soul ring erupted with dazzling light. 5th soul skill, Catastrophe of the Python. Lu Yu exclaimed, and instantly, several black lightning serpents coalesced around him, resembling the earlier manifestation of the black mysterious serpent. In the blink of an eye, these serpents shot forth, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds as several trees, capable of being embraced by 3 individuals, were obliterated. Indeed, merely blasting trees did not reveal the full extent of the soul skill's power. Lu Yu murmured, gazing at the wreckage of the trees. For now, I should reunite with grandfather. Oh, I almost forgot about Zhu Zhuqing still being in the forest. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled that he had been so preoccupied with searching for grandfather Jack that he had overlooked Zhu Zhuqing's presence. Old Mo, come here and assist me once more. On the edge of the core area of the Star Doe forest, a silver-haired figure was weaving through the trees. In the next instant, a pink silhouette caught his attention. Lu Yu swiftly leapt onto a branch, recognizing it as Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu also spotted Lu Yu perched above, her face lighting up with joy. You go, she exclaimed. Yet, the next moment, a look of urgency overtook her features. There's no time to explain. Come with me quickly, she implored, grasping Lu Yu's wrist and eagerly pulling him to retreat. Wait, Xiao Wu, slow down. What exactly has happened? Lu Yu, bewildered by her frantic demeanor, wondered how it was possible that Xiao Wu had not yet returned to Shrek after completing her 3rd soul ring. In the heart of the starry forest, where the shadows danced with mystery, Lu Yu pondered the implications of Xiao Wu's presence. Did this suggest that De Ming and Er Ming were also nearby? Yet, as he searched the surroundings, he found only Xiao Wu by his side. Suddenly, a wave of trepidation washed over him, reminiscent of the ominous black mist he had encountered in the secret realm, leading him to a disquieting thought. Could it be that the Titan Great Ape was in peril? However, Xiao Wu seemed oblivious to Lu Yu's concerns, tugging him forward with determination. Xiao Wu, please, pause for a moment, he implored. In an unexpected turn, she was lifted into the air, cradled by 2 powerful arms that encircled her back and knees. Guide the way, Lu Yu instructed calmly. In the blink of an eye, a cerulean soul ring glowed, and with the swift execution of wind steps and wind control, Lu Yu navigated the forest with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in their wake. Time became a blur until, at last, they arrived at a tranquil lake. As Lu Yu gently set Xiao Wu down, he noticed several figures gathered by the water's edge, among them the familiar visage of old Jack. "Grandfather?" Lu Yu inquired, bewildered. "What is transpiring here? Why are you present? And who are these individuals?" His gaze swept over the 12 cloaked figures, their faces obscured by dark robes. "Xiaoyu, you have arrived," old Jack spoke slowly. "I sent this young lady to seek you out." "Seek me?" Lu Yu echoed, confusion evident in his tone. "Indeed," old Jack replied, gesturing towards the natural lake. "In the starry forest, two dominant beings exist. The one you encountered was the blue sky bull python, and the other, residing here, is the Titan great ape." The mention of the Titan great ape sent a jolt through Lu Yu, stirring an unsettling premonition within him. Surely, his summons was linked to the Titan great ape's plight. Old Jack continued, "This meeting concerns the Titan great ape." "Just as I suspected," Lu Yu remarked, his expression resolute. "Please, grandfather, speak plainly." Old Jack, seeing the determination in Lu Yu's eyes, wasted no time. "The Titan great ape has also fallen victim to the black mist. We require your assistance." "Wasn't the source of the black mist eradicated? How can it still persist?" Lu Yu questioned, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Old Jack shook his head slowly. "We underestimated the situation. It appears that remnants of that malevolence linger. The Titan great ape and the blue sky bull python serve as the forest guardians, exerting control over other spirit beasts. Losing them would yield catastrophic consequences." He then turned to Lu Yu, regrettably. "The holy domain's purification can only be invoked once every 7 days, and by then, it may be too late. Thus, Xiaoyu, your role is of utmost importance." Lu Yu nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I comprehend, grandfather. I shall give my utmost effort." Old Jack acknowledged his resolve with a nod. "Soon, we will release the Titan great ape. For now, you must take cover behind us." Suddenly, Lu Yu felt a tug on his sleeve, and upon turning around, he found Xiao Wu with tears glistening in her eyes, pleading, "Brother Yu, I implore you to save Deming and Heir Ming. They are my family." Lu Yu gently patted Xiao Wu's head in a comforting gesture, assuring her, "Do not worry. Since you call me brother, we are indeed family. And I have no reason to turn a blind eye to your plight." As family, he decided to share a small secret with her. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, a look of puzzlement crossed Xiao Wu's face. Lu Yu, with a serene smile, continued, "In truth, I have long known your true identity. You are a little rabbit. Are you not, brother Yu?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not be so surprised. It is rather easy to deduce. You have traversed the perilous Star Do forest alone, remaining unscathed in the core area for such an extended period. Your familiarity with this forest is quite remarkable, and considering your performance in hunting soul beasts, it is evident. Even if we consider your empathy towards life, your luck in surviving this long is rather extraordinary. If my guess is correct, you have already completed your 3rd soul ring. Haven to you?" Xiao Wu was momentarily rendered speechless by Lu Yu's revelations. Indeed, she was a soul beast, and any soul beast that reaches 100,000 years in cultivation can choose to take on a human form, albeit requiring a process of recultivation akin to humans. She had not anticipated that Lu Yu could deduce her true identity from such observations. Seeing her expression, Lu Yu smiled gently. His knowledge of Xiao Wu's identity stemmed from an advantage granted by another world. As for his earlier deductions, was it not clear to see the path leading to the answer? He placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder and reiterated, "Xiao Wu, as you have stated, we are family. Whether you are human or a soul beast, this truth remains unaltered." Listening to Lu Yu's words, Xiao Wu fell into deep contemplation once more, then lifted her gaze to him and said, "Brother Yu, could you please keep this matter a secret from everyone, including Tang San?" Lu Yu nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I shall keep your secret." This was entirely within his expectations. In the next moment, their attention was drawn to a commotion not far away. Lu Yu stood beneath a tree, gazing at the natural lake. He observed the 12 figures in black robes from the secret realm, alongside old Jack and 12 others, all facing the lake, their hands forming a series of intricate seals. Suddenly, the once tranquil surface of the water began to boil. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the Star Do Forest side quest. Task rewards have been issued. Unlocking Star Do Forest side quest 2, the Aberrant Titan Giant Ape. Task requirements: purify the Titan Giant Ape tainted by dark energy and uncover the mastermind behind the plot against it. Task reward: 3,000 points. Long-term task. A cold electronic voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind, but at that moment, he had no inclination to focus on such matters. Suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The sky above the lake darkened ominously, and the once placid water began to churn violently, revealing a massive shadow lurking beneath the surface. As the 13th seal of the Douluo was cast, a colossal magic array gradually took shape upon the water's surface, causing the lake to boil violently. With a thunderous roar, an immense shadow suddenly emerged above the array, revealing the Titan Great Ape. its limbs bound tightly by 4 robust chains, each anchored to towering pillars. In that moment, as the gigantic shadow reappeared, Xiaowu could not suppress her anxiety and called out, "Xiaoyu." Old Jack, maintaining the seal's posture, turned to Lu Yu and urged, "Hurry." Lu Yu offered Xiaowu a reassuring glance, then swiftly executed a ghostly step, instantly enveloped in the dark god armor, summoning the praying star lotus staff as the first soul ring shimmered to life. First soul skill, Starlit Tribute. In the next heartbeat, the demon blade, Thousand Edges, materialized in his grasp. Cloaked in a celestial mantle, Lu Yu transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing towards the colossal black figure above the array. Xiaoyu, the Titan Great Ape, is tainted by dark energy and is currently disoriented. Aim for a swift resolution, absorb the dark energy, and withdraw immediately. Old Jack observed the frail silhouette within the array with deep concern. With a deafening roar that resonated throughout the space, Lu Yu had just cautiously set foot upon the ancient, enigmatic array when an overwhelming aura surged forth, akin to a tidal wave. It was the Titan Great Ape, its eyes ablaze with fury, muscles taut, as it swung its colossal fist, akin to a mountain, downward with tremendous force aimed at Lu Yu. Yet, despite the devastating power of the punch, the Titan Great Ape's immensely strong limbs were firmly restrained by the heavy and sturdy chains. As its fist neared Lu Yu, the chains seemingly possessed a life of their own, retracting swiftly with a grating metallic sound. In an instant, the Titan Great Ape was abruptly halted. As if grasped by an invisible hand, its once unstoppable momentum suddenly interrupted, causing it to teeter precariously. However, the Titan Great Ape did not relent. It struggled to break free from its chains, intent on continuing its assault upon Lu Yu. Observing the enormous fist suspended before him, Lu Yu exhaled in relief. Upon entering the array, he had felt his soul power suppressed and had narrowly escaped peril in a moment of distraction, thankful that his adversary remained firmly bound. What a close call, Lu Yu sighed, feeling a sense of reprieve. Chapter 176, The Corruption of Dark Energy. Bring it on. Gripping the demon blade, Thousand Edges, Lu Yu recognized that although the Titan Great Ape was restrained by the array, its overwhelming presence still pressed heavily upon him. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed with a hiss, and executing a ghostly step, Lu Yu transformed into a fleeting shadow racing towards the Titan Great Ape. He thought to himself that as long as he could bring the Thousand Edges close, he could bring this to an end. With a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very heavens, the Titan Great Ape's eyes widened, its fury ablaze as it unleashed another earth-shattering bellow. Its colossal form trembled slightly, as if a mountain stirred. Powerful arms raised high, enormous fists descended with the swiftness of meteors, striking fiercely against its broad and sturdy chest. Each impact resonated with a deep, soul-stirring sound, as if it sought to unleash the boundless fury and strength within. At that moment, the Titan gorilla abruptly halted, its chest thumping. Its eyes, as large as brass bells, fixated ahead, gleaming with a chilling light that sent a shiver down the spine. Almost instantly, its already massive fists clenched tightly, muscles taut like iron. In the next heartbeat, these iron fists, imbued with the force of thunder, smashed down upon the ground with overwhelming might. In an instant, Lu Yu felt a powerful shockwave surging towards him, compelling him to reveal his form. Just barely, Lu Yu withstood that formidable force, gritting his teeth in defiance. The 8th gate of the 8 doors of Duanjia, open, he roared, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Quickly, subdue the Titan gorilla and create an opportunity for little Yu, Old Jack urged, as the 13 figures executed intricate hand seals, channeling a torrent of soul power into the formation. The next moment, the Titan gorilla's massive body was ensnared by several chains that materialized out of thin air. Seizing this chance, Lu Yu unleashed his ethereal blade, which elongated and pierced through the Titan gorilla's skin with a soft thud. The inscriptions upon the blade radiated a brilliant purple light, and in the next moment, countless tendrils of black energy surged from the Titan gorilla towards the blade like a tidal wave. What is happening? My mental energy. Lu Yu suddenly realized that his spiritual power was depleting at an alarming rate. As the black energy was wholly absorbed by the blade, both the Titan gorilla and Lu Yu collapsed, plunging into the lake with a resounding splash. Lu Yu felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of water. Quick! Save him! A figure in black shouted, and before the words had fully left their lips, a pink figure dove into the water with a splash. Coughing violently, Lu Yu expelled water from his lungs and gradually regained consciousness. The 12 figures had vanished, leaving only Lu Yu, Xiaowu, Old Jack, and the Titan gorilla sprawled in the water. Upon opening his eyes and seeing 2 indistinct faces, Lu Yu fainted once more. He is fine. He merely fainted from excessive mental exertion. He will recover after some rest, Old Jack reassured. and both he and Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Yu unscathed. Old Jack gestured, and Lu Yu's body floated into the air. Turning to Xiao Wu, he said, "Little girl, the two giants are safe now. Let us depart together for mutual support." Xiao Wu hesitated, glancing at Deming, who had awakened but remained motionless. "Your friend will be all right. He will awaken shortly." Old Jack seemed to see through her concerns. "Thank you, Senior," Xiao Wu replied, then hurried to the lake's edge, addressing the empty water's surface. "Deming, Ming, I must leave. Please take care of yourselves during this time." She then turned and swiftly followed in Old Jack's footsteps. With a flash of purple lightning, the three vanished from sight. Once the three individuals departed, the Titan great ape by the shore turned over and sat upright, causing the lake to surge and revealing a pair of colossal horns above the water's surface. Their gaze remained fixated on the direction in which Xiao Wu had vanished. Meanwhile, within a hotel just outside the Star Do Great Forest, a graceful figure sat quietly by the window. Zhu Zhuqing, seated cross-legged, was meditating, while a book floated effortlessly above the table beside her. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from outside, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to swiftly rise and peer out the window, with Mai Huli also gliding to the window's edge. There, three silhouettes arrived at the hotel entrance, and Zhu Zhuqing watched as they hurried down the stairs. Descending the stairs, Zhu Zhuqing's heart filled with concern upon seeing the unconscious Lu Yu. "Xiao Wu, what has happened to Lu Yu?" she inquired anxiously. "Brother Yu has merely exhausted his mental energy. He just needs a moment's rest," Xiao Wu explained. "Zhuqing, let the elder take Brother Yu upstairs to recuperate." "Oh right. I will lead the way," Zhu Zhuqing replied, snapping back to her senses. As they entered the room, Old Jack waved his hand, allowing Lu Yu to float gently onto the bed, while Zhu Zhuqing meticulously adjusted the covers. In that instant, the door was unexpectedly pushed open from the outside, revealing two figures. "Xiao Wu," they exclaimed in unison. "Dean Flander, Teacher Zhao, I apologize for the worry I've caused during this time," Xiao Wu said. Flander and Zhao Wujia were overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Xiao Wu, after searching the forest for so long. Witnessing a living person suddenly appear before them was nothing short of a miracle. "Xiao Wu, how did you manage to escape? Where have you been all this time? And what has happened to Lu Yu?" Zhao Wujia asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu promptly explained. "Lu Yu and I owe our safe exit from the Star Do Forest to this esteemed elder." "Greetings, Senior," they said respectfully, noticing the old man standing behind Xiao Wu. "No need for such formalities. You two have endured much during this period," Old Jack replied, waving his hand dismissively. The group then chose to sit down and engage in casual conversation. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiao Wu recounted the events that had transpired, omitting any mention of her identity as a soul beast, while Old Jack sat to the side, sipping tea. Upon concluding her narrative, Zhao Wujia rose and formally bowed to Old Jack, expressing gratitude for rescuing his Shrek Academy student. Old Jack set down his teacup, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. It was merely a good deed. However, I will require your assistance with a few matters shortly. Please, Senior, whatever you need. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I, Zhao Wujia, will not hesitate," he replied respectfully. Chapter 177, The Eerie Dreamscape. Sunlight scattered across the Star Do Forest, casting a patch of shadows. Beneath the dim earth, countless interconnecting caves formed an immensely vast underground labyrinth. In the dimly lit passage, a solitary figure advanced slowly through the darkness, clutching a flickering torch that cast a faint glow within the inky depths of the cavern. Observing closely, one could see that the person bore a large backpack upon their back. Yuze wielded a long spear, deftly severing the delicate vines that obstructed his path, and continued onward, seemingly able to penetrate the shadows of the cave, disregarding the myriad of winding paths as he navigated the labyrinthine tunnels. Before long, he arrived at a stone door. Setting his backpack down, he rummaged through its contents and, illuminated by the dim torchlight, revealed a heart, a vivid, crimson human heart. As if freshly unearthed, he retrieved 2 more hearts from the depths of his pack and placed them into the grooves of the stone door. In an instant, the entire cavern trembled violently, accompanied by a resounding roar, as the heavy stone door began to creak open of its own accord. Resuming his journey with the torch held high, Yuze ventured into the boundless darkness. He appeared intimately familiar with the structure of the chamber beyond the door, making a beeline toward a grotesque statue of a ghoul with greenish skin and menacing fangs. Crouching down, he exerted his full strength to rotate the base of the statue. A tremendous rumble emanated from below, igniting flames within the grooves of the chamber walls, instantly illuminating the previously impenetrable darkness. In the next moment, the floor of the chamber unexpectedly descended, and an altar slowly rose to prominence. Yuze approached the altar and emptied the contents of his backpack onto it. a cascade of red and white matter spilling forth, a gruesome assortment of flesh and organs, including several human hands. These were the remains of souls lured by the allure of the treasure. A sly smile crept across Yuze's lips, as if mocking the avarice and folly of those individuals. As the mass of flesh hit the ground, the intricate patterns on the altar ignited with light, and a black-red magic circle began to take shape in midair. Moments later, several tendrils shot forth from the circle, reaching for the pile of flesh below. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these tendrils bore mouths filled with sharp fangs, swiftly consuming the remnants with ravenous efficiency. Though the quantity is modest, your ability to gather such flesh in such a brief span is commendable. Speak, what reward do you desire? Suddenly, a pitch-black throne materialized atop the altar, and a shadowy figure sat upon it. Your subordinate greets you, Lord Shadow. Upon seeing the enigmatic and imposing figure, Yuze knelt swiftly, his forehead pressed against the cold ground, his voice imbued with reverence and submission. It is the greatest joy of my life that you have awakened from your slumber. His body trembled slightly, overwhelmed with emotion. He raised his gaze, his eyes filled with awe and fervent excitement. A chilling, rasping laughter emanated from the shadow, a sound reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, signaling its satisfaction with Yuze's response. This is what you deserve, the shadow declared, waving a hand as a thick, ebony tentacle suddenly pierced through Yuze's body, lifting him high into the air. A sharp pain radiated throughout his being, eliciting a piercing scream from him as his face contorted in agony, dark veins gradually spreading across his distorted visage. The tentacle retracted, and his body fell to the ground with a thud, a black soul ring abruptly appearing around him. This is what you deserve, the shadow continued in a fragmented manner, as if the previous act had taken a considerable toll. I need more flesh and blood, more flesh and blood. Yuze hastily crawled before the shadow, pledging, I shall seek more flesh and blood for you at once. Wait, the shadow's voice resounded again. Kill Luyu. The shadow's crimson eyes widened suddenly. Yes, I shall do so immediately, Yuze replied urgently. You may leave for now. I require rest. I take my leave. Yuze bowed and exited the dim chamber swiftly. Suddenly, within the empty chamber, the shadow atop the stone seat opened its crimson eyes wide, proclaiming, the remnants of time must perish. Ah, Luyu suddenly shouted, springing upright from the bed. Bewildered, he looked around and found himself lying on a soft bed. The arrangement of items in the room began to feel strangely familiar. Was this the Shrek dormitory? He recalled faintly that he had collapsed in the Stardow forest. How did he end up here? What had that entity been? As he murmured to himself, he gradually opened his eyes, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He strained to recall the bizarre dream he had just experienced, an inexplicable sense of dread and confusion swelling within him. Could this truly have been merely an ordinary dream? Yet, why did those eyes feel so hauntingly real, as if they could penetrate his very soul? The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill running down his spine. The shadow seemed to linger before him, and the fiery crimson eyes were deeply etched in his mind. Luyu, you're awake. Suddenly, the wooden door creaked open as Oscar entered, his surprise evident upon seeing Luyu sitting on the bed. Why are you dawdling at the door? Oscar. Oscar was abruptly shoved aside, stumbling into the room, nearly falling to his knees. Without needing to turn, he knew the intruder was undoubtedly the rotund Ma Hongjun. You trying to kill me, you fatso? Ah, Luyu, you're awake. Ma Hongjun exclaimed with equal astonishment, ignoring Oscar entirely. Why are you sweating so profusely? Does your wound hurt? Oscar observed the beads of sweat dotting Luyu's forehead. Oh, it's nothing. Just had a nightmare, Luyu replied, wiping the sweat away. Oscar, how long have I been unconscious? Not long. Since the afternoon the dean brought you all back until now. It's been less than a day and a night, Oscar said, handing Luyu a glass of water. Indeed, upon the table lies an item from the dean, said to have been entrusted to him by your grandfather, with the instruction that you must open it yourself. Rest assured, we have not tampered with it, Oscar remarked, gesturing towards a box atop the table. Ah, Luyu, I never imagined you could keep such a secret from us for so long. A rotund face suddenly intruded upon Luyu's view, as Ma Hongjun chuckled cheerfully. Curse you, fatso. Luyu has just awakened. Do be mindful not to startle him further, Oscar interjected, pulling Ma Hongjun aside. Get away from me, you blundering oaf. Are you so afraid that your grotesque visage might offend Luyu? Oscar tugged Ma Hongjun away. The dean has granted us a respite for the next couple of days, so you need not worry about classes. We shall step outside, allowing you to rest properly, Oscar informed Luyu before leading Ma Hongjun out of the room. Has he truly been unconscious for an entire day? Luyu wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, then donned his clothes and approached the table, bringing the box before him. He lifted the box, weighing it in his hands, noting the sound of objects colliding within. It felt substantial and robust. However, There appeared to be no discernible means of opening it. Lu Yu scrutinized the box from all angles, yet found no visible opening. As he examined it further, he suddenly felt as though he had activated some mechanism. A small square at the bottom of the box began to retract, followed by the sound of gears whirring. With a click, the lid of the box sprang open, revealing its contents: a note, a leather-bound book, and a smaller wooden box. Lu Yu picked up the note, which bore a message that he surmised must have been left by his grandfather. The note read, "Dear you, by the time you read this, I will have departed. The items I wish to bequeath to you have been entrusted to you by Flander. The contents of the small box possess considerable power. Use them with caution. Moreover, I have borrowed your book for a few days. In exchange, your friend has left you a book." "Old Jack, my book?" Lu Yu pondered, momentarily perplexed, when suddenly a realization struck him. Old Mo? Old Mo. Awakening from his reverie, Lu Yu recalled that Mo Holik was gone. Could it be that his grandfather referred to Old Mo? Who would teach him alchemy now? Just as despair began to engulf him, his gaze was drawn to the leather-bound book below. "Alchemy, Theoretical Expositions?" By Merlin, he murmured, and in that instant, his despondency began to dissipate. "Old Mo, may you rest in peace." He silently held a farewell ceremony in his heart for Old Mo before picking up the smaller box. Upon opening it, a purple orb revealed itself before Lu Yu's eyes. "What is this?" Lu Yu examined the orb closely, noticing faint arcs of electricity dancing within. Even as he placed his fingertip upon it, he felt a tingling sensation. "System, do you know what this is?" Lu Yu inquired, realizing that with Old Mo's absence, he could only consult the system. Wait, it seems even Old Mo might not recognize this. "Item, Thunder Spirit Orb. An item?" Lu Yu noticed the wording of the system and expressed his confusion, pondering if the term props had always been used to describe items provided by the system. Could it be that others also possess a system, left by the previous host? Indeed, I am not the only traveler with a system. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement, though he was uncertain if the previous host was from Blue Star. "Wait a moment, system. What do you mean by left by the previous host? How many hosts have there been, and did he perish?" Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. "As of now, there have been only 2 hosts. You are the second. The previous host traversed to the wrong time and place at an inappropriate moment, and, due to various uncontrollable factors, currently exists in a state between life and death. Due to the previous host's mistakes, some system props have been lost. If these items fall into the hands of enemies, the consequences would be unimaginable. I hope the host can assist in their recovery. In return, the host may gain full usage rights of the props or exchange them for system points." Detected the lost prop, Thunder Spirit Pearl. "Would you like to recover it?" Suddenly, a choice panel appeared before Lu Yu, with yes on the right and no on the left. Without hesitation, Lu Yu selected no. What a joke. Since it is a system prop, its power must be formidable. Moreover, Grandpa Jack personally left a message stating that its efficacy is remarkable. Keeping it as a hidden life-saving card seems like an excellent choice. However, this only heightened Lu Yu's curiosity regarding the identity of the previous host. "System, what level did your previous host reach? How far is it from my time?" "Half a step to divinity. 500 years. Theoretically, your eras are not far apart. And one could even say you once existed in the same era." "The same era?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu fell into deep contemplation. What did the system mean by this? It had earlier mentioned a difference of 500 years, yet now suggested that he and the previous host once belonged to the same era. Could it be the same era on Blue Star? However, regardless of how Lu Yu inquired further, the system seemed to have gone silent, offering no response. Exasperated, Lu Yu thought to himself that the system had once again gone offline. He decided to store the Thunder Spirit Pearl within his spatial ring and would study how to use it later. As for the book Alchemy Theory, he would read it later that night. Having lain in bed for so long, he felt as though his back was on the verge of degeneration. Lu Yu languidly sat up from the bed, first stretching out with a large yawn, then extending his arms overhead to fully loosen his somewhat stiff body. After completing this series of motions, he slowly stood up and tiptoed to the door, gently pushing it open. The moment the door swung open, a rush of fresh, warm air greeted him, as if nature itself were offering him the most affectionate welcome. Sunlight poured through the crack of the door, cascading over his face like golden grains of sand, bringing a soft and intoxicating warmth. This sensation felt akin to a mother's tender caress, allowing Lu Yu to relax completely, as waves of indescribable comfort and contentment surged within him. "Brother Yu, why are you out?" Tang Sin's voice drifted from nearby. Although his complexion appeared somewhat pallid, he had improved significantly over the past few days. "Xiao-san, how are you feeling? Is your injury healing?" Lu Yu inquired with genuine concern. "It's nothing serious now," Tang Sin replied. "Thank you, Brother Yu." Suddenly, he bowed deeply to Lu Yu, a gesture that nearly startled Lu Yu, who quickly supported Tang Sin's shoulder. "Xiao-san, what are you doing?" "Brother Yu, Xiao Wu has informed me about the events in the Stardow Forest. Her return this time is thanks to you and Grandpa Jack. I was reckless before, endangering myself and almost implicating everyone else. This mistake is something I cannot repay. In the future, if you ever need anything, I, Tang-san, will face any danger without hesitation. Xiao-san, what are you saying? Didn't we agree that you, I, and Xiao Wu are family? Xiao Wu is also my sister. Isn't it only right to save one's own sister? Remember, don't pull this kind of act in front of me again, or I might let my iron fist do the talking. Tang-san straightened up, chuckling. Yes, we are all family. Brother, you haven't eaten yet, right? Everyone is in the cafeteria now, and we have a guest visiting the academy today. Let us go take a look. A guest? Then let us go? Chapter 179, Arrival of the Master. Liu Yu followed Tang-san to the cafeteria, and their entrance immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Liu Yu casually found a seat, but soon realized that breakfast was surprisingly lavish today, with each meal meticulously prepared. What was going on? Liu Yu looked at Tang-san, who wore a mysterious smile. Brother Yu, just eat first, you'll find out soon enough. After finishing breakfast, the sound of a bell rang out. What is happening? Didn't the dean say we were on break? Why are we gathering again? Oscar complained, albeit only to Tang-san and the others. He obediently joined the group running to the playground. Upon arrival, they found only Zhao Wujia waiting for them. Zhao Wujia surveyed the group and nodded good. No one has fallen behind. Teacher Zhao, what are we doing today? Dai Mubai asked eagerly. Waiting for someone, Zhao Wujia replied. Waiting for someone. The group echoed in unison. However, after Zhao Wujia spoke, he fell silent. Meanwhile, back in the cafeteria during breakfast, in Flander's office, Flander gazed at the man before him in astonishment. Xiao Gang. How did you end up like this? Sitting in front of Flander was the master, Tang-san's teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, his clothes covered in dust, with noticeable tears. And his lips appeared chapped and cracked, his voice hoarse. Let us not discuss my situation for now. I heard you encountered a beast tide in the Stardow Forest. Please tell me what happened. He spoke quickly, his eyes filled with urgency. Flander succinctly recounted their experiences in the Stardow Forest to Yu Xiaojiang. The expression on the latter's face gradually grew solemn as he nodded and remarked, I have also heard the rumors regarding this beast tide from the outside world. Do you not find it rather peculiar? Yu Xiaojiang took a sip of water to moisten his throat. A beast tide that could be halted by a mere simple blockade. Yet the great empires and the Spirit Hall have collaborated in their search for so many days, only to yield no satisfactory explanation. It is inconsistent with their usual modus operandi. Flander nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Zhao Wujia entered without hesitation. Boss, what do you need me for? Flander gestured towards Zhao Wujia and introduced, Wujia, allow me to introduce you to Yu Xiaojiang, whom others refer to as the Master. You may call him that as well. He is also the teacher of Tang-san. So you are the Master. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Zhao Wujia said warmly. For he had long heard of the Master's reputation. A sole master who can calmly dedicate themselves to theoretical research is indeed a rarity across the continent. Moreover, he had witnessed Tang-san's excellence firsthand. To be able to teach such a remarkable student is truly impressive. Your Excellency, the unmoving king, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary person, Yu Xiaojiang replied, turning his gaze back to Flander. Flander, are the students gathered now? Upon hearing Flander's description of the recent events, especially Tang-san's solitary venture into the forest, he felt a surge of concern and now simply wished to see for himself. Flander nodded promptly. Of course, Wujia. The holiday is cancelled. Please gather the children. Oh, very well, Zhao Wujia answered, then turned to leave. Time returned to the present. In the open area, Zhao Wujia was meditating with his eyes closed. Flander had entrusted him with the task of gathering the students, and now that his duty was fulfilled, he merely needed to wait. Soon, two figures approached. Under the gaze of the crowd, Flander stepped onto the platform. Allow me to introduce you. He gestured towards Yu Xiaojiang at his side. This is Yu Xiaojiang. You may also refer to him as the Master. Additionally, he is the teacher of Tang-san. It is important to emphasize that the Master will become your teacher moving forward. Furthermore, I should mention that this morning's breakfast was prepared according to the Master's recipe. Upon hearing Flander's words, the crowd exhibited an unusual glimmer in their expressions. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, as veteran students of Shrek Academy, had some understanding of Flander's style. His discerning eye for talent was well known, evidenced by his decision to take Ma Hongjun as a disciple. This master undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances and broke into laughter, with Ma Hongjun jubilantly exclaiming, Dean, are you suggesting that we will enjoy such exquisite meals every day? Liu Yu observed Yu Xiaojiang on the stage, contemplating that, according to the narrative, the master would soon arrange team training for everyone. While his training methods appeared sound, the truth was that they would be mere trifles for his current self. He wondered how Yu Xiaojing would approach this arrangement. Previously, Dean Flanders seemed to have mentioned the need to challenge the instructors of the academy periodically. With the master now joining the institution, does that imply that I could initiate a challenge against him? However, Lu Yu promptly dismissed this notion. Setting aside whether the master could withstand my attack, I had previously sought his guidance on theoretical knowledge at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nottingham. It would be rather inappropriate to strike directly. The master stepped forward, addressing the gathered crowd. At this moment, he had changed out of his tattered attire and had made a simple effort to tidy his appearance. Greetings, everyone. I am your new instructor. You may refer to me as teacher or, like others, as master. To respond to the question posed by this student, I will be responsible for arranging your meals in the future, ensuring that each meal is not only delicious and fragrant, but also nutritionally balanced. However, he continued before the crowd could express their joy. All of this is contingent upon your ability to endure the upcoming rigorous training. Rigorous training? The mere mention of those words sent a wave of foreboding through Ma Hongjun. Having already endured Zhao Wujia's additional training, he had hoped that the arrival of the master would usher in a season of relief, only to find it was a cruel twist of fate. Of course, given that you have just experienced your first beast tide, there will be no rigorous training today. However, starting tomorrow, I expect you to arrive at the dining hall at least an hour earlier than today. Engaging in strenuous activity immediately after eating disrupts digestion and is detrimental to your subsequent training. I will prepare breakfast at dawn, and should you fail to finish your meal within 3 hours, you shall train on an empty stomach. With that, the master departed, and Dean Flanders said nothing further but followed closely behind. What are you still standing around for? Dismissed, Zhao Wujia interjected, reminding them to remember what had just been said and to prepare adequately for the training the following day. He then followed the two out. At this moment, Oscar and Ma Hongjun rushed to Tang San's side, inquiring. Master Oscar addressed Tang San. Since the master is your teacher, does that mean we are now considered fellow disciples? Hey, Tang San, could you possibly ask the master if mealtimes could be adjusted? After all, who can wake up at dawn? Before Tang San could respond, Ma Hongjun squeezed in. Go away, you glutton. Only you would sleep until the sun warms your backside. Tang San and Lu Yu rise before dawn to cultivate. Do you think everyone is as lazy as you? Oscar retorted. I can hardly criticize the arrangements made by the teacher, especially since they are for our benefit. Tang San replied with a smile. Observing Tang San's genuine smile, Lu Yu thought to himself that the arrival of the master at Shrek Academy undoubtedly brought the greatest joy to Tang San. Time swiftly passed to the dawn of the next day, and Lu Yu and Tang San, as the most diligent among them, naturally arrived as the earliest too. Upon arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Lu Yu and Tang San exchanged a glance before stepping into the dining hall, where they discovered that the master had already been awaiting their arrival, busily preparing porridge. As the two entered, the master smiled and greeted Lu Yu. It has been a long time. Master, it has indeed been a while. Lu Yu responded with a warm smile. You too, take a seat quickly. It will be ready shortly, the master chuckled. Once the porridge was ready, the remaining attendees began to trickle into the dining area. To Lu Yu's surprise, the third to arrive was none other than the chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, who had been complaining about not being able to rise. The enticing scent immediately piqued Ma Hongjun's appetite, and he dove headfirst into his meal. In contrast, the girls, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others, were more mindful of their image, savoring their breakfast delicately. Lu Yu accepted a bowl of meat soup from the master and took a sip, his eyes instantly brightening. He was taken aback by the master's culinary prowess. While it could not compare to the exquisite dishes he had tasted in his past life, it was undeniably top-tier relative to the culinary standards of Douluo continent. Before long, the assembly bell rang, and everyone finished their breakfast, gathering in the open space. With his hands clasped behind his back, the master addressed the group. Your performance this morning was commendable. Each of you overcame your laziness to rise early for breakfast, which is crucial for your upcoming training. I hope you can maintain this momentum. I have familiarized myself with your respective martial souls and abilities, and today, our special training officially begins. Lu Yu, step forward. Lu Yu took a step forward, a hint of excitement glimmering in his eyes as he pondered what task the master would assign him. I have a task for you, the master said, glancing at Lu Yu. Starting now, you are to refrain from using your martial soul or any weapons. Your objective is to subdue them without causing any serious harm. He then turned to the others, stating, likewise, I want you to withstand Lu Yu's onslaught for the duration of a stick of incense. Of course, if you manage to bring him down, that would be even better. What? The group gasped in astonishment at the master's instructions. This hardly seemed like special training. Even without his martial soul, they had witnessed Lu Yu's physical strength, which would undoubtedly be overwhelming. What are you exclaiming about? If today's special training is not completed, none of you shall have any meals. By the way, you may use your martial souls. How you choose to engage in battle is entirely up to you. Whether it be a will battle or a team fight, the decision lies with you. You have 10 minutes to devise a strategy, the master stated coldly. Upon hearing the master's final words, a smile broke across Ma Hongjuan's face. Hey, Lu Yu, don't worry, we'll try to go easy on you. With that, he dashed to join the others in discussing tactics. Tang Xin gave Lu Yu a slight smile before also stepping aside, while Zhu Zhuqing regarded Lu Yu with a fiery determination, recalling his performance in the forest. As the others strategized, Lu Yu observed them quietly from the sidelines. After about 10 minutes, the group, led by Dai Mubai, approached. Noticing their formation, it was evident they intended to engage him all at once. He stretched lazily, loosening his muscles, and with a calm smile, he declared, "Come at me." With a decisive motion, he extracted an incense stick from his spatial ring, ignited it, and deftly planted it into the ground. A thunderous roar escaped Dai Mubai's lips. White tiger possession. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, deafening in its intensity. Immediately, a radiant light enveloped him as an overwhelming aura surged forth. In a mere heartbeat, he achieved the manifestation of his martial soul with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Simultaneously, the soul rings beneath his feet began to shimmer, casting a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire space. The rings brimmed with boundless soul power, as if poised to erupt at any moment. At that instant, Dai Mubai bellowed once more, "White tiger radiant wave." With this fierce declaration, a blinding white wave of light shot forth from his mouth. The wave surged towards Lu Yu with the swiftness of lightning, rending the air as it passed, creating a series of piercing shrieks. Yet, facing such a formidable assault, Lu Yu exhibited no sign of panic. Just as the white tiger radiant wave was about to strike him, Lu Yu suddenly sprang into action. His figure flickered like a wraith, rendering his movements nearly impossible to track. Standing at the rear of the formation, Ning Rongrong began to radiate vibrant colors as two soul rings slowly ascended, emanating a brilliant glow. However, before she could complete her incantation, an unexpected object flew into her mouth, causing her to double over and expel a mouthful of dirt. In that moment, Xiao Wu shouted a warning, "Be careful." Almost instantaneously, a figure appeared before her. Lu Yu had somehow materialized behind the team, launching a surprise attack on the defenseless Ning Rongrong. Yet, Tang San was prepared for this eventuality. He had positioned Zhu Zhuqing beside Ning Rongrong. The moment he spotted Lu Yu, he produced a peculiar contraption, and with the sound of mechanisms whirring into action, several gleaming projectiles hurtled toward Lu Yu. Concurrently, a shadow lunged at him. Zhu Zhuqing, employing her first soul skill, the ethereal stab, targeted Lu Yu with lethal intent. Just as intended, a faint smile crept across Lu Yu's lips as he executed the ghost step, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind Zhu Zhuqing, swiftly locking her shoulders in place with his hands and uttering a quiet apology before using her as a shield. "Look out! Get away!" Tang Xin shouted. But it was already too late. Before Zhu Zhuqing could react, Lu Yu had utilized her as a human shield, absorbing all incoming attacks. The toxins from the flying needles took effect, and Zhu Zhuqing's consciousness began to fade. In the next heartbeat, she collapsed limply into Lu Yu's embrace. Chapter 181, Special Training. Lu Yu gently set Zhu Zhuqing aside, and then abruptly vanished from his position. "Xiao San, you certainly struck hard." Lu Yu's voice suddenly echoed in Tang San's ear. Astonished by the speed, suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, and his body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. "Third brother." Xiao Wu cried out in alarm as she witnessed Tang San being flung away. In the next instant, numerous blue-silver vines erupted from beneath Lu Yu's feet. Ghostly vines. Blue-silver bind. Tang San had cunningly left behind ghost vine seeds at the original location. Lu Yu found himself momentarily ensnared, and it was now. Soaring through the air, Tang San executed a nimble somersault and landed deftly, immediately shouting at Ma Hongjuan, "Phoenix Fire Line." No sooner had the words left his lips than Ma Hongjuan's voice resonated, unleashing a searing line of fire that hurtled towards Lu Yu. With a resounding boom, a violent explosion ensued. Had they succeeded? The onlookers anxiously gazed toward the epicenter of the blast, and as the smoke dissipated, they discovered only the ashes of burned blue-silver vines. With no trace of Lu Yu to be found, panic surged through Tang San as he suddenly realized something, shouting to Oscar, "Oscar, move aside." "Huh? What did you say?" Oscar looked bewildered. "He told you to move." A voice suddenly echoed in Oscar's ear. Just as the word "thanks" was about to escape his lips, Oscar sensed a disquieting shift, recognizing that familiar voice. "No need for thanks." Lu Yu's lips curled into a devilishly chilling smile, radiating an unsettling aura of coldness and mockery directed squarely at Oscar. In an instant, Lu Yu swung his right fist with the swiftness of lightning towards Oscar. The speed and force of that punch were so overwhelming that there was no time for reaction. In a heartbeat, Oscar felt as if his abdomen had been struck by a speeding freight truck, a piercing agony coursing through him. He let out a muffled groan, his body instinctively curling up like a boiled shrimp. Then, with a thunderous crash, Oscar's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, hurtling through the air at an alarming speed. He traced an arc before crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, Lu Yu's gaze was caught by a pair of pink eyes. Before anyone could react, a delicate voice rang out, second soul skill, charm. The voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a celestial symphony. Following the direction of the sound, a graceful and enchanting young girl had quietly appeared beside Lu Yu. This girl was Xiao Wu, her exquisite beauty exuding an irresistible allure. Particularly, her large eyes, sparkling like gemstones, now radiated a resplendent pink glow. This luminous hue seemed to possess boundless enchantment. Merely a glance was enough to ensnare one's senses, rendering them helplessly entranced. Seizing the moment as Lu Yu's gaze fell into a daze, Xiao Wu swiftly placed her hands on his shoulders, her feet pressing against his waist. The yellow soul ring blazed to life, activating her first soul skill, waist bow. In that fleeting instant, Lu Yu's previously vacant expression transformed, clarity igniting within his eyes, as if a spark of inspiration had struck him. He swiftly extended his right hand, deftly grasping Xiao Wu's slender ankle. Without delay, Lu Yu exerted his strength, a powerful force surging through Xiao Wu in an instant. Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable lightness in her body, as if the ground had suddenly vanished beneath her feet, causing her to lose her balance entirely. Before she could comprehend the bewildering turn of events, a shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. Lu Yu, with the ease of wielding a heavy club, swung her by the ankle. Xiao Wu's body whirled through the air, accompanied by a rush of wind that howled around her. In that critical moment, a silver flash, resembling a bolt of lightning, surged towards her. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the battle-ready Qi, clad in shimmering silver armor that radiated a cold brilliance, akin to a goddess of war descending from the heavens, exuding both elegance and authority. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with a tide of silver light, emanating an aura of formidable strength that was both captivating and daunting. Her second soul skill was perpetually activated, causing the very air around her to quiver slightly under the influence of her power. In an instant, as Lu Yu momentarily exposed a flaw while swinging Xiao Wu, Qi seized the opportunity and launched a swift attack. Her form was as elusive as a specter, closing the distance to Lu Yu in the blink of an eye. Wielding a razor-sharp silver spear that sliced through the air with ferocious intensity, aimed directly at Lu Yu. Remarkably, Lu Yu exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, in the next heartbeat, he audaciously used Xiao Wu as a weapon, hurling her towards Qi. Before Qi could bring her spear to bear, Xiao Wu had already flown into her path. Suspended in midair, Qi found it impossible to evade due to her momentum. She attempted to swap her spear for a shield using her first soul skill, but fearing for Xiao Wu's safety, she was left with no choice but to endure the full force of Lu Yu's strike. With a resounding crash, both combatants were sent sprawling to the ground. Blue Silverbind. Tang San's clear and steady voice thundered once more, prompting Lu Yu to instinctively react, pushing off the ground to retreat rapidly. However, upon focusing his gaze, he was astonished to find the ground before him utterly barren, not a single blade of grass stirred. Alarmed, he realized he had been deceived, a look of frustration crossing his face. Just then, a chill crept up his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Before he could turn to face the threat, Tang San, like a phantom, surged forward at that opportune moment. Even more astonishing was the sudden transformation occurring on Tang San's back. 8 elongated, razor-sharp spider legs erupted forth, glimmering with a chilling sheen. These spider legs appeared almost sentient, agilely dancing through the air, creating gusts of wind that complemented Tang San's figure, forming a bizarre yet powerful tableau. Yet, it was evident that he was not fully adept in their use, as the 8 spear-like legs clumsily jabbed towards Lu Yu. Chapter 182, Special Training, Part 2. Although Tang San was still not proficient in the use of the 8 spider lances, his innate speed, combat skills, and the potent venom they possessed compelled Lu Yu to remain vigilant, for he was concerned that Tang San might inadvertently harm himself. White Tiger's light wave. Suddenly, a low shout echoed from behind, as Dai Mubai launched an attack from the rear. With a mere extension of his arm, he effortlessly seized the stout wrist of his opponent. "Do you all delight in this trickery?" Lu Yu coldly remarked, turning to face Dai Mubai, who was enveloped in a radiant white light, his muscles bulging to nearly double their size, indicating he was in the state of his third soul skill. To his astonishment, His sudden assault was easily countered. In the next instant, a spear, glimmering with a chilling brilliance and remarkably sharp, pierced the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Lu Yu's face at an astonishing speed. Reacting with extraordinary swiftness, Lu Yu propelled himself backward like an arrow released from a bow, pushing off the ground with great force. However, his adversary was evidently not one to let him escape easily. Almost simultaneously, Tang San's hands swiftly brushed past his waist, and several glimmers of cold light suddenly appeared. He had unleashed a flurry of dragon whisker needles towards Lu Yu with fierce intent. The speed of these needles was breathtaking, and their angles cunningly devised, seemingly intent on completely encircling Lu Yu. Yet, witnessing this unfolding scenario, Lu Yu displayed no trace of panic. He had anticipated Tang San's maneuver. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Dai Mubai beside him and swung him like a nimble weapon, hurling him towards the incoming dragon whisker needles with tremendous force. In Lu Yu's hands, Dai Mubai became akin to a colossal hammer, generating a fierce wind as he smashed into the flurry of needles. Dai Mubai felt dizzy, attempting to break free, yet the grip on him felt like iron claws, rendering his struggles futile. Suddenly, he sensed his wrist loosen, and in an instant, he was propelled towards Tang San, while Lu Yu followed up with a powerful kick, sending both Dai Mubai and Tang San hurtling back like disconnected kites, crashing with a resounding thud into the nearby Ma Hongjun. Now, aside from the observing master, Lu Yu stood as the sole remaining combatant, and the incense was barely halfway burned. The master regarded the scene with an expression of indifference and addressed the group. "Are you satisfied with your performances just now?" His gaze first fell upon Tang San. A control-type soul master is arguably the strongest in one-on-one combat when faced with no countering opponent. In team battles, your role is to dictate the rhythm of the battlefield and create opportunities for your allies. A truly formidable control soul master can even command the enemy. Yet, what of you? You allowed your opponent to dismantle your allies one by one, placing the least combat-capable support soul master right under the enemy's nose. If this were a real battlefield, you would be the architect of their demise. Subsequently, the master's icy gaze once again fixated on Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Qing. The combat prowess of an assault-type spirit master surpasses that of their counterparts at the same rank, capable of striking with lethal precision when the opportune moment arises. Yet, what have you achieved? None of you have demonstrated such capability. As agility-type spirit masters recklessly advance without regard for their comrades, even injuring allies in the process. I witnessed nothing but a band of brutes, devoid of intellect. Yu Xiaojiang's scathing words assailed each individual, leaving their pride utterly shattered. It is due to Lu Yu's overwhelming strength. His spiritual power and physical prowess far exceed ours, rendering this an unjust contest, retorted Zhu Qing instantly. Her assertion held merit. Even without his martial spirit, Lu Yu's corporeal strength could rival that of a level 50 spirit master. Fairness? Huh. If this were a battlefield, and you encountered an opponent of superior strength, would you declare, "Your power surpasses mine. Therefore, this battle is unjust and should not exist"? Yu Xiaojiang replied with a hint of derision. Zhu Qing found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to his retort. Just yesterday, your esteemed Dean Flander engaged in earnest dialogue with me, solemnly conveying that you, a vibrant group brimming with potential, are poised to become the final cohort of Shrek Academy's storied legacy. Undoubtedly, this signifies that you are destined to become the cherished disciples of Dean Flander, inheriting his years of dedication and aspirations. However, witnessing your recent conduct has stirred within me a profound sense of concern and disappointment. Look at your lackadaisical attitude, your dispirited demeanor, and your cavalier approach to your studies. Can such a state truly honor the earnest expectations Dean Flander has placed upon you? Yu Xiaojiang's cold words pierced the hearts of all present like a sharp blade. Shrek Academy is renowned for nurturing exceptional talents, yet the final students appear to be a collection of wastrels. Perhaps your innate gifts are remarkable enough to warrant the title of monsters, but that is where it ends. Your performance does not merit such a designation. Yu Xiaojing chastised. Heads hung low, faces flushed with shame. The overwhelming feeling of humiliation urged them to bury their heads deep in the earth, wishing to shield themselves from the scrutiny of others. When the realization struck that they were indeed the last cohort of Shrek Academy, the tide of shame surged, drowning each of their spirits in an instant. Each individual felt an acute sense of disgrace. Every spirit master carries their own flaws. There are no worthless martial spirits, only inadequate spirit masters. Likewise, perfection is unattainable in individuals, but a flawless team can emerge. While one person may possess shortcomings, through collaboration, strengths can complement one another, allowing you to confront adversaries of all attributes. Always remember, with impeccable synergy, 1 + 1 can indeed surpass 2. Yu Xiaojiang continued. You must perpetually bear in mind that you are a team, partners worthy of each other's trust. Yu Xiaojiang paused momentarily before continuing. The special training will proceed. Your next task is to engage in battle to comprehend each individual's abilities and combat habits. Lu Yu, tend to their injuries. Understood, Lu Yu replied, summoning the Qixing Lotus Staff, as the yellow spirit ring beneath him shimmered brilliantly. The starlight praised scattered glimmers of light, and everyone felt an unprecedented lightness in their bodies, with their pains vanishing instantly. At that moment, Tang stepped forward and presented a pill to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "This is the antidote for the poison within you." "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude, promptly consuming the pill. "Lu Yu, Ning Rongrong, you two shall form a duo. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, you will be their opponents," the master announced once everyone was prepared. Chapter 183, Special Training, Part 3. The special training continued. The master continued, "Ning Rongrong, you will team up with Lu Yu. And Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, you will face them as before. This time, however, Lu Yu is prohibited from using his martial soul and spirit power. Begin. Let us collaborate joyfully." As the master's words faded, Ning Rongrong approached with a smile, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident where Lu Yu had dirt in his mouth. "Indeed. Let us collaborate joyfully," Lu Yu replied with a smile, extending his hand. Ning Rongrong, catching the light in Lu Yu's eyes, reached out and shook his hand. "Now, I must take this seriously," Dai Mubai declared, followed by a fierce shout as his white tiger martial soul enveloped him, his muscles bulging as the purple spirit ring beneath him illuminated. With wide eyes, Dai Mubai let out a powerful roar, white tiger transformation. As he uttered this command, his already formidable physique trembled, muscles expanding dramatically, as if threatening to tear through his clothing. He bent his legs slightly, resembling a spring compressed to its limit, and then unleashed an astounding burst of power. The ground trembled beneath him as he left a profound imprint, charging towards Ning Rongrong like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai's hands morphed rapidly, his fingers elongated, glistening with a sharp, icy gleam, transforming into a pair of enormous tiger claws. These claws sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, as they lunged fiercely toward Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, a hand appeared from thin air, firmly grasping Dai Mubai's tiger claw. "I anticipated you would act this way, but our target is not you," Lu Yu remarked with a smile, unperturbed by the situation. "Phoenix Fire Line." A sudden voice erupted from behind Lu Yu, as a blazing line of fire shot toward Ning Rongrong. Employing a feint, Dai Mubai served as bait to divert Lu Yu's attention, while Ma Hongjun concealed himself, aiming to catch Lu Yu off guard. From the outset, Dai Mubai had no intention of annihilating Lu Yu. Every successful hit would be a victory, even if it meant a trade-off. "Is that so?" Lu Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, while Dai Mubai felt a twinge of uncertainty at Lu Yu's expression. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Ning Rongrong faced the oncoming flames with unwavering resolve, showing no inclination to evade. With a thunderous roar, the fire erupted violently upon striking her, causing the hearts of onlookers to leap into their throats. "Rongrong!" cried Zhu Zhuqing, filled with concern. Qi Bao, summoning the Qiluo Yuli, declared, "Strength." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's voice resonated through the billowing smoke, and in the next moment, radiant multicolored light flickered amidst the haze. As the smoke dissipated, a figure adorned in black and gold stood firm, enveloped in the luminous aura emitted by the Qi Bao Yuli Tower. It was unmistakably Ning Rongrong. "What is this?" Ma Hongjun gaped in astonishment at Ning Rongrong, unharmed and standing resolutely. "That is the battle armor of Brother Yu." Tang Sen was the first to recognize the exquisite black and gold armor that Ning Rongrong donned, the very same that Lu Yu had worn in his earlier confrontation with Zhao Wujia. Time rewound to the moment just before the battle commenced. System. Modify the usage permissions for the Black God armor. Adding Ning Rongrong as a user, Lu Yu communicated with the system through his consciousness. Modification complete. Ning Rongrong has been added as a user of the Black God armor. Highest authority, Lu Yu. Second authority, Ning Rongrong. Please have the host make contact with the other party to complete the armor transfer. Detecting second usage authority for the Black God armor, initiating armor transfer. Transfer complete. Ning Rongrong cautiously extended her hand, gently grasping Lu Yu's palm. The instant her fingertips brushed against his skin, a cool sensation akin to a gentle stream flowed swiftly along his arm and enveloped her. This chill caused Ning Rongrong to shiver involuntarily, yet simultaneously. A peculiar sense of comfort blossomed within her. Meanwhile, not far away, Ma Hongjun unleashed his searing flames with all his might, the roaring inferno resembling a ferocious beast lunging towards Ning Rongrong. Just as the raging fire seemed poised to engulf her, that earlier cool sensation surged through her body at an astonishing pace, as if summoned by some unseen force. In an instant, Ning Rongrong felt as though she were immersed in a world of refreshing coolness. Then, a dazzling light flashed, and a magnificent suit of battle armor, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, materialized upon her. This armor adhered closely to her form, each plate radiating a chilling brilliance, akin to an impregnable fortress that enveloped her entirely. When Ma Hongjuan's blazing flames finally struck her, a soft hissing sound echoed, as the flames failed to breach the armor's defenses, instead being repelled by an impenetrable barrier. The surface of the armor rippled gently, effortlessly dissipating the force of the flames, allowing Ning Rongrong to stand unscathed. Quickly regaining her composure, she summoned her martial soul and channeled her soul power, as the yellow soul ring beneath her feet slowly ascended and settled atop the Qibao Liuli Tower. First soul skill, Empowerment. The Qibao Liuli Tower instantly unleashed two radiant beams of light that illuminated both Ning Rongrong and Lu Yu. Qibao summoned the Liuli. Second, Speed. The figures of the two individuals were once again enveloped in a layer of radiance. Lu Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he exerted his strength with a swift motion. Daimubai, observing the faint yet discernible smile at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. Before he could react, an inexplicable lightness took hold of his body, and he found himself soaring through the air as if riding upon clouds. In the next moment, that familiar, chilling sensation of weightlessness returned. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in terror as he helplessly watched his own robust form being effortlessly grasped by Lu Yu, akin to a mere lightweight stick. Following this, with a flick of his arm, Lu Yu sent Dai Mubai spinning uncontrollably through the air. At that moment, Dai Mubai felt as though he had become a mere puppet, completely devoid of control over his own actions. Lu Yu, on the other hand, resembled a skilled dancer, wielding him with grace and vigor, much like a grand windmill. Hang on a little longer, Dai Lauda. I'm coming to your rescue. On the other side, Ma Hongjuan's second yellow soul ring suddenly shimmered. Chapter 184, Special Training, Part 4. Ma Hongjuan called out, and his second soul ring blazed brilliantly. The second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. Instantly, a pair of wings composed entirely of flames sprouted from behind him. However, due to his current strength, he lacked the capability to sustain flight. Thus, the effect of his second soul skill was to augment his attack power by approximately 30%. Phoenix Fire Line, Ma Hongjuan shouted, unleashing a scorching line of fire once more. I refuse to believe that I cannot melt through your shell. You fat fool. How dare you insult me by calling me a turtle? You are the true turtle, and the ugliest, most foolish one at that. I bet your entire family is just like you, all turtles. Ning Rongrong's face flushed with anger, her beautiful eyes blazing as she trembled slightly, berating Ma Hongjuan furiously. In an instant, the dark divine armor enveloping her shimmered with a mysterious, profound black light, akin to an impenetrable shield. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong did not hesitate. She charged forward with astonishing speed, like a cannonball, straight towards that searing line of fire. It is worth noting that this line of fire harbored an extremely terrifying temperature and energy. The consequences of contact would be unimaginable. Yet at that moment, Ning Rongrong was oblivious to these dangers, for Ma Hongjuan's earlier taunt had crossed the line. How dare he liken her magnificent dark divine armor to a turtle shell? Such an insult was utterly intolerable for someone as proud as Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was momentarily stunned by Ning Rongrong's actions. Sister, do you not remember that you are a support soul master? Although the dark divine armor boasts formidable defense, it lacks offensive enhancement. Charging in like this is akin to merely tickling the opponent. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by Ning Rongrong's actions, and even Ma Hongjuan was taken aback. Sister, do you not remember that you are a support soul master? Or are you simply lacking in fervor? Did she not realize the immense psychological impact on a fragile heart when a support soul master charges headlong into battle? Observing this, Lu Yu exerted force and firmly gripped the ground beneath Dai Mubai's feet, transforming him into a whirlwind that spun rapidly. With a sudden release, he shouted, "Go!" In that fleeting moment, Dai Mubai's body surged forth like a cannonball ignited by a fuse, propelled with astonishing speed and strength. His figure traced a sharp arc in the air, racing towards Ma Hongjuan with an unstoppable momentum. A resounding crash echoed, reverberating through the very fabric of the space around them. Ma Hongjuan barely had time to react before Dai Mubai, akin to a shooting star, struck him with pinpoint accuracy. The force of this blow was so tremendous that Ma Hongjuan found himself unable to withstand it, losing his balance and careening backward like a kite severed from its string. Shortly thereafter, another heavy thud resonated as the two of them crashed down onto the unforgiving ground. Dust erupted into the air, enveloping them in a massive cloud of smoke. The surrounding crowd was left in shock by the sudden turn of events, momentarily rendered speechless. As Ning Rongrong had just bolted towards her target like an arrow released from a bow, she abruptly halted midway, her initially eager expression swiftly morphing into one of profound disappointment. She slowly turned her gaze towards Lu Yu, her eyes betraying an unspoken resentment. It was as though she silently lamented her discontent, as if Lu Yu had unwittingly sabotaged her meticulously crafted performance. It is worth noting that even if one were to concede 1,000 paces, Ma Hongjuan's remarks amounted to nothing more than the observation that this armor resembled a turtle shell. Yet her intentions were purely altruistic. She had aimed to take the lead for Lu Yu, and now, her efforts had been abruptly interrupted, leaving her mood far from pleasant. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing observed all of this with a slow nod. The battle concluded, and Lu Yu was tasked with healing their wounds in preparation for the next round. Tang San and Xiao Wu against Zhu Qin and Lu Yu. What? I have to go up again, Lu Yu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, as if he had heard the most implausible news. Yu Xiaojing remained unfazed, merely nodding slightly in response. Lu Yu inwardly lamented his fate. He suddenly recalled that Flender had previously mentioned he should select a student each week to issue a challenge. He had not anticipated being saddled with the additional responsibility of training others. Furthermore, this would be a recurring duty. Starting today, you will be responsible for acting as their sparring partner at regular intervals, aimed at enhancing their resilience under pressure. As for the specific intensity of the pressure to apply and the methods of training, if I do not provide explicit instructions, you are free to exercise your discretion based on the actual circumstances, Yu Xiaojing stated calmly, yet his words carried an undeniable authority. Lu Yu let out a helpless sigh, realizing he could not shirk this responsibility. Though somewhat reluctant, he understood the significant importance of this task for the overall enhancement of the team's strength. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, since you have such faith in me, I shall endeavor to fulfill my role as a sparring partner. He did not refuse the challenge assigned by Flander. At that moment, he had a clear objective in mind. Although it may seem somewhat inappropriate, his actions would undoubtedly adhere to the school's regulations and could even be deemed reasonable. Upon reflection, it was evident that the Master's decision to appoint Lu Yu as a sparring partner for these individuals was indeed the most prudent choice. This opportunity would not only allow Lu Yu to gain insight into each person's combat style, but also to appreciate the unique characteristics of various types of soul masters, thereby contributing to the comprehensive development Flander had previously advocated. Very well, it is settled. Lu Yu, you shall first attend to Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun's injuries and prepare for the next battle, urged Yu Xiaogang with an air of indifference. Tang San, standing nearby, seemed unfazed by the Master's decision. The benefits were clear upon even a moment's contemplation. However, Tang San felt no unusual sentiments regarding this. For in his mind, Lu Yu was the quintessential candidate for the role of sparring partner, not solely due to his formidable strength, but also because the Master's earnest regard for Lu Yu rivaled his own. Although Lu Yu had not formally apprenticed under the Master, Tang San had always regarded him as an elder brother. Lu Yu summoned his martial spirit, and a vibrant purple soul ring suddenly illuminated beneath his feet. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai, who had been engaged in other activities, felt as though he were enveloped in a cascade of starlight, the discomfort from being thrown aside dissipating entirely. He lifted his head and expressed his gratitude to Lu Yu before making his way to the observation area. After administering a brief treatment to Ma Hongjun and confirming that Ning Rongrong was unharmed, Lu Yu approached Zhan Qiqi, where Tang San and Xiao Wu awaited. The battle was imminent. Begin, Master commanded, and with that, the clash of combat was set in motion. Zhan Qiqi summoned her soul power, and an imposing ethereal figure of a Valkyrie appeared behind her. In the next instant, she was enveloped in a radiant silver glow. As the light dissipated, it revealed her clad in silver armor that accentuated her graceful form. The shimmering silver armor glistened brightly, adorned with mysterious and arcane runes that seemed to embody boundless strength and enigma, exuding an aura that was both captivating and formidable. At that moment, she resembled a true Valkyrie descended from the heavens, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity. Just then, a brilliant yellow soul ring burst forth, shining as brightly as the most radiant star in the night sky. This was the powerful energy wave unleashed by her Valkyrie martial spirit. With the emergence of the soul ring, the Valkyrie's first soul skill, array formation, was activated. In an instant, a torrent of soul power coalesced, swiftly solidifying into an array of formidable weapons, each distinct in form and devastating in potency. A razor-sharp longsword gleamed with a chilling radiance, accompanied by a heavy and formidable battle axe, exuding an aura of dominance, and a swift and agile spear, striking with unparalleled ferocity. With her profound prowess, Zhan Qiqi had mastered the art of wielding at least 4 such weapons, each capable of unleashing its utmost potential. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Qiqi firmly gripped a spear that shimmered with a dazzling silver light, standing as steadfast as a statue. She slightly turned her body, her gaze piercing as it met Lu Yu's not far away. This brief exchange seemed to ignite invisible sparks, enveloping the atmosphere in a palpable tension and thrill. Then, with a sudden stomp, Zhang Qiqi's foot seemed to unleash a powerful spring, propelling her forward with tremendous force. She shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, the spear in her hand danced in rhythm with her motion. It carved a graceful arc through the air, reminiscent of a dragon leaping from the water, exuding unmatched power and agility. The spear tip glinted with a frosty sheen, tearing through the air and producing a sharp, whistling sound. The spear, slicing through the atmosphere with its keen momentum, executed thrusts and slashes that, though simple in form, morphed into a fierce technique under Zhang Qiqi's command. Akin to a dragon in the water, fierce and clawing as it surged toward Xiao Wu, confronted with the relentless assault of Zhang Qiqi's spear. Xiao Wu could only rely on her astonishing flexibility and the agility granted by her martial spirit to narrowly evade the strikes. Yet, Zhang Qiqi seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of stamina. Despite the prolonged engagement, her offensive remained unyielding, the spear tip flashing like rain, offering no respite for her opponent. Xiao Wu was forced to retreat repeatedly, quickly finding herself at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu, Tang San, witnessing her predicament, felt a surge of anxiety welling up within him, prompting him to shout out with urgency and concern. Without hesitation, he summoned all his soul power, and in an instant, the yellow soul rings encircling him burst forth with blinding brilliance, akin to a resplendent sun. With a fierce cry, blue-silver bind. A cacophony erupted as countless strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from the earth, as if awakened beasts, emerging at an astonishing pace. They proliferated like bamboo shoots after a rain, swiftly covering the battlefield. These blue-silver grasses, vibrant and animated, wove through the air, each seemingly alive, accurately targeting Zhang Qiqi. They advanced like ferocious venomous serpents, locking onto their prey with fierce resolve and unwavering determination, launching a vigorous assault on Zhang Qiqi. In that instant, the previously tranquil arena was suddenly swept by a raging wind, akin to a roaring dragon, furiously sweeping up everything in its path, raising clouds of dust and debris. Amidst the swirling sand and wind, a shadowy figure emerged with astonishing speed, darting across the battlefield like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived at the midpoint between Zhang Qiqi and the blue-silver grass. As the crowd focused their gaze, they beheld none other than Lu Yu. His stature was tall and vigorous, his right hand clenched into a fist, raised high above his head, as if he had harnessed all his strength. Without hesitation, Lu Yu brought his fist crashing down onto the ground. A deafening sound erupted, akin to thunder suddenly breaking the silence. With the impact of this punch, the very earth trembled violently, a powerful shockwave emanating from Lu Yu's center, swiftly spreading outward. Visible ripples appeared in the air, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone, stirring up layers of concentric waves. Under the onslaught of this terrifying force, the dense and lush blue-silver grass stood no chance. They disintegrated like fragile paper meeting a raging inferno, reduced to fine powder that danced and scattered in the air. Xiao San, your opponent is me. As the dust settled, Lu Yu's figure emerged before Tang San. He slowly rose, retracting his fist, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Realizing that aiding Xiao Wu was no longer an option, Tang San's eyes ignited with fierce combat spirit. If that is your intent, then come, brother Yu. Allow me to experience your strength. I shall indulge you, Lu Yu replied with a cold smirk. In the next instant, he unleashed a tremendous force through his legs, propelling his body forward like a cannonball, launching a powerful kick aimed squarely at Tang San's face. Tang San, however, was as agile as lightning. In that critical moment, his upper body arched back like a willow branch swayed by the wind, evading the fierce blow. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide with envy. In a flash, Tang San displayed an astonishing flexibility, bending backward with the grace of a finely crafted arch bridge. His movements were fluid and unhesitating. Simultaneously, Lu Yu's swift kick sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. Yet, Tang San's reflexes were extraordinary. His nose almost grazed Lu Yu's rear, narrowly escaping the formidable strike by mere inches. The scene was breathtaking, eliciting gasps of apprehension from the onlookers. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's foot missed Tang San and instead struck a tree behind him, shattering its trunk instantly. At that moment, Tang San swiftly regained his footing, his yellow spirit rings glowing brilliantly as he clapped his hands forcefully against the ground. He called out, "Blue silver bind." In an instant, with a swish, countless strands of blue-silver grass seemed to answer a mysterious call, surging forth from the earth like a green flood. Their growth was astonishing, reminiscent of bamboo shoots bursting forth after a long drought, rapidly emerging from the ground and reaching a height surpassing that of a person in the blink of an eye. These blue-silver grass intertwined with one another, weaving into massive and resilient blue webs. Every web is intricately woven from thousands of delicate and pliable blades of grass, creating a seemingly impenetrable net. They descend upon Lu Yu from all directions with an overwhelming force, as if intent on engulfing him entirely. Yet, Lu Yu remains unperturbed, allowing the countless blue-silver grasses to intertwine and howl around him. A faint smile graces his lips as he quips, "Xiao-san, do you perhaps underestimate me? Employing such childish tricks against me? This is somewhat excessive, don't you think?" As his words fade, he raises his right fist once more and brings it down with tremendous force, reducing the myriad blue-silver grasses to mere powder. In response, Tang San's lips curve slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. He brings his fingers together, channeling his soul power, and the second soul ring beneath him suddenly illuminates, ghost vine parasitism. In an instant, countless vines sprout across Lu Yu's head, hands, feet, and body, intertwining and wrapping around him, encasing him like a human zongzi. However, the next moment, the air vibrates visibly, and Lu Yu exerts his strength. 8 gates of Duanjia, second gate, open. The ghost vine tendrils are instantly shattered to dust. As the dust settles, Lu Yu shakes his shoulders, and in the next heartbeat, his figure shoots forward once again, charging at Tang San. Sensing this sudden onslaught, Tang San's heart skips a beat. He swiftly retreats several steps, creating a safe distance between them. Simultaneously, he thrusts his hands forward, unleashing a chilling aura that surges forth from his palms. "Xinyu hand," Tang San exclaims, and his once alabaster hands now shimmer with a faint cold light, as if sheathed in an impenetrable icy armor. In rapid succession, Tang San's hands dart towards his waist with blinding speed, akin to 2 agile serpents dancing in the air. As he moves, a flurry of fine, yet razor-sharp icy beams shoot forth like meteors, cascading towards Lu Yu. These icy beams, slender as cowhair, each harbor astonishing coldness and penetrating power. Hidden weapons? Intriguing, yet still insufficient to satisfy me. Lu Yu scoffs at the sight. In the next moment, he halts in place, his hands moving in a flurry. "Look!" Lu Yu's movements resemble Tang San's technique. Oscar exclaims from the sidelines. "Humph, the Tang sect's hidden weapons are not so easily intercepted," Tang San thinks to himself, smirking at Lu Yu's actions. These flying needles are all laced with poison. While not lethally toxic, they are not something an ordinary person can withstand. Yet, what unfolds next nearly causes his eyes to bulge in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, the spectators witness Lu Yu's hands dancing like 2 agile butterflies. Concurrently, he concentrates, channeling his formidable mental energy, allowing it to flow through his eyes like a gentle stream. At this moment, the enigmatic Wuxiang meditation reaches its zenith. Under the influence of such formidable power, Tang San's lightning-fast movements and the multitude of flying needles transformed in Lu Yu's perception into a slow-motion tableau akin to a cinematic freeze frame, with each detail vividly discernible. Moreover, bolstered by the terrifying enhancement of the second door of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Lu Yu's reaction speed had reached an astonishing level, allowing him to effortlessly keep pace with the unfolding events. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu swiftly extended his hands with unparalleled precision, catching the incoming needles that were hurtling toward him. Without hesitation, he emulated Tang San's earlier actions, flicking his arms to forcefully hurl the needles back. These needles soared through the air like meteors, glinting with a cold light, racing toward Tang San. Upon contact, Lu Yu immediately sensed the poison on the needles. Initially intending to approach Tang San and deliver a lethal strike using his speed advantage, he suddenly felt a chill emanating from his dantian, which inexplicably absorbed all the poison. Consequently, Lu Yu altered his strategy, opting to engage Tang San in a playful contest instead. Tang San, confronted by the barrage of needles, experienced a momentary shock. But as a disciple of the Tang sect, he was well-versed not only in the use of hidden weapons, but also in countering them. He halted his throwing motion and executed a unique maneuver known as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. In an instant, the needle storm was dissipated. Grasping a steel needle, he felt a twinge of confusion. The poison should have been injected into Yu Ji's body, yet he appeared as vigorous as ever. However, there was no time for contemplation as Lu Yu's iron fist surged toward him. With a resounding impact, Tang San hastily raised his arms in defense, the tremendous force reverberating through his internal organs, causing him to emit a muffled groan and a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth as his body was propelled backward. Gritting his teeth against the pain, His left hand swiftly reached for a black mechanism at his waist. Was that the Zhuge crossbow? Recognizing the black metallic device, Lu Yu recalled its name, having seen its design in Tang San's room. He was taken aback by how swiftly Tang San had constructed it, curious about the explosive synergy it would create when combined with alchemy. In the next moment, the clashing gears of the mechanism resonated in Lu Yu's ears, followed by a sharp whoosh as a deadly arrow sliced through the air toward him. Lu Yu's body contorted in midair, evading the incoming projectile at an exceptionally acute angle. However, in the following instant, Tang San's third purple soul ring suddenly illuminated, activating his third soul skill, Spiderweb Bind. Lu Yu was instantly ensnared by the abruptly materializing web, crashing to the ground with a thud. Tang San landed firmly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Zhuge crossbow had merely been a ploy to force Lu Yu to change direction, while the Spiderweb Bind was his true offensive maneuver. Chapter 187, Special Training, Part 7. How careless. Lu Yu shook his head in silence. Despite facing Tang San, whose abilities were far inferior to his own, he had never truly regarded him as a threat, completely forgetting that within the body of this youthful figure resided a man in his 30s. However, with such a feeble web, attempting to ensnare me, dear San, you remain woefully naive. With a forceful movement of his arms, Lu Yu shattered the web that bound him with a resounding crack. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward, executing a ghostly step that left Tang San momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, Lu Yu's smiling visage appeared right before him. Bang! A searing pain radiated from Tang San's abdomen, as if his very organs had been struck with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, his body was sent hurtling backward, and just as he was losing consciousness, he felt a strong hand catch him from behind. Turning to look, he beheld Lu Yu's familiar face. Lu Yu swiftly extended his hands, firmly supporting the staggering Tang San. Once Tang San regained his footing, Lu Yu's ethereal figure vanished in an instant, returning to the fray of fierce combat. Tang San's eyes widened, fixating on the direction from which Lu Yu had disappeared, a profound sense of defeat and helplessness surging within him. He was acutely aware that he had already succumbed in this contest. Had Lu Yu exerted even a fraction more strength in that moment, he would have surely been reduced to mere fragments, his life extinguished. Reflecting on their brief yet harrowing clash, Tang San felt a lingering trepidation. The depth of Lu Yu's power was truly beyond his reach. At that very moment, the battle between Zhang Qiqi and Xiao Wu had escalated to a fever pitch, both sides locked in an intense struggle. The silver spear in Zhang Qiqi's grasp danced with ferocity, resembling a vibrant silver serpent, weaving through the air with dazzling grace. This spear seemed imbued with a life of its own, flexibly extending and piercing with each movement. Each strike imbued with a fierce momentum that deterred any who dared to approach. Conversely, Xiao Wu relied on the unique abilities conferred by her martial spirit and her keen perception, skillfully evading the relentless onslaught of her opponent's tempestuous assaults. Yet, despite her agility, she found herself retreating helplessly against the unyielding pressure of her adversary. As she continued to back away, a sturdy tree loomed behind her, gradually obstructing her escape. In that critical moment, Xiao Wu found herself cornered, with no avenues of retreat remaining. Just as the situation reached a perilous climax, a glint of cold light flashed. The razor-sharp spear slicing through the air like lightning, accompanied by a piercing sound as it hurtled directly toward the unsuspecting Xiao Wu. In the nick of time, as if by instinct, she pivoted with ghostly agility. With a powerful push, she steadied herself atop the tree trunk behind her, harnessing the force of this rebound. Xiao Wu's body twisted rapidly, and in a blur, her delicate hands shot forth with lightning speed, precisely grasping the rapidly approaching spear's shaft. In the next moment, her yellow soul ring erupted with brilliance, activating her first soul skill, Bow of the Waist. Xiao Wu's feet traced a perfect arc in the air. However, at that very moment, Zhang Qiqi's eyes suddenly glimmered with a silvery light, her soul power swirling as her second soul ring instantaneously illuminated, activating her second soul skill, Insight. In an instant, Zhang Qiqi's grip on her spear loosened, causing the weapon to vanish. At this moment, Xiao Wu, suspended in midair, lost her point of leverage and became unbalanced. Just as the spectators held their breath in concern for her, Xiao Wu's third soul ring shone brightly. Activating her third soul skill, Teleportation, her figure in midair abruptly vanished. The next moment, a pink silhouette materialized behind Zhang Qiqi, her yellow soul ring igniting with a flash. And her first soul skill, Bowing Waist. In the following second, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped Zhang Qiqi, and she was forcefully slammed onto the ground. The sudden jolt of pain escaped her lips as a muffled groan. As Xiao Wu leapt into the air once more, a ghostly figure appeared behind her. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Xiao Wu instinctively activated her soul power, her third soul skill illuminating again. Her figure vanished once more, leaving Lu Yu momentarily stunned as he struck at empty air. Suddenly appearing on the ground, Xiao Wu swiftly raised her right hand, sending 3 icy projectiles hurtling toward Lu Yu's face. He immediately tilted his head to dodge, the 3 iron needles narrowly grazing past him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu quickly swung his tightly gripped left hand, launching 3 small stones toward Xiao Wu. At this point, Xiao Wu's remaining soul power was insufficient to unleash her third soul skill, and the 3 stones approached her in the blink of an eye. Bang! The 3 stones struck their targets simultaneously, 2 hitting her knees, causing Xiao Wu to emit a muffled cry of pain. At that moment, Zhang Qiqi, who had just been thrown to the ground, sprang up, her eyes flashing with silvery light as a silver spear materialized in her hand. In an instant, Xiao Wu, regaining her senses, found the glimmering spear tip poised before her. Enough! The battle is over, Yu Xiaojiang stated coldly, not declaring a victor or vanquished, merely remarking that Lu Yu should tend to their wounds and prepare for the next round. Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, you too will face Lu Yu. Huh? Oscar mumbled as he chewed hurriedly, swallowing a piece of sausage. He was taken aback that his turn had come so swiftly. Master, may I forfeit without fighting? Unacceptable. The master replied sternly. Your enemies on the battlefield will not spare you for a mere surrender. And such an act would further affirm the doubts regarding Dean Flinder's judgment. You are merely ordinary. Feeling the weight of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's gazes, Oscar instinctively lowered his head. All right, I'll go, he conceded, resignedly making his way to the center of the arena and discreetly handing Zhu Zhuqing a few items as he passed her. Let the battle commence, the master commanded, and both sides readied themselves. Lu Yu, considering we've shared a dormitory for so long, could you go easy on me? Oscar chuckled at Lu Yu. Although his newly grown facial hair elicited a wave of disgust, Lu Yu, at a loss for words, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What the hell? Who shared a bed with you? We merely live in the same dormitory. Please articulate your thoughts more clearly next time. Such implications tarnish my reputation, you know? Oscar replied. Oh, you're so fierce. As the ever-composed Lu Yu found himself disgusted by Oscar's nauseating antics, he couldn't help but utter a phrase steeped in tradition. In the very next moment, a shadow suddenly lunged towards Lu Yu, its sharp claws slicing through the air like blades aimed directly at his face. Chapter 188, Special Training, Part 8. With the shadow's approach, the battle was imminent. Lu Yu swiftly retreated, narrowly evading Zhu Zhuqing's disfiguring strike. What a close call, he thought, his heart racing. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring lit up once more, and with a swift motion, her hands transformed into razor-sharp claws directed at Lu Yu. Just as her hands were a mere step away from his cheek, Lu Yu's figure inexplicably vanished from before her. What? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, yet for some reason, a sense of relief washed over her. Thankfully, she had evaded the attack. In the next instant, a smiling visage suddenly appeared before Oscar's eyes. Senior Oscar, what did you just say? I couldn't hear you, Lu Yu remarked. At that moment, Lu Yu's grin appeared devilish to Oscar, who felt cold sweat break out on his forehead, stammering as he spoke. Suddenly, akin to the others before him, a sharp pain surged through Oscar's abdomen, and in the next moment, his body soared backward like a kite severed from its string. Remarkably, just before hitting the ground, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Without hesitation, Oscar chose to ascend, attempting to distance himself from Lu Yu's range of attack. However, in the blink of an eye, his plans unraveled as a shadow enveloped him. Startled, Oscar looked up, only to see a foot rapidly enlarging before him. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's foot landed squarely on Oscar's face, sending him crashing to the ground. What a rush! Lu Yu's feet found solid ground once more, and the satisfaction from that kick left him feeling euphoric. Who knew Oscar's face could offer such delight? He mused to himself, contemplating future opportunities for similar encounters. In the next heartbeat, Lu Yu felt a chill creep down his back, as if a cold breeze had swept past him. Reacting instinctively, he turned slightly and reached back to ascertain the situation. When his palm made contact with the object behind him, he was astonished to find himself grasping a slender, pristine hand. This hand resembled jade of the finest quality, smooth and delicate beyond belief. Yet, what filled Lu Yu with dread was the realization that from the elongated fingertips extended several claws, sharp as knives. These claws glimmered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. They were mere centimeters from Lu Yu's eyes. A slight forward movement could easily pierce his eyeballs. In that moment, his heart raced to an extreme, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that instant, Zhu Zhuqing struggled to free herself from Lu Yu's grasp, and suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from her back. In the next moment, she recoiled swiftly, creating distance between herself and Lu Yu, revealing the flight-enhancing mushroom sausage Oscar had provided her before their entrance. Just moments ago, Oscar was pinned to the ground by Lu Yu when she swiftly consumed a flying mushroom sausage. Harnessing her own speed alongside the enhancement of the sausage, she quickly closed in on Lu Yu. However, having missed her opportunity for a decisive strike, Zhu Zhuqing wisely opted for retreat. Before Lu Yu could react, her first soul ring illuminated, and with it, her first soul skill, Nether Stab. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow once more, but this time, she did not charge straight at Lu Yu. Her form danced erratically, confounding the eye. Lu Yu remained stationary, seemingly resigned to his fate. Suddenly, he moved, extending his hand towards an empty space to his left. In the next heartbeat, Zhu Zhuqing's figure appeared at that very spot, her hand captured firmly in Lu Yu's grasp. Shall we continue this? Lu Yu inquired with a smile directed at Zhu Zhuqing. The following instant, she provided her answer as her purple soul ring shimmered brightly, and she unleashed her third soul skill, Nether Slash. In a flash, her right hand transformed into a pitch-black blade, aimed at Lu Yu. Reacting instinctively, Lu Yu released Zhu Zhuqing's left hand and swiftly retreated, evading the attack and creating distance between them. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's fierce determination, Lu Yu couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement at her stubbornness. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing executed her ghostly steps, vanishing like a phantom. Suspended in midair, Zhu Zhuqing scanned her surroundings anxiously, seeking any trace of Lu Yu. Just then, she felt a faint breeze behind her. Almost instinctively, she swung her claw-like hand backward with ferocity. To her astonishment, her strike met only empty air. How could this be? Turning around in shock, she gazed at the vacant space behind her, a wave of unease washing over her. Something was amiss. There was undoubtedly a trick at play here. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, questioning his whereabouts. Suddenly, a hand shot out, reaching directly for her shoulder. In a reflexive motion, Zhu Zhuqing sidestepped. Yet, this evasive maneuver caused Lu Yu's originally aimed hand to veer slightly, landing on another part of her body. In the next moment, Lu Yu's figure emerged, a soft sensation traveling along his fingertips. Remarkably soft, he found himself unconsciously exclaiming in awe at Zhu Zhuqing's impressive form. Below, Oscar and Ma Hongjun gaped in disbelief at the scene, with Oscar expressing a hint of envy. Oh, that must feel delightful. In that instant, the onlookers witnessed a delicate blush bloom on Zhu Zhuqing's porcelain-like face, as though kissed by the evening glow. This rosy hue spread rapidly, transforming her formerly icy demeanor into one imbued with shyness and allure. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing raised her slender yet powerful right hand, tracing a sharp arc through the air. With a resounding crack, a clear handprint appeared on Lu Yu's cheek. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not pause for a moment. She did not even cast a glance back at Lu Yu. Like a delicate butterfly, she gracefully fluttered her beautiful wings and elegantly alighted beside Xiao Wu. In that moment, she resembled a blossoming ice mountain snow lotus, exquisitely cold yet irresistibly alluring, prompting one to draw closer in curiosity. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood there in a daze. Ahem. The master cleared his throat a few times, declaring the battle concluded. The crowd swiftly organized themselves, standing before the master. At 10 o'clock tonight, all of you must gather here for additional training. The master suddenly stated with an icy demeanor. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. Why? The master scoffed. The recent battle was intended to help you better understand each other's abilities and foster teamwork, yet your performance resembled that of children playing house. Dinner will be prepared as usual, but if you arrive late like this morning, do not expect to eat. With that, the master turned and departed, offering the group no opportunity for retort. Oscar groaned in despair. Chapter 189, Special Training, Night Training. As the gentle evening breeze swept through the village, the weary villagers had succumbed to slumber, leaving the village in tranquil silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects. Suddenly, a wail erupted from the boys' dormitory of Shrek Academy. Oscar, clutching his head, gazed at the ceiling, lamenting, why must there be such torment as night training? It is utterly excruciating. This new teacher is even more relentless than Zhao Waoqi. Ma Hongjun yawned widely while vigorously rubbing his still drowsy eyes, as if they were glued shut. He nodded in agreement, resonating with Oscar's grievances. Reflecting on the past, although Zhao Waoqi often imposed additional training upon them, those sessions typically concluded around 9 o'clock in the evening. Moreover, no matter how grueling, they had never been subjected to such relentless exertion as today. The fact that training was set to commence at 10 o'clock was simply outrageous, particularly after being forced to run 20 laps around the village prior to this. With a heavy sigh, Ma Hongjun felt as if he had deflated like a punctured balloon, leaning back dramatically. The poor bed let out a painful creak under the weight of his plump form, resembling a small hill, as he pressed down upon the bed frame. Subsequently, he sprawled out in a classic starfish position, returning to the bed. At that moment, he He felt as though his legs were no longer his own, rendered utterly weak and flaccid. He muttered incessantly, "What on earth is that master thinking? Night training again? I truly cannot endure this any longer. Indeed, I cannot fathom how Tang managed to persevere through such extreme training. This level of intensity is simply inhumane." Oscar chimed in, echoing his sentiments. "The two of you are nearly done. Regardless of the circumstances, the master was invited by Dean Flanders, so we ought to show some respect. Especially considering he is Tang San's mentor. It would be wise to refrain from making such remarks in front of Tang San in the future." At that moment, Dai Mubai approached and said, "Lu Yu and Tang San have already left. We should hurry as well." Although he spoke these words, the training regimen today had left Dai Mubai feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Without the use of soul power to summon their martial spirits, and burdened with a large basket of stones, completing 20 laps was indeed taxing for him. He truly admired Tang San for enduring such trials for so many years. Ma Hongjun groaned as he struggled to rise from his bed. It was no wonder that Tang San and Lu Yu possessed such formidable strength. Oscar, too, struggled to pull himself up, dragging his nearly exhausted body towards the training ground. At that moment, the open space already had some early arrivals. Lu Yu, having stored away his weighted armor, strolled over, only to discover that others had arrived before him. Earlier that afternoon, the instructor had allowed them to run 20 laps around the village without using soul power, and now it seemed someone had beaten him to it. Could it be little San? Lu Yu speculated, yet as he approached, he realized it was someone else entirely. There stood a slender figure in black at the center of the training ground. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Her proud chest rose and fell dramatically as she breathed heavily. Fine beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, indicating she had just engaged in a vigorous workout. "Zhuqing, you're here quite early," Lu Yu greeted her warmly. "Yes. You arrived early as well," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her voice clear and melodious, calm like a tranquil lake in late autumn, making it difficult to discern any emotional turbulence within. She slightly raised her head, her gaze like cold stars sweeping over him, only to withdraw swiftly, as if a prolonged gaze would be superfluous. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply, her previously erratic breath gradually stabilizing with the intake of air. Her elongated figure swayed gently in the breeze. "I'm sorry," Lu Yu suddenly spoke. "Sorry for what?" Zhu Zhuqing responded with her usual indifference. "About today's match. I truly did not mean to," Lu Yu said, somewhat apprehensive. This apology had lingered in his heart. After all, they would be classmates moving forward, and he felt he could not absolve himself without expressing regret. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's cold demeanor experienced a subtle shift as she recalled the unpleasant incident earlier that day. "It's fine. I slapped you as well, so we are even." Although she said this, an unusual sentiment lingered within her, particularly as she reflected on how she had not felt any aversion when Lu Yu's hand had rested upon her chest. In fact, she had experienced no discomfort whatsoever. To quell her errant thoughts, she had taken a few laps after her rest, attempting to clear her mind and regain her composure, deliberately adopting a demeanor of aloofness to minimize interaction with Lu Yu. Just as Lu Yu was about to speak, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing's disinterest and wisely chose to remain silent. "Brother Yu," she called. Suddenly, the voice of Xiao Wu echoed from afar. Lu Yu turned to see Ning Rongrong and Zhang Qi following closely behind her, arriving at the playground. Judging by the appearance of the trio, it was evident that the 20 laps assigned by the master this afternoon had exhausted them significantly. It seemed that even a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years could scarcely endure the master's grueling training. Lu Yu mused silently. Xiao Wu noticed Lu Yu and greeted him, yet her demeanor remained one of fatigue. "Yugu, Zhuqing, why are you here so early? Aren't you tired? Where's Xiao-san? Aren't you usually inseparable?" Instead of directly answering her inquiry, Lu Yu smiled and asked, having not seen Tang San since the training concluded. He assumed that Tang San had gone to find Xiao Wu again. To Lu Yu's surprise, Xiao Wu shook her head and replied weakly, "I don't know. After the training, I returned to the dormitory with Qi and the others. I haven't seen San Go. Perhaps he went to find the dean or the master." Lu Yu speculated that it was natural for the master, being Tang San's mentor, to catch up with his disciple after such a long separation. As he pondered, the remaining members gradually arrived at the playground, all appearing equally drained and lifeless, clearly having been worn down by the master's rigorous training. Lu Yu, however, stood apart from the rest, despite the fact that the master had assigned him 3 times the weight of others' burdens while clad in weighted armor. His robust physical constitution allowed for a swift recovery, needing only a brief respite to regain his strength. "Hello, everyone. You all arrived quite early," Oscar greeted with his lethargic gaze, resembling a pair of lifeless fish eyes. Chapter 190, Night Training commences. At that moment, 3 figures approached from the distance. Leading them was none other than the architect of everyone's suffering, Master Yu Xiaojiang. followed closely by Flinder and Tang San. Flinder yawned widely, his somewhat dazed eyes indicating he had just been roused from slumber. Tang San, on the other hand, appeared troubled. He had just learned something from the master and Flinder that left him utterly astonished. Looks like you all arrived on time. Very commendable, Flinder remarked first. As he spoke, Tang San returned to the ranks and stood beside Lu Yu. For some reason, Lu Yu sensed that Tang San had cast him a peculiar glance. Yet he wore an expression that suggested he had no intention of speaking further. Xiao San, where have you been? We hadn't seen you for quite some time. Ma Hongjun suddenly asked, poking his head out from behind Lu Yu. Nothing much, just catching up with the teacher, Tang San responded, startled by Ma Hongjun's sudden inquiry. Attempting to maintain an air of composure. Although he tried to appear unbothered, Lu Yu noticed subtle signs that hinted otherwise, yet he chose not to pry further. Everyone quiet down. It seems you are all quite fatigued, but... Flinder's voice abruptly paused, followed by the words that no one wished to hear. The night training must continue. In my hands lie the night training tasks assigned to each of you. Flinder raised his right hand, displaying a stack of envelopes before the gathered individuals. Director, did you not say that we should cultivate our team spirit? Why then? Are we required to act independently this time? Oscar was the first to voice his concern. With a cold chuckle, Flinder continued. If we liken a team to a wooden barrel that holds water, then the members of the team are akin to the slats that comprise the barrel. The maximum capacity of the barrel is dictated by the shortest slat. Likewise, your individual strengths will influence the overall potential of the team. Indeed. Let me provide a simple example. Lu Yu is the strongest among you. Yet it is impossible for you to be assigned to the same combat platform in the Great Soul Arena. Given your current abilities, pairing with him would be unfeasible. At this moment, the master interjected, seamlessly continuing Flander's thought. Thus, future training will focus on nurturing your teamwork while simultaneously enhancing each of your individual capabilities. Each envelope bears your name. Now, come forth to collect your respective tasks. This assignment can be considered a minor long-term endeavor. Before the sun rises the day after tomorrow, each of you must locate the items specified in your envelopes. Should any one of you fail to meet the objective, according to the rules, if one falters, all shall be punished. Flander stated, raising the envelope in his hand with a calm demeanor. One by one, the group approached to retrieve their envelopes inscribed with their names. Lu Yu was the last to collect his and returned to the group, casually opening the envelope. What is this? The contents left him momentarily stunned. The cool night breeze brushed against his face as a figure swiftly advanced along a narrow path in the wilderness. After a moment, this figure halted before a tree, extracting a map from a spatial ring. Under the bright moonlight, he sought reference points while continuously comparing them to the map's contents. This must be the place. Without a doubt. Why does it not align? Lu Yu murmured, raising his gaze to survey the surroundings, ultimately realizing he had held the map upside down. Lu Yu was momentarily at a loss for words at his own blunder. Thankfully, he was alone in this vicinity. Had old Mo been present, he would have surely mocked him. How embarrassing. Quickly writing the map, Lu Yu confirmed he was indeed on the correct path. With the moonlight guiding him, he mentally noted the route ahead. After stowing the map, he executed a swift ghost step, his figure vanishing from sight. A gentle breeze swept across the desolate path, stirring up dust and rustling fallen leaves. Not long after Lu Yu departed, a robust figure appeared on the desolate trail. Zhao Wujia wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, this little rascal, how can he run so fast?" He then set off again, quickly matching Lu Yu's pace while maintaining a respectful distance, merely trailing behind him. Meanwhile, moonlight bathed the small path outside a forest where Zhu Zhuqing held a herbalist's guide, searching intently for her desired specimens. She gently opened the slightly yellowed envelope in her hand, discovering that it contained a mysterious and arduous quest. This task required her to seek out a rare herb known as the Nightshade Fairy. As she carefully extracted the items from the envelope, her gaze was immediately drawn to an exquisitely detailed illustration of the herb. This depiction seemed to possess a kind of enchantment, compelling her attention to be firmly anchored upon it. Every line and intricate detail was vividly discernible. Additionally, the envelope contained a comprehensive introduction to this herb. The paper faintly yellowed and densely inscribed with various information regarding the Nightshade Fairy, its growing environment, morphological characteristics, medicinal value, and more. The text resembled an ancient cipher, perplexing her mind, and she thought to herself that if Lu Yu were present, he would surely comprehend it with ease. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept in, softly caressing her form. This coolness swiftly penetrated her thin clothing, causing her to instinctively huddle closer and wrap her garments tighter around herself. Yet, this simple motion caused her already ample bosom to quiver slightly, akin to two lively white rabbits, eager to break free from their constraints. For reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted back to the events of the day when she fought alongside Lu Yu. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shook her head, wondering why he had come to mind again. She cast aside the chaotic thoughts and forced herself to refocus on the task of finding the herb. Meanwhile, outside Soto City, Tang San and Oscar walked along the path, fortunate to be assigned to the same task location. Although the specifics differed, their general vicinity was quite similar. Xiao-san, you seem a bit off today. What's the matter? Oscar broke the silence, having noticed Tang San's unusual demeanor during their earlier gathering. Even when Xiao Wu and Liu Yu spoke to him, he appeared distracted, which was peculiar compared to his usual self. Tang San was startled by Oscar's words. What did you say? I asked what you were thinking. You seem absent-minded, Oscar repeated helplessly, observing Tang San's demeanor. Are you hungry? I have some sausages. Would you like some? It's on me. No, thank you. Let's focus on completing the task and head back early, Tang San replied, pulling out the envelope as he spoke. Okay. Oscar bit into a sausage, grease smearing his lips. Well, if you want to eat, I will. A gust of cold wind blew, making Oscar hunch his shoulders. In this frigid weather, achoo. I still have to go out for night training. It's just a long-term task. What's the point? He muttered under his breath, quickening his pace to keep up with Tang San. Hey, Tang San, slow down. We still have at least a day to go. We can take our time and still complete the task. Tang San walked ahead, seemingly engrossed in the pursuit of clues, yet his mind was a tempest of thoughts. Tang San, wait for me, he mused, as the city grew eerily quiet at night, with only the patrolling guards visible amidst the sparse population. Just as Oscar was about to voice his thoughts, a hand abruptly clasped over his mouth, and Tang San swiftly pulled him into a nearby alley. Oscar, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, found himself drawn into the shadows just as a group of patrolling soldiers strolled by, engaged in conversation. Utilizing the cover of the buildings on either side, the two managed to conceal themselves effectively. Tang San, ensuring he remained hidden, cautiously leaned against the wall, straining to capture the soldiers' words. Oscar, recognizing the gravity of the situation, lowered his voice. Did you catch what they said? Hush, Tang San admonished, pressing his ear against the wall and gesturing for silence without turning around. Patrol Soldier A, have you heard? Another child has gone missing today. Patrol Soldier B, indeed. I have heard. Moreover, among the missing children is the grandson of the esteemed Feng family's patriarch. It seems that the eldest son of old Master Feng rushed back from afar last night. Patrol Soldier A, yes, I heard that too. Young Master Feng has already reached the Soul Sage realm 4 years ago and holds a significant position within the Empire. It appears he has come with a mandate from the Empire, so those thieves are likely in for a rough time. Patrol Soldier B, but remember, the City Lord dispatched numerous men to search last time, and they found nothing, did they? Besides, I've heard that young Master Feng's reputation is rather questionable. His ascension to the Soul Sage realm was allegedly achieved through secretive methods, and he is rumored to have entangled himself with many high-ranking officials. Will they truly find anything? Patrol Soldier A jabbed Patrol Soldier B in the ribs. Keep your voice down. We are in the Feng family's territory. Do you wish to invite trouble? Patrol Soldier B shrugged dismissively. In this pitch-black night, aside from us lowly folk, who else would be wandering the streets aimlessly? Let us finish our rounds and return to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. As the two patrol soldiers moved further away, the duo hidden in the shadows emerged. Tang San, did you hear? The missing child is connected to the Feng family, Tang San exclaimed, retrieving the task envelope given by his master. The aged parchment prominently displayed a bounty notice and a map of Soto City, with a conspicuous red circle marking a location. This must be the Feng family's estate. At that moment, Oscar produced his own envelope, revealing a map identical to Tang San's, though devoid of the bounty notice. Instead, it contained 4 sheets of paper. The names on this document appear to be those of the Qian family's establishments, he noted, pulling out another sheet that seemed to list the members of the Feng family. This Feng Mingwei is old Master Feng, Oscar remarked, turning to Tang San. Where did your teacher acquire these documents? Tang San received the 2 thin sheets of paper from Oscar with a hint of skepticism. As his gaze fell upon the contents, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly and shake his head, indicating his own confusion. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these seemingly ordinary sheets were anything but simple. They meticulously detailed the names of the principal members of the Feng family, along with their respective martial spirits and corresponding rank levels. What was even more astonishing was that this information was merely the tip of the iceberg. To his horror, the list also enumerated the heinous deeds committed by each individual, vividly illustrating their immoral actions and revealing their grotesque faces and wicked behaviors for all to see. The accounts varied from the brutally cruel to the shamelessly despicable, inciting a profound indignation within him. The more he scrutinized the contents, the more alarmed he became, pondering the true nature of the Feng family, a clan capable of such egregious acts. Meanwhile, Oscar stood beside him, equally grave as he absorbed the implications of the text, and the two fell into a contemplative silence. It was no exaggeration to assert that if the information contained within these 3 sheets were made public, the Feng family would be instantly vilified, and their reputation irrevocably tarnished. Particularly scandalous were the sordid actions attributed to the eldest son, Feng Tianlin, which were utterly shocking. The notion of leveraging one's body for advancement was, in comparison to other misdeeds, merely the tip of the iceberg. My goodness, Oscar suddenly exclaimed. Tang-san, do you think the master intends for us to investigate the missing children case in Soto City and then bring down the Feng family? Upon uttering this thought, he startled himself with the implications. After all, the Feng family was a prominent clan in Soto City, known for their substantial heritage. Confronting them with mere sheets of paper was indeed a fanciful notion. The master likely does not mean that. We should first assess the situation at the Feng family, Tang-san replied as he neatly folded the papers and tucked them away. He then produced a map and began following the designated route toward the Feng residence. Oscar hesitated momentarily before hastening to catch up with Tang-san. After all, as a support spirit master, he could only flee from danger, and he needed to retrieve the papers still in Tang-san's possession. Meanwhile, on a secluded path in the wilderness, Liu suddenly came to a halt and swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby rock. He noticed 4 or 5 figures approaching, accompanied by a horse-drawn cart. As they drew nearer, Liu pulled out the wanted posters and discreetly compared the faces of the individuals with those depicted on the notices. It matched perfectly. The 3 wanted individuals walking in front bore an uncanny resemblance to the illustrations on the posters. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was that the posters prominently featured a large, vivid red X. The color was as striking as blood, sending chills down one's spine. In the lower right corner of the wanted notice, a dimly colored seal is affixed. It is noteworthy that such a mark appears only after the bounty issued by Soto City has successfully apprehended and lawfully dealt with the individuals in question. To Liu's astonishment, the date of execution for these 3 individuals is explicitly marked as 3 years ago. This implies that, as far back as 3 years prior, these fugitives had already received their due punishment. Clutching the wanted notice tightly in his hand, Liu furrows his brow, filled with confusion and doubt. He cannot fathom why the master, who has always shown interest solely in the study of martial spirits, would go to such lengths to collect notices of criminals who had been executed 3 years earlier. What hidden secrets or profound meanings lie within this? Liu ponders deeply, yet he remains unable to arrive at a reasonable conclusion. Moreover, his arrival at this location was guided by the address within the envelope, and by sheer coincidence. He encounters 3 fugitives who should have perished. Such coincidences seem excessively improbable. Liu's brow knits tighter. The improbability of these coincidences is unsettling. Could it be that the master had foreseen that these 3 would pass through this area tonight? Liu's mind races with thoughts, yet he remains vigilant, observing the movements of the trio. If these individuals are indeed the ones listed on his wanted notice, the weakest among them possesses a strength of at least level 40. And that is merely based on records from 3 years ago. Liu recalls that they were initially captured by someone named Feng Tianlin, a soul sage of level 70. As the sound of the carriage fades into the distance, the figures of the 3 have already moved far away. Only then does Liu emerge from behind the stone, gazing in the direction they departed. Indeed, Liu muses to himself that based on their trajectory and various signs, their intended destination appears to align with his own. This coincidence is too remarkable. Could there be some underlying truth to it? Furrowing his brow, Liu softly murmurs to himself. However, this is not the time for deep contemplation. He swiftly restrains his presence, moving silently like a stealthy leopard, carefully trailing the footsteps of the group ahead. Each step is taken with utmost caution, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might alert them. Observing as the group guiding the carriage turns onto a narrow path, Liu stealthily follows. He is now fairly certain that their destination coincides with his own, a bandit hideout concealed in this desolate wilderness. Liu carefully trails the suspicious group, his steps light and soundless. As he proceeds, the group suddenly halts before a dilapidated and precarious pavilion without warning. A surge of alarm courses through Liu, and he promptly darts into a dense thicket, holding his breath, afraid to make a sound. Concealed among the foliage, Liu anxiously observes the group's every move through the gaps in the branches. He notes how they scan their surroundings with heightened vigilance, their gaze is sharp and alert, as if wary of impending danger lurking nearby. After a meticulous investigation, the group confirmed that no one else was present, allowing them to relax slightly while maintaining a state of heightened vigilance. Even their communication was conducted through gestures, and they cautiously approached a carriage parked not far away. As they gently lifted the heavy curtain, a faint beam of light streamed in. Upon closer inspection, several figures were busily unloading large wicker baskets from within. These baskets were nearly half a person's height, appearing quite weighty, each topped with a securely fastened lid, which was enveloped in a layer of black fabric, concealing the contents within. Only a slight hint was visible at the bottom, piquing curiosity about the treasures so meticulously safeguarded inside. After a flurry of activity, the individuals managed to transport 5 baskets, arranging them neatly beneath a dilapidated pavilion before departing with the carriage. Once they had moved away, Luyu cautiously approached the pavilion to examine the scene. One of the weathered baskets was tightly wrapped in a thick, inky black cloth, as if harboring a secret unknown to others. Aside from a small portion revealed at the bottom, the entire basket was shrouded in the opaque fabric. Driven by curiosity, Luyu leaned closer, gently pressing his ear against the black cloth. In that instant, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached his ears. It resembled a human breath, yet it was exceedingly weak and delicate. Had he not been listening intently, he might have easily overlooked it. Could there be a living creature concealed within? Luyu pondered, his mind racing with various possibilities. His heart began to race, as if it would leap from his throat. With trembling hands, he slowly reached for the mysterious black fabric. As his fingertips brushed against the cloth, an icy chill coursed through him, yet he inhaled deeply, summoning his courage. He cautiously pinched a corner of the black fabric and gently lifted it. As the black cloth was gradually peeled back, Luyu's gaze sharpened on the interior of the basket. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before him. 2 small figures lay nestled within. They were curled tightly together, appearing exceedingly fragile and helpless, clad in tattered garments. Their disheveled hair and dirt-streaked faces evoked an overwhelming sense of compassion. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were indeed 2 children, likely no older than 4 or 5 years. Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance wafted into Luyu's nostrils. He brought the black cloth to his nose for a closer sniff. Was it an enticing aroma? Suddenly, Luyu hurriedly approached the other 4 baskets, first inspecting the black cloth covering them. Without a doubt, these baskets contained young children, seemingly no older than 4 or 5 years. Some were dressed in splendid attire, clearly the offspring of affluent families, while the majority appeared to be from ordinary households. Chapter 193, The Bandit Hideout. It was evident that this band of desperate rogues had sinister intentions for these children. For heaven's sake, move faster, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the tranquil forest, startling Luyu's keen ears. In an instant, Luyu recognized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly replaced the black cloth and leaped with astounding agility to scale a nearby sturdy tree. Like a nimble monkey, he quickly ascended to a more concealed position among the lush canopy, cautiously observing the unfolding scene below. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to 2 imposing figures, robust and broad-shouldered, striding forward with a formidable presence, accompanied by a throng of followers. Both men bore intimidating expressions, their faces marked with heavy-set features. Particularly striking was one with a long scar running down the left side of his face, from the corner of his eye to his chin, rendering him exceedingly fearsome. This scarred giant abruptly halted, pivoting to roar at the group behind him, "Get a move on." His fierce glare and brusque tone seemed capable of devouring the hapless individuals before him. Startled by his outburst, the followers trembled and hastened their tasks, clumsily lifting the laden baskets, and, under the relentless urging and scolding of the 2 giants, hurriedly vacating the scene. Perched upon the high branch, Luyu meticulously monitored the movements of these enigmatic figures, his gaze fixed on their receding forms until they vanished from sight. Confirming it was safe, he gracefully descended from the tree, akin to a swift cheetah, silently pursuing the direction taken by the group. The figures moved like shadows through the dense undergrowth, seemingly well acquainted with the paths of the forest. Utilizing his exceptional tracking skills and acute intuition, Luyu adeptly avoided the potentially noisy twigs and leaves underfoot, as well as hidden traps lurking in the shadows. Just then, a thin veil of mist began to rise in the once clear woodland, an enigmatic occurrence. Initially faint, it swiftly thickened, enveloping the entire forest in its shroud. Luyu's heart raced, prompting him to exercise even greater caution. Despite the diminished visibility, he remained undeterred in his pursuit. As time passed, the group meandered through the fog-laden woods, ultimately pausing in a relatively open area. Before them stood a towering wooden door, adorned with an array of peculiar patterns and symbols. Just as the scarred man slowly raised his hand, seemingly poised to grasp the cold pull ring of the immense and weighty door, a sudden flash of movement occurred. The silent Cyclops, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly seized the scarred man's hand, preventing it from reaching the ring. This unexpected turn of events caught the scarred man off guard, sending a shiver down his spine, nearly eliciting a startled cry. "Wait!" The Cyclops barked in a low growl, his voice barely above a whisper as he cautiously turned to survey their surroundings. The scarred man, bewildered, gazed at the Cyclops with eyes filled with confusion, stammering, "What's the matter, brother? What do you mean?" The Cyclops' solitary eye, sharp as an eagle's, scanned the vicinity with great intensity. However, after a thorough examination, he discerned no anomalies. He furrowed his brow slightly before gently closing his eyes. In an instant, a formidable wave of mental energy surged forth from him, spreading like a tide across the surrounding area, its reach extending for several dozen meters. Yet, even as this mental force rippled outward to its limit, it failed to detect any suspicious signs or auras. After a lengthy pause, the Cyclops shook his head lightly and spoke. "It's nothing. Open the door." Despite the calmness in his tone, a hint of subtle unease lingered beneath the surface. "Rest assured, brother, our stronghold is ensconced within a maze crafted by that esteemed individual. Unless a tidal Douluo were to arrive, no one shall discover this place." The scarred man, hearing this, was filled with a twinge of doubt. After all, the Cyclops' earlier demeanor had been anything but indifferent. Nevertheless, he understood that the Cyclops was the most adept in mental prowess within the entire stronghold, with a perception of danger that surpassed ordinary men. Given that the Cyclops had confidently declared there was no issue, he had no reason to doubt. Thus, the scarred man merely pursed his lips, ultimately choosing to remain silent and follow the Cyclops' directive to open the door. The ancient and heavy wooden door loomed like an impregnable fortress, exuding an air of mystery and oppression. Standing before it, the scarred man gripped the pull rings on either side with his robust hands, as if channeling all his strength into this endeavor. He inhaled deeply, then summoned his might, his arms taut with muscle, as unyielding as steel. As he exerted himself, grotesque veins began to surface on his forehead, writhing like worms in their ascent, bulging ominously as if on the verge of bursting. With a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the space, the scarred man unleashed a deafening cry, akin to the fury of a tempest. Meanwhile, the once immovable towering wooden door finally emitted a deep and muffled sound, akin to the roar of a slumbering giant being roused from its long slumber. Under the formidable strength of the scarred-faced man, the door began to slowly shift, the gap gradually widening. Ultimately, when the door came to a halt, a fissure sufficient for 3 individuals to pass side by side had emerged. "What are you all staring at? Hurry up," the one-eyed dragon shouted at the group, following them inside, with the scarred-faced man trailing closely behind. Soon after, the heavy door turned slowly, slamming shut with a resounding thud. Hidden behind the tree, Liu cautiously peeked out. The sudden release of mental energy from the one-eyed dragon had startled him. Fortunately, the opponent was merely a level 50 soul king, with limited psychic prowess. At the moment of his probing, Liu had swiftly leaped beyond the range of detection. Now, Liu once again employed his ghostly steps to approach the wooden door, remaining careful to conceal himself behind the tree trunk. As he drew nearer, the fade of the stronghold gradually came into focus. Chapter 194, Stealthy as the Night Breeze. The night air was thick with mist, and an eerie silence enveloped the surrounding woods. The sudden appearance of this stronghold felt jarring, particularly as it was shrouded by towering walls on all sides. From a distance, not even a flicker of light could be discerned from within. Once he confirmed that the area was devoid of any presence, Liu emerged from behind the tree. The earlier probe by the one-eyed dragon had unnerved him, and he had nearly believed himself exposed. However, the limited range of the opponent's mental energy had allowed him to evade detection. Liu slowly raised his gaze towards the imposing wall. This barrier resembled an indomitable shield, isolating the world inside from the outside realm. He took a deep breath and cautiously began to retreat, each step taken with utmost care, as if fearful of drawing any unnecessary attention. After retreating several paces, Liu suddenly accelerated into a sprint. His steps quickened, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, propelling him towards the towering wall. As he approached, he forcefully pushed off the ground, his body soaring into the air like a cannonball. Simultaneously, he lightly tapped the wall with his toes, using the rebound to leap upwards once more. Then, he executed a unique and elusive movement, the ghostly step. His figure became a blur in midair, as elusive as a specter. Thus, Liu continued to lightly touch the wall, leveraging it to leap repeatedly. Each jump was perfectly timed, maintaining both speed and height, while producing no sound whatsoever. Before long, he successfully reached the pinnacle of the wall. Standing atop it, Liu quietly surveyed the scene below, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. The entire process of scaling the wall had unfolded with such ease, and he had remained undetected throughout. Though the top of the wall was somewhat broad, it was cluttered with various chaotic items, barely accommodating the movements of 2 or 3 individuals. At present, only 2 guards were stationed there. The moment Liu ascended, He swiftly drew his sleeve arrows. Before the two could react, they succumbed to unconsciousness. With a ghostly grace, Lu Yu caught the fallen men, laying them flat upon the ground to stifle any potential noise. He then produced a muffler to strike one of them, ensuring they would remain undisturbed until the following evening. After executing these tasks with utmost caution, Lu Yu lowered his frame, nearly pressing against the top of the wall, and stealthily peered downwards. To his astonishment, he discovered that the number of individuals within the encampment was remarkably scant. Fixing his gaze, he observed the very few individuals who had just entered with a full basket of goods now busily congregated in the corner of the wall. Among them stood a burly man with a grotesque scar marring his face, arms crossed, his penetrating gaze fixated on their every movement. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. For heaven's sake, move faster. The voice belonged to the scarred man, whose single eye glared menacingly. It's the dead of night, and you all act as if you've never seen food. As he bellowed, he delivered a sharp kick to one of the laborers, who stumbled but dared not voice any complaint, gritting his teeth to hasten his efforts. At that moment, two figures emerged from the main hall of the encampment. One was a middle-aged man sporting a prominent mustache, while the one-eyed man trailed closely behind him. Why is the shipment so meager this time? The middle-aged man voiced his dissatisfaction. My lord, why have you come personally? The scarred man replied, immediately bending in a show of feigned humility, his demeanor shifting as swiftly as the turning of a page. You may not be aware, but there have been numerous cases of children going missing in the nearby towns, raising alarms among the higher authorities. We have been struggling to find a suitable opportunity, the scarred man continued, casting a furtive glance at the one-eyed man, seemingly pleading for his assistance. Indeed, my lord, I have heard that the lords of the nearby towns have begun to collaborate on this investigation, and that the royal family of Barak has dispatched an official to Soto City to look into the matter. It is becoming increasingly difficult to operate. The one-eyed man chimed in, supporting the scarred man's concerns. I care not for any royal officials. If you jeopardize my plans, I shall ensure that your 3 comrades outside do not return, and you too shall not escape either. With that, the middle-aged man waved his sleeve dismissively and departed without a backward glance. The one-eyed man and the scarred man could only acquiesce, their previous bravado diminished, not daring to utter a word. Only when the sound of his footsteps faded did the scarred man cautiously lift his head to confirm the man's departure, straightening his posture thereafter. Brother, what shall we do from here? Should we fail to accomplish the task entrusted by the envoy, we shall lament our plight to the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon patted the shoulder of the scarred-faced man and said, What can I do? We cannot defeat them. And besides, the fates of our brothers, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, are still in his hands. If all else fails, we can distance ourselves and seek refuge in another town. With that, he proceeded directly toward the area where the baskets were stored, and in the next moment, his figure vanished into the shadows. On the wall, Lu Yu rubbed his eyes, thinking he was imagining things. Yet, the next moment, the scarred-faced man also walked past, and similarly, his silhouette disappeared into the shadows. Lu Yu rose and glanced around the courtyard, confirming that it was devoid of any onlookers. He retrieved a piece of sheepskin parchment from his ring, a magical artifact he had procured from old Mo, capable of rendering him invisible for 1 hour upon infusing it with soul power. Usable 3 times with a 30-minute cooldown after each use. Originally, Lu Yu had desired an invisibility cloak akin to that in Harry Potter, but Mo Holik had declined. Citing insufficient materials, Lu Yu pressed the sheepskin parchment against his chest, channeling his soul power, and in an instant, the magical runes upon it illuminated. Gradually, his body and clothing became transparent, until he completely vanished into the night. However, this artifact bore a flaw. Once activated, he could not use any soul power, lest it become ineffective. Thus, Lu Yu approached the edge of the wall, positioned himself, and leapt down, lightly tapping the wall with his toes for leverage, ultimately landing steadily on the ground. Cautiously, Lu Yu made his way to the corner where the two had vanished, only to find a heap of clutter and a few half-height baskets draped in black cloth, now empty, alongside the silhouette of a child. He began to search the vicinity, murmuring to himself, perhaps there is some mechanism or secret passage here. Chapter 195, The Dungeon. After an extended period of diligent searching and meticulous examination, Lu Yu finally sensed something unusual in an inconspicuous corner. He approached slowly, his gaze locking onto a hidden door seemingly shrouded in darkness. This door was meticulously crafted from sturdy metal, its surface smooth and cold, akin to touching ancient ice. In this pitch-black night, where one could hardly see a hand before their face, it blended seamlessly with its surroundings, nearly evading Lu Yu's notice. Gently extending his hand, Lu Yu cautiously lifted a corner of the hidden door. Instantly, a faint yet brilliant beam of light spilled forth from the crack. Reminiscent of the first light of dawn breaking the darkness, illuminating a small area before him. His heart raced with anxiety as he peered through the narrow gap, apprehensive of any lurking dangers or the possibility of being detected. After confirming that no one else was around, Liu took a deep breath and, with both hands, carefully pried open the door just wide enough for himself to pass through. As the hidden door swung open, he hesitated not for a moment, seizing the opportunity to leap forth, akin to a swift and agile cheetah, plunging into the darkness beyond. The instant he descended, a nauseating wave of dampness surged forth, accompanied by a repugnant stench, reminiscent of decaying refuse and excrement mingling in a grotesque amalgamation. Instinctively, Liu clamped his hand over his mouth and nose. Yet the vile odor stubbornly infiltrated the crevices between his fingers, burrowing into his nostrils. He bore the discomfort with great effort, cautiously groping his way through the pitch-black tunnel. The ground beneath his feet was slick and treacherous, sometimes yielding to the touch of slimy substances that sent shivers down his spine. The air was thick and suffocating, permeated by the noxious scent that churned his stomach violently. The length of the tunnel far exceeded Liu Yu's expectations. He had anticipated a swift passage to the end. Yet nearly 5 arduous minutes had elapsed, and he still encountered no sign of life. Surrounding him was an expanse of unending darkness and stifling silence, evoking a profound sense of abandonment in this filthy, odorous corner of the world. Just as he contemplated retreating along the path he had traversed, a faint yet distinct sound drifted into his ears. It was a subtle noise, seemingly emanating from a great distance, yet also feeling alarmingly close. Liu instinctively halted, holding his breath, straining to listen. The sound morphed, at times resembling hushed whispers, at others the clatter of objects colliding. Upon hearing the murmurs ahead, Liu quickened his pace, and soon a spacious chamber unfolded before him. As he stepped into the room, the sight that greeted him elicited an involuntary gasp. Scattered across the dimly lit floor lay a row of small children, their ages no more than 4 or 5, their innocent faces betraying a mix of confusion and terror. The children were clad in a variety of garb. Some wore simple, coarse clothing indicative of humble origins, while others donned opulent silks and satins, signifying a privileged background. Yet, regardless of their social standing, they were all ensnared in this harrowing tableau. Amidst the children, shadowy figures moved incessantly. Periodically, these enigmatic individuals would crouch down, forcibly stuffing pills into the helpless mouths of the frightened children. Some wept and struggled in terror, while others appeared numbly resigned to their fate. In one corner of the room, another group toiled diligently, lifting the unfortunate children and transporting them to an unknown destination, leaving their ultimate fate shrouded in uncertainty. Surveying his surroundings, Liu noted that the walls of the room were constructed of rough stone, exuding a cold and oppressive atmosphere. Moreover, these stones appear not to be artfully stacked by human hands, but rather seem to have been excavated directly from the earth, exuding a damp, decayed aura. Above the walls, a circle of torches flickers, casting dancing shadows that render the entire chamber even more eerie and sinister. The one-eyed dragon and the scar-faced man, who had previously led Liu down here, now sit leisurely atop a black stone platform at the center of the room, observing everything with cold detachment. To Liu's astonishment, it turns out that the villagers have all concealed themselves here. His eyes widened in shock, and he murmured to himself, filled with a tumult of emotions, astonishment, anger, and concern for the safety of the innocent children. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to a wooden box resting upon the black stone platform, intricately adorned with crimson patterns, as if stained with blood. Hastily, Liu retrieved a piece of letter paper from his pocket, holding it up to compare with the box. He ultimately confirmed that the depiction on the paper was indeed that of the box before him. How fortuitous, Liu mused silently. The task assigned by his master was to retrieve the black box depicted in the drawing, along with 3 wanted notices. However, the current situation was not conducive for action. Liu scanned the surroundings. There were at least 20 individuals in the room. Apart from the one-eyed dragon, who was a level 50 soul king, the strength of the others remained uncertain. Ideally, it would be best for Liu to quietly seize the box. But the one-eyed dragon and the scar-faced man showed no signs of leaving their perch. From the earlier eavesdropping on the conversation between the man with the mustache and these two, it was evident that they had a significant connection to the 3 individuals on the wanted notices. Yet, just as Liu was preparing to stealthily take the box, an unexpected figure emerged at the tunnel's entrance. What a delightful gathering, drinking here at this late hour, and in such a stench, a voice echoed from the tunnel. Subsequently, a figure stepped into view. "Yuze?" Liu exclaimed, surprised to see the familiar silhouette. What brought him here? In the next moment, the one-eyed dragon echoed his thoughts, questioning, "Young Master Yuze, what brings you here at this late hour?" Unfazed by the odor, the one-eyed dragon poured himself a large bowl of wine and downed it in a single gulp, showing no regard for the young master Yuze. To everyone's astonishment, Yuze did not exhibit any displeasure. Instead, he chuckled. We are all working for that esteemed individual. Chapter 196. Yuze, I must come and monitor your progress. Otherwise. Yuze's expression darkened suddenly. It would not bode well if the esteemed one's revival were delayed. In an instant, without warning, Yuze struck. The onlookers barely perceived a flicker before a glint of cold light flashed, and they witnessed an arm severed, soaring high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. In that moment, a wave of sanguine stench spread throughout the chamber, inducing nausea. Meanwhile, blood gushed from the one-eyed dragon's right shoulder, with the severed arm's cut appearing clean and precise, devoid of any mess. As the sudden, excruciating pain engulfed him, the Cyclops could no longer contain his agony. Unleashing a heart-wrenching scream that pierced the night, the sound echoed like the mournful cry of an owl or the wrathful howl of a malevolent spirit, sending shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, his features contorted grotesquely from the intensity of his suffering. His already fearsome visage appeared even more horrifying and repugnant. His eyes bulged alarmingly, almost threatening to pop from their sockets, while his mouth gaped wide, revealing a jagged array of blood-stained teeth. His nose crinkled in a painful grimace, as if he could sense the overwhelming stench of blood permeating the air. Brother, you, surnamed you, do you wish to die? Scarface exclaimed, momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. Yuze, unfazed, slowly withdrew his long spear, wiping the remnants of blood from its surface and bringing it to his lips for a moment. Your performance in the past few days has been unsatisfactory. Lord Shadow is quite displeased with you. Oh, by the way. Oh, is that so? I forgot to inform you. From this moment forth, this territory is under my control. Both of you, as well as those three outside, will heed my command. As for that lofty envoy you speak of, I'm afraid he has become a sacrifice for Lord Shadow. Yuze crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, the Cyclops and Scarface were struck dumb, as if thunderstruck, unable to utter a single word. They could hardly fathom how this seemingly mere child, no older than his teens, could have vanquished the formidable envoy. After all, the envoy possessed an extraordinary soul power of level 70. Yet, before them stood Yuze, who appeared to be nothing but a callow youth. After a considerable pause, the Cyclops regained his composure, his face a mask of disbelief as he bellowed, Impossible. This cannot be. The envoy is immensely powerful. How could he be defeated by a mere child like you? You must be lying. However, Yuze paid no heed to the Cyclops' incredulity, continuing to regard them with an unwavering smile. At that moment, Scarface, consumed by rage, shouted, You insolent brat. Cease your nonsensical prattle. Today shall be your last. Before his words could fully settle, he brandished a gleaming mountain-splitting blade that materialized in his right hand. In an instant, Scarface lunged toward Yuze like a flash of lightning, shouting, Prepare to die. 4 soul rings, 3 yellow and 1 purple, materialized around him, revealing that Scarface was a formidable soul master of level 40. Liu stood quietly in a corner, observing the unfolding drama, while the previously bustling minions now huddled in the shadows, fearful of being caught in the fray. With his soul power surging, Scarface's purple soul ring blazed as he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Mountain Splitter. It was clear that the vicious, scarred man had murder in his heart, showing no intention of sparing his opponent. Faced with the deadly blow that came at him like a raging storm, Yuze appeared as if taking a leisurely stroll, showing not the slightest hint of panic. His handsome visage remained adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile. Just when the onlookers believed that Yuze was destined for demise, an unexpected transformation occurred. A ferocious black aura erupted from him, surging forth like a volcano in full eruption. The scarred-faced man barely had time to react before the world around him faded to black, and he was violently struck by the overwhelming black mist, sent hurtling backwards as if severed from his tether. With a resounding crash, his robust frame slammed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Second brother, the one-eyed dragon, witnessing the scene, cried out in anguish, his heart aching. The pain from his severed arm twisted his already fearsome countenance into an even more grotesque expression, beads of sweat cascading down his cheek. At that moment, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. He looked up in terror to see Yuze advancing towards him, enveloped in the dense black mist, his form barely discernible, reminiscent of a terrifying demon emerging from the depths of hell. What do you want? The one-eyed dragon shouted, struggling to contain the agony from his injury while pressing tightly on the wound, his voice trembling yet fierce. Yuze's lips curled into a chilling smile. He slowly raised his elongated right arm, as if this simple gesture contained boundless strength and mystery. Suddenly, a thick, inky black energy erupted from his palm, swirling violently in the air. This dark essence surged forward like an overwhelming tide, racing towards the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon widened his solitary eye, filled with dread as he beheld the rapidly approaching black mist, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the black energy enveloped him like a massive net, leaving him no avenue for escape. As he opened his mouth to emit a shrill scream, the horrifying black mist slithered into his body through his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth like agile serpents. The moment the dark energy invaded his being, an unprecedented agony surged forth. It felt as though countless sharp daggers were simultaneously stirring within his organs, while a searing fire burned every inch of his skin and bones. The intense pain radiated through his nervous system like lightning, dominating his mind and rendering him nearly incapable of thought. Chapter 197. Yuze. In an instant, the dense, ink-like, terrifying black mist surged towards the one-eyed dragon like a flood breaching its dam, visibly entering his body at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the already chilling Cyclops underwent a staggering transformation. The arm that had been severed previously began to grow back, as if endowed with miraculous regenerative powers. Emerging in a bizarre manner, the newly formed limb not only appeared pale as snow, but also emitted a faint, chilling aura. Simultaneously, the remaining eye had been wholly consumed by darkness, morphing into an unfathomably deep black, as if capable of devouring one's very soul. Even more terrifying was the once relatively normal visage, now marred by intersecting black stripes, resembling sinister demonic markings that crawled across his cheeks, forehead, and chin, rendering him akin to a malevolent specter arisen from the depths of hell, instilling dread in all who beheld him. "Brother!" Scarface gasped in shock at the sight of the Cyclops. "What have you done to my brother?" he demanded furiously. Yuze's lips curled into a faint smile, as if nothing in this world could stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. He gently clapped his hands, then walked with an unhurried gait towards the stone platform. Upon reaching the platform, he sat down leisurely, his gaze tranquil as water, and spoke softly. "It is nothing of great consequence, merely an opportunity one have afforded your brother. Upon reflection, he ought to be sincerely grateful to me." At this, Scarface's fury ignited, his eyes widening in rage. He roared, "You wretched soul," and, with a fierce swing, raised his gleaming blade, channeling all his strength to strike down upon Yuze. As the razor-sharp edge descended towards him, the hearts of onlookers raced with trepidation. Yet, in that moment of impending doom, a powerful hand suddenly reached out from the side, firmly grasping Scarface's shoulder. He felt an overwhelming force immobilize his arm entirely. "Calm down, brother." The low, authoritative voice resonated, causing Scarface to turn in astonishment, only to find that it was his elder brother, the Cyclops, who held him. The Cyclops' expression was ominously grim, with the remaining eye shimmering with a complex light. "Brother?" Scarface was bewildered, utterly confused as to why his sibling would impede him. The Cyclops inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage and resentment, and bowed deeply towards Yuze, speaking with an unusual deference. "Thank you, young master, for sparing my life. Today's events stem from our brother's failure to recognize your stature and our offense against you. I implore you to show mercy and not to stoop to our level." Having uttered these words, the Cyclops maintained his bowed position, not daring to show any sign of negligence. "Brother, you?" Scarface's eyes widened in disbelief. His grotesque scar contorted from sheer shock. He stared fixedly at the Cyclops, perceiving not the brother who had fought alongside him for years, but rather a complete stranger standing before him. "Brother, what on earth are you talking about?" the scarred face shouted, his voice reverberating through the air, causing it to quiver slightly. "Just moments ago, he had mercilessly severed one of your arms. Could you truly afford to let him go so easily?" However, in the face of the scarred man's questioning and fury, the one-eyed dragon remained unfazed. A stern glimmer flickered in his single eye as he barked, "Preposterous! How dare you show such disrespect to the young master? You ought to promptly apologize." His tone was frigid and left no room for dissent, instilling an involuntary chill in those who heard it. Yuze beheld the exchange between the two with a satisfied smile.